Have you lost your mind in pursuit of wealth? You sell a single fruit for $1 million. Mr. Stark, this is no ordinary fruit. It is a devil fruit that grants you superpowers. Reborn into the world of American comics, I am now bound to a devil fruit system, and thus, the course of the world began to shift. Deadpool exclaimed, "This is astonishing. The slipped fruit has restored me to the pinnacle of my attractiveness." Iron Man declared, "The weapon fruit has caught my eye. No one shall compete with me for it." Thor remarked, "Impossible. The lightning summoned by this individual is even mightier than my own." Captain America challenged, "Thanos, if you have the gall, take another punch from my quake fruit." Chapter 001. The Fruit Shop in the World of American Comics. New York, 7th Avenue. Devil Fruit? What a peculiar name. I wonder what they actually sell. Let's go inside and find out. Upon hearing this voice, Luoxia's spirits were instantly lifted. He instinctively straightened his posture, striving to present his best side to the arriving customers. Accompanied by a melodious chime, a stylishly dressed, stunning blonde entered Luoxia's quaint shop. "Welcome." Luoxia approached the guest with a warm smile, eager to greet her. "I didn't expect the attendant to be such a handsome young man," the blonde remarked, her exuberant personality evident as she cast a flirtatious glance at Luoxia. "Thank you for the compliment, lovely lady. Your beauty adds a vibrant hue to my humble establishment." Luoxia, accustomed to such encounters, responded with a calm smile, effortlessly returning her flirtation. The blonde eagerly caught his gaze, her attention captivated by the array of colorful fruits displayed in the showcase. "Young man, what are these fruits?" The blonde was taken aback as she surveyed the fruits, momentarily stunned before realizing, "Is this the infamous devil fruit?" Indeed, these are the devil fruits. Though the name may seem somewhat ominous, they are truly extraordinary. Luoxia began to elaborate for the blonde. The blonde raised an eyebrow. "Extraordinary? Are you implying they are delectable?" Her expression shifted to one of skepticism. Could these colorful items truly be edible? There's even a black one. How absurd. They look terrifying, let alone being consumed. No, I mean by consuming these devil fruits, one can acquire astonishing abilities. I understand this sounds utterly preposterous, but I can swear to the heavens that I speak the truth. Luoxia asserted earnestly to the blonde, his sincerity more genuine than gold itself. "Oh, so these are fruits enchanted by demons." The blonde couldn't help but chuckle, regarding Luoxia with a look of incredulity. While he was rather handsome, he seemed to be lacking in sanity. Why else would he assume others to be gullible? And gaining extraordinary powers from consumption? Why not claim that eating them will make you fly? The origins of the devil fruits remain a mystery, but your understanding is not entirely off the mark. Now, dear lady, may I introduce you to the fruits we have here? Luoxia, undeterred by the blonde's disdainful gaze, boldly proposed. After all, he had nothing else to do, and the blonde did not decline. "Of course. I am curious to see if you can embellish your tale. Madam, please observe, this fruit is called the slip fruit. Consuming it will render one's skin remarkably smooth. This is the featherweight fruit. After consumption, it grants the ability to control one's gravity, allowing one to float while holding an umbrella. As for this fruit, you're insane." Before Luoxia could finish, the blonde could no longer bear it and abruptly turned to leave. "Please wait, miss. We have samples of these fruits available for tasting. You'll know once you try." Luoxia called after her, chasing her retreating figure. Indeed, the devil fruits here come with special tasting samples that allow the consumer to experience the corresponding ability for 5 minutes. Luoxia was convinced that once she tasted even a morsel, she would realize he was no charlatan. "Am I mad?" Yet the blonde continued on without a backward glance, leaving only her indifferent voice trailing behind. Alas, it seems it's the same as always. Watching her departing silhouette, Luoxia couldn't help but wear a bitter smile. He had endured far too many similar encounters over the past month. In fact, this blonde had lingered longer than most, at least allowing him to begin his introduction of the devil fruit's abilities. Most individuals, upon seeing the bizarre and vividly colored fruits designated for consumption, would flee in terror. Some even accused Luoxia of being a fraud, hurling insults or nearly resorting to violence. As for the crucial tasting step, it was needless to mention, who would dare to recklessly shove such frightening items into their mouths? To not strike him would be a mercy. Nevertheless, Luoxia understood this reaction well. Anyone with a semblance of sanity would not entertain the idea of purchasing such frightful-looking and seemingly nonsensical fruits, even in a world where Captain America and Tony Stark exist. At this rate, I wonder when I will complete the novice task. The thought filled Luo Xia with a slight sense of urgency. Indeed, it was in the morning when various media outlets fervently reported on Stark Industries' newly launched Jericho missile. Undoubtedly, this death missile has come into existence. Thus, the day when Tony Stark is kidnapped by the Ten Rings and ultimately undergoes a profound transformation into Iron Man cannot be far off. At that juncture, the era of Marvel's superheroes will officially commence, and the Earth will face an array of invasions from extraterrestrial beings, mechanical armies, dimensional deities, and interdimensional robots. For an ordinary person, the only recourse would be to serve as cannon fodder, with no other options available. By then, one might not even know how they met their demise. Therefore, Rosia's sole glimmer of hope lies in the novice task assigned by the system. Indeed, Rosia is not originally from this world, but rather a time traveler from the Blue Star. In his previous life, he actually led a relatively comfortable existence. Upon graduating from university, he did not struggle like many of his peers during the most challenging employment season in history, competing fiercely with millions in the ruthless job market. Instead, Rosia returned home immediately after graduation to inherit his father's eyeglass shop. While it may not have generated substantial wealth, it was certainly more favorable than the average office worker's plight. Moreover, just 6 months post-graduation, he successfully found a remarkable girlfriend, and they had already made plans to get engaged by the end of the year. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction, but who would have anticipated that during the Qixi festival, Rosia would suffer from food poisoning and meet his untimely demise. Upon opening his eyes once more, Rosia found himself reborn within the Marvel Universe, having also bound himself to a system known as the Devil Fruit Supplier. As long as he successfully sells devil fruits and meets specified sales targets, he will receive corresponding rewards. The novice task assigned to Rosia by the system is to successfully sell a single devil fruit. It appears straightforward, yet Rosia has been unable to make a sale for an entire month. This endeavor has proven to be more challenging than anticipated. After all, a rational individual would certainly not purchase a devil fruit. It is more likely that only those with a few screws loose would consider it. Rosia could not help but indulge in self-deprecating thoughts. Chapter 002, A New Guest, Deadpool. Following the arrival of the blonde girl, a dozen more individuals trickled into Rasha's shop. To be frank, the foot traffic was not entirely disappointing. However, as was customary, the moment patrons laid eyes on the esteemed devil fruits, their interest waned. Before long, afternoon had arrived, and Rasha, witnessing yet another fruitless day, found himself having sold not a single devil fruit. A sense of helplessness washed over him, and the vitality he once exuded in the morning had dissipated. He slumped at the counter, idly scrolling through his phone, resigned to his fate. Hello. Accompanied by a rather flamboyant voice, Rasha noticed a man clad in a mask standing at the entrance of his shop. What was happening? A flicker of concern raced through Rasha's mind. Could it be a robber? After all, in this land of freedom, instances of $0 shopping were not uncommon, with even convenience stores falling victim. Yet, encountering someone attempting to $0 shop in a fruit store was a first for Rasha. Do not be alarmed. I am not one of those lowly thieves. In fact, I despise such unskilled individuals. The masked man gestured dismissively, sensing Rasha's misunderstanding. I wear this mask because I just participated in a carnival. I am cosplaying as a deranged killer. See, I am unarmed. Rasha glanced and indeed confirmed the man was empty-handed, which alleviated his fears. Nonetheless, he remained skeptical of the masked man's explanation. Even if he had attended a carnival, there seemed to be no reason to keep the mask on now that the festivities had concluded. Strangely, the man's voice struck a chord of familiarity within Rasha, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, given that he had only been reborn in this world for a little over a month, he had not formed many acquaintances. Moreover, this voice did not resemble that of anyone he knew. The masked man had no intention of removing his mask. Instead, he strode directly into the shop. Actually, I happened to pass by and was intrigued by your peculiar store. Is this what the devil fruits truly are, these colorful objects? Could he possibly be insane? Did he genuinely intend to remain masked throughout? Rasha mused inwardly. Yet, if he were indeed mentally unstable, that might bode well for Rasha, as the likelihood of a lunatic purchasing a devil fruit could be higher. Indeed, sir, these are the devil fruits sold in this establishment. They are truly remarkable fruits. Rasha replied. Really? I initially thought they were mere decorations or toys for children. The masked man's tone conveyed disbelief. No, sir, these are fruits meant for consumption, each possessing extraordinary powers that grant the eater remarkable abilities. Rasha elaborated, his heart racing with anticipation. This was a crucial juncture. Thus far, the majority of customers had turned on their heels and departed. Remarkable abilities? Like those individuals in Battle Cops? The masked man did not retreat. Rather, a look of keen interest spread across his features, prompting Rasha to feel a surge of hope. It seemed, indeed, that the unconventional minds were more reliable. Precisely, sir. Rasha pointed to one of the fruits, the slippery fruit. Take this fruit, for instance, called the slippery fruit. You might wonder why it bears such a name. Yes, indeed. Why is it called the slippery fruit? Because when bitten, it feels as smooth as if coated in lubricant. The masked man suggested with a vivid analogy. Consuming this fruit renders one's skin extraordinarily smooth, 100 times more so than that of a newborn. Rasha continued, choosing to ignore the man's interjection. Does it truly allow any skin to become smooth? The masked man's interest only intensified, unlike others who had been dissuaded. Of course, our fruits are genuine and fair. I swear on my honor, should the effects prove unsatisfactory, may I be subjected to the whims of 100 hefty individuals, Rasha declared dramatically. The masked man shuddered involuntarily. Such a severe oath, even with a visage like mine? Suddenly, the masked man removed his mask, revealing a visage that was pitted and ghastly. Good heavens! Rasha recoiled, eyes wide in disbelief. Wade Wilson, Deadpool. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unhinged masked man would turn out to be Deadpool himself. However, considering Deadpool's appearance, it was plausible he might indeed require the slippery fruit. And what do you think of my face? Deadpool asked, seemingly unfazed by Rasha's shock. Sir, is your face not reminiscent of one that has been run over by a train? Rasha retorted, maintaining an exaggerated expression of astonishment. After being trampled by 100 wild horses and then scrubbed with sand during a bath, it would likely resemble this, Deadpool quipped, showing no mercy in his self-deprecation. So, what do you think? Can my face be improved? Indeed, as I mentioned, any skin can become smooth. Rasha asserted confidently, with just one bite. I guarantee you will attain flawless skin. Your transformation begins now. Isn't that a tad far-fetched? You truly expect me to believe in the existence of such miraculous fruits? Deadpool finally raised a skeptical eyebrow. Rasha promptly produced a small sample of the slippery fruit. If you doubt, you may taste it. Your skin will instantly regain its smoothness. Are you trying to poison me? Deadpool eyed the sample warily. Sir, do you jest? Why would I do such a thing? Besides, I have surveillance cameras, should you perish. I too would face the consequences. Rasha pointed to the camera on the wall. No worries. Even if it were poisonous, it couldn't kill me. And you would not face prison because I would simply eliminate you, Deadpool declared, snatching the sample from Rasha's hand and biting into it. Chapter 003, Reducing Friction to Zero. Uffed. Just as he took a bite, Deadpool could not contain himself and spat it out. What the hell? How could this be so vile? It tastes like a mixture of excrement and garbage, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his outrage. He could swear he had never tasted anything so horrendous in his life. Yet, paradoxically, this only served to bolster Deadpool's belief. After all, if someone were attempting to deceive with these devil fruits, how could they concoct something so revolting? Sir, there is a saying in Huaxia you may not have heard. Honest words are often unpalatable, and good medicine is bitter to the tongue, Rasha stated earnestly. Pardon? What did you just say? This flavor is so overwhelming. I couldn't hear you through the gagging. Deadpool replied, looking up with an innocent expression. Rasha sighed. Never mind. We can discuss it later, Deadpool waved dismissively. With a pinch of his nose, he stuffed the last remaining morsel of fruit flesh into his mouth, chewing vigorously before swallowing it whole. Am I truly insane for believing your absurd claims? What is happening? Why do I feel a chill coursing through me? Deadpool immediately regretted swallowing it, thinking he had acted impulsively. How could such a miraculous fruit exist in this world? However, before he could finish his thoughts, he felt a mysterious force acting upon his skin. Astonished, he reached up to touch his face, only to discover that the pockmarks on his skin were rapidly diminishing in size and weight. In no time at all, they vanished completely. The sensation was akin to touching something remarkably smooth. No way, Deadpool exclaimed in disbelief, ripping off his mask to reveal a rejuvenated visage before Rasha. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved his cell phone, switching the camera to the front-facing mode and placing it before him. Good heavens! Deadpool let out a loud cry, nearly dropping his phone in shock. He could hardly believe his eyes. His once ravaged face had truly healed. It was a miracle. How could this be possible? My face has just returned to normal? Deadpool was still trying to process what had just transpired. Sir, as you can see, your skin has become remarkably smooth. I did not deceive you, did I? Rasha remarked with a smile directed at Deadpool. Once a customer samples the product, the likelihood of a sale becomes exceedingly high, especially for someone like Deadpool, who harbored significant flaws. The devil fruit offered by Russia could perfectly rectify those deficiencies, further enhancing the probability of a transaction. This is not merely smooth. Even the skin of the goddess I fantasize about while sleeping could not compare. Buddy, even women would be envious of my skin. Deadpool exclaimed, nearly jumping in excitement. Sir, it seems you are quite satisfied with the devil fruit from my shop, am I right? Russia asked timely. Satisfied? Buddy, that word fails to encapsulate my emotions. I am overwhelmed, exhilarated, and in disbelief. Observing the intense fervor in Deadpool's eyes, Russia was convinced that his words were genuine. The satisfaction of customers is my greatest motivation. Sir, what you just consumed was merely a sample, and its effects last only 5 minutes. However, fret not. For if you purchase this smooth fruit, you will be able to maintain this enviable visage indefinitely. As Russia gauged the opportune moment, he began to market the product to Deadpool. Now Deadpool finally understood why such an extraordinary fruit was so carelessly offered for consumption. It was merely a 5-minute trial card, nothing more. But then again, who would casually let someone sample something so miraculous? A cunning merchant, you know I would be compelled to buy it after that enticing taste. Right? You sly dealer, but I like it. I'll take this fruit. Deadpool declared with a grand flourish, addressing Russia with bravado. During the shop's opening, all fruits are offered at a 30% discount. The original price for the smooth fruit is $500,000, but after the discount, it is only $350,000. Quite impressive. Even this miraculous fruit has a discount? Wait, did you say the price? Deadpool's smile froze in disbelief, and he questioned whether he had misheard. $500,000 for a single piece of fruit. That is utterly outrageous. His voice elevated several octaves in astonishment. Sir, to reiterate, if you purchase now, it will only cost you $350,000. And let us be honest, do you truly believe that price is steep? To put it bluntly, even if your face were worth $3,500,000, it wouldn't be healed, Russia confidently stated. Moreover, enhancing your skin is merely a supplementary effect of the smooth fruit. Its true purpose is to render your skin flawlessly smooth. Why do I emphasize the word smooth? Is there a difference? Deadpool pondered, momentarily taken aback. Smoothness is synonymous with beauty, is it not? Not at all, sir. Otherwise, why wouldn't this fruit be called a beautifying fruit instead of a smooth fruit? It can reduce the friction of the skin to zero, achieving genuine smoothness. Do you grasp the concept of zero friction? I believe it requires no further explanation. If someone were to punch you, their fist would simply bounce off. Russia continued to elucidate the marvels of the smooth fruit. Zero friction? That sounds too absurd. You're not deceiving me, are you? But you can't fool me. Slap. Deadpool, at this point, unexpectedly slapped his own face. Truly, as expected of the infamous Deadpool, his antics were always unpredictable. It genuinely deflected. The impact felt as if he had struck an ice block. Deadpool exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, given Deadpool's remarkably exaggerated and aberrant regenerative abilities, the notion of rebound attacks seemed unnecessary. However, the crux of the matter remained. Even if Deadpool could regenerate, the pain was still pain. Sir, you might want to remove your shoes and give it a try. As long as there is even the slightest incline, you can glide as if on ice, Russia suggested. No sooner had he finished speaking than Deadpool eagerly discarded his shoes. Indeed, his entire body began to slide swiftly to one side. After all, a perfectly level surface does not exist. This is incredibly cool, beyond imagination. Deadpool exclaimed in excitement. Chapter 004, 70,000 for a piece of fruit. While Deadpool reveled in his exploits within Russia's shop, the 5 minutes had elapsed. His once impeccably smooth feet reverted to their original state, the zero-friction condition dissipating. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Had it not been for Deadpool's nimble agility, he would have certainly toppled over. Yet that was secondary. The more pressing issue was that Deadpool's skin began to transform rapidly. The skin that once evoked envy from women faded in an instant, and his pockmarked face reappeared. Were it not for the brief taste of normalcy, how could Deadpool endure this? No, don't change back, please. Deadpool cried, clutching his face. Do you still consider $350,000 too steep? Russia's voice rang out, calm and collected, as he watched Deadpool with an unwavering gaze. Russia was determined to see if, after experiencing the wonders of the smooth fruit firsthand, Deadpool could resist the temptation. Deadpool fell silent. In comparison to the extraordinary effects of the smooth fruit, the mere $35,000 was indeed a trifling sum. In fact, it was so reasonably priced that it was almost a steal. Deadpool believed that if the smooth fruit were to hit the market, it would command several $1,000,000. Drawing a frenzy of buyers. This seller is genuinely honest. All right, $35,000 it is. Damn, that's all my savings from 2 years of hard work. Deadpool lamented. reluctantly producing a bank card. Since eliminating his arch-nemesis Ajax and reuniting with Vanessa, Deadpool had returned to his old profession as a mercenary. Although this eccentric character had often eliminated his employers along with their targets, his commissions were substantial. After 2 years, he could indeed afford $35,000. With swift efficiency, he swiped his card, and Rashia retrieved the smooth fruit from the display case, placing it into Deadpool's hands. Upon receiving the fruit, Deadpool eagerly sank his teeth into it, only to be met with an overwhelmingly unpleasant taste that contorted his face in distress. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and resolutely swallowed, devouring the entire fruit as if he were a famished wretch reborn. Good grief, this fruit is utterly revolting. I would never wish to endure such a flavor again in my lifetime, he lamented, forcing down the final morsel with great effort. Well, Layla, who stood nearby, hesitated to speak. What's the matter? Nothing. Layla quickly shook her head. Had she revealed that just one bite of the fruit sufficed? Would Deadpool have been furious enough to strike her? However, Layla was genuinely astonished that Deadpool had consumed the entire devil fruit with such fervor, akin to a dog pouncing on its meal. She stood agape, and by the time she regained her composure, Deadpool had already finished his feast. One could only commend Deadpool. His prowess in battle was undeniable. During this time of silent admiration, Deadpool's skin rapidly reverted to its normal state once more. I'm back. I've transformed again, he exclaimed joyfully, nearly bursting into a dance. Congratulations, sir. You possess the kind of looks that inspire envy in women and jealousy in men. From this day forward, you shall be the most dashing figure on the streets. Layla chimed in, celebrating alongside him. Indeed, I am truly handsome now. Goodness, I might just fall in love with myself, Deadpool said, using his phone as a mirror, admiring his reflection with unabashed vanity. Fortunately, Layla's shop was devoid of other patrons, and given her familiarity with Deadpool's eccentric personality, she knew he would otherwise be perceived as quite mad. Shopkeeper, do you have any more devil fruits? Please tell me about them. I intend to save up and purchase another one soon. After putting away his phone, Deadpool's eyes gleamed with eagerness as he spoke to Layla. He was already itching to consume another devil fruit. Although the taste was indeed unforgettable, it paled in comparison to the extraordinary abilities the fruit bestowed upon him. I'm afraid, sir, that typically one can only consume a single devil fruit, or else one would risk a catastrophic demise, Layla explained with a grave expression. She understood Deadpool's fervent desire for more fruit, yet the harsh reality did not allow for such indulgence. Exploding into pieces? How terrifying! Deadpool exclaimed dramatically, then inquired, so, under normal circumstances, there must exist a means to consume multiple devil fruits, right? Indeed, sir. If one ingests the dark fruit, one can safely consume multiple devil fruits simultaneously. That dark fruit must be exceedingly expensive, then? Deadpool speculated. Quite so, sir. A single dark fruit fetches a price of $1 billion. $1 billion. Deadpool gasped, incredulous. $1 billion for a mere fruit. Can you believe it? That's an amount so vast, even selling myself wouldn't suffice to afford it. He added, and furthermore, the dark fruit is currently out of stock. Layla continued to clarify for Deadpool. The devil fruits available now are relatively low tier. The more formidable ones, such as the Quake fruit, Thunder fruit, and Light fruit, have yet to be unlocked, pending the completion of certain sales tasks. Therefore, even if one has the funds, they remain unattainable. How unfortunate, Deadpool remarked, a touch of disappointment in his tone. But it seems there's no other option. By the way, sir, I have established a group for those who possess devil fruit abilities to facilitate communication among future users. Would you be interested in joining? Layla suddenly remembered and inquired about Deadpool's interest. After a brief moment of hesitation, Deadpool agreed, of course. That sounds like a rather intriguing endeavor. They proceeded to exchange contact information, and Layla added Deadpool to the group she had created. Devil Fruit Society? Is it just the two of us? Deadpool checked the social app, astonished. Did this imply he was the very first customer to purchase a devil fruit? A sudden feeling of being swindled washed over him. Though it's just us now, I firmly believe more will join in the future, Layla confidently assured him. She also hoped that Wade would refer more clients to her. During their recent exchange of contact information, they had mutually shared their names, so addressing Deadpool as Wade felt entirely appropriate. That might be a bit of a challenge. Your fruits are simply too expensive. The people I know cannot afford such prices. Deadpool shrugged. He then waved goodbye to Layla and departed. Chapter 005. Lottery, Reward, Light Fruit. Phew. At last, a devil fruit has been sold. The novice task has been completed. Gazing at Deadpool's receding figure, Layla could hardly contain her excitement and eagerly entered the system interface. What kind of reward would the system present this time? System, conclude the novice task. With immense anticipation, Layla mentally commanded the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully sold a devil fruit, completing the novice task. An electronic synthesized voice resonated in her mind. The host may choose to draw a lottery once or receive 500 source points. How would the host like to proceed? System, what are source points used for? Layla suppressed her urge to immediately draw a lottery and inquired about the source points. What if they're actually quite valuable? In response to the host, source points can be utilized to accelerate the development of the fruits. For instance, with the slippery fruit just sold, it requires 100 source points to develop it to the level of a template character. Template character? Layla raised an eyebrow in curiosity. This system references corresponding characters within the world of One Piece as template models. Now Layla understood completely. Source points were indeed a valuable asset. The same fruit could yield vastly different results in different hands, heavily dependent on the degree of development. With source points, even a lack of innate talent would not be a significant concern. However, given her current situation, Layla clearly did not require source points, as she needed to possess a devil fruit first. I choose the lottery, Layla decisively declared. The host has one lottery chance. Would you like to proceed with the draw? What is there to hesitate over? Lottery. Layla responded without a second thought, drawing for rewards. As the system issued this notification, a series of phrases began to flash before Layla's eyes. / fruit, boom boom fruit, scythe fruit, bubble fruit, shadow fruit, quake fruit. It turned out the system's reward was indeed a particular devil fruit. Layla felt both excited and somewhat anxious. While there is a saying in the world of One Piece that there are no useless fruits, only incompetent users, the inherent strength of the fruits can vary significantly. Layla was genuinely apprehensive about drawing a common Zoan-type fruit. That would indeed be rather disappointing. Lottery complete. After the phrases flickered for a moment, the system interface suddenly presented the following notification. As those rapidly flashing words settled upon one of them, Rashia cast a fleeting glance and immediately felt his heart race uncontrollably. The glinting fruit. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a glinting fruit. With this series of notifications from the system, a golden-hued fruit adorned with intricate patterns materialized before Rashia. Undoubtedly, it was the glinting fruit. Esteemed even among the natural fruits, it ranked among the top 3, a tremendous windfall indeed. Gazing at the glinting fruit, Rashia trembled with excitement. Contemplating the formidable strength of Admiral Kizaru and those dazzling techniques, he found it impossible to maintain his composure. Yet, he pondered whether Kizaru's peculiar demeanor was a result of consuming the glinting fruit. In high spirits, Rashia made a light-hearted remark before promptly seizing the glinting fruit and taking a hearty bite. Goodness, it was utterly revolting, truly horrendous. Even with prior knowledge of the unpalatable nature of devil fruits, Rashia had not anticipated such a wretched taste. The flavor was simply overwhelming. Despite his mental preparations, he nearly retched. Reflecting on how Deadpool could consume an entire slippery fruit, Rashia couldn't help but admire him. Truly a warrior. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to swallow the unpalatable pulp, and in an instant, he felt an inexplicable transformation occur within him. He became light. Rashia could perceive this with unparalleled clarity. Was this the sensation of the glinting fruit? His face radiated wonder. It was an experience unlike any other. Gradually, he lifted his right hand, extending his index finger. With a mere thought, a brilliant golden light flickered at its tip. Another mental command, and whoosh, a beam of golden light shot forth, creating a crater in the roadway outside. What was happening? What transpired? A few passers-by sensed something amiss and curiously investigated. Alas, the speed of light was simply too swift. A photon darting past was beyond the grasp of ordinary eyes. They merely perceived a fleeting shimmer, nothing more. With another mental command, Rashia transformed into a radiant figure, shimmering with golden light, entering a state of elementalization. In this form, all physical attacks felt as though they belonged to an entirely different dimension, inflicting no harm upon him whatsoever. As for energy attacks, one would have to consider the matter of elemental countering. Only another type of energy capable of subduing photons could potentially harm Rashia. Of course, magical forces and infinity stones were temporarily excluded from consideration. But what era was it in the Marvel Universe? Iron Man had yet to be born. Practically no one could inflict harm upon Rashia. Regrettably, however, Rashia had only just consumed the glinting fruit and had yet to undergo training or development. His power remained at a very rudimentary stage. The abilities at his disposal were limited to firing photon bullets and elementalization. The dazzling techniques of Kizaru, such as the Pika Pika sword, the 8-foot mirror, and the 8-shaku jewel, were still a long way off for Rashia. Next stage task unlocked. Sell 5 devil fruits. Stage task reward. 1 lottery chance, or 1,000 origin points. At this moment, the system's notification echoed once more in Rashia's mind. 5 devil fruits. A long and arduous journey lay ahead. Reflecting on how challenging it was to sell even a single devil fruit, Rashia couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 006. New Strategies. Hello, sir. What exactly are these devil fruits? Huh. Can these things be eaten? Don't joke around. After Deadpool's departure, a few more customers entered Rashia's shop. As always, they regarded him as a madman. In the past, Rashia had no effective means to explain himself. Even suggesting a taste test would have been futile, as they would have thought him to be up to no good. However, now it was no longer a hassle, as a clever idea struck Rashia. Miss, I'm not joking, Rashia said, looking at a youthful, vibrant girl who resembled a university student, flashing her a mysterious smile. Watch closely, and do not blink. What are you doing? The girl was utterly perplexed by Rashia's actions, failing to comprehend his intentions. Buzz. In the next moment, dazzling golden light erupted from Rashia's fingertip. Oh, how marvelous. Your finger is glowing. How is this possible? Is this magic? Are you a magician, shopkeeper? Truly astonishing. The girl exclaimed, covering her mouth in awe, as if witnessing something extraordinary. This is not magic, miss. You may examine my hand to see if there are any props, Rashia replied. Magic is merely an illusion, achieved through special tools for visual deception, but I am not performing tricks. Rashia extinguished the light and extended his hand toward the girl. She grasped his hand, examining it closely, yet indeed found nothing amiss. Her prior dismissive attitude toward Rashia gradually shifted. Is this the superpower granted by the devil fruit you mentioned? The girl inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, this is the power I obtained after consuming the glinting fruit, Rashia smiled. Really? You've seen it for yourself, Haven to you? Naturally. The girl was not so easily convinced, but her defenses began to lower, no longer filled with resistance and skepticism. This was a positive development. She even inquired about other devil fruits. Compared to before, this was a substantial advancement. However, upon hearing that a single devil fruit could cost hundreds of thousands to even millions of dollars, she was utterly taken aback. Sir, this is outright robbery. I have never heard of such an outrageous thing, she declared, leaving in indignation. Though no sale was made, Rashia remained in high spirits. If not for the girl's financial constraints, he was confident he could have sold at least 1 fruit. Excellent. Remarkably effective. By actively demonstrating his wondrous abilities, he captured the customer's attention, transforming their passive reception of information into active curiosity. This method proved to be highly effective. Moving forward, he resolved to adopt this approach. Yet, it seemed he must delve deeper into the realm of marketing knowledge. At the very least, he needed the discernment to identify which customers had financial capability to spend. Rashia was no mere entertainer, and the glinting fruit was not a magic show. He need not waste excessive effort on those lacking purchasing potential. Should he consider creating short videos to upload on YouTube? Rashia pondered this next question. He firmly believed that videos showcasing the glinting fruit would be quite intriguing. While there was no guarantee of instant popularity, surely some would take notice, wouldn't they? Surely, one can always attract a certain flow of patrons, can't they? However, after a moment's contemplation, Rashia dismissed this notion, for this is a world wherein the S-H-I-E-L-D exists. S-H-I-E-L-D is an organization dedicated to addressing supernatural events, and should they take an interest in him, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Of course, not every video would necessarily capture S-H-I-E-L-D's attention, yet it is better to err on the side of caution. Rashia was not inclined to take such risks. He felt his current abilities were still rather insufficient, lacking the confidence to engage with S-H-I-E-L-D in a high-profile manner. Besides, the foot traffic in his establishment was reasonably decent, with about 20 to 30 customers visiting naturally each day. Rashia found it hard to believe that 5 devil fruits would go unsold. For now, it was best to maintain the status quo. Meanwhile, at Deadpool's residence, Vanessa stared incredulously at the man before her, whose skin was in far better condition than her own. Wait, is that really you? No, you cannot possibly be Wade, she exclaimed, unable to reconcile the sight of this handsome figure with the visage of Wade, whose moon-like face had previously been enough to frighten even small children. Yet he bore an uncanny resemblance to the Wade she once knew. My dear, it is indeed I. I know this sounds utterly insane, but I have been healed. My skin has improved beyond belief, better than anyone else in the world, Wade proclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he rapidly conveyed the details of the extraordinary events that had transpired. Yet, Vanessa remained skeptical until Wade recounted some deeply private matters known only to the two of them, which left her astounded and forced her to accept the undeniable truth. The man before her was indeed Wade. Wade, what on earth happened? Why is your face suddenly restored? Vanessa's eyes widened, her mind struggling to comprehend this miraculous transformation. Just that morning, Wade had still borne his disfigured appearance, and now, in the afternoon, he looked revitalized. My dear, I too believed it to be impossible until today, which turned out to be my lucky day. I stumbled upon a shop on 7th Street selling devil fruits and decided to take a look, Wade recounted, sharing the astonishing tale. Devil fruits? Wait, is there really such a miraculous fruit in this world? Vanessa gasped in awe, marveling at the notion. Had she not seen Wade's face rejuvenated before her very eyes? She would never have believed it. Regardless, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence. While Vanessa had never minded Wade's previous appearance, she certainly welcomed the return of his handsome visage. Without hesitation, Vanessa suggested that such joyous news warranted a celebration. However, just then, a knock echoed from the door. Who could possibly be interrupting at this moment? Wade grumbled, a displeased expression crossing his face. Come on, Wade, we rarely have visitors. Vanessa replied with a smile, rising from the couch to open the door. There stood a tall, well-dressed Asian woman, exuding an air of sophistication that clearly marked her as a member of the upper crust, a stark contrast to Vanessa and Wade's own social standing. Dr. Zhao? Vanessa inquired, a hint of surprise evident as her brow furrowed. I apologize, but I thought we had made ourselves clear. We will not agree to this. Miss Vanessa, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion, but I believe there may have been a misunderstanding during our last conversation. Could you grant me a moment of your time? I assure you, if you truly understood what the regeneration cradle is, you would not refuse. This is Mr. Wade's only opportunity, Dr. Zhao earnestly implored. The technology behind the regeneration cradle had matured and evolved, successfully passing clinical trials on animals and now entering the human trial phase. For Dr. Zhao, Wade, with his disfigurement, represented a particularly significant clinical case. Since their chance encounter 3 months prior, Dr. Zhao had been intrigued by the possibility. Though Wade had vehemently declined to be anyone's guinea pig at that time. Yet, she had returned, undeterred by his previous refusal. Dr. Zhao, I truly apologize for making you come here again. Do you know why? Wade interjected, suddenly appearing at the door. Because I am simply too handsome now. Ignoring Wade's characteristic cheekiness, Dr. Zhao's attention was immediately drawn to his now flawless visage, her eyes widening in disbelief. Mr. Wade? She gasped, unable to reconcile this striking figure with her memories of his former self. My dear, look at her. She resembles you so closely. I revel in witnessing the shock on others' faces. Wade chuckled, throwing an arm around Vanessa. I apologize, Mr. Wade. I became a bit overtaken by my emotions, Dr. Zhao gradually regained her composure, recognizing that the man before her was indeed Wade. Despite his previous disfigurement, the contours of his face revealed an unmistakable familiarity, and his unmistakably annoying personality confirmed it. This man was Wade, though she could only wonder how his face had been restored. Understandable, considering even the woman sleeping beside me reacted similarly. Wade waved dismissively, then turned to Dr. Zhao. So, you may take your leave now. Wait, Mr. Wade, please. Dr. Zhao urgently interjected, blocking the door, her expression a mix of excitement and urgency. Do you realize that what has happened to you can only be described as a miracle? This is beyond the capabilities of contemporary medicine. I know this may be presumptuous, but could you divulge where you restored your face? I can think of no other technology besides the regeneration cradle that could achieve such a feat. Oh, I nearly forgot. The shopkeeper asked me to refer customers. Wade suddenly recalled, mumbling to himself before turning to Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao, have you ever heard of devil fruits? Devil fruits? Dr. Zhao responded, utterly bewildered. What on earth is that? The following day, the shop remained devoid of customers. Bored, Rasha decided to pass the time by playing a couple of rounds of a mobile game. However, the international version featured numerous alterations to the character models and skills, rendering the experience rather disconcerting. Suddenly, a message from Deadpool blared in the group chat. Finding the current game unengaging, Rasha exited and replied, What is it, Wade? Shopkeeper. I have an incredibly reliable customer to introduce to you. And let me tell you, she's a beauty, long legs, toned arms, and she seems to be from the States. I believe she will certainly align with your aesthetic. The young lady spoke with a soft voice, melodious and enchanting, and she appeared to be quite affluent. It seemed she was acquainted with Tony Stark, a formidable scientist indeed. Manager, you must seize this opportunity, thought Rasha, wearing a bittersweet smile as he observed the incessant flow of messages in the group chat. Are you introducing me to a client or a romantic interest? Nevertheless, Rasha felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the individual Deadpool had mentioned. If Deadpool was not exaggerating, this lady was indeed an extraordinary person. Just the mere fact that she knew Tony Stark spoke volumes. So, Wade, who exactly have you introduced me to? Rasha inquired, his interest piqued. Her name is Helen Zhao. I assure you, I'm not misleading you. She is quite wealthy. Spending hundreds of thousands on a mere fruit is as trivial as drinking water. I mentioned the devil fruit to her, and she expressed great interest. Manager, if this deal goes through, you owe me a personal favor. Next time I purchase a devil fruit, I expect a discount. Helen Zhao? Rasha instantly recognized who she was. Deadpool had indeed spoken the truth. This lady was undeniably affluent. He began to feel a sense of anticipation. However, how did that rascal Deadpool come to know someone like Helen Zhao? Their social circles seemed vastly different. Rasha's curiosity led him to inquire further about Deadpool's connection with her. Deadpool recounted their acquaintance to Rasha in broad strokes. Devil fruit. This must be the place. Amidst the casual banter in the group chat, a voice emerged. Simultaneously, a stunningly beautiful woman with delicate features materialized within Rasha's line of sight. Helen Zhao. Rasha recognized her immediately. Helen Zhao has arrived. Let us engage. Rasha quickly responded to Deadpool, then approached her with a warm smile. Greetings, ma'am, welcome. Rasha greeted her with a professional smile. Hello, manager. Helen Zhao replied politely, her gaze subtly scanning the interior of Rasha's establishment. She was soon captivated by the vibrant array of fruits displayed in the showcase. Ma'am, I know what you're about to ask. Indeed, these are the devil fruits. Rasha preemptively offered, not waiting for Helen to voice her inquiries. A look of astonishment spread across Helen's face. She turned to Rasha with a hint of skepticism, as if to say, are you certain you're not jesting? Can these truly be consumed? However, her refined upbringing restrained her from vocalizing her doubts. By the way, manager, do you know Wade Wilson? Helen pondered for a moment, then fixed her gaze on Rasha earnestly. Wait, of course. He just purchased a smooth fruit from me yesterday. Rasha smiled at her. You must be Dr. Helen Zhao. Wade mentioned you might come by. Although Rasha had already recognized her, he pretended to just now deduce her identity. Yes, manager, I am Helen Zhao. I came to investigate the incredible events that transpired with Mr. Wade. She nodded, candidly admitting, I hope my uninvited visit is not bothersome. Dr. Zhao, you're too kind. We welcome guests here. There is no such thing as intrusion. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will answer openly. Rasha replied graciously. Manager, is it true that Mr. Wade healed his face because he consumed a devil fruit from here? Helen's voice still carried a strong undertone of skepticism. Absolutely, Rasha shrugged. I believe Wade has already shared this with you. However, manager, if I may speak candidly, it is evidently against scientific principles for a single fruit to contain such miraculous powers. Precisely, Dr. Zhao, for the very essence of scientific principles exists to be challenged. Rasha confidently asserted. So, is this your final answer? Helen expressed a hint of disappointment, feeling a slight regret for being swayed by Wade's words. Such extraordinary fruits could not possibly exist. Wade must have encountered some other fortune. Dr. Zhao, Wade mentioned you are a scientist, which may lead to a certain bias in your understanding of the world, Rasha continued, seemingly oblivious to Helen's expression. Is that so? For instance? Helen raised an eyebrow, barely suppressing a scoff. She had created groundbreaking inventions like the regeneration cradle. How could a young man claim she had misconceptions about the world? For instance this? Rasha replied, extending a finger that shimmered with golden light. Helen's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. May I examine your hand? Of course. Feel free to take a look, Rasha offered, extending his hand towards her. Helen scrutinized his hand closely, her brows slightly furrowing as her preliminary examination revealed no abnormalities. There were no implants, and his hand was not a prosthetic. Nothing on the market could so convincingly mimic a real hand. Dr. Zhao, I understand that in a scientist's view, the world is materialistic, but one cannot deny that there exist phenomena in this world that defy scientific explanation. The devil fruits are among them. Sensing that Helen was visibly shaken, Rasha added fuel to the fire. At present, I have yet to uncover any evidence. But I am confident that if I were in my laboratory, I could analyze something substantial. Helen, though stubborn and self-assured, exhibited the common traits of a scientist. Is that so, Dr. Zhao? Rasha smiled. Indeed, scientists could be quite challenging, but it was no issue. Then, please keep your eyes wide open. As he spoke, Rasha spread his left hand flat before Helen. Then with his right index finger, he pierced through his left palm. Indeed, he had pierced through it. His right index finger had completely transgressed his left palm. Helen's expression changed drastically, shock coursing through her as this sight was utterly horrifying to her. Once Rasha withdrew his finger from his palm, Helen immediately began to examine both of his hands with urgency. In that moment, she was utterly bewildered, her previous confidence evaporating. The astonishing scene before her transcended her comprehension, something she could not grasp. So Wade was telling the truth. These devil fruits truly exist? Helen stood in stunned silence, struggling to accept and understand the reality. Indeed, Dr. Zhao, the evidence lies before you, does it not? It was now Rasha's turn to wear a confident smile. Manager, please enlighten me about these devil fruits. After a moment of contemplation, Helen addressed Rasha, her gaze drawn first to a pink fruit. She wondered what kind of fruit this was. Indeed, pink seemed to be a favorite among girls. Even this high-achieving, aloof goddess was not an exception. Roxia silently cursed in his heart before addressing Zhao Hailuan, remarking on the exceptional nature of the fruit before them. This particular fruit, known as the float fruit or the kilo fruit, grants the consumer the remarkable ability to alter their own weight. Is that true? Zhao Hailuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So, this fruit can be used for weight loss? Roxia was utterly speechless, bemused by Zhao Hailuan's astonishingly imaginative leap. Dr. Zhao, if weight loss is all you think this fruit can offer, you are vastly underestimating the powers of the devil fruits. Can it truly reduce a person's weight to a mere kilogram? He responded with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. A kilogram? Zhao Hailuan's brow furrowed deeply in confusion. Are you implying that this fruit can reduce a person to a weight of only 1 kilogram? Indeed, the float fruit allows the consumer to freely adjust their weight between 1 kilogram and 10,000 kilograms. How could such a thing be possible? Zhao Hailuan was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 009. The experience of weighing 1 kilogram. Dr. Zhao, please refrain from attempting to comprehend devil fruits through a scientific lens. Roxia chuckled at Zhao Hailuan's perplexed expression. As I mentioned, devil fruits elude scientific explanation. But this sounds too incredible to be true, she stammered, struggling to shift her perspective. Dr. Zhao, we have samples available for tasting. You can experience it for yourself. Roxia suggested. Tasting is an option? Zhao Hailuan was taken aback. She had assumed such a sophisticated item would not offer such a service. Of course, Roxia replied with a smile, presenting her with a sample of the float fruit. Zhao Hailuan gazed at the small piece of pink fruit, her mind racing. This is safe to eat, right? Yet, recalling the astonishing events that had transpired with Roxia, she felt a flicker of doubt. Perhaps she truly needed to alter her approach to understanding this phenomenon. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Hailuan resolved to take the plunge and grasp the sample from Roxia's hand. Doctor, a friendly warning. The taste of the devil fruit is rather unpleasant. In fact, it's quite awful, so prepare yourself, Roxia cautioned just as she was about to place the sample in her mouth. Thank you for the heads up. But taste is inconsequential to me, Zhao Hailuan replied nonchalantly, taking a decisive bite. Then ugh, Zhao Hailuan's features contorted in revulsion, nearly causing her to spit it out. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Was that supposed to be unpleasant? This is downright lethal, she thought. Awful is within the bounds of human taste tolerance, right? Yet, Zhao Hailuan, being no ordinary individual, summoned her remarkable willpower and swallowed the sample. Gulp. Upon consuming the fruit, astonishment washed over her face as she felt an immediate change within her body. Though the mechanics eluded her, she realized she could perceive her own weight. Furthermore, she found she could control it. It was as if an intangible switch had been placed in her hands, allowing her to manipulate her weight with ease. This feeling Zhao Hailuan's eyes widened, her expression one of utter disbelief. Dr. Zhao, I trust you are experiencing it now? Roxia couldn't contain his laughter, then added. Please hold on a moment. With that, Roxia produced an umbrella and handed it to Zhao Hailuan. Doctor, you might want to try reducing your weight to 1 kilogram. Zhao Hailuan accepted the umbrella, momentarily perplexed by Roxia's intent. However, her high intellect quickly led her to the realization that the buoyancy of the umbrella could indeed lift a 1 kilogram object. Of course, that would only be effective at a height. Yet even at lower altitudes, the effect would be apparent. With eager anticipation, Zhao Hailuan unfurled the umbrella and attempted to control her weight. However, as she had only just consumed the fruit, her ability felt clumsy. After 5 arduous minutes, she finally managed to reduce her weight to 1 kilogram. At that moment, she gently leaped, and to her astonishment, she soared towards the ceiling as if gravity had ceased to exist. Not only that, but she also descended slowly, buoyed by the umbrella's lift. Unbelievable. This was nothing short of a miracle. Standing before Roxia once more, Zhao Hailuan's worldview had been irrevocably shattered. The devil fruits were indeed real. Such a wondrous phenomenon truly existed. With no lingering doubts, she addressed Roxia. I sincerely apologize for my skepticism. I never imagined such extraordinary things existed in this world. Roxia nodded in silent approval, appreciating Zhao Hailuan's humility and intellect. It's perfectly all right, Dr. Zhao. I completely understand. He waved his hand dismissively. Thank you for your understanding. Now, could you please continue to introduce me to other devil fruits? Zhao Hailuan earnestly requested. Of course, Roxia replied with a smile, proceeding to introduce her to a variety of devil fruits, including the barrier fruit, the gum-gum fruit, and the wheel fruit. Each revelation expanding her horizons and opening a gateway to a new world. The notion that a human body could create barriers, transform into candy, or become a wheel was simply beyond comprehension. Zhao Hailuan was left in awe. Danzhong, these fruits are truly astonishing, each one a miracle. However, do you have any that could assist others? Zhao Hailuan inquired after some time. Assist others? Roxia asked, reflecting on her question. Due to my limited understanding of these devil fruits, I cannot elaborate further, but my goal in creating the rebirth cradle is to save lives, to transcend the constraints of medicine and alleviate the suffering of many. I aspire to be someone who helps others and benefits society. Do you understand my intent? If that is the case, Dr. Zhao, I do have a fruit I can recommend to you. Roxia pondered briefly before making a suggestion. This particular devil fruit is known as the healing fruit. As its name suggests, consuming it grants you the ability to heal others. He gestured toward the healing fruit displayed in the showcase. Heal others? Zhao Hailuan's eyes lit up with excitement. This aligns perfectly with my aspirations. Could you provide me with a detailed explanation of this devil fruit? Certainly. Just as its name implies, the healing fruit possesses the ability to mend biological injuries. Wait a moment. Are you saying that the healing fruit's healing capabilities are not limited to humans? Zhao Hailuan interjected. Indeed. The healing fruit can cure all ailments of any living being. Chapter 010. The Sale of the Second Fruit. All living beings. All ailments. The phrase everything in succession is an exceedingly absolute description, striking a powerful blow to Zhao Hailuan's nerves. For a scientist like Zhao Hailuan, the implications of these two words are profoundly different. Instances where one can summarize using everything are exceedingly rare. While the notion of all living things may be somewhat acceptable, after all, although the physiological structures of humans and animals differ, there often exists a semblance of similarity between the two. All diseases presents a stark contradiction. If such a feat were genuinely attainable, Zhao Hailuan could scarcely fathom the implications. Shopkeeper, is it truly possible to cure all diseases? I mean, can conditions such as cancer, leukemia, and Parkinson's syndrome be treated as well? Zhao Hailuan inhaled deeply, fixing her gaze intently on Luoxia as she posed her question in a grave tone. Of course, Dr. Zhao. As I mentioned, it encompasses all diseases. For the healing fruit, the distinction lies solely between diseases and non-diseases, with no such thing as an incurable ailment. Luoxia responded affirmatively under Zhao Hailuan's expectant gaze. Is that true? Zhao Hailuan's voice trembled slightly. If the healing fruit indeed possessed such formidable capabilities, it would irrevocably transform and redefine the entire medical field, heralding a new dawn for humanity. Not only pathological ailments, but even injuries could be healed, be it external wounds or poisonings, restored in remarkably short order by the fruit's powers. Luoxia's voice resonated once more, leaving Zhao Hailuan in awe. Illnesses can be healed, injuries can be healed. This fruit is indeed extraordinary. However, when it comes to healing injuries, will there be any scarring? Zhao Hailuan inquired. Certainly not. The healing fruit's restoration is flawless, leaving no blemishes or aftereffects, Luoxia asserted with unwavering certainty. Not even scars. Zhao Hailuan could no longer maintain her composure. This singular aspect alone was sufficient to drive countless individuals to madness. Dr. Zhao, the healing fruit offers even more than this. If you possess sufficient talent or exert enough effort, you can elevate the fruit's abilities to a remarkable level, allowing you to harness its ultimate capability, restoration. Luoxia continued to elaborate for Zhao Hailuan's benefit. Restoration? Zhao Hailuan paused slightly, momentarily struggling to grasp the precise meaning of the term. Healing is synonymous with restoration, is it not? Indeed, restoration. Utilizing this ability allows you to revert the target to its original, unblemished state, regardless of whether it is organic or inorganic. This meant that the restoration capability could also be wielded to mend objects. For instance, if something were to be accidentally shattered, one could employ the restoration ability to return it to its pre-broken condition. Zhao Hailuan couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. Not only could it heal living beings, but it could also mend inanimate objects. This was truly astonishing. The implications were almost unfathomable. Zhao Hailuan felt her worldview shatter into fragments, beyond piecing back together. However, The restoration ability should not be used lightly, as it consumes the user's lifespan, Luoxia added with a serious tone, offering a cautionary reminder. But for ordinary healing, there are no issues whatsoever. So, Dr. Zhao, are you satisfied with the healing fruit? Extremely satisfied. This is precisely the fruit I desire. Zhao Hailuan nodded emphatically, making her decision. Shopkeeper, I have decided. I want this fruit. The healing fruit is priced at $500,000, but during our store's opening, there's a 30% discount. So you only need to pay $350,000, Luoxia quoted Zhao Hailuan. I never expected the healing fruit to be so affordable, Zhao Hailuan exclaimed sincerely. This was not mere posturing. Considering the value demonstrated by the healing fruit, even $350,000 would be a modest sum, not to mention $3 million. Now, that's what I call a conversation. Luoxia expressed his satisfaction, realizing that conducting business with someone who is not financially constrained is quite refreshing. Shopkeeper, please give me one healing fruit. If it truly is as miraculous as claimed, I will return for more. Zhao Hailuan said as she produced a bank card to hand to Luoxia. Our store is genuine, and we do not deceive anyone. I assure you, Dr. Zhao. There has been no exaggeration in what I have said. Luoxia took the card, swiftly processed the transaction, and returned it to her. However, if you wish to repurchase, that may not be possible for the time being, as our store currently has only one of each type of devil fruit available. This was something Zhao Hailuan had not anticipated. She nodded, refraining from further comment. Having yet to personally experience the healing fruit, discussing these matters felt premature. After completing the payment, Luoxia retrieved the healing fruit from the display case and handed it to Zhao Hailuan, offering a considerate reminder. Dr. Zhao, you only need to take one bite of the healing fruit. Only the first bite is effective. Once you consume the first bite, the remaining fruit will be rendered useless. Such information was utterly unprecedented and defied conventional logic. However, for Zhao Hailuan, it was a boon. The thought of consuming such a large, unappetizing item was daunting. The fact that only one bite was necessary was indeed a welcome relief. By the way, shopkeeper, can I take the remaining portion of the fruit with me? Zhao Hailuan inquired tentatively. Although Luoxia had stated that the remainder of the fruit would be ineffective, being a scientist, she adhered to the principle of seeing to believe. She intended to take the leftover fruit for analysis. Certainly, the fruit now belongs to you, Dr. Zhao. What you do with it is entirely your prerogative. Luoxia replied with a smile. That is wonderful, Zhao Hailuan exclaimed joyfully. She then turned slightly, concealing her less than graceful manner as she took a bite of the healing fruit. Instantly, akin to the experience she had when consuming the sample of the light and airy fruit, she felt a remarkable transformation within her body. A new ability emerged, one that defied verbal description but was unmistakably felt. She understood that it was indeed a capacity to heal others. By the way, Dr. Zhao, I've created a group. Would you like to join? We can communicate and address any questions within the group, Luoxia inquired once more, looking at Zhao Hailuan. Absolutely, Zhao Hailuan responded without hesitation. Chapter 011. In this world, there is no sea-floor stone. The two swiftly added each other as friends. And Luoxia invited Zhao Hailuan into the group. Is there a newcomer in the group? Dr. Zhao? I knew it was you. Deadpool's immediate response led Luoxia to suspect he was merely idling away time in the group. Mr. Wade, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Zhao Hailuan remained as polite as ever. Welcome to our big family of devil fruits, Dr. Zhao. Luoxia also extended a warm welcome to her in the group. Well then, shopkeeper, I won't disturb you further, Zhao Hailuan said, preparing to take her leave, holding the remaining half of the healing fruit. I can take this with me, correct? Of course, Dr. Zhao. You have already paid, so it rightfully belongs to you, Luoxia replied with a smile. Then, farewell, shopkeeper. Goodbye, Dr. Zhao. Remember to refer a few customers to me. I will, shopkeeper. After a brief exchange, Zhao Hailuan departed the store with the remaining half of the healing fruit. Progress was indeed promising. Another fruit had been sold. Roxa was in remarkably high spirits. Initially, he had prepared himself for a grueling battle, yet unexpectedly, he secured a deal on merely the second attempt. This was indeed a splendid beginning. With just 4 more transactions, Roxa would once again be eligible for a reward. He held hopes that Zhao Hailuan might bring him a few customers as well. Roxa was filled with anticipation. Unlike Deadpool, Zhao Hailuan was undoubtedly an elite of high society, a friend of Tony Stark, and her connections were incomparable. Roxa remained quite optimistic. Manager, how's the conversation with Dr. Zhao going? In the group chat, Deadpool began his incessant calling. Dr. Zhao is indeed stunning. I wasn't lying, was I? Dr. Zhao, what do you think of the manager? Oh, Deadpool. Roxa sighed, feeling exasperated. Have you truly immersed yourself in the role of a matchmaker? I never would have guessed Deadpool had such a peculiar sense of humor. Choosing to ignore Deadpool, he thought about Zhao Hailuan, who was present in the chat. How could he possibly respond to such remarks? Wade, the manager, is an exceptionally capable individual. But my admiration for him is purely out of respect. I harbor no other intentions. Please do not misunderstand, Zhao Hailuan clarified. Yet, Deadpool paid no heed, launching into a gossip spree about Zhao Hailuan's preferences and partners, questioning what kind of man she liked, and so on. He even shamelessly claimed it was for Roxa's sake. Eventually, Zhao Hailuan grew weary of engaging with Deadpool. Undeterred, Deadpool continued to prattle on, managing to entertain himself for half an hour even without any responses. Roxa felt a twinge of regret for inviting such a loquacious character into the group. With only 3 members currently, what would happen when the group expanded? Wouldn't Deadpool be an uncontrollable whirlwind? Should he consider muting him? Roxa found himself battling the impulse. Oh, whatever will be, will be. He ultimately exited the group chat, opting for the bliss of ignorance, and swiftly logged onto the international server of his game, planning to indulge in a few rounds. Although the experience wasn't optimal, it still provided a modicum of satisfaction. He never imagined that this world would have a game akin to his own. What an impressive feat by the great penguin. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed. Undoubtedly, since Zhao Hailuan's arrival, Roxa had not managed to sell a single devil fruit. Such luxurious items, often worth hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars, were not easily sold, and Roxa had come to terms with that. He bore no resentment, promptly locking the door and leaving the shop without a trace. As for the several million-dollar devil fruits left within the store, he harbored not a shred of concern regarding their potential theft, for he had already transferred all of them into the system before departing. The shop was now utterly bare. After casually finding a place to eat, Roxa hailed a taxi and made his way to the seaside. Gazing at the boundless azure expanse, he silently prayed, I hope there is no sea prism stone lurking within these waters. Indeed, Roxa had come to the coast specifically to verify this matter personally. It was a well-known fact that sea prism stones nullified the powers of devil fruits, but whether such stones existed within the Marvel Universe remained a mystery. Even the system was unaware. Only Roxa could ascertain the truth. In the past, Roxa had not possessed any powers, rendering him unable to conduct this verification, and thus, the inquiry had been delayed until now. Stripping off his outer garments and shoes, Roxa took a deep breath and began to wade into the sea. The frigid water soon enveloped his feet, yet thus far, he felt no discomfort and continued to tread cautiously forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The water gradually rose, submerging his calves, thighs, waist, torso, and eventually reaching his neck. Observing a group of people swimming and frolicking nearby, he resolved to take one final plunge. With so many witnesses around, should anything happen, he would likely be rescued. This was precisely why he had chosen such a populated area. With a deep breath, Roxa dove into the water, and then nothing happened. The waters of this world bore no sea prism stone. The devil fruits had no weaknesses. Roxa was thoroughly exhilarated. It was time to train his fruit abilities. This was a decision he made resolutely. Despite having a system, the powers of the fruit required gradual development and training. While he could augment his abilities directly through the system, who knew when he would complete his sales tasks? Until then, he had no choice but to train himself. However, the power of the glint fruit was simply too dazzling. After a thorough search, he eventually arrived at a desolate, uninhabited mountain. Surely, no one would venture into this forsaken place, he thought. After surveying the surroundings, he was quite satisfied with the environment. Without further ado, he marked several stones with crosses and commenced his training. Zing, zing, zing. Brilliant flashes of light began to erupt within the desolate mountains. One stone after another shattered into fragments under Roxa's golden photon blasts. Even in this rudimentary application of his fruit's abilities, the power was astonishing, surpassing that of conventional bullets in this world. One could only conclude that the devil fruits were indeed game changers. Chapter 1. The glint fruit's initial display of might. Zing, boom. The mountains echoed with the incessant sounds as one stone target after another crumbled under Roxa's photon shots. The force was commendable, though his accuracy left something to be desired. Roxa couldn't help but shake his head slightly, contemplating the need for improvement. With his current precision, a bit more distance would likely render accuracy a challenge. He required extended training. There was no denying that he must strive for excellence. However, given that Roxa had only just acquired the glint fruit's abilities, there was no need to rush. Progress must be made step by step. One cannot consume a feast in a single bite. Zing. Thus, Roxa immersed himself in training. When he finally felt fatigued and paused to catch his breath, he realized he had been continuously training for 2 hours. This was equivalent to wielding a gun and firing nonstop for 2 hours. Quite extraordinary. It seemed the devil fruits had unwittingly enhanced Roxa's physical condition. Of course, compared to the monsters in the pirate world who battled for nights on end, he still had a long way to go, but for Roxa, this was a significant leap forward. Moreover, the 2 hours of training had yielded considerable results. Roxa's accuracy had markedly improved. He was genuinely pleased with his progress. Considering the late hour and the persistent flashes of light, even in the secluded woods of the mountain, it was not prudent to continue. Despite his ample energy, Roxa decided to conclude for the night. It seemed he would need to arrange for an indoor training facility in the future, he mused. However, such considerations were premature. For now, he could only opt to train earlier during the day. As for leaving work early, being the boss meant he could prioritize his own enjoyment. With these errant thoughts swirling in his mind, Roxa began his descent, taking over half an hour to return from the mountain. Thankfully, his improved physique allowed him to endure this strenuous trek far better than he could have before. Nonetheless, even so, this stretch of road remains exceedingly desolate, rendering it nearly impossible to hail a taxi. After a brief contemplation, Roxa made a decision. He would run. He was keen to ascertain the current state of his physical prowess. Thud, thud, thud. The tranquil path soon echoed with the almost imperceptible sounds of his footsteps. As a result, this run extended for 2 hours, after which Roxa began to feel a modicum of fatigue. Unlike others who may jog leisurely, Roxa's pace was quite brisk. His physical condition was indeed somewhat extraordinary. Goodness, in my haste, where have I ended up? Roxa mused, realizing he had not paid attention while running. Upon halting, he discovered that the area surrounding him appeared strikingly unfamiliar, a place he had never visited before. Moreover, it seemed rather unkempt and chaotic, reminiscent of a dilapidated urban fringe. Had he inadvertently ventured into a slum? Roxa could not help but ponder. Such locales are notoriously rife with criminal activity, prompting him to retrieve his phone to consult a map and plot his departure from this place. Hey you, don't move. Empty your pockets of anything valuable, or I'll put a bullet in you. At that moment, four unsavory youths suddenly emerged from a nearby alley, each brandishing a firearm and directing it threateningly at Roxa. Truly, this was the land of the free, he thought sarcastically, as gun violence was an everyday affair. In the past, such a scenario would have caused Roxa some trepidation. However, now, it seemed it was the assailants who ought to be alarmed. Take my advice, fellas. If you ever encounter someone as unflappable as I am during a robbery, it would be wise to turn around and leave. I mean it. Roxa spread his hands, genuinely addressing the gang of miscreants. After all, this was a world teeming with superheroes. Is this guy out of his mind? The gang members silently cursed him, convinced Roxa was speaking nonsense. What are you rambling about? Hurry up and hand over the cash. The leader, clad in a plaid shirt, cocked his gun menacingly, threatening, Do you want me to blow your head off? He pressed the firearm against Roxa's temple. Roxa ceased his chatter and pointed directly at the plaid shirt thug. In an instant, a flash of golden light pierced through, creating a gaping wound in the thug's chest. What just happened? The thug stared in disbelief at the bloodied hole in his chest, his eyes wide with shock. Unable to accept the reality, with a mix of anger and confusion, he collapsed to the ground. The remaining 3 gangsters were enraged. How dare he act so brazenly, undeterred by their weapons? In a world that had yet to succumb to the chaos of Marvel's heroes, these thugs could not fathom that Roxa wielded some peculiar weapon capable of emitting golden light. You killed Jack? You're asking for death. Shoot him. Amidst their furious shouts, the gang members pulled the triggers of their weapons. Bang, bang, bang. The serene night resonated with the jarring sounds of gunfire, piercing the stillness. At such proximity, it was inconceivable to miss, yet astonishingly, all the bullets struck Roxa and simply shimmered with golden light before vanishing, leaving him utterly unscathed. This is impossible, the thugs gasped, rendered speechless as they beheld the spectacle. Despite having shot him multiple times, he bore not a single mark. What, then, was the nature of that golden light? Yet, Roxa offered them no opportunity to ponder. He raised his hands and unleashed a flurry of shots at the 3 remaining thugs. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The golden beams pierced through their bodies, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Even in death, they could not comprehend why this young man was impervious to their attacks or what manner of weapon he possessed. Regrettably, they would never uncover the answer. Roxa, making no effort to regard the corpses strewn about, hastened his steps, his figure swiftly merging with the shadows. Chapter 01. The next move of Deadpool. Having stained his hands with blood for the first time, Roxa surprisingly felt a profound sense of calm, far more than he had anticipated. He experienced neither panic nor guilt. After all, Those thugs had brought this upon themselves, and Rasha felt justified. He even found himself contemplating whether he had been captured on surveillance cameras, whether he had left any traces behind, and if the authorities might come looking for him. Fortunately, the incident had transpired in a relatively backward and chaotic slum, and Rasha was particularly observant as he departed, noting the absence of cameras in the vicinity. It was hardly surprising. Those thugs were likely lying in wait to commit robbery, so the presence of surveillance would be unlikely. On his return, Rasha consciously chose to traverse secluded paths, making every effort to leave minimal traces behind. As for everything else, he resolved to leave it to fate. Shaking off the thoughts swirling in his mind, Rasha changed out of his bullet-riddled clothes and indulged in a refreshing shower. Once finished, he reclined comfortably on his bed and began to peruse his phone. "Manager, are you there?" Wade calling. Just as he was about to engage in a game, Deadpool's message popped up on his social media. However, this time, Deadpool was not posting in the group chat, but rather initiating a private conversation with Rasha. Clearly, he had something significant to discuss, rather than indulging in gossip about himself and Zhao Hailuan. Rasha, adept at discerning priorities, exited the game to respond. "What is up, Wade? I wanted to inquire if we have any devil fruits that could grant ordinary individuals combat capabilities, preferably ones that could counter assassins." Rasha couldn't help but chuckle. Wade was actually asking if there were fruits to enhance combat prowess. That was precisely the primary function of the devil fruits. "Of course, Wade. Not only do we have them, but we have a plethora." He briefly introduced Wade to several relevant devil fruits, such as the scythe fruit, which allowed one to unleash scythe-like energy waves, the soundwave fruit, enabling soundwave attacks, and the thorn fruit, which could manifest thorns as weapons. However, Wade, I must also remind you that even after consuming a devil fruit, the extent of a user's power is intrinsically tied to their physical condition. All devil fruits, upon initial consumption, do not grant overwhelming strength. They require continual development and training to gradually grow potent. If you expect to become a master overnight simply by eating a devil fruit, that is rather unrealistic. The fruits merely pave the way for enhancement. But how far one can go depends on the user's resolve. "Oh, I see." Deadpool fell into contemplation. He was considering acquiring another devil fruit, primarily to ensure Vanessa's safety. After all, as a mercenary, he had amassed quite a few enemies, and though he had dealt with them in the past, Vanessa had been subjected to considerable fright. However, there was little more that Deadpool could do beyond relocating and maintaining a low profile without exposing himself. Yet, the emergence of the devil fruit had changed everything. He could now directly transform Vanessa. Nevertheless, while transformation was an option, Deadpool was reluctant to alter Vanessa's life or subject her to any suffering. Thus, offensive-type devil fruits seemed somewhat inappropriate. "What about defensive-type devil fruits, then, manager?" Deadpool pondered before inquiring once more. "Indeed, there are such options," came the response. "These devil fruits do not require arduous training, correct? All devil fruits necessitate development. Otherwise, one merely acquires a rudimentary ability. However, even basic defensive abilities are sufficient to withstand attacks from knives and firearms." Deadpool felt a sense of clarity. "It shall be the defensive-type devil fruits." "I understand now, manager. I know what to choose. In a few days, I may return to purchase a devil fruit from you." "Is that so, Wade?" "I eagerly anticipate it," replied Rasha with an amused smile. Deadpool appeared to be somewhat unreliable, yet surprisingly, he proved to be exceedingly dependable in executing tasks. Not only had he introduced a major client, but he also intended to return for further business. "Excellent, excellent, a quality client. Discounts. Don't forget my discounts when the time comes." Deadpool emphasized this point before exiting the social app. Time to get to work. Sitting atop a rooftop, basking in the moonlight, Deadpool murmured before dialing a number. Moments later, a voice responded, "Mr. Wade, have you changed your mind?" "Yes, Wesley, I have changed my mind. I can assist you. But 500,000 is too low. After all, we are speaking of the renowned Daredevil from Hell's Kitchen. Mr. Wade, price has never been an issue, especially for a legendary mercenary such as yourself. Our boss is more than willing to part with money. May I ask what prompted your change of heart? How tiresome. Why do you killers always have so many questions? I need money, desperately. Mr. Wade, do you have time now? Shall we meet at the usual place?" "Agreed." After hanging up, Deadpool leaped from the rooftop, vanishing into the night. 2 hours later, he arrived outside an abandoned building in Hell's Kitchen, strutting with flamboyant steps. However, he was intercepted at the entrance by 2 guards. "Mr. Wade, you cannot bring any weapons inside." Wesley, who had been waiting at the site, called out to Deadpool from a distance. "How ironic. A killer with such a lack of courage." Deadpool retorted unceremoniously. Yet he complied by removing the 2 swords from his back and handing them to the guards, allowing him entry. "You should know that if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't team need swords, right? Deadpool asserted as he seated himself before Wesley. I do not doubt that, provided you are indeed Mr. Wade, Wesley replied, adjusting his glasses. He then made a request. Now, please remove your mask. Excuse me, are we here for a date? Do you need to see if I'm handsome? I am merely verifying your identity, please understand. The one who rules Hell's Kitchen is so timid? If you do not trust me, then, shoo, we never mention his name. Furthermore, Mr. Wade, if you wish to continue our conversation, please remove your mask. Okay, how bothersome. Although somewhat reluctant, Deadpool ultimately acquiesced to the employer's demand and removed his mask. A rejuvenated face emerged before Wesley. Chapter 014. The deal, Mr. Wade. Your face has actually healed. Wesley exclaimed in astonishment after just a glance. 2 months prior, Wesley had approached Deadpool, who had sported an utterly grotesque visage. Yet here he was now, completely restored. This was beyond belief. Wesley could hardly fathom that a face so disfigured could be healed. Of course, Wesley was unaware that Deadpool had not healed over 2 months, but rather in the span of merely 1 day. Haha, that expression again. Even after witnessing it countless times. It remains a source of my joy. I knew you would make me remove my mask. I was eagerly awaiting this moment. So what do you think? Surprised? Deadpool leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs with a playful demeanor, pointing at Wesley as if he were a mere clown. Wesley. He swore that if he were not a refined gentleman, he would have shot this guy on the spot. How infuriating. Congratulations, Mr. Wade. Now, can we discuss business? Wesley continued in a deadpan tone. Wait, aren't you curious how I accomplished this? Aren't you curious where I healed my face? You're not following the script. Deadpool interrupted Wesley, visibly displeased. He had intended to promote the manager's business further, and while this individual was insignificant, he was connected to a major player, a wealthy individual. Mr. Wade, may I speak candidly? This matter is of no concern to me. I am not interested. Moreover, I would be very willing to engage in a more personal dialogue with Mr. Wade, but right now, we are discussing business. Wesley reminded Deadpool with utmost seriousness. Okay, then let us discuss business. Deadpool shrugged, recognizing the importance of appeasing the financier. A flat fee of $1 million. Deadpool declared emphatically, Mr. Wade, that is an exceedingly steep price. However, I believe we both understand that my request is not excessive, correct? The losses incurred by Daredevil to your employer far exceed this amount. You are correct. Therefore, Mr. Wade, as I mentioned, price has never been a problem. As long as you deliver Daredevil's head, the $1 million will be handed over without hesitation. $1 million may sound considerable, but for someone like Kingpin, it was but a trifling sum. Wesley had the authority to make such decisions. Additionally, if Mr. Wade requires it, we can also lure Daredevil out, Wesley proposed further. Daredevil had a penchant for meddling. Achieving this would be all too simple. It seems you are truly intent on seeing Daredevil perish. He is unfortunate to have offended someone like you, Deadpool remarked with sincere admiration. But that won't cost anything, right? Nothing at all, Mr. Wade. Your services are truly commendable. In that case, I certainly do not mind saving some expenses. Deadpool agreed without a second thought, fully aware that information gathering could be quite costly. Then, Mr. Wade, I suggest you stay in Hell's Kitchen tonight. I may need to contact you at any moment, Wesley confidently suggested to Deadpool. They had encountered Daredevil numerous times. More accurately, Daredevil had thwarted their operations on countless occasions. They were well acquainted with Daredevil's patterns of behavior. How shall I put it? Sometimes, one's enemies are the ones who understand them best, and that statement holds true in certain situations. No problem. Your boss must have upscale hotels as well. So will my accommodation be reimbursed? Deadpool, utterly devoid of shame, inquired. Simon, Wesley casually directed a subordinate nearby. The subordinate comprehended instantly, emerging forth to stand before Deadpool. Mr. Wade, please follow me. With that, he led Deadpool into the enveloping darkness of the night. Meanwhile, Wesley had taken out his phone, dialing a series of numbers one after another. The already tumultuous Hell's Kitchen spiraled further into chaos. Help! Help! Is anyone there to save me? Please stop. Please. Don't kill me. I can pay you. How dare you rob us? You must be tired of living. Eliminate them. On the rooftop of a building in Hell's Kitchen, a figure clad in a black mask and tight suit crouched at the pinnacle. However, his expression betrayed a sense of unrest, even irritation. This night was particularly chaotic. Under his vigorous efforts, Hell's Kitchen had seen significant improvement. The once rampant criminals had considerably subdued, many too afraid to commit further misdeeds. But who could have foreseen that in a single night, it would regress to its former state? Sinister sounds echoed from all directions. It seemed the previous measures had been insufficient. The Daredevil's demeanor darkened, flickering with a hint of ferocity. Then, Like a nimble monkey, he swiftly traversed the uneven rooftops. His figure soon vanished into the night. One criminal after another fell to the ground, defeated by the Daredevil. Suddenly, he halted, pivoting sharply to gaze in a specific direction. His superhuman hearing had detected that someone had been tailing him for 2 blocks. "You discovered me? Wow, you truly are impressive." Accompanied by this remark, a man dressed in a red uniform, with twin swords slung across his back, leaped down from a nearby wall. It was Deadpool. Deadpool was genuinely taken aback. He believed his pursuit had been exceedingly discreet, yet he had failed to elude the other's keen senses. No, it wasn't mere senses. Deadpool could clearly see that this individual was blindfolded. It was astonishing. How could a blindfolded person possess such agility and acuity? "You are not from Hell's Kitchen. Who are you?" The Daredevil inquired in a low, serious tone. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a highly skilled mercenary, never missing my mark. You may call me Deadpool. Indeed, I am here to kill you." Deadpool leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed, continuing, "And could you enlighten me as to why you're blindfolded? Are you truly blind? You don't appear to be. Who sent you to kill me? Lady Gao? Or Wilson Fisk?" The Daredevil disregarded Deadpool's banter, instead pressing for answers. "How about this? Reveal the truth about your eyesight, and I shall disclose the name of my employer. What do you say?" Deadpool proposed earnestly. Though anyone taking him seriously would be a fool, it was evident that the Daredevil was no fool. He had no desire to engage further in Deadpool's nonsensical chatter. Regardless of what the latter might say, the Daredevil found it impossible to place any trust in such a capricious individual. Although he could hear the heartbeat of others to discern truth from falsehood, this method was ineffective against someone professionally trained or audacious enough to lie without flinching. The individual before him embodied both traits. "Do not worry, I will extract every detail from you," the Daredevil stated coldly, then charged toward Deadpool, delivering a swift kick. "How cruel. I am merely trying to connect with you," Deadpool retorted, bouncing off the wall and propelling himself forward. Clang. The sound of metal echoed as he swiftly drew his twin swords, brandishing them with a flourish. "Let us commence our dance." "By dance, I mean we shall attempt to kill one another." Deadpool lunged forward, swords drawn, towards the Daredevil, who reciprocated with equal fervor. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. However, it quickly became apparent that Deadpool had the upper hand. Despite the Daredevil's formidable martial skills, he found himself at a disadvantage against Deadpool, who could slice bullets in midair. How could the Daredevil defend himself? Furthermore, at this point, he had yet to craft his own costume and weaponry, facing Deadpool entirely unarmed and defenseless. Swoosh. Before long, Deadpool had delivered a decisive blow, leaving a long gash across the Daredevil's body. This was merely the beginning. Next came the relentless sounds of flesh being cut, as the Daredevil found himself slashed repeatedly by Deadpool's blades. At this juncture, the Daredevil, weakened by torn muscles and excessive blood loss, stumbled on his feet. Yet, like an indomitable cockroach, he rose each time he was knocked down. What a tenacious fellow. I have a fondness for resilient individuals. 3 years ago, I had a dog. Don't misunderstand. I'm not implying anything about you. I genuinely had a dog. Whenever I ate hamburgers or hot dogs, it would try to snatch them from me. Though I would always hit it with all my might, it never gave up, so I had to put it down. I liked it a lot, but I ultimately had to kill it. My friend, I like you too, but I must also kill you." Deadpool rambled on, delivering a torrent of irrelevant chatter before executing a graceful flip toward the Daredevil. His twin swords swung fiercely. Swoosh. The Daredevil's movements abruptly halted. Deadpool's blade had already sliced across his neck. Thud. The Daredevil collapsed to the ground. The very figure who had once kept the villains of Hell's Kitchen in check had met his end. It was indeed lamentable. Deadpool approached, removing the Daredevil's mask to gaze into his eyes. Those eyes were wide open, unblinking in death. "Damn, he really was blind," Deadpool muttered, astonished that a blind man could possess such prowess. "Truly impressive, Mr. Wade. You have exceeded all expectations." A voice filled with admiration emerged as Wesley and his entourage stepped from the shadows. Wesley's face radiated with excitement. The Daredevil, a significant thorn in his boss's side, had finally been vanquished. It was no small feat. Wade had eliminated a critical adversary for the boss. "If you genuinely wish to flatter me, I would prefer some tangible rewards, such as an additional 100,000 in commission," Deadpool stated earnestly to Wesley. "Mr. Wade, I have a far better proposal. How about you work for my boss instead?" Wesley's mind raced, calculating the possibilities. His employer valued talent highly. $10,000 was trivial. Even more would pose no issue. "But what if someone were to hire me to kill your boss? Should I go through with it?" Deadpool queried with genuine seriousness. Wesley, familiar with Deadpool's temperament, paid no mind, merely gesturing to one of his subordinates, who promptly brought forth a briefcase, opening it before Deadpool revealed it to be brimming with cash. A preliminary estimate suggested it was indeed $1 million. Mr. Wade, here is your $1 million, every penny accounted for. Wesley waved at Deadpool. With a swift motion, Deadpool snapped the case shut, lifting it triumphantly in his hand, a gleam of delight illuminating his face. Splendid, another chance to procure a devil fruit. Upon uttering this, Deadpool resumed his unwavering gaze upon Wesley, causing a slight unease to creep into Wesley's heart. Mr. Wade, why do you regard me so intently? Wesley thought, his apprehension mounting. Surely this fellow wasn't he lusting after his body, was he? Why do you not inquire about the nature of the devil fruit? Are you not curious? I must say, you seem to possess an unusual tendency to deviate from the norm, Deadpool exclaimed, launching into a tirade. Very well then, Mr. Wade. What exactly is a devil fruit? Wesley, in a rather amiable mood, chose not to engage in a quarrel with Deadpool and even played along. Goodness, my sales pitch is rather clumsy, isn't it? Manager, witness the extent of my sacrifice for you, Deadpool muttered before turning to Wesley. A devil fruit is a unique fruit imbued with extraordinary powers, akin to magical sorcery. My visage was restored by the powers of a devil fruit. Truly remarkable, Wesley responded with a dismissive tone, wholly unconvinced by such fanciful tales. You expect me to believe that consuming a fruit could restore a disfigured face? Are you penning a novel? Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. If your boss were to consume a devil fruit, he could vanquish Daredevil all by himself, without my assistance. He continued, in summary, relay to your employer the existence of this wondrous fruit. Otherwise, it would be a loss on your part. With that, Deadpool paid no further heed to Wesley, shouldering the briefcase and vanishing into the night. Wesley then approached the lifeless form of Daredevil, examining the face before him. A wave of surprise washed over him. It's him? I can't believe it's that blind lawyer. Matt Murdock. Both Wesley and Kingpin had crossed paths with Matt Murdock before, yet they never imagined that this individual, whom they rarely regarded, would turn out to be the vexing Daredevil. As for Deadpool's musings about devil fruits, Wesley had long since dismissed them as mere nonsense. Such tales could fool no one, least of all Wesley. Chapter 16. The most popular fruit among women. Morning. Inside the devil fruit shop. Click, click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed as Rashia meticulously captured images of the various devil fruits. He found the previous method of introducing each fruit to customers rather cumbersome, both for himself and the patrons. Hence, Rashia resolved to create a compendium of devil fruits, showcasing photographs accompanied by succinct descriptions beneath each one. This would render the information clear and accessible. Whenever a customer expressed interest in a specific fruit, Rashia could directly cater to their inquiries without the need for aimless dialogue. In his past life, Rashia had studied design in college, enabling him to handle photography and design himself, sparing him the need to hire assistants. It was quite convenient. Manager, what are you busy with? Just as he was engrossed in his work, Deadpool appeared, accompanied by a wild yet alluring woman. Rashia, having seen the Deadpool film, recognized her immediately. She was Vanessa, Deadpool's wife, whose images adorned his social media. Ah, Wade. Rashia placed the devil fruit back and explained. I'm in the process of compiling a guide to facilitate a better understanding of the devil fruits. A very wise decision. You should have done this long ago. Deadpool nodded in agreement, then introduced the woman beside him. Manager, this is my wife, Vanessa. Ms. Vanessa, welcome to our humble shop. Mr. Wade has provided substantial support and assistance, for which I am immensely grateful. Rashia offered a polite nod. Oh no, it is we who owe you our gratitude. Vanessa quickly interjected, sincerely stating, without you, Wade could never have walked confidently in the light of day. You have given him a new lease on life. All right, enough of this mutual flattery. Rashia chuckled. Our meeting is serendipitous. He then turned his gaze to Deadpool. So, Wade, do you intend to purchase another devil fruit? Of course. Such a marvelous item deserves to be experienced by Vanessa as well, Deadpool affirmed, placing the black case on the ground. I too eagerly anticipate witnessing the wonders of the devil fruit, Vanessa chimed in, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Then, Ms. Vanessa, please call me Vanessa, just like Wade does. She interrupted Rashia with a smile. All right, Vanessa, Wade had inquired about defensive devil fruits. I presume he was asking on your behalf. Do you require some defensive fruits? Rashia skipped the formalities. Actually, I wish to possess skin as flawless as Wade's, but he mentioned each fruit is unique. Manager, are there other fruits that can achieve this effect? Vanessa pursued Rashia's insight. I regret to inform you, Vanessa, that none of the fruits currently available possess beautifying properties. Rashia shook his head. Moreover, The essence of devil fruits is to unlock human potential, enhancing strength. Improved skin is merely a secondary effect. Fruits specifically designed for beautification do not exist. Even the sweet fruit consumed by the Empress does not exist to render her a beauty. It bestows upon her the means to captivate hearts. Her beauty is simply a byproduct, as beauty is her weapon. I see. Vanessa's face fell with disappointment. Meanwhile, Wade couldn't help but grin widely. Vanessa, since no beautifying fruits are available, let us proceed with the defensive fruits we discussed. That's the plan, right? Deadpool remarked with a smug expression directed at Vanessa. Whatever, Vanessa shrugged, indifferent. In her eyes, fruits were merely divided into two categories, beautifying and everything else. Manager, let us go with the defensive fruit. Which do you recommend? 2 options, please, Deadpool urged Rashia, eager to proceed, anxious that Vanessa might change her mind. If you're looking for something appealing, I highly recommend the ensemble fruit and the cotton candy fruit. Particularly, the ensemble fruit. I believe it's one of the most favored fruits among women, Rashia suggested without hesitation. In truth, he had anticipated this moment since Deadpool had inquired about it the previous night. The ensemble fruit? What kind of fruit is that? Vanessa, initially disinterested, finally displayed a flicker of curiosity. Ensemble means a complete set of clothing, Rashia confirmed. So, if I consume this fruit, I can wear new clothes every day? Vanessa exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Indeed, Vanessa, if you master the use of the fruit, you can conjure any attire you can imagine, Rashia reassured her. That is truly incredible. How splendid. Vanessa was so exhilarated that she felt she might leap from her seat. This is wonderful, manager. I want this one, she exclaimed. Deadpool, standing beside her, asked with a hint of affirmation. The suit fruit creates garments that are bulletproof, correct? Absolutely. Wade, I comprehend your inquiry, the manager replied. As I mentioned, the essence of the devil fruit is to enhance one's capabilities, and the suit fruit fundamentally augments one's defense. Whether it produces an armored suit or clothing is merely a matter of personal preference. Thus, even in its initial ability form, consuming this fruit offers bulletproof protection. Bulletproof? That's astonishing. You're right, Wade. These fruits are truly divine creations. Vanessa exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She was thoroughly pleased with the fruit, which not only allowed her to change outfits, but also provided bulletproof protection. Where else could one find such a flawless celestial fruit? Deadpool was equally content, noting that it was akin to wearing a bulletproof vest all the time. The safety factor was undeniably high. Both were immensely satisfied with the fruit. Chapter 017. Cookies that even missiles cannot shatter. Vanessa, hold on a moment. If your motivation for acquiring this fruit is merely the prospect of donning beautiful new attire, I must remind you, the manager interjected. Wade has likely informed you that any fruit, upon initial consumption, grants only a basic ability, which is insufficient for crafting intricate suits. The results will be quite rudimentary. Therefore, if you aspire to wear new clothing, it may require a period of training before you can achieve that goal. Just as Vanessa's excitement reached a peak, the manager had to douse her enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Although this might dampen the buyer's eagerness, as a responsible shopkeeper, he felt it necessary to share not only the advantages, but also the limitations of the product. Honesty is the foundation of business, after all. How long will the training take? Vanessa asked, her gaze fixed on the manager with unyielding intensity. It's difficult to say. It could be 1 or 2 months, or perhaps even 1 or 2 years. Each individual's situation is unique, so it cannot be generalized, the manager replied candidly, acknowledging that even he could not provide a definitive answer. A year or 2. I think I can wait. Vanessa's enthusiasm remained largely intact. In light of the immense allure of wearing new clothes every day, what did a year or 2 matter? It was worth it. Darling, as long as you're happy. Deadpool remarked nonchalantly. To him, as long as the clothing was bulletproof, aesthetics were of little consequence. Wade, shall we purchase the suit fruit? Vanessa said, her interest piqued. Not so fast, Vanessa. Let me finish my introduction before you make a decision. Besides, there's no one else here to compete with you, the manager smiled, continuing to elaborate on the suit fruit. In truth, the suit fruit does possess certain limitations. The garments created can only be worn by the user. If removed, they will rapidly disintegrate. Furthermore, while the suits exhibit remarkable resilience and strength, easily withstanding bullets and blades, their hardness is not sufficient for offensive capabilities. In fact, the suits are quite comfortable to wear, implying they are rather soft, which means they cannot develop any aggressive skills. The manager clearly outlined the drawbacks of the suit fruit to Deadpool and Vanessa. Yet, in their eyes, these were not drawbacks at all. The inability to wear the suit themselves was inconsequential. They had no intention of selling specialized bulletproof attire for profit. As for the lack of offensive skills, that was even less of an issue. Deadpool's primary goal was to bolster Vanessa's defense, not transform her into a formidable combatant. Manager, that is more than sufficient for Vanessa, Deadpool declared. In fact, I can hardly wait for her nightly fashion shows. What do you think, darling? He leaned in and planted a kiss on Vanessa's cheek, behaving as casually as if they were in their own home. Wade, the manager is still here. Vanessa blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she gently pushed him away. Not to worry, I doubt the manager minds, right? Deadpool grinned at the manager. Wade, exit to the left, no further service. The manager jested. All right. Let's return to discussing the devil fruits. Manager, isn't there also a cotton candy fruit? Please tell us more about that. Deadpool swiftly changed the subject. The cotton candy fruit, as its name suggests, allows the user to create cotton candy. The user can envelop themselves in a massive cotton candy cloud for defensive purposes. The manager succinctly introduced the cotton candy fruit to the duo. In truth, Vanessa and Deadpool were clearly more intrigued by the suit fruit and had nearly decided to purchase it. However, the idea of cotton candy being utilized defensively surprised them. After all, cotton candy is generally perceived as exceedingly soft, akin to fluff, making it hard to associate with the concept of defense. Manager, how can cotton candy be used for defense? Can it really withstand bullets? Vanessa inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, the manager affirmed with a nod, smiling at them. In the world of devil fruits, please discard your preconceived notions. Everything you know will be redefined here. Just like the cookie fruit. What do you think of the hardness of cookies? If I told you that someone had created a cookie that could withstand a missile strike, what would you think? The manager was referring to one of the 3 dessert admirals, Cracker. The strength of Cracker's biscuit soldiers is so extraordinary that even Luffy must resort to his 4th gear to shatter them. It's quite outrageous. Hiss. Vanessa and Deadpool gasped in unison. A cookie that even missiles can't break? Is that really still a cookie? The cotton candy produced by the cotton candy fruit is not your average treat. Its resilience rivals that of the suits created by the suit fruit. Considering the structural integrity of cotton candy, its defensive capabilities actually surpass those of the suit fruit. Moreover, the cotton candy fruit can serve not only for self-defense, but also for entrapping foes and even developing cotton candy clouds for aerial gliding. In summary, it is indeed a remarkable fruit. Vanessa and Deadpool were both astonished by the myriad applications of something as simple as cotton candy, which could be used for self-defense, against enemies, and even for strategic retreats. Functionally, the cotton candy fruit certainly outshines the suit fruit. However, for Vanessa, her choice remained the suit fruit. As an ordinary woman and not a warrior, she questioned the need for such extravagant capabilities. The essence of beauty was her ultimate priority. An excellent fruit, indeed quite wondrous. But manager, I still choose the suit fruit. Wade, please buy me the suit fruit. Vanessa declared without any hesitation. Chapter 018, Deadpool's Breakdown. Is one bite enough for the fruit? Were it up to Deadpool to choose, he would undoubtedly select the cotton candy fruit for its superior value and potential. But now, who would dare say that Deadpool is merely shopping for himself, when in fact, he is procuring items for Vanessa? Moreover, it is widely understood that women engage in shopping in a manner that defies the rationality typically exhibited by men. What recourse does Deadpool have? Shopkeeper, let us go for the suit fruit then. Without a moment's hesitation, Deadpool made his decision. By the way, is this suit fruit also priced at $500,000? Indeed, Wade, the store's discount period has not yet concluded, so as before, it will cost you $350,000. Rasha nodded. Is it still a 30% discount? Shopkeeper, I introduced a client to you and brought my wife along. Surely you could grant me a better price? Deadpool began to negotiate. Wade, a 30% discount is already quite generous, Rasha replied, shaking his head. Moreover, the pricing is dictated by the system. It is not within my discretion to alter it. However, Wade, I shall ensure that your efforts are not in vain. I will grant you and Vanessa membership privileges. Rasha then continued to explain to Deadpool. What rights come with membership? Deadpool inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Rasha. There are numerous privileges associated with membership. For instance, while ordinary customers are limited to purchasing 3 devil fruits, members are not bound by such restrictions. Additionally, during auctions, members enjoy priority access. Beyond that, there are further exclusive benefits tailored for members, which you will discover in due course, Rasha elucidated with a smile. That sounds splendid. It is a deal, shopkeeper. Both Vanessa and I shall become members. Deadpool expressed his satisfaction. Although he frequently insisted on negotiating a better price, he understood that the devil fruit was a rare commodity, truly a seller's market rather than a buyer's. The notion of discounts was trivial. Encountering such an item was a stroke of fortune. Furthermore, shopkeeper, despite your unassuming demeanor, The ability to sell such extraordinary items as the devil fruit indicates a person of considerable stature. Without question, you are someone of great significance. If given the chance to align with such a figure, one should count themselves fortunate. Any opportunity to introduce clients should be regarded as an honor. To think that such trivial matters could hold any significance is sheer folly. Of course, Wade, I appreciate your support of my small shop, Rasha remarked kindly to Deadpool. With that assurance from you, shopkeeper, I feel my efforts have not been in vain. Deadpool declared as he produced a suitcase and placed it emphatically on the counter. You do accept cash here, right? Wade opened the suitcase, revealing it filled to the brim with stacks of cash. Naturally, Rasha conducted a swift verification, confirming its authenticity before accepting the funds and retrieving the suit fruit from the display case, placing it into Vanessa's hands. She cradled the peculiar fruit, examining it with curiosity. Had it not been for Deadpool's first-hand experience, she would find it hard to believe that such an odd little object could harbor such astonishing power. Wait, is this truly as unpalatable as you claim? Vanessa glanced at Wade, recalling something more repugnant than excrement. Deadpool nodded solemnly. My dear, allow me to share a secret. When you consume it, hold your breath, or try pinching your nose. Avoid breathing at all costs. Oh, come now, Wade, Rasha chuckled. Vanessa, all you need to do is take a small bite. Although the devil fruit is indeed distasteful, there is no need to consume it entirely. Just a single bite will suffice. What? In the midst of imparting his wisdom, Deadpool was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by a revelation. Shopkeeper, did you just say that one bite is sufficient? Are you certain? He stared blankly at Rasha, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, I never told you that you needed to consume the entire fruit, did I? Rasha struggled to suppress his laughter, although it was a challenging endeavor. Damn it, what have I done? Wade exclaimed in shock. He had inadvertently consumed the entire devil fruit. Oh world, why do you harbor such malice towards me? Ha ha ha, wait. It seems you've committed a rather foolish act. Vanessa could no longer contain her laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble with joy. Shopkeeper, why didn't you inform me of this earlier? Deadpool gazed at Rasha with an expression of despair. I intended to tell you, but Wade, you were so determined that I didn't have the chance before you finished it. I was left quite helpless, Rasha shrugged. Wait, I'm about to begin. Vanessa's voice rang out as she signaled to Deadpool. Taking a deep breath, she gently bit into the devil fruit. As always, the taste caused her features to contort in distaste. With considerable effort, she stifled the urge to regurgitate and swallowed the mouthful of fruit. Wait, you actually managed to consume an entire one? Vanessa gazed at him in awe, her respect for him soaring. The very thought of such a repulsive item being consumed in its entirety was beyond her comprehension. You are a true anomaly. I feel as though I will be the subject of your ridicule for eternity. Very well, I concede. This indeed marks an indelible stain on my reputation. And shopkeeper, this is all you're doing. Deadpool lamented with a heavy heart. He then turned eagerly to Vanessa. My dear, how do you feel now? Quite extraordinary. Wait, this is an experience unlike any other. So this is what the devil fruit is? Vanessa exclaimed, her face alight with wonder. She then began to experiment with her newfound abilities. Suddenly, a massive piece of cloth appeared, enveloping her body with surprising force. Wait, look, it's real. I've truly created a garment. Vanessa exclaimed, her excitement causing her to dance about. My dear, while I wouldn't quite classify that as clothing, it does suit you rather well, Deadpool assessed, his expression serious. Wait a moment. Deadpool then produced a gun, pointing it directly at Vanessa. Let us see how bulletproof it is. Chapter 019, Shoot Me. Rasha could only express his incredulity. Truly, Deadpool was unrestrained in his antics, as he aimed a firearm at his own wife. Although it was ostensibly for testing the suit's bulletproof capabilities, it seemed a touch extreme, did it not? Come on, wait. I've never experienced what it feels like to be shot. Go ahead and fire. Vanessa appeared equally eager, her anticipation palpable. This left Rasha utterly speechless. Was this what they meant by not being cut from the same cloth? The man was eccentric, and the woman was equally wild. They were a pair crafted by fate. However, Rasha refrained from intervening, knowing the suit's protective qualities were assured, provided that Deadpool avoided shooting any exposed skin. To openly aim a gun at one's spouse was an audacious act, indeed. Life is filled with delightful absurdities, is it not? Prior to pulling the trigger, Deadpool took a moment to deliver an impromptu acceptance speech. Yet, despite the apparent madness, he exercised caution, carefully targeting the corner of Vanessa's suit before firing. Do not refer to it as body armor. Even if it were merely ordinary clothing, it would not harm Vanessa in the slightest. The bullets would pierce through the fabric's edges and fly away, never grazing even an inch of Vanessa's skin. following the muffled yet deep sound of the gunshot. A bullet struck the edge of the garment. It was indeed halted. After being obstructed by the suit, it fell to the ground with a soft thud. Wade exclaimed. The bullet was truly stopped. This is utterly astonishing. The fabric is so soft, and I can hardly feel any weight while wearing it. Vanessa gasped in disbelief. Of course. What did you expect? This is a devil fruit. Deadpool responded, clearly pleased. Vanessa, I trust you've just experienced that your mastery over this ability is still quite rudimentary. You can only exert such coarse control at present. Therefore, it is imperative that you engage in continuous training. Once you can manipulate the suit S format well, you will achieve your dream of wearing new clothes every day. Rashia added with a smile directed at Vanessa. I will strive to train hard for the sake of donning new attire. Vanessa declared, filled with aspiration. After concluding the transaction, Rashia, adhering to tradition, welcomed Vanessa into the group as the administrator. Everyone, let us extend a warm welcome to our new family member at the House of Devil Fruits. Vanessa chimed in. Hello everyone, I'm the fresh newcomer. Please take good care of me. However, it feels rather odd to say this since I already know everyone in the group. Wade Wilson quipped, are we welcoming my dear wife with a kiss? By the way, store manager, can't my nickname be changed to the handsomest man in the world? The store manager replied, absolutely not. Moreover, you are not the world's handsomest either. With the current small number of people in the group, whimsical nicknames would hinder communication. Once the group expands, it would become exceedingly inconvenient. Therefore, it is best to use one's own name for group identification. Vanessa interjected, darling. In front of the store manager, you dare to call yourself the first in handsomeness? What position do you place the store manager in? Wade Wilson retorted, then I shall be the handsomest man in the world, excluding the manager. Surely that suffices? Zhao Hailuan added, Ms. Vanessa, have you purchased a devil fruit as well? Welcome aboard. Zhao Hailuan continued, if it's not too much trouble, may I inquire about which fruit you acquired? Vanessa replied, Dr. Zhao, I purchased the suit fruit, a fruit that allows me to conjure new clothing at will. Isn't it enviable? Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, the devil fruit is truly a marvelous entity, capable of such incredible feats. The store manager then inquired, by the way, Dr. Zhao, after your return, did you experiment with the healing fruit's abilities? What were your impressions? At this mention, Zhao Hailuan became quite animated, her assistant even noting the gleam in her eyes. Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, store manager, I was just about to provide feedback. The healing fruit is astonishingly powerful. She continued, I initially tested it on my assistant's cousin and, in merely 5 seconds, completely cured his rheumatoid arthritis. Zhao Hailuan added, when I received the test results, I could scarcely believe my eyes. There was no exaggeration in Zhao Hailuan's words. It is well known that conditions like rheumatoid arthritis, while not classified as severe ailments, are exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Once afflicted, it often accompanies individuals for a lifetime. Yet, Zhao Hailuan utilized her ability and remarkably healed this nearly incurable condition in mere seconds. It was nothing short of a miracle. Wade Wilson exclaimed, remarkable, truly remarkable. Dr. Zhao, you shall henceforth be known as the world's greatest healer. Vanessa remarked, indeed, that is an extraordinary ability. It sounds even more impressive than what you previously referred to as the regeneration cradle. Zhao Hailuan responded, the regeneration cradle is my magnum opus. It is unique. However, to be fair, it cannot compare to the devil fruit. The regeneration cradle, while wondrous and powerful, remains a product bound by the confines of scientific principles. In contrast, the devil fruit exists outside of such rules. How can one even draw a comparison? Even Zhao Hailuan, proud as she may be, could not deny this fact. Well then, store manager, I shan't take up more of your time. Wade and I shall take our leave. Farewell. Goodbye. Do visit often. After exchanging pleasantries in the group, Vanessa and Deadpool bid farewell to Rashia and exited the House of Devil Fruits. Rashia, for his part, chose not to linger in idle chatter but resumed his previous work. After approximately an hour, he completed photographing all the devil fruits. He then opened his computer, launched his design software, and began crafting the devil fruit encyclopedia himself. Time flew by as he immersed himself in work. After attending to a few customers and finalizing the design of the encyclopedia, Rashia glanced at the clock, realizing it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Well, the likelihood of selling another fruit today is rather slim. Time to train. He deemed it a perfect opportunity to also find a place to print out the encyclopedia. After a moment's contemplation, he made a decision. He copied the encyclopedia images onto a USB drive, habitually stored all the devil fruits into the system, and locked the door behind him. There was a certain satisfaction in being the boss, the luxury of arriving late or leaving early, indulging in such whims. Chapter 00, Zhao Hailuan. Uft. Bang. Bang. In the same dense forested mountains as before, beams of golden light continuously shot forth, shattering stone after stone. Rashia stood 200 meters away, extending his finger forward, firing photon bullets one after another. In just a few short minutes, the originally aligned stone targets, arranged in 2 long rows, had been reduced to mere rubble. Very good. Rashia ceased fire, nodding in satisfaction. He had been training here for half a month. During this time, neither Deadpool nor Zhao Hailuan had introduced any new customers to Rashia. Naturally, the few customers who did visit were not inclined to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on what appeared to be an unreliable commodity. Rashia's new sales target had stagnated at the sale of merely 2 devil fruits, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. However, upon further reflection, such a scenario was to be expected. The threshold for purchasing a devil fruit was inherently high, making sales rather challenging. It's all about going with the flow. After all, Rashia's current strength was sufficient for self-preservation in this world. Especially during this period, he dedicated approximately 4 hours daily to training, yielding remarkably significant results. Rashia had reached a level of precision where every stone target was struck directly at the center. Even when slightly off, none strayed from the target. This only addressed accuracy. However, in actual combat, Rashia did not need to be so precise. He could unleash photon bullets in rapid succession like a machine gun or submachine gun. Thus, from a combat perspective, Rashia's prowess was undeniably formidable, at least within the current timeline. Now let me test my photon staff. Rashia took a deep breath, extending his right hand, summoning his ability to concentrate the photons within him. Like a swarm of fireflies coalescing, within approximately 15 seconds, a gleaming golden staff materialized in Rashia's hand. The stick measured approximately 30 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in thickness, appearing somewhat rough and far inferior to the elegant cloud sword of the yellow ape. Nevertheless, Losha felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. It is worth noting that during his initial attempts, he could not even mold a simple cylindrical shape. Now, however, he had made remarkable strides. With a swift motion, he swung the photon stick vigorously against a large boulder. Crack! As fragments of stone flew in all directions. A deep indentation was instantly carved into the surface of the rock. This photon stick was indeed a form of energy weapon. Its impact transcended mere physical force, directly inflicting damage through the energy of photons. The results were exceedingly impressive. And then came the light escape. With a thought, Losha activated his abilities, transforming himself into a being of shimmering golden light, essentially, a humanoid of pure luminosity. This radiant figure shot forth like a beam, soaring ahead. Whoosh! The golden light struck the mountainside, creating a substantial crater and sending debris scattering. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in dirt, Losha crawled from the rubble, brushing off the dust with a somewhat disheveled appearance. Indeed, this was a feat of considerable complexity, he mused. When he transformed into light, he bore no weight, enabling him to launch himself into the air effortlessly. Yet, controlling his trajectory proved exceedingly challenging, particularly given the sheer speed of light. At such velocities, a minor miscalculation could lead to a significant deviation from his intended destination. Despite countless attempts, he had never successfully materialized at the predetermined location. Nevertheless, Losha remained thoroughly satisfied. The abilities he had acquired were, frankly speaking, quite formidable. Time was of the essence. It was time to return. Losha patted off the dust and hastily descended the mountain. Meanwhile, at Zhao Hailuan's research center, resounding applause echoed in a fervent crescendo as a crowd of onlookers erupted with genuine admiration. They gazed in awe at Dr. Zhao Hailuan, who stood at the center of the throng in a white lab coat, her exquisite features captivating all. It was as if they were beholding a celestial being. Moments ago, before their very eyes, Dr. Zhao had miraculously cured a patient who had been paralyzed from the waist down, performing an astounding feat in the annals of medicine. Such miracles had transpired numerous times over the past fortnight, yet each occasion left them in a state of astonishment, for it was truly beyond belief. A miracle. I can scarcely believe it. My son is truly standing, exclaimed a couple in their 50s, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces as they grasped Dr. Zhao's hands, nearly bowing in reverence. Nearby, a young man in his late 20s stood in a daze, acutely aware of the lower half of his body that had long been devoid of sensation, questioning whether he was dreaming. Paralysis, can it truly be cured? With a sudden realization, he fell to his knees before Dr. Zhao. Please, you need not do this. Sir, please rise, Dr. Zhao implored, expending considerable effort to calm the overly emotional family, personally escorting them out with utmost courtesy. Standing by the window, observing the jubilant family embracing one another below, Dr. Zhao felt an overwhelming sense of purpose in her endeavors. She was indeed transforming lives, instilling hope. Doctor, had I not been your assistant and witnessed all of this firsthand, I would have thought it mere fantasy. You are creating miracles, her assistant exclaimed sincerely. No, it is not I who creates miracles. It is store manager Losha, Dr. Zhao replied with a deep sigh. The healing fruits are astonishingly potent, far surpassing the regeneration cradle by several streets. Having personally treated several patients, she increasingly felt that her once proud regeneration cradle was no longer as impressive. After half a month of practice, I have become fully acquainted with my abilities and can now cure some exceedingly complex ailments. I wonder if I can assist my old friend. Dr. Zhao pondered, reaching for her phone to dial a contact labeled Bruce Banner. Chapter 01, Bruce Banner's Hope. Dr. Zhao and Bruce Banner shared a commendable friendship. During her research on the regeneration cradle, she had often consulted him regarding academic inquiries. After all, in the realm of organic biology, Bruce Banner was a preeminent expert, with 8 doctorate degrees. He was not only an authority in organic biology, but also in 7 other disciplines. Dr. Zhao, ambitious and proud, traits common among top-tier scientists, held even Tony Stark in a less favorable light, yet she genuinely respected Bruce Banner. In her eyes, Bruce was far more formidable than Tony. Moreover, Bruce's humility and politeness elevated him to the epitome of the scientist archetype in Dr. Zhao's mind. However, for reasons unknown, Bruce Banner had abruptly vanished 7 months prior. He ceased attending any events or maintaining contact with anyone. Even inquiries to his fiancée, Betty Ross, yielded no information about his whereabouts, causing Dr. Zhao considerable concern, purely from a friend's perspective. Though she had attempted to reach Bruce, her efforts had been in vain. Yet 3 months ago, he had contacted her anonymously via email, inquiring about the potential of nanobiology for genetic repair and whether the regeneration cradle, with improvements, could achieve genetic-level healing. Although the situation remained unclear, Dr. Zhao sensed that Bruce was unwell, afflicted by an exceedingly rare genetic condition. Previously, she had been utterly powerless. The regeneration cradle was merely a prototype, effective only at the cellular level. Genetic repair was beyond its capabilities. She had no means to aid Bruce. However, now, everything had changed. Beep, beep. As the busy signal resonated in her ear, Dr. Zhao fervently prayed within her heart. Bruce, please answer. I may have a way to assist you. Sorry. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. As it had been on previous occasions, her call went unanswered. With a resigned shake of her head, Dr. Zhao put her phone away, opened her computer, and sent an email to Bruce Banner. Bruce, I have acquired a new ability. It is challenging to explain, but I can now tackle certain issues that exceed conventional medical boundaries. If you are able, please contact me. In a disheveled and cramped rental room in the country of U, Bruce Banner was furiously typing away at his keyboard. Upon his computer screen, a series of profoundly esoteric and incomprehensible papers flashed by, written in German, which only a scholar of Bruce Banner's caliber could decipher. Suddenly, an email notification chimed. Zhao Hailuan had attempted to contact Bruce Banner, but he had not received it, for he had long since discarded that number, along with the phone itself. After all, who could blame him for wanting to escape the relentless pursuit of his father-in-law? Bruce had long abandoned his former identity, and the only individuals who might still send him emails were those he had discreetly kept in touch with from his past. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he clicked open the email, his spirits lifting with renewed vigor. Dr. Zhao had made a breakthrough. Bruce understood Zhao Hailuan. She was not the type to indulge in grandiose pretensions or superficial scholarship, but rather a pragmatic individual of genuine substance. Her assertion indicated a firm confidence in her findings. Immediately, Bruce felt a surge of interest. However, he hesitated to respond to the email, fully aware that even the slightest trace would be detected by his father-in-law. He needed to meet Zhao Hailuan, but not at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhao Hailuan, after sending the email, anxiously awaited a response at her computer. Yet, 5 minutes passed. Then 10, with the screen remaining eerily silent, devoid of any reaction. She shook her head in frustration and decided to leave. She hoped this time would not echo the previous instances where her messages had vanished into oblivion, unheard and unseen. Apologies, sir, but Dr. Zhao is currently unavailable. You cannot enter. Sir, you are trespassing, and this is unlawful. If you do not desist, I shall have to call security. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the lobby, where her assistant was desperately trying to restrain a bespectacled, seemingly genteel man. I am terribly sorry, but I truly have an urgent matter to discuss. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but I would not intrude if it were not absolutely necessary. The man appeared exceedingly polite, a stark contrast to the unsavory characters Zhao Hailuan had instinctively imagined. Perhaps there is indeed an urgent matter, she mused. Jennifer, it's all right. I will handle this, Zhao Hailuan said, stepping outside to address the refined gentleman. Dr. Zhao, I apologize for this abrupt intrusion, but my employer has a pressing issue that necessitates your assistance. I hope you can overlook the disturbance. The gentleman, displaying remarkable humility, continued to apologize profusely. Employer? Zhao Hailuan then noticed another individual waiting at the entrance, an extraordinarily large man, resembling a giant with a bald head. She was momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered someone of such immense stature. She even entertained the absurd thought that he might inadvertently collapse her building. Dr. Zhao, I am Wilson Fisk, and I apologize for this intrusion. It is indeed a matter of urgency. The man's demeanor was courteous, a sharp contrast to his imposing appearance. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. Mr. Fisk, please come in and speak, Zhao Hailuan said, recognizing the gravity of the situation. She ushered both men into the meeting room. Dr. Zhao, please forgive my rudeness, but the urgency of the situation compels me to forego pleasantries. My fiancée is gravely ill, and I require your help. I have conducted some inquiries and discovered that you have performed numerous miracles in the past fortnight. I believe you are the only one who can save her. Wilson Fisk spoke urgently, his anxiety palpable. Chapter 0. What an unusual circumstance. Upon learning that Wilson sought her help for a medical condition, Zhao Hailuan was not taken aback. In fact, there had been numerous individuals like him in recent weeks. During this time, Zhao Hailuan had treated many ailments, ranging from rheumatoid conditions to varicose veins, what one might consider minor afflictions, but which remained untreatable. She had also miraculously cured individuals suffering from paralysis and leukemia, notorious for being incurable. Initially, her patients stemmed from her circle of acquaintances, including friends and relatives of colleagues at the research center. Yet, as her reputation burgeoned, this circle expanded exponentially. Despite Zhao Hailuan's repeated insistence on discretion, such matters were difficult to contain. She found herself inundated with requests for medical assistance. Zhao Hailuan had never turned anyone away, and she certainly would not refuse Mr. Fisk. May I ask what affliction your beloved has suffered? She inquired, recognizing his distress and opting for a direct approach. To be honest, I am not entirely certain, Fisk replied, a pained expression crossing his face, as if reluctant to relive the events. Last night, I hosted a gala. Vanessa was in high spirits, and everything seemed perfect. Suddenly, she collapsed, frothing at the mouth. He succinctly recounted the events of the evening. It was noteworthy that Fisk's fiancée shared a name with Deadpool's partner. A curious coincidence in the grand tapestry of life. Although Zhao Hailuan was not a specialized physician, her background in the biological nanotechnology field provided her with a foundational understanding of common diseases. From her assessment, it appeared that Vanessa was not merely ill, but rather seemed to have been poisoned. Zhao Hailuan had not previously encountered cases of poisoning. Nevertheless, she remained confident. If she had managed to treat the incurable, addressing poisoning should be well within her capabilities. Dr. Zhao, time is of the essence. Would you accompany me? Regardless of the outcome, I, Wilson Fisk, will forever remember your kindness. His voice was imbued with urgency as he implored her. Zhao Hailuan, unfamiliar with Fisk and unaware of the weight his promise carried, was guided solely by her instinct to heal. Mr. Fisk, lead the way, she replied, rising to her feet. Dr. Zhao, do you not need to gather any supplies? Wesley, Fisk's companion, interjected. Typically, a doctor would carry personal instruments for examinations. I require none of that. Let us go. Zhao Hailuan retorted briskly. Despite lingering doubts, Fisk refrained from further questioning. As the largest underground figure in New York and indeed across America, his vision and resolve were unparalleled. Having sought out Zhao Hailuan, he chose to place his trust in her without hesitation. Together, Fisk and Zhao Hailuan departed, where a vehicle awaited them, prepared by Fisk's associates. They hastened to a high-end rehabilitation center located in Hell's Kitchen. Upon arriving at Vanessa's bedside, they found her lying motionless, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of any trace of vitality. Her face was adorned with a breathing apparatus, and the faint mist escaping from the mask revealed the fragility of her breath. Prior to seeking out Dr. Zhao Hailuan, Jean Bing had summoned the finest physicians he could find, yet they could only manage to keep Vanessa alive, nothing more. They could not restore her body, and henceforth, Vanessa would endure a life plagued by suffering. This was an unbearable reality for Jean Bing, prompting him to unhesitatingly mobilize all his resources in search of eminent doctors. It was under such circumstances that Dr. Zhao Hailuan came into his line of sight. Dr. Zhao, please let me know if you require anything. I shall ensure it is prepared promptly, Jean Bing whispered to Zhao Hailuan, wary of disturbing Vanessa. Mr. Fisk, there is no need for that. I can commence immediately. Zhao Hailuan replied, dismissing his concerns with a wave of her hand as she lifted the blanket from Vanessa and grasped her hand. Jean Bing and Wesley exchanged astonished glances, bewilderment flickering in their eyes. What is Dr. Zhao doing? Is she examining Vanessa's body? Wesley inquired, astonished by the unconventional method of inspection. I am about to begin, Mr. Fisk. During this process, please ensure I am not disturbed, Zhao Hailuan stated with a serious demeanor, having already utilized her abilities to thoroughly sense Vanessa's condition. She was confident in her capacity to heal Vanessa, a task she considered to be well within her capabilities. Dr. Zhao, I will, please proceed, Jean Bing nodded, despite his lingering doubts. At this juncture, allowing Dr. Zhao to attempt her healing seemed the only option. After all, even if it were to fail, it would merely amount to a woman holding Vanessa's hand, nothing to be overly concerned about. Dr. Zhao refrained from further superfluous conversation and began to channel her abilities into Vanessa, gradually mending her ailing body. The hospital room fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of the Thor drip. Jean Bing and Wesley watched in rapt attention, scarcely daring to breathe for fear of disrupting Dr. Zhao's concentration. However, this process did not last long. After approximately 3 minutes, Vanessa opened her eyes, her complexion regaining its rosy hue and her demeanor brimming with vitality. Upon feeling someone grasp her hand, she appeared perplexed. Excuse me, may I ask, Wilson? She began, only to spot Jean Bing, who was trembling with excitement nearby. Vanessa? You are awake? Jean Bing stammered, his body quaking not only from shock, but also from elation. The magnitude of his emotions was beyond the capacity of words to convey. He even questioned whether he was witnessing an illusion. After all, a mere 3 minutes prior, she had been barely breathing, and now she appeared vibrant and full of life. Such a transformation seemed impossible, defying all human understanding. Jean Bing's gaze shifted back to Zhao Hailuan, struggling to comprehend how this woman had achieved such a feat. Merely holding Vanessa's hand had restored her health. What sorcery was this? It was utterly astonishing. Even Wesley, who typically exuded calm and composure, now stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Despite reports of Zhao Hailuan's miraculous healings over the past fortnight, the fact that this particular transformation occurred in the span of mere minutes was utterly mind-blowing. Williams, what has transpired? Vanessa inquired, sitting up and regarding Jean Bing with curiosity. In a flurry, Jean Bing rushed to assist her, only to be gently rebuffed by Vanessa. She smiled and said, You make me seem like a critically ill patient, but I feel perfectly well. Vanessa, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Jean Bing asked with great concern as he scrutinized her. I feel splendid, Vanessa declared, assessing her state. In fact, I have never felt more invigorated. I feel brimming with energy. Seeing Vanessa's condition and receiving her confirmation, Jean Bing finally exhaled in relief. Oh, I recall now. I believe I felt woozy after having a drink. Did I get drunk, Wilson? Vanessa pondered aloud, furrowing her brow as memories surfaced. Though she seldom indulged in alcohol, her tolerance should not have been so poor. Glancing around the room and at the woman in the white coat beside her, the astute Vanessa began to realize that the situation was likely more complex than she had initially perceived. Vanessa, do not worry. I will uncover the truth. Jean Bing vowed in a low, earnest tone. This woman was his greatest vulnerability. He would not let anyone harm Vanessa without facing dire consequences. Mr. Wilson, since it appears Ms. Vanessa is well, I shall take my leave, Zhao Hailuan announced, rising to bid farewell. Dr. Zhao, you have truly opened my eyes, no? It is more accurate to say you have left me in awe. Jean Bing approached Zhao Hailuan, gazing at her with a reverence typically reserved for the divine. What you accomplished just now is nothing short of a miracle. Mr. Fisk, you overstate my abilities. I am merely a fortunate individual, Zhao Hailuan replied humbly, dismissing his praise. To her, possessing such extraordinary abilities was simply a stroke of luck. Had she not fortuitously encountered Wade, had she not persistently pursued him, how could she have ingested that wondrous devil fruit? You are far too modest, Dr. Zhao, Jean Bing remarked, his admiration for her growing. He had encountered countless individuals who boasted of their achievements, proclaiming themselves invincible for the slightest success, craving adulation from the world. Yet here stood Dr. Zhao, having performed a feat that could astound the entire medical community, remaining profoundly humble. You have healed Vanessa. You are indeed my benefactor, Dr. Zhao. Please, grant me the opportunity to express my gratitude, Jean Bing earnestly implored. Mr. Fisk, there is no need for thanks. I merely did what I felt compelled to do. Helping others is my inherent desire, Zhao Hailuan replied, waving her hand dismissively. Dr. Zhao, please allow me this chance. If I let you leave empty-handed, Vanessa will surely scold me upon her return. You wouldn't want me to face her ire, would you? Jean Bing smiled, revealing a rare lightness in his demeanor. Even a man typically regarded as stern and unsmiling like Jean Bing could not conceal his happiness at this moment. Yet, his imposing presence rendered even his kind smile somewhat intimidating. Dr. Zhao, please do not refuse. To let you depart on an empty stomach would be the true affront. Would it not? Vanessa approached and took Zhao Hailuan's hand, saying, although I was asleep at the time and did not witness the events that transpired, the situation before me is quite apparent. She was not foolish, and it was clear to her. Zhao Hailuan, unable to withstand the enthusiasm of both Jean Bing and Vanessa, reluctantly acquiesced. Jean Bing was overjoyed and immediately arranged a grand banquet at a nearby upscale hotel to honor Zhao Hailuan, and on the spot, he donated 5 million to Zhao Hailuan's research center as a gesture of gratitude. It is fair to say that those who are affluent do not shy away from generosity. Dr. Zhao, I hope this is not too forward, but may I inquire how you cured Vanessa? During the banquet, Jean Bing curiously posed this question to Zhao Hailuan. The miraculous ability to heal someone simply by holding hands was something even Jean Bing, with his extensive experience, had never encountered. Thus, his curiosity was genuine. Of course, Dr. Zhao, I ask purely out of curiosity, not with any ulterior motive. If it is inconvenient, please disregard my question, he quickly added, fearing he might offend Zhao Hailuan. In truth, there was nothing to conceal. Zhao Hailuan did not hesitate and agreed to share. The manager had indeed asked her to introduce clients, indicating that he did not intend to keep the existence of the devil fruit a secret. It was even through Wade's introduction that Zhao Hailuan became aware of the devil fruit herself. In this context, Zhao Hailuan naturally felt no need to withhold information. The method I use to treat Ms. Vanessa is not a medical one, but rather a power derived from the devil fruit, Zhao Hailuan articulated thoughtfully to Jean Bing. Devil fruit. Jean Bing was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by this notion, having never encountered such a thing before. Chapter 4. New guest Mr. Fisk. This is where we part ways. Please take care, Dr. Zhao. Farewell. After an enjoyable gathering, Jean Bing and Vanessa personally escorted Zhao Hailuan downstairs, assigning his most trusted aide, Wesley, to drive her home. After bidding farewell, Zhao Hailuan's vehicle vanished into the night, while Jean Bing and Vanessa returned to the hotel. Vanessa, do you think what Dr. Zhao said about the devil fruit is true? Jean Bing inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. I cannot believe there is such a thing in this world. It sounds utterly absurd. Vanessa shook her head, but soon shifted her stance. However, Dr. Zhao did not appear to be joking at the time. When she mentioned the devil fruit, her expression was serious and earnest, leaving no room for doubt. This was something Jean Bing and Vanessa, both astute individuals, could discern. That is precisely what I find perplexing. Dr. Zhao is meticulous and sincere. She would not jest about such matters. Yet, if something like the devil fruit truly exists, it challenges my understanding of the world. But Dr. Zhao did employ a rather peculiar method to cure you, which I witnessed firsthand. This makes it difficult for me to entirely dismiss her words, Jean Bing admitted, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Wesley, was I really that ill? Vanessa asked, somewhat taken aback. She had assumed her fainting spell was minor, believing she would have regained consciousness without Dr. Zhao's intervention. Jean Bing's concern seemed exaggerated, stemming from his deep affection for her. Yet, it now appeared that the situation might be more serious than she thought. No, Vanessa, in truth, you were quite ill. At the very least, the esteemed doctors I consulted were at a loss, Jean Bing stated gravely. This revelation left Vanessa genuinely astonished. Could it be that Dr. Zhao's mention of the devil fruit was indeed true? After a moment of silence, she incredulously turned to Jean Bing. He remained quiet for a time, choosing not to delve further into the topic and softly suggested, Vanessa, it's getting late. Let me escort you home to rest. I shall return to see you tomorrow. Vanessa nodded in understanding. After ensuring Vanessa was settled, Jean Bing returned to his office and immediately summoned Wesley. He relayed the information regarding the devil fruit that Zhao Hailuan had mentioned, intending for Wesley to investigate further. Although the notion seemed far-fetched, Zhao Hailuan had spoken with conviction, and witnessing her heal Vanessa had stirred something within Jean Bing. Boss, did you just say devil fruit? Wesley asked, his expression revealing surprise. What, Wesley? Have you also heard of this extraordinary phenomenon? Now it was Jean Bing's turn to be astonished. Indeed, I have, Wesley confirmed, nodding. You must remember the mercenary Wade, who killed Daredevil. Jean Bing certainly recalled. Wade had eliminated a long-standing thorn in his side and had long been on Jean Bing's radar. In fact, He had even entertained the idea of recruiting Wade to work for him. Wade had sustained severe burns, leaving his skin utterly ruined, his face irreparably damaged. Such injuries are evidently beyond the realm of modern medicine. Even skin grafts would leave scars. Yet, when I saw Wade again a month ago, his face appeared flawless, better than any woman's skin I had ever seen. He mentioned that the devil fruit had healed his face. Wade claimed the devil fruit healed his face. Not Dr. Zhao, the user of its power? Jean Bing pondered, fixating on Wesley. These are entirely different matters. No, Wade specifically referred to the devil fruit, Wesley clarified, recalling the details with careful precision. Throughout the conversation, Wade had never mentioned Dr. Zhao, and although time had passed, Wesley could still vividly remember. Could it be that the devil fruit was indeed real? Jean Bing's doubts began to waver. So far, 2 individuals have mentioned the devil fruit. I cannot dismiss this as mere coincidence. By the way, boss, Wade did say something else. Wesley suddenly seemed to recall a statement and looked up. He said if you were to consume the devil fruit, you could kill Daredevil. Jean Bing could no longer maintain his composure. Wesley, you must go to that devil fruit shop immediately and ascertain whether these fruits are truly as miraculous as claimed. Jean Bing commanded decisively. The devil fruit shop. Are these colorful items really edible? Of course, the shop operates with sincerity and integrity. We offer samples for tasting. Would you care to try? Forget it. I don't wish to meet my demise. Another patron fled in fear of the devil fruit. Yet, without resorting to curses or threats, the overall demeanor remained quite civil. Take care, no need for formalities. After operating the shop for so long, Rashia had become quite accustomed to such situations, merely greeting the departing customer at the counter. No attempts were made to retain them. What is meant to come will come, and what is meant to leave cannot be kept. Rashia's perspective had, unbeknownst to him, ascended to a higher plane. Moreover, the individual encountered moments ago appeared to be an ordinary office worker, likely unable to afford a devil fruit. Thus, Rasha refrained from expending time on him, neglecting to showcase the miraculous nature of the shining fruit. Never mind, he thought. Perhaps it was better to indulge in a couple of rounds of his favorite game instead. With that, Rasha swiftly cast the stranger from his mind, picking up his phone and deftly entering the game interface. Devil fruits? To his surprise, such a shop truly exists. At that moment, a voice resonated. Shortly thereafter, a bespectacled man, looking refined and donned in a designer suit, entered the store. Greetings, esteemed customer. Welcome to our humble establishment. Rasha set aside his phone and stepped out from behind the counter to greet the customer. As he approached, he couldn't help but wonder why this man seemed somewhat familiar. Who could he be? Chapter 05. A major client arrives. Rasha was certain he had seen this impeccably dressed man before, undoubtedly on television. Yet, as he ruminated, he struggled to recall his identity, as though a thin veil obscured his memory. Good day, shopkeeper. The bespectacled man's voice interrupted Rasha's thoughts. He bowed politely, exuding an air of refinement reminiscent of a scholar from ancient times. I am quite intrigued by your devil fruits. I wonder what sort they are? I have never encountered them before. He adjusted his spectacles and inquired with deliberate curiosity. Devil fruits are extraordinarily remarkable fruits that can only be found in this shop. So it is entirely understandable that you have not heard of them before. Please, allow me to guide you inside for a detailed introduction, Rasha replied with a gentle smile, leading the man toward the counter. Is that so? You seem to have piqued my curiosity. I am eager to learn what these fruits entail and what makes them extraordinary. The bespectacled man followed Rasha into the shop, subtly surveying the interior, his gaze immediately drawn to the vibrant array of devil fruits displayed in the showcase. A look of surprise crossed his face as he turned to Rasha. Are these truly the devil fruits? Indeed, esteemed customer, these are the devil fruits, Rasha affirmed, his smile warm with enthusiasm. As you can see, they are indeed unique fruits. However, their distinction lies not solely in their colorful appearances, but also in the extraordinary abilities they possess. Had he been an average person, one might have assumed Rasha was merely engaging in fanciful talk. However, Rasha keenly observed the bespectacled man, noting his composed demeanor and attentive listening. This suggested that he was no stranger to the concept of devil fruits. His visit was intentional rather than casual. What do you mean by extraordinary abilities? The bespectacled man inquired, unable to suppress his eagerness. I understand that this may sound preposterous, yet it is the truth. Consuming a devil fruit from our shop bestows upon an individual a superhuman ability, Rasha explained candidly after a brief pause, recognizing that the man had some prior knowledge of devil fruits. Pray tell, what kind of abilities might one acquire? The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, anticipation evident on his face. For instance, one might restore a face severely burned to a flawless complexion reminiscent of white jade. Alternatively, One could gain the capacity to heal all ailments, including terminal diseases such as cancer, in mere minutes. Or, one might acquire the ability to conjure versatile, bulletproof garments at will. Rasha succinctly described the abilities of several devil fruits he had previously sold. Regardless of which fruit the man had encountered, it would inevitably align with one of these three. Indeed, Rasha observed a shift in the man's expression, clearly captivated by his words. Dear customer, you may peruse the illustrated guide. Rasha presented the meticulously crafted devil fruit catalog to the bespectacled man, containing succinct descriptions of various fruits and their diverse abilities, certain that one would meet the customer's satisfaction. Thank you, shopkeeper. The bespectacled man graciously accepted the catalog and began to read intently, enveloping the shop in a brief silence. Suddenly, a moment of clarity struck Rasha, as if he had pierced through the veil obscuring his memory. He finally recalled who the bespectacled man was. Wesley. He was the right-hand man of Wilson Fisk in the first season of Daredevil, or rather, the most loyal and reliable spokesperson for him. Since Fisk maintained a shroud of mystery, he rarely appeared in the limelight, leaving Wesley to handle all matters, large and small. A remarkably capable individual, yet ultimately felled by a seemingly defenseless woman, meeting an undignified end. This was indeed a significant client. Recognizing Wesley's identity ignited a spark in Rasha's eyes. Wesley's interest in acquiring a devil fruit was likely not merely for personal gain. It was highly probable that Fisk sought a devil fruit for himself. What manner of man was Fisk? In terms of financial prowess, Helen Zhao would scarcely be fit to carry his shoes. Truly, this was an eye-opening experience. Wesley's voice broke the silence as he skimmed through the devil fruit catalog, then posed a poignant question to Rasha. However, shopkeeper, if I may be so bold, how can I ascertain the veracity of the descriptions? How can I know that these devil fruits genuinely bestow such extraordinary abilities? I fully comprehend your concerns and appreciate your caution, Rasha replied with a smile, addressing Wesley. Thus, our shop offers a tasting service. We have samples of each fruit available for trial. If you consume a sample, you will immediately acquire the corresponding ability, and you will see for yourself that the devil fruits are indeed genuine. Would you care to select a devil fruit to sample? Wesley fell silent. Ordinarily, he would never consider putting such bizarre items into his mouth. However, this time was different. He had come with a purpose. Fisk had tasked him with uncovering the truth about the devil fruits, meaning that merely conversing with the shopkeeper and skimming the catalog would be insufficient. Wesley swiftly arrived at a decision. Very well, shopkeeper, please allow me a moment to examine these fruits. He gestured to Rasha and began to meticulously select from the catalog. After a couple of minutes, Wesley made his choice. Shopkeeper, may I try this bullet fruit? He pointed to a bullet-shaped fruit in the catalog, addressing Rasha. Certainly. Rasha replied without hesitation, promptly retrieving a sample of the bullet fruit and placing it before Wesley. Please, help yourself. However, I would advise you to prepare for the taste. Devil fruits are not particularly palatable. Chapter 06, The Bullet Fruit. Thank you for the warning, shopkeeper, Wesley responded courteously, though he did not take Rasha's caution to heart. After all, he was no child. Adults could certainly handle an unpleasant flavor. However, when Wesley finally swallowed the sample, he realized that he had indeed underestimated the situation. The fact that even the store manager felt compelled to offer a warning suggested that the taste must have been extraordinarily unpleasant. Wesley almost retched. Of course, Wesley was not an ordinary person. Despite the horrendous flavor nearly surpassing his palate's threshold, he merely furrowed his brow slightly. Without a hint of hesitation, he swallowed the sample whole. Then, a truly wondrous transformation occurred. Almost the instant he ingested the sample, Wesley felt an undeniable change within his body. It was an inexplicable sensation, yet one that he could feel with utmost clarity. He distinctly sensed the emergence of a new ability, one that he could control just as effortlessly as he could breathe, walk, or wave his hand. At that moment, an epiphany struck Wesley. He comprehended how Zhao Hailuan had healed Vanessa. It was evident that she had utilized her mastery over the powers of the devil fruit to do so. Surely, the guests must have perceived this revelation. Seeing the astonished disbelief etched across Wesley's face, Roxa chuckled and encouraged him. Well then, dear guest, focus intently and feel your newfound ability. Let us see what miracles may unfold. I can hardly contain my excitement, even for someone as composed as Wesley. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He glanced around before stepping out of the devil fruit shop and approaching a tree on the street. Extending his right hand, he straightened his index finger, aiming it at the trunk of the tree, and took a deep breath. Then, he unleashed his ability. Whoosh! A bullet shot forth from Wesley's fingertip, striking the tree trunk with a resounding thud. However, given that he had only just acquired this power, Wesley could not yet wield it with great force. The bullet merely embedded itself shallowly in the bark before falling to the ground moments later. Yet, this event stirred a tempest of exhilaration within Wesley, akin to a boulder being cast into a tranquil pond. It was real. All of it was undeniably real. Astonishing. Wesley crouched down to carefully retrieve the bullet he had just fired, toying with it endlessly, his face ablaze with excitement. After a couple of minutes spent calming his exhilaration, he tucked the bullet away and returned to the devil fruit shop. "What do you think, dear guest?" Roxar inquired, a knowing smile gracing his face. "Marvelous. A miracle. I feel as if I have only now truly come to understand this world," Wesley exclaimed, his words dripping with fervor, reflecting his innermost thoughts. "Then, dear guest, shall you choose to purchase this bullet fruit?" Roxas seized the opportunity to speak. "Oh, I almost forgot to mention that the sample's effects last only 5 minutes. To truly acquire this ability, one must consume the genuine fruit." Wesley, never one to believe in handouts, nodded without hesitation. "Indeed, manager, I shall take the bullet fruit. How much does it cost?" "The original price is 1 million US dollars, but you are in luck, dear guest. Our shop is currently running a promotional offer. You can acquire it for just $700,000. Roxa quoted the price. Without even a flicker of doubt, Wesley promptly completed the transaction. "Congratulations, dear guest. The bullet fruit is now yours," Roxa declared, presenting the authentic fruit to Wesley and adding, "Just a friendly reminder, a single bite is sufficient. There is no need to consume more." "Thank you for the reminder, manager," Wesley replied earnestly. The devil fruit was indeed horrendous in taste. Roxa's offhand remark would spare Wesley considerable torment. Without further ado, Wesley eagerly consumed the bullet fruit, fully embracing his new identity as a devil fruit user, permanently gaining the ability to create and fire bullets. "Manager, just call me Wesley," he interrupted Roxa politely. Upon confirming the authenticity of the devil fruit, Roxa's status in Wesley's eyes soared to new heights. "Then I shall not be shy about it, Wesley. I have established a group for those who possess devil fruit powers. Would you care to join? It's a space for everyone to exchange knowledge regarding their abilities. And I will provide relevant answers as well." Roxa inquired once more. "Of course, manager. I would be thrilled to join," Wesley replied without a moment's hesitation, fully aware of the immense value such a network held for someone like him, an esteemed confidant of Kingpin. He wasn't merely speaking casually when he expressed his eagerness to join the group. Roxa promptly added Wesley to the group and notified the members. "Attention everyone. Our family welcomes a new member, Mr. Wesley. Hello everyone, I am Wesley. I look forward to your guidance." Wesley introduced himself. "Wade Wilson, Wesley? Is that really you? You didn't believe a word I said back then, did you? And now you're here purchasing a devil fruit? Mr. Wade, I am ashamed of my previous short-sightedness. It is only now that I recognize the extraordinary nature of the devil fruit. I must extend my gratitude to Dr. Zhao. It was she who unveiled the wonders of the devil fruit to me. Mr. Wesley, welcome. You need not thank me, if thanks are to be given. Let it be to yourself for choosing to believe in me," Zhao Hailuan replied. In truth, Zhao Hailuan had not only spoken of the devil fruits to Kingpin, she had shared this knowledge with others as well. Yet, regrettably, even with the miracles she had wrought before their very eyes, few believed her claims. Many preferred to think that her achievements were merely the result of biological nanotechnology. Chapter 7. The Birth of the Ultimate Assassin Newcomer Vanessa. "Wade, you know this newcomer? Why not introduce him to everyone? By the way, Wesley, I'm Wade's wife. I'm delighted to see Wade making new friends." "Vanessa?" Wesley was taken aback upon hearing the name. Mr. Wade's wife shared the same name as his boss's fiancée. What a remarkable coincidence. "Good day, Mrs. Vanessa. I am Wesley, a collaborator of Mr. Wade. I had the pleasure of working with him recently and am honored to meet you. Since you are friends and both possess devil fruit powers, do spend more time together." Vanessa genuinely hoped that her eccentric husband would cultivate more friendships. She had always been aware of Deadpool's line of work, having witnessed the battle that transpired 2 years ago. Deadpool could not conceal it from her. Vanessa could also surmise what kind of collaboration Wesley was referring to. Nonetheless, she still wished for Wade to move beyond his solitary existence. "Wade Wilson, since my esteemed wife has spoken, Wesley, I shall reluctantly consider you a friend. Should any business arise in the future, feel free to seek me out. You are well aware of my reputation." "Wesley, certainly, Mr. Wade. After all, your business acumen is unparalleled in the industry." "Vanessa, by the way, Wesley, might I inquire what devil fruit you have purchased? Would you be so kind as to share with us?" Wesley hesitated, for the fruit he had acquired was the bullet fruit, which lacked the transparency of Zhao Helen's healing fruit or Wade's slip fruit. However, after much contemplation, Wesley resolved to be forthright. Having chosen to join this circle of devil fruit users, One cannot expect genuine acceptance while shrouded in secrecy regarding the nature of one's powers. Wesley, Ms. Vanessa, I have procured the bullet fruit. As my living environment is rather chaotic, and I seek to enhance my self-defense capabilities. Wade Wilson, the bullet fruit? The one that can produce bullets? This means you need not carry weapons, for you yourself become the weapon. Wade Wilson. Oh, Wesley, you might as well change your profession. This ability is tailor-made for assassination. Imagine, after undergoing meticulous security checks ensuring Wesley carries no weapons, the intended target finally feels at ease to meet him. Yet suddenly, Wesley fires a bullet from his own body, eliminating the target. Exciting, isn't it? Surprising? The crown jewel of assassins shall undoubtedly be Wesley. The bullet fruit? Zhao Helen couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly, forming a fundamental judgment about Wesley in her mind. To her, the rationale of self-defense was utterly unconvincing. Wesley's acquisition of the bullet fruit reflected a tendency in his behavioral patterns. Thus, she began to formulate her approach to Wesley. Wesley, Mr. Wade, you jest. I have stated that my purchase of this fruit was solely for self-defense. Wesley, well then, everyone, it has been a pleasure meeting you all, but I have some matters to attend to. I hope you understand. With that, Wesley exited the group chat. Manager, today has truly opened my eyes. The devil fruits have allowed me to reevaluate this world. Wesley expressed sincerely to Rasha. Manager, please continue your work. I shall return to disturb you again. You are always welcome. Rasha waved at Wesley. Farewell, manager. Wesley respectfully waved goodbye to Rasha before leaving the devil fruit shop. Upon reaching the parking lot and slipping into his car, Wesley immediately dialed a number for Kingpin. Wesley, how is it? Kingpin's voice resonated through the receiver. Boss, it's real. The devil fruits are genuine. Wesley's voice barely concealed his excitement. I have verified it personally. This miraculous phenomenon truly exists? Kingpin's voice reflected disbelief. It is indeed real, boss. I consumed a bullet fruit, and I can actually fire bullets from my body. I am returning now. Once you witness it with your own eyes, you shall understand. Wesley, I am eagerly anticipating it. The call concluded. Wesley wasted no time, his face brimming with exhilaration as he hurried back to Hell's kitchen. Upon reaching Kingpin's office, he overheard a reprimand directed at two men in suits. It was evident that Kingpin's mood was far from pleasant. Yet, upon seeing Wesley enter, Kingpin's expression softened somewhat. You may leave for now. He gestured to the two men. The two men bowed respectfully to Kingpin before retreating. Is it another issue with Fisk? Wesley's brow furrowed slightly. Recently, Kingpin, Lady Gao, Fisk, Leland, and the Bear Country brothers had formed a temporary alliance to jointly control Hell's Kitchen, yet the progress had been exceedingly tumultuous. While Leland and the Bear Country brothers were manageable, Lady Gao and Fisk proved to be quite challenging, particularly Fisk, who repeatedly dismissed Kingpin, becoming a significant source of concern for him. As usual, it's always an issue with Fisk. Kingpin shook his head in frustration, then gazed at Wesley with a hint of hope. Wesley, I hope you bring good news to lighten my spirits. Boss, I believe you will be utterly astonished. Wesley could not help but grin at this moment. His gaze scanned the surroundings, and he picked up a mug from Kingpin's desk. I must apologize in advance for this mug, but as he spoke, Wesley extended his finger towards the mug, focusing his ability. Bang! Crash! The mug shattered into pieces as a bullet pierced through it, embedding itself into Kingpin's desk. Incredible. Truly astonishing. Kingpin's eyes widened in sheer amazement, his expression akin to witnessing Zhao Helen heal Vanessa. The devil fruits are real. Such a miraculous phenomenon truly exists. Moments later, Kingpin murmured this realization, and at that instant, all doubt vanished. Chapter 08. The classification of devil fruits. Devil fruit shop. Your background is far too fabricated. Speak again. Is it false? Clearly, it's a post, 95. Yet he acts like a post, 59 streamer trying to prove his innocence, casually tossing a bucket into the clear river, causing a splash. Yet the bucket was swept away. Oh no. The next moment, the nonchalance of throwing the bucket contrasted sharply with the clumsiness of retrieving it. Watching the young man's frantic movements, Rasha couldn't help but chuckle. The internet is filled with amusing characters. However, one cannot deny that the scenery in those videos is truly breathtaking, almost surreal. It's no wonder many netizens question the authenticity of the background. Manager. Just as Rasha was idly scrolling through short videos, a voice broke the monotony. It was none other than Wesley, who had recently purchased a bullet fruit, returning once again. And he was not alone. He brought with him a large, bald man clad in a white suit. Kingpin. Rasha instantly recognized the bald man's identity, feeling a surge of excitement within. After all, Kingpin was a major client. However, Rasha maintained a composed demeanor, setting down his phone and greeting Wesley with a smile. Mr. Wesley, gentlemen, please come in. Manager, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Fisk. After greeting Rasha, Wesley began to introduce his boss, Wilson Fisk. Kingpin extended his hand to Rasha, his imposing stature imparting a sense of pressure. Mr. Fisk, welcome to our humble establishment, Rasha said politely, shaking Kingpin's hand. However, possessing lofty aspirations and a keen perspective, he remained remarkably calm in the presence of such a legendary figure, feeling only a slight curiosity. In his eyes, Deadpool, Kingpin, Zhao Helen, or any other passerby were of no significant difference. Manager, Wesley's devil fruit is truly astonishing. I could hardly believe that such a miraculous phenomenon as the devil fruit exists in this world. Hence, I could not contain my eagerness to come here and witness it firsthand. Would you be so kind as to provide me with an introduction? Jinbing did not indulge in excessive pleasantries with Rasha. After exchanging greetings, he directly conveyed his purpose. Of course, Rasha readily agreed. Since Mr. Fisk had already encountered the devil fruit, I could indeed save myself considerable elaboration. Mr. Fisk, please take a look here. These are the devil fruits. As you can see, consuming one grants you a plethora of extraordinary abilities, much like Mr. Wesley. As Rasha introduced the fruits, Jinbing's gaze fell upon the bizarre and colorful specimens displayed in the cabinet, his expression betraying astonishment. He had not anticipated that the devil fruits would possess such peculiar forms. Had he not witnessed the miracles that transpired with Zhao Halun and Wesley, he would never have dared to consume such strange items. Indeed, these are extraordinary fruits, Jinbing nodded, genuinely impressed. In truth, if we cast aside societal prejudices and misunderstandings, they are rather beautiful, are they not? Rasha remarked, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, they resemble works of art. Wesley concurred earnestly, though it was unclear whether he genuinely believed so or was simply echoing Rasha's sentiments. This world is rife with ignorance and folly. Many lack the wisdom to discover truly beautiful things. Yet, this is not their fault, for not everyone is fortunate enough to encounter genuine beauty. I consider myself fortunate to have this opportunity to learn about and engage with the wondrous devil fruits. Listen, those who are destined for greatness speak differently. Rasha was surprised that Jinbing, a notorious rogue, could articulate such profound thoughts. However, upon reflection, there was indeed merit in Jinbing's words. The existence of the devil fruits is indeed a matter of luck and fate, as they are singular in the world, with no other establishment in sight. Moreover, their existence surpasses the current public's understanding, leading to skepticism among the masses. In such circumstances, those who can believe in and purchase the devil fruits are indeed fortunate, or perhaps it is more accurate to say they are presented with an opportunity, as Jinbing suggested. Mr. Fisk, the devil fruits will not disappoint you, Rasha smiled, aware that Mr. Fisk's primary concern would be the extraordinary abilities that the devil fruits could bestow. Allow me to elaborate on this matter. The devil fruits currently available in the shop can be categorized into two major types based on their abilities, Zoan and Paramecia. The Zoan fruits are relatively straightforward. As the name implies, they enable the user to acquire attributes and abilities corresponding to specific animals. However, this transformation also entails a physical change to resemble the respective animal. In simpler terms, they allow a person to metamorphose into an animal. Of course, this transformation pertains solely to physical alterations. It does not impact one's mental state. For instance, the bulbul fruit in the shop allows the user to gain the formidable strength, physical prowess, and endurance of a buffalo. Rasha briefly introduced the Zoan fruits to Jinbing. However, the notion of becoming an animal typically evokes resistance in humans, particularly since this environment is not that of pirates, but rather of the Marvel Universe. Thus, Rasha merely touched upon the Zoan fruits before moving on to the Paramecia fruits. The Paramecia fruits grant individuals a wide array of superhuman abilities. Mr. Wesley's devil fruit is a variant of the Paramecia type. Besides the bulbul fruit, the shop boasts numerous other Paramecia fruits, such as the blade fruit, which can transform a person's body into a blade, and the spring fruit, which can render a person's body as spring-like. Rasha began to peruse the catalog, casually pointing out a couple of devil fruits to Jinbing. Indeed, Jinbing's interest was piqued significantly. He even displayed clear signs of excitement upon encountering certain devil fruits, evidently struck by their allure. Manager, are there other types of devil fruits beyond the Zoan and Paramecia? Wesley, who had been listening intently, inquired with curiosity. Naturally, Rasha nodded. In addition to the Zoan and Paramecia types, there exists a third major category, Logia. Logia? Jinbing and Wesley exchanged glances, having deduced the meaning of this new classification by comparing it with the previous two. Manager, does the Logia category allow one to harness the forces of nature? For instance, wind or lightning? Jinbing asked, his gaze fixed intently on Rasha. Precisely. The powers of wind, rain, thunder, light, ice, and snow, Logia devil fruits enable users to wield elemental forces from the natural world. In essence, they can transform into elements found in nature. Jinbing and Wesley's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, even if they were unaware of the dazzling abilities that various Logia fruits could unleash. The idea of transforming into elemental forces of nature certainly felt far more sophisticated than the Zoan or Paramecia categories. Manager, do you currently have any Logia fruits in stock? When will they be available? Wesley eagerly pressed. I regret to inform you, Mr. Wesley, that Logia fruits are exceedingly rare and will not be available in the near future. Even when they do become available, they will likely be sold through an auction format, Rasha politely explained to Wesley and Jinbing. I see. Jinbing's expression turned one of disappointment. He understood that the likelihood of obtaining a Logia fruit was slim. Although he currently led the underground forces in New York, he was but a small player in the grand scheme of things, far from being a significant figure among the true power players. The devil fruits, particularly the Logia fruits as described by the manager, are invaluable treasures that cannot be measured in monetary terms. Even a cursory consideration would reveal the uproar such items would provoke. It was clear that the entire world would vie for them. In such a scenario, Jinbing recognized that he lacked the qualifications to participate. Furthermore, he had no idea when the Logia fruits would finally be made available. Jinbing quickly assessed the situation and made a rational decision. Logia fruits seem quite distant from me. I believe I'll focus on the Paramecia and Zoan fruits instead, he stated to Rasha. Yet, despite his words, a hint of regret lingered on his face. While I understand the reasoning, the longing for what is unattainable is a genuine sentiment. Mr. Fisk, there is no need for regret. Although the devil fruits can grant a variety of extraordinary abilities, the extent to which these powers can be manifested ultimately depends on the wielder. The devil fruits merely provide an initial state of capability to grow stronger. The user must engage in continuous training and development. There is a saying within the realm of devil fruits that I hope you will remember, Mr. Wesley as well. Upon observing the solemn demeanor of Rasha, Jinbing and Wesley instinctively perked up, their attention captivated as if they were earnest students listening intently to a teacher's lecture. There are no worthless abilities, only worthless users, Rasha asserted. If a person with powers neglects to train and develop their skills, even the most exceptional devil fruit may not enable them to surpass a Zoan-type user. A prime example is the clown, Buggy. Despite possessing the formidable Chop fruit, he has reduced it to mere triviality, remaining at the rudimentary level of causing his body to disassemble. Similarly, Mr. 5, with his seemingly wasted Bomb fruit, merely uses it to flick nose boogers. If these fruits were utilized at a more sophisticated level, they could become deadly weapons, silent and unseen. Jinbing and Wesley exchanged glances, as if struck by a sudden epiphany. Thank you for the insight, shopkeeper, Jinbing sincerely expressed to Rasha. In essence, the lesson was clear. You reap what you sow. Only through relentless effort can one attain true strength. Rasha nodded in agreement, then retrieved a fruit encyclopedia, offering it to Jinbing. Mr. Fisk, take a look and see if any fruits suit you. If you find one that piques your interest, let me know, and I can provide a detailed introduction. Jinbing accepted the encyclopedia and began to scrutinize it meticulously. His gaze eventually settled on one particular fruit, and he pointed at it, addressing Rasha. Shopkeeper, what are your thoughts on this steel fruit? The steel fruit is an excellent choice, and I believe it is very well suited for you, Mr. Fisk, Rasha replied with a smile. The steel fruit, which made its appearance in the pirate movie, is associated with a character named Bartholomew Kuma, who, like Jinbing, possesses an extraordinarily massive physique. Once certain parts of the body are transformed into steel, those areas become significantly heavier, necessitating considerable strength from the user. Is Jinbing strong, you might ask? Undoubtedly, though his size may suggest otherwise. He is composed entirely of muscle. His combat prowess is exceptionally formidable. He can punch through walls with his bare hands and is a world-class martial artist. In fact, he has demonstrated the ability to overpower Daredevil in one-on-one combat and even survived a significant explosion in the Hawkeye series. Quite impressive indeed. If he were to gain the added strength of the steel fruit, his capabilities would undoubtedly be magnified immensely. As the encyclopedia describes, the steel fruit allows for the transformation of one's body into steel, enhancing both defense and attack capabilities. If you, Mr. Fisk, were to steel your fists, I dare say you could easily fell a bull with a single blow. Jinbing could not suppress his laughter upon hearing Rasha's jest. With his strength combined with the power of steel, such assertions were far from mere exaggeration. These attributes are merely the basic applications of the steel fruit. In reality, its potential for multifaceted development is vast. For instance, the user could heat their steel-formed body to a high temperature, akin to a glowing iron rod. Jean Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement at the thought of a burning steel fist. Wow, now that's extraordinary, he exclaimed. The difference between a regular steel fist and one that is red-hot is monumental. While a steel fist might only create a dent in a steel plate, a red-hot fist could penetrate it effortlessly. The implications are staggering, especially considering that at this time, Tony Stark has yet to become Iron Man. And the era of Marvel superheroes has not begun. Aside from mutants, extraordinary powers are virtually non-existent. In this context, the ability to punch through steel is nothing short of astonishing. Rasha could distinctly sense Jean Bing's breath quickening, indicating that even this formidable figure was somewhat unsettled. Entering a high-temperature state? That is simply mind-blowing, Jean Bing exclaimed, filled with a mix of awe and excitement. But that's not all, Mr. Fisk, Rasha continued with a smile. Further elaborating, the pinnacle of the steel fruit's powers does not merely involve transforming one's own body. It can also imbue other objects that the user touches with the same steel properties. Should you master this ability, you would essentially become a second steel titan. Is that even possible? Jean Bing's eyes widened in disbelief, as if his worldview had been utterly shattered. While altering one's own body is extraordinary, it remains within the realm of personal control. After all, his body has already undergone the transformation of a devil fruit. But the ability to modify external objects? That feels akin to witchcraft. In summary, the steel fruit is indeed an exceptional paramecia-type fruit. Are you satisfied, Mr. Fisk? Rasha inquired, observing Jean Bing's astonished expression. Absolutely. I am exceedingly satisfied. Jean Bing nodded vigorously, swiftly making up his mind. Shopkeeper, I have decided. I want this steel fruit. Are you not interested in examining other fruits? Rasha asked with a smile. Of course I am, Jean Bing replied, as if it were a matter of course. Such a remarkable item. How could I settle for just one? Rasha couldn't help but smile at Jean Bing's enthusiasm. He truly was a prime customer. Excellent. However, once I consume the steel fruit, you shall be in for a treat, Jean Bing added eagerly. Of course, that is not a problem. Additionally, Mr. Fisk, our shop offers a tasting service. Would you like to sample it first? There's no need. I trust you, shopkeeper. Jean Bing waved his hand dismissively. Very well, Mr. Fisk. The steel fruit is priced at $1 million, but during our promotional period, you need only pay $700,000. As Rasha mentioned this, Wesley promptly produced a credit card and handed it to Jean Bing. Jean Bing accepted it and presented it to Rasha with both hands, demonstrating his respect for the shopkeeper. Despite Rasha's youthful appearance, resembling that of a university student, one does not sell such extraordinary items without possessing remarkable capabilities. Jean Bing regarded Rasha with genuine awe. With a swift transaction, Rasha retrieved the steel fruit and handed it to Jean Bing, offering a friendly reminder about the principle of consuming a devil fruit. Holding the beautifully unique fruit in his hands, Jean Bing felt a surge of anticipation as he took a bite, grimacing at the unpleasant taste as it went down. The taste of the devil fruit was so repugnant that even someone of Jean Bing's stature could not maintain a stoic demeanor. However, he quickly found himself overwhelmed by the sensation of transformation coursing through his body. Wesley, is this what it feels like to consume a devil fruit? Jean Bing's eyes widened with excitement. Instinctively, he extended his fist, harnessing his newfound power, and in the next moment, his fist transformed into a formidable steel appendage. It truly became steel. I can hardly believe it. This is nothing short of miraculous. Jean Bing was nearly on the verge of leaping for joy. My apologies, manager, for my exuberance. Witnessing such an incredible phenomenon is simply overwhelming, he exclaimed. However, he quickly realized he had lost his composure and promptly apologized to Rasha. Rasha fully understood and did not mock Jean Bing in the slightest. In truth, Jean Bing exhibited remarkable self-control, demonstrating admirable restraint. Mr. Fisk, Rasha interjected, please. Just call me Fisk, no need for such formality. Very well, Fisk. Congratulations on acquiring the power of steel transformation and joining the ranks of those who possess devil fruit abilities. Rasha offered his congratulations to Jean Bing. Thank you, manager. It is all thanks to you for providing me with this opportunity. Jean Bing expressed sincerely. You're being too modest. Your presence in this little shop is a serendipitous encounter. Rasha waved his hand with a smile. You speak truly. It seems destined. Jean Bing nodded and continued. So, manager, I intend to purchase additional devil fruits. Fisk, Rasha cautioned. A person can only consume one devil fruit. Consuming a second would lead to fatal consequences. Are you certain you wish to proceed with your purchases? This revelation slightly surprised Jean Bing, yet it did not deter him from his plans. He had no intention of consuming the additional fruits himself. Jean Bing was well aware of the adage that one cannot bite off more than one can chew, until he fully developed the potential of the steel fruit. He had no plans to use it for himself. His intention was to acquire more fruits for others. Yes, manager, I wish to continue my purchases. Jean Bing affirmed with a firm nod. That is certainly acceptable. However, Fisk, please be aware that there is a limit on devil fruit purchases. Each individual may acquire a maximum of 3. Therefore, consider your choices carefully, Rashia advised kindly. Jean Bing felt a tinge of regret. Yet, upon reflection, he understood the rationale behind such restrictions. Were there no limits, he could easily deplete the entire stock. Returning home with an army of devil fruit users, effortlessly conquering New York. Such feats are rarely as simple as they seem. 3, you say? Then please hold on a moment. Manager, while I deliberate, Jean Bing replied, greeting Rashia as he retrieved the devil fruit compendium once more. Take your time, Fisk. There's no hurry, Rashia encouraged with a smile. Nodding, Jean Bing began to meticulously examine the devil fruit compendium. However, it wasn't long before a frown creased his brow. Manager, is the rust fruit still available? Jean Bing couldn't help but inquire, fixing his gaze intently on Rashia. The fruit he had consumed was the steel fruit. And now he discovered there was a fruit capable of rusting objects. Was this fruit specifically crafted to counter him? The mere thought left him feeling quite unsettled. The rust fruit is indeed still in stock, Rashia confirmed with a nod. Manager, the compendium states that this fruit can cause objects to rust and corrode? Jean Bing pressed further. Indeed, Fisk, Rashia replied, understanding Jean Bing's concerns regarding the rust fruit. However, the rust fruit can induce rust not only in steel, but also in non-metallic substances, even human flesh. Can the human body truly rust? Wesley was genuinely astonished. While it was natural for metals to rust, how could non-metals undergo the same fate? This only served to highlight the unfathomable nature of devil fruits. Absolutely, Wesley, Rashia chuckled. In the realm of devil fruits, one must abandon previous understandings. You're right, manager, devil fruits defy conventional logic. Wesley nodded in agreement, marveling at the revelation. Nonetheless, manager, the corrosive effect of the rust fruit on metals should be more pronounced, wouldn't you agree? Jean Bing pondered, still unable to shake off his concern. Fisk, even among different metals, the ease of rusting varies, Rashia shrugged, implying that the point was clear enough. It wasn't merely a matter of metal versus non-metal. Even 2 identical pieces of iron placed in the same environment could yield vastly different rusting outcomes. Some objects are simply more prone to rusting. This is an undeniable fact. Manager, I will take the rust fruit, Jean Bing declared, having grasped the situation and making his decision without hesitation. The rust fruit was essentially the steel fruit's nemesis, and it was imperative that he retained control over it. He could not allow it to fall into the hands of others. Not just anyone, but even among his own. Jean Bing had no intention of using this particular devil fruit. He would not permit any lingering threats or risks. His sole purpose for acquiring the rust fruit was to obliterate it. With one of his precious 3 slots already occupied, Jean Bing was left with only one remaining. What to choose for that last devil fruit required careful consideration. His gaze once again roamed the compendium. Approximately 5 minutes later, Jean Bing's attention settled on a particular fruit. Manager, I believe the / fruit is quite remarkable, he announced, having selected it after thorough contemplation. In light of the recent emergence of Daredevil, Jean Bing had come to appreciate the significance of possessing a formidable fighter. He had never anticipated that a single individual could inflict such severe losses, causing him considerable distress. Daredevil had undoubtedly disrupted countless of his business ventures, and he found himself utterly powerless against him. Had Wesley not hired Wade, he would have truly struggled with devising a plan to eliminate Daredevil. Having learned from such a lesson, Jean Bing was determined to cultivate a top-tier expert to prevent the rise of another Daredevil in the future. Of course, Jean Bing himself was already a skilled fighter, and with the enhancement of the steel fruit, he was confident that should he face Daredevil again, the latter would likely meet his demise. However, given Jean Bing's stature, he would not act recklessly. The creation of another expert was the true path to success. After careful consideration, the / fruit, which could transform any part of the body into a blade, presented a significant boost to both offense and defense. It was indeed an excellent choice. Ah, the / fruit, Rashia remarked, glancing at Jean Bing's selection and nodding in approval. This fruit is quite renowned. To be frank, Mr. One's strength is formidable, which explains his high regard from Crocodile, who chose to accompany him after their escape from Impel Down. Fisk, this is truly an exceptional fruit. As the compendium describes, it enables any part of the human body to become a blade. I trust you can envision the immense advantages this ability would provide in combat, Rashia concluded. Moreover, this particular fruit bears a remarkable resemblance to your steel fruit to a certain extent, as it grants the user skin as impenetrable as steel. It is a fruit that adeptly balances both offense and defense, rendering it quite comprehensive in its capabilities. Indeed, this is precisely the reason I chose this fruit. Jean nodded affirmatively and then made his decision. All right, store manager, it is settled then. I'll take the rust fruit and the quick slash fruit. How much do these two fruits cost in total? The rust fruit and the quick slash fruit are priced at $1 million each. After applying the discount, the total comes to a gracious $1,400,000. Very well, manager. Please package these two fruits for me, Jean instructed Rasha, promptly settling the bill. Rasha placed the two devil fruits into a pre-customized bag and handed it over to Jean. As Jean felt the substantial weight in his hands, it was as though a gentle breeze had refreshed him. Having acquired such remarkable items for just over $2 million was truly a steal. The frustration and discontent caused by XIN had long dissipated. Once the transaction was complete, Rasha sought Jin's opinion and, as per custom, invited him to join the group chat. Manager, everyone, we have a new family member at the House of Devil Fruits. Please welcome Wilson Fisk. The once quiet group chat suddenly burst into life. Wesley, welcome Mr. Fisk. Vanessa, another newcomer in the group. Manager, your business is thriving. Welcome, Wilson Fisk. Vanessa, what on earth? Jean stood there, momentarily stunned. Chapter 0, A Surge in Power. Admiral Kizaru. Boss, here's the thing. Wesley noticed Jin's puzzled expression and leaned in closer, whispering an explanation. Jean then realized that this Vanessa was, in fact, Wade's wife. Their names were astonishingly identical. What a peculiar coincidence. Zhao Hailuan. Has Mr. Fisk also become a devil fruit user? I am very pleased to have you join us. Wilson Fisk. Thank you all. I am Wilson Fisk, the steel fruit user. I hope to receive your guidance moving forward. Wade Wilson, steel fruit? That must be the fruit that can turn your body into steel, right? Fisk, are you planning to become a statue? Those street performers might find themselves out of work. A vein throbbed on Jin's forehead. This must be the Wade that Wesley mentioned, the one who killed Daredevil? What a mouth he has. It had been ages since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. Beside him, Wesley adjusted his glasses, silently sweating for Wade. Knowing Jean, he recognized that Jean was genuinely angered. Wade was dangerously toying with his fate. Vanessa, Mr. Fisk, I apologize. Wade meant no harm. He was just joking. That's just his nature. Fortunately, Vanessa quickly began to apologize on Deadpool's behalf, which eased Jin's expression somewhat. Although she understood that this Vanessa was unrelated to his fiancée, the identical names clearly signified a unique connection. Thus, it seemed fitting to extend some courtesy to this Vanessa. Wilson Fisk. Mr. Wilson is just jesting, Miss Vanessa. I took no offense. Jean chose not to elaborate further. After exchanging brief greetings with everyone, he exited the chat group. Like Wesley, Jean was well aware of the immense value such a group of power users possessed, and thus he did not hesitate to join. However, he also wished to maintain a low profile, adhering to the principle of speaking as little as possible. Manager, Wesley and I will be heading back now, but I will return with my fiancée soon. After a few more pleasantries with Rasha, Jean took his leave alongside Wesley. Fisk, Wesley, take care. Rasha cheerfully bid them farewell. His mood remarkably buoyant. The duo had collectively sold 4 devil fruits in total. Impressive. One must acknowledge that Jean truly delivered. Moreover, Jean had mentioned he would return with his fiancée, potentially leading to another wave of orders. A premium customer. Jean was undoubtedly a prime asset. Such clients. I would gladly take a dozen. Through the collaborative efforts of Wesley and Jean, Rasha had achieved significant sales milestones, exceeding his targets. System, initiate task settlement. Rasha eagerly entered the system to begin the settlement process. Congratulations, host, on successfully selling 6 devil fruits and completing the stage task. The host may choose to draw once or receive 1,000 source points. How would you like to proceed? A prompt echoed in his mind, igniting excitement as Rasha rubbed his hands together. However, the decision between a draw or source points was not overly complex. After a brief contemplation, he resolved, I choose to receive 1,000 source points. Rasha promptly informed the system. His shining fruit was still at a very rudimentary stage, and his power was far from sufficient. Rather than acquiring another basic ability, it was wiser to enhance his strength first. At the very least, he needed to secure a firm foothold in this world. Congratulations, host, on receiving a reward of 1,000 source points. Detected that the host has surplus source points, which can be used to enhance the shining fruit's abilities. Would you like to consume source points for enhancement? Another prompt resonated within the system. What was there to hesitate about? Enhance. Enhancing in progress. Deducting source points. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host. The Shining Fruits abilities have been elevated to the level of the template character, Admiral Kizaru. With this series of notifications, Rasha instantly felt a significant transformation within his body. Admiral Kizaru. Rasha's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was undoubtedly a pinnacle existence in the world of pirates, remarkably powerful. More importantly, Kizaru's flashy moves were incredibly impressive, like descending upon the battlefield atop a cannonball. Have you ever been kicked by light? Simply magnificent. Indeed. Rasha found himself exceedingly satisfied with this development. Not only was he formidable at this stage, but even in the future era of the Avengers conquering the universe, Rasha would undoubtedly be a top-tier figure. It is no exaggeration to say that he could single-handedly take on the Avengers. Aside from a few truly overpowered individuals, who could possibly contend with Rasha? His spirit soared. Now, he finally possessed the confidence to stand firm in this world. By the way, system. At that moment, Rasha suddenly recalled another question and could not resist inquiring. If I had chosen to draw this time, what rewards might I have received? Devil fruits, 3-color hockey, Navy 6 forms, or other mysterious gift packs. The host may randomly receive one or more of these rewards. Could there really be a devil fruit? Rasha was somewhat puzzled, considering that a person could only consume one devil fruit. Even if he drew another, it would be futile. Thus, Rasha posed this question to the system. The demon fruit awarded to the host by the system is not an ordinary demon fruit, but rather a unique one specifically tailored for the host. This particular demon fruit does not pose the issue of consuming multiple conflicting fruits. The host can indulge without concern, with no limitations on quantity. The system offered such a response. Could one indeed consume multiple demon fruits? Roche felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. Did this not imply that he could not only transform into light, but also into thunder? Perhaps even into flames? The mere thought invigorated him. However, the system mentioned that the exclusive fruits awarded by it bore no such restrictions, indicating that the demon fruits currently available for sale must indeed have such limitations. Roche understood this implicitly. Chapter 0. New Phase Sales Task. Next phase task unlocked. Sell 10 demon fruits. Phase task reward. 3 chances for a lottery, or 1,000 source points. Note: 1,000 source points are equivalent to 1 lottery chance. The host may combine them at will. While immersed in this excitement, Roche's mind was once again filled with a series of announcements. The system had released the latest phase of the sales task. 10 demon fruits, was it? Roche was eager to try. After a period of sales accumulation, he felt confident about the latest phase of the sales task. Not to mention, Jean had promised to return with his fiancée, right? 1 demon fruit was already reserved. Moreover, although there were not many users of demon fruits at present, they had all made their respective circles known. This radiation might not yield immediate results, but Roche firmly believed that with the passage of time, it would surely bear fruit. So far, among those customers who had purchased demon fruits, aside from one Deadpool who naturally visited, wasn't he every other one drawn from this very radiation? This task was hardly daunting. Manager. At this moment, Zhao Hailuan suddenly messaged Roche in the group. Zhao Hailuan was not one to idly chatter in the group without reason. If she reached out to Roche directly, it was undoubtedly something significant. Roche wasted no time and entered the group immediately. Manager. Zhao Hailuan. Dr. Zhao, what is it? Zhao Hailuan. I have a question I wish to clarify with you. Should the matter of demon fruits be kept confidential from mutants? Though the mutant population is relatively sparse and seldom encountered in daily life, opinions on mutants vary drastically. Some sympathize with and support them, while others harbor animosity, even aspiring to eradicate them. In summary, issues surrounding mutants are profoundly sensitive social matters. Zhao Hailuan felt it prudent to seek Roche's opinion on the matter. The other members of the group began to take notice, equally curious about Roche's stance on mutants, as it could influence their future interactions with them. If the manager held a strong aversion to mutants, it would be quite problematic if they inadvertently attracted one to him. Wade Wilson. Dr. Zhao, that's a good question. I've wanted to ask it myself, but kept forgetting. Wade Wilson. In fact, 2 rather foolish mutants frequently harass me, one with silver metallic skin, and the other a girl who can emit light. Wade Wilson. Oh, by the way, did I mention they're both X-Men? Wade Wilson. I have no clue what they see in me to insist on recruiting me, but I am not a mutant. ISNT that hilarious? Then, Deadpool began to ramble on in the group about how Colossus and Negasonic Teenage Warhead persistently bothered him. He typed with remarkable speed, resulting in a deluge of text that flooded the chat. The group chat was effectively spammed by Deadpool's messages. Member Wade Wilson was muted by the group owner for 5 minutes. At last, tranquility descended upon the group. Mutants, huh? Roche fell into contemplation. Frankly speaking, he held no particular bias against mutants and felt indifferent towards the group. However, there was one individual he was particularly wary of, the professor. This individual possessed the unsettling ability to read memories and manipulate thoughts, a rather disturbing capability. Roche certainly did not wish for his secrets to be laid bare before the professor. After some reflection, Roche entered the group once more to consult the system. System, can certain telepaths access your existence through my memories? The existence of the system cannot be perceived by any form of psychic inquiry. Since the system is bound to the host's mental realm is likewise protected by the system and cannot be probed. With this assurance, Roche felt a profound sense of relief. Manager, Dr. Zhao, and everyone in the group, I treat mutants and ordinary individuals with equal regard. Please act according to your own convictions. Zhao Hailuan, understood. In that case, I feel reassured, Manager. Vanessa, Dr. Zhao, have you come into contact with mutants? Zhao Hailuan, not directly. A friend of mine asked if I could provide treatment for a mutant. I have not yet agreed. But I feel the need to clarify some matters first. Manager, that is perfectly fine, Dr. Zhao. Proceed according to your own judgment. If you decide to treat that mutant and they inquire about the demon fruit, feel free to share. Zhao Hailuan, I understand, Manager. Zhao Hailuan, since that is the case, I won't take up any more of your time. Goodbye. Zhao Hailuan, ever decisive, logged off immediately after addressing the important matter. Not a word wasted. Yet, upon reflection, Roche found it curious why Deadpool had the time to engage in group chats. Were mercenaries truly so idle? Having spent nearly 3 hours at the shop, 6 or 7 more customers had visited naturally, yet not a single transaction was made. Roche had anticipated this outcome. Moreover, having already sold 4 demon fruits, he was thoroughly satisfied. He promptly closed the shop and locked the doors, returning once more to the desolate mountain where he often trained. However, this time, Roche was not there to train. He sought to experience the sensation of a naval admiral. Photon sword. With a mere thought, countless photons rapidly coalesced in his grasp, materializing into a resplendent photon sword. Swish. With a casual swing, a tree as thick as a person was effortlessly severed in half. Lightspeed kick. A single kick unleashed a terrifying beam that obliterated a boulder taller than a person into rubble. 8-foot Cheonggoyu. Roche transformed into light and soared into the air, crossing his arms above him. Pew pew pew. A deluge of photon bullets rained down in a spectacular display. After experimenting with several other techniques, Roche's face glowed with elation, akin to winning a lottery. He had achieved masterful control over his abilities, indeed possessing the strength of a naval admiral. Chapter 04. The Staff and Erica. Hell's Kitchen. The cemetery. Whoosh. The piercing wind ceaselessly swept through, stirring the fallen leaves from the ground, adding an extra chill to this already desolate place. Amidst the biting gusts stood a man clad in a trench coat, his hair completely white, resembling the harsh wind itself as he stood coldly before a gravestone. The photograph upon the tombstone depicted a radiant young boy, beaming with joy like a burst of sunshine. It was none other than Matt Murdock. How ironic, Matt, that you donned a mask and tight suit, fighting for this city like a ridiculous clown. Yet, in the end, what did you gain? I have always warned you, futile emotions render you weak. They will be your demise. The old man, wearing sunglasses, gazed vacantly ahead, holding a long stick in hand, lamenting in a familiar tone before Matt Murdock's grave. You were the most gifted student I ever had, yet simultaneously the most foolish. You squandered your talents and met your end with no dignity. But who else could I blame but myself for teaching you? I have traced the one who took your life. I shall reclaim your dignity. May you rest in peace. With that, the old man placed a flower at Matt Murdock's gravestone. Just as he straightened to leave, his body suddenly hesitated. Without turning, he uttered a phrase into the air. Long time no see, Erica. Accompanying this voice was a woman, seemingly efficient yet chillingly cold, who approached from behind. I knew you would come. Your feelings for Matt have never truly faded, the old man stated with certainty. Wasn't that the very reason you drove me away? To prevent Matt from being distracted, yet in the end, he departed from you as well. Erica's face was a mask of indifference, betraying no emotion. Only when her gaze fell upon the photograph of Matt Murdock on the gravestone did a hint of sorrow flicker across her features. Though it had been ages since she last saw Matt, Erica had never forgotten the boy who once entered her life. Ignoring the old man, she placed a bouquet of flowers at Matt Murdock's grave, silently mourning him before straightening up again. You intend to avenge Matt, do you not? Do not deny it. I heard you just now. Erica spoke resolutely to the old man. I want to join. regardless of whether you agree or not. If you oppose, I shall act alone. After all, I can manage without you. Erica, when have you ever needed my permission? The old man replied leisurely. Meanwhile, within the lair of Kingpin, a dull thud echoed as a steel plate bolted to the ground trembled violently, suddenly yielding a gaping hole. Not only that, the jagged edge glowed a fierce red, the steel melting under intense heat, flowing downwards. It was a sight to behold. Before this steel plate, Kingpin's right fist was similarly red, radiating a terrifying heat that deterred anyone from approaching. Truly, the powers of the devil fruit are extraordinary. Kingpin reveled in the aftermath of his punch, satisfied beyond measure. With just one strike, he could pierce through steel 5 centimeters thick. What sort of person could withstand such a blow? Wade was right. Had Daredevil not perished, one punch from him could have sent his opponent to the underworld. Boss, in such a short time, I never imagined you would acquire such formidable strength. Wesley adjusted his glasses, expressing genuine astonishment. Had he heard someone could punch through steel before, he would have deemed them insane. Yet now, he was witnessing this astonishing spectacle firsthand. Such is the magic of the devil fruit. Kingpin was equally awestruck. The devil fruit is indeed remarkable, granting one the ability to wield power beyond comprehension. He considered himself incredibly fortunate to possess such strength. However, Wesley, I still have a long way to go. Kingpin shook his head. Though his punch seemed immensely powerful and exaggerated, it required time to build up. His mastery over the fruit's abilities was still quite rudimentary. While he was comfortable with solidifying his fists into steel through relentless training, heating his fists took almost 10 seconds. In real combat, who would afford you such a luxury? There is much work to be done. As for transforming other parts of his body into steel for defensive purposes, Kingpin was still somewhat inexperienced. The control over his chest and abdomen was far less adept than that over his hands. This was only to be expected. It was akin to how one could easily control the muscles of their arms, but might struggle with their abdomen or chest unless they were a trained fitness enthusiast. Wesley, how is your fruit development coming along? Kingpin inquired with anticipation. Mediocre at best. Wesley shrugged. Kingpin was preoccupied with matters both internal and external, leaving little time for fruit development. Nevertheless, he had seen some progress. Wesley smiled slightly, then abruptly extended his hand towards the steel plate. With a loud bang, a bullet shot forth, creating a spark. The bullet's power was not on par with a true firearm. Attaining that level would require further training. Not bad, Kingpin nodded. Wesley was his secretary and caretaker rather than a fighter, so there was no need for him to engage in combat. In this current state, Kingpin was quite satisfied. Boss, it's about time. We must go pick up Ms. Vanessa. Wesley glanced at the time and reminded Kingpin. Prepare the car. Kingpin nodded. After witnessing the marvels of the devil fruit, he intended to procure one for Vanessa as well. Unfortunately, she had been busy until now, only finding time today. Understood, boss. Wesley acknowledged before decisively turning and exiting. Kingpin took a brief shower and changed clothes before heading downstairs, where Wesley had arranged 4 cars lined up, ready and waiting. Wesley respectfully opened the car door for Kingpin, who entered, and the convoy promptly set off, leaving a trail of dust behind. Chapter 05, A Gamble. Boss, there is an issue you need to be aware of. Inside the car, on the way, Wesley hesitated before reporting to Kingpin that Wilson had requested a private meeting. And it was a strong request. What does he want now? Kingpin asked, visibly annoyed. He wishes to renegotiate the partnership agreement. Wesley knew this would anger Kingpin, but he relayed the information nonetheless. As expected, Kingpin's expression immediately shifted from clear skies to overcast, casting a shadow over the entire vehicle. Wilson has increasingly become a significant annoyance. After a brief pause, Kingpin finally spoke, but fortunately, it won't be long before I am free from this trouble. Kingpin was indeed wary. He recognized Wilson as a formidable individual, on par with Daredevil, which made Kingpin hesitant to act rashly. He had even contemplated using Daredevil to eliminate Wilson. However, this notion dissipated with the demise of Daredevil. Trust had now become the most pressing concern for Kingpin, succeeding Daredevil. Yet now, everything would no longer pose a problem. Not only trust, but also Madame Gao, Leland, and the Bear brothers would cease to be issues. From this moment forward, Kingpin would no longer have to collaborate with others to command Hell's Kitchen. This place would be solely his domain. With this thought, Kingpin's gaze sharpened ominously. Bang! At that moment, the lead vehicle of the convoy inexplicably lost control. It swerved erratically before crashing into the guardrail. Squeal. Fortunately, the drivers of the subsequent vehicles were seasoned veterans. They swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes, managing to halt the vehicle just in time, averting a catastrophic pileup. What on earth happened? Kingpin's expression darkened. Wesley, without uttering a word, promptly exited the vehicle. Simultaneously, the other bodyguards inside the car swiftly followed suit. What is going on? Wesley approached the driver of the first vehicle, inquiring about the mishap. Someone scattered nails on the road, the driver replied, frowning. Wesley's face grew serious. His instincts heightened as he began to scan the surroundings with vigilance. The other bodyguards of Kingpin mirrored his demeanor, instantly entering a state of alertness, their hands hovering over their holstered weapons. In this secluded stretch of road, the deliberate scattering of nails was a clear indication that something was amiss. Suddenly, a shadow flitted across the intersection ahead, capturing the attention of everyone present. They all turned to look, many drawing their weapons and aiming at the figure. However, upon seeing the person, a collective sigh of relief escaped them, for it was an elderly man, appearing to be in his 80s, frail to the point that a gust of wind could topple him. To make matters worse, he was blind. A blind, elderly man posed no threat, right? Yet, the timing of his appearance was rather suspicious. You go check it out. After a brief contemplation, Wesley commanded one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard nodded and approached the blind elder, blocking his path. Hey, old man, why are you here? The bodyguard barked at the elder. Without uttering a word, the blind man opened his trench coat, revealing a sword concealed within. The bodyguard's expression shifted slightly. Swoosh. Before he could react, the blind elder swiftly drew his weapon. A flash of cold steel glinting through the air, and the bodyguard's throat was sliced open, blood gushing forth. In your next life, remember to be polite to the elderly, the blind man coldly remarked as he wiped the blood from his sword. The stick figure has made a grand entrance. Wesley and the others were taken aback. No one expected that such a seemingly insignificant old man would possess such ferocity. They all raised their weapons, intent on eliminating him. Whoosh. Just then, a woman clad in combat attire and masked with long hair sprang forth from behind, wielding 2 daggers and charging into the crowd, slashing away. Erica has made her dazzling debut. The attention of almost everyone present was captivated by the stick figure, and coupled with Erica's own prowess, her stealthy infiltration went unnoticed. She caught them utterly unprepared. Swoosh. The sounds of flesh being cut by sharp blades echoed, accompanied by screams and muffled groans. Even the trained ninjas seemed insignificant in the face of Erica, let alone these ordinary individuals who could merely pull a trigger. Despite wielding firearms, their effectiveness paled in comparison to Erica's skill, with many not even having the opportunity to pull the trigger. One by one, they fell. To make matters worse, the stick figure was also advancing. Wesley gasped, realizing that the combat abilities of these two were on par with Daredevil, if not surpassing him. There was no way they could withstand such power. Stop them. Wesley barked at his subordinates, dashing towards Kingpin's vehicle, desperate to escape. However, he soon discovered that all the vehicles were surrounded by nails, scattered at some point unbeknownst to him. It must have been that woman. In this dire moment, Kingpin lost his composure as well. He hurriedly exited the vehicle to assess the dire situation. You, come with me. The others will hold them off. Wesley pointed to 2 remaining bodyguards and began to escort Kingpin swiftly away. Bang, bang. But the strength of the stick figure and Erica was overwhelming. The gunfire behind them diminished, becoming increasingly sparse, until it ultimately ceased altogether. In just a few hundred meters, the two had wiped out all their pursuers. As they glanced back at their relentless assailants, the expressions of Kingpin and Wesley grew increasingly grim. They could no longer escape. Their only option now was to fight back. Kingpin quickly assessed the situation and made a decisive choice. You few buy me 10 seconds. He commanded the few remaining bodyguards, extending his right hand to initiate the transformation of his fist into steel. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Kingpin's fist morphed into a formidable iron appendage. However, this was merely the beginning. The woman and the blind man were far too formidable. Their skills surpassed what any ordinary individual could attain. Kingpin needed to ensure a single, lethal blow. He concentrated, channeling his abilities to heat his fist. Bang, bang. Meanwhile, the remaining bodyguards fired their weapons at the stick figure and Erica, bullets flying in rapid succession. Even Wesley, the refined gentleman, drew his gun to join the fray against the duo. Despite their prowess, they were still flesh and blood, equally fearing bullets, and took cover behind nearby obstacles. They were temporarily suppressed, but it was only a matter of time. Bullets would eventually run out, especially considering the limited capacity of a firearm. Yet the blades in their hands would not rust in the meantime. Moreover, they need not wait for the ammunition to deplete, for their adversaries could strike before that. Swoosh. A flash of cold steel shot forth as Erica revealed herself, her dagger piercing through the chest of one bodyguard. What? The other bodyguard gasped in shock, instinctively glancing at his fallen comrade. A throwing knife? This is absurd. Swoosh. However, this momentary distraction proved to be utterly fatal, as a short blade was swiftly launched once more, piercing the chest of the bodyguard. Up until now, apart from Jean Bing and Wesley, every other individual had been mercilessly eliminated by the duo of Gun, Old Man, and Erica. Wesley's ammunition was quickly depleting as well. Out of bullets, are we? Erica remarked with a cold smirk, emerging from behind cover. She casually withdrew her short blade from the corpse and began to twirl it in her hand. Gun, Old Man, brandishing a longsword, approached them like a demon. It appears we have reached this juncture. Jean Bing's deep voice resonated as he stepped forward to stand beside Wesley, locking eyes with the advancing duo. At this moment, his fists were already of vivid crimson, exuding an intense heat. Our only recourse now is to fight. The two steadfastly gazed at the old and young pair drawing near, fully aware that their lives hinged on this impending clash. What is the matter with your fists? Erica's incredulous voice echoed, her gaze fixed on Jean Bing's glowing fists, her confusion palpable. They are emitting light. What kind of fists are those? Erica, what's happening? I sense a formidable energy. Gun, Old Man couldn't help but interject. His fists are glowing, akin to red-hot iron rods, Erica solemnly informed Gun, Old Man. Initially, she thought these two culprits responsible for Matt's demise were mere prey on the chopping block, but now she felt that the situation might not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Glowing fists? Erica was perplexed by this phenomenon, but Gun, Old Man felt a sudden realization. Could it be that this individual is the Iron Fist? Has the new Iron Fist emerged? Iron Fist? Gun, Old Man couldn't contain his curiosity. It is evident. Jean Bing glanced at his heated steel fists and stated matter-of-factly, "A fist of steel is indeed the Iron Fist. If you do not retreat at once, I shall use my Iron Fist to crush your skulls." Jean Bing threatened Gun, Old Man, and Erica fiercely. If his fists could frighten them into retreat, it would be the best outcome. Do not speak of Iron Fist. Even if it were a titanium fist, it would be of no consequence. No one can save you. Erica scoffed, charging directly at Jean Bing. Unbeknownst to her, the Iron Fist spoken of by Gun, Old Man and Jean Bing referred to entirely different matters. Observing her advance, Jean Bing ceased his idle chatter and swung his crimson fists toward Erica. Bang, bang, bang. Seizing the opportunity, Wesley picked up a gun from the ground and began to pull the trigger frantically at Erica. Temporarily abandoning Jean Bing, Erica dashed toward Wesley. Meanwhile, Gun, Old Man engaged Jean Bing in combat. Although Jean Bing was a formidable fighter, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Daredevil, Gun, Old Man was no such opponent. Their previous encounters had been unarmed. The sword in Gun, Old Man's hand was not something Jean Bing could withstand, even with his glowing fists. They would prove insufficient against the opponent's massive frame, which was agile and evasive. In Gun, Old Man's presence, Jean Bing was little more than a living target. Moreover, he was incapable of freely hardening any part of his body, leaving him without an advantage against Gun, Old Man. However, Gun, Old Man hesitated. He did not wish to kill Jean Bing, for the Iron Fist was a weapon to combat the hand. As Gun, Old Man clashed with Jean Bing, his primary focus shifted to testing the strength of this new Iron Fist. Nevertheless, he was gravely disappointed. This iteration of Iron Fist was astonishingly weak. Meanwhile, Erica had already reached Wesley. Bang, bang, bang. Wesley continued to fire at Erica without pause. Regrettably, as a certain handsome young man once stated, guns are weapons for the weak. At such close range, the gun could not showcase its intended advantages. Erica darted around with the agility of a cat, successfully appearing right in front of Wesley. With a swift thrust, a short blade pierced through Wesley's heart. His body jolted violently, as if someone had pressed the pause button on him. Thud! The gun fell from his hand, clattering to the ground. To kill you so easily is truly a disgrace, Erica coldly remarked as she withdrew her blade, her demeanor devoid of warmth. Wesley's eyes and mouth widened in disbelief, filled with an expression of utter despair. Gathering every ounce of strength, he lunged for Erica. What can you possibly do now? Erica scoffed. Bang! But at that very moment, a bullet shot forth from Wesley's fingertips, striking Erica squarely in the chest. A spray of blood erupted. What the hell? Instinctively, Erica swung her short blade and severed Wesley's head from his body, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Her mind was consumed with one thought. What had just transpired? How had she been shot? Wesley! Erica! The simultaneous cries echoed as Jean Bing and Gun, Old Man rushed toward each other. One approached Wesley's headless corpse with sorrow etched on his face, while the other hurried to Erica's side with palpable urgency. This world is utterly insane. Erica's voice rang out as she grasped Gun, Old Man, disregarding her own mortality, and shouted urgently, "Kill him! No, if we delay any longer, you will die?" Gun old man retorted, swiftly assisting Erica to her feet as they began to retreat. Jean Bing knelt before Wesley's lifeless body, his form convulsing in grief and rage. After a prolonged moment, Jean Bing unleashed a roar of anguish. Despite being a ruthless individual, indifferent to the deaths of those under his command, Wesley was an exception. In Jean Bing's heart, Wesley was the only one he could truly call a friend. Yet now, his sole friend lay before him, murdered. Wesley, no matter who the perpetrator is, I swear I will avenge you by taking their head. Jean Bing vowed to Wesley's corpse with a tone bordering on a solemn oath. Erica, her face shrouded, posed a significant challenge for identification. She could only rely on other distinguishing traits to pinpoint the target. Jean Bing began to think deeply. After a moment, his expression sharpened, the aura of vengeance evident. Is it you, Xin? Jean Bing's suspicion was not unfounded. Although he now shared governance of Hell's Kitchen with Lady Gao, Xin, Lalon, and the Bear Brothers, he remained the most powerful among them. The police, judiciary, and political spheres had all been infiltrated by Jean Bing, earning him the title of the Underground Emperor of Hell's Kitchen. He was intimately familiar with the various factions within Hell's Kitchen. The masked figure, wielding cold weapons, did not align with any faction in Hell's Kitchen, except for Xion's Yakuza gang. Only that individual commanded a host of ninjas. Additionally, Jean Bing's identity in Hell's Kitchen had always been a mystery, with few privy to the truth. Those who knew his identity and dared to make a move against him were even rarer. And what of Xion? All conditions have been met. Who can one trust if not oneself? Child, hold on. While the thoughts of Jean Bing were racing through his mind, the old man had already dragged Erica to a concealed and safe location. He quickly administered rudimentary first aid before hastening to a safe haven with her. Originally, it was Matt Murdock's apartment. The lease had yet to expire, but Matt Murdock was no longer present, leaving the room vacant. During his time in Hell's Kitchen, the old man had spent his days in this very apartment. The old man, a disciple of the Pure Innocence Society, having received early notification, rushed over immediately. Quick, carry her inside, the old man commanded, and together they lifted Erica onto a bed that had long been cleared. The disciple had also prepared tools, skillfully tearing Erica's clothing to examine her wounds. It's nothing serious. The bullet is lodged in the flesh and hasn't damaged any organs or major blood vessels. It can simply be extracted, he informed both the old man and Erica. Upon hearing this, they both exhaled deeply, relieved. This injury was not life-threatening for Erica. They had perhaps overreacted. However, they couldn't be blamed, as Erica had been shot at close range under dire circumstances. But wait, how could the bullet be lodged in her flesh? A close-range shot should have had far more penetrating power. Could it have struck a bone? Yet, from the disciple's tone, that seemed unlikely, for a bone fracture would complicate matters terribly. Cleaning up bone shards without medical assistance would be unthinkable. The old man sensed something was amiss. The new iron fist, too, was shrouded in mystery, leaving the old man perplexed. Why would the new iron fist abandon his mission to become the head of an underground faction in Hell's Kitchen? Was everything merely a ruse? Considering that the hand had also secretly infiltrated Hell's Kitchen, this might provide some explanation. Yet, the Iron Fist's evident weakness was quite puzzling. Nevertheless, these matters were secondary. Strength could be regained through training, or perhaps the Iron Fist had been injured, rendering him less mobile. Such things were plausible. The most critical point was that he could still ignite his fists. With the Iron Fist's emergence, the old man felt more assured in confronting the hand. As for his unfortunate disciple, Matt Murdock, the old man could only silently mourn for him. After all, it was the Iron Fist who had dealt the fatal blow. When faced with the choice between confronting the hand or avenging his disciple, the old man would undoubtedly choose the former. He even began contemplating how to adjust his future strategies. Erica's condition was relatively stable. The disciple of the Pure Innocence Society had not even needed to use a scalpel, extracting the bullet from her body with tweezers instead. He swiftly completed the disinfection and stitching of her wounds. Everything went exceedingly well. After administering fluids, Erica slumbered deeply for over 3 hours, awakening with a much improved complexion. How do you feel? The old man inquired while leisurely polishing his sword on the sofa, his movements unhurried. I won't die, Erica replied, rising from the bed and taking a seat in front of the old man, her face weary. Reflecting on the day's events, she felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What a failure, especially considering she had been ambushed by such a feeble opponent. It was utterly unimaginable. No, that couldn't be right. Upon further reflection, Erica became increasingly convinced that Wesley had not been armed at that moment. There was no way she could be mistaken. His gun had fallen to the ground when she had pierced his heart. But how then had the bullet struck her? Where had it come from? It was as if the bullet had been inexplicably shot from him, a notion too absurd to fathom. No, just as Erica found her own thoughts ludicrous. She couldn't help but recall Jean Bing's glowing fist. If one person's fist could transform into a glowing iron rod, then why couldn't another person shoot bullets from their hands? This world was utterly insane. Chapter 08. The Fruit of Extraction? The Devil Fruit Shop. Manager, this is my fiancée, Vanessa. Jean Bing, clad in a white suit, entered the shop with a demurely dressed woman in black. He politely introduced the lovely lady to Rasha. A few days prior, Jean Bing had mentioned he would bring his fiancée back to the shop, and now he had indeed fulfilled his promise. However, Rasha sensed an air of fatigue surrounding Jean Bing, a weariness both physical and psychological. It seemed something troubling had transpired. Given the chaotic nature of Hell's Kitchen, Rasha understood that countless distressing events could occur. Hello, manager. I've heard Wilson speak highly of you, and it's a pleasure to finally meet the man himself. Truly remarkable. You are quite impressive, Vanessa remarked with a polite smile, showering compliments upon Rasha. Thank you, Miss Vanessa. Please, both of you, come in, Rasha replied with a smile, ushering Vanessa and Jean Bing into the shop. Fisk, how has the fruit development been progressing? Rasha casually inquired of Jean Bing. I'm not one to boast, but I have indeed undergone extensive training recently, and it has borne some fruit, Jean Bing replied nonchalantly. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Vanessa's eyes. Only she understood the intensity of the extensive training Jean Bing referred to. After Wesley's death, Jean Bing had trained relentlessly, to the point of frightening Vanessa. Hence, she had hurriedly cleared her schedule to purchase the devil fruit, finally managing to coax Jean Bing out. Fisk, based on your attitude, I am confident that the steel fruit will be well developed in your hands. Rasha nodded approvingly at him. I hope so, Jean Bing replied, his eyes gleaming with a hidden intensity. Once his fruit development reached a certain level, he would ensure that those responsible would pay dearly. I have come primarily to accompany Vanessa in purchasing fruit. Manager, could you kindly bring the catalog for her to peruse? After exchanging pleasantries with Rasha, Jean Bing revealed the purpose of their visit. Of course, Rasha retrieved the catalog and handed it to Vanessa. As she glanced through it, her face lit up with astonishment. Just as Jean Bing had described, the fruits listed were extraordinarily bizarre, opening a door to a new world for her. Unlike others, Vanessa had witnessed Jean Bing's steel fruit firsthand, so she knew that the incredible descriptions in the catalog were indeed true. Incredible. Vanessa gasped instinctively, then addressed Rasha. Manager, forgive my rudeness. I would like to take a closer look at this catalog with Fisk. By all means, Miss Vanessa, Rasha replied with a smile. Vanessa and Jean Bing found themselves huddled together, meticulously deliberating over which fruit to select. However, after approximately 15 minutes, they lifted their heads, visibly troubled. Manager, we are somewhat at a loss as to which fruit would be the best choice. Would you kindly recommend one to us? Jean Bing inquired, casting a glance at Rasha. Although the compendium provided descriptions of the devil fruits, they were rather simplistic and generalized. The true capabilities and developmental potential of the corresponding fruits were undoubtedly better understood by Rasha, the manager, than by them. Thus, the compendium often served merely as a catalog or an index. To genuinely procure the fruit they desired, consulting Rasha was imperative. What kind of fruit are you looking for? Feel free to express your wishes, and I shall see if I have something suitable, Rasha replied, nodding in agreement. Addressing customer inquiries and providing consultation services was indeed part of his managerial duties. To be frank, manager, Vanessa was poisoned not long ago, and this matter weighs heavily on my mind, Jean Bing confessed, his expression filled with apprehension as he recalled the incident. Had it not been for Dr. Zhao, the consequences could have been dire. Therefore, I wonder if there exists a fruit here that could prevent such an occurrence from happening again. Given Jean Bing's influence, arranging a substantial security detail to protect Vanessa would be an effortless task. He had no fear of conventional assassination attempts. Those harboring ill intentions towards Vanessa could not even approach her. What Jean Bing dreaded most were the insidious methods of poisoning, an almost indefensible threat. In fact, it was virtually impossible to prevent, as one could hardly test every meal for toxins before allowing Vanessa to eat. Thus, the optimal solution would be to fundamentally eliminate the susceptibility to poisoning in the human body. Under normal circumstances, this would be an unattainable feat. However, with the existence of extraordinary devil fruits, it might not be so far-fetched. Although the compendium did not list a fruit specifically for toxin immunity, it also did not indicate that the steel fruit could make one's fists glow. Such matters, naturally, warranted an inquiry to the manager. So, Fisk and Vanessa, your primary concern is indeed immunity to toxins? Rasha inquired, looking at them for confirmation. Yes, manager, that is precisely our wish. Both Vanessa and Jean Bing nodded in unison. If it is immunity to toxins you seek, I happen to possess a solution. Rasha mused for a moment before swiftly identifying a most suitable devil fruit to recommend to them. Please, manager, do tell. Vanessa exclaimed eagerly. Indeed. Their private deliberations had proven futile. Consulting an expert on devil fruits was the true path to enlightenment. The fruit I recommend is known as the squeeze fruit, Rasha stated, gesturing towards a particular fruit depicted in the compendium before them. Indeed, the fruit I am suggesting is not the poison fruit. While it may have its place in the world of pirates, it is entirely impractical in modern society. Not to mention, given that Vanessa is a lady, the consequences of gastrointestinal distress would be rather unfortunate. As for the unavailability of stock, this was not an issue. Should they find something worthwhile, waiting would be inconsequential, and the higher price would not deter them either. Squeeze fruit. Jinbing and Vanessa exchanged puzzled glances, both somewhat bewildered. They had seen this fruit before, but had not paid it much heed. After all, was it not merely a fruit for extracting juice? It seemed far removed from the notion of immunity to toxins. Manager, according to the compendium, this is a fruit for extracting juice? Jinbing queried. A look of confusion etched on his face. Vanessa, standing beside him, mirrored his bewilderment. Fisk, Vanessa, while it is true that the squeeze fruit can produce juice, that is merely an ancillary effect. The true essence of the squeeze fruit lies in its ability to extract moisture from objects. And when I say objects, I do not merely refer to inanimate things. This includes the human body as well, Rasha explained with a smile to both Jinbing and Vanessa. Extracting moisture from the human body? Jinbing was astounded. If that is the case, could the squeeze fruit not be considered an offensive fruit? After all, if the human body were deprived of moisture to a critical extent, it could indeed jeopardize life. However, even so, the fruit seemed to stray far from the notion of immunity to toxins. Do not rush, Fisk. Allow me to elaborate. Rasha chuckled upon witnessing their eager expressions. He did not keep them in suspense, directly addressing the aspect of their inquiry that piqued their interest the most. It is precisely because the squeeze fruit can extract moisture that it grants the user immunity to toxins. To be more precise, it renders them impervious to all poisons. While it cannot entirely prevent the user from being poisoned, it enables them to expel the toxins along with the moisture from their body. Now it makes sense. Both Jinbing and Vanessa were left in awe, marveling at the unexpected application of the squeeze fruit, which far exceeded their initial expectations and was bursting with creativity. They found it hard to keep pace with their own thoughts. Who would have imagined that a fruit seemingly intended for extracting juice could possess such remarkable utility? The world of devil fruits resembled a fantastical realm. Fisk, do you not find the squeeze fruit exceedingly romantic? Vanessa laughed, enchanted by the whimsical means by which immunity to toxins could be achieved, a notion that resonated deeply with her sensibilities. Moreover, immunity to toxins was merely one of the fundamental abilities of the squeeze fruit. It could also be developed into various other applications. For instance, the user could harness their ability to extract moisture from their enemies during combat, even utilizing the extracted moisture as a projectile to strike back at foes. Indeed, this fruit can indeed be cultivated into offensive techniques, Jinbing admitted, surprised by the unexpected revelation. He acknowledged that he had previously underestimated the fruit's potential. Is this truly unexpected? Fisk, I have only revealed half of its capabilities. Rasha's words reignited the curiosity of both Jinbing and Vanessa. Could the squeeze fruit possess even more extraordinary applications? While I previously mentioned numerous uses for the squeeze fruit, those were all predicated on its moisture extraction ability. However, it is also capable of absorbing moisture, Rasha elaborated confidently. Under their attentive gaze, absorbing moisture? Jinbing and Vanessa exchanged puzzled looks once more. In that brief moment, they had repeated this gesture countless times, struggling to comprehend the purpose of moisture absorption. Extracting moisture could pose a threat to others, but what utility lay in absorbing moisture? Extraction targeted others, while absorption was self-directed. Thus, what benefit could one derive from absorbing more moisture? It was utterly inconceivable. Open your minds and unleash your imaginations. Imagine if moisture were to continuously flow into a person's body, what consequences might ensue? Keep in mind that while the human capacity is finite, the potential for moisture absorption is limitless. Observing the pensive yet perplexed expressions on Jinbing and Vanessa's faces, Rasha began to gently guide them. The human body has a finite capacity for water, while the absorption of water is limitless. Therefore, if water is continuously ingested, the body will swell. Much like how one's stomach expands after a hearty meal. If water continues to be absorbed, the body will indeed react in this manner. But what purpose does this serve? Are we to self-destruct? Let us not be absurd. noticing that Jean Bing and Vanessa lacked the imagination to grasp this concept, which was entirely understandable considering they were raised in a world grounded in objective materialism. Rasha decided to dispense with the suspense and revealed the answer directly. They would transform into giants. Indeed, those endowed with the powers of the Zaza fruit can siphon the moisture from others, thereby allowing themselves to grow into giants. Rasha declared to Jean Bing and Vanessa, "G-Giant." Jean Bing and Vanessa were utterly dumbfounded. It was as if Enel had witnessed his lightning fail to affect Luffy, shattering their worldview into molecular fragments. They could scarcely piece their thoughts back together. Absorbing moisture to become a giant. Surely this cannot be a jest? Are we discussing the human form, or SpongeBob? To become a giant? Even though I have ingested a devil fruit, I still find this hard to believe. After several seconds of stunned silence, Jean Bing finally exclaimed in astonishment. As for Vanessa, she was even more speechless, appearing as if she were listening to a captivating tale. Yes, transforming into a giant would naturally amplify one's strength exponentially, while not diminishing speed. Thus, the user need not worry about any adverse effects that might hinder movement upon becoming a giant. Moreover, by extracting excess moisture, the user can revert to their normal state, which is indeed quite convenient. Truly remarkable, simply astonishing. Vanessa exclaimed, her face alight with yearning. "Fisk, I have made up my mind. I shall choose the Zaza fruit," Vanessa announced with palpable excitement. "What do you think?" "Splendid choice." Jean Bing nodded in agreement, equally pleased with the prospect of this fruit. Initially, his primary desire was merely for immunity to toxins. Yet now, not only would he be impervious to poison, but he would also gain considerable combat prowess. Even the remarkable ability to transform into a giant. What a tremendous windfall, truly a lucrative deal. Chapter 040, An Unconventional Order. "Well then, shopkeeper, I have decided. I shall take the Zaza fruit." With Jean Bing's support, Vanessa harbored no further reservations and eagerly addressed Rasha. "A most sagacious choice, Ms. Vanessa. This fruit is indeed exceptionally suited to you," Rasha replied with a smile. For a woman, a fruit capable of effortlessly absorbing moisture offers unparalleled benefits for skincare, a fact that hardly requires elaboration. Vanessa's eyes sparkled with delight, even more so than upon hearing about immunity to toxins or the ability to grow in size. After all, immunity to toxins is merely a precaution for one's safety. In other words, it is a reluctant measure. Vanessa, by nature, did not relish such matters. However, the pursuit of beauty is inherent to humanity. Regardless of gender, everyone has an appreciation for aesthetics, though women often harbor a more refined desire for beauty. The longing for skincare arises from a deep-seated aspiration, an active desire, as opposed to the passive nature of seeking immunity to toxins. For anyone who cherishes beauty, the importance of retaining moisture is well understood. Countless cosmetics tout their ability to lock in moisture as a primary selling point. Skin hydration is crucial for maintaining its health. Unfortunately, skin lacks the innate ability to retain moisture, necessitating external supplementation. However, with the consumption of that extraordinary fruit, Vanessa could enable her skin to autonomously absorb moisture. This is nothing short of miraculous. Vanessa's skin would experience significant improvement, likely surpassing the effects of even the most expensive cosmetics. Setting aside all else, Vanessa felt that the Zaza fruit was essential for her. The ability to naturally lock in skin moisture is, I dare wager, a coveted power for all women. Vanessa's voice, tinged with excitement, rang out once more. "I can hardly wait, shopkeeper. I want this fruit." "I'm delighted to hear that, Miss Vanessa. However, I must inform you that you have arrived at an unfortunate time. The promotional period has ended, and all fruits are no longer at a discount," Rasha said, addressing Vanessa. Just yesterday, the system notified Rasha that the promotional period had concluded, and now Vanessa had come, a rather unfortunate coincidence. Nonetheless, this was a matter of little consequence to Vanessa. Her singular focus was on acquiring that extraordinary fruit, with little regard for other considerations. Moreover, a sum in the hundreds of thousands was trivial to her. "No worries, shopkeeper. Such a miraculous item cannot be measured in monetary terms. Regardless of discounts, we've still stumbled upon a tremendous bargain," Vanessa promptly replied to Rasha. "Thank you for your understanding, Ms. Vanessa. The price for the Zaza fruit is $3 million. Rasha wasted no time in quoting her. This marked the highest price Rasha had ever charged for a devil fruit, even exceeding the cost of Jean Bing's steel fruit. However, in all honesty, the potential of the Zaza fruit indeed surpasses that of the steel fruit. Both fruits exhibit contrasting abilities. One can transform into searing iron, while the other can manipulate moisture, attributes that intriguingly counterbalance each other. It would be fascinating to observe which of the two would prevail in combat as they both hone their powers. Shopkeeper, here is my card. Without a moment's hesitation, Vanessa produced a bank card and handed it to Rasha. Beep. Transaction completed. Rasha promptly retrieved the Zaza fruit and presented it to Vanessa, reminding her of the consumption guidelines. In truth, Jinbing had likely informed Vanessa of these details beforehand, yet it was prudent for Rasha, as the seller, to provide necessary reminders. Thank you for the reminder, shopkeeper. Now, Fisk, I shall begin. Vanessa greeted Jinbing before eagerly taking a bite of the fruit. After a brief grimace, Vanessa stifled the urge to retch and managed to swallow the fruit, which had an unpleasant texture. Then, like others who had recently consumed a devil fruit, Vanessa felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. How wondrous! Is this the power of a devil fruit? How marvelous! Vanessa marveled. She felt as if she had transformed into a sponge, acutely aware of the moisture in the air, and realized she could absorb it. Indeed, Vanessa had just tested her newfound ability to draw moisture from the atmosphere and succeeded. She immediately felt her skin rejuvenated, brimming with hydration. The sheer astonishment and exhilaration coursing through her were indescribable. I believe you have begun to sense the changes within yourself, Haven to you? As Rasha beheld Vanessa's demeanor, he smiled and remarked, however, what you currently possess is merely the rudimentary ability of the squeezed fruit. Perhaps you have yet to reach the level of effortlessly extracting toxins from within. Nevertheless, fret not. With diligent practice, you shall improve. I understand, manager. Vanessa replied with a thoughtful nod, showering praises upon Rasha and the devil fruit. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze earnestly towards Rasha and stated, Manager, Fisk mentioned that each person is limited to purchasing 3 devil fruits here, so I would like to buy 2 more. Warning, warning, an unauthorized order has been detected. Please address this issue immediately. Upon hearing Vanessa's intention to acquire 2 additional fruits, Rasha initially felt a surge of excitement. However, he was taken aback when the system's alert sounded. Unauthorized order? It was evident that this referred to Vanessa's desire to purchase 2 more devil fruits. How could this be deemed unauthorized? Confused, Rasha promptly inquired within his mind about the matter. Vanessa Mariana's purchase of the devil fruits is motivated by the intention to assist Wilson Fisk in creating 2 more capable individuals. Orders made under this premise are classified as unauthorized. The system's explanation resonated in his mind. So that was the case? Rasha pondered deeply, gradually grasping the essence of the system's regulation. Clearly, this was designed to prevent any individual or faction from engaging in bulk purchasing, which could potentially deplete his modest shop and upend the balance of this world. System, aside from Vanessa's actions being unauthorized, are there other behaviors that fall under this category? Rasha mused before posing another question. Any actions that facilitate a single individual or faction in acquiring a substantial number of devil fruits are considered unauthorized. Why is it that Vanessa's initial purchase of the first fruit was not deemed unauthorized, while the subsequent 2 are? He queried. The first fruit purchased by Vanessa Mariana was for personal use and not intended to assist Wilson Fisk. Thus it is not classified as unauthorized. I see. Rasha began to comprehend. Chapter 041. The Rules of Devil Fruit Purchase. My apologies, Ms. Vanessa, but your intention to buy these additional 2 devil fruits is indeed to gift them to Fisk, correct? Having unraveled the situation, Rasha confidently addressed Vanessa. She was momentarily taken aback, her face betraying an unmistakable expression of astonishment. Could the manager truly see into the hearts of others? He had accurately guessed her intentions. Indeed, this was her thought process. However, since Rasha had unveiled her motives, Vanessa had no reason to deny it. To her, this was a straightforward matter, devoid of any need for subterfuge. Yes, manager, I do intend to gift them to Fisk, for he requires these devil fruits more than I do. Vanessa affirmed with a nod. I apologize, Ms. Vanessa, but there is a purpose behind the limit on purchasing devil fruits at this shop, which is to prevent any individual from acquiring a surplus. Regardless of the method, no individual may possess more than the allotted 3 fruits. Coincidentally, Fisk has already purchased his 3 devil fruits, so I must extend my apologies, Rasha stated candidly. Vanessa was left speechless. She had not anticipated the situation to unfold in such a manner. Fisk had indeed mentioned the limitation on devil fruits to Vanessa, but she had not given it much thought, perhaps dismissing it as mere marketing strategy without deeper implications. Though labeled as a limitation, it seemed merely a matter of willingness to pay. There appeared to be no real barrier. Vanessa was astonished to learn that the restriction on devil fruits bore such genuine significance, a limitation that could not be circumvented even with wealth. So that is how it is. My apologies, manager, I did not consider this thoroughly, Vanessa responded, her initial frustration dissipating into an immediate apology. While Rasha presented himself as a courteous young man, the mere fact that he offered such extraordinary items as devil fruits indicated he was a figure of immense power beyond their reach. Though it was an inadvertent breach, Vanessa felt a sense of trepidation for having disrupted the shop's rules. "Manager, I did not intend to offend," she reiterated. Even Fisk quickly interjected to defend Vanessa. "Ignorance is no excuse. I should have clarified this rule in advance." Rasha waved his hand dismissively at the two. Seeing that Rasha bore no lasting grievance, Vanessa and Fisk both exhaled in relief. However, Fisk could not help but feel a twinge of regret. He had indeed contemplated sending some of his trusted associates to procure additional devil fruits. Yet now, it seemed entirely infeasible, as the manager had unequivocally stated that any individual acquiring a significant number of devil fruits was impermissible, in whatever form that might take. The transaction between them concluded here. As customary, Rasha sought Vanessa's opinion, specifically that of Vanessa Mariana, before adding her to the group. "Manager, everyone, we have a new family member joining us in the group. Please extend a warm welcome. Vanessa Mariana." "Hello everyone, I am the newly joined devil fruit user, and I am delighted to be a part of this family." Since there was already a Vanessa in the group, this new Vanessa opted to append her surname for distinction. "Wade Wilson, another newcomer? And a female member at that. Does the newcomer know the group rules? You must share a photo and your measurements. Of course, if you're too unattractive, then perhaps not." At this, Rasha noticed the muscles in Fisk's face twitching violently, as if he were ready to unleash fury. "Wilson Fisk, Mr. Wade, Ms. Vanessa is my fiancée, and I take great offense to such rude and disrespectful remarks. I sternly warn you to manage your words." "Vanessa, I apologize, Fisk. Wade merely has a loose tongue. He was only trying to greet Vanessa, right? Wade Wilson, Vanessa? Vanessa? Fisk, my wife has the same name as your fiancé. Perhaps we should forego the photo, lest I inadvertently think of your fiancé while holding my wife, which would amount to infidelity. Wade Wilson, rest assured, my dear, my love for you is more steadfast than diamonds. Even if this other Vanessa is truly beautiful, I would never stray." Fisk's brow twitched once more. Rasha found himself utterly speechless. He regretted having brought Wade into the group. His mouth was simply relentless. If not for his nearly immortal abilities and extraordinary skills, he would likely have met his demise countless times over. Ding. Wade Wilson has been muted for 2 hours by the group leader. To maintain a harmonious environment within the group, Rasha unhesitatingly silenced Deadpool. "Manager, everyone, please maintain civility in your speech. Wade Wilson, should there be another incident, you will be muted for a month." "Vanessa, well done, manager." "Vanessa Mariana, thank you, manager." "Wilson Fisk, thank you, manager." Helen Zhao had likely been preoccupied, as she had yet to respond to Vanessa Mariana's introduction in the group. This was of no consequence. However, Wesley, the user of the devil fruit ability, remained utterly silent, which left Rasha somewhat taken aback. After all, this was the owner of the establishment, and Wesley did not offer a single word of response. Little did Rasha know that Wesley would never be able to speak again. Nonetheless, this peculiar situation only piqued Rasha's curiosity momentarily, and he soon cast aside these errant thoughts, turning his attention to updating a group announcement. The group announcement read, "Dear family members, it has come to my attention that some may be unclear about the true meaning of the 3-fruit purchase limit in our shop. Allow me to clarify. The limitation pertains to the ownership of the devil fruits, or rather, the right to control them. A single purchaser may only exert control over 3 devil fruits. This applies regardless of whether the fruits are self-purchased, acquired through proxies, or generously gifted by others. In all circumstances, the maximum number of devil fruits one may control remains 3. Please take heed of this." The tone of the announcement was notably serious and formal, which instantly stirred the members of the group into a flurry of responses. "Vanessa, received. Vanessa Mariana, received. Wilson Fisk, received. Zhao Hailuan, received." Zhao Hailuan, who had been lurking in the shadows, promptly replied this time. As for Wesley, he remained silent. However, Rasha did not dwell on this matter. After all, everyone has moments when they are unable to respond. Perhaps Wesley was indeed quite busy. Chapter 04, Deadpool. I want to be an actor. "Manager, I shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell." Fisk, Vanessa, goodbye. Once Jean and Vanessa departed, Rasha's surroundings momentarily returned to tranquility. He had contemplated indulging in a couple more rounds of a game, but then Deadpool began inundating Rasha with private messages. "Manager, you wouldn't be so cruel, would you? You wouldn't be so heartless, would you? Surely not, surely not. I merely wished to greet the new members of the group. There was no need to silence me. Was there? Manager, do you know that you have wounded my spirit, my emotions, and even my physical being? You may wonder why my physical being is also harmed. That is because Vanessa just gave me a thorough beating. She said I upset you. A barrage of messages followed, leaving Rasha utterly exasperated. Deadpool was not someone easily silenced. Cease your incessant messaging at once, or I shall block you immediately. Rasha retorted with irritation. It wasn't he that Rasha lacked manners or held any prejudice against Deadpool, but rather that he was compelled to respond thus, having learned from past experiences. If he did not, Deadpool simply would not stop talking. Indeed, upon receiving Rasha's admonition, Deadpool ceased his relentless messaging. Manager, let me get down to business. You may soon see me on television. Deadpool proclaimed with a hint of pride. Wait, have you been discovered by a talent scout to star in a movie? Rasha teased in response. Star in a movie? What a splendid idea. I adore it. I might genuinely pursue a career in film and become a star. Manager, you have reignited my sense of purpose. I've heard that Green Lantern is likely to be adapted for film. If I could portray Green Lantern. Deadpool then began to dreamily envision his future endeavors. Rasha, are you serious, Deadpool? I am genuinely curious about this. If you were to actually play Green Lantern, would you end up regretting it so much that you'd wish for your own demise? Now, that would be amusing. Green Lantern? Wait, I believe this role is tailor-made for you. Go for it. You can do it. Rasha said with a hint of mischievous delight. That means I must perform exceptionally well this time. Deadpool appeared highly motivated, exclaiming, even though it's merely an advertisement, I believe this could mark the beginning of my journey to becoming a cinematic superstar. Advertisement? What is this about? Rasha inquired, eager to learn more. It turned out that Deadpool had inadvertently caught the attention of a planning manager from a renowned cosmetics brand, who was utterly astonished by Deadpool's flawless complexion. Consequently, he was invited to become the brand ambassador, promoting their face masks. If the response was favorable, they even planned to have Deadpool shoot corresponding advertisement clips. Rasha was left speechless. Deadpool selling face masks? Is this truly a possibility? How did the narrative take such a turn? Honestly, I wasn't inclined to participate, but their sincerity was overwhelming. They assured me that all I need to do is stand there and let others admire my face. I need do nothing else. They offered an impressive fee of $10,000 per event. It's practically free money. I requested they book a hotel for me, and they were more than agreeable. Their only stipulation was that I acknowledge that my face has used their masks. You wouldn't mind, would you, manager? Deadpool excitedly recounted his bizarre experience. This prompted Rasha to reflect. Indeed, Deadpool was a true oddity within the Marvel Universe. An extraordinary individual encountering extraordinary events. Truly remarkable. After finishing his conversation with Deadpool, Rasha finally had the opportunity to pick up his phone and enter the international server of the game. He engaged in a few rounds of 3v3 matches, once again earning a chorus of complaints from his teammates. A bunch of novices, and they still dare to blame me? Only the incompetent would cast blame on their teammates. Rasha scoffed, dismissing the complaints of the inexperienced players as he prepared for another round of matchmaking. Meanwhile, at Zhao Hailuan's research center. Hello, Professor Xavier. It is an honor to finally meet you. No, Dr. Zhao Hailuan. It is you who has gained considerable renown of late. The professor, seated in his wheelchair, greeted Zhao Hailuan with a smile. As you can see, certain objective factors prevent me from standing, so please forgive my rudeness. Professor Xavier, you jest, please come in. Zhao Hailuan courteously shook hands with the professor and personally guided him into her research laboratory. She was aware that the professor was a mutant, but like Rasha, she did not harbor animosity towards mutants. Rather, she held a neutral stance. However, she did possess a deep respect for the illustrious professor, who, aside from his mutant identity, was a scholarly figure of remarkable knowledge, particularly renowned in the field of genetic mutation. Could you please assist me by pushing my wheelchair, Hank? Professor X requested of Hank, who was behind him, as they conversed while walking. Dr. Zhao, I do not mean to boast, but throughout my life, I have encountered countless experiences, and it takes quite a lot to surprise me. Professor X's statement was not mere bravado. Over his lifetime, he had fought alongside individuals from the future, thwarted robots that nearly brought about the world's destruction, and battled aliens. His life could indeed be described as grand and eventful. However, what transpired with Oaks has genuinely piqued my curiosity. I did not anticipate that he would rise so swiftly. There was still a hint of astonishment in the professor's tone. Just recently, a student at Xavier Academy had suffered a car accident resulting in a shattered leg. Yet, upon arriving at Zhao Hailuan's facility, he was up and about in no time. Such an occurrence was nothing short of extraordinary, verging on the miraculous. Professor X's initial reaction was to deduce that the assailant was a mutant, for this was the only explanation that made sense. However, when he utilized the cerebral amplifier to locate Zhao Hailuan, he discovered that she was not a mutant at all, but rather an ordinary person. This revelation prompted the professor's visit. In Chapter 4, the professor stood once more. Professor Xavier, I too have stumbled upon a peculiar encounter by mere chance. If you are inclined to believe me, I would not mind sharing my tale, though I fear you might deem me a madwoman. Zhao Hailuan remarked somewhat helplessly to the professor. Such matters as devil fruits seemed too fantastical, entirely beyond the realm of common understanding, and even sounded like tales from a fevered imagination. Additionally, Zhao Hailuan's research focused on the field of biological nanotechnology. Her invention, the regeneration cradle, was a high-tech product designed to repair the human body using biological nanotechnology. Thus, many preferred to believe that Zhao Hailuan had healed them through this advanced science rather than accept the notion of devil fruits. Despite the fact that her purported healing had been conducted entirely by hand, people often resorted to their habitual thinking when confronted with the incomprehensible. You have piqued my curiosity even further, Dr. Zhao. Please, do elaborate, Professor X said, his eyes gleaming as he gazed intently at Zhao Hailuan. In truth, Ox had already conveyed much of the story to the professor, who had long since heard of the concept of devil fruits. At this moment, however, his curiosity was genuinely piqued, rather than the skepticism typically held by others. With that, Zhao Hailuan escorted the professor to the reception room of the research center, courteously inviting him to take a seat. She instructed her assistant to serve coffee to both the professor and Hank before turning to the professor and explaining, Professor Xavier, the method I employed to heal Ox did not involve biological nanotechnology. While I could indeed use the regeneration cradle to repair his legs, it would not be as perfect or efficient. Although the regeneration cradle has broken through certain technical barriers, it is far from flawless and has a long way to go. What I utilized to heal Ox was the ability granted by a devil fruit. Devil fruit? How intriguing, Dr. Zhao. Do continue, the professor replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gestured for her to proceed. Noticing that the professor posed no challenges to her claims, Zhao Hailuan continued. It is a fruit that transcends common understanding. Consuming a devil fruit grants one a superpower. The devil fruit I consumed is known as the healing fruit, which endows me with the ability to heal others. A fruit that can bestow superpowers? I had no idea such wondrous things existed in this world, the professor marveled. Professor Xavier, do you truly believe what I am saying? Zhao Hailuan inquired, somewhat astonished. She had spoken of devil fruits to many, yet it was the first time someone had accepted her claims so readily. She even wondered if the professor was merely humoring her, for such unbelievable matters are indeed difficult to accept. Indeed, Dr. Zhao, the professor chuckled, I possess the ability to discern whether someone is lying, and you, Dr. Zhao, have spoken the truth. Thank you for your trust, Professor Xavier, Zhao Hailuan replied, momentarily taken aback before sincerely expressing her gratitude. No need for thanks, Dr. Zhao. I am counting on you, the professor said, setting down his coffee cup, a glimmer of anticipation illuminating his countenance. Now, I believe we can commence. All right, Zhao Hailuan nodded, then turned to Hank, saying, Mr. Hank, could you please assist the professor and move him over here? Of course. Hank politely nodded before pushing the professor to a more spacious area. Zhao Hailuan then crouched before the professor, placing her hands on his shoulders, and confidently smiled. It will only take a few minutes, doctor, it will be quick. With that, Zhao Hailuan activated her ability to begin the healing process on the professor. Professor X immediately felt a surge of tension. Having been disabled for so many years, he had long since resigned himself to his fate. But that was under the assumption that his condition was beyond remedy. In other words, it was a moment of despair. However, now, with the prospect of healing his legs before him, he found it impossible to remain calm. Who would wish to live as a cripple for a lifetime? Especially as the moment that could alter his destiny approached, the professor felt like a student anxiously awaiting exam results, filled with anticipation, tension, worry, and fear. A cacophony of emotions swirled within him, creating a tumultuous turmoil. What felt like mere minutes stretched on for what seemed like an eternity. All right, Professor Xavier. Zhao Hailuan's voice broke through, bringing him back to the present. Taking a deep breath, the professor suddenly felt sensations in his legs, which had long been absent. This. Professor X's face flushed with excitement, and he struggled to articulate his words. Gripping the armrest of his wheelchair, he astonishingly stood up. Professor, you're standing, Hank exclaimed in a mix of shock and joy, tears shimmering in his eyes. Since the first battle, Hank had remained by the professor's side, unwavering, their bond having deepened over the years. Hank had witnessed firsthand how the professor became disabled. Yes, Hank, I am standing, Professor X shouted joyfully, as exhilarated as a child. Even taking a few steps, it was a sensation he had not experienced in years. Thanks to Zhao Hailuan's flawless healing, The professor's muscles, which had atrophied over decades, were rejuvenated, allowing him to walk unaided. Incredible. Truly incredible. Dr. Zhao, is this the power of the devil fruit? It is nothing short of miraculous, Professor X exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement and astonishment. While he had previously witnessed Ox standing again, experiencing such a phenomenon himself was an entirely different matter. Congratulations on standing once more. Professor Xavier, Zhao Hailuan smiled, offering her heartfelt congratulations. The sight of a patient's uncontainable joy as a result of her healing was the very essence of Zhao Hailuan's power. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. You have given me the chance to stand again. I never dared to believe that I could. Professor X expressed earnestly. Professor, do you think it might be worth having Dr. Zhao treat your hair as well? Hank timidly inquired from the side. Professor X, Chapter 44. He gained hair, but lost his soul. The devil fruit shop. My hands have truly transformed into claws. Goodness, these fur patches are spotted. Have I become a spotted dog? This is exhilarating. Woof, woof, woof. Oh, look at this tail. It's simply perfect. A half-human, half-dog creature gazed at the transformations of its own body, practically bursting with excitement. It even reached out to pet its own canine head, basking in the pleasure of the act with squinted eyes. Beside him, Rasha could only feel a profound sense of disbelief. The animal-type fruits were meant to bestow animal-like strength and agility, not to turn oneself into a pet dog. And yet, he was indulging in it so blissfully. Nonetheless, despite his incredulity, Rasha felt a sense of relief. At long last, he had encountered someone unafraid of danger. Upon witnessing the vibrant and peculiar array of devil fruits, the individual exhibited an unexpected exuberance, reminiscent of Columbus discovering a new world, and eagerly proceeded to sample one. This led to the astonishing scene before us. A dazzling little tail, charming little ears, and an exclamation of bewilderment. What on earth? How have I reverted back? Just as he was lost in delight, the 5-minute duration had elapsed. A trendy young man, embodying a hip-hop aesthetic, revealed his true form. Suddenly expressing dissatisfaction as he turned to Rasha and exclaimed, "Sir, the tasting samples only maintain their effects for 5 minutes, and that time has now passed." Rasha patiently explained to the stylish youth that to permanently acquire such abilities, one must consume a devil fruit. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and bring out the fruit. I want it. The young man urged eagerly. Sir, the fruit you seek is the dog fruit, Dalmatian form. Priced at $500,000, Rasha stated, presenting the price. Such a lengthy explanation. 500,000 is just 500,000. Do you think I cannot afford it? 500,000. The young man's voice rose several octaves, his eyes widening in disbelief as he shouted, "Boss, are you robbing me? Selling a fruit for 500,000? Sir, I must emphasize, this is not merely a fruit. It is a devil fruit. And the price is non-negotiable," Rasha replied, maintaining a polite smile. "Boss, don't be so heartless. You see how desperately I want this fruit. But I simply don't have that much money. Can we make a deal? Apologies, but I cannot accommodate that request. Such a pity. May I continue sampling other fruits? If you wish to avoid exploding from within, I would advise against it." Exploding from within? Boss, bring me one immediately. Rasha thought to himself, this person is truly bizarre. Indeed, the rarity of foreigners is not without reason. Regrettably, sir, our shop policy prohibits repeated tastings. Very well, what a shame. The trendy young man sighed deeply as he departed. Rasha watched him disappear into the crowd, shaking his head in disbelief. After spending over half an hour with this individual's antics, Rasha had initially felt a spark of excitement when the young man displayed interest in the devil fruits and sampled them with enthusiasm. However, it now seemed that he had perhaps overestimated the situation. Generally, individuals like this young man, who readily believed in the tales of devil fruits and eagerly sampled them, were likely to be lacking in funds. True affluent individuals would probably act with greater rationality and caution. Enough of this waste of emotions. I might as well indulge in a few rounds of gaming. Rasha swiftly logged into the international server of a popular online game, diving into a fervent bout of combat. However, his performance today was subpar. After 5 consecutive ranked matches, each defeat resonated with a rhythmic cadence. The diamond rank he had painstakingly attained plummeted to Diamond 1, leaving him somewhat disheartened. It must be that the heroes in the international server differ from those in the domestic one. That's the reason for my struggle. Just as he was steeling himself for yet another match, the wind chimes at the shop's entrance jingled. Upon looking up, Rasha noticed a man clad in a trench coat, exuding a strong British flair, entering his store. Goodness, what a striking figure. Rasha couldn't help but steal a second glance, quickly recalling several characters from the Marvel Universe. The only one who came to mind with such a handsome visage was none other than the professor. Could it be that this is the professor? But how can he walk? Moreover, the gentleman's head was adorned with hair. Rasha found himself uncertain about this British man's identity. The quaint little shop, with its tastefully designed decor, exuded a sense of tranquility. The British gentleman surveyed the interior before nodding appreciatively at Rasha, whether genuine or simply a polite gesture. Rasha felt the shop was rather unremarkable, lacking in any distinctive features. Thank you for your kind words. Though he thought this to himself, Rasha nonetheless greeted the customer with courtesy. I'm not merely complimenting. I'm expressing my genuine sentiment. The British man replied with a soft smile, extending his hand. Charles Xavier. Charles Xavier? Indeed, it is the professor. Rasha realized, as it seemed the professor had sought treatment from Dr. Zhao Hailuan for his paralysis and balding. It made sense, as just recently, Dr. Zhao had mentioned in a group chat about treating mutants. Could it have been the professor she was referring to? However, while Rasha felt no particular astonishment at seeing the professor standing, the sudden emergence of a full head of hair was somewhat disconcerting. He felt that a non-balding professor lacked a certain essence. Rasha, despite his inner musings, Rasha did not let them hinder his greeting. He extended his hand and shook the professor's. Hello, store manager. You must remember Dr. Zhao Hailuan. The professor began a conversation with Rasha. Of course, Dr. Zhao was very supportive when the shop first opened, and I am immensely grateful for her assistance. Rasha responded with a smile. I experienced some incredible events while with Dr. Zhao. Many years ago, an accident caused me to lose the use of my legs. Yet within mere minutes, she helped me stand again. Honestly, even now, standing here like a normal person seems unbelievable. It's simply extraordinary. Is this what Dr. Zhao referred to as the miraculous devil fruits? Professor Xavier remarked, directing his gaze toward the devil fruits displayed in the cabinet. Indeed, Mr. Xavier, as you can see, these are indeed the devil fruits. Rasha nodded. I'm sure Dr. Zhao has informed you that each of these fruits endows an individual with a unique superpower. Yes, Dr. Zhao introduced me to these marvelous fruits. I never imagined such wonders existed in this world. Then, could I trouble you to provide an introduction to these devil fruits? Professor Xavier politely requested. Rasha retrieved the illustrated guide and handed it to the professor. Mr. Xavier, please take a look at the guide. Once you find one that piques your interest, I shall provide a detailed introduction. Thank you, store manager. Professor Xavier accepted the guide and began to examine it meticulously. Rasha observed as the professor's eyes lit up with astonishment, his face reflecting sheer wonder at the various extraordinary devil fruits. The sight of these remarkable fruits seemed to provide the professor with a renewed perception of the world, prompting him to exclaim, absolutely marvelous. Unbelievable. Rasha remained silent, simply smiling as he stood by, enjoying the sight of the professor, much like other customers, being astonished by the devil fruits. Remarkable indeed. The inspiring fruit. Quite impressive. After a few minutes, the professor's gaze settled on a particular fruit in the guide, nodding in satisfaction. Mr. Xavier, you refer to the inspiring fruit, correct? As its name implies, the inspiring fruit possesses the ability to evoke emotions and uplift spirits. Rasha, drawing from his knowledge of the devil fruits, immediately recognized the fruit the professor was speaking of. Is Mr. Xavier particularly interested in the inspiring fruit? Rasha inquired with curiosity. As an educator, my daily responsibilities revolve around lecturing and teaching. I find myself pondering whether consuming the inspiring fruit would enhance the effectiveness of my classroom. Professor X gazed at Roche with great anticipation. Naturally, Roche nodded without hesitation. Although the fruit is aptly named the inspiring fruit, its effects extend far beyond mere encouragement. As I mentioned, it has the capacity to evoke a myriad of emotions in others. These emotions may manifest as enthusiasm for learning, courage within one's heart, or a surge of positive energy. Conversely, they might also evoke darker, negative sentiments. In essence, by partaking in the inspiring fruit, one can manipulate the emotions of others as if flipping a switch, especially in the hands of a capable individual. What an exceptional fruit! Professor X exclaimed with a smile. Clearly very satisfied. It appears my classes will become exceedingly vibrant. Therefore, dear shopkeeper, I shall take this inspiring fruit. Professor X possesses the ability of mind control, enabling him to read others' memories and influence their thoughts. However, his method of control is rather crude and simplistic. Once he exerts his influence, others become mere puppets. In other words, while he can control, he cannot truly inspire. This limitation places him in a dichotomy. Either he exerts complete control or remains indifferent, with the nuanced spectrum in between being beyond his reach. Yet, the inspiring fruit serves to bridge this gap. From another perspective, possessing telepathic abilities allows Professor X to effortlessly sense the emotions of others. This fruit requires little development on his part. He can wield it with remarkable proficiency from the outset. In terms of compatibility, the inspiring fruit and the professor's telepathic powers complement each other beautifully. Mr. Xavier, this fruit is indeed well suited to your profession. The price for the inspiring fruit is a generous $200,000. Shopkeeper, please process the payment. Beep. The transaction was completed swiftly. Roche presented the inspiring fruit to the professor. Without further ado, Professor X consumed a portion of the fruit right before Roche's eyes. So this is what a devil fruit feels like. Truly remarkable. He marveled at the extraordinary changes manifesting within his body, unable to contain his awe. He found himself marveling more today than in the entirety of the previous year. Following the transaction, Roche promptly added Professor X to their group. Shopkeeper, everyone. We have welcomed a new member to our devil fruit family. Please extend your warmest greetings. Charles Xavier. Greetings, everyone. I am Charles Xavier, a scholar specializing in genetic mutation. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Vanessa, Wade, whatever you wish to say, please think it through before speaking. Vanessa, wow, another intellectual has joined us. A researcher in genetic mutation, how impressive. Zhao Helen, Professor Xavier, I had a feeling it was you. Welcome to our family. Zhao Helen. Furthermore, everyone. Professor Xavier is being modest. He is an absolute authority in his field, having become a professor at Oxford University in his 20s. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the group. Becoming a professor at such a prestigious institution in one's 20s is truly an extraordinary feat. One cannot help but respect such an accomplishment. Wade Wilson, goodness, you became a professor in your 20s? I can only exclaim, wow. I was still finding my footing at that age, but thankfully I managed to pull myself together. Shopkeeper, please refrain from silencing me this time. I promise to behave. Vanessa Marianne, Professor Xavier is truly remarkable. Charles Xavier, you are all too kind. I merely consider myself fortunate to have gained a bit of recognition. Wade Wilson, wow, Xavier, you are impressive. Now, after this surprise, let us continue with the new member tradition. Share your fruit, cough, cough. What fruit did you acquire? Charles Xavier, Mr. Wade, I purchased the inspiring fruit, which will enliven the atmosphere of my lectures. Vanessa, Professor Xavier, your dedication as a scholar is truly admirable. The others in the group echoed their admiration. The fact that Charles Xavier would acquire such a remarkable item merely to enhance his teaching was indeed surprising. After exchanging brief pleasantries with the group, the professor took his leave to bid farewell to Roche. Shopkeeper, I shall not intrude further. I look forward to visiting again. Should the opportunity arise, you are warmly invited to the Jean Grey Academy. As Professor X departed, he extended an invitation to Roche. Chapter 046, The Reset of the Mutant Timeline. The Jean Grey Academy? Roche couldn't help but momentarily pause. Hadn't the academy always been named after Professor X, referred to as the Xavier Institute for Gifted Youngsters? When had it transformed into one named after Phoenix? Suddenly, everything clicked into place for Roche. The X-Men film series is divided into an older trilogy and a younger trilogy featuring Quicksilver and Cyclops, with the second film of the latter being Days of Future Past. It is this film where the future Wolverine travels back in time to eliminate the Sentinel robots, preventing Magneto from assassinating the president, thereby altering the original trajectory of events. Consequently, the narrative of the older trilogy became non-existent. In the reset timeline, Magneto, having collaborated with the X-Men to thwart the Sentinels, ultimately saves all of humanity and no longer remains a fugitive, successfully living in seclusion. Professor X, through his relentless efforts, gains societal acceptance for mutants. Even the X-Men enjoy considerable popularity. Even the president, during an incident involving astronauts in outer space, personally calls upon the professor for assistance. It is during that rescue that an unknown force invades Phoenix's body, leading to the arrival of the Dbari people on Earth. The leader of the Dbari, the formidable Lorna Dane, seeks to harness the power within Phoenix, which ultimately leads to her dark transformation. However, in a critical moment, Phoenix regains her clarity and joins forces with Professor X, Magneto, and others to combat the Dbari. Ultimately, Phoenix vanquishes Lorna Dane, though at the cost of her own life. It is for this reason that in commemoration of Phoenix, the Xavier Institute is renamed the Jean Grey Academy. Professor X successfully retires, living a leisurely life of tea and chess with Magneto. However, that was many years ago. It seems that Professor X has returned to the Mutant Academy. In Deadpool, when Deadpool is brought to the Mutant Academy by Colossus and others, Professor X is indeed present there, and that professor is undoubtedly the younger version. Thus, it appears that the Marvel Universe Roche has traversed into has already experienced Days of Future Past, resetting the mutant timeline. In this world, The relationship between mutants and humans is not as fraught with tension. Society has developed a significant level of acceptance for mutants. Although some still harbor hatred or animosity towards mutants, mainstream society has shifted towards political correctness and acceptance. Reflecting on the plot within Deadpool, characters like Colossus and Negasonic Teenage Warhead are openly executing missions. This indicates that the sharp confrontations between mutants and humans have diminished. Magneto is no longer orchestrating chaos with mutants. This marks the dawn of a new era for mutants. Roche swiftly organized his thoughts and understood everything. No wonder he has always felt that the presence of mutants in this world is so understated since his rebirth. It turns out that everyone has grown accustomed to the existence of mutants and has generally accepted them. Naturally, this would lead to a lack of widespread attention. For Rasha, this is indeed a positive development. At least it means that society is not in chaos. Lost in thought, the tinkling of the wind chime at the door once again interrupted Rasha's reverie. He glanced up to see a strikingly attractive woman with an air of coldness walking into the store. Rasha's gaze met hers, and he was momentarily taken aback. This woman looked so familiar. She was undoubtedly a character from the narrative. Erica. It didn't take long for Rasha to identify her. She was none other than the childhood friend of Daredevil, and also the elusive black void that the Hand had been desperately seeking. As well as the apprentice of the stick, Erica. Rasha felt a surge of excitement. Erica was no ordinary woman. $1 million transaction would be trivial for her, making her a potential high-value client. He quickly formulated this assessment in his mind. Welcome to our humble store, he thought, and without delay, he courteously beckoned Erica inside. Thank you. Erica replied with a slight smile and a nod, all the while discreetly surveying her surroundings. Ever since that fateful night, Erica had been preoccupied with the memory of Wesley's bullet, prompting her to conduct a covert investigation. Ultimately, the clues she had gathered led her to this nondescript little shop. Like other patrons, Erica was immediately captivated by the devil fruits displayed in the cabinet. There was no denying it. The allure of the devil fruits was simply irresistible, standing out in a crowd and demanding attention. Store owner, what are these fruits? Erica couldn't help but ask, her eyes fixed on the array of devil fruits. These are not mere fruits. They are devil fruits. Rasha corrected her with utmost seriousness. Offering an introduction. Devil fruits? Erica echoed, momentarily taken aback. It dawned on her that the name of the shop was indeed House of Devil Fruits. Initially, she had assumed it was simply a whimsical name, akin to Jack's Restaurant or Goodfellas Pizzeria. But she never anticipated that the items sold here would actually be called devil fruits. However, what exactly were these devil fruits? She had never encountered such vibrantly colored fruits before. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, Erica regarded Rasha with a puzzled expression. What kind of fruits are these? They are fruits imbued with extraordinary powers. Consuming one grants the eater a superhuman ability. Rasha succinctly summarized the essence of the devil fruits for Erica. A scoff involuntarily escaped Erica's lips. How could such miraculous fruits possibly exist in this world? Yet, a sudden flash of Wesley's glowing fist and the peculiar bullet that struck her crossed her mind, causing her scoff to falter. Of course, the iron fist from Kunlun had been explained to her by Stick, but Wesley's ability to shoot bullets with his bare hands remained a mystery, even to Stick. If a person's fist could be illuminated with energy and bullets could be shot from within their body, then perhaps it was not so far-fetched to believe in fruits that could bestow superhuman abilities. Erica's attitude began to shift gradually. She fixed her gaze on Rasha and inquired, what kind of superpowers can one acquire? Can one obtain the ability to shoot bullets with bare hands? Chapter 047, The Thorny Rose. Erica was merely asking casually, throwing out an example without expecting a definitive answer from Rasha. However, to her surprise, upon hearing her words, Rasha broke into a smile. Ah, it seems you have encountered the bullet fruit, haven't you? Bullet fruit? Erica raised an eyebrow. Indeed. It is a fruit that allows one to fire bullets from within their body. The consumer can shoot bullets from their fingers or other parts of their body. Rasha responded earnestly, pulling out the guidebook for the devil fruits. Pointing to the bullet fruit depicted within, he said, Here, take a look. This is the bullet fruit. Erica glanced down and confirmed that the guidebook indeed featured the bullet fruit. The description matched perfectly with what Rasha had said and what she had witnessed firsthand. Could it be that the devil fruits were real? Erica pondered, realizing that it was evident this young man wasn't he merely trying to deceive her with a fabricated guide. Logically, the existence of such a guide could only confirm one thing. The devil fruits were indeed genuine. Store owner, do you know someone named Wesley? After a brief silence, Erica lifted her gaze and fixed her eyes on Rasha. Upon hearing this, Rasha understood all too well. It appeared that Erica had indeed encountered the bullet fruit through Wesley. While he found it somewhat peculiar that Erica had crossed paths with Wesley, he still nodded in acknowledgement. With a warm smile, he replied, yes. He has previously purchased a bullet fruit from our shop. Erica felt increasingly enlightened. May I take a look at that guidebook? She asked Rasha once more. Of course. Please feel free. If there is any particular fruit you wish to know more about, do let me know, and I will provide you with a detailed introduction. Moreover, every fruit we offer has a sample available for tasting. Consuming a sample grants you 5 minutes of its power. If you're interested, you can personally experience it. Rasha politely explained to Erica. Tasting? 5 minutes of power. Upon hearing Rasha's words, Erica was suddenly invigorated. She set down the guidebook and said to Rasha, then may I try the bullet fruit? Although she had effectively ascertained that Wesley had purchased the devil fruit here through her conversation with Rasha, Erica still wished to verify it further. Having witnessed such supernatural phenomena before, she was relatively open to the concept of devil fruits. Certainly, please hold on for a moment. Rasha readily agreed. A customer willing to try a sample was precisely what he welcomed. Once a customer tasted the fruit, they would experience the marvels of the devil fruits firsthand, transforming Rasha from a mere salesperson into someone whose customers would eagerly plead to make a purchase. Naturally, this was contingent upon the customer having sufficient financial means. Those like the previous flamboyant gentleman were merely a waste of time. However, Rasha was confident that Erica was not one to be constrained by financial limitations. He promptly retrieved a sample of the bullet fruit and handed it to Erica, also kindly warning her about the fruit's notoriously unpleasant taste. Is this the bullet fruit? Erica inquired, gazing at the sample in her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she promptly swallowed the sample whole. Wow, this is quite the challenge to endure, Erica exclaimed, her face reflecting a pallor of dread. Initially, when Rasha had warned her, she had been dismissive, wondering just how bad it could possibly be. However, reflecting on the terror brought on by that flavor, Erica admitted she was somewhat apprehensive. Just based on this experience, Erica found herself believing in the devil fruits a bit more. For if it were merely a ruse, how could the shopkeeper possibly produce such unpalatable fruits? In comparison to the extraordinary abilities bestowed upon oneself, the flavor is but a trivial embellishment. At this moment, Rasha, chuckling, turned to Erica and inquired, do you sense the transformation occurring within your body? Initially, Erica was oblivious, preoccupied with savoring the taste that resembled excrement. However, upon Rasha's prompt, she instantly became aware of the changes within her. She could feel a newfound capacity to create and launch bullets. This sensation, Erica's eyes widened in astonishment as she eagerly dashed to the entrance of the devil fruit shop, extending her hand outward. With a mere thought, a bullet shot forth from her slender fingertip. It was real. I truly shot a bullet from my finger. So that's how it is done. Erica gazed in disbelief at her right hand, murmuring in incredulity. The devil fruit is indeed genuine. In that moment, all doubts vanished. She could hardly fathom that such a wondrous entity as the devil fruit truly existed in this world. Without further ado, Erica greeted Rasha and began to meticulously peruse the illustrated guide in her hands once more. Take your time. If you wish to inquire about anything, feel free to ask. However, if it's the bullet fruit you're interested in, I'm afraid it's out of stock, Rasha reminded Erica. That's quite all right. The bullet fruit isn't really to my taste, Erica replied dismissively. As an assassin who wielded cold weapons, the bullet fruit was indeed not suited to her style. Her desire to sample the bullet fruit was merely to verify whether Wesley had truly consumed a devil fruit and nothing more. To Erica, the plethora of other extraordinary and intriguing fruits held far greater value than the bullet fruit. Shopkeeper, I wish to inquire about the thorn's fruit. The thorns it produces must not be the ordinary kind found in nature, correct? After a moment, Erica raised her head, looking at Rasha with keen interest. Has Erica taken a liking to the thorn's fruit? A thorny rose seems quite appealing as well. Rasha believed this fruit suited Erica perfectly. Of course, I understand your inquiry. The thorns produced by the thorn's fruit possess remarkable strength, rivaling that of swords, and can effortlessly pierce through rock. If you have any concerns in that regard, rest assured. You need not worry, Rasha promptly explained to Erica. Chapter 048. Gold is not iron fist. Can the thorns produced by this fruit truly be that hard? Erica's eyes sparkled with interest. Does this mean she could generate blades all over her body, simply in the form of thorns? If that were the case, Erica attempted to simulate the scenario and found herself increasingly pleased. This would greatly enhance her combat prowess. She could become a walking arsenal, instilling fear in her opponents. Indeed, dear customer, within the realm of devil fruits, one must abandon conventional understanding. Even familiar concepts can undergo radical transformations here. Rasha nodded, solemnly explaining to Erica. Truly remarkable. Erica exclaimed with admiration, then made her decision. Very well, Shopkeeper, I shall take the thorn's fruit. The thorn's fruit is indeed a splendid choice for you. You have excellent taste, Rasha affirmed before presenting the price. For the thorn's fruit, the cost is a mere $2 million. $2 million? Erica briefly pondered, as it represented nearly her entire fortune. Should she deplete her resources, she would be left utterly destitute. Yet, that contemplation lasted but a fleeting second. Erica swiftly dismissed any lingering hesitation, even finding her previous doubts laughable. Encountering the extraordinary devil fruit was akin to striking gold. She must acquire one, regardless of the cost. What was she thinking? Had she lost her mind? Shopkeeper, I'll pay by card. Erica promptly produced a bank card and handed it to Rasha. The transaction was completed swiftly. Erica received the coveted thorn's fruit and eagerly consumed it. Instantly, exhilaration washed over her, her face beaming with joy as she felt her newfound ability to control thorns. With a flick of her hand, a thorn protruded from her palm. Upon testing it, she was astounded by its remarkable hardness. It was undoubtedly weapon-worthy. The best part was that the thorn was incredibly lightweight, far lighter than conventional weapons, promising to conserve energy and enhance her agility in battle. Furthermore, the ability to unleash thorns from any part of her body would prove invaluable during combat, significantly augmenting her prowess. Indeed, this is splendid. I am thoroughly satisfied, shopkeeper, Erica declared, her face radiant with delight. As long as you are pleased. That is all that matters, Rasha replied with a smile, and then inquired about Erica's thoughts on joining a group of devil fruit users that the shop had formed. Thank you for the kind offer, but I think I shall pass. I have little time to spare, Erica replied, shaking her head in refusal. Her true identity was one that thrived in shadows, and she would not easily leave traces by joining any group. No worries, dear customer, Rasha smiled, acknowledging her decision. Such matters were never obligatory. Joining or not was entirely at the customer's discretion. Thank you for your understanding, Erica said, preparing to take her leave. However, at that moment, another question struck her. She turned to Rasha and asked, Shopkeeper, do you have any fruits that can grant the ability to turn one's fists into heated iron rods? Did Erica perhaps confront Jean Bing? Rasha immediately speculated, as it was curious for Erica to pose such a question. He nodded, revealing, indeed, we possess the steel fruit, which can achieve this effect. One merely needs to steel their fists and then heat them to a high temperature. I see. Erica's eyes flickered with realization. She began to piece together certain truths. When the elder spoke of Kunlun's new iron fist, he expressed considerable skepticism, as all indications suggested that Jean Bing could not possibly be the iron fist. Yet, the fact remained that he could indeed ignite his fists. This single aspect left the elder speechless, compelling him to overlook all inconsistencies, for only Kunlun's iron fist could ignite his fists. But now, Erica felt she had uncovered the truth. Jean Bing was not the iron fist. He merely consumed the steel fruit, nothing more. It couldn't be mistaken. Jean Bing and Wesley both had consumed devil fruits. It had to be so. Erica felt a surge of excitement. With this revelation, the elder could no longer prevent her from eliminating Jean Bing, could he? Farewell, shopkeeper. With a wave of her hand to bid adieu to Rasha, Erica left the devil fruit shop with a sense of satisfaction. She promptly returned to Hell's Kitchen, arriving at the apartment previously inhabited by Matt Murdock. Standing before the old man, she was met with his inquiry, Erica, where have you been? The old man meticulously polished the long sword in his hands, as if he were crafting a work of art. You're mistaken, old man, completely mistaken. Erica disregarded his words and stated bluntly, Gold is not Iron Fist. You cannot prevent me from killing him. What are you talking about, Erica? I understand your desire for vengeance for Matt. I believe he would be proud if he knew. But you saw it with your own eyes. Gold's fists were glowing. If you wish to continue this discussion, I suggest you conserve your breath, the old man replied, a look of disapproval on his face. Nonsense. Gold's fists glowed because he consumed a miraculous fruit known as the devil fruit. He acquired the superpower to transform his fists into steel. Erica retorted defiantly. The old man paused in his actions, a hint of disbelief crossing his features. Devil fruit? Superpower? He then burst into laughter. Erica, you truly ought to listen to what you are saying. Oh, really? Erica scoffed, and without further ado, she launched a powerful punch at the old man. Although blind, his reflexes were remarkably adept. Naturally, Erica had allowed him to catch her hand with an effortless hold. However, at that moment, a thorn suddenly erupted from her hand, pressing against the old man's neck. Chapter 49, The Old Man's Scheme. You are already dead, Erica stated coldly to the old man. He stood frozen, utterly baffled, for her hand bore no visible weapon. He could ascertain this fact, despite his blindness, as he possessed heightened senses akin to those of Daredevil. In the narrative, when Daredevil sought to rescue the old man, he found himself surrounded by the Hand's ninja army. Just as he was about to succumb, the old man guided Daredevil to employ a more advanced auditory technique, enabling him to vanquish his foes. During the old man's first visit to Daredevil's abode, he effortlessly located the refrigerator and retrieved a beer, performing an impressive trick by bouncing the bottle cap off the walls until it landed in the trash bin. This was a man who, though blind, could still perceive the world around him. "What weapon do you possess?" the old man inquired, perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. But in the next moment, realization dawned upon him. "Is this what you refer to as a superpower? Like that of a mutant?" "Indeed, I have just consumed a devil fruit, granting me the ability to sprout thorny spikes from my body," Erica affirmed with a nod. "Such a phenomenon exists?" The old man began to reach out to touch the spikes in Erica's hand, but as she willed it, the spikes extended, forcing him to retreat. With a swift kick, Erica sent the old man sprawling to the ground. "Now, do you believe me?" she declared coldly. "The devil fruit? Truly remarkable. I never imagined such a wondrous thing could exist in this world," the old man exclaimed in astonishment. "If that is indeed the case, then all the suspicions surrounding Gold, the new Iron Fist, can now be clarified. What a misunderstanding this has all been. So, Erica, is this the result of your recent endeavors?" "Not bad at all." The usually stern old man expressed rare approval towards Erica. "Then you have no reason to stop me from killing Gold, do you?" Erica ignored the old man's compliment and spoke solemnly once more. "No, this changes nothing. We still cannot kill Gold," the old man replied with an unwavering demeanor. Erica's voice rose an octave in frustration. "Why? He is clearly not Iron Fist." But the Hand remained oblivious. In their eyes, he was indeed Iron Fist. The old man had his own schemes. In other words, even if Gold was not the true Iron Fist, he could still sow confusion within the Hand. By further manipulating the situation, the old man could incite conflict between Gold and the Hand, allowing him to reap the benefits unscathed. "You always do this. What do we mean to you? Does Matt's death hold no significance?" Erica was utterly exasperated. "Useless emotions will only become your weakness, Erica. That is how Matt met his demise. You must learn from this," the old man coldly replied. "Have you forgotten the lessons I taught you? Curse your teachings." Erica shouted in anger. "Erica, you are not calm enough. Your mind is clouded. For now, do not interfere with our matters," the old man stated, completely disregarding her fury. Initially still seething, Erica felt a stirring in her heart at the old man's words. He had been busy during this time, having conducted investigations and laid plans under the misconception that Gold was Iron Fist. Under the old man's machinations, both Erica and her identity had been discovered by Gold. They were both members of the Hand. While Gold seemed inactive, the old man was aware that he was preparing for a significant moment. The impending clash between Gold and the Hand, orchestrated by the old man, was imminent. At such a critical juncture, the old man would not allow anyone to disrupt his plans, not even his own apprentice, Erica. That night, at the docks, "Vladimir, what on earth are you doing?" Xian furiously questioned a bear-like man standing amidst a row of shipping containers. The man was none other than Vladimir, the elder brother of the Bear brothers currently operating in Hell's Kitchen. "Do you truly believe your actions are covert enough to evade my notice? You dare to meddle with my goods. Do you have any idea what kind of entity you have provoked?" Xian accused Vladimir vehemently as he approached him with an imposing presence. But at that moment, Xian's voice faltered, sensing an unsettling change in the atmosphere. When he reached out to touch the shadowy figure of Vladimir before him, the man suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground with a thud. In that instant, Xian realized that Vladimir's throat had been slit. He was unequivocally dead. "This is bad. It's a trap." Xian's heart raced as he entered a state of alertness, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. In that moment, it dawned on him that everything was a setup, a trap laid specifically for him. Who would do this? Suddenly, Xian caught a glimpse of a figure atop a nearby stack of containers. However, due to the poor lighting, he could not discern the figure's appearance. Yet he sensed that it was not an ordinary presence. With the utterance of the word Sheen, from the depths of the surrounding darkness emerged a cadre of ninjas clad in black, their swift movements accompanied by the incessant clanging of weapons, illuminating the night sky with a chilling gleam. All the ninjas drew their weapons, ready to engage. Amidst the chaos, a voice, faint yet discernible, seemed to emanate from the direction of the mysterious man atop the container. Consequently, this enigmatic figure began to wave his hands in rapid succession towards Sheen, as if hurling something. Whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of objects slicing through the air resonated continuously. In an instant, the onlookers were startled to see a deluge of projectiles raining down upon them. Chapter 050, The Secret of the Dark Void. The ninjas behind Xing reacted with remarkable speed, immediately brandishing their swords to deflect the incoming barrage. A cacophony of clashing metal ensued, as numerous arrows were cleaved to the ground. Yet many ninjas fell victim to the onslaught. It was only then that Xing realized that what was being launched from the container was not arrows, but an array of metallic objects, kitchen knives, forks, and other mundane items. What on earth? Xing was taken aback. This individual could transform everyday utensils into lethal weapons with mere hand throws. What sorcery is this? However, Xing's astonishment quickly subsided, giving way to a steely calm. As he witnessed his comrades falling around him, he ceased any further hesitation and unsheathed his sword with a determined clang. With a piercing gaze directed at the figure on the container, he charged forth with resolute intent. Swish, swish. With his movement, Xing immediately became the focal point of the mysterious figure's assault, as an array of objects were hurled in his direction. Yet, with deft precision, Xing wielded his sword, creating an impenetrable barrier against the barrage of metal. Thus, he advanced steadily towards the containers. At last, he discerned the silhouette atop the container. It was a man he had never seen before, accompanied by a familiar face, Wilson Fisk, Kingpin. The intensity in Xing's gaze intensified. It should have been anticipated. With such a formidable presence, who else in Hell's Kitchen could it be but Kingpin? Xing was not surprised by Kingpin's intent to eliminate him, given the numerous confrontations they had endured. For a man of Kingpin's ambition, it was entirely within reason to eradicate foreign threats and consolidate control over Hell's Kitchen. Yet, the swiftness of Kingpin's actions did catch Xing off guard. They're proving to be more troublesome than anticipated, Kingpin muttered, casting a glance at the advancing ninjas. He then raised his hand, signaling towards a particular direction. Suddenly, a cadre of gunmen appeared atop the containers behind the ninjas. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunmen unleashed a relentless barrage, catching the ninjas unawares. One by one, they began to fall. However, these ninjas were far from ordinary. Their combat prowess exceeded that of typical special forces, let alone Kingpin's gunmen. Although initially taken by surprise, they quickly regained their composure and retaliated with lethal efficiency. Nevertheless, blades and swords ultimately could not contend with firearms, especially given Kingpin's meticulous preparations, with each gunman equipped with submachine guns. Coupled with the assistance from the mysterious figure, a fierce melee ensued, leading to the complete annihilation of the ninjas brought by Xing. Only he remained, wounded, with a bullet lodged in his arm and a kitchen knife embedded in his thigh, rendering him combat ineffective. Observing that the situation was firmly under his control, Kingpin stepped forth from the shadows, boldly approaching Xing. Wilson Fisk. Xing fixed his gaze on Kingpin, a low growl of fury escaping his lips. This is not my nature. I wouldn't ordinarily act this way, but this time, Xing, you have truly provoked me. Kingpin, his voice laced with contempt, began to remove his suit with deliberate calmness. I have decided to take matters into my own hands and send you on your way. His intention was to personally eliminate Xing, to provide Wesley with a satisfactory explanation. You cannot fathom the magnitude of the entity you have incited, facing an inevitable demise. Xing displayed no hint of panic, maintaining a cold demeanor as he regarded Kingpin. My affairs are of no concern to you. Kingpin, equally composed, locked his gaze upon Xing, demanding, where is that woman? Tell me her whereabouts. Confusion swept over Xing as he struggled to comprehend the inquiry. What woman? What are you talking about? Do not feign ignorance. The one wielding twin blades, the woman named Erica. Kingpin pressed, his voice rising. Precone. A flicker of astonishment crossed Xing's face. Had Kingpin merely mentioned the name Erica, he would have dismissed it as common, but with the added description of the twin blades, her identity became unmistakably clear. It was indeed Icone. Why would Kingpin inquire about Icone? Did he know that Erica was Icone? Was he aware that Xing had been searching for her? I have no idea what you are talking about, Xing retorted, feigning ignorance. Yet Kingpin was no fool. He was a cunning underworld lord. Even the briefest moment of shock did not escape his notice. So it is true. That woman is the one you sent. In that instant, Kingpin's doubts evaporated. Do not play the fool with me. Do you truly believe I am unaware of her identity? Kingpin towered over Xing, a derisive snort escaping his lips. It seemed Kingpin had indeed uncovered the truth about Erica's identity as Xing's heart sank, his expression darkening. He was baffled as to how Kingpin, a mere leader of an underground faction, could unearth such information. Fine. I will discover her location myself, Kingpin declared, growing impatient with the exchange. Knowing fully well that Xing would divulge nothing, he extended his hand, his fist instantly transformed into a hardened, heated state. Through extensive training, Kingpin had mastered the steel fruit, enabling him to heat his fists at will. What's this? Xing's attention was drawn to Kingpin's glowing fist, and for the first time, a look of astonishment graced his otherwise impassive face. Iron Fist. Chapter 051. The might of this Iron Fist. Kingpin was, in fact, the Iron Fist? The letter bore an expression of sheer bewilderment, utterly caught off guard by the scene before him. Such an occurrence was beyond the realm of his imagination. Yet, it did seem to elucidate how Jean Bing had managed to uncover the secrets of the Shadow Hand. It was hardly surprising that Iron Fist was privy to the clandestine matters of the organization. With a swift exhalation, Jean Bing did not indulge in unnecessary banter with the letter-bearer, but rather delivered a decisive blow to his heart. With a resounding thud, the echo of impact resonated as the letter-bearer was sent sprawling backwards, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. His chest appeared as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer, deeply caved in, with fractured ribs and a shattered heart. Moreover, the searing heat of Jean Bing's fist had liquefied flesh and blood, reducing the letter-bearer's heart to a mere puddle of viscera. Not even a celestial being could salvage him now. Jean Bing approached the lifeless form, glancing down at the corpse with a murmured lament. "Wesley, my friend, now you may finally rest. What shall we do with the bodies?" inquired a trusted confidant of Jean Bing. "Cast them into the sea," replied Jean Bing casually, leading his companions away without a backward glance. Splash, splash, splash. In the tranquil night, the only sound that permeated the air was the relentless splashing of water as the letter-bearer, along with the other fallen ninjas, was callously discarded into the frigid sea. Once Jean Bing and his men had departed, the scene fell into a profound silence, as if nothing had ever transpired, save for the cold wind that swept through. Yet suddenly, splash, the surface of the sea erupted once more, as the deceased letter-bearer abruptly opened his eyes. Indeed, he had been slain by Jean Bing, yet he had resurrected. While he was not one of the 5 fingers of the Shadow Hand, he was nonetheless a disciple of one of them, holding significant influence within the organization. He possessed the right to wield the power of the Dragon Bone, granting him eternal life and the ability to rise from the dead. Jean Bing was, astonishingly, Iron Fist. This revelation must be reported. Emerging from the icy waters, the letter-bearer swam ashore, his expression grave. Few individuals garnered the attention of the Shadow Hand. An Iron Fist was undoubtedly one of them. Furthermore, the connection between Iron Fist and the Shadow Hand was intricate, given that their 5 fingers were traitors of Kunlun. To acquire more Dragon Bone, they would indeed require Iron Fist strength. Iron Fist was not merely a weapon, he was a key. Thus, upon receiving such monumental news, the letter-bearer dared not hesitate. He promptly made his way to the secret hideout of Lady Gao, one of the 5 fingers of the Shadow Hand, seeking her presence. "Letter-bearer, you should not have come to find me," Lady Gao remarked, elegantly wielding a watercolor brush, adding strokes to a nearly completed painting of water lilies. It was evident that her artistic prowess was commendable. "For the sake of convenience, we each maintain our respective identities here," Lady Gao continued, her tone leisurely. In Hell's Kitchen, her guise was that of a fishmonger from Port Island, while the letter-bearer masqueraded as a member of the Yakuza from Japan. In truth, both were vital cogs within the Shadow Hand. "I have exceedingly important news to report," the letter-bearer declared solemnly to Lady Gao. Naturally, she understood that such an urgent visit could only indicate a matter of great significance, prompting her to set aside her brush. Leaning on her cane, she departed from the easel and approached him, her gait reminiscent of an elderly woman on the verge of collapse. However, anyone who misjudged her frailty would be gravely mistaken. Only the letter-bearer comprehended the formidable power that resided within Lady Gao. The 5 fingers wielded the immense influence over the Shadow Hand, not due to age, but through genuine capability. "Speak, what is it?" she inquired, settling herself with an air of confidence before the letter-bearer. With unwavering assurance, Lady Gao was certain that she could manage whatever transpired in Hell's Kitchen with the Shadow Hand's strength. "I have found Iron Fist," the letter-bearer stated gravely. "Is that so?" Lady Gao's composure faltered slightly, her voice rising in pitch. Iron Fist was of paramount importance to them, and having searched for a new Iron Fist for so long without success, she could not maintain her calm in the face of such news. "Absolutely true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. In fact, I was killed by Iron Fist," the letter-bearer affirmed emphatically. "Good." Lady Gao struck the ground with her cane, her tone urgent. "Where is Iron Fist?" "In Hell's Kitchen." The letter-bearer responded directly, revealing their prior acquaintance and the fact that they had engaged with him extensively. Jean Bing was, indeed, Iron Fist. "Who?" Lady Gao's brows furrowed in disbelief. "Jean Bing? Surely you jest." "I know. I too was taken aback, but it is indeed the truth." His fist gleamed. The letter-bearer insisted with certainty. Lady Gao fell into contemplation. Given that the letter-bearer had clashed with Iron Fist, and had even been slain. She found it hard to believe he could be mistaken. However, the revelation of Iron Fist's identity caught her off guard. After a moment's reflection, she chose to accept this reality, confident that the letter-bearer's confirmation could not be erroneous. Yet another pressing question arose. Why had Jean Bing remained concealed in Hell's Kitchen? For some time, he had hidden his true identity while feigning cooperation. Why, at this juncture, had he chosen to reveal himself? What were the intentions of this new Iron Fist? Moreover, there was another dire piece of news. Iron Fist might have uncovered the identity of Black Void. The letter-bearer spoke again, his tone serious. He pressed me for information regarding Black Void's whereabouts. Iron Fist has accomplished such a feat. Lady Gao's expression shifted once more to one of astonishment, compelling her to rise from her seat. Black Void was the ultimate weapon of the Shadow Hand, a figure they had sought for countless ages, much like their pursuit of the Dragon Bone. Though Black Void had never been located, the members of the Shadow Hand believed he would bestow upon them immense power. Is this the reason for Iron Fist's sudden revelation? To preemptively eliminate the Shadow Hand's ultimate weapon? How formidable! Lady Gao mused. The current Iron Fist was indeed formidable. Chapter 5. The Most Miserable Superhero. Devil Fruit Shop. Alan's new album is somewhat underwhelming. Rasha couldn't help but shake his head, disappointment etched upon his face. How pitiful. When Rasha discovered that the world into which he had been reborn also featured Alan, he was overwhelmed with excitement. In his previous life, he had adored Alan's music. Alas, it was regrettable that Alan had become rather neglectful of his craft over the years, frequently appearing in various variety shows without releasing a new album. Rasha had not been able to wait for one in his previous life before his demise. However, upon his rebirth, he found that, lo and behold, Alan was about to release a new album. Rasha's emotional state was understandable. He purchased the electronic album without hesitation the moment it became available. He had intended to immerse himself in the experience just as he had in the past, only to discover that the quality was nowhere near comparable to the originals. Nonetheless, even with his disappointment, Alan's music was still far superior to that of others. At the very least, it was listenable. Yet, despite his discontent, Rasha remained a devoted fan of Alan. To be candid, Rasha felt a twinge of disappointment, acknowledging that Alan's music had regressed compared to his earlier works. Nonetheless, when juxtaposed with others, it remained remarkably commendable. After a brief adjustment to this psychological disparity, Rasha resumed his appreciation for the most extraordinary creation. It was only upon the chime of the wind bells at the entrance that he roused himself. Entering the shop was a woman clad in light blue jeans and a black jacket. The moment she stepped through the threshold, a wave of alcohol reek enveloped the air. Her hair was disheveled, her complexion pallid, and she appeared lethargic, her demeanor reminiscent of Rasha during his own all-nighter at the internet cafe. However, once he discerned her features, understanding dawned upon him. Jessica Jones, a despondent private investigator, aimlessly drifting through life. Since when did a devil fruit shop manifest here? Jessica Jones, with a puzzled expression, advanced into the store. Good day, ma'am. Welcome to our humble establishment. Rasha greeted her courteously, inviting her inside. Store manager, what exactly is a devil fruit? I've never encountered such a thing before, Jessica Jones inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Rasha. Wait a moment. Before Rasha could respond, her attention was captivated by the vibrant assortment of devil fruits displayed in the cabinet. Are these truly what they seem? Quite peculiar indeed. Are they meant for consumption? Naturally. They are intended for eating, Rasha replied with a smile. Do they not appear delectably enticing? More like bizarre, Jessica Jones interjected, unable to suppress her skepticism. Yet, she shifted her tone, adding, however, indulging in something peculiar could indeed prove to be an intriguing choice. Jessica Jones differed from others. Having been subjugated and controlled by the Purple Man for an extended period, she had been coerced into actions she deeply despised. Although the Purple Man was now deceased, the psychological scars lingered, and she had long resorted to alcohol and brawling to numb her pain, drifting through life in a haze. Thus, encountering something novel was a rarity for her. So, store manager, allow me to sample one of these devil fruits and experience the taste of the extraordinary, Jessica Jones declared. Without hesitation, she made her decision, not even pausing to inquire further about the nature of the devil fruits. Among the myriad of fruits in our shop, each is unique. Which one would you prefer? Rasha asked with a beaming smile. Does it truly matter? Jessica Jones replied, somewhat exasperated, but quickly scanned the selection before pointing to one, saying, I'll take this one. This particular fruit is the Soundwave fruit, priced at $3 million, Rasha informed her, glancing at the fruit she had chosen. $3 million? Jessica Jones's voice escalated an octave, her eyes widening in disbelief. Did you misstate the price, or have I misheard? You're charging $3 million for a single fruit? What kind of absurdity is this? You have not misheard, esteemed guest. The price for the Soundwave fruit is indeed $3 million. Given the abilities it bestows, such a price is remarkably reasonable, Rashia stated earnestly. Wait, what is this Soundwave fruit? What abilities? What are you talking about? Jessica Jones was thoroughly perplexed. Her mind clouded. Rashia, suppressing a smirk at her bewilderment, explained politely. Earlier, you inquired about what a devil fruit is, did you not? In simple terms, these are fruits that grant extraordinary powers upon consumption. This Soundwave fruit bestows the ability to emit sonic attacks, which is why it commands such a price. To gain superpowers merely by eating? That is utterly ludicrous. Jessica Jones couldn't help but scoff. Yet her laughter faltered as she recalled the chaotic circumstances surrounding the origin of her own powers. Following a car accident, she inexplicably transformed into a superhuman. Moreover, she was acutely aware that she was not the sole anomaly. The individual who had wrought her lifetime of torment and nightmares also possessed superhuman abilities. Indeed, superpowers were a tangible reality. Yet how could one acquire such abilities? This question eluded Jessica entirely. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the smirk faded from her lips. She fixed her gaze on Rashia. If I consume this fruit, will I truly gain the ability to emit sound waves? How can I trust your words? Our establishment offers samples for tasting. Consuming a sample grants you 5 minutes of superpower, Rashia assured her. Is that so? Then, manager, where might I find the sample? Jessica Jones promptly inquired. Rashia refrained from superfluous chatter, retrieving the Soundwave fruit sample and handing it to her. Jessica Jones, eyeing the colorful fruit in her hand, hesitated briefly before consuming it. In an instant, she felt a profound transformation within her being. Could this truly be happening? A look of astonishment and disbelief washed over her face. Instinctively, she opened her mouth, ready to unleash a sonic attack. Please, esteemed guest, wait. Rashia interjected, exasperation clear in his voice. I understand your eagerness to experience your newfound abilities, but our shop cannot withstand such upheaval. My apologies, store manager. Jessica Jones quickly acknowledged her oversight and rushed out of the devil fruit shop to a nearby tree. Taking a deep breath, she opened her mouth, activating her newfound power. Buzz. A wave of sound shot forth, striking the tree trunk before her. Unbelievable. This was indeed real. Jessica's eyes widened in shock. Her expression a mixture of awe and disbelief. The notion that she had acquired superpowers so effortlessly was astounding. Merely by consuming a single fruit, she had attained such capabilities? A tempest of thoughts surged within her. If superpowers could be attained so easily, what of that other individual's powers? The thought flickered through her mind and refused to dissipate. Jessica Jones pivoted abruptly and hurried back into the devil fruit shop. Manager, do you possess any fruits that grant the ability to control others? She asked, her gaze fixed intently upon Rashia. Rashia comprehended the abilities Jessica was referring to and the individual she had in mind, yet he feigned ignorance. What do you mean by control? Could you elaborate? By issuing verbal commands. Jessica Jones composed herself, then continued, I know someone who can compel others to obey any directive, even to the point of self-harm. Indeed, Jessica was referencing the Purple Man frankly. His powers were undeniably insidious. With a mere utterance, he could ensnare individuals in a trance, rendering them his puppets. Unfortunately, our shop does not carry such a devil fruit, Rashia replied, shaking his head. None at all. Jessica Jones's face betrayed a flicker of disappointment, yet she did not relent. Immediately inquiring, do you happen to know if there are any other means to acquire superpowers? The only method I know of is consuming the devil fruit from the small shop. The shopkeeper, Rasha, replied truthfully, shaking his head. As for other ways, I'm afraid I'm not informed. Jessica Jones felt disappointment wash over her once more, but soon found solace in the thought. After all, what are the odds of stumbling upon a miraculous devil fruit shop, the birthplace of the Purple Man? Moreover, she distinctly recalled that this very establishment did not exist merely 6 months prior. Despite her frequent inebriation, Jessica was quite confident in her memory. After all, she was a private investigator. It's all right. I was merely asking out of curiosity. There's no need to take it to heart, she said, shrugging her shoulders. What do you think of the Soundwave fruit? Rasha inquired with a smile. To be candid, it's remarkable, truly astonishing, Jessica praised without reservation. But then shifted her tone. However, I must apologize, shopkeeper. Given my current appearance, it should be apparent that I am not a person of means. I haven't paid my rent in 2 months, and my landlord is on the verge of evicting me. In conversing with Jessica Jones, Rasha had indeed overlooked the fact that she was financially destitute. Not to mention 300,000. She likely couldn't scrape together 3,000. Reflecting on the various heroes within Marvel, Rasha mused that she might be among the most destitute and beleaguered. My apologies, shopkeeper, for wasting your time and your samples. Jessica managed a dry smile. In truth, even if she had the means, she would have no desire to purchase anything. She never sought any so-called superpowers. Had it not been for the Purple Man's discovery of her abilities, she would not have become his plaything. No hard feelings, my dear guest, in business. Sometimes it simply doesn't work out, Rasha replied with a smile, not taking the matter to heart. I'm sorry. After exchanging pleasantries, Jessica turned and departed from the devil fruit shop. What a pitiable soul, Rasha mused inwardly as he watched her retreating figure. Many heroes in Marvel have endured tragic pasts. For instance, Iron Man spent 3 harrowing months trapped in a dark cave, alongside a man, under the watchful eyes of many others. Such experiences are indeed tragic. Yet when compared to Jessica's plight, they pale in significance. She had been utterly reduced to the Purple Man's plaything. However, Rasha was not particularly concerned about this. He merely sighed briefly before returning his focus to listening to Alan's new album. Yet, just as he was halfway through, the sound of wind chimes at the door interrupted his concentration. A man, impeccably dressed and exuding elegance, entered the shop. Upon raising his gaze, Rasha's eyes widened in recognition, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. The Purple Man. The visitor was none other than Jessica Jones's nemesis. Jessica had long believed the Purple Man to be dead. Yet in reality, he was very much alive. Rasha had not anticipated the uncanny timing. Jessica had just departed, and now the Purple Man had arrived. How could such coincidences exist? In an instant, Rasha felt a surge of wariness. This was a perilous and thoroughly deranged individual. Even for Rasha, this was true. The Purple Man's ability to control others had yet to be definitively countered. Do you know the woman who was here 20 minutes ago? Clad in a black jacket and light blue jeans? Why was she here for such an extended period? The Purple Man's voice pierced through Rasha's thoughts. As he queried with an air of superiority, it became evident that he had been tracking Jessica Jones all along, rather than merely stumbling upon her. At that moment, Rasha sensed an inexplicable force swiftly overtaking his body. He was rapidly losing control. This is bad, Rasha internally lamented, realizing that, as he had feared, the madman was now targeting him as well. What to do? Instinctively, he tightened his core, but soon formulated a plan. The Purple Man's control was achieved through the release of a toxin. Though this mystical toxin defied logic and shattered common understanding, it remained a toxin nonetheless. If it was indeed a toxin, there lay a solution. This is it. Rasha's eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly transitioned into an elemental state. In an instant, he transformed into a radiant being of light. True to his hypothesis, Rasha felt an immediate restoration of his freedom. His reasoning had proven correct. If the Purple Man's control relied on toxins, what would happen if the very medium for those toxins ceased to exist? The Purple Man's powers would naturally become futile. In his elemental form, Rasha's entire being was composed of photons, entirely devoid of biological cells or tissues. Thus, the Purple Man's control crumbled effortlessly. What is happening? The Purple Man was taken aback as he witnessed the once ordinary individual before him suddenly enveloped in a golden aura, nearly causing his eyes to bulge in disbelief. A tempest of confusion surged within him as he struggled to comprehend the sight before him. It was important to note that during this period in Marvel, Iron Man had yet to emerge, and the only superhero was Captain America, nothing more. Before encountering Jessica Jones, the Purple Man had believed himself to be the sole wielder of superpowers. Hence, his shock was palpable. Was this a mutant? Yet, among the documented mutants, there was no record of such an individual. The Purple Man stood there, utterly flabbergasted. Nevertheless, this was not the time for contemplation. Upon witnessing Rasha transformed into light, the Purple Man immediately recognized that he was no match for this formidable entity. Without uttering a word, he decisively turned to flee. In the face of danger, retreat was the wisest course. Unfortunately for him, this was not a moment when he could escape at will. Zing! Rasha unleashed a photon toward the Purple Man, which seamlessly penetrated his body, vanishing without a trace. Being merely a single photon, the Purple Man remained oblivious to any unusual occurrence as he fled in utter disarray. He hailed a passing vehicle, compelling the driver to accelerate as fast and as far as possible. Only after several traffic lights did the Purple Man finally exhale a sigh of relief. Who on earth was that guy? He pondered, still shaken to his core. Although he could not ascertain whether that being of light could transcend his control, he dared not take the risk. That luminous figure was simply too enigmatic. Moreover, there have been instances where individuals have managed to transcend their own control, Jessica Jones has completely liberated herself from the Purple Man's influence, albeit without her own awareness of it. Why did Jessica remain in the presence of that peculiar individual for such an extended period? What conversations transpired between them? The more the Purple Man contemplated this, the more his unease grew. He promptly resolved to dispatch someone to thoroughly investigate that strange person. However, for now, it was best to vacate this location and return to the headquarters in Hell's Kitchen. The city was perilous. It was imperative to retreat to the countryside. Yet, unbeknownst to the Purple Man, every move he made was under the meticulous control of Rasha. The photon within him was being precisely monitored by Rasha at all times, rendering any attempts at concealment futile. Since the Purple Man had already taken action against him, how could Rasha possibly allow him to escape unscathed? Alas, within the confines of the Devil Fruit Shop, it was not an opportune moment for lethal action. However, the Purple Man had long since been marked for death by Rasha. Shopkeeper, what is a devil fruit? Why does this fruit possess such a peculiar name? A new customer entered the store, prompting Rasha to put aside his thoughts and warmly greet the visitor. Hello, young lady. The devil fruit is an extraordinary type of fruit, each one containing a unique and wondrous power. As if nothing had transpired, Rasha continued to attend to the patrons, leisurely indulging in mobile games and short videos during his downtime. Life remained as relaxed and pleasant as ever. However, today, an unusually large number of customers had arrived. Typically, on a weekday, no more than 20 or 30 would visit. Yet today, there were evidently many more. Rasha surmised that the additional patrons were likely sent by the Purple Man to probe into his affairs. Nonetheless, Rasha paid this little heed. He was unperturbed by the notion of the Purple Man uncovering his secrets, for it would ultimately change nothing. He had already pinpointed the Purple Man's location, and when night fell, it would be Rasha's time to reap the consequences of the Purple Man's actions. Please take your time. After bidding farewell to the last customer, Rasha glanced at the clock and, deeming it time, swiftly began to close the shop and depart. First, he would enjoy a meal. Following his dining experience, he would proceed to collect his dues. Rasha cheerfully made this decision. In a luxurious private room within a grand hotel in Hell's Kitchen, the Purple Man remained astonished. A fruit that can bestow superhuman abilities? How could such a thing exist in this world? Despite having sent individuals to verify the claims repeatedly, he still found it utterly unbelievable. Superpowers could be obtained so effortlessly? What kind of miraculous fruit was this devil fruit? Reflecting on the immense suffering he endured throughout his childhood, subjected to relentless experimentation year after year, enduring torment beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, he had wished for death countless times. The agony he suffered to attain his current abilities contrasted sharply with the notion that merely consuming a fruit could grant one similar powers, igniting a profound sense of injustice within him. It was unfair. This was profoundly unjust. Why must he endure such suffering to attain his powers? While the Purple Man marveled at the devil fruit, a twisted fury began to fester within him. If given the chance, he would yearn to obliterate that devil fruit shop and eliminate its youthful proprietor. However, the Purple Man was acutely aware that the owner of the shop was no ordinary individual. Earlier that day, he had transformed into a being of light. This revelation left the Purple Man's heart in turmoil. Chapter 55, The Locked Room Murder Case. A long-term strategy must be employed. After calming his emotions, the Purple Man resolved to formulate a plan. Although that being of light appeared exceedingly enigmatic and terrifying, rendering him reluctant to provoke it directly, he took solace in the fact that his power lay in the control of others. He could deploy numerous puppets to conduct investigations without needing to take personal risks. This was perhaps his only consolation. Tomorrow, he would refrain from sending too many individuals to avoid arousing suspicion from that entity. The Purple Man made this decision within his mind. Rising from his seat, he retrieved a bottle of whiskey from the refrigerator, added a few ice cubes to a glass, and poured himself half a glass, savoring a sip. The cool, refreshing sensation brought him a modicum of pleasure. However, unbeknownst to the Purple Man, at that very moment, as he turned to pour the drink, a multitude of photons began to seep through the crack of the door. These photons swiftly coalesced, forming a humanoid figure. Gulp! The Purple Man downed the contents of his glass in one go, intending to pour another, but suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Why did the lighting in the room seem to shift? Particularly, the shadows cast by himself on the refrigerator and wall flickered as though a dynamic light source lurked behind him. This was bad. Recalling the being of light he had encountered earlier in the Devil Fruit Shop, the Purple Man felt a tightening sensation. He abruptly turned around, his pupils constricting in alarm. There, behind him, stood a figure radiating golden light, confidently positioned. It was him. How had he found him so swiftly? Listen, the previous events were a misunderstanding. The purple man raised his hand to explain to Rasha. However, Rasha granted him no opportunity for explanation, pointing a finger at the purple man. And a photon bullet was unleashed, piercing through his skull. The purple man emitted a muffled groan, his body going limp as he collapsed to the floor. Rasha glanced down at the lifeless body of the purple man, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. He uttered not a word as photons continued to emanate from him. He slipped away through the window's crack. The purple man's room had been securely locked, rendering it a sealed environment. When the purple man's corpse was eventually discovered, it would be classified as an unsolvable locked room murder case. Unfortunately, this world lacked a detective of Sherlock Holmes' caliber. Even if one existed, they would never deduce that a being had transformed into light to eliminate the purple man. The truth within this room would remain forever shrouded in darkness. And such affairs were of no concern to Rasha. Zhao Hailuan Research Center. Jennifer, have the data records for the first 15 experimental groups been completed? Zhao Hailuan inquired while adjusting the controls on the regeneration cradle. Dr. Zhao, as per your instructions, the records have been finalized, Assistant Jennifer promptly replied. Excellent. Now, proceed to conduct a comparative analysis of these 15 sets of data. Do not forget to include the Obafin coefficient. Understood. As Zhao Hailuan engaged in research and analysis with her assistant, another staff member in a white lab coat approached her. Dr. Zhao, another individual has arrived to schedule a treatment. Weren't you instructed to decline all such appointments? My current experiments are at a critical juncture, and I cannot afford any distractions. Zhao Hailuan frowned slightly as she addressed the staff member. Due to the influx of patients seeking treatment for the healing fruit, Zhao Hailuan's experimental progress had been significantly impeded. Coincidentally, these experiments had reached a pivotal stage, necessitating her direct oversight. Therefore, she had previously mandated that she would not accept any patients during this period. She was not a full-time doctor. Dr. Zhao, I initially intended to decline, but the other party mentioned that he had scheduled an appointment with you. So I came to confirm. The staff member spoke cautiously. If he truly had arranged a meeting with me, then why did he not contact me directly? Zhao Hailuan nearly laughed, responding peevishly to the staff member. He said he was aware that your experiment had reached a critical phase and did not wish to disturb you. Hence his decision. No one has made an appointment with me, all right? The individual informed me that if Dr. Zhao had forgotten, I should remind you that he indeed scheduled a meeting with you and discussed the potential applications of the regeneration cradle in the field of genetics. Bruce. Zhao Hailuan's eyes suddenly brightened. At this point, she could hardly be oblivious to the fact that the person seeking her out was none other than Bruce Banner. It had been over a month since she last emailed Bruce Banner, and he had been completely unresponsive. Zhao Hailuan had long since abandoned hope and put the matter out of her mind. To her surprise, Bruce Banner had now chosen to visit her in person. Where is he? Zhao Hailuan immediately interrupted the staff member with her question. He has arrived and is waiting in the reception room. The staff member promptly replied. Jennifer, you keep an eye on things here. I've already briefed you on what to pay attention to, right? Zhao Hailuan quickly addressed Jennifer. Leave it to me, Dr. Zhao. Jennifer nodded immediately. Zhao Hailuan swiftly made her way to the reception room, where she indeed found Bruce Banner, who appeared weary and gaunt, looking markedly thinner and more haggard than before. At that moment, Bruce was wearing a tennis cap that clashed entirely with his usual style, his entire demeanor exuding a sense of disarray. Dr. Zhao, it has been a long time. Upon seeing Zhao Hailuan, Bruce Banner removed his cap, stood up, and offered her a smile. So, Bruce, what on earth has happened? Zhao Hailuan surveyed Bruce with disbelief, scarcely able to believe her eyes. Was this truly the same erudite and graceful scholar she once knew? Had he been fleeing from some calamity during his absence? How could he have ended up like this? However, Zhao Hailuan had a faint inkling as to why Bruce Banner had been so difficult to reach. It was evident that he was ensnared in a deeply troubling predicament. Well, this matter is rather complicated, and it might be better for you not to know. Trust me. Bruce Banner shook his head with a wry smile directed at Zhao Hailuan. Bruce, I understand. I won't pry further. If you need any assistance from me, please do not hesitate to let me know, all right? Zhao Hailuan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, spoke with earnest enthusiasm towards Bruce Banner. Chapter 056, Bruce Banner's Astonishment. Well, Zhao, I do need your help right now, which is why I came here. Bruce Banner stretched out his hands in a gesture of helplessness, his expression tinged with bitterness as he addressed Zhao Hailuan. You mentioned in your last email that you had discovered a new method? Yes, Bruce. Zhao Hailuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not to boast, but I have indeed accomplished some astonishing feats during this period. Yes, indeed, Zhao, you have performed numerous miracles. Even I am aware of it. Some have even dubbed you a mutant. Bruce Banner could not help but laugh, his face brimming with anticipation. So, what exactly is going on? All of this stems from that extraordinary devil fruit shop. Zhao Hailuan eagerly recounted to Bruce the miraculous healing of Deadpool's Moon Knight face and how she had consumed the healing fruit, thus acquiring the power of restoration. Devil fruit? The ability to heal others? Bruce Banner was left utterly bewildered upon hearing this. Were it not for the fact that it was Zhao Hailuan speaking, he might have burst into laughter. A fruit that grants superpowers? Surely this cannot be true. Bruce, I know this sounds utterly ludicrous. When I first heard about the devil fruit, I had a reaction much like yours. Zhao Hailuan explained to Bruce, exasperated. Witnessing Zhao Hailuan's earnest and resolute demeanor, Bruce Banner felt increasingly perplexed. Could it be that Zhao Hailuan was indeed speaking the truth? He simply could not fathom why she would fabricate such an absurd tale. Moreover, Bruce understood Zhao Hailuan to be a meticulous and serious individual, making it all the more difficult for him to believe she would concoct fanciful lies to deceive him. However, the notion of a devil fruit was indeed preposterous. How about this, Bruce? Facts speak louder than words. There is no benefit in further discussion. I believe your body may be experiencing some issues, yes? Allow me to attempt a treatment on you. How does that sound? Zhao Hailuan, aware that mere words would not suffice to convince him, suggested to Bruce Banner. Naturally, that is precisely why I am here. Bruce Banner shrugged nonchalantly, as if it were a matter of course. Whatever you need, I am at your disposal. Bruce, trust me, regardless of the issues plaguing your body, I will remedy them. Zhao Hailuan confidently assured Bruce Banner. I have healed no fewer than 10 patients with terminal illnesses. I refuse to believe your condition is more severe. Zhao, I am increasingly intrigued. So what should I do now? Do you need to draw my blood? As Zhao Hailuan exuded such confidence, Bruce Banner felt a growing sense of anticipation. No, there is no need to draw blood. I do not rely on medical methods, Bruce. Zhao Hailuan smiled gently at Bruce Banner. All I need is your hand. My hand. Yes, your hand. As she spoke, Zhao Hailuan grasped Bruce Banner's hands, activating her abilities. In an instant, she comprehended the state of Bruce Banner's health. Bruce Banner was utterly baffled by Zhao Hailuan's actions, but suppressed his curiosity and questions, allowing her to proceed undisturbed. Bruce, your body has only a few minor ailments. However, Zhao Hailuan soon exhibited a look of confusion. Your cervical spine, lumbar spine, and lungs all have some issues, and while nearsightedness and blood pressure are not major concerns, I did not detect anything else. The cervical and lumbar spine issues were long-standing for Bruce Banner, resulting from his profession. These were indeed just minor inconveniences. This was not why Bruce Banner had come all this way. Moreover, he did not believe these minor ailments could be diagnosed simply by holding his hand. Those problems were common among researchers. Even if Zhao Hailuan had guessed them, it would not be remarkable. Is that all? Bruce Banner fixed his gaze intently on Zhao Hailuan, inquiring. Zhao Hailuan once more meticulously assessed Bruce Banner's body before shaking her head. I did not sense anything else. Oh, by the way, I have already inadvertently healed those issues. Your current physical condition has reverted to that of a 20-year-old, Bruce. Zhao Hailuan smiled at Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner was increasingly bewildered. He could hardly believe Zhao Hailuan's words, finding them utterly absurd. How could merely holding his hand cure his ailments? However, one cannot deny that he truly feels considerably more comfortable in his body than before. Zhao, are you serious? Apologies, but I am genuinely perplexed right now. Bruce Banner scratched his head, his brow slightly furrowed as he gazed intently at Zhao Hailuan. What on earth is happening? Wait a moment. Before Zhao Hailuan could elaborate further, Bruce Banner suddenly froze. If the ailments of his lumbar and cervical spine were not immediately perceptible, another transformation within his body was unmistakably clear. His vision. The clarity of his sight had remarkably improved, akin to donning a pair of corrective lenses. It is well known that Bruce Banner is nearsighted, albeit with a relatively mild prescription, which is why he typically refrains from wearing glasses. However, during scientific endeavors or other situations that require intense focus, he would wear them. Thus, in his usual state, the world that Bruce Banner perceives is not particularly clear. Yet now, he hurriedly retrieved his glasses from his bag and perched them upon his nose. Instantly, what had been a clear view became blurred. Ironically, upon removing the glasses, his sight regained its newfound clarity. After several confirmations, Bruce Banner's eyes widened in disbelief. My eyesight. Indeed, Bruce, your nearsightedness has just been remedied. Upon witnessing Bruce Banner's astonished expression, Zhao Hailuan could not help but chuckle softly. Chapter 057. The Hulk is not an illness. Needing corrective lenses can actually be cured? Bruce Banner regarded Zhao Hailuan, who was stifling a laugh, with an expression of utter incredulity, speechless for a prolonged moment. Although nearsightedness is not deemed a grave affliction, it remains untreatable without surgery. Even surgical intervention rarely yields perfect results and can inflict irreversible damage to the ocular structure. This is one of the primary reasons many nearsighted individuals opt against surgery. Yet here, Bruce Banner had merely experienced a gentle touch from Zhao Hailuan, and his vision was restored. Immediate and effective. Such an occurrence is nothing short of miraculous. Bruce Banner found himself at a loss for words. Then, the devil fruit is indeed authentic? The abilities you possess are genuine? After a long pause, Bruce Banner murmured, casting a glance at Zhao Hailuan. In that moment, despite feeling incredulous and somewhat skeptical, the undeniable truth lay before him, compelling him to accept it. Zhao Hailuan spoke the truth. Bruce, I have long told you so. A triumphant smile adorned Zhao Hailuan's face. But why do you say that I have no other issues? That should not be the case. Bruce Banner continued, his expression tinged with agitation. Ordinary medicine could not remedy his condition. So could the miraculous powers of the devil fruit truly be ineffective? What other means could possibly heal him? Bruce, regardless of what you have endured or what has led you to believe that your body is flawed, you are merely overthinking it. I can assure you, you are in excellent health. Zhao Hailuan stated with unwavering certainty. No, Zhao, you do not understand. Bruce Banner shook his head. Whenever he became enraged, he transformed into a monstrous being devoid of reason, merely knowing how to unleash destruction. How could that not be considered an ailment? You suspect there is a problem with your genes? That they have mutated? Zhao Hailuan, recalling Bruce Banner's previous discussions, made a reasonable deduction. The matter was not so simple, but to some extent, it could be understood in that light. Bruce Banner contemplated this and could only offer such an explanation. Well, Zhao Hailuan had a clear understanding, responding with a smile. Bruce, you need not worry. Genetic mutations are not necessarily malevolent. They can also be benign. In my opinion, regardless of how your genes have altered, it is not an illness. Bruce Banner was rendered speechless. The Hulk is not a disease. He found it difficult to accept this notion. To him, the Hulk represented a curse that had irrevocably marred his life, a condition he longed to cure. Zhao, perhaps you are right. Pathologically speaking, it is hard to classify what illness I have. Regardless, thank you. Bruce Banner spoke to Zhao Hailuan, his tone tinged with despondency and frustration. When Zhao Hailuan had informed him of a new method she had discovered, he had harbored considerable hope. Yet, as was often the case, hope had once again evaporated. Zhao, I appreciate your time, but I must take my leave. Having concluded that even Zhao Hailuan could not cure him, Bruce Banner decisively bid her farewell. His father-in-law could appear at any moment, and lingering here further jeopardized Zhao Hailuan's safety. Bruce, what on earth has transpired? Zhao Hailuan inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. I might be able to assist you. Zhao, thank you, but you cannot help me. Bruce Banner replied earnestly, emphasizing, and please, do not mention my visit here to anyone. After imparting this, he swiftly turned and departed. Hey Bruce, Zhao Hailuan called after him. Although I am unaware of what has occurred with you, nor what answers you seek, perhaps you might consider visiting the Devil Fruit Shop. I do not know who could possibly assist you, but if there is indeed someone out there, that is where you are most likely to find them. The Devil Fruit Shop? Bruce Banner's eyes began to glimmer with intrigue. Devil Fruit Shop. Shopkeeper. I am about to pursue my dreams. Wish me luck. If the response is positive, they will even shoot a promotional video for me. They have already promised. My path to stardom is just around the corner. Green Lantern, here I come. The shop was momentarily devoid of customers, and Ross was idly chatting with Deadpool. Recently, Deadpool had mentioned his intention to assist someone in selling facial masks, and Ross had scarcely paid it any mind. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Deadpool was about to embark on this venture. Reflecting on Deadpool's plans and future direction following his mask-selling endeavor, Ross felt a swell of anticipation. The Green Lantern, surely. It was a film that Deadpool regretted watching so much that he wished to return in time to prevent himself from enduring such a travesty. Who would have thought that Deadpool would now be so enthusiastic? Go for it, Wade. You can do it. Your skin is the most perfect in the world. Be confident. Ross quickly replied to Deadpool's message. Indeed, shopkeeper, I can relate to that. In fact, I wear a mask whenever I go out. Otherwise, countless people would inquire about how I maintain my skin, what masks I use, blah blah blah. It's utterly tiresome. How to put it? Exceptional men often bear burdens that others cannot fathom. But I am sure you understand me. Well, Deadpool has learned to flatter. How delightful. Ross thought to himself with satisfaction. Just as he was about to engage Deadpool in further banter, the shop's wind chimes jingled, announcing the arrival of a new customer. I must go, Wade. A customer has arrived. Ross swiftly sent Deadpool a voice message, then set his phone aside, preparing to attend to the new patron. However, upon lifting his gaze, he could not help but freeze in astonishment. Green Giant. Not quite, it's Bruce Banner. This fellow is undoubtedly one of the formidable powerhouses within the Marvel Universe. His fists can smash through Thor's hammer and overpower Loki with sheer ferocity. He's truly a deity among mortals. Rasha had not anticipated that such a character would grace his establishment this time. Greetings, esteemed guest. Welcome to my humble shop. Rasha warmly greeted Bruce Banner as he stepped out from behind the counter, a radiant smile adorning his face. Good day, shopkeeper. I happened to pass by and was intrigued by the mention of devil fruits, so I decided to come and take a look, Bruce Banner politely responded. Aware of his current awkward situation, he opted not to reveal the truth to Rasha just yet, choosing instead to gauge the atmosphere. Welcome. Please, do come inside. Rasha invited with a smile, ushering Bruce into his shop. Thank you, Bruce Banner replied with a courteous nod, following Rasha to the counter. His attention was immediately captivated by the peculiar and oddly styled fruits displayed within the showcase. Shopkeeper, are these the devil fruits? Bruce Banner inquired, his expression brimming with astonishment as he gazed at the exotic fruits. Despite having heard of their wondrous properties from Zhao Helen, the bizarre appearances of the devil fruits exceeded his expectations. Yes, dear guest, these are indeed the devil fruits. Do not be deceived by their appearances. They are remarkably extraordinary fruits. Rasha succinctly introduced the fruits to Bruce. Bruce listened intently, all the while contemplating silently. The information Rasha provided aligned perfectly with what Zhao Helen had conveyed. Having experienced Zhao Helen's healing abilities firsthand, he possessed a certain level of trust in her words. Though doubts lingered, a foundation for acceptance was established. Dear guest, all the fruits are cataloged in this compendium. Please have a look and see if any of them pique your interest, Rasha offered, presenting the catalog to Bruce. Thank you, Bruce replied, then began to scrutinize the compendium meticulously. He had tried countless methods to cure the affliction that was Hulk, yet all had ended in failure. This shop represented his final glimmer of hope. Marble fruit? Cat fruit. What a bizarre assortment. Bruce mused. Oh, so these are the Zoan-type fruits that allow one to transform into animals. Utterly useless for me. He quickly dismissed that category and began searching through the more promising paramecia-type fruits. Gulp fruit, stitch fruit, hormone fruit, silence fruit. While each fruit appeared astonishing and broadened Bruce's horizons, none offered a solution to his predicament. At this point, Bruce Banner must have already transformed into Hulk, one could presume. As Bruce diligently sought answers within the catalog, Rasha observed the seemingly weary and somewhat disheveled Banner, lost in contemplation. If that were the case, Rasha meticulously reviewed the available devil fruits in his inventory, shaking his head inwardly. The fruits on display were relatively low tier and held no prospect of addressing Bruce's issue. Even among the known devil fruits in the pirate world, which fruit could possibly remedy Bruce's plight? Rasha pondered deeply. To his surprise, a particular fruit came to mind. While it might not provide a complete solution to Bruce's dilemma, it could certainly offer a preventive measure. The door fruit. Yes, that's the one. This fruit allows one to open doors anywhere at any time. With this fruit, Bruce could swiftly escape before Hulk emerged, retreating to a safer location. Furthermore, the door fruit also connected to a peculiar alternate dimension where Hulk could unleash his fury without consequence. Once he regained composure and reverted to Bruce Banner, he could simply return through the door. Naturally, this would only serve as a partial remedy and not an absolute solution to Bruce's challenges. Nonetheless, it was a strategy worth considering. Regrettably, the door fruit was not yet available in the shop. Apologies, shopkeeper, but does this catalog encompass all the fruits? Bruce inquired, raising his gaze filled with hope toward Rasha. Yes, dear guest, the fruits currently available are all listed here. Upon hearing this, Rasha noticed a shadow of disappointment cast over Bruce's countenance. Thus, this final hope had also been extinguished. However, do not despair, for my shop will continually introduce new fruits in the future. If the current selection does not meet your satisfaction, I am confident that there will be fruits that will please you in due time. With that, Rasha shifted his tone, exuding renewed confidence as he addressed Bruce. The flicker of encouragement rekindled something within Bruce, prompting him to eagerly question Rasha. So, shopkeeper, what sorts of fruits will you be introducing next? The forthcoming fruits will encompass a broader range of categories and will possess even more diverse and advanced abilities, making them incredibly worthwhile to anticipate. For instance, the door fruit, Rasha stated, revealing the fruit he had earmarked for Bruce. The door fruit. Bruce Banner was momentarily taken aback. Shopkeeper, what is this fruit? It is a fruit that allows you to open a door anywhere, even here in front of me. You could simply create a door in the air and step through. Rasha briefly elaborated. Bruce's eyes lit up at the prospect. This fruit could indeed be of use to him. Shopkeeper, where does this door lead? He inquired with palpable excitement. To any place you desire. You can even opt not to go anywhere, for within the door lies a unique alternate dimension, Rasha clarified further. A glimmer of exhilaration spread across Bruce's face. This was precisely the fruit he needed. If he were to acquire the powers of the door fruit, he could escape before transforming into Hulk, effectively addressing the issue at hand. Shopkeeper, are there any limitations to using this ability to open doors? Bruce suppressed his excitement and pressed on with his inquiry. There are no limitations. You can open a door wherever you require, on a rock, a tree, in water, in the air, or even within a person. That's it. Bruce felt that he had truly come to the right place this time. By the way, shopkeeper, do you have any idea when the door fruit will be available? Bruce swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Rasha, filled with anticipation. That is difficult to say. But if you are genuinely interested in the door fruit, you may leave your contact information. When the moment arrives for the door fruit to be available, I shall inform the customers. Roxa suggested to Bruce Banner. However, Bruce Banner displayed a look of distress. He was currently fleeing from his father-in-law. With no stable means of communication, he constantly changed contact methods, be it phone numbers, emails, or any other form of correspondence. Even if he were to provide Roxa with his contact information, it was likely to become obsolete in no time. Shopkeeper, may I leave you my contact details? Due to certain peculiar circumstances, I currently lack a fixed means of communication. Bruce Banner managed to force a dry smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke to Roxa. His request seemed rather odd and, to some extent, lacking in proper decorum. Nevertheless, Roxa took no offense, fully aware of the predicament Bruce Banner was facing. Of course, that is no problem at all. Roxa shared his contact information with Bruce Banner. Without the aid of paper and pen, Bruce merely repeated the details to himself a few times, and that sufficed. It was no surprise that Bruce Banner had an impressive memory, befitting a scholar with 8 doctoral degrees. By the way, shopkeeper, how much will the door fruit cost? Bruce Banner inquired, looking at Roxa with urgency. Since the door fruit was currently not available, Roxa accessed the system for a thorough check before quoting Bruce Banner. The preliminary price for the door fruit is $80 million. But our shop will soon cease accepting dollars and will transition to gold transactions. We shall see how circumstances unfold then. $80 million. Bruce Banner's pupils constricted sharply. This was indeed an astronomical sum, and it might even prove impossible to procure without first converting it into gold. However, considering the fruit's remarkable capabilities, Bruce Banner concluded that it was unequivocally worth the price, indeed, a bargain. Under normal circumstances, he could leverage his extensive knowledge to acquire such wealth. As a scientist of his caliber could easily amass $80 million. For someone of Bruce Banner's stature, the adage knowledge is wealth rang true. A mere patent or research outcome could yield substantial financial returns. Yet the crux of the matter was that Bruce Banner was a fugitive at present, complicating matters significantly. It appeared that meticulous planning was in order. Shopkeeper, I understand. I shall return. Bruce Banner declared decisively after a moment of rapid contemplation, speaking earnestly to Roxa. I look forward to that. Roxa replied with a smile. Farewell, shopkeeper. Bruce Banner waved as he took his leave. Clang, clang. Just then, 2 soda cans were abruptly hurled through the door, producing a sharp, ringing sound. While Roxa was still trying to comprehend the situation, he noticed a thick cloud of smoke billowing from the cans. Tear gas. Roxa realized with alarm that General Ross's men had located Bruce Banner and intended to apprehend him. However, they could not have anticipated that the gas would have no effect on Bruce Banner. While he could be subdued, the Hulk certainly would not. If all went as expected, the Hulk would inevitably transform right within Roxa's shop. Given the Hulk's destructive power, could his establishment withstand such chaos? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Roxa acted swiftly, firing off 2 photon bullets that struck the gas canisters, sending them hurtling away before they could fully discharge their contents. The canisters had merely begun to release a small amount of gas when they were sent flying. Shopkeeper, you. Bruce Banner stared in astonishment at Roxa, who had just discharged photon bullets with his bare hands. Devil fruit. But soon enough, Bruce Banner connected the dots. If the shopkeeper sold devil fruits, it was only logical that he himself had consumed one. It was indeed true. The existence of devil fruits was no longer in question for Bruce Banner, especially after witnessing Zhao Hailuan cure his myopia in an instant, and now Roxa firing photon blasts. Customer, I believe these troubles were brought upon you, correct? Might I implore you to depart swiftly? Roxa, lacking the luxury of time for further discussion, hastily urged Bruce Banner to leave. Indeed, after reaching the level of Admiral Kazuru, Roxa had acquired a certain degree of self-protection in this world and was not particularly fearful of the shop's exposure, an eventuality that was inevitable, but he had no desire to become embroiled in troublesome affairs. The grievances between Bruce Banner and General Ross were theirs to resolve. The farther away from him, the better. However, Rox's desire to avoid trouble did not imply that he feared it. That was why he had so boldly struck the gas canisters away. He could not allow the Hulk to wreak havoc in his shop, could he? In truth, even without this incident, Roxa would have inevitably caught the attention of General Ross the moment Bruce Banner stepped into his store. General Ross would certainly investigate any establishment frequented by a fugitive like Bruce Banner. Given that, what reservations did Roxa have? My apologies, shopkeeper, but I must cough. Bruce Banner apologized to Roxa before swiftly turning to exit. Yet the lingering gas caused him to cough, leaving Roxa in a state of exasperation. Would the Hulk truly manifest within his shop? Fortunately, luck was on Roxa's side. Bruce Banner covered his mouth and nose and hurried out. Chapter 060, Lightspeed Kick. Clang, clang. Faintly, 2 more gas canisters were discharged, filling the street with a thick, irritating white gas. The gases quickly spread, and before long, they infiltrated Roxa's devil fruit shop. Roxa shook his head in resignation, moving to secure the doors and windows to slow the gas's encroachment. However, even so, the seams of the doors and windows prevented complete sealing, allowing some of the irritant gas to seep in. Cough. The fumes compelled Roxa to cough involuntarily. Thankfully, he immediately entered an elemental state, liberating himself from the constraints of his physical form, thus enabling him to remain unharmed amidst the gas. A beastly roar erupted outside, akin to thunder crashing in a clear sky, causing the very windows and doors of Roxa's shop to tremble. The intensity of the sound waves was palpable. This was no ordinary noise. Roxa instantly recognized it. The Hulk had made his grand entrance. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook as if a colossal hammer were relentlessly pounding it, creating a cacophony that was truly terrifying. Without a doubt, the furious Hulk began to smash everything around him. Bang, bang. Amidst the cacophony of Hulk's wrathful destruction, there resounded an incessant barrage of gunfire. Bullets rained down upon the colossal green figure with astonishing density. Regrettably, aside from inciting Hulk's rage, they proved utterly ineffective. With a thunderous roar, Hulk leaped, covering dozens of meters, and descended like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. He landed with undeniable authority before an M54 tactical assault vehicle. On board, a soldier gripped a Gatling gun with both hands, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets upon Hulk. Yet, in the next moment, Hulk's fist came crashing down from above, obliterating the vehicle's front end in a single blow, reducing the soldier to nothing more than a gruesome pulp. But that was not the end. Hulk followed up with a tremendous charge, toppling the assault vehicle. With a thunderous rumble, the vehicle rolled forward like a colossal meteor, crashing into another assault vehicle and sending it tumbling to the ground. The soldiers aboard that vehicle, who had been firing at Hulk with the Gatling gun, were likewise crushed into a bloody mess. Witnessing Hulk's indomitable might, General Ross's face contorted with unease, akin to a wilted chrysanthemum blooming in late autumn. "General, this cannot continue. Our firepower is utterly inadequate," exclaimed one of his trusted aides, his voice heavy with concern. "Let me step in. General, allow me to take action. Only I can handle him." From within the confines of a vehicle, Blonsky seized the opportunity to volunteer to General Ross. "Isn't this precisely why you brought me here?" General Ross was well aware of this fact. Only a monster could contend with another monster. "Blonsky, you caused me considerable trouble last time," General Ross replied, his eyes sharp as blades, surveying Blonsky from a lofty position. "I understand, but I assure you, I won't cause any issues this time. We have reached an agreement. Have we not? Besides, I have no desire to be locked away in that dreadful place again," Blonsky insisted fervently. "As long as you understand, I did not bring you out to create more chaos. If you wish to avoid being imprisoned again, it would be wise to behave. And think of your family. Consider them." After delivering his veiled threats, General Ross exchanged a knowing glance with his aide, who promptly opened the door to Blonsky's confinement. Blonsky leaped from the vehicle, stretching his limbs before striding purposefully towards Hulk. "Hey there, big guy, do you remember me?" Blonsky shouted, arms wide open. "Cease fire. Everyone halt." Under General Ross's command, the other soldiers ceased their fire, allowing Blonsky to stand out prominently, catching Hulk's immediate attention. With a thunderous roar, Hulk charged at Blonsky, delivering a ferocious punch. Crack! The sound of their fists colliding echoed as Hulk's punch was blocked by an even larger fist. The abomination had made his grand entrance. The two titans engaged in a fiercely intense close-quarters battle, reminiscent of two human tanks rampaging through the streets, wreaking havoc and devastation in their wake. What is happening? The gunfire has ceased, but Hulk is still fighting? It appears there are two monsters outside. Inside the shop, Rasha felt a twinge of confusion but quickly realized it must be the Abomination, Hulk's longtime adversary. However, if the Abomination was indeed involved, the situation was dire. How long would the two monsters clash? Furthermore, could they not take their fight elsewhere? Rasha had no desire for his newly opened devil fruit shop to undergo renovations so soon. Yet, the unfolding events were beyond Rasha's control. The devil fruit shop was situated squarely within the battleground of Hulk and the Abomination, and several nearby establishments had already been demolished by the two behemoths. Ultimately, Rasha's shop would not escape unscathed. Boom. In the midst of the fray, the Abomination hoisted a vehicle overhead and hurled it at Hulk, sending him sprawling. The resounding crash echoed as Hulk, like a cannonball, smashed through the doorway of the devil fruit shop, obliterating it. Rasha felt a deep sense of frustration. However, matters soon worsened. Hulk, momentarily dazed by the Abomination's brutal strike, shook his head vigorously before rising. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Rasha standing before him. With a primal roar, Hulk, devoid of reason, charged at Rasha as a target. It seemed there was no escaping this fate. Rasha sighed internally, resolutely raising his foot. Lightspeed kick. Chapter 61. General Ross is struck down by Hulk. Swish. A brilliant flash of light surged forth as Rasha's leg executed a kick at light speed. Hulk, caught completely off guard, received the blow with tremendous force. Boom. A violent eruption of energy erupted, sending Hulk hurtling out of the shop, crashing heavily onto the ground. Indeed, the power of the light fruit, akin to that of Admiral Kazuru, proved formidable. Withdrawing his right foot, Rasha could not suppress a satisfied smile. This was not merely a display of skill or training. It was true combat, even his debut in battle. He had not anticipated such an impressive result from a single kick, sending Hulk flying. Rasha felt a profound sense of contentment. Of course, with this decisive action, Rasha had undoubtedly exposed himself to the military scrutiny. There was no escaping that reality. However, Rasha had long anticipated this outcome. After all, once the fugitive Bruce Banner had entered his shop, such a conclusion was inevitable. Frankly speaking, Rasha's power had grown sufficiently to no longer be overly concerned about such matters. What is happening? Outside, General Ross's eyes widened in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. Hulk had been struck back by an immense force. How could this be possible? General Ross had pursued Hulk for so long, engaged in numerous confrontations, and conducted exhaustive research on him. Indeed, he had a significant hand in Hulk's very existence. To call General Ross the world's foremost expert on Hulk would not be an exaggeration. No one understood the terrifying power contained within that green form better than he did. Yet now, Hulk had been sent flying by someone. Who could it be? Instinctively, General Ross turned his gaze toward the direction Hulk had been propelled. On the sign, several bold letters caught his attention. Home of the Devil Fruits. So it was this place. Indeed, Bruce Banner has come here for a reason. Currently in a state of being wanted for his own transgressions, Bruce Banner, who has been living in exile abroad, has now stealthily returned to New York. Venturing into this inconspicuous establishment, General Ross has long been aware of this house of devil fruits and has already resolved to investigate its true nature once the situation has settled. The fact that Bruce Banner would take such a risk to come here indicates that this is no ordinary place. Upon closer inspection, this indeed appears to be the case. What could this be? Not only General Ross, but also the Abomination stood in stunned silence, momentarily overwhelmed by the unfolding scene. Who could possibly possess the power to send the Hulk flying? A thunderous roar erupted as the Hulk, having been struck by Rasha, rose from the ground and gazed in the direction of the devil fruit shop, bellowing fiercely. Boom. He charged once more towards the devil fruit store. The Abomination initially intended to pursue the Hulk, but General Ross suddenly called out to him, "Blonsky, hold your ground." The general wished to ascertain who within that establishment had the audacity to repel the Hulk. That old fool, Rasha thought, unable to suppress a mental curse at General Ross's clever maneuver. Did he truly intend to let the Hulk confront him? Would Rasha allow this old man to have his way? In that instant, Rasha's thoughts crystallized, and he transformed into a beam of light. Swiftly darting above Ross and his entourage, a brilliant flash erupted, momentarily blinding everyone, including General Ross, plunging them into temporary blindness and disorientation. Seizing this moment, Rasha descended rapidly beside General Ross and fired a photon bullet towards the Hulk, vanishing in a swift escape. Hiss, roar. The Hulk, charging towards the devil fruit shop, suddenly found himself ambushed, whirling around in wrath towards the source of the attack. The figures of General Ross and his men came into view. Enraged, the Hulk lunged at them. A chorus of horrified screams erupted as countless soldiers fell victim to the Hulk's furious onslaught. What transpired? That light just now. As General Ross struggled to open his eyes, he found the Hulk looming before him. Sure, General Ross felt a tightening in his gut, muttering a curse under his breath. Boom. In the next instant, the Hulk's fists, akin to boulders, struck General Ross with devastating force. Blood erupted, and General Ross was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. General Ross. The general is dead. General. Cries of despair filled the air as those loyal to General Ross grappled with the horrifying reality of his demise. Boom. However, reality offered no time for mourning, as the Hulk pursued them once more, mercilessly swinging his furious fists. Had General Ross truly met his end in such a manner? Back within the Devil Fruit Shop, Rasha could not help but touch his nose in disbelief. That old fool was meant to live a long life, perhaps even rise to the position of Secretary of State, yet he foolishly orchestrated his own demise by crossing paths with Rasha. Truly, he sought his own destruction. Rasha had no intention of eliminating General Ross. He merely sought to return the favor. Yet he had not anticipated that the Hulk would be so formidable as to bludgeon General Ross to death. What a debacle! Despite his astonishment and the inclination to scoff, Rasha chose not to dwell on the matter, given that he had previously demonstrated the abilities of the flash fruit to certain individuals. And considering that the incident with the blinding light had led to General Ross's demise, it was inevitable that Rasha would be implicated. However, with his newfound formidable power, Rasha remained unconcerned. After all, he could transform into light. At this moment, in the eyes of the world, particularly the authorities of the United States, no one could apprehend him, nor could anyone harm him. With that in mind, what was there to fear, should matters escalate? Rasha could effortlessly obliterate several aircraft carrier fleets with a few strikes of his mighty power, leaving the officials in awe and terror. Chapter 06. The Hulk's Rampage Against Beast Hank. Roar. Boom. The Hulk's furious roars continued to echo through the streets, the ground trembling beneath his mighty blows. Yet, thanks to Rasha's earlier guidance, the Hulk's focus was now entirely diverted away from Rasha and onto the soldiers accompanying General Ross as he unleashed his wrath upon them. He was venting his fury with reckless abandon, moving further away from Rasha's shop. As for the abomination, after witnessing General Ross being utterly crushed by the Hulk, he had no desire to continue serving Ross or to confront the Hulk any longer. At this point, retreat was the wisest course of action. But suddenly, the abomination's body stiffened as if he had been struck by a paralyzing spell. Then, with a violent shudder, he collapsed to the ground. What was happening? Rasha, who was preparing to retreat into his shop, paused in astonishment at this unexpected turn of events. Why had the abomination fallen? Swish. But soon, Rasha understood the cause. A renowned fighter jet was landing gracefully on the nearby street. It was none other than one of the iconic models from the Marvel Universe, the Blackbird. The Blackbird had several generations, but each model bore a resemblance to the bird itself, making it easily recognizable. With the arrival of the Blackbird, Rasha could surmise the situation without needing to think too hard. Professor X. It had to be the professor on board the jet who had intervened. Sure enough, as the Blackbird touched down, the hatch slowly opened, revealing Professor X and a bespectacled, unassuming individual, Beast Hank. Hank, could you bring the Hulk over here? Professor X asked, glancing at the Hulk, who was still wreaking havoc in the distance. Professor, are you still calling me a beast? That is a true beast, Hank exclaimed, eyeing the Hulk in disbelief. However, putting aside the banter, Hank wasted no time. He removed his glasses and began striding towards the Hulk. As he turned, the hair on his body began to grow rapidly, transforming him into a blue, furry beast right before Rasha's eyes. Hey, big guy, Hank shouted as he sprinted towards the Hulk. Yet, in his fury, the Hulk was swinging his fists wildly, completely oblivious to Hank's voice. Fine, Hank sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He then lifted a car and hurled it towards the Hulk. Bang! The vehicle collided with the Hulk, causing him to stagger but inflicting no real damage. The Hulk, momentarily pausing his rampage, turned his head sharply towards Hank, his furious gaze locking onto him. Roar! The Hulk's roar reverberated through the air, leaving Hank's ears ringing. Under the piercing glare of the Hulk, Hank felt an involuntary tightening within him, akin to a husky encountering a genuine wolf. Whoosh! In the next moment, Hank's vision blurred as the Hulk leapt dozens of meters, crashing down upon him with tremendous force. The sheer magnitude of that impact was enough to instill a deep-seated terror, compelling Hank to evade rather than confront it head-on. Instinctively, he scrambled away like a wild beast, narrowly avoiding the Hulk's devastating blow. Boom! The ground behind him was instantly transformed into a massive crater, fissures radiating outward. I must be out of my mind to provoke such a creature. Observing the terrifying power of the Hulk made Hank's heart race, urging him to flee with even greater urgency. Yet, the Hulk's speed was astonishingly swift, relentlessly pursuing Hank with a barrage of strikes. No matter how adeptly Hank dodged, evasion was futile in the long run. Ultimately, he was struck squarely by a powerful punch. Bang! Hank was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing into a car and toppling it over. He tumbled across the ground for several meters before colliding with a wall, finally coming to a halt. Cough! Cough! Hank emitted a couple of labored coughs, feeling as though his entire skeletal structure was on the verge of disintegration. That blow from the Hulk had nearly cost him his life. Terrifying. That hulking green figure was utterly fearsome. Hank feared that another hit would spell his doom. Hank, are you all right? Professor X, observing the scene, couldn't help but ask, his eyelids twitching with concern. He understood that Hank was no match for the Hulk. Yet the disparity of their strength was beyond his expectations. The professor had not intended for Hank to defeat the Hulk. Rather, his aim was simply to lure him over, a task that should have been manageable. However, he never anticipated Hank would be left in such a disheveled state. Professor, I regret taking your advice and provoking that behemoth. Hank groaned as he struggled to rise from the ground, voicing his grievances. That creature was simply too formidable. Although he was deemed a beast before the Hulk, he felt like a fragile sibling. Well, Hank, as long as you're unharmed. Professor X breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Hank was all right. Though he had made quite a mess of himself, he had successfully brought the Hulk to their location. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the Hulk, propelled by his own momentum, broke through a wall, creating another opening as he burst into the room. Roar! He glared at Hank and the professor, unleashing a fearsome roar. Hank, the beast, felt an immediate stiffness in his body. He quickly scrambled to his feet, positioning himself beside the professor, watching the Hulk with trepidation. Professor, does your ability not work on him? Restrain him. No, I am attempting something different. Professor X replied, placing a hand on his temple. He focused on the Hulk, utilizing his psychic powers to sense the raging emotions within. The overwhelming anger was palpable, astonishing even the professor. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled once more as the Hulk, having finished his roar, charged at the professor and Hank like a massive boulder. Professor, Hank's eyes widened in alarm. Whatever your intentions may be, you need to act swiftly. Instinctively, he positioned himself protectively in front of the professor. But I can control this rage. Professor X asserted with resolute conviction. Activating his powers, he swiftly closed the door to the Hulk's fury while simultaneously opening the gates to tranquility and calmness within him. The effect was immediate and profound. The Hulk's furious charge began to slow, his steps faltering before he collapsed to the ground. Then, something remarkable occurred. His form began to change rapidly. The green hue faded, and his size diminished. In no time at all, the Hulk vanished, and Bruce Banner re-emerged before them. Dazed, Bruce scanned his surroundings, quickly grasping the unfolding events. A look of profound anguish crossed his face. No, 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 he cried out, tormented by the realization that he had inadvertently caused such chaos, and perhaps even taken lives. Mr. Banner, this is not your fault. Professor X spoke with solemnity, fully aware of the turmoil Bruce had just endured. In his attempt to control the emotions of both Bruce and the Hulk, he had gleaned the memories of the latter, understanding the true nature of the situation. Strictly speaking, the blame lay with General Ross and his cohorts. Indeed, it is not my fault. It is the Hulk's doing. All of it is the Hulk's fault, Bruce exclaimed, slamming his fist into the ground in a fit of rage. He then rifled through the fragmented memories of what had transpired, his face contorting with disbelief. What did you do? Did you put the Hulk to sleep? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Blonsky, lying incapacitated in the street, further fueling his incredulity. This man was subdued by you. How is that even possible? Wait a moment. I recognize you. You are Professor Xavier, a genetic mutation expert. How did you accomplish this? Bruce's eyes lit up with excitement as he regarded the professor. If this man truly possessed the means to control the Hulk, it would signify a resolution to the torment that had plagued Bruce for years, altering the very course of his destiny. I am truly sorry, Mr. Banner, but I cannot assist you. Professor X responded courteously yet firmly. Why not? Have you witnessed the devastation wrought by the Hulk? It is nothing short of catastrophic. You have the power to prevent such disasters. Please, Professor Xavier, Bruce implored, his voice nearly pleading. I am truly sorry, Mr. Banner, but I cannot. Professor X maintained his resolute stance, denying Bruce further opportunity to argue. He activated his powers once more, asserting, I was never here, and you have never seen me. Furthermore, if you wish to avoid capture, I suggest you leave immediately. Bruce's expression became momentarily vacant, and then, as if compelled by an unseen force, he turned and fled. This power of the professor is truly extraordinary, Rorschach remarked, astonished by what he had just witnessed. Thankfully, he was protected by his system, rendering him immune to the professor's abilities. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to engage with such an individual. Rorschach, are you all right? Once all matters had been resolved, the professor turned slowly, greeting Roche with a casual nod. I'm all right, Roche replied, shaking his head and offering a gentle smile. I'm grateful for your timely arrival, Mr. Xavier. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated further. Clearly, the professor felt he had not arrived soon enough. Xavier raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. At that moment, the professor seemed to sense something, and thus addressed Roche. My apologies, Roche, I must take my leave. He had utilized his telepathic abilities to detect that official personnel were hastily approaching their location. Please, Mr. Xavier, do as you wish. Roche waved his hand dismissively. Xavier then beckoned Hank, and the two swiftly retreated to the Blackbird, departing the scene with alacrity. Roche glanced at the chaos outside, his expression unchanged, as though nothing had transpired, and leisurely returned to his shop. Professor, I fail to comprehend. We have an agreement with the authorities. We only intervene in matters concerning mutants and refrain from entangling ourselves with ordinary human affairs. Hulk has caused disturbances before, yet we have never interfered. Why this sudden involvement now? Inside the Blackbird, Hank, piloting the aircraft, inquired with a hint of confusion. There is no need for concern, Hank. I have erased the memories of all individuals involved. No one is aware of our presence there, Xavier calmly replied, casually picking up a magazine to peruse. Perhaps not everyone, Hank suggested, his implication clear. Evidently, the proprietor of the Devil Fruit Shop was an exception. Professor, your true purpose for coming here was not solely due to Hulk, but rather because of Roche, correct? Hank, highly intelligent and perceptive, had surmised the underlying truth. You are indeed correct, Hank. Not only have I erased the memories of those around us regarding our visit, but I have also made other modifications. In this incident, Roche will not attract any attention from the authorities and will face no troubles, Xavier stated directly, revealing his intentions to Hank. Why, Professor? Hank questioned, bewildered. What is the reason behind this? It is merely a gesture of goodwill, a precautionary measure, Xavier responded with a profound tone. However, he refrained from disclosing the specifics of what he was wary of. Chapter 064, Iron Fist, we meet again. Hell's Kitchen, the Atlantia Hotel. This establishment is the most opulent hotel in Hell's Kitchen, frequented solely by the elite of the area. It serves as a symbol of status and identity. Unless one belongs to the select few at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, even many prominent figures in Hell's Kitchen must secure reservations well in advance. This underscores the hotel's remarkable prestige. Particularly, securing a reservation for the top floor is notoriously challenging, with notable individuals often facing wait times of a month or more. Yet now, an entire floor of the Atlantia has been reserved by a single individual. Undoubtedly, this could only be attributed to one person, Wilson Fisk. Such a display of extravagance could only be for the sake of the enchanting Vanessa. I sincerely apologize, Vanessa. I've been inundated with numerous matters that require my attention, and I regret having neglected you. Fisk seated himself across from Vanessa, expressing genuine remorse. Since eliminating the threat posed by Wilson, Fisk has, without hesitation, uprooted the entire criminal syndicate behind him. Prior to this, he had swiftly dealt with the Bear brothers, absorbing their influence as well. Additionally, not long ago, Fisk discovered that the individual who had poisoned Vanessa was none other than that old wretch, Leland. What more could be said? Fisk dispatched Bullseye personally, who, with a mere pebble, ended the old man's life. And what of Leland's remaining forces? They, too, fell under Fisk's control. In a blink, 3 of the 5 major powers that once governed Hell's Kitchen had been vanquished by Fisk, leaving only Lady Gao. Thus, Fisk was not exaggerating. He had indeed been overwhelmed with responsibilities lately, leaving little room for romantic indulgence. As for Lady Gao, Fisk regarded her with indifference. Merely a petty dealer from the island of Hong Kong. Had the others still been in play, she might have united with them to counterbalance Fisk. However, now she stood alone, and Fisk did not perceive her as a threat. Were it not for his recent indulgence, necessitating some digestion, Fisk would have already moved to eliminate Lady Gao. It must be said, with the empowerment of the Devil Fruit, Fisk had indeed grown somewhat arrogant. The capabilities bestowed by the Devil Fruit played a significant role in his recent endeavors. Do not misunderstand, Fisk did not engage directly, as that would not align with his style. His confrontation with Wilson was an exception, a vendetta for Wesley, nothing more. Most of the time, Fisk remained the puppeteer, delegating his tasks to Bullseye. The reason for Bullseye's newfound prominence stemmed from the acquisition of the quick slice fruit. Indeed, Fisk had bestowed this fruit upon Bullseye. It must be noted that the quick slice fruit was exceptionally suited to Bullseye's skill set. Previously, while Bullseye's throwing prowess was remarkable, he remained merely an archer. Once an adversary closed in, his combat effectiveness would diminish significantly. However, the quick slice fruit entirely rectified this shortcoming, transforming Bullseye into a versatile warrior capable of excelling in both ranged and close-quarter combat, endowed with a body that could manifest razor-sharp defenses. No one could withstand him. The remnants of the other factions were nearly eradicated by Bullseye alone, shattering the former equilibrium of power in Hell's Kitchen. During this period, Fisk was in high spirits. The only lingering disappointment was the elusive woman named Erica, whom he had yet to locate. Shaking his head to cast aside those distractions, Fisk refocused his attention on the captivating woman before him. Tonight, he would cast aside all vexations, intent on making amends with Vanessa. Fisk, you truly need not feel this way. Vanessa extended her hand, clasping Fisk's, speaking rationally. I am not like those other women who merely seek companionship. I understand what you are endeavoring to achieve, and I do not wish to distract you or become a burden. Vanessa, this is precisely why I am fond of you. You are not a burden. You are everything to me, Fisk replied, gripping her hand firmly. A soft chuckle escaped Vanessa. Am I being a tad too sentimental? Fisk laughed in return, shifting the topic. How goes your development of the fruit? Have you not noticed my skin has improved significantly? Vanessa replied with a hint of pride, playfully shaking her head in front of Fisk. In my eyes, you have always been perfect, Fisk declared, though his charming words may not have been of the highest caliber. They resonated with Vanessa, who beamed with joy, her eyes narrowing into slits of delight. Just as Jean Bing was about to articulate his thoughts, the lights within the private room abruptly extinguished, plunging the once brightly lit space into darkness. Instantly, a look of vigilance washed over Jean Bing's face. The sound of gunfire erupted, accompanied by faint, distant cries of anguish, further darkening Jean Bing's countenance. A swarm of ninjas had burst in. The sentry who had been stationed outside hurried to Jean Bing's side, reporting, I'll hold them off. You must leave at once. Ninjas? Jean Bing felt a surge of disbelief. He had uprooted Exion's forces entirely. How could ninjas still be present? Yet, now was not the time for such inquiries. Vanessa, hurry. Jean Bing rose immediately, shielding Vanessa as they, along with several trusted aides, swiftly made their exit. Clang, clang. At that moment, the windows shattered, and a group of ninjas swung in on ropes, effectively blocking Jean Bing's escape route. Iron Fist, we meet again. One ninja clad in a suit, wielding a long sword with a crimson hilt, spoke with a languid gaze directed at Jean Bing. Exion. Jean Bing could scarcely believe his eyes. Hadn't he crushed Exion to death? How was he alive and well before him? Jean Bing vividly recalled the moment he had smashed Exion's heart into a pulp, leaving no possibility for survival. Chapter 065. The Clash of the Iron Fist Society. This individual, not only Jean Bing, but even the sentry bore an expression of utter disbelief. We clearly killed you. The sentry's eyes were fixed on Exion, his voice laden with incredulity. He simply could not fathom the situation. Death. Exion let out a derisive laugh, dismissing the notion entirely. Clang. With that, Exion unsheathed his long sword and waved it languidly towards Jean Bing. Attack. The ninjas behind Exion surged forward, swiftly brandishing their swords as they charged at Jean Bing. Gunfire erupted as Jean Bing's loyal subordinates, far from being defenseless, seized their weapons to retaliate. The two sides commenced an intense exchange of fire within this opulent space. Jean Bing, go. We can handle this. The sentry wasted no time in hurling knives and forks from a nearby table towards the ninjas. The ninjas quickly swung their swords in defense. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the room. Vanessa, this way, Jean Bing urged, not daring to delay further as he guided Vanessa swiftly towards the exit. Clang. Yet another crash of shattering glass interrupted them. Another figure, clad in a trench coat and wielding a long sword, leaped in, executing a somersault and swiftly standing before Jean Bing. This person was none other than Murakami, one of the 5 fingers of the Iron Fist Society, and also Exion's master. Murakami stood poised with his sword, a cold smirk on his face as he addressed Jean Bing. Iron Fist, where do you think you're going? Jean Bing's expression darkened considerably. The enemy had come prepared, catching him off guard. At this critical moment, none of his reinforcements from outside had arrived. They were either eliminated or detained. Inside the hall, his already limited personnel had been steadily overwhelmed by Exion's forces, leading to utter chaos. Now, he found himself isolated and vulnerable. You must deal with me. Let Vanessa go, Jean Bing said, his gaze fixed intently on the eastern figure blocking his path. I'm afraid we don't appear to be the type to spare women, Murakami replied, unable to suppress a scoff. In the eyes of the Iron Fist Society, there was no distinction between men and women. All were mere insects, devoid of any difference. For centuries, the Iron Fist Society had incited earthquakes and plagues in numerous cities in their search for the dragon bone, laying entire cities to waste. Such beings would harbor not a shred of compassion. Show me your fists, Iron Fist. If you wish for the woman beside you to live, it's simple. Kill us. Eliminate everyone here. Murakami brandished his sword, offering Jean Bing a chilling smile. Vanessa, stay behind me. Recognizing the gravity of his situation, Jean Bing swiftly removed his outer coat and draped it over Vanessa, reassuring her, this is your city. No one can defeat you. Yes, Vanessa, no one can defeat me. Jean Bing affirmed with a resolute nod. Vanessa retreated to a corner behind Jean Bing, pressing against the wall. Jean Bing then slowly raised his fists, igniting them with an intense heat. Murakami's expression grew serious as he observed Jean Bing summon his inner energy so swiftly, illuminating his fists. It was evident he had acquired considerable skill. However, how long could Iron Fist maintain this energy? A glint of cold light flashed in Murakami's eyes. Without further ado, he lunged at Jean Bing with his sword. Jean Bing, in turn, swung his iron fists, charging towards Murakami. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, evenly matched. As a member of the Iron Fist Society and a centuries-old master, Murakami's prowess was formidable. Jean Bing, a master fighter in his own right, was no less formidable. And with his iron fists, he was further empowered. Thus, their combat ebbed and flowed, with neither able to assert dominance over the other. In the midst of their fierce battle, Murakami executed a deft maneuver, positioning himself beside Jean Bing and lunging with his sword to exploit an opening. He successfully struck Jean Bing. Success! A fleeting look of triumph crossed Murakami's face. But the next moment, a metallic clash rang out, freezing the smile on his face. His sword had been thwarted by Jean Bing's body, as if it had struck solid steel, failing to penetrate. What was happening? Murakami was taken aback. Yet, Jean Bing did not afford him the luxury of surprise. With a grip of his heated fist, he seized Murakami's sword, and to Murakami's astonishment, the blade melted in Jean Bing's grasp. What the hell? When did Iron Fist acquire such a capability? In that instant, Murakami realized, throughout their battle, he had felt the intense heat emanating from Jean Bing's fists. Something was amiss. Murakami's suspicions surged. This iteration of Iron Fist was extraordinarily peculiar. They were traitors from Kunlun. Well aware of Iron Fist's abilities, Iron Fist typically summoned energy to illuminate his fists. When had it ever produced such intense heat? Whoosh! In the fleeting moment of these thoughts, Jean Bing hurled the molten remnants of the sword aside and unleashed a devastating punch towards Murakami. Murakami found himself utterly taken aback by Jean Bing's swift and relentless series of actions. Unable to evade in time, he could only brandish the half-length sword in his grasp, crossing it defensively before his chest. The sound of a heavy thud resonated through the air as Jean Bing's fist struck the blade, pressing it forcefully against Murakami's body. In an instant, Murakami was sent hurtling away like a cannonball, crashing to the ground with a cough. Struggling to regain his footing, he glanced at the now mangled sword. Its once gleaming surface reduced to a warped disc, still glowing red-hot. He couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. If such a formidable weapon could be obliterated in this manner, he would surely have perished had it not been for the sword's timely intervention. Chapter 066. The grave situation. Vanessa, quickly. With Murakami dispatched, Jean Bing wasted no time and called out to Vanessa, retreating hastily towards the passage. Meanwhile, Murakami leisurely brushed off the dust from his attire, unperturbed. The hotel was already under the control of the Hand Association. Where could Jean Bing possibly escape? Indeed, as Jean Bing approached the passage, he was abruptly halted. A throng of ninjas surged forth from the corridor, blocking his path. Amongst this crowd, an elderly lady, appearing frail and unsteady, emerged while leaning on her cane. Madame Gao? Jean Bing was taken aback. The vendor from the harbor island was allied with Xin and his cohorts. The situation had become starkly clear, and Jean Bing could no longer feign ignorance. Now that Madame Gao had arrived with her entourage to rendezvous with Xion's group, it signified that Jean Bing's forces had been decisively neutralized by her. The gravity of the situation had escalated to its utmost severity. Jean Bing's expression darkened as he contemplated the peril he faced, the most formidable threat since he had taken the reins of Hell's Kitchen. A misstep could result in his and Vanessa's demise. Madame Gao? I must admit, this comes as quite a surprise, Jean Bing remarked. Positioning himself protectively in front of Vanessa while slowly retreating, his gaze fixed upon her. "No, what truly astonishes me is you," Madame Gao replied cryptically, her words laden with significance. Had Jin Bing not inadvertently revealed himself, she would never have imagined he was the new Iron Fist. "You are remarkably well prepared today," Jin Bing observed, scanning the surrounding ninjas with a grim countenance. "I never engage in battles without due preparation," Madame Gao affirmed with a solemn nod. The Hand Association had sought the Iron Fist for an extended period. Now that they had finally located him, they were bound to strategize meticulously. The Iron Fist was not easily subdued. "Then it seems I have no choice," Jin Bing declared resolutely before lunging towards Madame Gao, intent on seizing her as a hostage. Though uncertain of the exact relationship between Madame Gao and the ninjas, Jin Bing perceived her elevated status among them. This might be his only chance of escape. However, he grievously underestimated Madame Gao's capabilities. If she lacked sufficient strength, she would not dare confront him so boldly. As Jin Bing charged, Madame Gao swiftly unleashed a powerful palm strike towards him. A colossal wave of energy erupted forth. Boom! Jin Bing barely had time to approach when he was sent flying by the force of her strike, crashing heavily to the ground, causing the entire building to tremble. What just happened? Jin Bing was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend that he had been struck down by Madame Gao's palm from a distance. Such an occurrence was inconceivable, almost surreal. Could it be? A fleeting thought crossed Jin Bing's mind. Had Madame Gao consumed a devil fruit? Indeed, that must be the explanation for her ability to generate such a forceful wave. "Fisk!" A voice cried out as Vanessa rushed over in a flurry. Concern etched on her face as she helped Jin Bing to his feet. "I'm fine," he reassured her, waving his hand dismissively. The earlier encounter had been perilous, but instinctively, he had hardened his body into steel at the moment of danger, suffering no real harm. Yet, despite this, the overwhelming number of ninjas, coupled with Madame Gao's formidable abilities and the presence of Xian and another Eastern man, rendered the situation dire. Glancing up, Jin Bing realized that all his subordinates had been eliminated, leaving only Target I to struggle in vain. Although Target I possessed considerable combat prowess, close-quarters fighting was not his forte, and the Hand Association's numbers were simply overwhelming. "Cease your futile resistance, Iron Fist. You are cornered." Madame Gao's icy voice rang out as she towered over him, leaning on her cane. "You think you've triumphed? The battle is far from over," Jin Bing replied with a sardonic laugh, once more launching himself towards Madame Gao. Whoosh! A figure darted past as Murakami charged once more, sword drawn and aimed at Jin Bing. Though Madame Gao's energy manipulation was formidable, her age prevented her from matching Murakami's agility in combat. Madame Gao needed only to remain concealed and unleash her might from the shadows, which was the true essence of her ability. As anticipated, while Murakami engaged Jin Bing, Madame Gao unleashed another wave of energy, sending Jin Bing crashing once again. Jin Bing felt his insides churn violently. Even with his body hardened, Madame Gao's power seeped through. In an instant, his trepidation towards Madame Gao intensified. Blades and swords no longer held any threat, yet her energy waves inflicted genuine harm. His countenance darkened further, mirrored by Vanessa's increasingly grim expression. Together, Murakami and Madame Gao overwhelmed Jin Bing, while Xian's group held Target I at bay, rendering the situation exceedingly bleak. "This cannot continue." Vanessa gritted her teeth, determination etched upon her face as she resolved to act. For if this persisted, Jin Bing would meet his end. Though she too had consumed a devil fruit, Vanessa lacked any combat skills and had always feared being captured by the enemy, thus becoming a hindrance to Jin Bing. Yet now, she found herself with no other choice. Silently, she began to activate her ability, absorbing moisture from all around, overturned fruits, desserts, and even the water from a fish tank. The liquid within her body surged, increasing steadily. In this chaotic battlefield, all eyes were fixated on Jin Bing and Target I, leaving none to notice the seemingly frail Vanessa, until she had absorbed every last drop of water from the fish tank. Chapter 067. The Turnaround, the Counterattack. Clang, clang. The incessant clashing of metal resonated through the air as Murakami wielded his long sword with an impenetrable ferocity, fiercely contesting against Jin Bing. With the formidable assistance of Lady Gao at his side, the duo effectively managed to suppress Jin Bing. However, Jin Bing's body could transform into steel, rendering his defenses extraordinarily formidable, which meant that they could only temporarily contain him. In the immediate future, the prospect of truly vanquishing Jin Bing seemed rather unrealistic. Iron Fist. Surrender. Amidst the fierce confrontation, Lady Gao, leaning on her cane, raised her hand once more, aiming to unleash her energy waves against Jinbing. However, to her dismay, as soon as she lifted her hand, Vanessa, who had been lurking behind Jinbing, suddenly lunged forward. With a powerful thrust, she directed her palm towards Lady Gao. In an instant, a formidable jet of water erupted from Vanessa's hand, striking Lady Gao with tremendous force. The impact was akin to a heavy hammer, sending Lady Gao sprawling backwards and shaking the very walls around them. What just transpired? Murakami, enmeshed in combat with Jinbing, found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. How could that woman have suddenly shot water? Was this some peculiar technique? Seizing this critical moment of distraction, Jinbing lunged forward, delivering a sudden punch aimed at Murakami. Caught off guard, Murakami had no time to evade and hastily raised his sword in defense. Yet, Jinbing disregarded the weapon's strike entirely, allowing Murakami's sword to graze him as his searing, crimson fist collided violently with Murakami's heart. Had Lady Gao been present, such a dire situation would have been averted, for she would have utilized her energy waves at the first opportunity to repel Jinbing. Alas, she was not there. With a resounding crash, Murakami was struck down, his ribs shattered, heart ruptured, and flesh disintegrated by Jinbing's searing blow, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Engaging a master like Jinbing, even a moment's distraction could spell fatal consequences. Murakami, Lady Gao exclaimed, rising from the ground and glancing at the fallen Murakami, her expression turning grim. In her eyes, shock and confusion swirled as she gazed at Vanessa. She never anticipated that the battlefield's dynamics would shift so dramatically due to this woman she had previously underestimated. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Lady Gao resolved to deliver a strike to Vanessa. However, Jinbing would not allow such a scenario to unfold. With a fierce roar, he charged towards Lady Gao. Left with no choice, she abandoned her attack on Vanessa and opted to evade. During this chaotic exchange, Vanessa attempted to continue her assault with water jets. But Jinbing was too close to Lady Gao, making her hesitant. After all, her water attacks were a significant detriment to him. Subdue him, Lady Gao commanded sharply, gesturing to the ninjas waiting behind her. In an instant, they surged towards Jinbing. At that moment, Vanessa stepped forward, calling out, "Fisk, move aside." Jinbing understood immediately and swiftly sidestepped. Vanessa then unleashed a torrent of water, indiscriminately spraying the charging ninjas. A chorus of muffled groans erupted as the ninjas were repelled backward. Vanessa was invigorated. Her abilities could indeed assist Jinbing. Jinbing also felt revitalized. Vanessa had proven to be immensely helpful. With Murakami eliminated and Lady Gao momentarily restrained by Vanessa, the remaining ninjas posed little threat to Jinbing. "Vanessa, stay alert and close to me," Jinbing instructed, as he readied his blazing fists to strike at the approaching ninjas. These adversaries were no match for him compared to Murakami, and with his ability to steal his body, he disregarded their attacks, simply using his fists to overpower them. The scene was nothing short of overwhelming. Each punch dispatched an enemy. Each kick incapacitated two. In the face of Jinbing, the ninjas appeared as mere fodder. If not for his vigilance in protecting Vanessa, Jinbing would have found the skirmish even simpler. With each strike, Vanessa, not far behind, occasionally utilized her water jets to aid Jinbing, primarily to guard against any hidden assaults from Lady Gao. Of course, the moisture within Vanessa was rapidly depleting. But with corpses strewn across the ground, she boldly absorbed moisture from them, sufficient for her needs in combat. Thus, the couple fought in unison, steadily diminishing their adversaries. The pressure on the target area lessened significantly, allowing them to retaliate against the enemy, thus turning the tide of battle. "Let us depart." Lady Gao ultimately commanded her remaining forces. "Are we retreating just like this?" Xian protested, filled with reluctance. "This is unavoidable," Lady Gao replied solemnly. Though they still had some personnel, Jinbing and the target were mysteriously impervious to blades and swords. Coupled with an adversary who could unleash water attacks, the outcome of this battle was beyond doubt. Continuing further would only lead to unnecessary losses among the Hand Alliance members. Xian understood this all too well. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted Murakami's lifeless body and retreated alongside Lady Gao. Once they successfully withdrew, the other ninjas swiftly followed suit, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind a battlefield littered with corpses. "Vanessa, are you unharmed?" Jinbing inquired urgently. "I'm fine," Vanessa replied, shaking her head. After a thorough examination, Jinbing confirmed her well-being and let out a sigh of relief. However, a murderous glint began to surface on his face as he uttered two names through clenched teeth: Xian and Lady Gao. Chapter 068. The Hand Alliance's Puzzles. Lady Gao's secret hideout. Lady Gao, the deceased Murakami, and Xion stood face to face, their expressions grim. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Despite the presence of two of the Hand Alliance's key figures and Murakami's apprentice Xion, along with over 50 ninjas, they had suffered a crushing defeat. Not only had they failed to capture Iron Fist, but they had also lost nearly half their forces, including Murakami himself. This was a profound disgrace for both Murakami and Lady Gao. Yet, the most critical aspect was that their efforts seemed utterly futile. We may have misjudged. Jean Bing is not Iron Fist. Lady Gao's voice broke the silence, her brow furrowed like a chrysanthemum blooming in the depths of autumn as she addressed the others. Indeed, Jean is not Iron Fist. Murakami nodded, affirming with a tone of utmost certainty. They had once been part of Kunlun and possessed considerable knowledge of Iron Fist. Upon engaging in combat with Jean, they were immediately able to ascertain this fact. Although Jin's fists could illuminate like Iron Fists, he was not Iron Fist. Nonetheless, this detail had become irrelevant. Their confrontation with Jean had escalated to a life-and-death scenario. Madame Gao spoke solemnly, stating that Jean had previously ambushed Xion, and now they were orchestrating a large-scale encirclement against Jean, with numerous lives at stake, leaving no room for mercy. Even if Madame Gao were indifferent to the sacrifices made, it was clear that Jean would not let this matter rest easily. I am deeply sorry. It was my mistake. I provided erroneous information. Xion bowed his head apologetically to both Murakami and Madame Gao. It is not your fault, Madame Gao replied. Who could have predicted that someone who is not Iron Fist could also ignite their fists? But if he is not Iron Fist, then what exactly is the nature of his fists? Murakami inquired, voicing the confusion that lingered in his mind, a question equally perplexing to Madame Gao and Xion. Besides Jean, that woman was also exceedingly peculiar. She could expel moisture from her body to assault others. And there was also that individual who could transform their limbs into blades. Xion added, echoing Murakami's sentiments. The atmosphere fell into silence, as the core members of the Hand could find no words to express their astonishment. Even they felt that this was rather bizarre. In the Devil Fruit Shop, the owner, Wesley, could not possibly be dead, could he? Since he joined the group, he had not uttered a single word. I had even made a point to observe, and he had never logged in. I messaged him, but he never replied, remaining perpetually offline. I can only conclude that Wesley is deceased. Roxia was idly conversing with Deadpool when the latter began to lament about Wesley, the eternal underwater king. Roxia was at a loss for words. Deadpool's incessant chatter was as irksome as ever. Even if Wesley had indeed been absent for an extended period, one should not wish death upon him. Roxia was aware of Wesley's identity. He was the one managing a vast underground kingdom alongside Jean. How could he possibly have time to socialize in a group? His absence was, in fact, quite normal. Roxia dismissed Deadpool's remarks without a second thought. However, the question Deadpool posed piqued Roxia's interest. It is widely known that in the world of pirates, should a devil fruit user perish, their corresponding devil fruit would return to nature, reappearing somewhere anew. But what of the Marvel Universe? If the fruit were to reappear, would it not imply that the devil fruits Roxia sold could enter an infinite cycle? He considered this a significant loophole that the system would likely not permit. Otherwise, if anyone were to discover this secret, they could simply hunt down the users rather than purchase the devil fruits from the shop. Regardless, these were merely Roxia's speculations. Thus, he entered the system to inquire, "System, what happens to the devil fruit if its user dies?" It will permanently vanish upon the user's death and will not return in any form. The system promptly responded, confirming Roxia's hypothesis. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Will the corresponding fruit of a deceased user be restocked in the system marketplace? Roxia asked again. It will be restocked when the marketplace inventory is updated. The system replied once more. When does the marketplace inventory update? When a certain sales threshold is met. So when exactly? Next inventory update threshold. A cumulative sale of 15 devil fruits. 15, you say? Roxia mused internally. He had already sold 10 devil fruits, meaning he needed to sell just 5 more for the system's inventory to refresh. He was filled with anticipation. After all, the current offerings in the system marketplace comprised relatively low-tier fruits. Would the update perhaps include higher-tier options? For instance, the Door fruit, which Bruce Banner was particularly interested in. Or perhaps Nico Robin's Flower fruit, or Moonlight Moria's Shadow fruit. There were so many intriguing Paramecia-type fruits, not to mention some Logia-type fruits. Roxia firmly believed that the upcoming update would be exceedingly exciting. Owner, why have you fallen silent? Deadpool's voice broke through Roxia's thoughts. By the way, I saw in the news that green giant appeared on your street. Are you all right, owner? What was I thinking? How could you possibly be in trouble? Otherwise, how would you have time to chat with me? A notification sound echoed from the social platform as Deadpool sent another lengthy message. This time, it was not frivolous banter, but inquiries regarding Roxia's situation. "I'm fine," Roxia replied casually, though internally, he felt quite surprised. He had prepared himself for the possibility of being sought after by the military or SHIELD. Yet a whole week had passed without any disturbance. Even when the military cordoned off the area and conducted investigations of the residents, they had deliberately overlooked Roxia, as if he were a ghost. Chapter 069. The future wasp arrives. Could it be the professor? After much contemplation, Roxia could only think of this one logical possibility. After all, the professor had appeared during the crisis involving Hulk. It would not be unreasonable for him to lend a hand in resolving some minor troubles for Roxia in secret. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain the situation. With that thought, Roxia felt a sense of relief. If the professor had indeed intervened behind the scenes, then this wave of troubles had been entirely smoothed over. As he pondered these matters, the wind chimes at the door tinkled once more. Roxia looked up to see a woman with a stylish, cropped haircut, exuding an air of confidence as she strode into the shop in her high heels. Roxia felt a sense of familiarity with the short-haired woman. Within a second, he recognized her identity, Hope Van Dyne, the daughter of the first Ant-Man, Hank Pym, and the future Wasp. "Welcome to the shop, dear customer." Roxia greeted Hope with a warm smile. "Hello, owner," Hope Van Dyne replied with a courteous smile before inquiring. "May I ask, is this a fruit shop? The House of Devil Fruits?" "I do not wish to be rude, but the name is rather peculiar." In truth, it was precisely this oddity that captured Hope Van Dyne's attention, leading her to step into the shop despite her initial intention to avoid purchasing fruit. "Madam, you are mistaken. This shop is not a fruit store," Roxia replied, shaking his head with a smile. "We do not sell fruits here. We offer devil fruits." "Devil fruits?" Hope Van Dyne raised an eyebrow. What kind of fruits are those? Initially, she perceived the name Devil Fruit Shop as merely eccentric, never imagining that the establishment would indeed offer such extraordinary items as devil fruits. These fruits, imbued with remarkable qualities, were undoubtedly beyond the acquaintance of any lady in the past. With unwavering confidence, Rasha remarked to Hop Van Dyne. Intrigued, Hop Van Dyne found her curiosity piqued by Rasha's words. Inquiring eagerly, "Is that so? I truly wish to witness them. Are these the ones?" Her gaze was soon captured by the array of devil fruits displayed within the showcase. Observing the bizarre assortment of colors and shapes, she exhibited a look of astonishment. The proprietor was indeed correct. These fruits were vibrant and unlike anything she had ever encountered before. "Yes, esteemed guest, these are the devil fruits our humble shop offers," Rasha affirmed with a nod. "Wow, I have never seen anything like this before. What variety is this? I wonder what the taste is like," Hop Van Dyne inquired with evident excitement, her interest in the devil fruits growing stronger by the moment. "The flavor can only be described as exceptionally unique," Rasha contemplated, settling on the term unique to encapsulate it. It was still premature to divulge that the fruits possessed a rather distasteful quality akin to refuse. "Then, dear proprietor, I would like to try one," Hop Van Dyne declared decisively, eager to sample the peculiar fruit. "Please, esteemed guest, do not rush. Allow me to fully introduce these devil fruits before you make your choice," Rasha interjected with a smile. "Your service is truly commendable," Hop Van Dyne remarked sincerely. Typically, shopkeepers engage in elaborate flattery to entice customers, yet since she had already resolved to make a purchase, such efforts seemed unnecessary. However, she added, "Nevertheless, I prefer to savor them at my leisure once I return home." If only that were the case. Rasha mused inwardly. Based on past experiences, no matter how enticing the conversation, revealing the price would likely send Hop Van Dyne into a state of shock. They would have to circle back to the discussion. Yet, since Hop Van Dyne had expressed intent to buy, Rasha felt no need to hinder her. He promptly retrieved the catalog and presented it to Hop Van Dyne, saying, "Dear guest, please feel free to select one." "A catalog? Is that not a bit excessive?" Hop Van Dyne glanced at the catalog. Her previous thoughts abruptly halted. Her voice escalated an octave as she exclaimed, "Proprietor, are you certain the prices are accurate? These are in the millions. Could there be a mistake? One might think this is an antique shop." "Dear guest, a glance at the catalog will clarify the details regarding the fruits," Rasha indicated toward the descriptions of the devil fruits within. "Eating one grants extraordinary abilities?" Hop Van Dyne scanned the text and, unable to restrain herself, burst into laughter. "Forgive me, proprietor, but is this some sort of prank? Fruits that grant superpowers? How utterly ludicrous." Rasha chuckled softly, then concentrated, causing his eyes to shimmer with a brilliant light. His normal pupils vanished, replaced by dazzling, radiant golden orbs. Hop Van Dyne gasped in shock. "Jesus Christ! Do you still think this is a prank? Rasha inquired, his eyes returning to their normal state as he grinned at her. Hop Van Dane found herself speechless. She could not fathom someone going to such lengths merely for the sake of a joke. Such a person would surely be unhinged. Regardless of the scientific principles behind his glowing eyes, it was evidently an extraordinary feat. Moreover, upon closer inspection, she discerned that Rasha wore no contact lenses or similar devices. Could it be that his eyes were artificial? But who would create a pair of luminous prosthetics? The entire situation felt profoundly unsettling. What just transpired? Hop Van Dane pondered, unable to grasp the reality, and thus turned her gaze to Rasha, inquiring, what was that all about? I previously mentioned that it is the power of the devil fruit. I am the light man, having consumed the shining fruit, Rasha explained. Light man? Hop Van Dane chuckled, skeptical of his claim. So, you can shine in other places as well? Indeed, Rasha replied, and with a mere thought, his entire being began to radiate light. The brilliance overwhelmed Hop Van Dane's senses, rendering her speechless. If she could still speculate that Rasha's eyes might be enhanced with some glowing device, the illumination enveloping his entire form was beyond any rational explanation. Surely, the individual standing before her could not be a robot. Setting aside the fact that modern technology could not possibly create such a convincing android, who would employ such a creation as a shopkeeper? It was utterly absurd. So, proprietor, does this mean the devil fruits are genuine? After a lengthy contemplation, Hop Van Dane arrived at this astonishing conclusion. If the fruits were mere fabrications, why would he exert such effort to deceive her? That would indeed be madness. Whether they are real or not, I suggest you try one for yourself, Rasha smiled, sensing the moment was right. Our shop's devil fruits have samples available for tasting. Granting you 5 minutes of their power, you may experience it firsthand. Though still harboring skepticism about the existence of devil fruits, the earlier spectacle of Rasha's radiant form lingered in her mind, leaving her bewildered. After a few moments of internal deliberation, she resolved, Proprietor, may I first examine the catalog? She asked earnestly. Of course, esteemed guest, please do. Rasha nodded with a smile. Hop Van Dane began to meticulously scrutinize the catalog. Even as she endeavored to convince herself of the proprietor's words, the descriptions of the fruits still struck her as absurd. Fruits that could transform one into an animal, silence the surrounding sounds, or turn one's body into candy. Such notions were the stuff of fairy tales. Wait a moment. While internally critiquing, her gaze finally settled on a particular entry, the water fruit. This fruit could transform surrounding objects into liquid resembling water. If this fruit were authentic, would it not mean she could effortlessly acquire the wasp suit? Her father Hank Pym's long-standing ambition would finally be realized. Hop Van Dane's eyes sparkled with excitement. Proprietor, may I try the water fruit? She eagerly pointed to it, her expression filled with hope, though she still retained some skepticism regarding the devil fruits. What if they were indeed real? Certainly, Rasha responded with enthusiasm. Without further ado, he produced the sample of the water fruit and handed it to Hop Van Dane. She examined the fruit in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and then took a decisive bite. In the next moment, Hop Van Dane felt as though she had been struck by a devastating blow, nearly expelling the fruit from her mouth. What on earth was that ghastly flavor? She vowed she had never tasted anything so repugnant in her life. However, it was precisely this revolting taste that instilled a measure of belief in the devil fruit within her. After all, if such a deterring flavor existed, surely the devil fruit must possess some truth. Otherwise, it would only serve to backfire. Gritting her teeth with immense resolve, she swallowed the sample of the water fruit, her eyes widening in astonishment. She immediately sensed a transformation occurring within her body, an extraordinary change that defied description, yet was palpably real. The sensation was nothing short of miraculous. Incredible, she murmured in disbelief. Instinctively, she crouched down and extended her hand toward the ground beneath her. At the moment her fingers touched the surface, it suddenly transformed into a liquid state, offering no resistance to her touch. Her hand plunged into the ground as if submerged in water, sinking effortlessly into the earth. How is this possible? This is unfathomable. Hop Van Dane was utterly dumbfounded, unable to trust her own eyes. What had she just witnessed? The ground had truly become liquid. Such a fantastical occurrence. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed it. Even now, witnessing it firsthand, it felt utterly surreal. The devil fruit is indeed real. This wondrous phenomenon exists. After several tentative experiments, Hop Van Dane finally stood up, her jaw agape in astonishment. As you can see, dear guest, this is indeed genuine, Rasha said, shrugging his shoulders and offering her a slight smile. It is truly astonishing. Even at this moment, Hop Van Dane's expression was one of awe. Furthermore, at this instant, Her perception of Rasha underwent a complete transformation. Previously, she had regarded him as an unremarkable individual, even suspecting him of being a fraud. But now, in her eyes, Rasha had metamorphosed into an enigmatic sage of the highest caliber. I sincerely apologize, shopkeeper. I was previously naive, having never encountered such a marvel, and even doubted its authenticity. I feel quite ashamed in retrospect. Hop Van Dyne immediately expressed her contrition to Rasha. Naturally, Rasha brushed off her apology with a wave of his hand. No need to worry, but, dear guest, do you intend to acquire the water fruit or explore other options? Shopkeeper, I want the water fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, Hop Van Dyne made her decision. The water fruit is priced at $3 million. Rasha stated without any unnecessary elaboration. Shopkeeper, please charge it. Hop Van Dyne promptly produced her bank card. Beep. The transaction was swiftly completed. Rasha retrieved a blue devil fruit adorned with wave patterns and handed it to Hop Van Dyne. Thank you, shopkeeper. With both hands, she received the water fruit, inhaled deeply, and immediately consumed it. She instantly acquired a permanent ability. Now the wasp suit was no longer an issue. Hop Van Dyne was elated beyond measure. By the way, dear guest, I have created a group specifically for those with devil fruit abilities. Would you like to join? After the transaction concluded, Rasha inquired, as usual. Absolutely. Hop Van Dyne responded without hesitation, fully aware of the immense value such a group held. Moreover, she was genuinely curious to discover how many others like her possessed devil fruit abilities. Upon receiving her consent, Rasha wasted no time and promptly added her to the group. Shopkeeper, everyone, please pay attention. Our devil fruit family has welcomed a new member. Let's give her a warm welcome. Hop Van Dyne. Hello everyone, I'm Hop Van Dyne, and I'm thrilled to join this family. The king of the water group, Deadpool, was the first to respond. Wade Wilson, welcome, newcomer. A warm welcome indeed. I am the second most handsome man here after the shopkeeper, and if the shopkeeper is absent, I am undoubtedly the most dashing. Hop Van Dyne, without a doubt. A lady, I must ask, do you use facial masks regularly? Wade Wilson, if you do, feel free to reach out, as I'm currently endorsing a facial mask brand. The brand has promised to shoot a commercial for me if the sales go well, and if they do, I will officially debut as an actor. With my stunning looks and charm, I'm destined to become a star. Vanessa, Wade, shut up. If you don't stop, I'll ask the shopkeeper to ban you. Vanessa, I apologize, Hop. Wade's antics have flared up again. Please don't take offense. Charles Xavier, welcome, newcomer, and congratulations to the shopkeeper. The devil fruit family is growing stronger. Hop Van Dyne, Vanessa, you flatter me. Wade is simply enthusiastic. How could I take offense? Hop Van Dyne, thank you all for your warm welcome. After exchanging brief greetings in the group, Hop exited and bid farewell to Rasha. Well then, shopkeeper, I must take my leave. Goodbye, goodbye. She waved to Rasha and exited the devil fruit shop, her heart brimming with uncontainable excitement as she rushed home. Hop, didn't you go shopping? Why are you back so soon? Hank Pym, engrossed in his computer work, turned to glance at her upon hearing her approach. Well, I encountered an astonishing fruit shop. Well, it wasn't just a fruit shop. It was an extraordinary establishment, and I changed my mind, Hop replied, her face still alight with excitement as she hurried to Hank's side. A quick glance at Hank Pym's computer screen revealed the profile of an individual displayed prominently. She scrutinized it closely, Scott Lang. Hop was aware that Hank had been searching for a suitable candidate to undertake the impossible task of infiltrating the heavily guarded Klaus Technologies to steal the wasp suit. Though her consumption of the water fruit rendered this task unnecessary, she still questioned Hank's choice of candidate. Him? If I'm not mistaken, he is a thief? Hop expressed incredulously. How could a thief be capable of such a high-stakes mission? Hop, don't underestimate him. The Vista Group's security system is not something just anyone can breach. He is an electronic engineer, an MIT graduate with a Master's degree. He possesses the specialized skills we need, Hank Pym responded earnestly. An odd expression crossed Hop's face. Listening to Hank's description, this individual certainly seemed exceptional. Likely from the elite class. How had he ended up as a thief? Never mind, Hank. Regardless of who he is, we no longer need him. I can complete this mission, Hop declared confidently to Hank Pym. Hop, we've discussed this. You know my stance. Hank Pym firmly shook his head, leaving no room for argument. No. And can you call me Dad? It wouldn't kill you. No. Hank, you have misinterpreted my words. I am not suggesting we don the Ant-Man suit to embark on an invasion mission. Rather, I am alluding to an entirely different, wondrous method, Hope declared suddenly, adopting an enigmatic tone as she addressed Hank Pym. A more miraculous method? Hank Pym raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued about what could possibly be deemed extraordinary. All right, Hope. You have piqued my interest. What do you intend to do? He rose from his seat. Wait a moment. Hope's gaze swept around the room before she swiftly made her way to the refrigerator, her voice tinged with mystery. Watch closely. With that, she extended her hand, cautiously approaching the refrigerator door, as if preparing for a delicate maneuver. Hank, perplexed by his daughter's strange antics, regarded her with a puzzled expression. Are you going to touch the refrigerator door? Is this your idea of a miraculous method? However, in the next moment, Hank's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Hope's hand inexplicably penetrate the refrigerator door, reaching inside. She then withdrew her hand, triumphantly producing a bottle of soda in a manner that was nothing short of extraordinary. Uffed. Hope cracked open the soda and took a sip. This taste is exquisite. She relished the moment, flaunting her prowess in front of her father. Gulping down the icy liquid, she cast a confident glance at Hank Pym, who was still staring at her in a state of astonishment. What on earth just happened, Hope? Hank's voice was filled with shock as he stepped closer to inspect the soda in her hand, then the refrigerator door itself. Feeling as though his entire worldview had shattered into a million pieces. The refrigerator appeared intact, and the soda was undeniably real. Though I may not be as young as I once was, I am not yet senile. So, let me clarify. 1 minute ago, you indeed passed your hand through the refrigerator and retrieved a can of soda? Hank Pym stared incredulously at Hope, seeking confirmation. Hope smiled gently, once again extending her hand through the refrigerator door and retrieving another cold beverage, placing it into Hank Pym's hand. What do you think? Hank stood there, utterly bewildered, gazing at the can of beer in his grasp, his mind in disarray. Chapter 07. The wasp suit so easily acquired? After several seconds of silence, Hank finally regained his composure, though his face still bore an expression of profound astonishment and confusion. Hope, what just transpired? How did my daughter return from her outing transformed into a magician? He gazed at Hope with utter bewilderment. Wait, before you respond, I believe I have figured it out. You mentioned an incredible fruit shop? Indeed, but it is not merely a fruit shop, it is a store of devil fruits. Hope replied mysteriously to Hank Pym. Devil fruit? What kind of fruit is that? Hank inquired, his face a portrait of curiosity. According to the descriptions in the lore, such fruits are treasures of the sea, embodiments of the sea's demons. In simpler terms, they are miraculous fruits that grant extraordinary powers upon consumption. Extraordinary powers upon consumption? Hank Pym was taken aback. For a man of science, Hope's words sounded utterly ludicrous, bordering on absurdity. Yet, the undeniable evidence lay before him, compelling Hank to reconsider. Yes, Hank, I consumed a water fruit, which endowed me with the ability to transform objects into a liquid state akin to water, Hope elucidated once more. Hank's realization dawned upon him. No wonder there were rippling waves when Hope's hand passed through the refrigerator. She had effectively transformed the refrigerator into water. Everything began to make sense. So, what is your assessment, Hank? Hope crossed her arms, reveling in her father's utterly confounded expression, a look of pride on her face. I feel aged, as though I can no longer keep pace with this era. After a long pause, Hank sighed deeply. Devil fruits? How could such miraculous entities exist in this world? In that moment, Hank Pym felt as though the very foundation of his worldview had crumbled. Yet, one thing that Hope had indeed articulated correctly. Now that she possessed the ability to penetrate objects, retrieving the wasp suit would be a simple matter. All she needed to do was approach the mini vault where the suit was stored and, with a mere flick of her fingers, the wasp suit would be hers. Could Hope access the room housing the wasp suit vault? Undoubtedly, there was no question about it. Having witnessed Hope's capabilities firsthand, Hank realized that if she could achieve this feat, there was no reason to doubt her further. Indeed, having observed Hope's extraordinary abilities, Hank had abandoned his original, laborious, and uncertain plan in favor of devising a new one that capitalized on Hope's newfound powers. Even though he was reluctant to place his daughter in harm's way, he had to concede that Hope was the unequivocal choice to undertake this mission. Moreover, with her current skills, executing the task would be virtually effortless. Thus, the father-daughter duo commenced their preparations. In the dead of night, the once bustling city had fallen into complete silence. Hope's silhouette appeared in a blind spot devoid of surveillance cameras within the Klaus Technology building. Hank, I am in position. Hope, adorned with sunglasses, tapped her earpiece. Addressing Hank Pym, as she adjusted her shades, her vision transformed into a perspective of X-ray scanning. Okay, please hold for half a minute. Hank's voice resonated through her earpiece. At that moment, the ants, long positioned and ready, began their stealthy march through the corridors, ultimately converging upon a surveillance camera, enveloping it entirely. Hope, proceed. At last, Hank issued the command. Understood. Hope acknowledged, utilizing her X-ray vision to discern everything ahead. She took a bold step forward and collided with the wall. Upon impact, The wall rippled and transformed into a liquid-like state, allowing Hope to pass through effortlessly, without encountering any barriers or security checks, silent as a whisper. Within the passageway she entered, the cameras had been masked by the ants, rendering Hope invisible to any onlookers. Okay, successful infiltration. Hope surveyed her surroundings, exhilarated, and inquired, what is the next step? Enter the wall to your left. Understood. Hope pivoted left and once again traversed through the wall. Forward, forward, to the right. Under Hank's guidance, Hope navigated through the Klaus building with an almost supernatural finesse, employing the swiftest and safest means to reach the Klaus technology's most critical location, the future laboratory. Here, the wasp suit is securely stored. Approaching the miniature vault, Hope utilized her X-ray glasses to scan, and the wasp suit, encased within a metallic cylinder, immediately came into view. At last, I have found you. Excitement sparkled in Hope's eyes. She took a deep breath and extended her right hand, slowly reaching towards the metallic cylinder. Buzz. The moment Hope's hand made contact with the metallic cylinder, it transformed back into a liquid state. Unhindered, her hand slipped inside, grasping the wasp suit, and swiftly withdrew. Mission accomplished. Gazing at the small wasp suit in her hand, Hope felt an overwhelming surge of exhilaration, almost as if in a dream. This object, which her father Hank Pym had been unable to procure, was now in her grasp with such ease. Hank, I did it. Hope couldn't contain her excitement as she exclaimed to Hank Pym. Yes, yes, yes. Even Hank Pym, usually so composed, couldn't help but shout with elation, slapping his thigh in exuberance. Finally, after so many years, they had obtained the wasp suit. Hank Pym had never dared to imagine that this moment would arrive so swiftly. Yet, being a seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his composure amidst the jubilation. Hope, place the fake suit back in, and let's make a swift exit. Understood. Chapter 07. The Imminent Crisis. Rapidly stowing the wasp suit, Hope fought to suppress her excitement as she retrieved the pre-prepared counterfeit. Utilizing her water fruit abilities, she placed it back into the metallic cylinder. Excellent. After surveying with her X-ray glasses, Hope nodded in satisfaction. Thus far, the mission had been flawlessly executed. She had left no traces and triggered no security systems or alarms. To the outside world, Hope had never been present, and the wasp suit had not been stolen. Unless Klaus were to extract the wasp suit himself, no one would be aware of the theft beforehand. And Klaus would not simply pull the wasp suit out for no reason. What a remarkably perfect operation. Hank, are you ready? I'm heading out. Hope inquired with enthusiasm over the comm channel. Just waiting on you. Hank Pym's voice responded. Without hesitation, Hope took a step forward, vanishing from the laboratory. With her water fruit ability and Hank Pym's support, just as during their infiltration of Klaus Technologies, Hope exited the premises with remarkable ease and speed. By the time she and Hank Pym returned home, they had not disturbed a soul. Everything had been accomplished in silence. Hank, I can't believe we really succeeded. In the living room, Hope and Hank Pym sat at the table, their eyes fixed on the wasp suit at its center, both brimming with excitement. Hope could hardly contain herself as she exclaimed to Hank Pym, "Yes, we did it. Do you know how long I've wanted this?" Hank Pym also struggled to hide his exhilaration. Klaus has always intended to sell the wasp suit. During board meetings, I would always thwart him with various excuses. But now, I long to see Klaus's expression when he discovers the wasp suit is a fake after finding a buyer. The thought alone nearly made Hope burst into laughter. I bet it will be spectacular. Hank Pym chuckled as well. However, Hank, after a moment of jovial banter, Hope's expression turned serious. Klaus will eventually realize the wasp suit has been stolen, and when that happens, he will come after us. Hank Pym's smile gradually faded, replaced by a solemn demeanor. He nodded, in agreement with his daughter's assessment. Yes, he most certainly will. Hank Pym concurred. Although their operation had left no traces and was executed seamlessly, he understood Klaus all too well. Klaus was indifferent to such details. For a long time, Klaus had known that Hank Pym was devising ways to steal the wasp suit from him, making Hank a prime suspect when the theft was uncovered. Klaus would undoubtedly resort to extreme measures against Hank Pym. That man is no saint. When the time comes, they would face a grave threat to their lives. Hank, we must prepare ourselves, Hope said gravely to Hank Pym. Once Klaus tears the facade, it will not be something we can handle alone. Unless, Hope's gaze fell upon the wasp suit before them. Hank, you have no reason to stop me this time, do you? Hope had previously suggested multiple times that she inherit Hank Pym's Ant-Man suit, but he had always flatly refused, preferring to seek out someone still imprisoned rather than allow his daughter to don the Ant-Man suit. While Hope had often feigned anger, she understood that Hank Pym was acting in her best interest. He was unwilling to put her in harm's way. After all, infiltrating Klaus Technologies was an exceedingly dangerous endeavor, even for Ant-Man. But the situation had changed. They no longer needed to infiltrate Klaus Technologies, nor face such peril. Moreover, with an external threat, Klaus would likely extend his dark hand towards them. Considering these two undeniable factors, Hope saw no solution other than the Ant-Man suit. Hank Pym was also aware of this. However, Hank was preoccupied with deeper thoughts. His wife, the original Wasp, had perished precisely because of her identity as the Wasp. Thus, Hank Pym was determined that his daughter would not follow in her footsteps. He wished for her to remain distant from all of this. Yet Hope's reasoning held merit. Klaus would undoubtedly target them in the future, and they were indeed powerless to defend themselves. Hank Pym found himself in a profound dilemma. Hank, please. There are no other options left. Seeing Hank Pym still hesitating, Hope couldn't help but slam her hand on the table, imploring him. No, Hope. There will always be alternatives. Hank Pym instinctively shook his head, then suddenly recalled something, slapping his thigh. The devil fruit. Doesn't that grant superpowers? You could procure more devil fruits and gain other abilities. As he spoke, Hank Pym's eyes brightened. Yes, that's the way. Hope, go buy more devil fruits. Hank, regrettably, a person can only consume one devil fruit. Otherwise, they will perish. Hope shook her head. The usage guidelines and basic introductions for the devil fruits are all available in the group announcements and the compendium, so there's no need for Rosh to elaborate. Hope was already aware of this. Is that so? Hank Pym felt a twinge of disappointment. If that is the case, then it seems we cannot rely on the devil fruits. And although Hope had already become an empowered individual, Hank was still uncertain how her ability to transform objects into water would be useful. Alas, after a prolonged silence, Hank Pym finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. While he did not wish for Hope to become the second Wasp, following the path of his late wife, he had to ensure that Hope possessed the means to protect herself, didn't he? Moreover, Hope merely inherited the suit without joining S.H.I.E.L.D., thus sparing herself from perilous missions and, naturally, preventing a fate akin to Janet's. Hank Pym made a decision. Hope, follow me to a place, he beckoned, rising from his seat and leading the way toward the living room's exit. Although Hope was bewildered, she refrained from asking questions and trailed behind Hank, navigating left and right until they finally arrived at the underground storage facility. Chapter 074, The Wasp's Early Debut. I have come to realize that abilities cannot be destroyed. Our only recourse is to ensure they do not fall into the hands of malevolent individuals. Yes, like Klaus. I have something to show you, Hank said, guiding Hope to a wall at the eastern end of the warehouse. He entered a code on a switch unknown to Hope. With a clang, the wall slid upwards to reveal a hidden chamber. Inside stood another suit, unmistakably designed for a woman. Hope was stunned, utterly flabbergasted. How could there be another Ant-Man suit in her own home, and one tailored for a woman at that? Hank, what is this? What on earth is happening? Hope inquired, her gaze filled with confusion. Hope, have you not persistently asked me how your mother perished? Hank replied, his eyes darkened with memories. He sighed deeply before continuing. Hope's body tensed, her eyes fixed on Hank Pym, her expression shifting to one of agitation. After all these years, had Hank finally chosen to unveil the truth? It was in 1987. The Separatists seized a missile launch site in the Soviet Kursk and launched an intercontinental ballistic missile towards America. The only way to access the missile's internal structure was to penetrate solid titanium. I knew that only by shrinking to a molecular level could I succeed in deactivating it. However, my regulator was severely damaged. Yet, your mother, without a moment's hesitation, turned off her regulator, entered subatomic status, and successfully neutralized the missile. But she never returned. As Hank reminisced, his eyes began to redden, his nose tinged with sorrow. Janet's death remained an insurmountable obstacle in Hank's heart. Meanwhile, Hope was already teary-eyed. So this was the truth behind her mother's demise? This was why Hank had always refused to allow her to inherit the suit? In that moment, Hope's long-held resentment, dissatisfaction, and prejudices toward Hank evaporated. She had wronged him. No, she had wronged her father. Your mother perished heroically. For the past decade, I have been delving into quantum knowledge. Attempting to. You wish to bring her back. Hope interrupted Hank. But the more I learned, the more I found myself in the dark. This is not your fault, but why did you conceal this from me for so long? I wanted to protect you. I lost your mother. I cannot bear to lose you as well. Father, Hope said tenderly, as they embraced tightly. In that moment, the years of estrangement between father and daughter melted away. So this suit is my mother's? After separating, Hope gazed at the dazzling winged suit, her expression a mixture of complexity and inquiry. This is an improved version of the suit that your mother and I developed together. She never had the chance to use it. But it has only just dawned on me that we actually designed it for you, Hank said, his face brimming with anticipation. Cool, Hope exclaimed, equally eager and excited. Originally intended to debut after the Civil War among heroes, the Wasp now made her premature appearance due to the serendipitous meddling of a traveler. But what about you? Hope, in her excitement, did not forget about her father. Your body cannot withstand the suit's demands. Hank Pym was already too old to endure the suit's rigors. The suit imposed a considerable strain on the human body, particularly the brain. Not everyone could wear it. While Hope could become an Ant-Man warrior like Hank once was, she couldn't be by his side every hour of the day to protect him. However, the next moment, Hope smacked her forehead. How could I be so forgetful? Father, I cannot consume a devil fruit, but you still can. I will take you to buy one. Those fruits were extraordinarily marvelous. Trust me, you will be awestruck. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anticipation illuminated Hank Pym's eyes. If you're boasting, I genuinely want to witness this. Father, I am not boasting, Hope replied with a smile. The following day, at the devil fruit shop, millions for a single fruit? And you claim it grants superpowers upon consumption? You must think me a fool. A well-dressed young man, clutching a briefcase, scoffed as he walked past. How could such a thing as a devil fruit possibly be real? It's a complete joke. Roxa hardly acknowledged the young man, engrossed in his game while the latter rambled on. There was no point in engaging with someone so evidently incapable of affording such wonders. Just ignore him. The unfortunate fellow would never realize what he had missed. A voice broke through as Hope entered with a smile, casting a sympathetic glance at the young man before addressing Roxa. Accompanying her was an elderly gentleman with silver hair and glasses, exuding a distinct scientific aura. Roxa instantly recognized him, Hank Pym, the first Ant-Man, a towering figure in the Marvel Universe's scientific realm. Though his fields of study were limited, Roxa believed his achievements in quantum mechanics rivaled even those of Tony Stark, having ventured into the realm of time itself. Hope, I did not expect you back so soon to support the shop. Roxa greeted her with a smile, his mind racing with various thoughts. Such a marvelous entity as the devil fruit cannot be mine alone to indulge in. Manager, this is my father, Hank Pym. Father, this is Roxa, the shopkeeper. Hope introduced the two succinctly. The wonders of the devil fruits have truly opened my eyes. I could scarcely imagine that such extraordinary things existed in this world. Hank Pym expressed, offering his sincere admiration for the fruits. Chapter 075, The Tiny Fruit, Recreating Ant-Man. In response to Hank Pym's praise, Roxa merely smiled gently. Choosing not to elaborate further, he looked at Hank Pym and asked, So, Mr. Pym, are you here to purchase a devil fruit? Of course. I can hardly contain my eagerness for such a wondrous item. Hank Pym adjusted his glasses, genuine anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Even an individual as composed as Hank Pym finds it challenging to maintain complete equanimity in the presence of such wondrous entities as the devil fruits. Welcome, said Roxa with a smile. I presume Hope has already introduced you to the concept of devil fruits, Mr. Pym. Therefore, I shall refrain from further elaboration. You may begin by perusing the compendium. Without further ado, Roxa produced the devil fruit encyclopedia and handed it to Hank Pym. Hank received it with both hands and began to scrutinize its contents meticulously. The myriad fruits and their bizarre abilities left him utterly astonished, his face a canvas of wonder. A diminutive fruit? However, it was not long before Hank's gaze was ensnared by a particular devil fruit within the compendium, rendering him unable to divert his attention. A fruit that possesses the ability to shrink a person. This was precisely the essence of Ant-Man. Hank Pym was exhilarated. He had never anticipated that the store would offer a fruit that could replicate Ant-Man's powers. Was this not tailor-made for him? In his days as Ant-Man, Hank had been a top-tier agent for S.H.I.E.L.D., a figure whose name inspired trepidation in many. When it came to the application of Ant-Man's skills, Hank Pym was a veritable patriarch, endowed with unparalleled experience. Alas, with the passage of time, Hank had found himself unable to endure the physical strain imposed by the Ant-Man suit, compelling him to relinquish that identity. Yet now, he discovered that he could once again become Ant-Man without the suit. This was fate, indeed. Shopkeeper, is this diminutive fruit still available? Hank inquired eagerly, his eyes fixed intently on Roxa. The diminutive fruit? Roxa replied, somewhat taken aback. Isn't that precisely the ability of Ant-Man? Does Mr. Pym not already possess the Ant-Man suit? Wouldn't this be redundant? However, upon further reflection, Roxa understood the situation. Although the reasons remained unclear, it seemed that Hank Pym could no longer don the suit himself, as he had never appeared in it throughout the series of films. Furthermore, if Hank could still wear it, why would he go to such lengths to cultivate another Ant-Man to assist him in reclaiming the suit? It seemed Roxa was beginning to grasp the intricacies of the situation. While these thoughts flickered through Roxa's mind, he continued to address Hank Pym. Have you taken a liking to the diminutive fruit? as stated in the compendium. This fruit grants the ability to resize one's body. Indeed, though it bears the name diminutive fruit, it can not only shrink a person but also enlarge them. The extent to which one can shrink or grow depends on the user's mastery of the ability. The light in Hank Pym's eyes grew more vibrant. This was the familiar power he had longed for. Ant-Man, I am back. Such an extraordinary ability, akin to something out of a fairy tale, felt so magical, so wondrous. Hank's gaze seemed to drift off into reverie. However, Rasha harbored grave doubts that Hank was extolling the virtues of the diminutive fruit rather than his own invention. The Ant-Man suit. This old man was indulging in self-adulation. As for the diminutive fruit, we still have it in stock. Would you like to proceed with the purchase? Without interrupting Hank's reverie, Rasha patiently awaited the moment when the latter would regain his composure. Indeed, shopkeeper, I shall take the diminutive fruit, Hank Pym declared emphatically. The price for the diminutive fruit is a modest $4 million, Rasha quoted. Hank wasted no time, swiftly producing his bank card. Beep. The transaction was complete. Rasha retrieved the diminutive fruit from the display case and placed it into Hank Pym's eager hands. With boundless anticipation and excitement, Hank prepared to consume the fruit and once again embrace his identity as Ant-Man. Father, I must advise you beforehand, Hope interjected, halting the impatient Hank Pym. The taste of the devil fruit, well, it's not exactly palatable, and you only need to take a single bite. Consuming the entire fruit is unnecessary. What are you talking about, Hope? Hank Pym replied, casting a puzzled glance at her. How could one waste such a marvelous item? $4 million for a fruit, and you suggest I take one bite and discard the rest? That is utterly extravagant. However, when Hank Pym finally bit into the flesh of the devil fruit, he soon understood why Hope had cautioned him about its unappetizing flavor. Unpleasant. This is hardly fit for human consumption. Hank swore he had never tasted anything so distasteful in his life, the taste nearly bringing him to tears. Struggling to suppress the urge to expel the fruit, he summoned all his willpower and managed to swallow the morsel with great difficulty. Shopkeeper, so just one bite suffices, yes? He hastily confirmed with Rasha. After that experience, Hank would never wish to take a second bite, even under duress. Indeed, Hank, just a single bite will suffice. Indeed, even a small nibble will do. No need for a large bite, Rasha reassured him with a smile. Hank Pym's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't believe he had taken such a sizable bite. What a self-inflicted ordeal. Swish. Just as Rasha concluded his statement, Hank Pym felt the surroundings rapidly shifting, akin to soaring upwards. This sensation might bewilder someone unacquainted, but for Hank Pym, it was all too familiar, the exhilarating feeling of shrinking. Once the world around him stabilized in his vision, he beheld his daughter, Hope, transformed into a giant. He could barely reach her high-heeled shoe, and that was all. Indeed, the initial state of consuming the diminutive fruit was to become a miniature version of oneself. To revert to his normal size, Hank would need to activate the fruit's powers. I've shrunk. I truly have shrunk, Hank exclaimed, reveling in his newfound state, overwhelmed with excitement. How long had it been since he had experienced such a sensation? When he relinquished the Ant-Man suit, he had thought he would never again feel this way. At that moment, it felt surreal. Is this the devil fruit? Truly remarkable. After a prolonged moment, an involuntary exclamation of wonder escaped Hank Pym's lips. Though he had witnessed the marvel of Hope's devil fruit firsthand, the difference between observing and experiencing it was a world apart. Swish. In an instant, with a mere thought, Hank Pym returned to his normal size. Typically, when one first consumes a fruit, the user's abilities are often quite unrefined. However, Hank was an exception. Having spent many years as Ant-Man, he was thoroughly accustomed to the nuances of resizing. Thus, he could adeptly wield the powers of the diminutive fruit right from the outset. In summary, Hank Pym was exceedingly pleased with the diminutive fruit. Subsequently, Rasha inquired whether Hank wished to join a group, but Hank declined, expressing a desire for tranquility in his later years. Rasha, naturally, did not press the matter further. Farewell, shopkeeper. Goodbye, shopkeeper. Until we meet again. After exchanging simple greetings, Hank Pym departed with his daughter. As Roche observed the retreating figures of the father and daughter, he couldn't help but ponder. After acquiring the small fruit, would Hank Pym dare to don the armor himself and infiltrate Klaus Technologies to steal the wasp suit? No, wait. The moment the thought of stealing the wasp suit crossed his mind, Roche realized that Hope's fruit was likely intended for that very purpose. After all, this fruit is a miraculous tool for breaching walls and entering spaces. Beyond this, Roche could discern no greater value. Although merely a conjecture, he felt it was exceedingly plausible. Goodness, if that were the case, Scott Lang would never become the second Ant-Man. Roche immediately recognized this implication. If Scott Lang did not ascend to the role of the second Ant-Man, The monumental battle between the second Ant-Man and the Wasp would never transpire. Thus, he would never venture into the quantum realm. And Scott Lang's foray into the quantum realm is a crucial element in the overarching narrative of the Avengers. The reason the heroes traversed time to acquire the Infinity Stones during Infinity War relied upon the quantum realm. This is utterly chaotic. It has truly thrown everything into disarray. Moreover, not only is the issue of time travel at stake, but the first Wasp's successful escape from the quantum realm was also contingent upon Scott Lang's prior entry into it, which resulted in their quantum entanglement. Yet, if Scott Lang were never to be Ant-Man, wouldn't the first Wasp still be trapped within the quantum realm? Of course, Hank Pym has spent years attempting to study the quantum realm, seeking to rescue the first Wasp. Even without Scott Lang, it is conceivable that he might succeed. However, the likelihood of that remains uncertain. While lost in thought, the wind chimes at the door jingled, snapping Roche back to attention. Another visitor had arrived. Remarkably, business had been bustling today. Just after Hank Pym and his daughter left, two familiar faces appeared. Upon closer inspection, Roche recognized the newcomers, Erica and the Stickman manager. It seems business has been thriving lately, Erica remarked casually, her demeanor relaxed after her previous visit. Ah, welcome back, Erica, Roche greeted her with a smile. Manager, this is my teacher. Everyone calls him Stickman, so you can refer to him as such too. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Erica introduced Roche to her mentor. Stickman, clad in military green casual attire, sported a hat and sunglasses, gripping a long cane as if to ensure no one was unaware of his blindness. Yet Roche knew that this blind man was no ordinary individual. He could be likened to an elderly version of Daredevil. Greetings, Manager Roche, Stickman said, addressing Roche at an opportune moment. Recently, my student Erica showcased a rather astonishing fruit to me. Frankly, even as an old man, I found it quite remarkable. Erica then gestured towards Roche, indicating their presence. Thank you, Erica and Stickman, for your support of this humble establishment. Now, Stickman, I presume Erica has informed you about the devil fruits. Is there a need for me to elaborate? No need, Manager. I would prefer Erica to read from the encyclopedia. Stickman replied succinctly. Since Stickman required no further explanation, Roche was pleased to save his breath and promptly retrieve the encyclopedia, handing it to Erica. Please excuse me. As you can see, my teacher has his reasons, so my monotonous voice may disrupt your experience, Erica said, accepting the encyclopedia. No bother at all, Erica, Roche waved dismissively. Unconcerned, how could he be bothered by such trivialities, especially with a stunning woman reading the encyclopedia before him? After greeting Roche, Erica wasted no time in delving into the encyclopedia, reading aloud for Stickman's benefit. Stickman leaned on his cane, standing stoically, silently, and intently listening to Erica's narration. Quick/fruit. The user can transform any part of their body into a blade. The moment Erica read this entry, Stickman's interest was piqued. This fruit appeared quite suitable for a martial arts master like him, who was adept with blades. Not only Stickman, but Erica too shared this sentiment. However, Erica's gaze soon caught a notation in the top right corner of the encyclopedia, sold. Manager, has the quick/fruit already been sold? Erica couldn't help but turn to Roche, inquiring. She recalled Roche mentioning previously that each fruit in the Devil Fruit Shop was unique and available in only one instance. Indeed, Erica, the quick/fruit has been sold. As of now, we have no stock left, Roche confirmed with a nod. Sold? What a pity. Stickman silently lamented this news, maintaining his expressionless demeanor. Such a shame, Erica echoed, unable to suppress her disappointment, and continued reading from the encyclopedia. Dull fruit. It emits specific light waves that cause the movement of anything struck by these waves to become exceedingly sluggish. As Erica read about the dull fruit, she noticed a slight shift in Stickman's expression. While others might overlook this subtle change, Erica, having studied under him for so long, could read him like a book. She immediately recognized that Stickman had taken an interest in the dull fruit as well. Sensing the opportunity, Erica checked the status of the dull fruit and found it was still available, which brought her a sense of relief. Manager, could you elaborate on this dull fruit? I find it quite intriguing, Erica asked Roche, glancing at him. Certainly, Roche agreed readily. As described in the encyclopedia, this fruit grants the user the ability to emit dull light waves. Anything struck by these waves will experience significant sluggishness in its movements. However, this effect is time-limited, lasting no longer than 30 seconds. Beyond that, the affected entities will revert to normal. Only 30 seconds? Erica couldn't help but seek clarification on this critical detail. Yes, Erica. That duration applies when the user is proficient in wielding their abilities. For those less adept, the effect could last even shorter, Roche nodded. 30 seconds, you say? Stickman appeared unconcerned by this limitation. In the heat of battle, circumstances can change in an instant. Often, a mere moment can determine victory or defeat. 30 seconds is more than sufficient. Not to mention, the manager indicated that with proficiency, one could achieve the full duration of 30 seconds. This would pose no challenge for Stickman. However, he was more intrigued by another matter. Shopkeeper, are you referring to objects rather than people? The old man could not help but inquire from the side. This description seemed to deviate somewhat from conventional language usage, as dull is typically employed to describe individuals, yet the shopkeeper was speaking of objects. Thus, does the effect of the dull fruit extend beyond mere humans? Indeed, my friend, the shopkeeper affirmed. The dull fruit not only renders individuals sluggish, but can likewise affect inanimate objects. Rashia nodded, providing a vivid example. If one were to emit a wave of dullness towards a vehicle on the road, it could indeed slow the car down significantly, potentially bringing it to a halt. What an extraordinary ability, exclaimed Erica, unable to contain her admiration. The old man also expressed his astonishment. The dull fruit was indeed remarkable. However, there are certain limitations to its use. Rashia solemnly reminded Erica, or perhaps the old man. Firstly, the dullness wave can only be emitted through the hands, and a specific gesture must be employed to activate it. This is certainly a notable restriction, yet overall, it remains quite manageable. During a battle, freeing one's hands to emit a wave of light is hardly a daunting task, is it, shopkeeper? Erica's curiosity was piqued. Do you know of the Buddhist gesture known as the Buddha's hand orchid? Rashia pondered before addressing Erica. That is the very pose required. Astonishingly, the specific gesture to unleash the dullness wave is none other than the orchid finger. If a graceful maiden were to perform this pose, it would undoubtedly be a delightful sight. However, the image of a burly man or an elderly gentleman executing such a gesture sent a shiver down Rashia's spine. What an eyesore, he mused. Buddha's hand orchid? Erica raised an eyebrow, as her knowledge of Buddhism was limited, leaving her unfamiliar with the gesture, which struck her as rather enigmatic. The old man, too, remained impassive throughout. For him, the ability to release the dullness wave was paramount, while the gesture itself was of little consequence. What truly concerned him was a more pressing issue. If one's hand were injured or bound, rendering the Buddha's hand orchid gesture impossible, would one be unable to emit the dullness wave? He supplemented his inquiry. Indeed, dear customer, Rashia acknowledged. Should you wish to procure the dull fruit, please bear this in mind. The old man now understood. So, shopkeeper, are there any other restrictions associated with the dull fruit? Erica inquired once more. There is indeed another limitation. The dullness waves emitted by the fruit's user can be reflected or refracted by mirrors or similar objects that possess light-bending properties. After all, dullness waves are still light, and thus exhibit optical characteristics. The old man had little to add. He felt that these two limitations posed no significant issues, as they could easily be avoided during combat. As for the fact that he was blind, it had never been a problem. The old man was akin to Daredevil, even without sight. He could perceive his surroundings without difficulty. What an incredible fruit, he marveled inwardly. The dull fruit had secured a spot on the old man's list of considerations. Should there be no superior fruits, he resolved to select the dull fruit. Erica, understanding the old man's intentions, exchanged a glance with Rashia and resumed her introduction of the fruits depicted in the tome. Ultimately, another fruit caught the old man's attention, the verdant fruit, capable of controlling plants and accelerating their growth. Upon hearing Erica mention this fruit, the old man's expression shifted once more. If one could indeed manipulate plants at will, it would prove immensely advantageous in battle. Strategically, it could serve not only to assault foes, but also to ensnare them, or even to provide self-defense. In terms of potential applications, it certainly appeared more versatile than the dull fruit. Moreover, it offered something the dull fruit lacked. If one could freely command plants, it would mean the capacity for widespread area attacks. Thus, while the dull fruit was undeniably remarkable, the old man found himself captivated by the verdant fruit. After all, he sought a fruit to counter the hand association, where ninjas typically operated in groups. Shopkeeper, could you provide a detailed introduction to the verdant fruit? The old man could not help but ask Rashia. Certainly. As the tome describes, the fundamental ability of this fruit is to control plants, which encompasses accelerating their growth, facilitating movement, entangling, and various other actions. In essence, once one consumes this fruit, plants become akin to an extension of their own body, allowing the user to command them to perform an array of envisioned actions at will. The old man silently nodded in agreement. Rashia's description aligned well with his expectations. Shopkeeper, what is the strength of the plants being controlled? Erica posed a crucial question from the side. She understood that the old man's interest in this fruit was not for the purpose of gardening, but rather for combat, making the plant's resilience an essential metric. You need not worry about this aspect. The plants generated by the verdant fruit are remarkably sturdy, capable of easily withstanding bullets and even cannon fire, Rashia assured the two. The old man's expression reflected astonishment. While blocking bullets was one thing, withstanding cannon fire seemed rather exaggerated. He felt increasingly satisfied with the verdant fruit. Of course, it is worth noting that the plants created by the verdant fruit are still plants and possess certain vulnerabilities, such as a susceptibility to fire, Rashia added. However, the old man paid little mind to such concerns, viewing them as minor inconveniences. Moreover, I must clarify that the user's control over the plants is achieved through specific movements of their body, Rashia suddenly realized, addressing the old man with gravity. Movements? Erica felt a hint of disbelief. Isn't that a tad embarrassing, especially for an elderly gentleman like the old man? Movement is merely a descriptor. To put it simply, the user must sway their body with a certain frequency and amplitude to control the plants. The rhythm and extent of the movements directly affect the efficacy of their control over the plants. Rashia elaborated further. I understand, shopkeeper. So, to control the plants, one must perform a dance on the spot, haha. Erica chuckled at the thought of such a scene. Rashia found the image equally amusing. It seemed that the old man had been afflicted with some peculiar buff. The two fruits he favored required not only the orchid finger, but also an impromptu dance, resulting in a rather unconventional scenario. Indeed, somewhat of an eyesore. The old man had no words. Very well. In truth, the old man could not help but feel a twinge of disdain. Was there any peculiar relationship between the specific dance steps and the control of plants? Why must these two elements be intertwined? It seemed utterly nonsensical. Moreover, at his advanced age, while he could still manage to kill, the thought of twisting his hips to dance was indeed rather humiliating. Yet, this moment of sarcasm lasted but a fleeting second before he swiftly dismissed it. As long as it aided him in effectively eliminating the hand association, nothing else mattered. All right, Erica, have you had your fill of laughter? If so, let us proceed, he urged with an air of calmness. However, it wasn't until Erica finished introducing the fruits listed in the compendium that he stumbled upon no other devil fruits that stirred his enthusiasm. His short list remained confined to two fruits, the dull fruit and the lush fruit. Yet, which of these two was superior? The old man found himself deep in thought. Old man, stop pondering, let it be the lush fruit. I can hardly wait to see what your dance looks like, Erica exclaimed, her anticipation palpable. It must be quite spectacular. The old man merely sighed in response, his patience with his ungrateful student waning. Manager, I've made my decision. I shall take the dull fruit, he declared to Rashia after some contemplation. Although, strategically speaking, the lush fruit indeed possessed greater potential than the dull fruit. The latter had one undeniable advantage that the former could never match, its lethality. Once struck by the dull fruit, one would succumb to its stupor, a fate that could prove fatal, especially for the 5 fingers of the hand association and their higher-ups. Those individuals were exceedingly formidable. The old man controlling plants to attack or ensnare them would likely yield little effect, given that they were not fools and would retaliate against any plant assault. However, the dull light wave was an entirely different matter. It was difficult to evade, and once ensnared, opportunities for a comeback were nearly non-existent. It was, without a doubt, a prime weapon against those high-level adversaries. The dull fruit costs $5 million, Rashia reported to the old man. $5 million? The old man exhaled in relief. Although he led the Pure Heart Association, its primary purpose was merely to combat the Hand Association, not to generate profit. After a prolonged struggle against the Hand Association, the Pure Heart had been nearly obliterated, leaving only a handful of remnants clinging to survival. Thus, prior to acquiring the Devil Fruit, he had already scavenged every available penny from the Pure Heart Association, totaling just over $7 million. Should the fruit exceed this sum, he would need to devise an alternative plan. Fortunately, the fruit's price fell within his means. Manager, please swipe your card. Without hesitation, the old man produced a bank card and handed it to Rashia. Ding! The transaction was swiftly completed, and Rashia presented the dull fruit to the old man. Shoo! Erica motioned for silence, her excitement evident as she settled in to observe the old man. Clearly, she was eager to witness his reaction after biting into the fruit. Although Rashia had initially intended to offer a reminder to the old man, Erica's eagerness prompted him to shake his head in resignation. He certainly would not contradict her at that moment. Crunch! The old man bit down hard on the fruit. His actions momentarily paused, but that was all. He soon resumed chewing the devil fruit with an unperturbed expression, his countenance betraying no sign of discomfort. To an observer, it might have appeared as though he were savoring some delectable exotic fruit. Such composure? Rashia felt a newfound respect for the old man. He had sold numerous devil fruits, and each individual who had consumed one had been tormented by its foul taste, some even contorting their features in anguish. Yet here was the old man, unfazed, truly remarkable. Old man, just a single bite of the devil fruit is sufficient. There is no need to consume the entire thing. Rasha advised once the prank had reached its intended effect. Is that so? I can already feel changes within my body, the old man replied, setting aside the remaining portion of the fruit, a knowing expression on his face. He then took a moment to attune himself to the peculiar sensations coursing through him, a look of wonderment emerging. This feeling, is this the essence of the devil fruit? You are quite dull. Erica could not help but roll her eyes. She had hoped to see the old man embarrass himself, but he had dashed her expectations. The old man, however, paid her no mind. He was preoccupied with the extraordinary abilities he had suddenly acquired, too engrossed to spare a thought for Erica. Buddha's hand orchid, so this is the gesture? He instinctively raised his right hand, extending his index and little fingers while the other 3 fingers remained together, a gesture that felt entirely natural. After consuming the dull fruit, certain skills had seemingly become instinctual, prompting him to form the orchid gesture without conscious thought when activating his abilities. He then took a few measured steps toward the doorway and suddenly swept his orchid finger outward. Whoosh! A light wave struck a tree outside. The tree, previously swaying rhythmically in the gentle breeze, suddenly slowed its motion as the dull light wave impacted it, as though a film had been paused. Is this the dull fruit? Truly astonishing, the old man exclaimed, marveling at the spectacle before him. Devil fruits were indeed miraculous, capable of shattering one's understanding of reality. Manager, you seem utterly unfazed, Erica remarked, casting a glance at Rasha. It was somewhat illogical for the old man, blind as he was, to have accurately targeted the tree outside. Yet Rasha maintained an air of calm throughout, offering no skepticism. This was quite unexpected for Erica. Rasha merely smiled lightly, saying nothing. He had already recognized the old man's identity and saw no reason to be surprised. Erica, do you think a manager who sells such wondrous devil fruits would be impressed by my mere abilities? The old man stated with unruffled confidence. Devil fruits inherently bestow remarkable powers, and his modest skills were hardly noteworthy. The manager must have encountered far more extraordinary talents than he could imagine. His acute perception was trivial in comparison. Erica shrugged, at a loss for words. All right, you make a valid point. Perhaps my perspective was too narrow. Then, manager, we shall take our leave for now and return another time. Farewell. After purchasing the fruit, the old man and Erica bid Rasha goodbye and departed from the devil fruit shop. The store fell silent once more. With no other customers in sight, Rasha swiftly retrieved his phone and logged into the international server of his game, ready to unleash havoc. At the Deadpool residence. If it is a boy, we shall name him Connor. If a girl, then Amy. My dear, what do you think? Deadpool was nestled on the sofa with Vanessa, both absorbed in the television while engaging in lighthearted banter. It sounded rather peculiar. Deadpool candidly remarked that it seemed his family always had to relate to the letter F, much like his scoundrel of a father. Yet, he pondered how he could possibly become a role model for Todd. Hey, you are not your father, Vanessa asserted sternly, adding, and our child will never be named Todd. Todd, how utterly unappealing. The pair delved into discussions about family and children. As the conversation progressed, Deadpool's enthusiasm surged. He stood up, proclaiming, I'm going to whip up some desserts, and then we shall create a super baby. He then proceeded to skillfully prepare the sweets. What about Christo? The name contains AK. Doesn't it sound a bit like a stripper? He mused. How about Kevin? Also AK, but still somewhat stripper-like. Earl? Huh. That name might land someone straight in prison. Vanessa maintained her cheerful quest for names. At that moment, Deadpool heard faint gunshots from outside, and his expression shifted slightly. Get down, he urged Vanessa in a grave tone. In a swift motion, he grabbed a frying pan from the stove and rushed toward the door. What is happening? Vanessa asked, momentarily stunned, but quickly obeyed, crouching behind the sofa. Suddenly, a deafening bang erupted as someone blasted the door to pieces with a shotgun. A group of armed men stormed in, the air filled with the relentless sound of gunfire as they ruthlessly opened fire on Deadpool. Chapter 080, Dr. Mobius of the Dark Knight. Deadpool's prowess was undeniable. Even without his twin swords, he wielded the frying pan with impressive skill. It served as both a shield to deflect bullets and a weapon to knock foes down. He could even ricochet bullets back. How absurd. Amidst the clamor of gunfire and clashing metal, an intense battle unfolded. In the thick of combat, Deadpool seemed to channel the spirit of Jackie Chan, darting around the confined space of the room, utilizing everything at his disposal to evade enemy fire. He dispatched one adversary with a well-placed swing of the frying pan. A flurry of dazzling maneuvers ensued as he hurled the pan, striking another foe squarely on the forehead, sending him sprawling to the ground. However, as Deadpool momentarily exposed himself, several others mercilessly squeezed their triggers. Predictably, harming Deadpool was no simple feat. He dove forward, evading their shots with deft agility. He seized a knife rack from the kitchen, drawing a blade and flinging it at a towering thug before him. The knife transformed into a lethal projectile, striking him down instantly. With the knife rack clutched in hand, Deadpool charged into close combat. The kitchen knives were no less formidable than any weapon, slashing through the air and painting the walls with splatters of crimson. The sound of flesh being cleaved resonated as the surrounding assassins fell one by one, all eliminated by Deadpool's hand. Baby, are you safe? Deadpool called out, scanning the area after dispatching all foes. He saw Vanessa rise from behind the sofa. Darling, I'm fine. A wave of relief washed over him as he exhaled deeply upon confirming her safety. With a flare, he quipped, thank goodness. I didn't have to use our cheese grater. However, just as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from behind him. Another gunman charged in, raising his weapon at Deadpool. Swiftly, Deadpool pivoted and hurled a kitchen knife. Unfortunately, the gunman instinctively recoiled, causing the knife to embed itself into the doorframe. Bang! The gunman pulled the trigger, and a bullet fired from the chamber. Yet, due to his evasive maneuver, the bullet's trajectory altered, missing Deadpool and striking Vanessa instead. Ugh! Vanessa uttered a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. You bastard! Deadpool's rage boiled over as he charged at the assailant, dispatching him with rapid efficiency. He hurried back to Vanessa's side, supporting her as she sat up. Baby, speak to me. Are you all right? Tell me you're okay. Wait. Vanessa reassured him, relief evident on her face. I'm fine. The bullet was stopped by my clothes. Did you forget? My outfit is made from the suit fruit, bulletproof. Deadpool hadn't forgotten, but the tension in his heart was a natural response. Upon hearing Vanessa's words and examining her condition, he too smiled with relief. Thank the shopkeeper for saving your life. Indeed, thank the shopkeeper. Vanessa echoed, her agreement palpable. Their eyes met, and they both felt that the decision to procure a devil fruit for Vanessa had been exceedingly wise. Otherwise, that bullet would have claimed her life. Had such a tragedy occurred, Deadpool could scarcely fathom how he would cope. He likely would not survive. At the Zhao Helen Research Center. Jennifer, how much longer until the simulation concludes? Zhao Helen inquired from the control center of the regeneration cradle, her gaze fixed on the large screen displaying rapidly shifting icons and data. Jennifer assessed the simulation status and promptly replied, 3 more hours, doctor. 3 hours, you say? Zhao Helen pondered momentarily before resolving. That is ample time. Jennifer, let us conduct another series of experiments. Doctor, I'm afraid time is running short, Jennifer interjected, shaking her head as she reminded Zhao Helen. Didn't Dr. Mobius schedule an appointment with you? There are only 20 minutes until your meeting. Perhaps you should prepare. Suddenly, Zhao Helen snapped to attention, realizing she had completely forgotten about her 3 p.m. appointment with Dr. Mobius amidst her experimental endeavors. Jennifer, I must ask you to manage things here for now. I need to change. I understand, doctor. Leave it to me, Jennifer replied hastily. Zhao Helen nodded and swiftly departed. Upon entering her personal quarters, she shed her lab coat, donned a different outfit, and quickly freshened up her makeup. Just as she was finishing, a staff member approached with news. Dr. Zhao, Dr. Mobius has arrived. I understand. Zhao Helen acknowledged, completing her final touches in the mirror before proceeding to the reception room. In that moment, a gaunt young man, whose complexion was exceptionally pale to the point of being almost frightening, was seated in a chair, awaiting Zhao Hailuan's arrival. Upon noticing Zhao Hailuan's entrance, he immediately exerted effort to rise, leaning heavily on his crutches, and greeted her with a labored smile. Dr. Zhao, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your research in the realm of biological nanotechnology is truly astonishing. Dr. Mobius, you flatter me. Your contributions to biochemistry are the real breakthroughs, and I hold them in the highest regard. Zhao Hailuan replied sincerely as she shook his hand. This was not mere flattery, Dr. Mobius was a renowned scientist within their circles, even more illustrious than Bruce Banner, who had never received a Nobel Prize. It was indeed a lamentable fate that such a gifted individual suffered from an incurable blood disease. But that was in the past. Chapter 081. Mobius. Is this really all there is to me? I have indeed gleaned some insights in biochemistry, yet what good are they? Mobius shrugged, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face. I have yet to discover a cure for my affliction. Even winning a Nobel Prize is futile. He continued to endure the relentless torment of his illness, requiring blood transfusions merely to sustain his life. Were it not for the companionship of Lucien, a kindred spirit sharing in his plight, He often wondered if he could muster the strength to carry on. Dr. Mobius, if this is the issue that troubles you, then I must say, you have come to the right place, Zhao Hailuan remarked confidently, a smile illuminating her face. I have indeed heard many incredible rumors, including whispers that suggest you, Dr. Zhao, might be a mutant. As Mobius observed the confidence radiating from Zhao Hailuan, a flicker of hope ignited within him. I now wish for those rumors to be true. Then, Dr. Mobius, you shall have the opportunity to verify that for yourself, Zhao Hailuan replied with a smile, gesturing for him to follow her. Without further ado, Mobius accompanied Zhao Hailuan to a specialized room designated for treatment. At her behest, he settled into a peculiar chair, surveying the surroundings with a look of bewilderment. Was her intention not to examine and treat him? Why, in this room, were there no relevant equipment or instruments? Had he misinterpreted her? Dr. Mobius, do not be anxious, and certainly do not overthink. Simply relax. Zhao Hailuan's voice reached his ears as she seated herself opposite him. She beckoned. Now, please extend your hand to me. Mobius, bewildered, replied, Dr. Zhao, what are we doing? Creating a miracle, Zhao Hailuan stated, knowing that further explanations would be of little use. With a mysterious smile, she encouraged, come now, give me your hand. Though Mobius remained confused about Zhao Hailuan's intentions, he curbed his curiosity and extended his hands toward her. Without further ado, Zhao Hailuan grasped Mobius's hands and began to activate her abilities. Is this really the so-called treatment? Merely holding hands. Mobius felt a sense of disarray within himself, but soon, an expression of astonishment overtook his features. In that very moment, he sensed an inexplicable transformation within his body. Though he could not articulate the nature of this change, one undeniable feeling surged through him. The weakness and discomfort that had plagued him were swiftly dissipating. Mobius felt as though he had never experienced such vitality in his life. Even though Zhao Hailuan had yet to release his hand, he realized he could walk unaided. This sensation, Mobius murmured, his voice trembling with disbelief. All right, Dr. Mobius. At that moment, Zhao Hailuan released his hand and smiled broadly at him. You may now take a moment to appreciate your body. Mobius, unable to contain his excitement, sprang to his feet. He stood firm, as steady as a rock. He took a few steps forward, moving with the ease and confidence of an ordinary person, devoid of any sensation of weakness. I can walk like a normal person, he exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and joy resonating in his voice. Dr. Mobius, to your left is a mirror. You should take a look at yourself now. Zhao Hailuan encouraged with a smile. With eager anticipation, Mobius turned to face the mirror. Boom. A single glance left him utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. Was that person in the mirror truly him? His once pallid complexion now radiated with health, his face no longer gaunt and skeletal, but instead appeared robust and vibrant. If the setting had been more appropriate, Mobius might have even shed his clothing to scrutinize every aspect of his transformation. Incredible. This is simply beyond comprehension. How could such a thing be possible? Yet, even in his astonishment, words eluded him. He instinctively touched his face, murmuring softly. His ailment stemmed from genetic anomalies, and unless his genes were repaired, no remedy existed. The Mobius family was renowned for their wealth, possessing resources beyond measure, and they had spared no effort in seeking a cure for him. Yet, after all these years, no solution had surfaced. Genetic defects remained insurmountable, even with the current advancements in science. But now, in this very laboratory, Zhao Hailuan had merely held his hand for a brief moment, and she had seemingly cured this incurable genetic disease. This was nothing short of magical. Were it not for his own experience, Mobius would have found it utterly implausible. Furthermore, not only had she remedied this affliction, but Zhao Hailuan had also restored his once emaciated physique to normalcy in such a fleeting moment. This was beyond astounding. Dr. Zhao, only now do I truly understand why some would claim you to be a mutant. Mobius finally turned to Zhao Hailuan after a lengthy silence, exhaling a deep sigh of astonishment. The act she had just performed defied the laws of science, something that could only be comprehended through the lens of the extraordinary, such as mutants. Dr. Mobius, you jest. I am not a mutant, Zhao Hailuan replied with a gentle smile, fully understanding his sentiments and feeling no offense. In fact, being regarded as a potential mutant was, in a sense, an affirmation of her capabilities. Not a mutant? Mobius observed Zhao Hailuan's demeanor, noting her sincerity. After careful consideration, he concluded that indeed, the registered mutants could be verified, and her name did not appear on any list. Characters like Zhao Hailuan do not possess the possibility of being undocumented mutants. Thus, it stands to reason that she is indeed not a mutant. This raises an intriguing question. How did Zhao Hailuan accomplish such an extraordinary feat? Chapter 08 suggests that only madness can elucidate madness. Dr. Zhao, forgive my audacity, but how exactly did you cure me? This is not something modern medicine is capable of. Mobius's voice resonated as he gazed intently at Zhao Hailuan, perplexed and seeking answers. Dr. Mobius, are you familiar with the concept of devil fruits? Zhao Hailuan inquired after a brief pause, fixing her gaze upon Mobius. Devil fruits? Mobius was momentarily taken aback, pondering the nature of such a thing. Indeed, I did not heal you through medical means, nor am I a mutant. Instead, I possess a wondrous ability akin to that of mutants, which I derive from a remarkable fruit known as the devil fruit. This fruit grants one superhuman abilities upon consumption. In my case, I ingested the healing fruit, which endowed me with the power to cure all ailments. As Mobius absorbed Zhao Hailuan's astonishing revelation, his initial reaction was one of disbelief. Could Dr. Zhao truly be regaling him with a myth? The notion of obtaining superpowers simply by eating something seemed preposterous. Nevertheless, the remarkable method by which Zhao Hailuan had cured him was undeniably beyond the realm of common understanding. Thus, Mobius found himself momentarily bewildered by her assertions. However, at that moment, Mobius was primarily concerned about his health and chose not to press Zhao Hailuan further. After expressing his gratitude, he departed from the research center. Upon returning to his own facility, despite the outward indications that his condition had improved, Mobius remained uneasy and resolved to conduct a thorough examination of his body. As a meticulous scientist, Mobius placed his faith solely in empirical data. Martina. Upon his arrival at the research center, an exuberant Mobius called out for his assistant, his voice echoing through the halls. Mobius, what is it? A strikingly beautiful female researcher, clad in a white lab coat and holding a document, emerged from a laboratory. She cast a fleeting glance at Mobius, her expression one of disbelief. You are Mobius? How is it possible that you do not recognize me? Mobius, noticing Martina's astonishment, could not suppress a smirk of pride. There is no doubt, I am indeed Mobius. What on earth happened? How could you? Martina scrutinized Mobius with incredulous eyes, struggling to comprehend the miraculous transformation. You were afflicted with an incurable disease. How could you return suddenly healed? We can discuss this later, but for now, Martina, please conduct a thorough examination. Mobius urged impatiently. Of course. Martina nodded vigorously, promptly setting aside her other tasks to arrange for Mobius's examination. She too was curious about the nature of his recovery. Although she fervently wished for Mobius's restoration to health, her rational mind insisted that such a feat was impossible. Contemporary medicine had yet to reach a stage where it could cure his condition. However, when the examination report was presented, Martina was left utterly speechless. The results indicated that Mobius's blood had returned to normal, with no abnormalities detected. Not only his blood, but all his other bodily metrics had also reached the standards of a healthy individual. Mobius was no longer the ailing scientist burdened by terminal illness. He had transformed into a remarkably healthy person. How is this even possible? This defies belief. Martina exclaimed. Mobius, what do the report's findings indicate? Allow me to see it. Noticing Martina's astonished demeanor, Mobius began to harbor suspicions. He fought to suppress his excitement and snatched the report from her grasp. As he perused the contents, his own exhilaration mirrored hers. It's true. I'm really cured. This is nothing short of a miracle. Mobius, how could such a thing happen? It's simply miraculous. How did you achieve this? Martina's incredulous voice broke through, her gaze fixed intently on him. In truth, it was Dr. Zhao Hailuan who cured me, Mobius recounted, sharing the extraordinary events that had unfolded at Zhao Hailuan's research center. Martina listened in stunned silence. The notion that such a dire ailment could be remedied merely by clasping hands for a few minutes was unfathomable. Had it not been for the revitalized Mobius standing before her, she would have dismissed the tale outright. Martina, do you believe in the devil fruit that Dr. Zhao spoke of? Mobius inquired earnestly, turning his gaze toward her. While it may sound utterly insane, Mobius, I believe that only such an extraordinary narrative can account for the bizarre events that have transpired in your life, Martina replied thoughtfully. The devil fruit shop. In summary, that final assailant truly did shoot Vanessa, even knocking her to the ground. In that fleeting moment, I contemplated a myriad of thoughts. I hadn't yet created a super baby. Our child's name remained undecided, and I hadn't become a star capable of starring in a blockbuster film for my future child to watch. Countless thoughts raced through my mind, and in that instant, time seemed to freeze, accompanied by the cessation of my heartbeat. Wait, you were attacked? Vanessa must be all right? Did she manage to use the suit to create protective clothing? Rasha could not contain his concern. I was just about to mention that, manager. Thank God. No, I should say thank you, manager, for providing such an extraordinary devil fruit. And of course, for my own brilliance in procuring it for Vanessa. I must also express gratitude for Vanessa's trust in me to consume that peculiar fruit. In any case, Vanessa is fine. Her attire perfectly deflected the bullet. Manager, I believe this thrilling moment should be documented to share with our future child. As Deadpool recounted his harrowing experience to Rasha, the bells at the door chimed. A suave gentleman in an elegant suit and long hair stepped into the shop. Wait, we have a guest. I must pause our conversation, Rasha said, exchanging pleasantries with Deadpool before putting down his phone to attend to the newcomer. Welcome to our humble establishment, he greeted warmly. Hello, manager, Mobius responded politely, simultaneously surveying the intriguing devil fruit shop with subtle curiosity. Initially, when Zhao Hailuan had revealed the truth about the devil fruits, Mobius had been skeptical, his doubts outweighing his belief. After conferring with his assistant, Mobius resolved to seek out the location that Helen Zhao had mentioned, albeit with a somewhat skeptical attitude and little expectation. To his astonishment, he discovered a shop dedicated to the enigmatic devil fruits. Frankly speaking, upon encountering this establishment, Mobius felt a flicker of hope igniting within him. Surely, Helen Zhao would not fabricate such a place merely to deceive him, would she? Yet, it was surprising that a store as extraordinary as this could appear so unassuming. To the extent that an unsuspecting passerby might mistake it for an ordinary fruit shop, this was certainly not in line with Mobius's expectations. Excuse me, shopkeeper. Do you happen to have a type of fruit known as the devil fruit? Mobius inquired, gazing intently at Rasha. He struggled to find a more fitting term, ultimately settling on the word special. Although the store bore the very name devil fruit, Mobius felt compelled to seek confirmation from Rasha. After all, the term might merely serve as a name, without the actual presence of such remarkable fruits within. With this question, Rasha immediately grasped the situation. It seemed this individual had indeed witnessed the wonders of the devil fruits, prompting his visit. Rasha nodded affirmatively to Mobius, gesturing towards the display case beside him. Please take a look. These are the devil fruits. Mobius's expression morphed into one of fascination as he beheld the vibrant assortment of fruits within the case. These are the devil fruits? They appear rather peculiar. Are they truly edible? Rasha, exuding confidence, replied, rest assured, whatever rumors you may have heard about our shop, I can guarantee their authenticity. Then, shopkeeper, may I inquire if you are acquainted with Dr. Helen Zhao? Mobius, not easily swayed by Rasha's charm, pondered before directing his gaze at him. Rasha comprehended that this man must have been healed by Helen Zhao. Suddenly, it dawned on Rasha. Was this not the doctor who had transformed into a vampire? No wonder he seemed so familiar at first glance. He was indeed a renowned figure. According to Rasha's recollection, this individual had suffered from a rare blood ailment and, in his quest for a cure, had incorporated bat DNA, resulting in his transformation into a supercharged vampire. It appeared now that his affliction had been cured by Helen Zhao, who was among the first patrons of this shop, having purchased the healing fruit that granted her the ability to cure all ailments. Rasha nodded, neither confirming nor denying, and suggested that Mobius had likely experienced the miraculous effects of healing. I cannot ascertain that just yet. In fact, that is precisely why I am here, Mobius candidly admitted, contemplating for a moment before continuing. Might I have the opportunity to witness the wondrous healing fruit? Regrettably, sir, we only have one of each type of devil fruit, and the healing fruit has already been purchased by Dr. Helen Zhao, so we are currently out of stock. However, Rasha continued, retrieving a compendium and handing it to Mobius. Here is a brief introduction to the healing fruit. If you are interested, you may find it enlightening. He pointed to the entry regarding the healing fruit in the compendium. Mobius glanced down at the description, which aligned perfectly with what Helen Zhao had conveyed. Without a shred of doubt, he withdrew his gaze and began examining the other intriguing entries within the compendium. First, there was a general overview of the devil fruits, followed by an array of other extraordinary fruits, each more wondrous than the last. Fruits that could render the surroundings eerily silent, fruits that facilitated communication with animals, fruits that could drain color from objects. The list was nothing short of astonishing, opening a gateway to a new realm of possibilities for Mobius. Hormone fruit? A particular entry caught Mobius's attention amidst the whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind. Hormones. Was this not a fruit that could manipulate the hormones within the human body? Such a concept resonated deeply with Mobius's research in biochemistry. If the hormone fruit could indeed control human hormones at will, he believed his studies could achieve unprecedented breakthroughs. Shopkeeper, is it true that the hormone fruit can manipulate human hormones, as the compendium suggests? Mobius eagerly inquired, his anticipation palpable. Indeed, the hormone fruit can indeed control hormones within the human body. Furthermore, beyond conventional hormones, it can also generate and regulate conceptual hormones, such as male hormones, female hormones, emotional hormones, and even healing hormones. Rasha elaborated. Terms like male and female hormones are rather broad and generalized. In biological terms, such distinctions are not strictly defined. Particularly, emotional hormones do not exist in such a form. As for healing hormones and growth hormones, they veer into the realm of the fantastical. In summary, this fruit possessed the extraordinary capability to regulate body temperature, emotions, pigmentation, and growth through hormonal control, effectively transforming the human body from within. In a matter of seconds, Mobius found himself grappling with the notion that a man could become a woman. It felt as though he were listening to a fantastical tale, utterly contravening the principles of scientific rationale. Yet, at that moment, the image of Helen Zhao healing her own incurable ailment merely by clasping her hands flashed through Mobius's mind, causing him to waver in his skepticism. The act of healing an incurable illness was as magical as instantaneously transforming a man into a woman. I was merely offering an example, Rasha noted, sensing the uncertainty in Mobius's eyes, but choosing to press on with his explanation. The modifications enabled by the hormone fruit have numerous applications. For instance, emotional hormones can be utilized to alleviate fatigue, while healing hormones can enhance the body's self-repair capabilities, allowing for recovery from various injuries. Of course, there are limits. If one is excessively fatigued or severely injured, using the hormone fruit for instant recovery may result in certain aftereffects. However, for ordinary fatigue and minor injuries, it poses no issues whatsoever. The more Mobius listened, the more incredulous he became. If the hormone fruit was indeed real, it was, without a doubt, a truly miraculous fruit that would undoubtedly yield unexpected benefits for his research. Yet, the sheer improbability of it all, despite Helen Zhao's own healing experience, could not entirely dispel the doubts lingering in his mind, especially given that the compendium indicated a staggering price of $400,000 for the hormone fruit. This is indeed not a trivial sum. However, fortunately, during Mobius and Zhao Hailuan's subsequent conversations, Zhao Hailuan revealed to Mobius that this store specializing in devil fruits provides samples for tasting. Once consumed, these samples grant the individual 5 minutes of extraordinary abilities. If Mobius remained uncertain, he could sample the product first to ensure its safety before making a formal purchase. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Mobius made this request to Rasha. Manager, to my understanding, your establishment offers samples of the devil fruits for tasting, correct? Of course, that's absolutely permissible, Rasha readily affirmed, as it was a legitimate request from a customer that he could not refuse. Without further ado, Rasha procured a sample of the hormone fruit and handed it to Mobius. Mobius accepted the sample, and after a brief moment of contemplation, with a glimmer of anticipation, he consumed the hormone fruit. Instantly, a look of astonishment crossed Mobius's face, as he immediately sensed the remarkable transformations occurring within his body. It was an extraordinary change, one that defied verbal description. In that moment, it felt as though a hormone controller had been installed within him. He could acutely perceive the various hormones within his body and manipulate them at will. The sensation was, indeed, profoundly astonishing. With a mere thought, Mobius found that a syringe-like appendage had sprouted from his fingertip. Although this syringe was an unprecedented phenomenon for him, Mobius quickly deduced its purpose. It was designed for injecting hormones into the human body. The experience was utterly magical. His eyes sparkled with wonder as he reveled in this enchanting sensation. Soon after, he concentrated again, utilizing the fruit's ability to secrete a corresponding sadness hormone, which he injected into himself. Remarkably, as if under a spell, despite having just cured his terminal illness, a cause for jubilation, Mobius inexplicably felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, yearning for a place to weep inconsolably. Although there was nothing truly sorrowful, Mobius simply found himself engulfed in sadness. The feeling was indescribably bizarre. Of course, the sadness hormone merely evoked feelings of sorrow without impeding Mobius's intellect in the slightest. At that moment, all doubts Mobius held regarding the hormone fruit were thoroughly dispelled. It was simply astounding. Wiping away the tears that had inexplicably flowed from his eyes, he gazed at Rasha and exhaled a heartfelt exclamation. However, the juxtaposition of his excited admiration and his sorrowful, conflicted expression rendered quite an amusing spectacle. Would you like to explore other devil fruits? Rasha inquired, his voice cheerful as he sought Mobius's opinion. No, that will suffice. I desire this hormone fruit, Mobius stated decisively, shaking his head. The price for the hormone fruit is a mere $4 million. Let us complete the transaction, manager. Without further ado, Mobius produced his bank card and handed it to Rasha. Beep. The transaction was swiftly concluded. Rasha presented the hormone fruit to Mobius, who, filled with boundless anticipation, quickly consumed a portion of it. Naturally, given the notoriously challenging flavor of devil fruits, it would take a warrior like Deadpool to consume an entire one. Greetings, esteemed customer. Our shop has formed a community for individuals with devil fruit powers. Would you like to join? After the transaction, Rasha once again posed this question to Mobius. As was his custom, certainly, it would be an honor. Much like most customers who had completed their purchases, Mobius hesitated not at all and chose to join the group. They exchanged social media contacts, and Rasha efficiently added Mobius to the group chat. Attention everyone. Let us warmly welcome a new member to our family at the House of Devil Fruits. Michael Mobius. Greetings everyone. I am Michael Mobius, and it is a privilege to join this wonderful family. Charles Xavier, Dr. Mobius? Is that you? I never expected you to be part of this group. Michael Mobius, Professor Xavier? I had no idea you were here as well. What a pleasant surprise. Indeed, both Professor X and Mobius were renowned figures within their respective circles, having crossed paths on a few occasions. While they were not particularly close, they were certainly acquainted. Deadpool, another doctor, joins the chat, with Dr. Zhao Hailuan included. Wow, I had no idea I knew so many top-tier scientists. Chapter 085, The Blacklist Customer. Zhao Hailuan, Dr. Mobius. Have you finally come to purchase a devil fruit from the manager? I wonder which fruit you have chosen. Michael Mobius. I have acquired the hormone fruit, which, in essence, allows for the modification of the human body through hormone control. Vanessa, that sounds like an extraordinary fruit. But what does this modification entail? What does it specifically involve? Hope Van Dyne. Hello, Dr. Mobius. I am Hope Van Dyne. Welcome to the group. Hope Van Dyne. Although I am unsure what kind of modification it entails, given that it is a devil fruit, I have a hunch it is anything but ordinary. Michael Mobius. Indeed, it is far from ordinary. For instance, I can utilize the fruit's abilities to transform men into women. Mobius's statement genuinely astonished everyone, as such a transformation seemed quite extravagant. The notion of seamless gender conversion was indeed remarkable. Wade Wilson, transforming men into women? Is that truly possible? That sounds fantastic. Wade Wilson, honestly, I have always been curious about what it is like to be a woman. It must be an extraordinary experience. Dr. Mobius, when will you transform me into a woman so I can relish in that experience? Professor X, the ability to alter one's gender at will? That is, indeed, quite incredible. Zhao Hailuan, it sounds like a truly marvelous fruit. Michael Mobius, I apologize for not clarifying earlier. The transformation I mentioned regarding men becoming women pertains solely to physical appearance, not an actual change in gender. It merely alters one's appearance without a true gender transition, which is akin to a transgender transformation. A chill ran through the group at this revelation. Such modifications were not something to be trifled with by the average individual. Wade Wilson, a transgender transformation? That actually seems quite intriguing. No, it should be said that it is even more fascinating. A new breed that transcends both men and women. Wade Wilson, Dr. Mobius, when you have a moment, could you assist me in undergoing a transformation? I can hardly contain my excitement. The entire group was stirred by Deadpool's exuberance, showering him with astonished glances. He was indeed a true warrior. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the group, Mobius refrained from further banter and promptly exited the chat. Manager, today has truly been an eye-opening experience. The devil fruit has opened a new door to the world for me. With the assistance of the hormone fruit, I believe my research will achieve groundbreaking advancements. Mobius earnestly expressed to Rasha. Allow me to extend my heartfelt wishes for your swift success. Mobius, Rasha sincerely expressed. Thank you, Manager. I shall not intrude any further today. I will visit again soon. You are always welcome. The manager replied. Goodbye. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Rasha, Mobius departed from the devil fruit shop. Another fruit sold. Quite splendid. Rasha's spirits remained high, as this indicated a step closer to achieving his sales target. Upon careful calculation, he realized that he had successfully sold a total of 14 fruits thus far. Only one fruit remained to meet the system's update criteria. Rasha was brimming with anticipation regarding the system's update. He was particularly intrigued by which fruits would be available and whether any natural-type devil fruits might be included. Upon further contemplation, the latest sales target of 10 devil fruits had reached 7, including the hormone fruit just purchased by Mobius. Only 3 more sales were required for Rasha to settle with the system and receive the corresponding rewards, having unwittingly sold 7. The remaining 3 seemed but a mere heartbeat away. Rasha was infused with vigor, which translated into remarkable success in the upcoming ranking matches, where he achieved a direct ascent to Diamond 1 after 5 consecutive victories. Following Mobius's visit, several other clients arrived at the shop. some skeptical of the devil fruits, and others simply lacking the means to purchase. Consequently, no additional sales were made, and the atmosphere remained unchanged. Then, shortly after 3 in the afternoon, a dapperly dressed man entered the devil fruit shop. His warm smile radiated charm. His meticulously combed hair complemented by a scarf around his neck, exuding the aura of a triumphant Wall Street executive. "Hello, manager. May I inquire about what a devil fruit is?" The man surveyed the shop discreetly before addressing Rasha politely. Based on Rasha's experience, this gentleman appeared to be a prime client, someone likely willing to spend several $1,000,000 on a single devil fruit. Rasha understood how to approach this individual. However, at that moment, an alert from the system suddenly echoed in Rasha's mind. "Warning! Warning! A prohibited order has been detected. Please address it immediately." A prohibited order? Rasha was momentarily taken aback, his first thought being that this man might be purchasing a devil fruit on behalf of someone else, someone who already possessed dominion over 3 devil fruits. Yet, when Rasha inquired with the system, he received an unexpectedly alarming response. The prospective buyer, Klein Fassbinder, is a member of the Hand Association. All associated personnel have been blacklisted by the system, prohibiting transactions. The system's feedback was startling. The Hand Association? Rasha had not anticipated that this seemingly elite individual could be affiliated with such a nefarious organization. In truth, if Rasha had known the man's connection to the Hand Association, he would not have sold him a devil fruit, even without the system's prohibition, as that would have crossed his moral boundary. Indeed, Rasha did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. He had previously sold devil fruits to characters like Jean Bing, Wesley, and Erica, who were hardly noble. But the Hand Association? That represented an entirely different realm of malevolence. They were infamous for deliberately orchestrating plagues, earthquakes, and even extermination events throughout human history, not just once. They were unequivocally the epitome of villainy. Selling a devil fruit to such individuals would be an unforgivable transgression. "Apologies, sir, but our shop is exclusively open to internal members and does not provide services to non-members. Please take your leave." Having discerned the true nature of the man named Klein, Rasha saw no need for further dialogue and casually offered an excuse to usher him out. Klein was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. Whether Klein had come by chance or was sent by the Hand Association to keep an eye on Rasha, the abrupt dismissal caught him off guard. "Is that so?" After a brief pause, Klein maintained his composure and politely inquired, "So, manager, what must one do to become a member of your esteemed establishment?" "Our shop has its own mechanisms, which I cannot disclose. If you have not received an invitation to join, it indicates that you do not meet our membership criteria. My apologies. Please leave." With that, Rasha gestured once more for Klein to exit. Klein understood that further conversation was futile, nodded respectfully to Rasha, and departed. Rasha then delved back into the system. Until now, he had been unaware that the system maintained a blacklist. What kind of individuals are included on this blacklist? He curiously inquired within the system. Individuals causing significant harm to human society, or those with a propensity toward such actions, marked by a profoundly dark and malevolent nature, will be placed on the blacklist by the system. The system's explanation was succinct. In essence, it indicated very bad, truly wicked individuals, surpassing even those like Jean Bing and Wesley in their malevolence. Rasha now understood the gravity of the situation. Beyond the Hand Association, are there other individuals or organizations on the blacklist? Hydra, Caecilius. The system provided 2 examples that undeniably aligned with its prior descriptions. Hydra, a historically notorious evil organization, required no further elaboration. The heinous acts committed by Red Skull alone warranted such classification. Furthermore, the Insight program, which aimed to annihilate hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of lives, justified their inclusion on the blacklist. Caecilius's actions were scarcely less sinister. His attempts to disrupt the Sanctum Sanctorum and summon dimensional demons to Earth were even more egregious than Hydra's misdeeds. Were Rasha to sell a devil fruit to such beings, even without the system's prohibition, he would be plagued by guilt. In Hell's Kitchen, Madame Gao's secret hideout, Murakami stood with a cane while Madame Gao lounged on a sofa. Their postures may have differed, yet the furrowed brows they shared spoke volumes. Before them stood Klein, the impeccably dressed man who had sought to purchase a devil fruit from Rasha. That young man's demeanor was resolute, Klein reported respectfully. As he stated, he offered me no service and issued multiple dismissals within just 2 minutes. However, I did observe an array of peculiar, vividly colored fruits in the display case, which I surmise are the devil fruits. Klein's report clarified that his visit was not a mere coincidence, but rather a directive from Madame Gao and Murakami. Since the last confrontation with Jean Bing, The duo has come to realize that he is not the true Iron Fist. Consequently, they conducted a thorough investigation into the extraordinary abilities exhibited by Jean Bing, Vanessa, and the Bullseye. Initially, Madame Gao and her associates suspected that they were mutants. However, as their inquiry deepened, they discovered their error. Jean Bing and his companions were not mutants at all, but rather ordinary individuals. The source of their remarkable powers was attributed to a mystical fruit known as the Devil Fruit, which grants superhuman abilities. This revelation left Madame Gao and her entourage both astonished and invigorated, astonished at the existence of such an extraordinary entity in the world, something they had never encountered in their centuries of life. The invigorating aspect was the realization that if the Devil Fruit could bestow superpowers, it offered a splendid opportunity for their organization to enhance its strength. Thus, Madame Gao and Murakami dispatched individuals to gather more information. However, to their surprise, the situation deviated significantly from their expectations. The Devil Fruit was not something that could be easily acquired. In essence, the merchants only sold it to individuals of their choosing, leaving others unable to procure it, correct? Madame Gao's voice resonated as she summarized Klein's report and cast a glance at him. Indeed, Klein nodded. Jean Bing, Vanessa, and the deceased Wesley, in addition to the infamous Zhao Haluan and the mercenary who had previously slain Daredevil, were among those who had procured the Devil Fruit. What distinguished them from us? Murakami pondered aloud. These individuals varied vastly in status and profession, lacking any commonality. And Murakami found it perplexing why they were deemed worthy of purchase while they were not. I understand. You may leave now. Madame Gao waved her hand, dismissing Klein. Jean Bing, an inconsequential character, has humiliated us, and now even a mere fruit vendor looks down upon us. Is this the extent of our organization? After Klein's departure, Murakami slowly stood, casting a meaningful glance at Madame Gao. A momentary setback does not define our capabilities. There exists no invincible figure in this world. Madame Gao responded with a calm demeanor, adding, from another perspective, we ought to be grateful for this setback, at the very least. It has unveiled to us a more formidable and wondrous power, has it not? Yet that power has barred us from entry. Indeed, our organization has yet to fail in acquiring what we desire, Madame Gao retorted with a smirk. Chapter 087. Illegal Invasion of the Devil Fruit Store. What do you intend to do? Murakami inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Madame Gao. Since they refuse to sell to us, we shall simply take it ourselves. She replied with an air of nonchalance, as if such actions were commonplace for them. However, we must proceed with caution and consider our strategy carefully. Murakami concurred without dissent, adding in a low voice, despite Klein's feedback indicating that the store's clerk appeared to be an ordinary young man. Their prior investigations had uncovered no affiliations with the Devil Fruit Store. Yet, Murakami recognized that anyone capable of offering such extraordinary items for sale was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. Their origins must be substantial. Furthermore, unlike Jean Bing's mundane power, the entity behind the Devil Fruit Store could very well be a formidable force entangled with the arcane, akin to Kunlun. After all, the Devil Fruit itself is a supernatural existence. In the face of such a phenomenon, even their organization must tread carefully. While they should not be paralyzed by fear, a prudent approach is essential. I comprehend, Madame Gao nodded. The five of them had survived for centuries and were among the rare few who grasped the true nature of the world. They understood that some supernatural and enigmatic forces existed, and provoking them could lead to considerable complications. Their organization had a global reach, and beyond their core and peripheral members, they controlled countless puppets within the city. I will ensure everything is arranged properly. Even if unforeseen events arise, they will not implicate our organization, she assured Murakami. Murakami refrained from further comments, trusting Madame Gao's capabilities. Despite her elderly appearance, which might suggest a frail mind, she was astute, and in matters of intrigue and deception, Murakami felt himself inadequate. You will oversee this matter, but what of Jean Bing? Murakami asked, scrutinizing Madame Gao once more. The previous ambush on Jean Bing had resulted in a complete rout, and neither he nor Madame Gao would act recklessly again. Though reluctant to admit it, they had to acknowledge that, given their current resources, confronting Jean Bing would be exceedingly challenging. Moreover, following their last encounter, Jean Bing would undoubtedly be bolstering his ranks. Given that Hell's Kitchen was Jean Bing's stronghold, Murakami and Madame Gao had little chance of success alone. I have already informed the gambler. Once he and his men arrive, we can launch our counterattack, Madame Gao stated with an unhurried demeanor, as if everything was under control. Murakami nodded, signaling his understanding without further elaboration. As the bustling day transitioned into night, the once vibrant city fell silent, save for a few wandering souls lingering in the shadows. The same was true for Street 7. Yet, amidst the inky darkness, a man clad in a casual suit, complemented by a checkered shirt and a felt hat, exuded an air of flamboyance as he stealthily approached the entrance of the Devil Fruit store. "This must be the place," the man in the felt hat remarked, glancing at the sign above the store to confirm his location before producing a set of professional tools to attempt a forcible entry. It was evident that he possessed expertise in this endeavor. In a short span, he successfully unlocked the door of the Devil Fruit store. After cautiously surveying his surroundings, he stepped into the establishment. "Warning! Warning! The store is experiencing an illegal invasion. Warning! Warning! The store is experiencing an illegal invasion." Unbeknownst to the man in the felt hat, at that very moment, far away in an apartment 5 streets over, Luo Xia received an alert from the system. An illegal invasion? Luo Xia paused, feeling a mix of surprise and inevitability. It appeared that this extraordinary entity, the Devil Fruit, had finally attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Fortunately, each time Luo Xia departed from the Devil Fruit store, he would utilize the system to seamlessly transfer the Devil Fruits into the system's space. Regardless of who the intruder was, they were destined to leave empty-handed. Thus, Luo Xia remained unfazed, steady as a rock. "Let me see who dares to be so foolish." Ratchet promptly rose from his bed, composedly donning his attire before opening the window. In an instant, he transformed into a radiant burst of golden light, soaring into the night sky. In times past, Ratchet would have never acted so ostentatiously. However, now, endowed with considerable prowess, he felt no need to remain restrained or apprehensive. Whoosh! The golden light ascended swiftly into the heavens, pausing momentarily as Ratchet took a moment to orient himself. Whoosh! The golden glow then angled downward, crashing directly onto the streets of 7th Avenue in New York. Despite Ratchet's current mastery of the Glimmer Fruit, which had reached the level of Admiral Kizaru, the absence of the requisite observation hockey rendered its application less than fluid. For instance, at this moment, relying solely on his naked eye amidst the inky darkness of night made it exceedingly difficult to accurately pinpoint the location of his shop. He could only assess the situation by combining the indistinct surroundings he could perceive with his recollections, inevitably leading to some discrepancies. Fortunately, Ratchet had become quite familiar with this area, and the inaccuracies were minimal. He silently hoped that the next lottery would grant him the observation hockey. As he scanned his surroundings, discerning the direction of his shop, he began to stride forward with purpose. Unbeknownst to him, the man in the felt hat remained completely oblivious to these events. At that moment, he was inside the Devil Fruit store, wielding a flashlight to conduct his reconnaissance. Wasn't this merely an ordinary fruit shop? The man in the felt hat surveyed the interior, his face betraying a hint of bewilderment. The shop's arrangement was unmistakably that of a typical fruit store, nothing more. He genuinely struggled to comprehend why he had been instructed to infiltrate a fruit shop to pilfer some fruits. Oh wait, the orders had been quite specific, a fruit known as the Devil Fruit. What a bizarre name for a fruit. Chapter 088. He transformed into light. Despite his inner musings, the man in the felt hat, driven by the prospect of monetary gain, meticulously began to search the Devil Fruit store. Alas, after an exhaustive search, he found nothing. Not a single peculiar fruit, or even a ghostly shadow. The display cases were utterly bare, and the rest of the premises equally empty. After his fruitless endeavor, the man had no choice but to retreat. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Soon, someone on the other end answered, a gruff voice resounding. "Did you succeed?" "No, the store is devoid of any fruits." "Is your intel even accurate?" The man in the felt hat retorted. "Nothing at all." "Are you certain?" The voice on the line grew stern. Realizing who he was speaking to, the man hastily clarified, "I am certain. I searched every nook and cranny of the store and found no fruit whatsoever. The display cases are completely empty. You didn't leave any traces, did you?" "Of course not. I'm a professional. I've erased all traces of my presence. No one will know I was there." "All right, understood. Make your exit swiftly." "Understood." The man in the felt hat hung up and quickly turned to leave. However, as he spun around, he was taken aback to find a young man standing behind him, wearing a sardonic smile. "Buddy, you've rummaged through my store for quite a while, and though you've found nothing, it doesn't seem right to just leave, does it?" Ratchet said, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow at the man in the felt hat. "What? It's you?" The man in the felt hat exclaimed, astonished. He had thought his actions were undetected, only to discover that the owner of the fruit store was already aware of his presence. The man in the felt hat found it absurd that a mere fruit vendor could be so elusive. Surely such vigilance was unwarranted for a simple fruit shop. "Kid, move aside," or else he grinned menacingly, producing a gleaming dagger from his pocket. Ratchet, however, chose not to engage in further dialogue. He merely extended a hand, gesturing toward the man's knife-wielding right hand. Swoosh! A photon bullet was swiftly propelled from Ratchet's hand. Ah! The man in the felt hat gasped in pain as a gaping wound appeared on his wrist, causing him to drop the dagger with a clatter. What is happening? The man stood momentarily dazed, his eyes widening as he inspected Ratchet's empty right hand. How had that luminous wave come to be? Blast it, you're a mutant. The man in the felt hat suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting dramatically. If he was indeed facing a mutant, matters had become quite complicated. With determination, the man gritted his teeth and drew a handgun from behind his waist, unhesitatingly aiming it at Ratchet. Though his left hand was less adept than his right, in a face-to-face encounter, he was confident he could still shoot accurately. Bang! 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 The muffled sound of suppressed gunfire echoed as several bullets struck Ratchet's chest. Yet, contrary to expectations, no gaping wounds appeared. Instead, the areas struck by the bullets shimmered with golden light. Bang! Bang! The man in the felt hat heard the bullets ricochet off the walls almost simultaneously. What the hell? His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ratchet. The bullets had passed through his body and exited unscathed. Even for a mutant, this was utterly extraordinary. What on earth was this individual? Random shooting isn't a wise habit. Ratchet's voice dripped with mockery as he fired 2 more photon bullets, rendering the man in the felt hat's left hand useless. Clatter! The gun fell from the man's grasp. All right, now you can tell me who sent you, Ratchet stated, brushing off his hands as though he had merely completed a trivial task, fixing his gaze on the man in the felt hat. Before he could respond, a bullet, seemingly from nowhere, struck the man in the felt hat's head, obliterating it. His body swayed and collapsed to the ground like a lifeless dog. There are others. Ratchet spun around, instinctively glancing behind him. He swiftly returned to the fallen man, examining the entry wound on his head and aligning it with his own observations. He deduced that the bullet had likely originated from the northeast, atop the Crown Hotel. Without uttering a word, he transformed back into light, shooting toward the hotel. Atop the Crown Hotel, a coldly composed marksman clad in a trench coat was hastily stowing away his sniper rifle, preparing to make his escape. At that moment, the gunman suddenly realized that the young man from the east had transformed into a beam of light, hurtling directly towards him. To his astonishment, that radiant beam was indeed him. How could such a phenomenon be possible? A tumult of confusion surged within the gunman's heart. Earlier, when Rasha had utilized the powers of the flash fruit to rush over from the apartment, the gunman had caught sight of that inexplicable yellow flash. However, he had no inkling that the person behind the flash could be linked to that singular beam of light. He merely assumed it was akin to some form of fireworks. Nothing more. It was utterly inconceivable to fathom that it could be a person. But now, as the familiar scene unfolded once more, the gunman found himself at a loss for reaction. The previous light was indeed this individual. What on earth was happening? As those bewildering thoughts raced through his mind, the gunman blinked, and the beam of light halted before him. Under the gunman's wide-eyed gaze, the light transformed back into a human form. Chapter 089, Ding. Li Xuanhuan has joined the group chat. Nevertheless, the gunman's mental fortitude was commendable. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure. He abruptly raised his firearm once more, intending to shoot at Rasha. Naturally, Rasha would not allow the gunman to succeed. With a swift motion, a photon bullet shot forth, piercing through the gunman's hand that clutched the gun. A muffled groan escaped the gunman's lips as his eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on Rasha. In that instant, he finally comprehended the nature of the weapon Rasha had used against the Hat Man. It was merely his own fingers, nothing more. Yet that was not the end of it. After incapacitating one of the gunman's hands, Rasha did not hesitate. He fired another shot at the remaining arm and both legs, thoroughly rendering the gunman immobile. With a thud, the gunman collapsed to the ground, unable to maintain his stance. I will only ask you once. Tell me who your mastermind is. Rasha stood over the gunman, gazing down at him as he writhed in agony, resembling a monster in the gunman's eyes. Otherwise, what will you do? Kill me? Yet the gunman did not yield, merely sneering at Rasha with a sardonic grin. He was astonished by Rasha's capabilities, but he did not fear his impending fate. I will shoot you full of holes, and then it will be unclear whether you live or die, Rasha remarked nonchalantly. Huh. In the face of such a threat, the gunman laughed, a cold and cruel laughter, as if to say, you truly do not understand how to intimidate someone. After uttering that phrase, the gunman abruptly shut his mouth, adopting a biting posture. Moments later, he began to froth at the mouth, trembling violently. Within seconds, he lay still on the ground. Rasha was taken aback. The gunman had committed suicide. The kind of dramatic scene one might witness in a film was unfolding right before Rasha's eyes. It was, without a doubt, far beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated that a gunman could be so ruthless, opting for suicide without a hint of hesitation. You are merely a killer, not some clandestine operative from an intelligence agency. Isn't that a tad exaggerated? Yet, despite his grumbling, Rasha found himself at a loss with the gunman's suicide. The trail of clues was utterly severed. It was impossible to ascertain who had set their sights on the devil fruit. However, such matters could be pondered later. For now, he needed to dispose of the two corpses. The method was exceedingly simple. He could utilize the powers of the flash fruit. This fruit could generate countless energy bullets imbued with terrifying power, and annihilating a corpse was a trivial task. Snap! Snap! After taking several photographs of the gunman for future investigation, Rasha wasted no time. He raised his hands slightly, crossed them over his chest, and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the corpse before him. In an instant, a multitude of photon bullets rained down, completely engulfing the gunman's body. After a brief moment, when Rasha ceased firing, the once corporeal form had been reduced to mere particles, utterly obliterated. He employed the same method for the corpse lying at the entrance of the devil fruit shop, dragging it to a convenient location and effortlessly disintegrating it. Having completed this grisly task, Rasha transformed back into light and shot into the night sky, disappearing without a trace, as if nothing had ever transpired. Upon returning to his apartment, Rasha changed out of his blood-stained clothes and took a quick shower before reclining on his bed. However, he found himself devoid of sleepiness, sinking instead into deep contemplation. His first consideration was the identities of the Hat Man and the gunman. Although lacking definitive clues, Rasha had begun to suspect a particular organization, the Hand Association. Just after the Hand Association had suffered defeat at his shop, it was curious that someone would begin to entertain nefarious ideas. The timing was too coincidental to ignore any potential connection between the two events. Nonetheless, speculation alone was insufficient. Thus, investigation was imperative. After all, if he guessed correctly, there would be no issue, but if he were mistaken, the true culprits would remain at large. Given Rasha's own abilities, attempting to uncover the gunman's mastermind based solely on a photograph was akin to chasing phantoms. The only feasible approach he could devise involved the members of the group chat. There were indeed several influential figures within the group, and if they were willing to assist in the investigation, the task would not prove too daunting. This was not an insurmountable challenge. What weighed heavily on Rasha's mind was his position as the enigmatic proprietor of the Devil Fruit Shop, a figure who should command respect and admiration. Everyone likely perceived him as a person of significant influence, believing that he had a mysterious and formidable force backing him. Although he presented himself as an ordinary individual without airs, in the eyes of others, he maintained a certain prestige. They looked up to him. However, if he required assistance to investigate such a trivial matter as one person's identity, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. How could he navigate this situation smoothly while maintaining his standing and persuading the group to lend their assistance? After careful contemplation, Rasha formulated a plan. He decided to proceed with it. With his decision made, he felt no further hesitation, turned off the lights, and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening naturally, Rasha leisurely went through his morning routine, had breakfast, and then casually made his way to the Devil Fruit Shop. Glancing at the time, he realized he was half an hour late. Yet, this was one of the perks of being a boss. Tardiness was at his discretion. After releasing the devil fruits into the display case and tidying up the shop, Rasha took out his phone and created a new account, adding it to the group chat. Shop owner, everyone, our beloved family at the Devil Fruit House has welcomed a new member. Let us extend a warm welcome. Li Xuanhuan. Greetings, everyone. My name is Li Xuanhuan, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. As a newcomer to this group, I humbly ask for your guidance and support. With my arrival, the once tranquil atmosphere of the group has once again transformed into a lively exchange. Chapter 090. I, the laser man who has consumed the laser fruit. The first to log in is none other than Deadpool, the perennial king of this chat realm. Wade Wilson, Li Xuanhuan. Wow, it seems we have a friend from Huaxia. Just like our esteemed manager, Xuanhuan. I believe I could engage quite well with our new friend, as I have much valuable advice to offer in this regard. Wade Wilson, but let's set that aside for now. However, Brother Xuanhuan, since you hail from Huaxia, I am quite curious. Do all Huaxia people practice martial arts? Like Bruce Lee? Perhaps? Vanessa. Hello, Mr. Lee. I am Vanessa, and I warmly welcome you to our group. By the way, the chatty one upstairs is my husband. Zhao Hailuan. Welcome, Mr. Li Xuanhuan. May I inquire about your nationality? I am Zhao Hailuan from the land of the morning calm. Li Xuanhuan. I appreciate your warm welcome. Wade is correct. I indeed come from Huaxia, but I do not possess any martial arts skills. Charles Xavier. Huaxia is a nation with a rich history and profound cultural depth. Welcome to our midst, Mr. Li. I am Charles Xavier, and I am an educator. Michael Morbius. Professor Xavier is being modest, in truth. He is a renowned authority in the field of genetic mutations. Greetings, Mr. Li. You may call me Michael or Morbius. Charles Xavier. It is Dr. Morbius who is being humble. By the way, Dr. Morbius is an illustrious scientist who has been awarded the Nobel Prize. Wade Wilson, and me. Mr. Li. I just realized I may have forgotten to introduce myself. I, too, am a scientist, and I am among the few experts in the field of human mortality. Wade Wilson. I can inform you which methods of demise are the most excruciating, and which ones possess a certain poetic quality, be it a bullet to the head, being riddled with bullets, being thrown from a height into a pulp, being blown to smithereens by explosives, being consumed by flames, or having one's head cleaved by an axe. Vanessa. Wade, enough. Vanessa. My apologies, Mr. Li. Wade's mind is somewhat unhinged, so please do not take it to heart. Li Xuanhuan. No need to worry. I have encountered individuals with even more erratic minds. Li Xuanhuan. Furthermore, esteemed friends, I have just arrived in New York from Huaxia, and I am unfamiliar with this place. I hope to rely on your kindness in the future. Li Xuanhuan. By the way, I am the laser man who has consumed the laser fruit. If anyone requires my abilities, please do not hesitate to reach out. Of course, the notion of the laser fruit is merely a fabrication by Luo Xia, intended to elevate the standing of my persona, Li Xuanhuan. After all, the laser fruit sounds remarkably extraordinary. In comparison to all the devil fruits sold within the group, this particular fruit's potential is indeed immense. As anticipated, upon Luo Xia revealing his fruit, Zhao Hailuan, the professor, and Morbius, among other scholars, remained relatively composed. Yet Deadpool and the more reticent Kingpin immediately displayed heightened interest in Li Xuanhuan. In their eyes, Li Xuanhuan's value soared dramatically. Wade Wilson. Wow, the laser fruit. Li Xuanhuan. Is it the kind that allows you to emit lasers from your eyes? Akin to Cyclops from the X-Men? Li Xuanhuan. Not just that, I can emit lasers from any part of my body, not solely my eyes. Li Xuanhuan. Should anyone in the group require my abilities, please feel free to inform me. I am eager to contribute to our familial bond. Vanessa. How cool. That is incredibly awesome. Vanessa. Wait a moment, Laser Man. ISNT, our manager, the Flash Man who consumed the Flash fruit? Li Xuanhuan. Your fruit seems remarkably similar to the manager's. How could it not be similar? They are practically identical. It is merely that Luo Xia has slightly altered the application, shifting from photon blasts to laser beams. Furthermore, by adjusting the frequency of the photons, changing their color, so to speak, one can achieve a splendid disguise from Flash Man to Laser Man. This incarnation of the Laser Man, cloaked in the guise of Li Xuanhuan, is intended to be Luo Xia's primary alias for interactions with these individuals in the group. Manager. Indeed, Vanessa. The fruit consumed by Li Xuanhuan bears a striking resemblance to the one I consumed. In fact, the Flash fruit is an advanced version of the laser fruit. Zhao Hailuan. An advanced fruit? I believe I grasp your meaning, Manager. Laser is indeed a form of light wave. Hope Vanessa. My apologies for just logging in. Have we welcomed newcomers to the group? Welcome. I am Hope Vanessa. Mr. Li, I look forward to your guidance. Hope Vanessa. Wait a moment, the laser fruit? Manager. If I recall correctly, there was no mention of a laser fruit in the catalog, was there? Charles Xavier. Indeed, when I sought to purchase the fruit, the catalog did not include a laser fruit. Has it been updated since then? Manager. Yes, Professor Xavier, our shop has recently added a laser fruit, which was subsequently acquired by Li Xuanhuan. Such matters are simply subject to Luo Xia's whims, and no one else can discern the truth of it. Wilson Fisk. Greetings, Mr. Li. I am Wilson Fisk, and I warmly welcome your presence. The usually reticent Kingpin has now begun to chime in. He has been preparing a grand strategy to confront the Hand, and Li Xuanhuan's arrival is most fortuitous, as it could prove to be a valuable asset. Wilson Fisk. Mr. Li, have you just arrived in New York? I wonder how you have settled in. I have been operating in New York for many years. I do not claim to be extraordinarily successful, but I can handle certain minor matters. Wilson Fisk. Should you require assistance, Mr. Li, please do not hesitate to ask. Luo Xia's eyes glimmered with excitement. This was precisely the response he had been awaiting. Li Xuanhuan. In fact, there is something I wish to ask of the group. Li Xuanhuan. Last night, I was attacked by a gunman, and I wish to ascertain the identity of this assailant. I wonder if anyone could assist me in uncovering who this individual is. Wilson Fisk. Mr. Li, consider it done. I believe no one is more suited to handle this matter than I. Kingpin readily accepted the task without a moment's hesitation. As he stated, given his influence in New York, He is indeed the most qualified for such inquiries. Chapter 091. The Attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing Kingpin so readily take charge of the situation, Luosha felt quite pleased. It appears that the persona of the laser man who has consumed the laser fruit has served a significant purpose. For Kingpin, the opportunity to have such a figure as the laser man owe him a favor is not one to be overlooked. However, unbeknownst to Luosha, Kingpin's willingness to accept this task stems from another crucial factor, the hand. Following his decisive confrontation with Lady Gao and Murakami, Kingpin has been diligently recruiting allies and gathering strength, simultaneously conducting thorough investigations into Lady Gao and her associates. Yet, this inquiry revealed startling truths. The hand has surfaced under Kingpin's scrutiny, and the sheer magnitude of this organization left him astounded. Jin Bing is far from a fool. Despite his near-legendary status in Hell's Kitchen akin to an underground emperor, he harbors no overconfidence against an organization that has endured for centuries. In this context, the emergence of Li Xuanhuan is akin to a pillow being offered to one who is drowsy, an opportunity too precious to overlook. In truth, it is not merely Li Xuanhuan who has caught Jin Bing's eye. He has been observing several members within the group for quite some time. However, despite the fact that all members possess fruit-based abilities, there are but a handful of combatants, counting only one Deadpool, and that is all. Jin Bing had already reached out to Deadpool, proposing to hire him to assist in dealing with the hand, yet he was met with refusal. Deadpool, though a mercenary, is no simpleton. The notion of confronting the hand is a perilous pitfall. Once ensnared, escape is nearly impossible unless one uproots the organization entirely. Moreover, Deadpool now has a legitimate career, comfortably earning money simply by standing amongst people and letting them admire his visage. Why would he risk his life for bloodshed? Presently, he has even considered starting a family with Vanessa, naturally seeking to distance himself from his former violent lifestyle. Thus, Jin Bing finds himself in a rather unfortunate predicament, unable to recruit anyone from the group. Therefore, the arrival of Li Xuanhuan is particularly significant for Jin Bing, a chance not to be missed. Li Xuanhuan, this is truly splendid. Fisk, thank you ever so much. As a newcomer to New York, I find myself rather powerless and genuinely in need of your assistance, Fisk. Wade Wilson, damn it, Fisk. You beat me to it. Li Xuanhuan, you might not know me well, but I am a notable figure in New York. Finding people is a trivial matter for me. Charles Xavier, since Mr. Fisk has already spoken, I shan't add more, but should you require any further assistance, I would be most willing to help. Michael Morbius, while I may not be of much aid elsewhere, if there are matters pertaining to science or academia that you require, do not hesitate to reach out. Zhao Hailuan, I am merely a researcher in biological nanotechnology, so I must apologize, Mr. Li, as I find myself somewhat powerless to assist. Zhao Hailuan, however, the members of this group are all exceptional in their respective fields, and I believe they will surely be able to resolve your issues, Mr. Li. Hope Van Dyne, I regret to inform you, Li, that I too find myself somewhat lacking in this regard, but seeing everyone so eager to offer assistance, I am confident your dilemmas will be resolved. Li Xuanhuan, thank you everyone. I am sincerely grateful for your support and help. Li Xuanhuan, now Wilson Fisk. Shall we converse privately? Wilson Fisk, absolutely. Thus, without further ado, Rasha swiftly added Jin Bing as a friend and sent him the photographs he had taken. I have received the photos. I will immediately arrange for an investigation. However, Mr. Li, do you have any additional clues apart from these images? Jin Bing inquired thoughtfully. My apologies, Fisk, but I have no other leads. I have already killed the person and disposed of the body, Rasha candidly confessed. Seeing Rasha so nonchalantly admit to murder and the destruction of evidence, Jin Bing felt a thrill of excitement. This indicated that Li Xuanhuan and he were of the same ilk. This portends a future ripe for collaboration. That is quite sufficient. I will promptly arrange for an investigation, Mr. Li. Await my updates. Jin Bing declared earnestly to Rasha. Then I shall trouble you, Fisk. Do not mention it. And thus, the two parties reached a cordial agreement. Three Wings Tower. Director's Office. Wilson Fisk. On the surface, a successful entrepreneur and businessman, clandestinely leads the underground forces of Hell's Kitchen, with tendrils extending throughout New York City. The village chief, Carlson, stood before a man whose head resembled a boiled egg, reporting earnestly. I am well aware of who Wilson Fisk is. Carlson, get straight to the point. The egg-headed man interrupted Carlson, his singular eye gazing at him languidly. So what is the conclusion? I understand this may be unexpected, but Director Fury, Jin Bing is not a mutant, Carlson stated with grave seriousness. We were all mistaken. He is not a mutant or an illegal resident. If he is not a mutant, then I presume his associate, Bullseye, who can transform his limbs into blades, is also not a mutant? Nick Fury's eye glinted sharply as it bore down on Coulson. Indeed, Director Fury, Bullseye is likewise not a mutant. Coulson nodded, then produced a stack of documents, placing them before Nick Fury. As he pointed to the individuals in the photographs, he introduced them. This woman is named Erica. She is an assassin and mercenary capable of releasing thorns from her body, and I must add, these are no ordinary thorns. They are incredibly hard and can be wielded like blades. This blind man, Bullseye, I trust you are aware of his identity. He can project a type of pulse from his hands. Additionally, we have Dr. Zhao Hailuan, an expert in biological nanotechnology. She can heal a person's ailments merely by holding their hands for a few minutes. Chapter 09. The Arrival of Black Widow. I suspect these individuals are also not mutants. Correct? Nick Fury scanned the photographs before him, then returned his gaze to Coulson, exuding confidence. Indeed, they are not mutants. I have already confirmed this with the professor. Coulson asserted decisively. This means they are not illegal mutant residents, and the professor has not violated the original agreement. Nick Fury nodded. So, Coulson, what exactly are they? Clap. Coulson placed another photograph before Nick Fury, who glanced down, his singular eye narrowing in intrigue. The House of Devil Fruits? For months ago, this establishment quietly opened on 7th Street, but it does not sell fruit in the traditional sense. It specializes in a peculiar type of fruit known as devil fruits. Indeed, the House of Devil Fruits is not merely an eccentric name. They genuinely offer these devil fruits. The proprietor claims that consuming a devil fruit grants one superpowers, and each fruit is priced in the millions of dollars. Initially, due to the absurdity of such claims, no one believed it. However, but these individuals we once thought to be illegal mutant residents have, in fact, consumed these devil fruits, correct? Nick Fury interjected, voicing what Coulson had been about to say. Yes, Director Fury, according to our investigation, that is indeed the case. Coulson affirmed with a nod. So, these miraculous fruits that grant superpowers upon consumption are real? Nick Fury raised an eyebrow. At that moment, even Nick Fury, seasoned by countless tribulations and familiar with many phenomena that would be deemed legendary by ordinary individuals, felt a sense of bewilderment. How could such wondrous fruits exist in this world? This notion, even for him, bordered on the fantastical. Moreover, given that the House of Devil Fruits possesses such extraordinary fruits, why would they choose to sell them? This is a conundrum that Nick Fury simply cannot fathom. Were he in their position, such a treasure would undoubtedly be kept under wraps and treated with utmost confidentiality, reserved solely for personal use. Even the most misguided individual would hardly resort to openly peddling such remarkable items. Fury is utterly perplexed by their rationale. Is it merely for profit? To sell something so enigmatic solely for monetary gain seems utterly absurd. Furthermore, according to Coulson's intelligence, the prices of these devil fruits are exceedingly low, suggesting that the sellers are not motivated by profit. So what, then, is their true intention? Nick Fury is at a loss. Director Fury, what are your plans? Coulson's voice broke through the silence, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze upon Fury, inquiring earnestly. Send Natasha personally to investigate the authenticity of this House of Devil Fruits. Fury replied almost instantaneously, without much contemplation. The House of Devil Fruits. Anthony Will, aged 42. Serves as a security manager at Holland's Trading Company, but this is merely a facade, the most superficial of his identities. In truth, he is a professional assassin, trained in secrecy from a young age, who once operated in Southeast Asia and is wanted in 4 countries, a highly dangerous individual. Roxa is currently utilizing Li Xuanhuan's alias to communicate with Jean Bing. Remarkably, within just a brief span of time, Jean Bing has managed to uncover the identity of the gunman with remarkable clarity. It must be said, the underground overlords are indeed formidable. However, the most crucial piece of information that Jean Bing has yet to ascertain is the identity of the individual orchestrating Anthony's actions. This is what Roxa is most concerned about. I have yet to uncover the true mastermind behind Anthony, but I have gathered some clues. I believe that with a bit more time, I will uncover the truth. Jean Bing assured Roxa with confidence. Fisk, thank you for your hard work. I intend to fulfill my promises, do I not? After a brief exchange, the call concluded. Roxa feels a sense of reassurance in trusting this matter to Jean Bing. Within their circle, Jean Bing wields the greatest power and influence. Not only is he a kingpin of the underworld, but he has also deeply infiltrated various official domains. If anyone is capable of uncovering the truth, it is undoubtedly Jean Bing. Not long after concluding the call with Jean Bing, the doorbell jingled. Roxa glanced up to see a striking woman with voluminous golden waves of hair entering the House of Devil Fruits. This is Black Widow. Roxa immediately recognized her. given her prominent status in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. has finally taken an interest in him, Roxa mused. Welcome to our humble shop, esteemed guest, Roxa greeted her nonchalantly, despite the thoughts swirling in his mind. Hello, shopkeeper. I happened to pass by and noticed your shop's intriguing name, House of Devil Fruits, which piqued my curiosity. I wanted to see for myself what these devil fruits are. Are they akin to the elaborate Chinese pastries? I once visited a pastry shop where they crafted whimsical shapes. Honestly, it was quite fascinating. Black Widow expertly disguised herself as an ordinary woman drawn in by curiosity. Unfortunately for her, she had already revealed her true identity to Roxa. However, Roxa was indifferent to her facade, whether she was a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent or not. Her presence in pursuit of devil fruits made her a customer. Ah, you've misunderstood. This establishment is not a pastry shop, but a legitimate retailer of devil fruits. Roxa smiled at Black Widow. Devil fruits? Black Widow's gaze fixed upon the vibrant assortment displayed before her, her brow furrowing in intrigue. Is it truly these? Indeed, these peculiar fruits, no matter how seasoned her experience, were unlike anything she had ever encountered before. As you can see, Roxa shrugged his shoulders. Black Widow began to scrutinize the unusual fruits, her eyes betraying a hint of skepticism. According to Director Fury's intelligence, consuming these fruits bestows superhuman abilities. Although Black Widow recognizes that Fury's insistence on her presence here signifies some level of truth, she still finds the notion of such extraordinary fruits absurd. Wow, these are truly peculiar fruits. I've never seen anything quite like them, Black Widow remarked, her words reflecting her genuine thoughts. She indeed found these fruits exceedingly strange. So, where do these fruits originate? Are they new varieties cultivated by your shop, or have you procured them from elsewhere? Black Widow inquired further, subtly probing Roxa about the origins of the devil fruits. These devil fruits are unique to our establishment. Have you encountered such extraordinary fruits in other places? Roxa responded confidently. Only here? Black Widow maintained her composure, but mentally noted this information. I understand now. You have developed these new varieties yourselves, correct? Black Widow deduced reasonably. To this, Roxa offered no rebuttal. In a sense, her understanding was not entirely inaccurate. Then, have you also created a compendium for these fruits? Black Widow's gaze inadvertently fell upon the devil fruit compendium. Her eyes widened with fascination. Shopkeeper, may I take a look at this compendium? Of course, esteemed guest, please do. Roxa gestured invitingly. He had crafted the compendium for the very purpose of sharing it with others, so he could not refuse Black Widow's request. Thank you, shopkeeper. Black Widow graciously accepted the devil fruit compendium from Roxa and began to examine it intently. Utilizing her agent's remarkable memory, she meticulously recorded the information within the compendium. Devil fruits are regarded as treasures of the sea, embodiments of the sea's demons. Consuming a devil fruit grants individuals corresponding superhuman abilities. Embodiments of the sea's demons? What does that imply? What kind of demon is this sea demon? Black Widow pondered silently. Nevertheless, the assertion that consuming these fruits imparts superhuman abilities was consistent with the intelligence provided by Director Fury. She continued reading. Devil fruits are classified into three primary categories: Zoan, Paramecia, and Logia. Consuming a Zoan fruit allows one to take on animal traits, gaining corresponding abilities and strength. Paramecia grants a variety of extraordinary powers akin to those of the likes of law enforcement officers. The elemental fruits, upon consumption, bestow the ability to harness various natural elements. The array of types is extensive and diverse. Setting aside the debate on whether these devil fruits genuinely confer superhuman powers, one cannot dismiss the fact that the compendium presents a sophisticated and coherent system rather than a mere fabrication. Should these devil fruits prove to be authentic, the impact of such a store on the city would be monumental, a notion that sends shivers down Black Widow's spine. Moreover, Black Widow's keen perception caught another intriguing detail in the compendium. She abruptly raised her gaze to Roxa, inquiring, "Do you have samples of the devil fruits available for tasting?" "Indeed, esteemed guest," Roxa replied. "As indicated in the compendium, the samples can also grant superhuman abilities upon consumption, albeit for a mere 5 minutes, allowing guests to experience the essence of these powers." Roxa nodded in affirmation. "Splendid." Black Widow expressed her satisfaction with a nod. The prospect of spending millions of dollars was of no concern to her. She was acutely aware that her companion, the egg, felt likewise. However, the crux of the matter lay in ensuring her expenditure was not in vain. After all, should she invest such a staggering sum only to return with a worthless imitation? It would be a blow to her reputation, for she was a top agent of S. Hield. The opportunity to sample the fruits would enable her to validate their authenticity prior to making a purchase. Very well, Rashia, grant me a moment. These fruits are utterly fascinating, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. I must deliberate carefully on my selection. With a brief exchange, Black Widow immersed herself in the study of the devil fruits depicted in the compendium. Glancing over the Zoan category, she swiftly moved past it, lacking any interest in the prospect of transforming into an animal. Meanwhile, the Logia category had yet to yield any fruits. Thus, she focused intently on the Paramecia fruits, meticulously filtering and committing their details to memory. The melt fruit, for instance, allowed the user to generate candles at will. What practical use could that possibly serve? It was, quite frankly, absurd. The barrier fruit enabled the creation of fences from one's own body. This fruit, however, possessed some utility, particularly for law enforcement, serving as a remarkable tool for apprehending criminals. Black Widow imagined the excitement it would evoke among the police officers, yet for her, it was hardly appealing. Her skills rendered such aids unnecessary. Then there were various curious fruits, such as the spring fruit, bubble fruit, and spin fruit, each presenting a delightful array of peculiarities, opening a door to a whimsical world. But wait, one particular fruit caught her attention. As her gaze traversed the compendium, her expression remained stoic until it rested upon a specific fruit, stirring an immediate intrigue within her. It seemed as though this fruit had been tailored exclusively for her. Chapter 094. The Mimic Fruit, Black Widow's Perfect Match. Rashia, this mimic fruit, does it allow the consumer to assume the appearance of others? Black Widow inquired, her finger poised over the entry in the compendium, her tone composed yet inquisitive. If the mimic fruit indeed possessed such remarkable capabilities, she could become a second Mystique. This ability would be perfectly suited for a spy of her caliber. The mimic fruit, indeed, Rashia thought, unable to suppress a mental chuckle at Black Widow's choice. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that this fruit was exceptionally fitting for her. Yes, esteemed guest, the mimic fruit allows for flawless imitation of others. In essence, it enables the user to transform entirely into the desired subject, capturing every nuance of voice, movement, and expression with absolute fidelity. Even the closest acquaintances of the user would be utterly unable to discern the ruse. Black Widow's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. This was precisely the fruit she had envisioned, aligning perfectly with her aspirations. 100% identical? She confirmed, contemplating further, then added, what about the distinctions between genders? Given that men and women possess different physiological structures, I must inquire about the limitations of the mimic fruit. Please do not take offense. I understand your concerns, esteemed guest, Rashia replied, but I assure you, the imitation is indeed 100% accurate. It functions akin to a transformation technique, encompassing the entirety of the individual, not merely the visage. Understanding dawned upon Black Widow. The brilliance in her eyes intensified. If the mimic fruit allowed for transformation on such a scale, it meant she could not only masquerade as a woman but also as a man, without any trace of flaw. There would be no awkward scenarios, reminiscent of cinematic tropes, where gender differences precipitated inconsistencies, exposing the masquerade. If she were to imitate a man, she would genuinely become one. This was the epitome of perfection, a truly impeccable imitation. Beyond that, the mimic fruit also had the capacity to retain the memories of those previously imitated. If the user had once mimicked an individual, even a decade, 2 decades, or a century later, the memories would remain intact, allowing for effortless recreation. This convenience was particularly advantageous for Black Widow, who found herself increasingly enamored with the mimic fruit. Rashia, is there a time limit on the mimic fruit's transformations? She pondered, finally posing this pivotal question. There is no time constraint, Rashia replied, shaking his head. If the user so desires, they may maintain the appearance of another person for an entire lifetime. Such a flawless imitation without temporal limitations. This effectively meant she could genuinely become someone else. Marvelous. Then, Rashia, regarding the mimic fruit, is there a minimum duration for transformations? I mean, can I change my appearance in just 1 second? Black Widow pressed. Her curiosity piqued once more. The minimum duration was equally critical to her. There are no restrictions. If the user wishes to alter their appearance every second, they can achieve that, and with mastery. Even shorter intervals are possible, Rashia assured her. Black Widow nodded, her satisfaction with the mimic fruit reaching an apex. The ability to change appearances in merely a second would prove invaluable for her infiltration missions. Moreover, the mimic fruit could not only replicate appearances, but also certain skills of others, Rashia continued, elaborating on the fruit's capabilities. For instance, should an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities wish to emulate a master of martial arts, Upon successful imitation, they would be capable of executing the same techniques, routines, and style as the master, leaving no discernible flaws. Likewise, if this individual sought to mimic an expert archer, even without prior knowledge of archery, they would acquire the archery skills of their subject post-imitation. Can one truly mimic another's abilities? The Black Widow's eyes widened in astonishment. Even she could not suppress her surprise. To be able to emulate abilities as well, this fruit must indeed be quite extraordinary. It appears to grant the power of flawless imitation, truly deserving of its title as the imitation fruit. However, the imitation of abilities does come with certain limitations, as Rashia promptly explained to the Black Widow. The imitation is restricted to relatively simple abilities of the target. Overly complex powers cannot be replicated. Complex abilities? Could you elaborate a bit more specifically, manager? The Black Widow inquired intently, her gaze fixed on Rashia. This is difficult to define, Rashia replied. Complexity varies for each individual with abilities. Some may replicate Wing Chun, while others might only manage to imitate simple embroidery. The extent of what one can imitate entirely depends on the individual's proficiency with their abilities. The Black Widow nodded in understanding, her curiosity satisfied. For her, the imitation fruit was more than sufficient. Then, manager, may I partake in a sampling of your wares? After a moment's contemplation, the Black Widow made her request to Rashia. Of course, Rashia responded, promptly producing a sample of the imitation fruit and handing it to the Black Widow. Upon receiving it, she took a small bite and swallowed. Wow! The taste of the devil fruit is truly unique, she exclaimed, her lips twitching slightly as she marveled at the surprisingly unpleasant flavor that nearly made her gag. This sensation. Yet, in the next instant, a look of astonishment and excitement illuminated the Black Widow's face. Chapter 095, The Perfect Match for Hawkeye's Fruit. Much like the others who had consumed the devil fruit, the Black Widow felt an immediate transformation within her body the instant she swallowed the fruit. The ability to imitate, an intangible and elusive skill, was suddenly as clear and tangible to her as her own limbs. This sensation was something the Black Widow had never experienced before. Even she could not help but express her amazement. There was no need for further experimentation. She was already certain that the devil fruit was indeed genuine. All her previous doubts about the devil fruit vanished in that moment. Excuse me, manager, I need to step outside for a moment. The eager Black Widow greeted Rashia before hastily exiting the devil fruit shop and stepping onto the bustling street. Apologetically, she feigned an accidental collision with a gentleman, discreetly brushing her fingertips against his face with her right hand. Then, the Black Widow gently pressed her left hand against her own face. In an instant, the original Black Widow vanished completely, replaced by an unfamiliar man. Wow, so this is what it feels like to be a man. The male Black Widow stretched out his hands, examining his newly transformed body with intrigue. He eagerly returned to the devil fruit shop and stood before a mirror, gazing at the strange visage that stared back at him in awe. Remarkable. This is simply astounding, the Black Widow exclaimed in wonder. Then, she reached out once more with her left hand, and the unfamiliar man vanished, returning the original Black Widow to her former appearance. How does it feel? Rashia inquired with a smile, observing the Black Widow's reaction. Astounding. The Black Widow did not hesitate to express her admiration for the imitation fruit. Had I not sampled it myself, I truly would not have believed such a miraculous fruit existed. As long as you are satisfied, dear customer, Rashia replied with a grin. Forgive me, manager, but I would like to continue exploring the other fruits, the Black Widow stated earnestly, her gaze fixed on Rashia. In truth, the Black Widow was primarily interested in the imitation fruit. Her desire to inspect the others stemmed from a need for additional intelligence. As she was a spy on a mission. Please, take your time. Rashia gestured for her to proceed. The Black Widow resumed her meticulous examination of the remaining devil fruits. Soon enough, another fruit piqued her interest. The target fruit, capable of marking any object or person as a target, allowing the user to hurl items that would automatically track and attack the designated target. This fruit seemed tailor-made for Barton. Manager, does the target fruit's tracking have any limitations? I mean, can it alter its path in real time, like some advanced weapon tracking systems, to dynamically pursue and catch its target? The Black Widow inquired with curiosity. Absolutely. Rashia affirmed with a nod. Once marked as a target, the individual can escape to the ends of the earth, but they will still be pursued, unless the item thrown by the user is intercepted or obstructed. Obstructions? The Black Widow raised an eyebrow. I understand your query, dear customer. The obstructions I refer to are not those encountered during the pursuit. Those can be automatically avoided. The obstructions I mean are those that occur when the target hides in a confined space. For instance, if they lock themselves in a room or conceal themselves within a vehicle, Rashia clarified for the Black Widow. The Black Widow was astounded. So, this means that as long as Barton marks someone in advance and shoots an arrow, that person is essentially doomed, unless they hide in a confined space. Incredible. This fruit is perfect for Barton. The Black Widow firmly believed that Barton would be immensely satisfied with this particular fruit. After thoroughly examining the remaining devil fruits and committing them to memory, the Black Widow turned to Rashia. Manager, having looked around, I find myself most inclined towards the imitation fruit. For that, I am prepared to offer $4 million US dollars. Rashia quoted the price with a smile. Manager, let us proceed with the transaction. Without hesitation, the Black Widow produced a credit card and handed it to Rashia. The transaction was completed swiftly. Rashia retrieved the imitation fruit and presented it to the Black Widow. Just a single bite is sufficient, correct, manager? The Black Widow confirmed, holding the fruit with both hands as she looked at Rashia. Indeed, the information is detailed in the illustrated guide, though many overlook the specifics. Yet, as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, the Black Widow was certainly not one to make such an oversight. Yes, dear customer, a single bite of the devil fruit grants you superpowers. Any remainder of the fruit becomes entirely useless, and should others partake, they will not acquire the corresponding ability, Rashia confirmed with a nod. Although it is indeed the same fruit, it is rather peculiar that only the first bite proves effective. Once consumed, the remainder becomes utterly worthless. Such a phenomenon is undeniably strange, bordering on the unscientific. However, given the extraordinary nature of the devil fruits, possessing such remarkable attributes seems almost expected. The Black Widow refrained from further commentary and decisively consumed the mimic fruit, thereby permanently acquiring its abilities. But, shopkeeper, may I take the remaining fruit with me? The Black Widow inquired once more, casting a glance at Rasha. Even though Rasha mentioned that the leftover fruit was rendered useless, the Black Widow was not one to take his word at face value. Much like Zhao Hailuan, she intended to bring the remaining fruit back for further study. The fruit now belongs to the customer. How it is handled is entirely their prerogative, Rasha replied with a dismissive wave. After all, even if the Black Widow truly intended to take it back to S.H.I.E.L.D. for investigation, he was unconcerned, knowing they would likely uncover nothing. A fruit worth millions of dollars cannot simply go to waste, can it? The Black Widow stated as she carefully gathered the remaining devil fruit. Technically, the transaction had concluded at this point, yet the Black Widow had no intention of departing. She turned to Rasha once more, asking, Shopkeeper, have you established a group for those with devil fruit abilities? Please include me. Such a group was indeed mentioned in the guide. For the Black Widow, it was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Chapter 096, Black Widow, do not play tricks before me. Rasha, aware of the Black Widow's true identity, surmised that her desire to join the group was largely motivated by a need for intelligence gathering. Yet, he remained unfazed by this. Given the vast resources of S.H.I.E.L.D., he thought that even without joining the group, the members would likely struggle to keep any secrets from the organization. The distinction was trivial. Moreover, considering S.H.I.E.L.D. had approached him directly, it was likely that the members had already been under their scrutiny. On another note, given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable influence, it might be advantageous to persuade them to undertake certain tasks in the future. With such a willing benefactor presenting themselves, Rasha saw no reason to decline. He quickly made his decision. Of course, there is no problem. Rasha responded cheerfully, retrieving his phone to add the Black Widow as a friend. Shopkeeper, what is your esteemed name? The Black Widow inquired. I am Natasha Romanoff. She introduced herself. She then noticed Rasha regarding her with a bemused expression, silent yet intensely observant. In that moment, she felt an unsettling sensation, as if he could see right through her, leaving her feeling completely exposed. Shopkeeper, is something the matter? Why do you gaze at me so? She queried, though she maintained an air of nonchalance. Customer, I hope you comprehend the nature of this establishment. Rasha's demeanor shifted slightly, his tone growing more serious. Do you think your little tricks can elude my notice? If you mistakenly perceive me as just another ordinary individual, you may have committed a grave error. The Black Widow felt a slight stiffness in her posture. At that instant, Rasha's gaze seemed piercing, akin to that of a predator, causing her breath to quicken, even rendering her hesitant to exhale. She suddenly realized she might have erred significantly. Indeed, this was no ordinary place. The mere fact that they sold such extraordinary items as the devil fruits indicated that, despite Rasha's seemingly harmless appearance, he was far from an ordinary person. I was careless. I overlooked the gravity of the situation. Moreover, with Rasha's words so explicitly laid bare, The Black Widow understood that her true identity had likely been uncovered. Resolving to abandon her pretense, she candidly admitted, "It seems my identity has been discerned. I apologize, shopkeeper. Since you are aware of who I am, I trust you can understand my actions. My profession necessitates discretion regarding my identity. However, you are right. I mistakenly regarded you as someone else. For that, I apologize. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Agent Natasha Romanoff of S.H.I.E.L.D." She extended her hand towards Rasha. His expression softened slightly, yet he merely glanced at her outstretched hand, offering no handshake in return. The Black Widow, having encountered a slight rebuff, pressed on earnestly, "Shopkeeper, rest assured, S.H.I.E.L.D. only wishes to understand the nature of the devil fruits, nothing more. Do you believe I care about that?" Rasha replied, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. His indifference was palpable, entirely unfeigned. The Black Widow could distinctly sense that this young shopkeeper held no regard for S.H.I.E.L.D. whatsoever. "In that case, shopkeeper, may I be added to the group?" she reiterated earnestly. "Certainly," Rasha nodded, promptly incorporating the Black Widow into the group and notifying everyone. "Shopkeeper, everyone, we at the House of Devil Fruits have welcomed a new member. Please extend your greetings. Natasha Romanoff." "Hello everyone, I am Natasha Romanoff, and I have just purchased a devil fruit from the shopkeeper. I am thrilled to join this family." "Wade Wilson, another newcomer?" "Oh, Natasha? For some reason, that name seems so familiar, as if I have encountered it before." "Vanessa, really Wade? Why not have a good chat with me about why that name rings a bell, and where you might have seen it?" "Vanessa, by the way, welcome Natasha to the group. Hope Van Dyne, another sister, has joined the group." "It's a pleasure, Natasha. I'm Hope Van Dyne. Li Xuanhuan. Welcome to the group, newcomer. My name is Li Xuanhuan, and I am the laser man, having consumed the laser fruit." "May I inquire what fruit you have consumed?" "Natasha Romanoff. Thank you all. I appreciate your support. I consumed the mimic fruit, which allows me to replicate the appearance of others." After a moment of hesitation, the Black Widow ultimately revealed her fruit. Concealing it was futile. Now that she had joined this group, her abilities would soon become known to everyone. Therefore, it was better to unveil it herself. "Shopkeeper, one more thing, everyone. Natasha Romanoff is an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. This information should remain within the group, so please refrain from disclosing it outside." "Shopkeeper, I trust everyone understands the importance of confidentiality for an agent, correct?" The Black Widow thought to herself. "You emphasize the significance of confidentiality while simultaneously disclosing your own identity. How contradictory." Rasha understood this contradiction as well, but he could not allow a spy to lurk unnoticed within his group. Since she was here, her identity had to be revealed. With Rasha's pronouncement, the group buzzed with excitement, stirred by the news of an agent's presence. "Wade Wilson, an agent? Miss Natasha, you are actually an agent? Wow." The chat group has become quite lively, with assassins, mercenaries, underworld bosses, scientists, professors, and now, yet another agent. How exhilarating. I love it. Hope Van Dyne, S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm not familiar with what kind of organization that is. Of course, Hope is well aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nature. Her father was a former agent of the organization, and she is merely feigning ignorance here. Chapter 097, Threat to S.H.I.E.L.D. Charles Xavier, S.H.I.E.L.D. is an intelligence agency under the World Security Council. However, it is not just any ordinary intelligence agency. It specializes in handling significant incidents. Wade Wilson, under the World Security Council? Goodness, that's quite remarkable. I didn't realize Natasha's background was so substantial. I must admit, I feel a little anxious. Wade Wilson, Agent Natasha. I often share risque jokes and make suggestive comments in this group. You won't have me arrested, will you? Michael Morbius. It sounds like this agency is more formidable than the FBI or CIA. Everyone, it seems we must be cautious in our discussions moving forward. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, you say? Jean Bing, who usually remains silent in the group chat, suddenly became intrigued by the Black Widow. As Dr. Morbius mentioned, Jean Bing also decided to temper her words and actions in the group henceforth. Natasha Romanoff. Shopkeeper, how could you expose my identity like that? I've been compromised. The higher-ups will surely reprimand me harshly. Though the Black Widow conveyed her plight, she was hardly troubled by the revelation. She had entered the group using her real name, so the exposure had already occurred. However, with the acquisition of the mimic fruit, the Black Widow no longer cared about such disclosures, as she could assume any identity at will. Natasha Romanoff is merely one of her many commonly used aliases. Natasha Romanoff. But since the shopkeeper has revealed my identity, I must clarify for everyone. There's no need to be alarmed. I am not a police officer. Natasha Romanoff, as Professor Xavier stated, we are solely responsible for handling significant events, so unless you plan to abduct Tony Stark, you can treat me as inconsequential. Implied therein is that SHIELD is not a mundane police force. Everyday criminal activities are beneath their notice. Yet, despite the Black Widow's reassurances, the participants remained uneasy. Of course, for the majority of the group, including the professors, Vanessa, Hope, and others, they were all legitimate individuals engaged in respectable professions and had no intention of engaging in illicit activities. They were not particularly afraid of the SHIELD agent, merely feeling a tad uncomfortable. The only ones who needed to tread carefully were Jean Bing, Deadpool, and a handful of others. Natasha Romanoff. Well then, everyone. It seems my identity still makes you uneasy, so I shall take my leave for now. Natasha Romanoff. Farewell, everyone. After bidding her farewells to the group, the Black Widow exited the chat. Shopkeeper, you truly have put me in a bind. Do you understand the consequences of exposing an agent's identity? The Black Widow feigned indignation as she complained to Rasha, exuding a certain charm. Yet, regrettably, Rasha remained entirely unfazed by her demeanor. Natasha, I shall not see you off. Rasha replied with an air of calmness to the Black Widow. Very well, Shopkeeper Rasha. You are one of the few who can evoke a sense of frustration in my career. The Black Widow resumed her composed demeanor, bidding farewell to Rasha. Then, Shopkeeper, I shan't disturb you further. Returning to inform the egghead, Rasha, without looking back, casually remarked, You're welcome to purchase the fruit, but should SHIELD entertain any improper notions, a permanent block is merely the beginning. I cannot guarantee the consequences that may arise. Egghead, the Black Widow paused momentarily, perplexed, as she had no idea who Rasha was referring to. Nevertheless, this did not hinder her understanding of the implication behind Rasha's words. Clearly, he was threatening SHIELD. He immediately recognized the Black Widow's identity, indicating he was well aware of the organization's structure, even if he was initially uninformed. Professor Xavier's introduction left no room for ignorance. Yet, in this context, his bold warning towards SHIELD was incredibly audacious, suggesting a blatant disregard for the agency. However, upon reflection, the unassuming little shop was selling such extraordinary items as devil fruits, hinting at the presence of a formidable entity behind it. It might even be connected to the supernatural or esoteric organizations. If that were the case, then disregarding SHIELD would indeed seem justifiable. I understand. I shall relay your message to the higher authorities. The Black Widow responded flatly, turning to leave the devil fruit shop. As she processed the information she had encountered, the Black Widow felt a slight headache coming on. This devil fruit shop was indeed no ordinary establishment. The waters here seem rather deep. It is imperative that I report all this intelligence to Director Fury immediately. And what of the egghead that shopkeeper Rasha mentioned? Egghead. The Black Widow felt a flicker of familiarity with the term. After some careful recollection, she finally recalled it was a type of food from China, a peculiar egg delicacy that appeared rather unappetizing. Wait a moment. As the image of the egg flashed through the Black Widow's mind, a sudden realization dawned upon her. She finally understood who Rasha meant by egghead. Director Fury. Shopkeeper Rasha had the audacity to refer to Director Fury as egghead. What a blatant lack of respect. The Black Widow was left speechless. Nevertheless, this also indicated that the organization behind the devil fruit shop was indeed formidable. It is worth noting that during this period, the age of superheroes had yet to commence, and SHIELD was not yet widely recognized by the public. Yet, Rasha had effortlessly exposed the identity of SHIELD's agent and appeared to know the identity of the agency's director. This spoke volumes. The devil fruit shop must not be underestimated. With this newfound assessment of the devil fruit shop, the Black Widow hastily returned to the Triskelion, heading straight to Director Fury's office. Egghead. Upon seeing Nick Fury, those two words unconsciously flashed through the Black Widow's mind. Initially, she thought little of it, but now that she understood the analogy, she found it remarkably apt. The director's head truly resembled an egg. Once she accepted this characterization, the image of the egg became inescapable. Chapter 098. Nick Fury's concern. That shopkeeper is not ordinary. Director Fury. The Black Widow greeted Nick Fury before approaching him directly. At that moment, Nick Fury set down the document he had been reviewing and turned his lone eye towards the Black Widow. So, Natasha, what news do you bring me? Director Fury. The devil fruit is indeed real. It can grant individuals superpowers. The Black Widow reported earnestly to Nick Fury. It's truly genuine? Nick Fury felt a twinge of surprise. Although preliminary investigations suggested that the mutants they had initially classified as rogue were the result of consuming devil fruits, such claims seemed, after all, rather incredulous. Moreover, the act of trading such perilous items did not align with the logical behavior of an ordinary individual. Thus, given his cautious nature, he required further evidence to substantiate this conclusion. Natasha, since you have drawn your own conclusions, I presume you have unearthed compelling evidence to support them, correct? If so, what is that evidence? Nick Fury inquired with a tone of assuredness, gazing at Black Widow. Black Widow merely smiled enigmatically at Nick Fury without elaborating. Then, under the scrutiny of his gaze, she pressed her right hand against her face. The original Black Widow vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar man standing before Nick Fury. Director Fury, I believe this evidence should suffice. The man, now embodying Black Widow, spoke with a voice entirely transformed into that of a male. Incredible. Even someone as seasoned as Nick Fury found himself momentarily speechless, staring at the male version of Black Widow for several seconds before exclaiming in astonishment. Such an unfathomable occurrence. If not witnessed firsthand, Fury would never have dared to believe. Return to your original form, Natasha. This appearance is rather unsettling, he said, gesturing dismissively at the male Black Widow. The male Black Widow extended his left hand, pressing it against his face, and reverted to the familiar visage of Black Widow. So, Natasha, you two have consumed a devil fruit? Nick Fury finally asked, his gaze fixed on her. Indeed, Director Fury. The fruit I ingested is known as the mimic fruit, which allows me to perfectly replicate the appearance of others, Black Widow confirmed with a nod, succinctly explaining to Nick Fury. The mimic fruit, you say? Nick Fury mused softly. The name was simple, yet its implications were astonishing. The term mimic hardly encapsulated the full extent of the fruit's capabilities. One might as well refer to it as a transformation fruit. Director Fury, based on the devil fruits I have encountered in the compendium, I can deduce which fruits those individuals, such as Gold and Eyeball, have consumed. Gold possesses an impervious body and can transform his fists into searing iron rods. I suspect he has ingested the steel fruit, which grants him the ability to steel his body. Eyeball has undoubtedly consumed the swift/fruit, which can render a person's body blade-like. The staff wielder must have ingested a fruit that emits special light waves, likely the dull fruit. And Erica, with her thorns sprouting from within, without a doubt has the thorn fruit. Thus, we can now confirm that the suddenly emerging mutant rogues are all individuals endowed with the powers of devil fruits. Black Widow continued to report her findings to Nick Fury. Indeed, it appears to be the House of Devil Fruits, Nick Fury acknowledged with a nod. The conclusion leaving no room for doubt. Yet simultaneously, new questions arose. Why would the House of Devil Fruits offer such extraordinary items for sale? Nick Fury's gaze deepened with contemplation, struggling to comprehend. Black Widow shared his confusion. Could it be that the House of Devil Fruits possessed an abundance of these extraordinary fruits, so plentiful that they had no use for them, prompting them to sell? This notion seemed implausible. Black Widow found it hard to believe that an entity possessing such wondrous fruits would be in financial want. The true motives of the House of Devil Fruits eluded both Nick Fury and Black Widow. Natasha, what else have you uncovered? After a brief silence, Nick Fury again fixed his singular gaze on Black Widow, his voice serious. Though it is disheartening to admit, Director Fury, I must classify this operation as a failure. At the very least, it cannot be deemed a success. The information I obtained consists solely of general knowledge about the devil fruits that the shop owner, Rashia, had no intention of concealing, and nothing more useful. Furthermore, Rashia has already discerned my identity, Black Widow reported, a hint of dejection in her tone. Your identity was exposed? Nick Fury was taken aback. Natasha, executing such a straightforward task should not have revealed any vulnerabilities, correct? Indeed, Director Fury, Black Widow affirmed with certainty. I did not exhibit any flaws. The shop owner was already aware of my identity. Oh, is that so? Nick Fury raised an eyebrow. The identity of Black Widow was classified within S.H.I.E.L.D. Not only outsiders, but even few within the organization were privy to her existence. The fact that Rashia was aware of Black Widow's identity spoke volumes. Not only me, he knows you too, Director. In fact, he even asked me to relay a message to you, Black Widow's voice resumed. This revelation intrigued Nick Fury. Wait a moment, Natasha, he knows me? Let me clarify. Does he know that there is a director of S.H.I.E.L.D., or does he know that I, Nick Fury, am the director? Nick Fury's gaze bore into Black Widow, seeking clarity, as the two scenarios were entirely different. Director Fury, he knows you are the director. He even described your appearance to me, Black Widow replied. Nick Fury's expression grew grave. According to Black Widow's report, they were entirely in the dark about their adversary. Yet the latter seemed thoroughly informed about them. The House of Devil Fruits was indeed formidable. Then what message did the shop owner ask you to convey? Nick Fury inquired after a brief pause. His singular eye fixed intently on Black Widow. I shall not repeat his exact words. But the essence of his message was a warning against harboring any ill intentions toward them, Black Widow said, shrugging her shoulders. No, Natasha, please repeat his exact words. I wish to hear them, Nick Fury insisted with utmost seriousness. Such blunt words would hardly affect his resolve. As it was Nick Fury's request, Black Widow obliged. Recounting Rashia's words verbatim. For an operative like Black Widow, her memory was impeccable. Although she had not consciously committed them to memory at the time, she could now recite them effortlessly. Naturally, she chose to omit the derogatory term egghead. You are correct, Natasha. He was indeed rather brusque. Nick Fury remarked with a slight smirk, though his demeanor remained unchanged. He even issued a threat against me. SHIELD, established by the World Security Council, stood as an international intelligence organization, its authority overshadowing that of all other agencies, including the FBI and CIA. Describing it as a colossal entity would be an understatement. As the formidable head of such a colossal organization, it was utterly bewildering for Nick Fury to find himself threatened. This was an occurrence he had never encountered before, underscoring the audacity of the manager Rashia, who appeared to hold no regard for SHIELD, exhibiting not even the slightest shred of reverence. This incident further hinted at the formidable lineage of the Devil Fruit House, which was undoubtedly far from ordinary. Director Fury, what course of action should we take next? The voice of Black Widow resonated with seriousness as she fixed her gaze upon Nick Fury, awaiting his response. Focus on the Devil Fruit House. We must refrain from any rash actions until we acquire more intelligence. Nick Fury decided almost without hesitation. Black Widow nodded in agreement. Choosing not to elaborate further, Fury's plan mirrored her expectations perfectly. The enigma surrounding the Devil Fruit House was too profound to warrant any hasty moves without adequate knowledge. By the way, Director, there is another crucial piece of information that you ought to be aware of, Black Widow suddenly recalled, addressing Fury once more. Devil fruits cannot be purchased indiscriminately. There exists a significant purchasing principle wherein a person or organization cannot possess more than 3 devil fruits. If you intend to arrange for individuals to procure devil fruits, this is an essential guideline. Fury's brow furrowed slightly, for this was indeed not favorable news. Black Widow had hit the nail on the head. He had actually planned to assign personnel to acquire devil fruits. Such extraordinary items that bestow superhuman abilities were too enticing to overlook. Nick Fury would have to be decidedly irrational to remain indifferent to such marvels. However, considering the limitation of possessing fewer than 3, it implied that SHIELD could only procure 3 devil fruits, as the entire organization was under his command. With Black Widow already having acquired 1, the remaining quota was reduced to merely 2. Such a meager allowance was insufficient. What are the repercussions if we exceed the 3-fruit limit? Fury pondered, unable to suppress his curiosity. We do not yet possess intelligence on that matter, but Director, given that the adversary has established this principle, I believe it is not easily transgressed, Black Widow replied. Fury nodded, refraining from further remarks. Well then, Director, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Black Widow said, bidding her farewell as she exited Fury's office. Shortly thereafter, Nick Fury summoned Coulson once more and recounted the intelligence he had gathered from Black Widow. Remarkably, the existence of such extraordinary entities as devil fruits is indeed real, Coulson observed, his expression reflecting incredulity. I entrust you with a long-term mission, Fury stated succinctly. Conduct a thorough investigation into the Devil Fruit House. I require every piece of information available. Understood, Director, Coulson affirmed respectfully before departing. Hell's Kitchen, the secret lair of Madame Gao. The trio of high-ranking members from the Hand, Madame Gao, Murakami, and Shin, stood together. Our attempt to infiltrate the Devil Fruit Shop has failed. Madame Gao's voice echoed as she leaned on her cane, addressing Murakami and Shin. The individuals I dispatched have vanished without a trace. It is as though they have completely evaporated from this world. Although no bodies were recovered, it is evident to even the most naive that they have met their demise. Neither Murakami nor Madame Gao appeared surprised by this, recognizing the formidable nature of an organization capable of dealing in such extraordinary commodities. Despite the failure, surely we have gleaned some insights? Murakami inquired, glancing at Madame Gao. Regardless of how they acted, they must have left some traces behind. Those traces could reveal much. The hand might unravel some secrets through careful investigation, he continued. Regrettably, Murakami, we have gleaned nothing, Madame Gao replied, shaking her head. Like stones cast into the ocean. Those two disappeared without a whisper, leaving no trace behind. We remain utterly oblivious to when they were exposed, when they were eliminated, by whom, and in what manner. The gravity of the situation began to weigh heavily on Murakami and Shin. The inability of the Hand's resources to uncover even the faintest clue was almost unimaginable. The force behind the Devil Fruit House was indeed formidable. However, Madame Gao, we left no traces ourselves, did we? Murakami asked, seeking reassurance. What? Do you question my capabilities? Madame Gao shot him a sidelong glance. Murakami chose to remain silent, trusting in Madame Gao's confidence that everything had been meticulously arranged without leaving any loose ends. Let us set aside our concerns regarding the Devil Fruit House for now. The gambler will arrive in an hour. We must first eliminate Jean Bing and then concentrate our efforts on the Devil Fruit House, Murakami suggested after a moment's reflection. Madame Gao nodded in agreement, offering no further commentary. Chapter 100, System Upgrade, Natural Type, Ancient Species Fruits Available. Devil Fruit House. Detected that the host has accumulated a total of 15 devil fruits sold. System Upgrade is available. Would the host like to proceed with the upgrade? Upon seeing this prompt on the system panel, Rashia's face lit up with excitement and an indescribable anticipation. In fact, he had received the system update notification during his transaction with Black Widow. However, it was inconvenient to access the system while she was present, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to explore it once she departed. The 15-fruit threshold for the upgrade had been achieved with Black Widow's final assistance. Upgrade. Rashia declared without hesitation, issuing the command to the system. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. The latest version of the system has been successfully loaded. Would you like to view it? View. The updated system panel unfurled before Rashia's eyes. The most striking feature was the significantly longer shelf of available goods. It was impossible to overlook. As Rashia scrolled through the shelf, he discovered that a plethora of new devil fruits had indeed been added. Many of these were of a higher quality and rarity than he had anticipated. Among the superhuman fruits were notable varieties such as the split fruit, bomb fruit, and string fruit, alongside the door fruit, which Bruce Banner had shown particular interest in. However, the most coveted and powerful fruits, such as the tremor fruit, gravity fruit, soul fruit, and negative fruit, remained unavailable. In terms of zoan fruits, in addition to the standard varieties, several ancient species fruits had also been introduced. However, only a fraction of ancient species is available. Notably, the ancient dragon type is conspicuously absent. The most formidable phantom beasts undoubtedly remain unlisted as well. Nonetheless, even so, the animal-type fruits of the ancient species are sufficiently potent, particularly within the Marvel Universe. To some extent, the ancient species fruits may even possess advantages over the superhuman types. This is largely because the effects of the animal-type fruits can be instantaneous upon consumption, whereas superhuman fruits necessitate gradual development. Furthermore, there are instances where, despite mastering a superhuman fruit, its prowess may not surpass that of certain ancient species fruits. The ancient species indeed seems to have an edge. As for the natural type, which Rasha has been keenly monitoring, it surprisingly made its debut this time, albeit with some rather low-tier offerings. Fruits such as the flash fruit, thunder fruit, and lava fruit need not be mentioned, as even the burn fruit, which is unappetizing to canines, is also absent. This time, the system has only introduced 3 natural fruits, the smoke fruit, swamp fruit, and snow fruit. While these do not rank as particularly powerful within the natural category, they are still quite remarkable compared to other fruits. Not to mention, the elemental transformation feature alone is something that other fruits cannot hope to rival. Indeed, this system upgrade is quite impressive. Rasha is exceedingly pleased with it. The relatively advanced superhuman types, ancient animal types, and these 3 unimpressive natural types will undoubtedly become the flagship products of the Devil Fruit House in the future. The Zeo fruit? Additionally, Rasha noticed a fruit that had previously been sold is now back on the system's shelves. This implies that Deadpool's earlier assertion was indeed accurate. Wesley has truly met his demise. No wonder he has become the eternal lurker in the group, having only made a few appearances upon joining, and subsequently never reappearing. He must have perished abruptly. However, Rasha is indifferent to Wesley's fate. He merely expresses a fleeting sentiment before redirecting his attention to other changes within the system. Another notable alteration is the modification of the settlement method. Following the system upgrade, payments can no longer be made in dollars. All transactions must now be conducted using gold. This effectively raises the purchasing threshold, yet in the context of the devil fruit market, which is decidedly a seller's domain. This slight increase in barrier is negligible and will not impact sales. Moreover, Rasha can fully comprehend this change in settlement method. Initially, when the devil fruit market was nascent, concluding transactions in gold was indeed unrealistic, as it would likely hinder sales. Now that the market has opened up and established a certain sales foundation, transitioning to this more rational method is quite reasonable. Upon conducting a brief review, beyond the updates in the inventory and the settlement method, the system has undergone enhancements in various other aspects. For instance, a theft prevention feature has been added, alleviating Rasha from the necessity of retracting the devil fruits into the system after each transaction. Additionally, a one-click export function for the devil fruit catalog has been introduced, sparing Rasha from the need to create it manually. Indeed, this upgrade has significantly improved convenience. After examining the updates, Rasha felt quite satisfied. However, he soon found himself deep in thought regarding the sales strategy for the devil fruits. The natural and ancient species fruits are, frankly, rare and valuable. Rasha does not intend to sell them casually, but rather through an auction format, which would be more fitting for such esteemed devil fruits. However, now is not the opportune moment for an auction. While the market for devil fruits has opened to some extent, their notoriety remains insufficient. Conducting an auction prematurely could result in an influx of unworthy participants, leading to a rather embarrassing situation. So when would be the right time for an auction? Naturally, it would be when demand for the devil fruits reaches a fever pitch, and buyers are clamoring for the opportunity to purchase them. Only then would it align with the prestige of the devil fruits. Currently, the timing is indeed not right. Nonetheless, these considerations can wait. For now, the priority is to restock the shelves with devil fruits. Thus, Rasha entered the system and released the newly listed devil fruits, excluding the natural and ancient types. With a swish, the display case of devil fruits suddenly boasted a plethora of new additions, prompting Rasha to nod in approval. Next, the catalog would need to be updated. Without further ado, Rasha swiftly entered the system, selected the relevant fruits, and exported the catalog with a single click, completing the task in mere seconds. Chapter 101, Deadpool, Immortal. Can one consume multiple fruits? Having nearly wrapped up his tasks, Rasha entered the group chat and posted a new announcement. Attention everyone, effective immediately. Devil fruits will no longer accept dollar payments. All transactions will now be conducted in gold. Please take note. Additionally, the Devil Fruit House has introduced a new batch of devil fruits. We welcome everyone to repurchase and encourage you to invite friends and family to do the same. These announcements instantly transformed the previously tranquil chat group into a lively hub. Wade Wilson, has the store manager listed new devil fruits? I'm so excited. But alas, each person can only consume one devil fruit. No matter how exceptional it may be, it seems I am forever excluded. Wade Wilson, wait a moment, store manager. I suddenly have a bold idea. You mentioned that consuming 2 devil fruits would lead to explosive death, right? But what if the person who exploded could come back to life? Wouldn't that allow them to consume multiple devil fruits? Explosive death? Am I supposed to fear that? It's not like I haven't been blown to bits before. I've been blown apart by bombs. Rasha found himself momentarily speechless at Deadpool's question. Undoubtedly, Deadpool's inquiry struck a chord. Consuming multiple devil fruits would indeed result in explosive death. But what if someone could explode, yet not perish? Now that is an intriguing concept. Store manager, Wade, I have already informed you of the consequences of consuming multiple devil fruits. As for other matters, please assess them yourself. Michael Morbius, how could anyone come back to life? Wade, your question is utterly meaningless. Michael Morbius, however, store manager, your timing for this batch of fruit is impeccable. I plan to bring my friends along for another visit. Michael Morbius, although the gold payment method is slightly cumbersome, it is not a significant issue. Store manager, Michael Morbius, you are always welcome. I trust the fruits in the store will not disappoint you. Hope Van Dyne, store manager, may I inquire if any of the newly listed fruits have the ability to lock onto others? Vanessa, lock onto others? Hope, that request sounds a bit peculiar. Wade Wilson, I'm quite curious. Hope, who do you intend to lock onto? I can already envision it, just like some melodramatic movie. It can't be some cliché where a girl pursues a boy, can it? Wade Wilson, please tell me. Hope, that you are not that kind of person. Vanessa Wade. Wade Wilson, haha, just kidding. By the way, does no one in this group possess a sense of humor? It's rather awkward to be the only one laughing at my own jokes. Store manager, Hop Van Dyne. Your description is far too broad and vague for me to provide an accurate answer at this moment. In truth, Rasha was well aware of what Hop was truly inquiring about, her desire to delve into the quantum realm in search of her mother. However, If Hop did not disclose this information, and Rasha knew it with such precision, it would indeed be rather unsettling. Henceforth, it is likely that no one in the group would dare to converse with Rasha again. Hop Van Dane, I apologize for my oversight, store manager. I wish to discuss this with you privately. After informing the group of her intention, Rasha refrained from further idle chatter and promptly exited the chat. True to form, Hop Van Dane sought out Rasha without delay. Store manager, it was inappropriate to elaborate in the group. But the situation is as follows. There is someone of immense importance to me, and I have been out of contact with her for nearly 20 years. I do not even know whether she is alive or deceased. I am uncertain if any of the fruits currently available could assist me in locating her. Hop elaborated on her request to Rasha, aligning perfectly with Rasha's assumptions. Indeed, she was fervently seeking to find her mother. Hop, I must admit, your fortune is rather commendable. Rasha remarked with a slight sigh before quickly responding to Hop. In the past, the store did not possess such fruits. However, among the latest batch released by the system, there exists a particularly suitable fruit. Is that true, store manager? That is simply splendid. Hop replied without delay, and even through the screen, Rasha could sense her excitement. What kind of fruit is it, store manager? Hop eagerly inquired further. It is the tracking fruit. Rasha informed Hop, explaining that consuming this fruit grants the ability to track a target. Once the target is marked, the user can accurately pinpoint the target's location. Hop, still at Klaus Technology's office, displayed an expression of immense excitement, even feeling her breath quickening. This fruit was precisely what she had longed for. It could help her find her mother. Store manager, could you provide a more detailed description of the tracking fruit? Hop steadied her racing heart and asked Rasha again in the chat interface. The tracking fruit requires attention to two key points. The first being the necessity to mark the target. This is crucial. A target that is not marked cannot be tracked. The method of marking is quite simple. One must find an object used by the target or something related, such as hair or clothing. Hop became increasingly animated. She was fully capable of meeting this requirement. Even though her mother had been missing for over a decade, her mother's room remained untouched, preserved just as it was, with Hank Pym even taking care to clean it. There were far too many items related to her mother within. And what is the second point? Hop asked eagerly again. The second point is that using the tracking ability demands a significant amount of mental energy from the user. One cannot maintain the tracking state for an extended period. However, the duration one can sustain the tracking depends on the user's proficiency with the tracking fruit, Rasha elaborated. Hop immediately grasped the situation. For her, this tracking fruit posed no problems and would perfectly fulfill her and Hank's quest to find Jennifer. The only issue was that both she and Hank Pym had already consumed a devil fruit, necessitating the need to find a trustworthy individual to consume the tracking fruit. Chapter 10. The mastermind is a corpse. By the way, store manager, how is the tracking fruit priced? Hop promptly inquired of Rasha. As the payment method for devil fruits had transitioned to gold, preparations must be made in advance. The tracking fruit is priced at 50 kilograms of gold. Rasha replied immediately with the latest price. 50 kilograms, you say? I understand, store manager. Then, I shall not bother you further. Once I have gathered the gold, I will be the first to come to you to purchase the tracking fruit. In the meantime, please hold it for me. Hop requested of Rasha. Very well, Hop. The tracking fruit will be considered reserved for you. I can hold it for 7 days. Rasha agreed without hesitation. Thank you, store manager. Hop had no issues with this arrangement. 7 days to gather 50 kilograms of gold was not a daunting task for her. You are most welcome, Rasha casually replied. Concluding the conversation with Hop. Store manager, I have a question I would like to consult you about. Just after finishing her conversation with Hop, Black Widow sent Rasha a private message, inquiring if she was available. The illustrious Black Widow maintained a polite demeanor towards Rasha. Please proceed, Natasha. Rasha responded readily. With nothing to add, I reviewed the purchasing principles for devil fruits outlined in the group announcement and am uncertain if I comprehend it correctly, if it pertains to S-H-I-E-L-D. All agents combined may only purchase 3 fruits? Black Widow inquired directly of Rasha without any preamble. Indeed, Natasha. That is precisely the limit on purchases for devil fruits. Your understanding is quite accurate, Rasha confirmed. Is there any way to circumvent the limit of 3 devil fruits? Black Widow pressed on. If one becomes a member of the Devil Fruit House, the purchase limit is significantly relaxed. Black Widow's eyes brightened at this revelation. Initially, she had little hope, but now it seemed there was a possibility. What must one do to become a member of the Devil Fruit House? Black Widow asked eagerly. Please keep an eye on the information shared within the group. Rasha refrained from elaborating further. It was not that she wished to be enigmatic, but the system had not provided any clear explanations in this regard, and she could not speak out of turn. I understand. Black Widow, displaying her discernment, did not press further. She bid farewell to Rasha and exited the chat interface. Following her discussion with Hop and Black Widow, several other group members reached out to Rasha with inquiries concerning the recent system updates, to which Rasha patiently responded. Amidst attending to sporadic walk-in customers, the morning slipped away unnoticed. By the afternoon, the pace eased considerably, with approximately a dozen patrons arriving. However, due to various reasons, no devil fruits were sold. Rasha did not take this to heart. Having sold devil fruits for a considerable time, the operation was well established, and the outreach had accumulated sufficiently. Rasha was not concerned about sales. Not to mention, Mobius had expressed his intention to bring friends, and Hop was also set to return soon. Additionally, Black Widow had just purchased a mimic fruit from her and inquired about purchasing limits, indicating that Hydra would likely send more agents. None of this posed a problem. However, Rasha was taken aback when, in the following days, she did not receive orders from Mobius, Hop, or Shield, but rather received news from Kingpin. I have uncovered some leads regarding the mastermind behind the assassin, Kingpin messaged through the alias Li Xuanhuan. The individual who hired that assassin is an underground broker named Edward Sandler, but by the time I tracked him down, he had already been silenced. Without waiting for Rasha to inquire further, Kingpin promptly provided her with the relevant details. Through various clues, we have uncovered the true mastermind behind Edward Sandler, Norton Schwarzenegger. Not only did we glean insights from Edward Sandler himself, but additional leads throughout our investigation also pointed inexorably to Norton Schwarzenegger. Based on prior experience, I would typically conclude that the true culprit is indeed Norton Schwarzenegger. I sense a but coming, am I right? Rasha stated confidently to Jean Bing. Indeed, Lee. Which is precisely why I mentioned that I have only managed to unearth a few promising leads. The troubling aspect is that Norton Schwarzenegger has been deceased for 7 years. This raises a pressing question. Did Norton Schwarzenegger fake his death, or is there someone impersonating him? I will require additional time to investigate further. However, Lee, you must brace yourself. Norton Schwarzenegger is a man who vanished 7 years ago, and the traces he left behind are exceedingly scant. I understand I previously made a promise to you, but Lee, the complexity of this matter has exceeded my expectations. I may need more time. Jean Bing's words were a candid reflection of his thoughts. Initially, he believed that, with his extensive network in New York, uncovering the true perpetrator would be a straightforward task. Yet, as the investigation unfolded, he realized the depth of his miscalculation. Regardless of who had acted against Li Xuanhuan, their influence was unfathomable, as they had left almost no trace. Were it not for Jean Bing's vast connections, it would have been impossible for an ordinary person to detect even the faintest signs. Yet, even so, all evidence pointed to a corpse. Jean Bing felt an acute sense of frustration. A dead man? However, Rasha was stirred by Jean Bing's conclusion. A dead individual orchestrating events from the shadows. Was this not the modus operandi of the Syndicate? The Syndicate's ability to wield such power and control over numerous individuals often stems from their practice of seeking out the dying elite, resurrecting them as pawns to exert complete dominion over them. A prime example would be the father of Ward, Danny Rand's closest ally, who, upon being resurrected by the Syndicate, has remained a silent servant, oblivious to the fact that he was ever dead. It could only be the Syndicate. Rasha's suspicions solidified further. Firstly, the timing of events is exceedingly coincidental. Secondly, the behavioral patterns align perfectly with the Syndicate style. Two coincidences in succession are rather too fortuitous. What more is there to deliberate? Chapter 10. Swiftly, seek assistance from Li Xuanhuan. In Hell's Kitchen, within Jean Bing's clandestine stronghold, a spacious room resembling a training facility echoed with the incessant sounds of liquid splattering. Vanessa was vigorously wielding her hands, and with each motion, a fierce and lethal stream of water was unleashed. Across from her, the target, known as the bullseye, nimbly dodged her every assault, moving like an agile monkey, perfectly evading each attack. When evasion was impossible, the bullseye would instantaneously transform his limbs into blades to deflect Vanessa's watery projectiles. For an ordinary individual, such a water-based assault would be perilous, yet for the bullseye, it was mere child's play to counter. Vanessa, it's my turn now. After a spell of dodging, the bullseye grasped a bamboo skewer and addressed Vanessa. Wait a moment. I need to replenish my hydration after that effort, she replied, waving her hand dismissively. No, Vanessa. In real combat, no one will grant you such an opportunity. You must learn to seize your own chances, the bullseye declared, flicking his wrist as another bamboo skewer shot forth toward Vanessa. Feeling a surge of danger, Vanessa stiffened, unsure of how to respond. Despite her rigorous training following the Syndicate's confrontation, She remained an ordinary woman, and the results of her efforts were not instantaneous. The fact that she could now engage the bullseye in a somewhat competent manner was already commendable. However, just as the skewer was about to strike her, the bullseye deftly unleashed another skewer, which flew faster and struck the first skewer down with a resounding crack. With a sigh of relief, Vanessa felt the tension ease. Though her back was slick with perspiration from the close call. "Let's take a breather. I'll check on the sentries," the bullseye said, putting away the skewers and exchanging a brief farewell before exiting. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Vanessa entered an adjacent lounge, poured herself a glass of water, and sat across from Jean Bing, who was furiously typing away on his computer. She leaned in closer, observing that he was in communication with Li Xuanhuan. "Fisk, your mention of a dead man orchestrating events sparked a thought that may aid your investigation." Li Xuanhuan's voice resonated through the chat interface. This notion of a deceased individual manipulating affairs aligns closely with the Syndicate's typical tactics. "You are familiar with the Syndicate, are you not, Fisk?" "The Syndicate?" Vanessa and Jean Bing exchanged glances, each detecting surprise and a hint of suspicion in the other's eyes. Their painstaking efforts to assist Li Xuanhuan in probing the shadowy figures behind the shooting were aimed at ensnaring him in a confrontation with the Syndicate. Now, they realized that Li Xuanhuan had long been aware of the Syndicate's existence. Were Li Xuanhuan and the Syndicate foes or allies? If adversaries, it would be easier to navigate. But if allies, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Nevertheless, Li Xuanhuan was evidently hinting to Jean Bing that the true mastermind might be the Syndicate, which brought him a measure of reassurance. "Li, I am aware of the Syndicate. Do you now suspect them to be the culprits?" Jean Bing inquired, maintaining a calm facade. "I believe it is highly probable." Jean Bing's expression relaxed. Regardless of their prior affiliations, it was clear that Li Xuanhuan now stood opposed to the Syndicate. This was indeed a positive development. Just as he was about to relay further thoughts to Li Xuanhuan, the office door was abruptly flung open, revealing the bullseye, who rushed in with a grave demeanor. "The Syndicate has returned," he said in a low voice to Jean Bing. "The Syndicate? Huh. They truly underestimate me, Wilson Fisk." Jean Bing scoffed, quickly tapping a few commands on his computer to display the corresponding surveillance footage. As he gazed at the screens, he indeed observed a throng of ninjas converging upon the various entrances of the stronghold. Meanwhile, the faint yet persistent sound of gunfire echoed ominously. The surveillance footage revealed that Jean Bing's men were engaged in a fierce confrontation with the ninjas. Every individual was armed with submachine guns, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets towards their adversaries. Clang, clang. Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, the shattering of glass could also be heard, as ninjas forcibly infiltrated various non-entry points on the upper floors, apart from the entrances on the first floor. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the Hand Association. Those ninjas, skilled in assassination and possessing agility surpassing that of monkeys, could indeed achieve what many others could not. Lady Gao Xin. In the midst of the Hand Association's ranks, Jean Bing swiftly spotted two familiar figures, his longtime rivals. However, another person caught his eye, causing his expression to darken considerably. Jean Bing recognized this individual all too well. It was the high-ranking member of the Hand Association who had perished at his hands last time. Yet now, astonishingly, this individual had returned to life. Just like Xin, the dead were manipulating events from the shadows. The words spoken by Li Xuanhuan earlier, though Jean Bing had struggled to grasp their full significance, suddenly became crystal clear in this moment. Though difficult to accept, it was undeniable. The Hand Association possessed the means to resurrect the deceased. With this realization, Jean Bing was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. He was not afraid of formidable foes, but the notion that such adversaries possessed an attribute of immortality left him feeling utterly despondent. Rarely had he felt such overwhelming pressure. Li Xuanhuan. A glimmer sparked in Jean Bing's eyes. It appeared he needed to seek assistance from Li Xuanhuan. Firstly, the sheer number of individuals deployed by the Hand Association was far beyond what Jean Bing could contend with. Secondly, since Li Xuanhuan was aware of the Hand Association's undead capabilities, he likely possessed a means to counteract this. Moreover, Jean Bing's recent overtures of goodwill towards Li Xuanhuan were precisely aimed at addressing the threat posed by the Hand Association. Now that the Hand Association had arrived, what was there to hesitate about? Chapter 104. An exhilarating turn of events. The manager takes action. Target Eye, you lead the team to fend off the Hand Association. Vanessa, hasn't your water supply dwindled? Replenish it at once. Quickly. After reaching a decision, Jean Bing swiftly relayed a brief set of instructions to the two individuals beside him before re-entering the chat interface. Understood. Target Eye responded, hastily exiting the office. Meanwhile, Vanessa rushed to the prepared water tank in the adjacent room and plunged her hands into it, drinking voraciously. The water level in the tank diminished at a visible rate, while Vanessa's physique expanded correspondingly. However, she did not allow herself to grow indefinitely, maintaining her height at around 2 meters. If she were to grow larger, while her strength would indeed increase, she would inevitably become an easy target. Maneuvering in such confined quarters would also pose significant restrictions. Furthermore, given Vanessa's primary method of attack involved shooting water, achieving a larger size was unnecessary. Once Vanessa had finished drinking, Jean Bing's subordinates swiftly retrieved the prepared bulletproof vests, assisting Vanessa in donning them. In any case, Vanessa was thoroughly prepared for this encounter. Lee, I realize this is rather abrupt, but the situation is urgent. I am currently under attack by the Hand Association and request your aid. This favor, I Wilson Fisk shall remember and repay in kind. While Vanessa was replenishing her water supply, Jean Bing quickly sent a message to Li Xuanhuan. Afterward, he anxiously fixated on the chat interface, feeling a deep sense of unease. To be frank, Jean Bing did not harbor high hopes for Li Xuanhuan's involvement. After all, they had only recently become acquainted, and their familiarity was limited. Although he had assisted Li Xuanhuan in investigating the assassins targeting him, a conclusive outcome had yet to materialize. Not to mention, even if the investigation were to yield results, dealing with the Hand Association entailed risking one's life, an endeavor that hardly warranted such a commitment from Li Xuanhuan. Regrettably, Fisk, I am unable to assist you at this time. As anticipated, Li Xuanhuan promptly declined. However, do not despair, Fisk. While I cannot personally attend, I can enlist the manager's help. Jean Bing was taken aback by this sudden proposition. He was reluctant to disturb such a formidable figure as the manager. And more critically, he doubted he had sufficient standing with the manager to warrant such assistance. Li Xuanhuan, did the man truly possess such influence? Yet, at this moment, no other ally seemed capable of aiding him. Tell me your location. To Jean Bing's surprise, before he could fully contemplate his options, the manager promptly sent him a message. For Rasha, having acquired considerable evidence suggesting the Hand Association's involvement in the previous incident, there was no need for further discussion. Even if Jean Bing had solicited Rasha as assistance, he intended to eliminate the Hand Association regardless. Now that Jean Bing had extended an invitation, it was only natural for Rasha to seize this opportunity to confront the Hand Association. Li Xuanhuan truly managed to persuade the manager. Upon reading Rasha's message, Jean Bing felt a mix of astonishment and elation. Although he had never witnessed the manager in action, it was inconceivable that such a powerful entity would be weak. Thank you for your assistance, manager. Jean Bing expressed gratefully to Rasha before promptly relaying his location. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. As Jean Bing completed these tasks, the din of chaos outside grew increasingly pronounced. The sounds of gunfire, cries of battle, and clashing swords resonated clearly. Without further ado, Jean Bing rose, shedding his outer coat and striding purposefully into the adjacent hall. There, a cadre of gunmen had encircled Vanessa, prepared to confront the impending threat. Fisk. Vanessa acknowledged Jean Bing with a nod, signaling her readiness. Do not worry, everything will be resolved, Jean Bing assured her with a firm nod, his demeanor exuding an air of control that began to instill confidence in Vanessa. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated as the door to the room was violently breached. Amidst a throng of ninjas, Murakami and Exion swiftly entered, brandishing long swords. Lady Gao, leaning on her cane, appeared frail and elderly, moving slowly into the room. Without uttering a word, Jean Bing raised his hands, and with a mental command, his fists transformed into a fiery crimson hue. What a pity! Had you truly been Iron Fist, we might have spared your life. Lady Gao, upon seeing the familiar fists, shook her head and sighed in lament. Jin's expression instantly morphed into one of utter bewilderment, as he struggled to comprehend the implications of Lady Gao's words. Was she truly referring to an Iron Fist? Did she imply that his Iron Fist was anything but authentic? However, it was evidently not the time for idle chatter. Jean promptly issued commands to the armed men stationed within the room. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, a cadre of gunmen unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Lady Gao and her companions. Yet, they were no ordinary targets. Before Jin's orders had fully escaped his lips, Lady Gao and her allies adeptly evaded the onslaught, moving with an agility that rivaled that of monkeys. Simultaneously, a multitude of ninjas surged into the fray from outside, adding to the chaos. Swish, swish. Not only that, but several ninjas also hurled shurikens at Jin's gunmen, targeting them with precision. Hiss, hiss. Caught off guard, numerous gunmen fell victim to the onslaught, collapsing to the ground. The melee had erupted into full-scale pandemonium. Go. A voice rang out as Murakami lunged forward, sword in hand, directly at Jean, while also beckoning to Lady Gao. Understanding the cue, Lady Gao swiftly moved to close the distance to Jean. Clearly, the two intended to employ a strategy akin to their previous encounter, with one on the offensive and the other flanking, to confront Jean together. Swish, swish. However, as Murakami made his move, a torrent of metallic projectiles came hurtling towards him. Unfazed, he wielded his sword with deftness, effortlessly deflecting each incoming object. A glance revealed a target appearing from nowhere. Murakami shot a look at his disciple, Shin, who wasted no time in charging towards the target with his sword drawn. Meanwhile, Murakami barreled straight towards Jean, executing a swift thrust aimed directly at him. Jean neither flinched nor dodged, opting instead to steal his body, allowing the blade to strike against him. Whoosh! At that moment, Jin's crimson iron fist came crashing down towards Murakami. Yet, like a nimble monkey, Murakami deftly sidestepped the attack. Huh! A low growl escaped Lady Gao's lips as she seized the opportunity while Jean and Murakami were engaged in combat, launching an attack of her own against Jean. Chapter 105. A dazzling appearance. The radiant golden flash. With Lady Gao's palm strike, a formidable wave of energy surged forth. However, having learned from their previous encounter, Jean was not so easily ensnared this time. His massive form, incongruously agile, leaped aside with remarkable swiftness, perfectly avoiding Lady Gao's palm strike. Boom. A dull thud resonated as the energy wave slammed into the wall, leaving a significant dent, a testament to its terrifying power. One could only imagine the devastating effect it would have had on an ordinary individual. Such a blow would surely send them reeling. Fisk, I have long underestimated your combat prowess, Lady Gao remarked, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment as she witnessed Jin's composed evasion. Likewise, in truth, it is I who am truly taken aback, Jean replied solemnly. He spoke a heartfelt truth. Who could have anticipated that the elderly Lady Gao would possess such formidable strength? Reflecting on the last time he had been bested by her, the sentiment was not merely one of frustration, but of utter humiliation. Then I shall see just how far you can go. With her icy words, Lady Gao urged Murakami once again to engage Jean. Clang, clang. In the midst of their exchanges, the sound of metal colliding echoed continuously. Seizing the moment while Murakami occupied Jean, Lady Gao raised her hand once more. Swish! A stream of water was launched towards Lady Gao, courtesy of Vanessa. Yet, in that instant, a figure flashed by. A man with curly hair suddenly appeared before Lady Gao, brandishing his sword horizontally. Vanessa's water attack was effortlessly intercepted. From within, spraying outward, the crimson fist. Indeed, you speak the truth. This is rather amusing. The curly-haired man smirked coldly, his demeanor unyielding. Jin's expression darkened. It was evident that this newcomer was of the same formidable caliber as Lady Gao. Bodhi, since you find it amusing, shall I leave that woman to you? Lady Gao's gaze shifted to Bodhi, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. That is precisely my intention. I am quite curious to see just how much water she can spray. Bodhi grinned, then swiftly advanced towards Vanessa with a flourish of his sword. Vanessa! Jean shouted in urgent distress, calling out to her. Yet, this brief distraction was all Lady Gao needed. She seized the critical moment to strike Jean with a powerful blow. His massive frame staggered backward under the force of her palm. Swish! Murakami, relentless in his pursuit, pressed the attack, bringing his sword down upon Jean once more. In his staggering state, Jean was unable to evade, receiving 3 vicious slashes. Fortunately, his body had already been steeled, mitigating any significant damage. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted nearby as Bodhi, charging towards Vanessa, drew fire from her bodyguards. Yet, as a member of the Hand Association, Bodhi's agility was extraordinary. He dodged and weaved through the hail of bullets, emerging unscathed while systematically dispatching all of Vanessa's guards. Now, it seems we are free from any interruptions, Bodhi said. Wiping the blood from his sword with a grin directed at Vanessa, she felt a chill run down her spine. Despite her rigorous training, she was still an ordinary woman. Vanessa! Jin's urgent cry echoed, but it was to no avail. He found himself ensnared between Lady Gao and Murakami, unable to break free. As for Jin's other subordinates, despite his meticulous preparations and considerable manpower, could he truly match the might of the Hand Association? Lady Gao had summoned an overwhelming number of ninjas to ensure Jin's downfall, and their superior skills left Jin's men with little recourse. Had it not been for Jin and the target's ability to harden their bodies, they might have already succumbed. Swish! A flash of steel cut through the air as Bodhi lunged at Vanessa. In a moment of desperation, she instinctively raised her hands, unleashing a torrent of water towards him. The volume was substantial, far more potent than her previous attack. Sensing the energy within, Bodhi chose not to confront it directly, deftly maneuvering aside with ease. "Well, this truly opens my eyes," the gambler remarked, somewhat theatrically, as he offered Vanessa his praise. Swish. In the next moment, he lunged at Vanessa with his sword. Lacking substantial combat skills, Vanessa could only rely on her desperate offensive tactics, recklessly spraying water at the gambler to momentarily suppress him. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely a stopgap measure. At the rate she was expending her water, it wouldn't be long before her body ran dry. At that point, she would become a lamb awaiting slaughter before the gambler. While they grasped this reality, Vanessa found herself powerless to alter her fate. In a bid to thwart the gambler, she continued to spray water with reckless abandon. Under the relentless assault of the gambler, she was unable to replenish her fluids, helplessly watching as her body's moisture dwindled away. Until finally, all that remained in her hands was a hollow sound, no longer able to produce streams of water. "Heh, it seems you have run out of tricks," the gambler taunted, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he advanced on Vanessa once more. "Vanessa!" Jinbing cried out in urgent distress, disregarding the ongoing battle as he turned to rush toward her, desperate to provide aid. But was Lady Gao going to let that happen? Boom. With a single palm strike, Jinbing was sent flying. Swish. The gambler's sword transformed into a streak of light, aimed directly at Vanessa's heart. "Vanessa!" Jinbing's pupils constricted sharply, unleashing a desperate roar. In that critical moment, an incredibly brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the scene. Chapter 106. One terrifying blow, one swift kick. Swish. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the golden light streaked through the air like a meteor, crashing directly before Vanessa. Immediately thereafter, the golden light erupted in a dazzling flash, revealing a youthful figure imbued with an air of elegance, emerging from the radiance. What? The light had transformed into a person. Lightspeed kick. In the next instant, a voice resonated. The young man launched a ferocious kick at the gambler standing before him. With that kick, a brilliant, blinding light surged through the air, akin to a cannonball, striking the gambler with overwhelming force. Boom. The gambler was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the crowd. Then, he lay motionless. Blood gushed from his chest, the flesh torn apart, as that single kick had obliterated his torso, reducing it to a mangled mess, akin to a bomb exploding against his chest. Clang. As the gambler fell, his sword, dislodged from his grip, clattered to the ground, producing a sharp metallic sound. Silence. The entire venue felt eerily quiet. Every spectator's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Roxa, rendered speechless. Who on earth was this individual? First, he had transformed into a dazzling light, and then, with just one kick, he had incapacitated a member of the Hand Alliance. This was utterly preposterous. That was a finger of the Hand Alliance, and before this individual, it had been dispatched like an insignificant insect, instantaneously obliterated. Moreover, what manner of being was this? Just moments ago, they had clearly witnessed him transform into light. Was it possible for a human to become light? Could he be a mutant? But even as a mutant, this was far too exaggerated. The atmosphere was thick with stunned silence, and both sides of the conflict instinctively halted their actions, gazing at Roxa in awe, all rendered speechless by his sheer presence. "Manager, you've arrived." Jinbing's voice, a blend of astonishment and joy, shattered the stillness as he rushed toward Roxa, appearing as if he had found a savior. "Manager?" Lady Gao and Murakami exchanged glances, each realizing the implications of Jinbing's words. It seemed this individual was not a mutant after all, but rather the manager of the Devil Fruit Shop. They had long suspected that anyone chosen to manage such a peculiar establishment would not be ordinary, yet they had never anticipated his strength to be so formidable. "Vanessa, are you all right?" Jinbing hurriedly approached Vanessa, concern etched on his face. "Fisk, I'm fine," Vanessa replied, shaking her head in a daze. After a thorough examination, Jinbing confirmed that Vanessa had indeed sustained no injuries, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Youthful friend, this is a matter between the Hand Alliance and Jinbing. What compels you to intervene?" Lady Gao's voice rang out, her expression grave as she addressed Roxa. "Surely there must be some misunderstanding? The Hand Alliance has not offended you in any way, has it?" Although Lady Gao had recently orchestrated a robbery at the Devil Fruit Shop, she was confident in her plan's flawless execution. This individual could not possibly uncover any wrongdoing. "If robbing me does not count as an offense, then consider this my act of justice." Roxa shrugged nonchalantly. Lady Gao's demeanor remained composed, but a pang of anxiety rippled through her. How could this be? She had meticulously arranged every detail, eliminating all connections. There should have been no loose ends. How could he know? It was utterly incomprehensible. It appeared she had underestimated the devil fruit shop. Yet, despite her shock, Lady Gao would never concede to such a revelation. She continued to feign innocence as she addressed Roxa. I believe there must be a misunderstanding between us. You seem to be mistaken about something. Roxa interjected, cutting her off mid-sentence. I am not a police officer. I know it was you. Whether you admit it or not is of no concern to me. Lady Gao's expression darkened instantly. Beside her, Murakami's face mirrored her grimace. The situation was clear. They were now locked in a deadly standoff with the devil fruit shop, with no possibility for reconciliation. Swish. With that realization, Murakami acted decisively, lunging forward with his sword aimed at Roxa. It was swift, unexpected, and caught everyone off guard. Before anyone could react, Murakami's sword was already poised at Roxa's chest. Manager, watch out! Jinbing shouted in alarm. But before his warning could fully register, Murakami's blade pierced through Roxa's chest. Jinbing stood frozen, unable to comprehend the scene. Surely, the manager would not fall so easily. What a ridiculous joke. I've succeeded. A flicker of triumph crossed Murakami's face, astonished that he had effortlessly dispatched the manager of the devil fruit shop, whom they had all feared. No. But in the next moment, Murakami sensed something was amiss. Though that strike had pierced the opponent completely, it lacked the usual sensation of penetrating flesh and blood. On the contrary, Murakami felt as though he had struck nothing at all, or merely the emptiness of the air. The sword in his hand bore no tangible resistance. As he surveyed the scene, he found Rasha standing calmly in place, wearing a mocking smile, casting a sidelong glance at him. There was no trace of injury upon him. Instead, from the spot where Rasha had been stabbed, golden light shimmered, dazzling to behold. Reflecting on Rasha's earlier entrance, radiant as light itself, Murakami suddenly understood. He had stabbed into nothingness. This person could transform any part of himself into light at will. Truly terrifying, Rasha remarked, and as he spoke, he delivered a swift kick toward Murakami. Not good. Boom. Accompanied by that blinding golden light, Rasha's kick landed squarely on Murakami. Like a gambler struck by fate, Murakami's body jolted violently, akin to being hit by a cannonball, and he was sent flying. Chapter 107. The Terrifying Shopkeeper, One Attack to Decimate the Hand Alliance. Bang. A loud crash echoed as Murakami's body soared through the air, crashing against a wall before collapsing heavily to the ground. He had met an end reminiscent of a gambler's demise, dead beyond recovery. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva rang out. Even those emotionless killing machines nurtured by the Hand Alliance couldn't help but gulp in trepidation. It was inevitable. Rasha's performance was simply too extraordinary, declaring it terrifying. He had felled a member of the Hand Alliance with a single kick. The leader of the Hand Alliance, who had survived for centuries, could not withstand even a single blow from this individual, let alone the ordinary members. Even the likes of Lady Gao displayed a hint of panic upon their faces. Eliminate him. Lady Gao promptly ordered the ninjas at her side. At this juncture, it was a life-or-death situation. The only course of action was to strike first. Following Lady Gao's command, the ninjas rushed toward Rasha without hesitation, swords in hand. Meanwhile, Lady Gao took advantage of the chaos to retreat swiftly. She was no fool. She had discerned the implications of Murakami's earlier strike. The shopkeeper of the devil fruit shop was an entity that could transform any part of his body into light, rendering him virtually indestructible. In stark contrast, they had lost two crucial combatants, Murakami and the gambler. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Lady Gao had to acknowledge the failure of their mission. If she did not leave now, any further delay could cost her the chance to escape. However, she overlooked a critical point. Could she truly depart before Rasha? Lady Gao intended to use the lives of her numerous ninjas to buy herself time. It was a lofty ambition, yet utterly futile in the face of Rasha. At that moment, Rasha raised his hands, crossing them over his chest, with golden glimmers flickering at his fingertips. Yada no Kagami. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of light bullets erupted from Rasha's fingers, swiftly enveloping all the ninjas of the Hand Alliance. One after another, muffled groans echoed as the ninjas fell like harvested wheat in a field. In mere seconds, every ninja rushing toward Rasha was dispatched, their bodies sprawled on the ground. What? Lady Gao gasped, her face a mask of terror, utterly shocked by Rasha's overwhelming assault. Yet, there was no time to react. A multitude of light bullets struck her down as well. If only she had known, she would never have provoked the devil fruit shop. As her consciousness faded, that thought flickered in Lady Gao's mind. Even for the Hand Alliance, such an entity was exceedingly fearsome. Despite their numbers and countless ninjas willing to sacrifice their lives, The shopkeeper of the devil fruit shop had become so formidable that numerical advantage was rendered meaningless. Rasha's power was an existence that even the Hand Alliance dared not provoke. The only consolation was that, for the fingers of the Hand Alliance, death was not the end. Thud. In the next moment, Lady Gao's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. Thus, all members of the Hand Alliance present were annihilated, not a single soul remaining. The entire process took merely a few seconds. The atmosphere turned oppressive and tense. The remaining members of the Kinbi gazed at Rasha with expressions filled with shock and dread, as if beholding a monster. Is this the true strength of the shopkeeper? How terrifying! Even Kinbi could not maintain his composure, waves of turmoil surging within him. The likes of Gaba and Vanessa were equally dumbfounded. In that instant, Rasha revealed to them what true power entailed. It was an utterly incomprehensible force from another dimension, far exceeding ordinary understanding. Even the rumored mutants did not possess such formidable strength. Fisk. In the hushed silence, Rasha's voice suddenly broke through, causing Kinbi to tremble in fear. Shopkeeper, please speak. Kinbi instinctively replied in a tone of utmost reverence. At that moment, his respect for Rasha reached unprecedented heights. Initially, Kinbi had recognized that Rasha, who operated a devil fruit shop, was no ordinary person. However, Rasha had never shown an air of superiority nor a formidable presence, leading Kinbi to regard him with respect rather than fear. But now, his trepidation soared to new heights, far beyond his expectations. Dispose of the bodies of Lady Gao, Murakami, the gambler, and Shin separately. Incinerate them to ashes, ensuring they cannot be resurrected. Rasha casually instructed Kinbi. Although the narrative did not explicitly confirm the effectiveness of this method, Rasha was adamant. Without the bodies, those fingers would surely not be able to return. After all, they could resurrect, but they could not borrow a corpse to return to life. Understood, shopkeeper. Kinbi promptly responded with utmost respect. Without uttering another word, he began organizing his subordinates to carry the bodies away. Shopkeeper, I, Wilson Fisk, will never forget your assistance this time. Should you ever require my aid in the future, I, Wilson Fisk, shall exert myself to fulfill your requests. Kinbi then fervently expressed his gratitude and loyalty to Rasha. On one hand, Rasha had indeed saved them from peril, bestowing a great favor upon Kinbi. On the other hand, having witnessed Rasha's power, Kinbi sought to form a deeper connection with such a formidable figure. Rasha merely nodded slightly, saying nothing further. I leave this to you. I shall take my leave now. After casually uttering those words, Rasha once again transformed into a dazzling golden light, which shot through the shattered window and vanished without a trace in an instant, as if he had never existed. Chapter 108. The Arrival of Nick Fury. Phew. It was only when Rasha completely disappeared that the others, including the target, finally let out a long sigh of relief. Despite Rasha being an ally, his presence loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, rendering them breathless. The memory of Rasha unleashing photon bullets in a sweeping motion, effortlessly claiming the lives of all the ninjas, sent shivers down their spines. Boss, that gentleman is the manager of the devil fruit shop? That's quite terrifying. After a long moment, the target spoke in a tone filled with awe and astonishment, gazing at Jean Bing. I, too, have only now truly witnessed the manager's prowess. Jean Bing replied, equally taken aback. He then swiftly glanced at his subordinates, commanding in a low voice, what transpired today must not be disclosed or discussed lightly. Understood? Understood. All right, clean up the scene. Target, those individuals the manager mentioned are your responsibility. Ensure they are reduced to ashes. I want your personal assurance. Understood. Under Jean Bing's orders, everyone quickly sprang into action. As for Jean Bing, he took Vanessa back to his luxurious office, leaving the trivial tasks to others. Immediately, Jean Bing accessed his social media platform to express gratitude to Li Xuanhuan. Li, the manager arrived just in time to help us resolve the crisis. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Although it was the manager who intervened rather than Li Xuanhuan, the manager was still summoned by Li, so Jean Bing naturally felt indebted. Moreover, the instant Li called upon the manager, he readily obliged, leading Jean Bing to suspect that there may be an extraordinary relationship between them. Even though Jean Bing was also curious if the manager's arrival was influenced by a pre-existing grudge against the Hand Association. After all, the manager had mentioned that the Hand Association had robbed the Devil Fruit Shop. He understood that someone of the manager's caliber could easily dispatch the Hand Association at any time with a mere gesture. His visit to Hell's Kitchen was undoubtedly in consideration of Li Xuanhuan's reputation. Such a significant figure deserved to be courted properly. In the Devil Fruit Shop, Rasha communicated with Jean Bing using Li Xuanhuan's alternate account. After expressing his thanks, Jean Bing made a solemn promise to continue investigating the matter of the assassins. Rasha accepted this without hesitation. Then I shall rely on you, Fisk. Notify me at the first sign of any developments. Although Rasha had already taken out 3 of the Hand Association's members and eliminated dozens of their ninjas, which could be considered a form of retribution, he still faced the dilemma. Everything was merely speculation. Rasha could not be entirely certain that the Hand Association was indeed the culprit. Therefore, further investigation was essential. And Rasha did not impede it. If it turned out that the true perpetrators were indeed the Hand Association, there would be nothing more to say. However, if they were not the ones responsible, then it would be a grave mistake. Naturally, even if he mistakenly targeted the Hand Association, Rasha was not overly concerned. Such scoundrels deserved to be eliminated, yet allowing the true culprits to roam free was something Rasha could never accept. There's no need for formality, Lee. It is my duty. Jean Bing replied courteously. After a brief exchange, they concluded the call. Observing that the shop was devoid of customers, Rasha, feeling somewhat bored, pulled out his phone and swiftly logged into the international server of his game, engaging in ranked matches. However, despite his efforts, he found himself perpetually oscillating between Diamond 2 and Diamond I, unable to break through, which left him slightly disheartened. I refuse to be thwarted by this. Rasha poured himself a glass of water, stretched his hands, and steeled himself for a vigorous effort. Just then, the wind chimes at the door jingled. Looking up, Rasha was greeted by the sight of a figure he recognized all too well. Nick Fury. Rasha's heart stirred slightly. Although this black egg was not particularly powerful, one might even label him weak, he nonetheless held a prominent position in this world. Following Black Widow's earlier visit, Rasha had anticipated Nick Fury's arrival, so he felt no surprise upon seeing him. Rasha, the manager, I have long wished to witness your prowess, Nick Fury remarked. Strolling into the devil fruit shop with his hands clasped behind his back. I should formally introduce myself, but I believe you already know who I am, correct? Oh, and by the way, the message you asked Natasha to deliver has been conveyed. That's good to hear, Rasha replied nonchalantly, casting a casual glance at Nick Fury. Now, Nick Fury, tell me your purpose this time. Are you here to purchase a devil fruit, or for some other reason? Rasha, the manager. Although I am the head of America's largest intelligence agency, you need not be on guard around me, Nick Fury said, spreading his hands. I come this time merely in a personal capacity, or more accurately, as a customer. Does that mean you are here to buy a fruit? Rasha raised an eyebrow. Of course, Nick Fury nodded matter-of-factly. Even I am curious to experience the marvel that is the devil fruit. So yes, I am indeed here to purchase one. Furthermore, I would like to have a casual conversation with you. Just a casual chat? Indeed, for me, it is merely a casual chat, Nick Fury responded. Rasha smiled. Replying to Nick Fury, I welcome your purchase of the fruit, but as for our conversation, that depends on my mood, after all. I do not typically engage in idle chatter with an older gentleman. I sense that the manager is in good spirits today, Nick Fury remarked leisurely. But first, manager, let me see the catalog. Without hesitation, Rasha produced the devil fruit catalog and handed it to Nick Fury. Upon receiving the catalog, Nick Fury's keen eye began to scrutinize its contents. Rasha observed that even this seasoned fox could not suppress a look of astonishment that crossed his face. Chapter 109. The fruit highly esteemed by Nick Fury. Though I have already heard reports from Natasha, I must admit, this catalog still opens my eyes. Nick Fury exclaimed sincerely after perusing it briefly. This was not merely for show, he genuinely felt this way. Even though Nick Fury was more aware of the truths of this world than most, having encountered extraterrestrials, vampires, and other supernatural entities, he remained astonished by the devil fruits. He had never witnessed a power that could be so effortlessly acquired. The dazzling array of wondrous abilities condensed into a mere fruit, which one could consume to gain power. Was such ease in obtaining power a boon or a curse? Nick Fury spoke again with a hint of profundity, seemingly musing to himself, yet intentionally directing his words toward Rasha. However, Rasha paid little heed to Nick Fury. While Nick was engrossed in examining the fruit catalog, Rasha was tapping incessantly on his phone screen, appearing quite busy. Initially, Nick assumed Rasha was engrossed in a significant conversation with someone. But when he discreetly stole a glance at Rasha's phone screen with his single eye, he was struck with a sense of being disregarded. He was playing a game. The store manager was actually playing a game. Nick Fury was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a figure of paramount importance even in the grand scope of America. Yet, here he was, being so blatantly ignored. Such an experience was unprecedented for Nick Fury. This manager's dismissiveness was glaringly evident. However, given Nick Fury's temperament, he chose to brush off this slight and continued to peruse the fruit catalog in his hands, soon becoming engrossed in it. Listening to Black Widow's reports, where could one find the same sensation as viewing the catalog in person? The split fruit allowed one's body to split freely into multiple parts. This fruit seemed downright bizarre. Who would want to split their own body? The target fruit could mark a target, allowing for free tracking and attacking of said target. This one appeared rather appealing. Barton would surely appreciate it. But it was not Nick's cup of tea. The silence fruit rendered surrounding sounds non-existent. This fruit was utterly useless. One bizarre fruit after another flashed before Nick's eyes, each being judged and filtered through his discerning gaze. While many of the peculiar abilities certainly broadened Nick Fury's horizons, he found several of them lacking in merit. Until one particular fruit immediately captured Nick Fury's attention. Manager, this stare fruit can see through objects and into people's hearts? Could you provide me with a more detailed introduction? Nick Fury raised his head, fixating his gaze on Rasha. This fruit undoubtedly resonated with Nick Fury's desires. It could be said to be tailor-made for a chief like him. The ability to see through objects, naturally, needed no elaboration. It would prove invaluable in numerous intelligence operations. For instance, a simple application would allow one to easily discern if others were carrying weapons or to see if anyone was concealed nearby, not to mention uncovering subtle, unnoticed movements. And to see into people's hearts was even more aligned with Nick Fury's needs. Despite being the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., basking in apparent glory, that was merely an illusion to the outside world. In reality, this position was akin to walking a tightrope over a chasm, where one misstep could lead to utter ruin. After years of navigating this treacherous path, Nick Fury trusted no one. Indeed, he never placed his faith in anyone. Not even in his most loyal confidants like Coulson or Black Widow. His trust was merely relative, lacking any semblance of complete faith. In this line of work, even the slightest oversight could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, possessing the ability to see into people's hearts would render all such concerns moot, allowing Nick Fury to thrive as the head of an intelligence organization with increasing confidence. He would become the most formidable and exceptional chief of spies in history. Oh, the stare fruit. Indeed, Nick Fury, this fruit is extraordinarily suited to you. Rasha glanced at the stare fruit in the catalog that Nick had pointed out, nodding in approval. He then refrained from further superfluous chatter and began to elucidate the capabilities of this fruit. As described in the catalog, the stare fruit possesses the ability to see through objects and penetrate the hearts of individuals. I will elaborate on these two aspects in succession. First, regarding the ability to see through. This is precisely as you understand it, akin to Superman's vision, possessing a scanning capability akin to light itself. Under this ability, the internal structure of objects can be vividly revealed to the user's eyes. Nick Fury nodded in agreement, recognizing that this form of X-ray vision was indeed what he had envisioned. It aligned perfectly with his aspirations. Now, what of seeing into others' hearts? Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, continuing to gaze intently at Rasha. The ability to perceive the innermost thoughts of others is equally comprehensible. It entails the capacity to discern what others are truly thinking. It is worth noting that this ability to read minds functions regardless of whether the target is conscious. In other words, can the user read the mind of a person who is asleep or unconscious? Nick Fury interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Rasha affirmed with a nod. Nick Fury also nodded, as this revelation exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated the ability to penetrate the minds of those in an unconscious state. His satisfaction with this fruit grew immensely. However, Nick Fury, I must remind you of one thing. This fruit only allows you to read the current thoughts and feelings of others. It cannot access memories. Rasha added as a crucial clarification. Cannot read memories? Nick Fury did not take this too much to heart, while it was somewhat disappointing. The capacity to read minds was already more than sufficient for him. Moreover, while the user is not actively employing the abilities of X-ray vision or mind reading, their eyes will retain a heightened perception, allowing them to observe a radius of several thousand kilometers, even up to 10,000 kilometers. Several thousand kilometers. Nick Fury nearly gasped in astonishment. This was indeed a bit exaggerated, wasn't it? Chapter 110. Enhancing the perception of the one-eyed boss to the utmost. Manager, what you describe pertains to the default state. What about the X-ray state? How far can one see then? Is it also in the thousands of kilometers? Nick Fury, after regaining his composure, eagerly inquired. When one consumes this fruit, the initial state of general X-ray vision does not possess the same expansive range as the default vision. However, for those capable of harnessing the powers of the devil fruit, with sufficient creativity in their development, there are no real limits. The extent of X-ray vision varies from person to person. I cannot provide a definitive conclusion, Rasha replied earnestly to Nick Fury. Nick Fury took this information to heart. Then, aside from this default heightened perception, Does the stare fruit possess any other delightful abilities? Nick Fury asked with palpable anticipation. Originally, Nick Fury had merely posed this question casually, as the catalog's description of the stare fruit only mentioned the abilities of X-ray vision and heart reading, with the default heightened perception being an unexpected bonus. However, he had not anticipated that there would indeed be more surprises. Nick Fury, if you decide to purchase this fruit, you will truly be making a worthwhile investment. Its potential is incredibly vast. In addition to the powers I have described, it also possesses offensive capabilities, Rasha stated to Nick Fury. Offensive capabilities? Nick Fury was both astonished and delighted. He initially viewed this fruit's abilities as primarily supportive, but the addition of offensive skills changed the entire game. Yet, Nick Fury found himself puzzled. How could a fruit named the stare fruit, suggesting an ability to stare, be utilized for attack? Surely it couldn't involve shooting beams or rays from one's eyes, akin to Cyclops from the X-Men. Curious, are you? Unsure how the act of staring could serve as an offensive maneuver? Ratchet cast a glance at Nick Fury and then smiled as he elaborated. It is tears. This particular fruit grants the ability to produce tears of enhanced potency, akin to those of a formidable ability user. These tears can be shaped into various forms and can harden to the toughness of steel, maintaining a high temperature. The user can hurl these tears, which possess considerable lethality, as projectiles to inflict harm. Tears. Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying disbelief. As hard as steel, and capable of sustaining high temperatures. Are we truly discussing tears here? This seems rather exaggerated. However, if this method of attack were indeed feasible, it diverged significantly from the techniques envisioned by the egghead. After all, such an assault would necessitate throwing. And therein lies the quandary. Even an agent as expertly trained as Egghead could wield a dagger with deadly accuracy. But how effective could a mere tear, so diminutive, be? Surely, they wouldn't be of a size comparable to daggers? That would transcend exaggeration and veer into absurdity. Yet, for Nick Fury, this posed no significant issue. In this day and age, he carried a firearm for protection. Why would he exert himself to employ tears as weapons? Even if the offensive capabilities of this fruit were not particularly practical, Nick Fury remained exceedingly satisfied with it. With this fruit, Egghead would possess the most powerful eyes in existence. Although he had but one eye, it would be enhanced to its utmost potential. Is there any other limitation associated with this fruit, shopkeeper? After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury directed this inquiry at Ratchet. If there were any restrictions, it would likely pertain to the activation of the fruit's powers, which required specific hand gestures for proper execution. Specific gestures? Nick Fury's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, the user must pinch together their thumb and index finger to form a circle, akin to an OK sign. Whether employing X-ray vision or telepathy, the user must peer through this circular gesture to achieve the desired effect, Ratchet explained. Nick Fury found himself mentally cursing several times. As the head of SHIELD, it would be quite humiliating to observe others in such a manner. The visual would be utterly mismatched, potentially leading others to believe he had lost his mind. However, after indulging in his inner critique, Nick Fury rapidly adjusted his mindset. After all, this fruit's abilities could be utilized even when others were not fully aware. It was hardly a significant concern. Moreover, it was merely an OK gesture. If he did not feel awkward, the embarrassment would fall upon others. Compared to the capabilities of the glaring fruit, such a minor limitation was negligible. Shopkeeper, may I have a taste test? After a brief contemplation, Nick Fury made this request to Ratchet, having resolved to proceed. Of course, Ratchet replied, showing no signs of dissent. He promptly retrieved a sample of the glaring fruit and handed it to Nick Fury. With knowledge gleaned from the guidebook and reports from Black Widow, Nick Fury needed no further prompting. He took the sample and merely bit off a small piece. That was all. Ratchet observed Nick Fury closely. The man maintained a stoic demeanor throughout, exhibiting no signs of change, calm as a seasoned veteran. It was evident why he was the leader of SHIELD. Was this the capability of a devil fruit? Mere moments after consuming the flesh, a look of astonishment crossed Nick Fury's face. Like others who had acquired abilities, he acutely sensed the profound transformation occurring within his body. Shopkeeper, my apologies. After greeting Ratchet, Nick Fury hastily approached the door, utilizing his singular eye to survey the surroundings. Indeed, the entire scene of the street came into sharp focus. He could see from one end to the other, everything laid bare before him, as if peering through a telescope. With his right hand forming the OK gesture, Nick Fury gazed outward through the circle, and instantly, a vision of X-ray clarity unfolded before him. He could see through walls, directly observing the interiors of shops across the street. The thoughts of passers-by on the road were vividly perceptible to him. This was truly astonishing. Even Egghead could not help but exclaim in wonder. Chapter 111. Can tears truly kill? Let me ask you, are you afraid? Now, let us test the tear attack of the glaring fruit. After some contemplation, Nick Fury made yet another decisive choice. While he generally believed he would seldom employ a tear attack, what if an extraordinary situation arose? If he found himself devoid of alternative methods, could the tear attack not serve as a trump card, capable of catching foes off guard? After all, who would suspect that a person's tears could wield lethality? Nick Fury positioned his hand before his singular eye, concentrating, and a single tear was released. No, what had emerged could no longer be termed a tear, but rather a special liquid. Grasping this droplet of unique fluid, Nick Fury instantly recognized that he could shape it at will. With a mere thought, the tear could morph into any form he envisioned. However, being newly endowed with this power, Nick Fury was not yet adept, and after a brief delay, a slender needle materialized in his hand. Upon testing its hardness and sharpness, he silently nodded in approval. In the hands of such a skilled operative, even a simple needle could be lethal. Moreover, Nick Fury believed that as he honed his abilities, the amount of liquid produced would increase. In due time, crafting a tear dagger would be well within his capabilities. Perhaps he could even launch it directly from his eye. Marvelous. This would become Nick Fury's hidden ace. Initially perceiving the tear attack as somewhat trivial, Nick Fury's perspective shifted in that moment. His previous narrow-mindedness faded. And through personal experience, he recognized that each ability granted by the glaring fruit harbored immense potential. Indeed, quite promising. Nick Fury returned with a look of satisfaction. Nick Fury, how does it feel? Ratchet inquired, casting a glance at Egghead, his confidence palpable. Quite well, Nick Fury replied, though he maintained an air of calm detachment. Merely nodding before stating his decision. Then, shopkeeper, I shall take this glaring fruit. The price for the glaring fruit is 100 kilograms of gold. Ratchet quoted the price to Egghead. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury said nothing further. He simply walked to the entrance and waved to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents waiting outside, casually instructing, bring in 100 kilograms of gold. Indeed, Nick Fury had come well prepared, arriving with gold in hand. However, this was hardly surprising. With Black Widow in the loop, how could Egghead remain unaware of the new payment method for devil fruits? Before long, 100 kilograms of gold were delivered before Ratchet. System, commence settlement for this transaction. Rasha found it utterly beneath him to inspect the gold personally. Such an act would be rather pedestrian. Fortunately, the system possessed a settlement function. The weight and purity of the gold were best left to the system's capable hands. Settling. Transaction status, normal. Settlement complete. Rasha felt no surprise upon hearing this. In Nick Fury's grand scheme of things, a mere 100 kilograms of gold was inconsequential. How could any underhanded dealings take place? Without further ado, he gently placed his right hand over the pile of gold, seamlessly transferring it into the system's space. Whoosh! To Nick Fury's astonishment, the pile of gold that had been right before him vanished into thin air. He raised an eyebrow, casting a look of suppressed astonishment at Rasha. How was this possible? It seemed that this shopkeeper, Rasha, was far more enigmatic than he had initially surmised. Rasha, however, paid no heed to Fury's expression and retrieved the Dengeki fruit from the display case, handing it to him. Fury offered no unnecessary words, carefully accepting it and taking a bite of the Dengeki fruit. Of course, he only consumed a portion. As for the remaining fruits, he had no intention of bringing them back to S.H.I.E.L.D. like Black Widow had done, for he had already dispatched individuals to analyze the fruit she previously brought, yielding no useful conclusions. Moreover, it was evident that since Rasha was so confident in allowing others to study the devil fruit, he was undoubtedly assured that the devil fruit code would remain uncrackable. Bringing them back would be a futile endeavor. Well then, shopkeeper, as a patron who has just aided your business, I trust a casual chat would be permissible? Fury remarked in a nonchalant tone as he regarded Rasha. What would you like to discuss? Rasha inquired, raising an eyebrow. One could say Fury had impeccable timing. Rasha was not one to dismiss a customer immediately after a transaction. I am merely curious, shopkeeper Rasha. You do not appear to be in need of money. Why then? Would you choose to sell such extraordinary items? Fury posed his most pressing question directly. Why sell the devil fruit? Because the system mandated it. Rasha silently scoffed at the thought, though such sentiments were not to be shared with Fury. He merely shrugged, because I enjoy it. Fury. It was clear that Rasha was reluctant to divulge further details, so Fury shifted to another inquiry. Your interests are quite unique, shopkeeper. May I inquire if there are other places to procure the devil fruit? This question held no secrets, and Rasha responded candidly. The House of Devil Fruits. There is but one globally. Fury nodded subtly, indicating his understanding. I presume you will not disclose how the devil fruits come to be. You may inquire, should you wish. Fury. Shopkeeper. Nick Fury, you are well aware that obtaining useful intelligence from me is impossible, so let us not squander time, shall we? Furthermore, I truly dislike conversing with older gentlemen. With that, Rasha had made his stance clear. What more could Fury say? Very well, shopkeeper, I shall not intrude any longer. Fury bid farewell to Rasha and exited the devil fruit shop. As for joining any groups, he made no mention, as having Black Widow in the network sufficed. Naturally, Rasha would not bring it up either. Chapter 11. A blind egg is soulless. System. The Dengeki fruit possessed by Nick Fury should hold no sway over me, correct? I refer to its mind-reading ability. After Fury departed, Rasha contemplated briefly before entering the system to inquire. Long ago, he had confirmed with the system that the professor's psychic abilities were of no consequence to him, thus logically deducing that the diminished mind-reading capacity of the Dengeki fruit would similarly prove ineffective. However, given the importance of the matter, Rasha deemed it prudent to verify for peace of mind. Rest assured, host, the system's protective mechanisms render any form of mental probing ineffective. The system's response echoed in his mind, prompting Rasha to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, his conjecture was correct. Even if the egg attempted to read his mind using the Dengeki fruit, it would be an exercise in futility. However, aside from mind reading, other abilities, such as distant observation or X-ray vision to monitor him, would remain effective. In this regard, Rasha was no different from any ordinary individual and would be subject to Nick Fury's scrutiny. Yet, this did not concern Rasha in the slightest. He was quite certain that ever since Black Widow's visit, his every move had likely been under SHIELD's watchful gaze. Such surveillance was unavoidable. However, he was entirely unconcerned about conventional monitoring. His only apprehension was with mind reading, and nothing more. Having established this, Rasha quickly dismissed thoughts of Nick Fury, paying him no further mind. Despite Fury's status as the head of SHIELD, he was not significantly different from any other ordinary person in Rasha's eyes, unworthy of excessive attention. With the recent sale of another devil fruit, only one more sale remained to complete the new phase of his sales task. Assessing the sales situation, Rasha noted that, thanks to the egg's assistance, he had sold 9 of the 10 tasked fruits. Only one step remained to fulfill the objective. Rasha's spirits were exceptionally high. On 7th Street, a black commercial vehicle glided along the road. Nick Fury sat in the back seat, outwardly composed, yet secretly mulling over matters. He was exceedingly pleased with the Dengeki fruit, which could enhance a person's eyesight to unprecedented levels. However, possessing only one eye was an immense waste of such capability. In the past, Fury had been indifferent to the condition of his other eye, but now, it seemed prudent to restore its sight. This way, he would possess an additional trump card unknown to others. Excellent, excellent. Fury made his decision. Director, where to next? The voice of SHIELD agent serving as the driver broke his reverie. Pull over to the side, Fury suddenly instructed. Although this decision was somewhat abrupt, the agent, as a seasoned operative, merely obeyed the command without question, pulling the vehicle to a stop. Exit the vehicle, Fury commanded once more. The agent complied without hesitation. Bang! Fury slammed the car door shut without offering any explanation, swiftly taking the driver's seat and pressing the accelerator to start the vehicle. Simultaneously, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number to make the necessary arrangements. Director, everything has been arranged. The personnel will be taken to Old George's location, arriving in approximately 40 minutes. About half an hour later, Nick Fury received such a response. With a swift motion, Fury turned his vehicle around and navigated through various streets. Ultimately, he arrived outside a nondescript cafe. He gradually brought the car to a halt, intending to exit, but suddenly recalled something. He formed an OK gesture with his right hand and surveyed his surroundings from within the vehicle. Activating his enhanced perception, everything in the vicinity was reflected in Fury's singular eye. Noticing nothing amiss, he finally felt at ease and pushed the door open, striding into the cafe. On the surface, it appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable cafe. Yet in reality, it served as a covert stronghold under Nick Fury's command. Upon entering, he wasted no time on pleasantries and approached a table where a woman was seated. Although the cafe bore the marks of age, trust me, when it comes to authentic flavor, this is the place to be, especially their freshly brewed coffee, which is nothing short of extraordinary. Fury addressed the woman. I must apologize. I am not particularly fond of coffee. The woman, however, shook her head and glanced at Fury. You are the one I am to treat, correct? Fury noticed that the coffee in front of her remained untouched. She had not sipped a single drop. I sincerely apologize for summoning you in this manner, Dr. Zhao. However, may we commence? Fury extended his hand. Indeed, this woman was none other than Dr. Helen Zhao. Upon seeing Fury's hand extended, she refrained from further chatter and gently grasped his hand. The power of the healing fruit activated instantly. Within mere seconds, Zhao withdrew her hand and said, I believe you are healed. You may remove your eye patch and test it. Yet, Fury did not comply. Instead, he rose from his seat. Excuse me for a moment. It was only when he had secluded himself in a stall of the men's restroom that he finally removed the eye patch from his left eye. The moment he did, a wave of exhilaration washed over his face. It's done. My eye is truly healed. After so many years, he never imagined he would have the chance to reopen his left eye. The sensation was profoundly nostalgic. However, Fury quickly composed himself, reapplying the eye patch before returning to Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao, remember the confidentiality agreement. You are here to enjoy coffee and have never met me, Fury stated earnestly. I understand. May I leave now? Zhao nodded and looked at Fury. That is your prerogative. Fury shrugged. However, I genuinely recommend you try the coffee here. With that, he refrained from further conversation with Zhao and exited the cafe. Chapter 11. The Shield's Apprehension. Manager Rasha is too dangerous. Director, I have pertinent intelligence to report. Shortly after settling into his car, Nick Fury received a call from Coulson. I'll return to the office in an hour. Understood. Although he mentioned an hour, Fury disregarded traffic regulations and sped back, taking only 40 minutes to reach the Triskelion. Upon arriving at his office, Fury did not hastily summon Coulson. Instead, he utilized his enhanced perception to conduct a thorough scan of the entire building. He was aware that an intelligence agency like S.H.I.E.L.D. would invariably harbor numerous spies. Organizations like the FBI, CIA, and various other intelligence entities undoubtedly had infiltrators within. This was unavoidable, just as these agencies were likely to have spies within S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury comprehended this fully. An intelligence agency that remains free of external infiltration would be deemed inadequate. However, it was essential for Fury to identify who these spies were. In the past, this investigation would have been cumbersome, but now, he felt a newfound confidence. For operatives, evading surveillance was second nature, ingrained in their very DNA. But now, Fury's abilities transcended the limitations of monitoring systems. He attempted to utilize his perception to examine areas previously inaccessible, venturing into surveillance blind spots. To his surprise, the experience was quite exhilarating. The entire Triskelion held no secrets before Fury. He believed that with the power of the staring fruit, his grip on S.H.I.E.L.D. would only strengthen over time. Suddenly, however, Fury's expression shifted. His gaze became fixated on a particular direction. Initially, he had merely intended to experiment and hone his skills with the staring fruit, not expecting to uncover anything significant. Yet, unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a suspicious interaction. He observed a bespectacled bald man conversing discreetly with Romlo, the captain of the rapid response team, in an area devoid of surveillance. This individual is a technician. What could he possibly be discussing with Romlo? Fury's brow furrowed slightly. Romlo was a senior agent with S.H.I.E.L.D., and Fury was well acquainted with him. Yet, this bald technician was merely a technician, nothing more. Fury had a vague recollection of him, but could not recall his name. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was vast, and Fury could not possibly know every minor player. However, how did these seemingly unrelated individuals come to know one another? And why were they conversing in a blind spot? Fury found the situation troubling. Nevertheless, he tucked this observation away in his mind, retracting his gaze and dispersing the OK gesture. At that moment, Fury picked up the phone and dialed an extension. Have Coulson come in. Director. Soon, Coulson appeared before Fury. Speak, Coulson, what intelligence do you have? Fury inquired, his expression stoic as he scrutinized Coulson. 3 hours ago, a large-scale conflict erupted between the Hand and the Kingpin. As he spoke, Coulson produced several relevant photographs and laid them before Fury. A glance revealed a scene strewn with bodies, prompting Fury to raise an eyebrow. It seemed Coulson was not exaggerating by using the term war. However, for Fury, the deaths of individuals from either the Hand or the Kingpin held no significance. He was entirely indifferent to their fates. Thus, Fury did not dwell on the conflict, merely lifting his gaze and inquiring languidly. And then, Manager Rasha also made an appearance. Coulson's next statement immediately piqued Fury's interest. How could someone like Rasha possibly become entangled in the struggle between the Hand and the Kingpin? Upon his arrival, he eliminated 47 members of the Hand in under a minute, including 3 of their key figures. Coulson continued, his tone serious. Under a minute? The voice of the boiled egg inadvertently rose several octaves, for even he could not suppress the tumultuous waves within his heart. The sheer shock was overwhelming. To slay 47 individuals in less than a minute. What does that even signify? Surely, even a grenade could not boast such efficiency? Indeed, it was under a minute. Coulson nodded solemnly. Regrettably, there were no photographs capturing the moment of Rasha's formidable display of power, as the entire sequence from his entrance to his exit transpired in such a brief span of time. According to Natasha's intelligence, Rasha had consumed the flash fruit, transforming him into the Light Man. I believe we now possess a lucid understanding of the capabilities of the Light Man. From this investigation, we have discerned that Manager Rasha can transmute himself into pure light, akin to light waves, which he employs for movement and assault. The gamblers from the Hand Association and Murakami were violently dispatched by Manager Rasha's powerful light waves. Furthermore, the remaining dozens of ninjas from the Hand Association fell victim to a simultaneous, vast barrage of light waves unleashed by Manager Rasha, who eliminated them in an instant. After vanquishing all the members of the Hand Association, Manager Rasha transformed into light and elegantly retreated from the 32nd floor of the building. Nick Fury's expression began to grow increasingly grave, bordering on the utmost seriousness. To transform into light. Such a notion is utterly preposterous, especially considering that Rasha can unleash extensive light wave attacks. This implies that slaying over 40 individuals is merely a fraction of his potential. If he so desired, he could effortlessly annihilate hundreds, even thousands. The thought of his ability to shift into light and navigate freely sent a chill through Nick Fury. The danger was palpable. The proprietor of the Devil Fruit Shop posed an alarming threat. In that moment, Rasha's standing in Nick Fury's mind ascended several tiers, with his threat level deemed exceedingly perilous. Coulson, exercise utmost caution in investigating the Devil Fruit Shop. We must not reveal any signs of our scrutiny. Additionally, avoid any potential conflict with them. Nick Fury instructed Coulson with an air of severity. Understood, sir, Coulson replied, equally grave. Even without Nick Fury's admonition, Coulson would have approached the matter with the same level of caution. The terrifying might of Rasha instilled considerable trepidation, even in Coulson, a top-tier agent. Where is Barton at present? Nick Fury inquired, recalling something as he raised his gaze to Coulson. He is executing a mission in Chicago, Coulson promptly responded, displaying his familiarity with his agents. The mission regarding the assassinated senator? Yes, sir. Recall Barton immediately. Such matters can be left to the FBI and CIA. Our elite agents should not be squandered on trivialities, Nick Fury ordered nonchalantly. Do you have other important assignments for Barton, sir? Coulson could not help but ask. Have him come to me upon his return, Nick Fury replied, sidestepping Coulson's inquiry. Understood, sir. Coulson refrained from pressing further. Nick Fury had intended to add more, but suddenly, a thought struck him. This was an opportune moment to test his own abilities. He extended his left hand, feigning a gesture to adjust the eye patch covering his left eye, inadvertently forming an OK sign. He then covertly cast a glance at Coulson through the eye obscured by the patch. Recently, there had been no significant developments within the agency. The only notable event was the discovery of the Devil Fruit Shop. Was Nick Fury contemplating granting Barton a quota for a devil fruit? Coulson's thoughts were accurately discerned by Nick Fury. Unfazed, Nick Fury felt a sense of satisfaction. Truly, Coulson was his most outstanding agent, though he often appeared amiable and unassuming. He was indeed a level 8 operative. It was impressive that he had deduced Nick Fury's intentions so swiftly. His professional acumen was beyond reproach. Indeed, Coulson's assumption was spot on. Nick Fury indeed intended to allocate the last available devil fruit quota to Barton, having considered no more suitable candidates. Had Coulson been a decade younger, Nick Fury might have contemplated him as a worthy recipient. Alas, time had rendered Coulson's prime as an agent a distant memory. Utilizing the fruit on Coulson would be a considerable waste. That boiled egg of a man. I have toiled for him, bearing burdens without complaint, yet he scarcely acknowledges my contributions, summoning me merely to run errands. Curse him for having a son with no rectitude. Just as Nick Fury reveled in satisfaction, Coulson's sudden thought pierced through his musings. The corner of Nick Fury's mouth twitched slightly. Coulson, oh Coulson, I had considered you an honest man. How wrong I was. You appear dutifully respectful, yet in your heart, you harbor such disdain? To wish ill upon my progeny. How ruthless. But what does that boiled egg even mean? Nick Fury retracted his left hand, his exposed eye narrowing with instinctive sharpness. Coulson, positioned opposite Nick Fury, suddenly felt a foreboding sense of unease. What was happening? He had the inexplicable sensation that Nick Fury had penetrated the veil of his thoughts. However, he quickly shook his head in disbelief. How absurd. Such a thing was impossible. Nick Fury did not possess telepathy. He had entertained similar disparaging thoughts about Nick Fury numerous times without consequence. "Sir, do you have any further instructions?" Coulson inquired, maintaining an air of calm as he turned to face Nick Fury. "I have received confidential intelligence. A tribe in Africa has uncovered a rare earth mineral mine, which is, in fact, a cover for an international drug lord's operations. Due to certain political factors, a minister from the Department of Defense has approached me, seeking to arrange for an undercover agent to infiltrate the mine and execute a covert mission. Coulson, you are a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and my most trusted operative. No one is more suitable than you. Coulson, what is the situation? Am I being dispatched to Africa for mining operations? What madness is this? Since when did S.H.I.E.L.D. involve itself in drug trafficking? Even if it pertains to political matters, surely a more suitable candidate could be assigned. Rather than myself. In the devil fruit shop, just place the items here. All right, you may leave now." Hope instructed 2 burly men to transport the 50 kilograms of gold that Rasha required into the store before swiftly dismissing them. Rasha observed Hope at her task, maintaining a facade of indifference, yet internally, he was brimming with excitement. Hope's assistance would directly facilitate the achievement of his sales objectives. "Manager, this is 50 kilograms of gold. Would you like to verify it?" Hope inquired, clapping her hands as she addressed Rasha. "Not necessary. I trust you." "Hope," Rasha replied with a smile. Although he still utilized the system to conduct a verification, confirming that all was indeed in order, he then gently extended his hand to collect the corresponding gold. The scene elicited a sense of wonder from Hope. However, given that the proprietor of the store is engaged in the extraordinary task of bestowing superpowers upon others, it is hardly surprising that he himself possesses a multitude of such abilities. Hope did not delve further into this matter. Naturally, Rasha remained taciturn, swiftly retrieving the tracking fruit that Hope required and handing it over to him. As Hope gazed at the fruit adorned with patterns reminiscent of clouds, a smile involuntarily graced his face. At last, this crucial fruit was in his possession. "By the way, is there anything I should be aware of regarding the preservation of the devil fruit?" Hope inquired with a serious demeanor. This question was indeed significant, as the reason Hope had purchased the tracking fruit so promptly was his fear of it being snatched away by someone else. As of now, there was still no clear candidate to consume the tracking fruit, hence it needed to be stored for a while. "There's nothing much to consider, just ensure it isn't stolen." Rasha chuckled, clarifying that this was no ordinary fruit. Upon hearing this, Hope felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be followed by another pressing question. "So, how long can the devil fruit be preserved at maximum? I presume such a wondrous fruit would not spoil, would it?" "Rest assured, if you do not consume it, the devil fruit can be kept indefinitely without deteriorating," Rasha assured him with unwavering confidence. With that, Hope's anxieties were thoroughly alleviated. Chapter 115, Lottery, Max Level Observation Hockey Swordsmanship. "Well then, I shall not impose any longer. I shall return for another visit. Farewell. Goodbye, Hope." After completing the transaction, Hope did not linger within the devil fruit shop, exchanging only a few pleasantries with Rasha before taking his leave. Meanwhile, Rasha eagerly delved into the system. In fact, the moment he concluded the transaction with Hope, he received a prompt from the system. The new phase of the sales task had been accomplished. Congratulations to the host for successfully selling 10 devil fruits, completing the phase task. As expected, upon entering the system, Rasha was greeted with this prominent notification, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 3 lottery chances or 1,000 origin points. Special reminder, the host may choose between a lottery draw or the origin point reward. 1 lottery draw equates to receiving 1,000 origin points. Please make your selection." This meant that 1 lottery draw was equivalent to 1,000 origin points. And regardless of how the lottery and origin point rewards were combined, the total would still amount to 3. This rule was quite comprehensible and not overly complex. Rasha began to ponder his optimal strategy. The origin points were essential for enhancing abilities. Thus, he must reserve a portion of them and not expend them all on the lottery. Based on Rasha's experience, 1,000 origin points would suffice to elevate the glint fruit to the level of Admiral Kazuru, which was indeed a substantial enhancement. This implied that Rasha need not solely opt for origin points, leaving room for a lottery draw as well. Therefore, a balanced choice between the lottery and origin points would be prudent. Ultimately, the specific ratio would depend on the circumstances at hand. After a brief contemplation, Rasha made his decision. He would first try his luck with the lottery. System, initiate a lottery draw. Having made his choice, Rasha eagerly addressed the system. "Reward is being drawn. As the system provided this notification, a flurry of words began to flash rapidly before his eyes. Tremor fruit, surgery fruit, night sword, marine 6 powers. Flower fruit, sand fruit, Vegapunk's knowledge, pacifista technical data, Carp's iron fist, armament hockey seed, and the going merry. Rasha's heart raced, and he held his breath, overwhelmed with nervous anticipation. Among these rewards, some were exceedingly exceptional and stirred his interest, while others were, frankly, rather trivial and of little use. The going merry, for instance, could hardly be deemed anything but a colossal disappointment. What use would it serve Rasha? It was almost comical. Just as Rasha's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, the display on the screen suddenly froze. Simultaneously, a notification rang out. Lottery completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Roronoa Zoro's swordsmanship, East Blue. Zoro's swordsmanship. Rasha's tense heart relaxed slightly, though he still felt a twinge of disappointment. While Zoro's swordsmanship was certainly not without merit, it felt somewhat superfluous to Rasha, an adept of the glint fruit. Why would he engage in combat using swordsmanship? Moreover, this was not the peak version of Zoro, but rather his earlier self from the East Blue. Yet, upon further reflection, Rasha found some solace. After all, even Admiral Kazuru had encountered the formidable Rayleigh, who was capable of contending with natural-type adversaries. In such encounters, possessing proficiency in swordsmanship could indeed be a valuable asset. Moreover, envisioning a combination of the Cloud Sword and Zoro's swordsmanship presented an intriguing prospect. Of course, this was the world of Marvel, where hockey as a concept was theoretically absent. Yet, given the chaotic nature of the Marvel universe, Rasha could not entirely dismiss the possibility of discovering means to counter natural type abilities. Considering this, acquiring skills beyond those of the natural type seemed a wise decision. With this thought, Rasha's heart gradually found equilibrium, and he no longer felt so disheartened. Zoro's swordsmanship was, after all, quite commendable. Nevertheless, this was still insufficient for Rasha. System, proceed with another lottery. Rasha commanded the system once more. Reward is being drawn. Following this prompt, a new series of words began to shimmer before his eyes. Lottery completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the observation hockey seed. Observation hockey. Rasha's excitement surged instantaneously. It must be said that the system had proven itself remarkably generous. Observation hockey was precisely the reward Rasha had yearned for the most. After all, without observation hockey, his overall strength would be significantly diminished. Whether it was the application of his fruit abilities or other skills such as swordsmanship, having the support of observation hockey would enhance efficiency and maximize effectiveness. Excellent. Rasha was thoroughly satisfied. The only regret was that he had acquired not the admiral-level observation hockey, but merely the seed of it. In other words, he had obtained the most rudimentary form of observation hockey. Rasha did not consider himself a prodigy who could self-teach and cultivate observation hockey to an advanced level without guidance. However, he still had 1,000 origin points to claim. After experiencing 2 consecutive lottery draws, the decision for the third choice was almost a foregone conclusion. System. I choose to receive the 1,000 origin points reward. Without any hesitation, Rasha promptly issued his command within the system. Congratulations, host, you have received 1,000 origin points. The system promptly alerted the host of a surplus of origin points, which could be utilized to enhance the abilities of the glitter fruit, observation hockey, or Zoro's swordsmanship. The host is advised to make a choice accordingly. There was no room for hesitation. Enhance observation hockey. Enhancing in progress. Deducting origin points. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, the host's observation hockey has been elevated to the level of Admiral Fujitora. The level of Admiral Fujitora. Rasha was overwhelmed with excitement. Surely, Fujitora's observation hockey was among the most formidable in the world of pirates, capable of detecting falling meteorites from the sky. How utterly extravagant. And now, Rasha too possessed such an extraordinary ability. Chapter 116, Those Interested in Zoan Fruits. With a mere thought, Rasha extended his enhanced observation hockey, perceiving everything in his surroundings. It was an astonishing sensation. Apart from his eyes, he could observe the world in an entirely different manner. It resembled a mental prowess akin to telepathy, possessing remarkable similarities to divine consciousness. However, unlike divine consciousness, this ability was limited to observation, devoid of its myriad functions. Yet, to Rasha, this experience was profoundly wondrous. It was as though he had installed surveillance cameras in every corner of the earth, freely gazing into any nook and cranny, unrestricted and unconfined. Not merely confined to earth. With another thought, Rasha retracted his vision from the planet and ventured deep into space. The vast, profound, and coldly desolate starry sky unfolded before him. This sensation was indeed extraordinary. In both his past and present lives, Rasha had never before observed the cosmos from such a perspective. He often heard others speak of gazing at the stars, yet perhaps only he could truly claim to have done so. Thus, Rasha's observation hockey continued its exploration through the expanse of space, ultimately discovering the celestial body most closely associated with Earth, the moon. Incredible. He could even observe the moon. It was well known that after years of advancement in space exploration, humanity had only just managed to reach the moon. Yet, Rasha had accomplished this on his own. It was impossible not to feel a sense of superiority, as though observation hockey was undeniably superior. Initially planning to casually inspect the moon, Rasha's expression suddenly shifted as he discerned the presence of living beings on its surface. To his astonishment, there were indeed people on the moon. Energized by this revelation, he expanded his observation hockey once more to investigate further. To his surprise, he uncovered a remarkable discovery. The moon was not only inhabited but also home to a city, Attilan. Indeed, that city was the mobile fortress of the Inhumans, Attilan. The individuals residing on the moon were, astonishingly, also Inhumans. Among them were familiar faces, including one that had been easily dispatched by the Scarlet Witch. Such was the world of Marvel, where even the moon harbored life. Rasha marveled internally before retracting his observation hockey. He was not inclined to be an intrusive observer, although the city of Attilan and its inhabitants piqued his curiosity. It was merely that. Rasha swiftly passed over the moon and continued his exploration through the vastness of space until a voice abruptly interrupted him. Next phase task unlocked. Sell 15 devil fruits. Phase task reward. 5 lottery chances or 5,000 origin points. Note: 1,000 origin points equate to 1 lottery chance, and the host may combine them at will. The latest phase sales task had been unlocked. 15 fruits? Rasha felt a surge of optimism upon viewing the new task indicators, which posed no challenge for him. His confidence was unwavering. Store manager, you seem in high spirits. A voice chimed in as the charismatic and dashing Morbius entered the devil fruit shop, greeting Rasha with respect and courtesy. Accompanying Morbius was another young man clad in a trench coat, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of a punk. It was him. A mere glance was enough for Rasha to recognize the young man, none other than Morbius's close friend, or more accurately, his fellow patient. Like Morbius, he suffered from a rare blood disease, having grown up alongside him. After privately receiving a serum developed by Morbius, he too had transformed into a vampire. However, unlike Morbius's restraint, this individual had fully embraced his darker impulses, committing heinous acts and ultimately becoming a villain, only to be vanquished by Morbius. As he was not a central character, Rasha was unaware of his name. Yet now, this individual appeared as healthy as Morbius, suggesting that Morbius had recommended his friend for treatment after recovering from his own affliction. Ah, it's Morbius. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Rasha greeted Morbius nonchalantly. Back for more devil fruits? Indeed, store manager. Allow me to introduce my best friend, Lucien Crown. Morbius gestured to his companion, explaining that Lucien had come to purchase devil fruits, and he was merely accompanying him. Hello, store manager Rasha. I've heard much about you from Morbius. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Lucien said, extending his hand with remarkable politeness, embodying the essence of a gentleman. Who could have imagined that someone with such power could also be so ruthless? Hello. Rasha shook Lucien's hand briefly. So, store manager, may I take a look at the catalog? I can hardly contain my excitement. Lucien eagerly requested, his anticipation palpable. Without hesitation, Rasha retrieved the latest catalog and handed it to Lucien. Lucien accepted it with care, and after a cursory glance, he began to exclaim in wonder, "Wow, Morbius. These are truly incredible fruits. You were absolutely right. I told you so." Lucien, Morbius chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. Lucien merely shrugged, indifferent to Morbius's comment, as his entire focus was now on the catalog. Morbius understood and did not take offense, simply observing with a smile as Lucien perused the fruits. However, Morbius's brow soon furrowed. Lucien, are you looking at the zone fruits? Rasha noted that Lucien was unlike most customers. Typically, patrons would swiftly skim past the zone section to meticulously select from the paramecia fruits, yet Lucien displayed a marked interest in the zone category. Chapter 117. The first zone fruit sold. Is there an issue? Upon hearing the words of Morbius, Lucien could not help but turn his head, casting a casual glance at him. Lucien, perhaps you have not grasped the gravity of the situation. Zone-type fruits can indeed transform a person into an animal. Morbius earnestly cautioned Lucien. I am aware. I have seen it. Yet, Zoan types also grant immense power and unimaginable abilities. Lucian dismissed the concern without a second thought. My friend, gaining power comes at a cost, and besides, it's not as if I will truly become an animal. At this point, Lucian turned to Rasha. Continuing his inquiry, I presume the transformation occurs only when the ability is activated, correct? Indeed, Lucian, Rasha nodded affirmatively. As long as the ability is not activated. Even those who have consumed a Zoan-type fruit will not exhibit any changes. See that? Lucian gestured towards Mobius with an open hand. Come on, tell me you're not being serious. Mobius, however, maintained a serious demeanor, fixing an intense gaze upon Lucian. Mobius, why so grave? You are a scientist. I expected your perspective to be more open-minded. Relax, I'm merely browsing. Lucian smiled at Mobius before returning to peruse the compendium in his hands. Mobius found himself increasingly anxious as Lucian spent a considerable amount of time engrossed in the section on Zoan fruits. It was only when Lucian diligently finished reading the Zoan chapter and turned to the Paramecia section that Mobius finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, Lucian was not solely focused on the Zoan fruits. He was merely reviewing all the options available. So, Lucian, how do you feel about these Paramecia fruits? They are indeed quite fascinating. Mobius inquired, still somewhat uneasy. Absolutely. They are quite marvelous and eye-opening, Lucian replied nonchalantly. Well then, Lucian, do you have a particular fruit that you favor? As Lucian finished his review and returned the compendium, Mobius immediately asked. Of course, Lucian nodded, then directed his gaze towards Rasha. Rasha, I am particularly intrigued by the bat form of the bird fruit. Lucian, what on earth are you talking about? Before he could finish, Mobius urgently interjected. Although he had also examined the Paramecia fruits, it was disconcerting to him that Lucian chose a Zoan fruit instead. This was hard for Mobius to accept, as Lucian had been his closest friend since childhood, akin to a brother. He did not wish for his brother to become a monster. I am serious, Lucian stated with solemnity. With so many Paramecia fruits available, why would you choose a Zoan fruit? Do you wish to become a monster? Mobius's agitation was palpable. Though there are numerous Paramecia fruits, none have captivated my interest. Lucian replied, I have been ill my entire life, confined to a small hospital room. I have had enough. Now, having been granted a second chance to live a freer and more powerful life, you expect me to abandon that? My friend, I appreciate your concern. But this is my choice. Lucian declared resolutely. Indeed, while the Paramecia fruits were plentiful and their abilities varied, to Lucian, none were as practical as the Zoan types. What good are abilities like creating barriers, transforming into springs, or manipulating lines? They pale in comparison to the strength that comes with consuming a Zoan fruit. Especially the bat form of the bird fruit, which grants the ability to soar freely. As for the transformation, while some may find it unacceptable, Lucian had no qualms about it. Of course, the bird fruit had an even more desirable eagle form. But at a staggering price of 150 kilograms of gold, it was far beyond Lucian's budget. The bat form, however, required only 50 kilograms of gold, making it more suitable for Lucian. Excuse me, Rasha, Mobius greeted the shopkeeper before swiftly pulling Lucian aside for a private discussion. The two engaged in a heated debate. But ultimately, Mobius was unable to sway Lucian. Lucian returned to the display case and addressed Rasha, shopkeeper. Could you please present a sample of the bat form of the bird fruit for me to taste? Despite Mobius's evident reluctance, it was Lucian who was making the purchase. Since Lucian had set his sights on it, Rasha had nothing further to say and promptly handed over the sample of the bat form of the bird fruit. Mobius stared in disbelief, panting with agitation, yet did not intervene. Lucian was resolute, a decision that Mobius could not alter. Thank you, Rasha. Lucian exclaimed excitedly as he took the fruit sample from Rasha and gently bit into it. Instantly, an expression of astonishment spread across his face. This power. I feel as though I could fell a bull with a single punch. Lucian could vividly sense the surge of strength coursing through him, his voice growing increasingly animated. In the past, Lucian had been as weak as Mobius, unable to lift even the lightest of burdens. Thus, the sensation of such overwhelming power was exhilarating, as if his life was finally undergoing a monumental transformation. Then, with a mere thought, Lucian's body began to undergo the corresponding changes associated with the bat transformation. First, a pair of bat wings erupted from his back, followed by his hands morphing into claws, and his face exhibiting bat-like features. In short, Lucian had become a grotesque hybrid of man and bat. Even though the fruit had been sold by Rasha, he could not help but internally lament, what an eyesore. With a flap of his newly formed wings, the half-man, half-bat creature launched into the air, only to misjudge his first flight and crash headlong into a tree. Chapter 118. The true power lies with shopkeeper Rasha. Thud. Lucian, in his half-man, half-bat form, possessed considerable strength, and the impact sent the entire tree swaying violently. He let out a muffled grunt before tumbling to the ground. What just happened? What is going on? Passers-by were startled and halted in their tracks to observe. I'm fine. I accidentally crashed into the tree. My apologies. Lucian quickly shifted back to his human form, awkwardly waving to the onlookers in explanation. Although the bystanders were puzzled as to why this seemingly pristine individual, dressed in fine clothing, had become disheveled and crashed into a tree, they opted not to pry further since Lucian claimed to be unharmed. Dusting himself off, Lucian returned to the devil fruit shop, a satisfied smile on his face. Lucian, this is utterly absurd. Mobius approached, his brow furrowed like a chrysanthemum blooming in late autumn. You really should have seen your own reflection just now. You looked like a monster? Lucian interjected. Lucian interrupted Mobius, who was wearing an expression of rapture. Mobius, did you not see me soar just now? Did you not witness how I nearly crashed into that tree? I feel absolutely magnificent. Upon observing Mobius's demeanor, Lucian realized that he could not dissuade him and thus altered his approach. Very well, if you truly wish to procure a zoan-type fruit, might you consider exchanging it for another? How about the bird fruit, falcon form? If your concern lies with the price, fret not, my friend, for I shall ensure it poses no issue. To Mobius, the falcon form of the bird fruit bore a striking resemblance to the bat form. Both allowed transformation into avian creatures. However, from a biological standpoint, bats belong to the realm of mammals, not birds. Yet, the devil fruits seem to lean more towards functional capabilities. Moreover, the bat form merely suggests a bat-like appearance rather than a complete transformation into a bat. In essence, while the former is highly akin to the latter, it surpasses it in numerous aspects. After all, the falcon reigns as the king among birds, which is not too difficult to accept. Nonetheless, Lucian resolutely rejected the offer. After years of benefaction from Mobius, he felt it was time to reshape his own destiny through his own strength. He did not wish for everything he possessed to be a gift from Mobius. Shopkeeper, I have made my decision. I shall take this fruit, Lucian declared assertively to Rasha. The acquisition of any fruit rested entirely on the guest's discretion, and Rasha would naturally refrain from interference. He nodded in acknowledgement, replying, as the guest wishes. Lucian refrained from further conversation, stepping outside to laboriously begin transporting gold into the shop. Upon witnessing this, Mobius let out a long sigh, but ultimately rushed over to lend a hand. With Lucian having made his choice, what could Mobius do? The transaction was soon completed, and Lucian joyfully consumed the bird fruit, bat form, gaining the power to transform into a bat. Yet, Lucian was aware that, despite his personal fondness for the bat form, the general populace would likely harbor prejudice. Their reactions upon discovering his choice would probably be no better than Mobius's, if not worse. Given that Mobius, as his close friend, reacted thus, he could only imagine the disdain from others. Consequently, Mobius opted against joining the group. After exchanging a brief farewell with Rasha, he accompanied Lucian out of the devil fruit shop. In the depths of Hell's Kitchen, within the secret stronghold of the Stickman, the latest battle had claimed a staggering 113 lives from the Hand Association, including the esteemed Lady Gao, the gambler, and Murakami, along with Murakami's apprentice. Shin, none survived. The remains of Lady Gao, the gambler, Murakami, and Shin had been incinerated by Kingpin, their ashes scattered into the sea, leaving no chance for resurrection. A disciple of the Chaste Society reported to the Stickman, who, despite his usual demeanor, felt a rush of exhilaration that quickened his breath. Can it be confirmed? It can be confirmed 100%. These scoundrels are finally dead, the Stickman exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Beside him, Erica mirrored his elation. To be candid, she had previously harbored doubts about the Stickman's scheme to incite conflict between Kingpin and the Hand Association. After all, the Hand's magnitude was such that it seemed implausible for someone like Kingpin to pose a threat. Even if Kingpin was considered an underground emperor in New York, he paled in comparison to the Hand Association. However, the outcome left Erica utterly astonished. The very Kingpin she had underestimated accomplished what the Stickman had never been able to achieve. How could this happen? Kingpin possesses such capability? Once composed, Erica turned to the disciple of the Chaste Society, questioning, I presume some unforeseen events transpired, did they not? Indeed, unexpected events occurred. It was the shopkeeper of the Devil Fruit store who intervened. Just as Kingpin was on the brink of collapse, manager Rasha appeared and, with a thunderous force, eliminated all members of the Hand Association, turning the tide of battle. The disciple continued. Both the Stickman and Erica were taken aback, their astonishment palpable. They had never anticipated that manager Rasha would involve himself in the conflict between Kingpin and the Hand Association. However, this revelation clarified how Kingpin could annihilate the Hand. The true prowess lay not with Kingpin, but with the shopkeeper. Stickman. 3 of the 5 fingers of the Hand Association are dead. Only 2 remain. We can handle them ourselves. Now, should we not eliminate Kingpin to avenge Matt? Erica stated with a serious expression, her thoughts immediately returning to the great grievance against Matt Murdock. Erica, you must learn, emotional ties will only become your weakness. Matt's death was in vain, as it imparted no lesson upon you. The Stickman replied, his tone somber. Our foremost task is to eradicate the Hand Association. I shall deal with Kingpin, but not at this moment. Chapter 119. Do not provoke that shopkeeper. In the opulent office of the Midtown Financial Corporation, a woman appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, exuding elegance yet exhibiting signs of frailty, sat across from a man of African descent. The expressions on their faces were grave, and the atmosphere within the office was palpably oppressive. These 2 individuals were none other than the last remaining fingers of the Hand Association, Alexandra and Soanda. Hi, Murakami, the gambler. They are all dead. Soanda finally broke the silence, his face etched with concern. Soanda, I fail to grasp your point. Is death not a common occurrence for us? Or perhaps it does not exist at all? Alexandra remarked, her brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, death is an unavoidable aspect of existence that no one can escape. Yet, the Hand Association had defied this very nature. They had shattered the shackles of mortality. They were utterly annihilated, reduced to ashes by Kingpin, their remains scattered to the winds. Soanda added, they were killed and their ashes scattered, causing Alexandra's mouth to twitch in disbelief. To kill is one thing, but to scatter their ashes, that fat man is exceedingly ruthless. However, with this revelation, it became evident that Gao and the others were indeed irretrievably gone, with no chance of resurrection. All others remain intact. It is only Gao and her cohort whose ashes have been scattered. Alexandra, you must understand what this signifies. Soanda's tone grew increasingly serious. Alexandra mirrored his gravity. It was clear that Kingpin had uncovered their secret of rebirth and, moreover, had discovered the means to suppress it. This posed a significant threat to Alexandra. Soanda, Kingpin cannot possess such power. Alexandra finally spoke after a lengthy silence, her brow furrowed. As the supreme leader of the Hand Association, she could not possibly be unaware of Kingpin's true nature. Although viewed as a formidable figure by the general populace, in the eyes of the Hand Association, he was still but a lowly scoundrel. It is inconceivable that Jean possesses such formidable capabilities. Not only is it implausible that he could simultaneously eliminate the 3 fingers of the Hand Association, but he could not even take down a single adversary. Even with the consumption of a devil fruit, there must be some underlying circumstances. According to my investigation, it appears that someone indeed assisted Jean. Soanda relayed the information he had uncovered to Alexandra, revealing that Jean was initially slated for extermination. However, at a critical juncture, an individual arrived just in time to turn the tide of battle. Soanda, let me confirm, you just stated it was one person? Alexandra raised an eyebrow. Indeed, one person. Soanda nodded emphatically. Even in such a serious context, Alexandra nearly succumbed to laughter. Soanda, you ought to listen to what you're saying. At this moment, she swiftly realized that the last individual to appear must have been a devil fruit user. Only then could everything be explained. According to the investigation, this person wielded the power to control light. Soanda nodded in agreement, stating that he was reputed to unleash extensive light wave attacks, which ultimately led to the demise of Gao and his associates. Alexandra's pupils involuntarily contracted. Such a being is truly terrifying. Even someone of Alexandra's stature felt a shiver of dread. Why would such a figure choose to aid Jean? Subsequently, Alexandra's brow furrowed, resembling an aged chrysanthemum blooming in late autumn. I believe he did not assist Jean. Rather, Jean was merely fortunate. What does this imply? Gao had previously orchestrated a covert operation to seize a devil fruit, and according to my findings, it is highly likely that the individual who ultimately vanquished Gao and his cohorts was the proprietor of the devil fruit shop. In other words, the deaths of Lady Gao, Murakami, and the gambler were merely the result of a robbery? Is that all there is to it? Alexandra found the situation utterly absurd. What is the Hand Association? After all, for centuries, they have wreaked havoc on Earth, instigating earthquakes, causing plagues, and generating innumerable catastrophic disasters. For them, a robbery is as trivial as eating or drinking. Yet, after all these years of evading consequences, Lady Gao and her associates were obliterated by a mere petty theft. Alexandra found it impossible to accept. Shock, disbelief, unacceptability, incredulity, absurdity, An array of emotions flitted across Alexandra's face. Ultimately, everything coalesced into a haunting question. Was it all merely due to a robbery? To be precise, it was a completely failed robbery. Sawanda interjected. Indeed, Gao's operation was utterly disastrous. She gained nothing. Sawanda's addition felt like a sharp blade, inciting a surge of frustration within Alexandra. If that is the case, the deaths of Lady Gao and her companions appear utterly meaningless. It is simply laughable. So, what shall we do next? Sawanda paused for a moment before turning back to Alexandra, gazing intently. What is there for us to choose from? The deaths of Gao and her group have left us with an overwhelming mess to manage. Alexandra rubbed her temples, feeling quite exasperated. Not only that, but she herself had also been afflicted with an incurable ailment, rendering her almost incapacitated, with virtually all responsibilities falling to Sawanda. Just thinking about it was a headache. What I mean is, that devil fruit shop owner. Sawanda corrected his phrasing. He has inflicted such significant losses upon us. What should we do about that? In this regard, we indeed have something we can do. Alexandra nodded, stating, from now on, ensure that the subordinates do not provoke the owner of the devil fruit shop. While it is somewhat disheartening, and I am reluctant to admit it, Sawanda, that individual is certainly not someone we can afford to antagonize. At least not at this moment. Chapter 10. Iron Man's girlfriend comes to buy fruits. Devil fruit shop. Lee, I have uncovered the truth. As you suspected, Norton Schwarzenegger is indeed affiliated with the Hand Association. 7 years ago, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness, but just before his demise, the Hand Association found him and resurrected him. Since then, Norton Schwarzenegger has operated in the shadows, assuming the identity of a non-existent individual, aiding the Hand Association in various nefarious dealings. Roxa gazed at the message sent by Jean, nodding to himself. It seems my earlier predictions were correct. This matter is indeed the handiwork of the Hand Association, and I have not mistakenly targeted the wrong person. However, the Hand Association consists of 5 fingers, and thus far, Roxa has only eliminated 3. This leaves 2 remaining. Given that 3 fingers have already been dealt with, is there even a need to spare the other 2? Roxa initially intended to eliminate the remaining 2 fingers of the Hand Association, but just then, Jean sent another message. Lee, you are familiar with the Hand Association. Surely you know there are 5 leaders, collectively referred to as the 5 fingers of the Hand Association. Lady Gao Murakami, and the gambler are 3 of them, already eliminated by the shop owner. However, there are still 2 remaining, Alexandra and Sawanda. I will take care of these 2 as quickly as possible. I know that with your abilities, eliminating the other 2 fingers should pose no challenge. However, Lee, leave them to me. As your host, I must offer you a small token of gratitude. A token of gratitude, indeed. Roxa couldn't help but smirk coldly. Jean was clearly calculating his moves, speaking sweetly yet deceptively. Jean had already clashed with the Hand Association, and the deaths of the 3 fingers were entirely due to his actions. He and the Hand Association were now locked in a life-and-death struggle. Did he think Lee was a fool? Would he truly offer favors to someone he intended to kill? Fisk, you are mistaken. Justice has its own boundaries. I am a person of clear distinctions between gratitude and grievance. Did you not assert that Lady Gao was the mastermind behind everything? Now that she has been slain by the shop owner, let the dust settle and let the past remain in the past. Goodness gracious. I trust you as far as I can throw you. You old rascal, you're quite cunning. Jean couldn't help but smile knowingly at the message from Roxa. His attempts at deception clearly failed to fool Lee. Lee, await my good news. With that, Jean had nothing more to say to Lee, and after sending that message, he exited the social platform. On the other hand, Roxa fell into deep contemplation. Since Jean intended to eliminate Alexandra and Sawanda, then he could handle them. After all, the primary antagonist, Lady Gao, had already been dealt with. Alexandra and Sawanda were of no consequence to Roxa. If Jean wished to kill them, so be it. He had no inclination to intervene. While making the trip wouldn't be too troublesome, if someone else could run the errand, why not let them? Moreover, Roxa was curious to see how the miraculous devil fruit could transform the world around him. In the depths of New York, the underground emperor, having ingested a devil fruit, now possesses the ability to confront a long-standing organization that has been severely weakened. Rashia is indeed filled with anticipation. As he contemplates these matters, the wind chimes at the entrance begin to ring. Automatically, Rashia looks up, only to behold a tall, elegant woman in a professional attire, her golden hair gleaming, striding confidently into the shop on high heels. A fleeting glance at the newcomer causes Rashia's expression to shift slightly. Her identity is anything but ordinary. He has frequently encountered this woman on television, in the news, and in newspapers. She is not merely significant to Rashia, but also to many others. She is a bona fide superstar, her every move captivating the attention of major media outlets and radio stations. The reason is quite simple. She is none other than the renowned Pepper Potts, the personal assistant of the illustrious Tony Stark, aptly referred to as his nanny. Indeed, this very woman would later ascend from being Tony Stark's assistant to the CEO of Stark Industries, ultimately becoming the wife of Iron Man himself. Rashia could hardly fathom that such a formidable businesswoman would choose to stroll through an ordinary commercial district like this. However, this perception is merely a stereotype held by Rashia. Having experienced little romance in his previous life, which ended tragically during a blind date, he concedes that he does not truly understand women. Welcome to our humble establishment. As these errant thoughts flit through his mind, he promptly greets the customer with a gentle smile. Hello, shopkeeper. I was simply curious to see what exactly a devil fruit is. Pepper Potts responds politely, devil fruit? I've never heard of such a peculiar name for a fruit. Please feel free to browse. These are indeed the devil fruits. Rashia gestures towards the display case, guiding her attention. In truth, Pepper's gaze is naturally drawn to the vibrantly colored devil fruits. To speak plainly, such bizarre fruits are undeniably eye-catching, making it difficult for anyone to overlook them. Wow! Pepper exclaims, her interest piqued by the appearance of the devil fruits. I must say, these fruits truly live up to the name devil fruit. They do seem somewhat intimidating. That is because you do not yet comprehend their true nature. Trust me, once you understand what a devil fruit truly is, you will come to regard them as the most marvelous things in the world, Rashia imparts in an enigmatic tone. Is that so? Pepper raises an eyebrow. The shopkeeper seems to be exaggerating. Yet, she is indeed intrigued by these peculiar fruits and wishes to sample one for herself. Then I would genuinely like to experience what this fruit is like. So, shopkeeper, please give me one. Chapter 11. Perfectly matched fruit for Pepper Potts. You see, dear customer, devil fruits are unlike any other fruits. As you can observe, each fruit possesses a distinct appearance, for they are inherently different from one another. Each fruit is unique and endowed with entirely different powers. Therefore, please select a fruit that you find appealing, Rashia explains, retrieving the devil fruit encyclopedia to present to Pepper. However, Pepper merely waves her hand dismissively. Shopkeeper, just give me any one, please. I am somewhat pressed for time. She scarcely considers Rashia's assertions about each fruit's uniqueness. To her, they seem merely conversational embellishments meant to enliven the atmosphere. Then please hold on a moment. May I recommend a fruit for you? As the shopkeeper, Rashia naturally does not wish to contradict his customer. Given that Pepper has invited him to assist her in selecting a fruit, he readily agrees, even if it is under her lack of specific knowledge. What type of fruit would be suitable for a businesswoman like Pepper Potts? Unique fruits begin to flash through Rashia's mind, and soon, his eyes light up with inspiration. He genuinely believes he has found a fruit that would suit Pepper Potts well. Dear customer, if I may, I sincerely recommend this bubble fruit. Rashia presents a purple fruit adorned with concentric patterns, resembling an elongated oval. Bubble fruit? Is this not a devil fruit? Pepper is momentarily perplexed by Rashia's words. First, it's a devil fruit, and now it's a bubble fruit. What exactly are you selling, shopkeeper? Devil fruit is a general term. All the fruits you see here are indeed devil fruits. But as I mentioned earlier, each one is distinct. This particular devil fruit grants the ability to produce bubbles, hence the name bubble fruit. Wait, shopkeeper, wait. Pepper interjects, unable to contain her confusion. Your earlier explanation was coherent, suggesting that you were giving each devil fruit an individual name. But now what is this? The ability to produce bubbles? Are you implying that consuming a devil fruit bestows one with powers? That sounds rather far-fetched, does it not? And what is the purpose of producing bubbles? I am baffled. I merely saw an intriguing fruit that I wanted to purchase. Why complicate matters? What is the crux of your peculiar statements? Pepper's brow furrows slightly, her gaze fixed on Rashia. At this juncture, Pepper's fleeting curiosity about the devil fruits has nearly dissipated. She has no intention of making a purchase. The owner of this devil fruit shop appears quite strange, as if his mind is not entirely clear. It would be best to leave promptly. Pardon me. But just as Pepper begins to voice her thoughts, Rashia suddenly extends his right hand, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. In that moment, Pepper's expression shifts to one of astonishment, for Rashia's outstretched finger emanates a golden glow, dazzling in its brilliance. Shopkeeper, your finger, she murmurs, captivated by the sight. Yet her words are cut short. Suddenly, Rashia points forward, and a beam of golden light shoots forth. Bang! The sound of an object colliding reverberates through the air. Simultaneously, a tree outside the devil fruit shop begins to sway. Pepper immediately turns her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. Instinctively, she quickens her pace. Rushing to the entrance and approaching the tree, she stands there, utterly dumbfounded. Oh my God! Pepper gasps in astonishment as she witnesses smoke billowing from a dent in the trunk of the tree before her. Even upon the surface and edges of those pits, there were faint sparks and traces of combustion. How could such a phenomenon be possible? The young store manager had just emitted a wave of light from his fingertip, effortlessly creating a crater in the great tree. Had she truly witnessed this? Pepper Potts instinctively reached out to touch the gaping hole in the tree, only to recoil as if electrocuted. It was scorching. I apologize, dear customer, but a mosquito suddenly flew out, and in my haste, I may have been somewhat discourteous. With this utterance, Roche emerged with a cheerful grin. Swatting mosquitoes? Pepper Potts was at a loss for how to respond. He made his finger glow and unleashed a wave of light, resembling something out of a fairy tale, and yet it was merely a mosquito swat. The unfortunate insect he had struck down was indeed fortunate. However, the most crucial detail was that it was merely spring. Where could mosquitoes possibly be found? I hope your finger isn't injured. I neglected to mention that my photon bullets are not your average energy attacks, akin to how the sun, when magnified, generates intense heat. My photon bullets also carry a high temperature. Roche, noticing Pepper Potts nursing her burned finger, continued to explain with a grin. Why didn't you say so earlier? Pepper Potts gazed at Roche, her eyes filled with reproach. Wait, is now the time to be entangled in these trivial matters? She quickly regained her focus, casting aside the unproductive questions, her gaze fixed intently on Roche, brimming with astonishment. Manager, what on earth was that just now? How did you accomplish it? Without waiting for Roche to respond, she recalled his earlier words, her eyes widening slightly. Manager, you wouldn't tell me that was a power granted by a devil fruit, would you? Indeed, you are correct, dear customer. Oh, and I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I am the Light Man, having consumed the glint fruit. Roche smiled at Pepper Potts. Observing her evident shock, he sensed that this revelation would likely solidify their rapport. Chapter 1. Pepper Potts. By consuming it, I become the most formidable worker in history. The Light Man who consumed the glint fruit. Pepper Potts was momentarily taken aback. Did the title Light Man not seem a tad exaggerated? Little did she know that the luminous emission from his fingertip was merely the tip of the iceberg of Roche's capabilities. He possessed the genuine ability to emit light from any part of his body at will. Nevertheless, even with that knowledge, Pepper Potts was genuinely astonished by Roche's revelation. So, manager, these devil fruits can truly bestow superhuman abilities? After calming her racing heart, she instinctively gazed at Roche with incredulity. Did you not witness it just moments ago? Roche replied with nonchalance, spreading his hands. Pepper Potts was momentarily speechless. Indeed, although such a notion sounded utterly implausible, even absurd, how could one explain the earlier spectacle? The manager's finger had genuinely emitted light, and the tree at the entrance had indeed been marred by a significant crater. Manager, I understand my request may be rude, perhaps even slightly offensive, but may I see your hand? However, Pepper Potts was not easily swayed. Her elite background and experience anchored her skepticism. After a moment's contemplation, she posed her request to Roche. Of course, please, customer. Roche had no reason to decline, for he was confident in his authenticity. My apologies. Pepper Potts flashed him an apologetic smile before carefully examining Roche's hand. From start to finish, she found no evidence of deceit. Roche's hand was undeniably flesh and blood. A normal human hand. Could it be that the manager's claims were indeed true? Had he truly utilized the powers bestowed by a devil fruit? Lost in thought, Pepper Potts asked, Manager, could you show me the introduction to that devil fruit you mentioned earlier? When she lifted her gaze again, her demeanor had shifted noticeably. Please, step inside. Roche beckoned her back into the store, retrieving the devil fruit guide that she had previously declined. This time, Pepper Potts accepted it with utmost care, perusing its contents with rapt attention. What exactly was a devil fruit? What classifications did they possess? She diligently absorbed all the information, even having witnessed Roche's extraordinary display. Her expression remained one of wonderment. This reaction was understandable. For someone accustomed to a materialistic worldview, encountering the supernatural for the first time was indeed a challenging adjustment. Wow, this is simply incredible. No, it could even be described as madness. Pepper Potts could not help but murmur aloud. Customer, this world is far more splendid than you can imagine, Roche remarked with a knowing smile. A splendidness that shatters one's worldview, Pepper Potts added, her gaze falling upon the bubble fruit that Roche had previously recommended. Intrigued, she began to scrutinize the fruit closely. What unique qualities did this fruit possess that warranted the manager's endorsement? However, after reviewing the description, Pepper Potts felt perplexed. The bubble fruit appeared quite ordinary, and she found herself entirely at a loss regarding its utility. Upon consumption, it granted the user the ability to generate bubbles that could wash away anything and render touched objects remarkably smooth. So, the bubble fruit merely produced soap bubbles? Would it save on shower gel during bathing? Pepper Potts could not discern the fruit's worth. Yet, she understood that if the bubble fruit were truly limited to such capabilities, it would not have received such a vigorous recommendation from the manager. This fruit must possess other distinctive features that she had yet to grasp. Manager, could you elaborate on the bubble fruit you previously recommended to me? Rather than speculating aimlessly, Pepper Potts began to inquire directly from Roche. Certainly, Roche readily agreed, knowing there was nothing to hesitate about. I trust you have seen in the guide that the bubble fruit can wash away anything. Have you considered what anything might entail? Roche raised an eyebrow, posing a profound question. Various forms of dirt? After a moment of contemplation, Pepper Potts cautiously ventured her guess. She understood the bubble fruit likely had more to it, yet she struggled to conceive what else it could possibly cleanse, thus lacking confidence in her response. Heavens! Did Pepper Potts truly perceive the bubble fruit as merely a bathing tool? Dear customer, do feel free to broaden your perspective. The bubble fruit can wash away not only tangible dirt, but also more abstract burdens. For instance, the fatigue one accumulates from work, or the pain from that burn you sustained moments ago. Moreover, should the bubbles be used against an adversary, they could strip them of their strength, rendering them immobile. Roche finally revealed the fruits of his labor. Wash away fatigue. Wash away pain. Wash away strength. Pepper Potts found herself momentarily dumbfounded. As if she were merely listening to a story, such claims seemed far too ludicrous to be taken seriously. Exhaustion, pain, and strength. These were intangible, unseen forces. How could they possibly be washed away with bubbles? Had it not been for Rasha's earlier display of golden light to swat a mosquito, she might have outright dismissed him as delusional. However, if what the shopkeeper asserted held any truth, then this particular fruit was indeed remarkable. With an unreliable boss like Tony Stark, Pepper was perpetually overwhelmed, returning home utterly exhausted, feeling as if even the slightest movement of her fingers was an insurmountable task. If the bubble fruit could alleviate such fatigue, Pepper would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the most formidable workers in history. She was quite eager to invest in such a possibility. Yet, the crux of the matter remained. Pepper could not bring herself to believe that the bubble fruit could truly yield such miraculous results. After all, it seemed utterly absurd. Even having witnessed Rasha's miraculous display could only compel her to revisit the notion of the devil fruit, but it did not bridge the chasm of her skepticism. Chapter 1. Pepper Potts stunned. Can bubbles really be bulletproof? Observing Pepper's expression, Rasha discerned that she harbored lingering doubts. Nevertheless, he assured her that it was of no consequence. Once Pepper sampled the product, all her uncertainties would dissipate in an instant. With renewed enthusiasm, Rasha began to elaborate on the bubble fruit. Furthermore, the customer guide indicated that the bubbles produced by the fruit could not only cleanse, but also render surfaces smooth, an implication that he hoped the customer would grasp. Indeed, it could be utilized for beauty enhancement. The bubbles created by the fruit could bestow upon the customer a flawless complexion, achieving a level of perfection that would leave any woman envious. At this point in his explanation, Rasha noted that Pepper had visibly brightened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The prospect of attaining immaculate skin was a dream cherished by countless women, yet it seemed an unrealistic fantasy. Perfect skin was an unattainable ideal, save for through the use of photo-editing software. But perhaps here, at the shop, it could be possible? Hadn't he, the shopkeeper, just emitted golden rays from his fingertips? Yes, surely, the shopkeeper was not deceiving her. Rasha had not anticipated that his casual mention of the bubble fruit's beauty benefits would significantly heighten Pepper's desire to purchase, alleviating her considerable doubts. Or perhaps it had rendered her somewhat irrational, as her yearning had clearly overshadowed her reason. Shopkeeper, can the bubble fruit truly be used for beauty? Pepper asked, her tone unexpectedly fervent. Of course, the shopkeeper advised caution. One must control the extent of use, as excessive cleansing could lead to a slippery transformation, thus making it a viable tactic against foes. However, if the customer inadvertently altered her form, it was of little concern, as the bubbles could simply be washed away with water. Slippery transformation? Pepper thought, unable to suppress a silent gasp that seemed rather exaggerated. Yet, such details were of little concern to her. Her mind was consumed with the notion of achieving perfect skin. The possibility of a slippery transformation was insignificant. Hadn't he, the shopkeeper, mentioned that washing away the bubbles would suffice? In addition, the bubble fruit could serve as a defensive mechanism. The user could generate an abundance of bubbles to create protective shields. Rasha's voice continued to resonate. A protective shield? Pepper raised an eyebrow, instinctively interrupting Rasha. A shield made of bubbles? Surely, that is a jest? How can something so easily burst provide protection? Is it meant to guard against insect bites? Indeed, dear customer, Do not underestimate the protective capabilities of the bubble fruit shield. It can effectively deflect bullets. Rasha responded with an enigmatic air. Shopkeeper, how could this be possible? This sounds utterly preposterous. We are discussing bubbles. Pepper shook her head repeatedly, unable to accept such a notion. You must understand a fundamental premise. The bubbles produced by the bubble fruit are not ordinary bubbles. In the realm of devil fruits, all prior knowledge must be cast aside as it does not apply here. I have knowledge of someone who utilized a bubble fruit shield to withstand lightning strikes. Blocking bullets is absolutely feasible. Withstand lightning? Pepper was left utterly speechless, finding it hard to believe her ears. Even with Rasha's assertion, she struggled to accept it. Bubbles, after all, could not possibly possess such fortitude. This defies science. This is illogical. Thus, considering the myriad capabilities of the bubble fruit, I personally believe this fruit is exceptionally well suited for the customer. Of course, this is merely my humble suggestion. Please feel free to decide. Rasha addressed Pepper once more. If what you say is true, this fruit would be a veritable boon for me. However, forgive my bluntness, but you must recognize that what you speak of regarding the devil fruit is quite fantastical, yes? I have never encountered anything so outrageous, and thus, I cannot ascertain the veracity of your claims. I completely understand, Rasha replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. It is precisely for this reason that our shop offers tasting services. Would the customer care to experience it? A tasting? Pepper paused, momentarily stunned. Such a wondrous item can be sampled? Of course. How else would the customer discern the authenticity of our fruits? A sample will grant the customer 5 minutes of the fruit's power. At that point, the customer will surely comprehend the true nature of the devil fruit, Rasha stated earnestly. How considerate. Then, shopkeeper, please provide me with a sample. Pepper replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Without further ado, Rasha retrieved the sample and handed it to Pepper. She accepted it, hesitated briefly, then took a small bite. Immediately, her expression changed. She released her grip and exclaimed, Shopkeeper, this fruit is spoiled. Dear customer, the fruit is not spoiled. That is simply its inherent flavor. I know, it is not particularly palatable, but in comparison to the abilities it grants, that is inconsequential. What on earth? This is the true taste of the devil fruit. Pepper was genuinely taken aback. Such an unpalatable item could only be purchased by someone with a few screws loose. Nonetheless, her complaints only deepened her trust in the fruit. For if it were truly a scam, how could the shopkeeper produce such an off-putting flavor? Very well, Pepper decided. Taking a deep breath and stifling the urge to spit it out, she resolutely took another bite and swallowed. Then, at that moment, a look of astonishment spread across Pepper's face, as if she had witnessed something truly extraordinary. Rasha knew that Pepper had now personally experienced the abilities bestowed by the devil fruit. Incredible. This sensation is truly remarkable. Amidst Pepper Potts' astonished exclamations, she instinctively extended her hand, activating her newfound ability. To her amazement, several bubbles materialized from thin air. Chapter 14. Iron Man is about to go online. The era of superheroes has arrived. This is unbelievable. I have truly created bubbles. Pepper Potts gazed wide-eyed at the floating orbs around her, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. The occurrence, which defied all scientific logic, had indeed transpired. It is real. The devil fruit mentioned by the shopkeeper is genuine. In that moment, all doubts Pepper had harbored regarding the devil fruit shop vanished without a trace, leaving no room for skepticism. I deeply apologize, shopkeeper. I have never encountered such a wondrous fruit before, which may have rendered me somewhat impolite. Once she regained her composure, Pepper's immediate impulse was to apologize to Rasha. Realizing that such an extraordinary phenomenon as the devil fruit was indeed authentic led to a monumental shift in Pepper's attitude toward Rasha. It stands to reason. Anyone capable of selling such a miraculous item must be no ordinary individual. Although the shopkeeper appeared unassuming, resembling a simple fruit vendor, Pepper was now acutely aware that this person was a figure of great significance. No need to worry, dear customer, I completely understand. Rasha replied with a wave of his hand, casually downplaying the situation. The existence of the devil fruit is indeed an extraordinary concept for most individuals. As long as the shopkeeper is not offended. Pepper sighed with relief, eagerly addressing Rasha. Then, shopkeeper, I shall take this bubble fruit. The price for the bubble fruit is 100 kilograms of gold. By the way, I must mention that our shop only accepts gold as payment. No other forms are supported. Rasha informed Pepper of the price. Only gold as payment? Pepper felt a twinge of surprise, struggling to comprehend why the shop insisted on such an inconvenient method of transaction. After all, who would carry gold while shopping unless they were prepared in advance? Nevertheless, she only mentally grumbled, soon finding a semblance of reason in it. After all, This was no ordinary store, but a remarkable establishment selling devil fruits. Such a shop, even with its peculiar rules, was not entirely shocking. 100 kilograms of gold. Shopkeeper, how long can you hold the bubble fruit for me? I need some time to gather the gold, Pepper stated earnestly, fixing her gaze on Rasha. That poses no problem. However, the customer must first pay a deposit of $1 million, which will be fully refunded when you come to purchase the fruit. Rasha nodded and added. The situation for Pepper Potts differed from Hope's, as Hope was a longtime customer of Rasha's, having already purchased 2 devil fruits. Thus, when he requested Rasha to hold a fruit for him, it was a straightforward matter, a special consideration for a valued patron. However, Pepper was not afforded the same leniency. She was required to pay the deposit. Why should the fruit be held for her simply because she was Iron Man's partner? The requirement of $1 million deposit seemed absurd at first. However, after experiencing the bubble fruit firsthand and confirming the authenticity of the devil fruits, Pepper found no issue with it. In fact, she believed it was justified. Such a miraculous item could not be treated like any ordinary purchase. I will pay, Pepper declared, expressing no skepticism as she made her decision. Although she was formally still merely Tony Stark's assistant, she managed nearly all matters at Stark Industries. The title of assistant belied her significant authority. Thus, Pepper was certainly not short on funds. Shopkeeper, please process my card. She promptly produced her bank card and handed it to Rasha. Beep. The deposit has been successfully processed. Following this, Pepper eagerly requested to exchange contact information with Rasha before bidding him farewell and departing the devil fruit shop. Watching Pepper Potts leave, Rasha felt quite pleased. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this transaction appeared nearly guaranteed. After all, she had already paid $1 million deposit. Rasha was not overly concerned about this deal. In fact, he was filled with anticipation regarding another matter. Given the relationship between Pepper Potts and Tony Stark, now that Pepper had purchased the fruit, how far off could it be before Tony Stark came to acquire one himself? Moreover, Rasha recalled that since the system had been updated, a new fruit had been added to the shelves, the weapon fruit. Rasha was unsure of Tony Stark's thoughts, but from his perspective, this fruit seemed exceptionally well suited for Stark, almost as if it had been custom-made for him. Whether Tony Stark consumed it himself or utilized it in developing Iron Man suits for his armors, the prospects were undeniably exciting. By the way, Tony Stark had been working on the Jericho missile for some time. Rasha wondered what stage the timeline had reached. He had not paid much attention previously, but Pepper's recent visit had prompted him to check the latest news. His eyes lit up upon discovering something intriguing. Indeed, there was a significant development. The Playboy had made headlines, causing a stir at the awards ceremony by ditching the military, which led Obadiah Stane to step in. The military intended to procure a batch of Jericho missiles from Stark Industries, and after several discussions, they had entered the contracting phase. The military's interest in the Jericho missile and the awards ceremony's fallout echoed Iron Man's origin story. Tony Stark was attacked by the Ten Rings while returning from a successful military deal, leading him to spend over a month in a dark cave before emerging transformed. This indicated that Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man was fast approaching. The chaotic era of Marvel was about to commence. Previously, Rasha had been apprehensive about this moment's arrival. However, now, after undergoing 2 rounds of enhancements, he felt an unprecedented sense of calm. In fact, he harbored a subtle sense of anticipation. Chapter 15. The Wasp's Collapse. The Wasp suit has vanished. Klaus Technology. Future Laboratory. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not mean to build suspense, but I must earnestly warn those with heart issues or high blood pressure to step back, for what you are about to witness will truly astound you. Are you ready? Darren Klaus, brimming with confidence, addressed the well-dressed men standing nearby, exuding an air of authority. Klaus, I hope your product is indeed as remarkable as you boast, remarked a middle-aged man with graying hair and glasses, pushing up his spectacles with an impassive expression. I must correct you, Murphys, that is not boasting. Darren Klaus extended a finger, emphasizing his point gravely, before striding over to the miniature safe housing the Wasp suit. The moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. With a confident grin directed toward the buyers behind him, Darren swiftly pressed several buttons. The Wasp suit sprang forth, materializing before him. Without uttering a word, Darren reached out and seized the suit. Yet, inexplicably, at the moment the Wasp suit was in his grasp, he felt an unsettling discrepancy. It seemed as though its weight had altered. Moreover, the texture felt distinctly off. However, at such a critical juncture, Darren could hardly afford to dwell on these peculiar sensations. He steeled himself and forcibly dismissed the disquieting feelings, directly pressing the corresponding button. What? In that instant, Darren's expression shifted dramatically. The button stubbornly refused to respond. What was happening? Frantically, he scrutinized the wasp suit, inspecting it meticulously. Boom. A thunderous realization detonated in his mind, and his face darkened to the utmost depths in shock. It was a counterfeit. The wasp suit in his possession was nothing but a sham. It had been stolen. How could this be? When did this occur? Darren found it impossible to accept such a betrayal. The wasp suit was his most vital asset, the very lifeblood of Klaus Technologies, and now it had been pilfered? No. Darren's body trembled involuntarily. Klaus. Murph's voice echoed from the side, his gaze laden with questions as he scrutinized Darren. The other buyers mirrored Murph's expression, their eyes reflecting their awareness that something was amiss. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize, but I think it might be best for us to conclude our meeting here. The corners of Darren's mouth twitched as he deliberately feigned nonchalance while returning the wasp suit to its place. It was only at that moment that he realized he was not prepared to part with it just yet. Klaus, are you toying with us? Murph couldn't suppress a scoff, while the other buyers donned equally stern expressions. Who had been the one to raise expectations so high, tantalizing everyone with promises, only to backtrack at the last moment? Such behavior was utterly unacceptable. I understand your displeasure, and as a gesture of goodwill, I can reduce the price of our ongoing negotiations by another 5%. Darren implored. Please, this is already a substantial sum. You must understand I am incurring significant losses. So, shall we turn the page on this? What other choice did they have? With Darren's apparent sincerity, forgiveness was the only recourse. Although they could not fathom why Darren would relinquish so much money just to retract his offer, in these times, who would refuse a financial concession? The amount Darren surrendered was sufficient to silence their grievances. Klaus, should you wish to engage in such games with us in the future? As long as the funds are available, I am always ready, Murph remarked, patting Darren on the shoulder before turning to leave. Sean, please see our guests out. Darren instructed one of his trusted aides, who complied and escorted everyone out. Soon, the future laboratory was left in solitude with only Darren Klaus remaining. At this moment, the forced smile that had been more grotesque than a frown finally faded, revealing a countenance twisted with rage. With a resounding crash, Darren hurled the wasp suit to the ground. Accompanied by a dull thud, the suit shattered into pieces. Damn it! Blast it all! Darren, as if struck by lightning, rushed forward to unleash a torrent of kicks upon the remnants of the wasp suit. He pummeled it into oblivion until his legs felt numb, finally leaning against the wall, gasping for breath as he paused. Through this outburst, Darren began to regain his composure. His mind raced, analyzing the situation. How could this happen? The entire system of the company was designed by me personally. There were no flaws, no vulnerabilities. How could someone have silently breached my defenses and stolen the wasp suit? How could it have been accomplished? No, the method was secondary. The true question was, who was responsible? As this thought crossed his mind, Darren's expression darkened further, a murderous intent brewing within him. Whoever it was, Darren vowed they would meet a fate worse than death. Such an affront could never be forgiven. Hank Pym. The suspicions that Hank Pym and his daughter had harbored about the theft of the wasp suit were correct. Almost instantly, Darren's mind zeroed in on Hank Pym. No, it would be more accurate to say Darren was utterly convinced of this. Firstly, very few individuals were privy to the existence of the wasp suit, and Hank Pym was undoubtedly among them. Secondly, the only one who would go to such lengths to steal the wasp suit from Darren was none other than Hank Pym. Finally, and most crucially, the only person with the capability and cunning to accomplish such a theft could only be Hank Pym. This was undeniably the work of Hank Pym. Chapter 16. The powers of the capable astonish all, a magical force. Hank. Darren Klaus spat out Hank Pym's name with a venomous intensity, then ceased any further trivial chatter. Summoning his trusted aides. You lot, follow me. With an air of menace, Darren led his entourage out of the future laboratory, heading straight for Hope Van Dyne's office. Catherine, I have a matter to attend to this afternoon and cannot meet with Mr. Smith. Please reschedule, Hope instructed. Bang. Just as Hope was engaged in a series of discussions with her assistant, the office door was suddenly thrust open with a violent force. Hope and her assistant instinctively turned to the doorway, where they beheld Darren Klaus, his face darkened in fury, storming in with a group of people, exuding an intimidating presence. The atmosphere was far from one of professional discourse. Rather, it resembled that of a gang leader arriving to wreak havoc. Hope's assistant swore she had never seen Darren Klaus in such a fearsome light before. He had always projected a demeanor of gentleness and humility. The mere intensity of his gaze sent chills down her spine. What was happening? Hope's heart sank, and a foreboding premonition washed over her. Could it be that the matter of the wasp suit had been discovered? Besides that, she could not fathom any other scenario that could provoke such a menacing response from Darren. Hope's assistant was utterly bewildered. Both Darren Klaus and Hope Van Dyne were members of the board of Klaus Technologies, the highest echelons of leadership within the company. Yet, it appeared that something was amiss between these two paramount figures. Regardless of how one perceives it, Darren Klaus undeniably appears as though he is prepared for a confrontation. A significant event is poised to unfold. A tempestuous upheaval is imminent. Klaus, what is the matter? Is something amiss? Hope's voice rang out, her expression deliberately one of astonishment and surprise as she gazed inquiringly at Darren Klaus. Though she harbored suspicions, she chose to conceal any abnormality until the situation was clarified. Leave. However, Darren Klaus paid little heed to Hope, his voice cold and unyielding as he sharply commanded her assistant. Sophia, you may step outside. Reluctantly, Hope gestured for her assistant to exit, who departed the office like a person granted a reprieve. Klaus, what on earth is happening? Hope raised her hands in a gesture of confusion, continuing to fix her gaze on Klaus. You are involved in this, are you not? Hope, I must admit, you have utterly disappointed me. Darren Klaus seated himself before Hope, his eyes as piercing as daggers, striking her countenance. Hope's heart sank further with certainty. It seemed that Darren Klaus had indeed discovered the theft of the wasp suit. The moment had finally arrived. Yet, Hope had prepared herself for this eventuality, feeling neither tense nor flustered. Klaus, what are you insinuating? I do not comprehend your meaning. While feigning ignorance, Hope instinctively shifted her stance, stealthily edging toward the wall. Should Darren Klaus exhibit any sign of aggression, she could swiftly utilize her powers to escape. Do not play the fool with me. Darren Klaus slammed his hand upon the table, his voice rising in intensity as he admonished Hope. Do you truly believe I am a fool? Do you think I am oblivious to the facade you have constructed, collaborating with Hank to purloin the wasp suit from me? I expelled my mentor from the company, only to have his daughter occupy such a lofty position. Do you genuinely believe that is acceptable? Yes, indeed, you thought you had successfully deceived me, but it was all part of my design. Hope, I confess, I once harbored the slightest inclination towards you. I had long wished to eliminate Hank. Yet it was you who stayed my hand. But you have persistently tested my limits. At this juncture, Darren Klaus gestured toward his trusted confidant beside him. The confidant understood immediately, promptly placing a handgun into Klaus's palm. Klaus grasped it firmly, aiming it directly at Hope. Now, tell me, where's the wasp suit? In a place you shall never find, Hope retorted, a sardonic smile gracing her lips, her face suffused with a chilling mockery. Since Darren Klaus had been playing along with Hope's ruse from the outset, and she had never managed to deceive him, continuing the charade had become utterly pointless. Impressive indeed. Hope, I concede, you and Hank have astonished me. I was fully aware of your nefarious intentions toward the wasp suit, yet I refrained from taking your lives. One reason being my confidence in your lack of capability. But now I realize I have underestimated you. Hank, once again, has accomplished the inconceivable. With each word, Klaus's expression grew increasingly grotesque. Nefarious intentions? I cannot help but scoff. The wasp suit rightfully belongs to my father. We are merely reclaiming what is ours. With a clang, Klaus chambered around, his countenance growing even more severe. Enough. Hope, I am out of patience. You now face two choices. Voluntarily disclose the location of the wasp suit, or I compel you to do so. Trust me, you shall not relish the latter. I find both options distasteful, Hope replied with unwavering composure, shrugging nonchalantly. Seize her. Klaus issued no further idle chatter, immediately beckoning his confidants. Two sharply dressed men advanced toward Hope, intent on restraining her. Bang, bang. Yet, Hope was no ordinary opponent. Her abilities rivaled those of the most skilled agents. With a whirlwind of vigorous strikes, she swiftly incapacitated the two men. Clang, clang. Observing this, the remaining henchmen of Klaus instinctively drew their weapons, all aiming at Hope. Gentlemen, farewell. However, Hope merely waved to Klaus and his confidants before leaping forcefully toward the adjacent wall. Klaus and the others were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Hope's enigmatic action. A suicide attempt? Acknowledging her inability to escape, did she choose to end her life to protect the whereabouts of the wasp suit? Truly a bold move. Yet, in the next instant, their mouths fell agape, disbelief etched upon their faces. Contrary to their expectations of Hope colliding headfirst with the wall, she astonishingly passed through it. The wall rippled in concentric circles, akin to the undulations upon a water surface. As the ripples dissipated, Hope had vanished completely. What transpired? Magic? Klaus and his cohorts stood dumbfounded. Chapter 17. The Ultimate Ace in the Hole. The Devil Fruit Users Chat Group. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Klaus and his henchmen exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. It was not until several seconds had elapsed that Klaus regained his composure. rushing to the wall where Hope had exited, extending his hands to examine it meticulously. Yet, upon inspection, he found it to be an ordinary wall, one that was not designed for passage. How, then, had Hope accomplished such a feat? Was this yet another of Hank Pym's revolutionary inventions? Nevertheless, this revelation entirely corroborated Klaus's earlier suspicions. The wasp suit had indeed been pilfered by Hank Pym and his daughter. They must have utilized the ability displayed by Hope to infiltrate the company undetected, flawlessly circumventing Klaus's meticulously crafted security system to abscond with the wasp suit. Hank, oh Hank, I never anticipated you would surprise me yet again. As Klaus pieced together the events, he felt a surge of anger mingled with exhilaration. For this meant he could acquire yet another technological marvel. His mentor's invention was, after all, his own. Although the wasp suit had been stolen, Klaus remained unperturbed. He possessed both wealth and manpower. Dealing with an elderly man was a trivial matter, even if that man wielded technology of near black market caliber. In due course, he would reclaim the wasp suit and the wall-piercing technology developed by Hank Pym. Klaus's mind was abuzz with scheming. Seal off the entire building. Apprehend Hope. Having made his decision, Klaus promptly issued this directive to his confidants. However, considering Hope's recent feat of passing through the wall, Klaus surmised that even sealing the building might not suffice to capture her. Hence, he quickly added, additionally, deploy a team to capture Hank Pym. Understood. The loyal confidant at her side responded promptly and swiftly turned to execute a series of arrangements. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire Klaus technology building, sealing off the premises and prohibiting any exit. Waves of armed guards surged from various corridors, conducting a thorough search of the entire edifice. The individuals in the control room widened their eyes, desperately seeking the whereabouts of Hope. However, it was all but unthinkable to locate her. The moment Hope had passed through the wall, she had quickly donned the wasp suit, transforming into the second-generation wasp. Her powers augmented by the capabilities of the fruit, making her virtually unstoppable. While the entire building was under lockdown and everyone was fervently attempting to capture her, she had already exited Klaus technology with composure. Father. The first thing Hope did after her departure was to contact Hank Pym. Klaus has discovered the wasp suit is missing and has just taken measures against me. Be careful on your end. I understand, Hope. Hank Pym's voice came through the receiver immediately. Let us meet at point 1 as per our previous plan. Understood. Be cautious. You too. The two swiftly concluded their call. From the moment the father-daughter duo successfully stole the wasp suit, they were acutely aware of the inevitable confrontation with Darren Klaus. Given Klaus's powerful and unscrupulous nature, they could not afford to underestimate him. Thus, they had prepared a series of contingency plans well in advance. In addition to procuring the Pym particles to ensure Hank had the means for self-defense, they had devised numerous other strategies. After all, how could one expect to maintain vigilance against a thief for an entire 1,000 days? The only way to truly resolve this matter was to eliminate Darren Klaus. Yet, this was no simple task, for Hank and Hope adhered to their principles and would not resort to indiscriminate killing. Fortunately, the father-daughter duo was not to be trifled with. After Hope had stolen the wasp suit, she had not idly lingered at Klaus Technology. Approximately half an hour later, within a seemingly unremarkable apartment, Hope and Hank Pym reunited. With their ability to freely enlarge or shrink themselves and their surroundings, evading Darren Klaus's pursuit was exceedingly effortless. The pair effortlessly shed their pursuers and met here undetected. Father, are you all right? I'm fine, and you? I'm also well. Thank you. After confirming their mutual safety, the father and daughter could not help but embrace tightly. All right, Hope, let us resolve this predicament. Hank Pym then patted Hope's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Hope stood up, parting from Hank Pym, and together they began to discuss matters of importance. With a decisive clap, Hank produced a hefty stack of documents from a prepared suitcase and placed them before Hope. Time is of the essence. This is all we have for now. Although I feel it may not be sufficient, it constitutes our entire collection. These documents contained incriminating evidence against Darren Klaus. Hope sifted through the materials, her expression growing grave as she instinctively shook her head. Father, this is inadequate, far from enough. While this evidence could imprison any ordinary individual for life or even lead to execution, it was insufficient against someone of Klaus's caliber. A person of his power and influence, with intricate relationships woven throughout society, posed a formidable challenge. Given sufficient time, they might discover substantial evidence potent enough to bring down someone like Klaus. However, alas, there are no ifs in this world. Darren Klaus's abrupt realization regarding the theft of the wasp suit had caught them off guard. At this juncture, we must proceed according to our original plan. We have no other choice. Hank Pym gazed at Hope for a moment, ultimately expressing his resignation. "Father, everything will turn out fine," Hope remarked with profound significance, concealing within her a secret weapon, the ability user chat group. Should the situation escalate to its direst extremes, Hope would have no choice but to rally support from the group. Chapter 18. Nick Fury unveils a shocking truth. Hydra infiltrates S.H.I.E.L.D. Nightfall descended, enveloping the earth in darkness and luring the city into slumber. Save for a few establishments that operated through the night, the Klaus Technology Building was no exception. Absent were the thousands of workers who usually traversed its numerous floors and offices, leaving behind only a handful of night shift security personnel. However, the number of guards had more than doubled. The reason was clear. Following the theft of the wasp suit, Darren Klaus had come to realize that his previously confident security system was woefully inadequate. If Hank Pym and his daughter could infiltrate once, they could do so again. Despite the loss of the wasp suit, Klaus refused to allow a repeat of such an incident. He would not tolerate any vulnerabilities. "Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. No room for complacency. Even if a fly enters, I expect immediate reports." The security chief, clutching a walkie-talkie, sternly directed all on-duty personnel. "Understood." The security chief nodded, lowering the walkie-talkie, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the surveillance monitors. Of course, there were already 6 individuals in the control room attending to this task. It was hardly necessary for the chief to oversee such a minor detail. Yet, given Klaus's current state of agitation, the security chief dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Clang, clang. Just then, several soda cans were hurled in from an unknown source. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The cans erupted, releasing a torrent of yellow smoke. Cough, cough, cough. The cacophony of coughing ensued, as all security personnel felt their throats burn as if corroded by sulfuric acid. Moreover, their eyes streamed tears, racked with pain. That was merely the secondary concern. More critically, they began to develop conspicuous red rashes on their skin, accompanied by excruciating discomfort. "Oh no, it's poison gas." A wave of alarm swept through them. In that instant, they could think of nothing else but to flee as swiftly as possible. Clang, clang. Yet, the sound of metal clashing persisted incessantly, as the shadowy figure behind this chaos moved like a phantom, covertly saturating the entire building with canisters of toxic gas. In mere minutes, the entirety of Klaus Technology was engulfed by this noxious cloud. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the agonizing coughs, everyone within Klaus Technology, like prey fleeing from a predator, bolted for the exits at their utmost speed. It was poison gas, who wouldn't he fear it? And thus, the chaos unfolded. With great efficiency, the entire building was swiftly evacuated. Boom. Shortly after, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. An overwhelmingly terrifying shockwave rapidly spread, engulfing the entire Klaus Technology Building. The ground trembled as if an earthquake had struck. However, an inexplicable phenomenon soon transpired. Following that dreadful explosion, an unaccountable force began to emanate from within the Klaus Technology Building, resembling an invisible black hole, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. In mere moments, the entire structure was obliterated, completely vanishing as if it had never existed. The security personnel who had retreated from Klaus Technology stood in stunned silence, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition, utterly unable to comprehend the scene before them. Klaus Technology had been erased from existence. At that moment, the symptoms they had previously attributed to poisoning vanished without a trace. How could they understand? It was not toxic gas. They had merely been driven away with the intent to eradicate Klaus Technology. How ruthless indeed. What formidable enemy had Darren Klaus offended? "Hank, it's done." Amidst the crowd, a wasp fluttered its wings, unnoticed by anyone. It surveyed the now desolate ground and expressed satisfaction to Hank Pym. "I saw it. Hope, let us retreat." Hank Pym's voice immediately resonated over the communication channel. "Understood." The wasp continued to flutter away, disappearing into the night sky. Indeed, this was the plan devised by Hank Pym and his daughter Hope to obliterate everything belonging to Darren Klaus. The immense power possessed by Darren Klaus stemmed from the significant value he embodied, which was the very essence of it all. But what if Hank Pym were to destroy this foundation? With Hank Pym's actions, the world-class laboratories and diverse research accomplishments within Klaus Technology, painstakingly cultivated by Darren Klaus over the years, would all be reduced to ashes. Darren Klaus would become a person devoid of value. In such a scenario, who would care about Darren Klaus? If Hank Pym were to imprison him, who would extend a helping hand? The Tricorp building. Whoosh. 3 imposing agent vehicles came to a halt in the parking lot. The doors swung open, and a fully armed team of agents emerged in succession. All right, the mission is complete. Everyone disperse, commanded Rumlow, the renowned Crossbones, addressing his team. The agents visibly relaxed, exchanged pleasantries with Crossbones, and departed cheerily. Rumlow, how about a drink at the bar tonight? Inquired a burly man with slicked back hair, appearing quite familiar with Crossbones. No, I have other plans for the evening, Crossbones replied, shaking his head in refusal. Well, you're quite the dull one, the man remarked with a hint of exasperation. Yet, suddenly his demeanor shifted, and he solemnly proclaimed to Crossbones, Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Crossbones affirmed with equal gravity. They nodded to one another and parted ways. Hail Hydra! They were, in fact, members of Hydra. In the director's office, Dum Dum was utterly astounded, hardly believing his eyes. Recently, he had inadvertently uncovered something amiss with Crossbones and had been monitoring him using his abilities. As a notoriously suspicious individual, Dum Dum could not simply ignore the evident discrepancies. His ability was astonishing, allowing him to remain in his office, doing nothing more than making a somewhat embarrassing gesture to perfectly read others' thoughts. It was a veritable tool for surveillance. Everything Crossbones had done, the people he had met, and even the words he had spoken were all grasped by Dum Dum. However, he had yet to uncover any truly useful information, but the blatant lack of respect Crossbones displayed towards S.H.I.E.L.D. only reinforced Dum Dum's suspicions. Yet, he could hardly believe that Crossbones was indeed one of Hydra. What a joke! Dum Dum felt as though he might split apart from the shock. Hydra had supposedly been eradicated, non-existent. Prior to truly reading Crossbones' thoughts and encountering the phrase Hail Hydra, Dum Dum had entertained various speculations, but none had led him to such a conclusion. Chapter 19. Iron Man's driver happy. I've become a dog. At the Devil Fruit Shop, a discreet black SUV slowly pulled up in front of the store. The doors opened, and a man and a woman, one stout and the other slender, exited the vehicle in succession. If Rorschach were present, he would recognize both figures, particularly the woman who had just crossed paths with him a few moments prior. They were none other than Pepper Potts and Happy Hogan, the most trusted associates of Tony Stark at Stark Industries. Although Rorschach found it perplexing that someone as prominent as Tony Stark would employ a bodyguard who seemed merely to fill a role. Pepper, wait a moment. Seeing Pepper Potts hastily stride toward the store, Happy quickly stepped forward to intercept her. You can't go in. I cannot stand by and watch you get scammed. Happy, we discussed this, Pepper replied, displaying evident frustration. I have not been deceived. The devil fruit is real. I have seen it with my own eyes and experienced it myself. Pepper, you know that some street magicians can perform even more bizarre and unbelievable feats. It's merely an illusion. How can there possibly be a fruit that grants superpowers simply by consuming it? You must have been tricked, Happy asserted with unwavering conviction. Pepper began to regret mentioning this matter to Happy. After all, as a woman carrying 100 kilograms of gold, it was quite inconvenient and unsafe to venture out alone. So she sought the assistance of a trusted individual to complete the final transaction. Upon discovering that Pepper had purchased such a substantial amount of gold from the bank, Happy had to clarify the situation, leading to his realization of the unfolding events. He was immediately incensed. Pepper has been conned. Fortunately, he had caught on early. Otherwise, losing 100 kilograms of gold would have left Pepper in a state of regret so profound she might wish for her own demise. It was astonishing that a con artist could deceive someone as astute and formidable as Pepper. Yet, regrettably for that fraudster, they had encountered the formidable Happy. Do not underestimate Happy. Although he was merely Tony Stark's driver and, oh yes, let us not forget, also a bodyguard, he was far from an ordinary individual. Happy had made a resolute decision. Soon, he would ruthlessly expose the ruse of that deceiver. Happy, I appreciate your concern, but could you please cease your incessant chatter? For heaven's sake, I regret ever bringing you along. Do I strike you as a woman easily duped? Pepper Potts exclaimed. I know precisely what I am doing. Happy, all I require is for you to keep silent and assist me in transporting the gold when the time comes. Is that too much to ask? Pepper Potts felt as if she might explode. After delivering this tirade to Happy, she disregarded him and strode directly into the Devil Fruit Shop. There, she found the shopkeeper. As ever, exuding elegance, simply standing at the counter, radiating a warmth akin to sunlight. Regaining her composure, Pepper adorned her face with her most radiant smile. Shopkeeper, are you the sole occupant of this establishment? Have you considered hiring an assistant? She casually inquired while stepping further inside, greeting Rasha. As you can see, Pepper, this is but a modest shop, and I manage perfectly well on my own, Rasha replied with a gentle smile. A modest shop? This so-called modest establishment is, in fact, the finest shop in the world. Even Stark Industries pales in comparison, Pepper thought to herself. Just as she was engaged in conversation with Rasha, an ill-timed voice interrupted. Happy, in his typically irritating manner, had made his entrance, adopting a tone that suggested he was about to unmask a fraud. Pepper felt her head spinning. However, since he had already entered, she had no choice but to introduce him to Rasha. Shopkeeper, this is Happy, my colleague and friend. Rasha simply nodded. And he was already familiar with Happy, having overheard their earlier conversation outside. With his observation hockey, it was indeed quite challenging to conceal any happenings at the shop's entrance from Rasha. Rasha cast a bemused glance at Happy. You seek to expose a fraud, do you? You may soon find yourself regretting that decision. Young man, I have heard tales of your devil fruits. While I am unaware of the methods you employed to deceive Pepper, I cannot believe in such absurdities as devil fruits. You needn't feel smug. I shall undoubtedly expose you, Happy declared, but his words were abruptly cut short when Rasha suddenly produced an object and forcefully shoved it into Happy's mouth, compelling him to swallow. What are you doing? What did you just make me eat? Poison? Do you wish to kill me? Happy protested. But soon he sensed something unusual within his body. He had a strange notion that he could transform into a dog. What a bizarre thought. How could a person possibly become a dog? Yet, as he instinctively leaned into that sensation, he discovered, to his astonishment, that his hands had morphed into paws. What the hell? What is happening? Happy exclaimed, nearly losing his mind. Where had his hands gone? And why did his nose and ears feel so peculiar? He instinctively touched his face, only to find that his nose had inexplicably elongated. In sheer panic, Happy rushed to a mirror displayed in the shop. And upon glancing into it, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could hardly believe his eyes. Reflected back at him was a grotesque creature, half human and half dog. The creature stood upright like a person but possessed a dog's head and paws. Utterly not human. Mamma mia, what has happened to me? How did I become a dog? And of all things, a husky. Chapter 10. The dog fruit. Husky form. Terrifyingly awful. What is going on? What has happened to me? Happy was engulfed in terror, his eyes wide as he stared at the monstrous reflection, his voice quivering uncontrollably. Happy! Pepper Potts cried out in distress, mirroring his panic. How could this have occurred? Animal-type devil fruit. Pepper suddenly realized. She had seen in the encyclopedia that devil fruits encompassed not only paramecia, but also zoan types. Shopkeeper, the fruit you just gave to Happy, was it an animal type? She quickly composed herself and turned to Rasha for confirmation. Indeed, Pepper, what I just gave Happy was an animal-type fruit, the dog fruit, husky form. Rasha replied with a smile. Pepper exhaled a sigh of relief. What animal type? What dog fruit? What are you two talking about? Happy interjected, utterly bewildered, his voice growing increasingly frantic. Am I to remain in this ghastly form forever? I would rather die. What did you give me? What have you done to me? Happy shouted, a mix of anger and fear in his gaze fixed on Rasha. Happy, if you continue to make such a ruckus and irritate me, I may just decide not to revert you back to your former self, Rasha said, his demeanor as calm as ever, resembling a parent soothing a child. But for Happy, who was in a state of extreme fright, this tactic proved remarkably effective. Hiss! He gasped sharply, instinctively covering his mouth with his paws, no longer daring to utter a word, though he now had the head of a husky. Both Pepper and Rasha could see the distinctly human expression of terror etched upon his face. Uffed! Pepper could no longer contain her laughter, while Rasha chuckled heartily. What is this? Just moments ago, you were so bold, and now you're reduced to this? Pepper, what are you laughing at? Happy, now acutely aware of the absurdity of his situation, pleaded. All right, I admit I was wrong. Shopkeeper, I apologize. Please, have mercy and turn me back. Oh, weren't you just calling me a fraud? Rasha replied, crossing his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. I was shallow. You can see for yourself, I clearly lack intelligence. Pepper regards me as her colleague, but she has overestimated me. I am merely a driver with little knowledge. Please, do not hold it against someone as simple-minded as I. Happy implored, nearly in tears. All right, shopkeeper, that's enough. Let us not tease him any further, Pepper interjected, struggling to suppress her laughter. Rasha, still chuckling, nodded in agreement. Pepper, what do you mean by that? Happy began to sense something amiss. Happy, have you not realized that you have already transformed back? Rasha remarked with a grin. Previously overwhelmed by fear, Happy had failed to notice, but upon Rasha's prompt, he suddenly became aware. Indeed, it seemed he had reverted. The sensation of being a dog had vanished. The sensation of being human has returned. Happy hastily extended his claws. Oh, no, it should be said his hands, and upon closer inspection, he found that indeed, the fur on his hands had vanished, as had his elongated claws. When he touched his face, the dog's nose and ears had reverted back as well. It was a powerful yearning within Happy to transform back into human form that had unconsciously activated the powers of the fruit, leading to his metamorphosis back into his original self. However, Happy had been so consumed by tension that he had not realized this fact. With a swift motion, he darted to the mirror and gazed at his reflection, instinctively thumping his chest and gasping for breath, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. "So, did you just feed me a devil fruit?" Happy asked. Now that he had calmed down, he began to piece together the events with clarity. "Is it that? Dog fruit, husky form?" "Indeed. Happy, how did it feel just now?" Rasha inquired, recalling Happy's earlier expression of sheer terror, which made it hard for him to suppress a chuckle. "It felt like a nightmare," Happy admitted, unable to hide a shiver that coursed through him. "And now?" Rasha raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Happy. "Now?" Happy paused, momentarily bewildered by Rasha's question, but soon began to grasp the implications. The fear he had felt stemmed from the worry of never being able to return to his former self. Yet now it dawned on him that transforming into a dog was entirely within his control. As long as he wished, he could switch back to human form at any moment. With this realization, Happy's anxiety dissipated, replaced by an eagerness to experiment once more. With a face full of anticipation and curiosity, he attempted to transform again, and indeed, he found himself once more in the form of a husky. During his last transformation, he had been too frightened to fully experience it, but now he could palpably sense the immense power coursing through this body. Huh. Happy's excitement surged as he couldn't resist throwing a few punches, feeling as though a single strike could fell a bull. He couldn't believe the whooshing sound he had made with his punches. This exhilarating sensation was something he had never experienced before. As he reveled in his husky form, he began to practice within the confines of the devil fruit shop. Eventually, feeling unsatisfied, he dashed out the door and struck a nearby tree with a forceful punch. Crack! The tree swayed violently from the impact. Happy widened his eyes at his paws, gasping in disbelief. Was that punch truly that exaggerated? Is this the dog fruit, husky form? Astonishing. "Hey, shopkeeper, why did I revert back? I didn't intend to change back. Shouldn't this be under my control?" he exclaimed, realizing he could not transform back at will. As he continued to practice, the 5 minutes elapsed, and he was forced to revert from his husky form. The fear he had previously felt had been replaced by reluctance to return to his normal state. Chapter 11. The feeling of being a husky is truly nostalgic. "Shopkeeper, would you kindly bring out the Pokédex for Happy to peruse?" Seeing Happy's flustered expression, Pepper Potts refrained from teasing him further and politely addressed Rasha. Rasha readily complied, retrieving the devil fruit Pokédex and handing it to Happy. "Thank you, shopkeeper," Happy exclaimed, taking the Pokédex with enthusiasm, as if it were an invaluable tome, his eyes sparkling with awe and expectation as he began to peruse its contents. The devil fruits were indeed treasures from the sea, granting extraordinary powers to those who consumed them. Incredible! Such prestige and allure, truly worthy of being called devil fruits. As he continued to read, he discovered that the devil fruits were categorized into paramecia and zoan types. The dog fruit, husky form, which the shopkeeper had previously fed him, belonged to the zoan category. However, compared to the zoan fruits, Happy leaned towards acquiring a paramecia fruit. Though the immense power bestowed by the dog fruit was nostalgic, transforming into a husky felt somewhat humiliating. Excited, he quickly skimmed through the zoan fruits and began to explore the paramecia options. The melt fruit allowed one to create candles. Who uses candles in this day and age? The swallow fruit enabled one to consume anything, turning it into part of their body. How grotesque. And considering his current physique, that was a no-go. The bean fruit could transform one's body into a ball. Was this fruit a joke? The weapon fruit, which could turn any part of one's body into a weapon. Happy's eyes instantly lit up. This was perfect. This fruit resonated deeply with him. His boss, Tony Stark, had built his empire on weaponry. Stark Industries, despite its diverse ventures, ultimately stemmed from arms manufacturing. In this context, the weapon fruit held immense significance. "I want this weapon fruit," Happy decisively declared. However, just as Happy was about to inquire further about the weapon fruit, he caught sight of its price out of the corner of his eye, and it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. 2,000 kilograms of gold. "I can't afford that," he thought, shaking his head vigorously. After all, he was merely Tony Stark's chauffeur and bodyguard, not wealthy enough for such extravagance. Earning just over $1 million a year, and like most Americans, he had no habit of saving. So over the years, his disposable income barely amounted to $2 or $3 million. It was clear that he couldn't simply purchase any fruit he desired. What a shame, he lamented, shaking his head repeatedly. The weapon fruit, such a splendid fruit, slipped through his fingers. But perhaps recommending this fruit to his boss wouldn't be such a bad idea. Tony Stark would surely be pleased if he successfully procured it. Wouldn't that be a significant achievement? With this thought, Happy felt a bit better. He began to scan past the weapon fruit, continuing to explore other options. Eventually, he encountered another fruit that piqued his interest. He believed this fruit was even more suitable for him than the weapon fruit, as his true vocation was that of a bodyguard, not an assassin. Shopkeeper, the barrier fruit creates a barrier that can withstand bullets, correct? Happy inquired eagerly. Indeed. Happy's latest interest was in this fruit, which claimed to produce a hard barrier. If it could easily block bullets, then Happy would instantly become the world's strongest bodyguard. With such a formidable skill at his disposal, his unrealistic dream of becoming a security supervisor could finally be realized. As he contemplated this, a gleam of hope shone in Happy's eyes, as if he could see a radiant future beckoning him forth. Can it withstand bullets? Ah, Happy, you truly underestimate the power of the devil fruit. Hasn't Pepper informed you that even the barriers crafted from bubbles can achieve such feats? Loki's voice resonated. Casting a sidelong glance at Happy, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Bubbles can be employed for bulletproof defenses? Happy was momentarily taken aback. This seemed somewhat exaggerated. Did it not? Yet soon after, an expression of sheer ecstasy lit up Happy's face. If something as trivial as bubbles could serve as a form of protection, then surely the barrier fruit, designed explicitly for defense, would pose no issues. The barriers generated by the barrier fruit could effortlessly withstand bullets, bombs, missiles, and other well-known weaponry, while also providing protection against lightning, magic, and various other forms of assault. Therefore, Happy, there is no need for you to question the defensive capabilities of the barrier. Loki continued to elucidate the defensive prowess of the barrier fruit. Wonderful, simply splendid. Happy exclaimed, his face aglow with joy, nodding vigorously, nearly bursting into laughter. By the way, shopkeeper, what is the maximum range of the barriers that the barrier fruit can produce? After a brief pause, Happy pondered another crucial question, gazing earnestly at Loki. This inquiry was indeed vital. If the barrier were too small, its protective efficacy would be significantly diminished, necessitating further consideration. Fortunately, Loki's response did not disappoint. The coverage of the barrier is limitless. If the user's ability is sufficient, they could encompass an entire city. Of course, the initial capabilities after consuming the barrier fruit would not be so extravagant, but easily covering a radius of several meters is quite feasible, Loki explained matter-of-factly. Several meters? Happy felt an immense sense of relief. This range was more than adequate to protect Tony Stark. The barrier fruit allows the user to create barriers at will, with their size and shape entirely under the user's control. Beyond mere defense, the barrier fruit can also be employed offensively against adversaries. Indeed, the barrier fruit is not solely a defensive fruit, it can also be utilized to attack foes. For instance, the user can envelop their fists with barriers, effectively using them as gauntlets. Alternatively, one could launch the created barriers at enemies or devise other offensive maneuvers, limited only by the user's creativity. In essence, as long as one possesses a vivid imagination, the fruit can be wielded in marvelous ways. With Loki's words, Happy's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Chapter 1. The perfect match for Happy's fruit. Shopkeeper, might you kindly retrieve the fruit compendium for Happy to peruse? Observing Happy's flustered demeanor, Pepper Potts refrained from teasing him further and courteously addressed Loki. Loki readily complied, retrieving the devil fruit compendium and extending it to Happy. Thank you, shopkeeper. Happy eagerly accepted the compendium, cradling it as though it were a legendary tome, his eyes sparkling with wonder and anticipation as he began to explore its contents. The devil fruit was, after all, a treasure of the sea, granting extraordinary powers upon consumption. Marvelous. Such grandeur, such prestige, it is indeed worthy of the title devil fruit. As he continued to read, he discovered that the devil fruits were categorized into paramecia and zoan types, the dog fruit, which Loki had previously stuffed into his mouth in the form of a husky, belonged to the latter category. However, Happy found himself more inclined to procure a paramecia fruit. Despite the formidable strength the dog fruit bestowed, he could not help but feel that transforming into a husky was somewhat humiliating. Thus, he swiftly skimmed through the section on zoan fruits and began to explore the paramecia offerings. The melt fruit could create candles. Who still uses candles in this day and age? The swallow fruit allowed one to consume anything and incorporate it into their body. How grotesque. And in his current form, that was simply out of the question. The bean fruit enabled one to transform their body into a ball. Was this fruit intended for comedic effect? The weapon fruit could convert any part of the body into a weapon. Happy's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. This was splendid. This fruit struck a deep chord within him. After all, his employer, Tony Stark, had built his empire on weaponry. Stark Industries, though diverse in its endeavors, fundamentally remained a weapons manufacturer. In this context, the weapon fruit was of immense significance. This is the fruit for me, Happy resolved on the spot. However, just as he was about to inquire further about the weapon fruit, the corner of his eye caught sight of its price, dousing his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. 2,000 kilograms of gold. I cannot afford that. Happy shook his head vigorously. After all, he was merely Tony Stark's chauffeur and bodyguard, nothing more. Though affluent, he was not wealthy enough to meet such a price. His annual earnings barely exceeded $1 million. Moreover, like many Americans, he had never cultivated a habit of saving, leaving him with a meager $2 to $3 million of disposable income after all these years. It was not as though he could purchase any fruit he desired. Alas, what a pity. Happy sighed, shaking his head repeatedly, lamenting the loss of such a remarkable fruit as the weapon fruit. However, it seemed that recommending this fruit to his employer might yield positive results, and Tony Stark would likely be quite pleased. If he successfully facilitated the acquisition, would that not be a significant achievement? Happy felt a sense of relief at this thought. Chapter 1. Happy, consume it, and I shall become the strongest bodyguard in history. The fact that the barrier fruit could also be used offensively was something Happy had never anticipated. It was inevitable. As an ordinary person with no prior exposure to devil fruits, it was challenging to think outside the box. Yet, upon hearing about the various applications of devil fruits from Lokia, Happy felt as though a veil had been lifted from his mind, as if a light bulb had ignited within him. A torrent of imaginative ideas surged forth, causing him to tremble with excitement. Shopkeeper, I have an idea. Tell me what you think. Can I use this barrier to create a transparent armor? That way, I would possess a physique akin to Superman's steel body. Happy's eyes gleamed as he fixed his gaze on Lokia, inquiring earnestly. Ah, a promising thought indeed. Lokia nodded appreciatively, a look of approval gracing his features. While Happy may not appear particularly astute, it was undeniable that he had a knack for harnessing the potential of the devil fruits. The concept of barrier armor was, without a doubt, an excellent application. Lokia silently commended Happy. Receiving praise from the proprietor of the devil fruit shop made Happy feel elated, a sense of pride nearly overflowing from him. However, I must remind you, Happy, that in order to activate the abilities of the barrier fruit, the user must perform specific gestures. In other words, you must execute the designated gesture to successfully create a barrier. Rasha then took the opportunity to specifically remind Happy of a minor shortcoming regarding the barrier fruit, believing it essential to clarify this point with him. Gestures? What kind of gestures? Are they complicated, manager? Happy inquired with a hint of concern, aware that overly complex gestures could significantly diminish the fruit's practicality. It is an exceedingly simple gesture. Merely crossing your hands will suffice. Once you consume the fruit, you will understand, Rasha explained, demonstrating a brief example. It was indeed quite straightforward, which relieved Happy immensely, as such simplicity would hardly pose any hindrance. Manager, do you not have a sample here? May I experience your tasting service? Happy asked eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. Of course, Rasha replied with a smile. Although Happy had already consumed an animal-type fruit, the effects of the devil fruit sample would only last 5 minutes. Since that time had passed, consuming another sample would not pose any conflict. Without further ado, Rasha produced the barrier fruit sample and handed it to Happy. Thank you, manager. Happy exclaimed, excitedly taking the sample from Rasha's hands and promptly placing it in his mouth. Ugh! The unpleasant taste made Happy's face twitch slightly, yet he persevered, forcing himself to swallow the abhorrent flavor. Happy, 1 bite is sufficient. There's no need to consume the entire thing, Pepper Potts cautioned as she watched him grimace. Happy, realizing his oversight, recalled how Pepper had merely taken a small nibble of the bubble fruit earlier. He promptly set the remainder of the sample aside. At that moment, astonishment and exhilaration washed over Happy's face, for he could genuinely feel the power of the barrier fruit, capable of conjuring barriers at will. Eager to test his newfound ability, Happy immediately attempted to create a barrier, enveloping himself within it. However, the barrier was only visible to Happy. No one else could perceive it. Happy, have you truly created a barrier? Pepper asked, her curiosity piqued. Of course. Can't you see? I am surrounded by a barrier, albeit one you cannot see, Happy replied, struggling to demonstrate his ability, as the barrier was completely transparent. Rasha couldn't help but chuckle. He casually pointed at Happy, and a photon bullet shot towards him. Yet, just over a meter away, the projectile was halted by an invisible wall. Undoubtedly, it was the barrier Happy had conjured. Very impressive, Happy. The power of the barrier fruit is indeed remarkable. It even blocked the manager's photon. Pepper exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. Rasha's previous demonstration of using a photon bullet to swat a mosquito, inadvertently creating a significant dent in a tree trunk, had left a lasting impression on Pepper. Now, witnessing the powerful photon bullet being thwarted by the barrier confirmed Happy's choice of the barrier fruit as exceptionally worthwhile. Cool. That was truly amazing. Was that your ability, manager? It was incredibly impressive. Happy exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement, equally astonished by Rasha's photon bullet and delighted by the barrier fruit's capabilities. It seems you are quite pleased with the barrier fruit, Happy, Rasha remarked, observing him with interest. Indeed, I am exceedingly satisfied. Manager, I have made my decision. I will take the barrier fruit, Happy declared decisively. With this fruit, he envisioned himself as a perfect guardian, endowed with impeccable defense and formidable offensive power. Although the price of the barrier fruit exceeded Happy's current budget at 120 kilograms of gold, an amount he could not afford, he was resolute. He planned to do whatever it took, even if it meant selling his possessions, to gather the necessary funds. This fruit was undoubtedly worth the sacrifice. Happy, if you are determined to acquire this fruit, you may reserve it with a $1 million deposit, and you can finalize the transaction once you have gathered the gold. Pepper promptly informed him of the process. Happy nodded, without hesitation, producing his bank card to hand to Rasha. Beep. Transaction completed. Reservation confirmed. Although he felt a twinge of pain at the expense, overall, Happy felt a profound sense of relief and satisfaction. In a way, the barrier fruit was already his, and he could rest easy. Chapter 14. The most unreliable boss, Tony Stark. Goodbye, manager. The two bid farewell to Rasha as Pepper and Happy exited the devil fruit shop. While Pepper maintained a respectful demeanor towards Rasha, having been thoroughly impressed during their last visit, Happy's attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Previously skeptical and intent on exposing Rasha as a fraud, he was now exceedingly polite and filled with awe. Pepper, I still cannot believe that such a miraculous thing as the devil fruit exists in this world. Even now, it feels as if I am dreaming, Happy remarked, shaking his head in disbelief as he drove. Though he had personally experienced the wonders of the Inu no Mi and the barrier fruit, emotionally, he still struggled to remain calm. Isn't it astonishing? Pepper agreed, nodding deeply in resonance. It feels as though I have only just begun to understand this world after all these years. Her words, though exaggerated, reflected her genuine sentiment. Happy, having had a similar experience, could empathize completely. Pepper, who exactly is the manager? Where do the devil fruits in his shop come from? Happy pondered aloud. Glancing curiously at Pepper. How would I know? She replied, shaking her head. In any case, the manager is a figure too enigmatic for ordinary people like us to comprehend. Happy wholeheartedly agreed. A person capable of selling such extraordinary items as the devil fruits was undoubtedly someone to be revered. However, Happy, are you truly considering purchasing the barrier fruit? That fruit is not inexpensive, Pepper said, recalling the cost and asking earnestly. Happy, in her understanding, did not possess the financial means for such an acquisition. Yes, Pepper, I am different from you. I often boast about my capabilities in front of others, but in reality, I am just a driver, nothing more. If nothing unexpected occurs, this will be my life, and it will end here. But now, Pepper, I see an opportunity that can change my life, a chance for true transformation and elevation. Although it indeed comes at a steep price, if I were to miss this opportunity, I would regret it for a lifetime, Happy declared with unwavering conviction to Pepper Potts. Instantly, Pepper recognized that Happy was resolute. As Happy's friend, Pepper felt an authentic joy for him. Happy, I am genuinely happy for you. This is indeed an invaluable opportunity. How many people in the world can encounter something like the devil fruit? If you require any assistance, as your friend, I would be more than willing to help. Pepper expressed sincerely to Happy. Thank you, Pepper. I may truly need help now, Happy replied with a solemn nod. Pepper Potts intended to say more, but suddenly her phone rang. After exchanging a brief greeting with Happy, she answered the call. Thereafter, Pepper found herself engrossed in work beside Happy, leaving little time to attend to him. It was unavoidable. Tony Stark, her boss, was notoriously irresponsible, delegating nearly all matters to Pepper Potts, who was left to manage everything. She was exceedingly busy, practically running around like a headless chicken. Even when Happy parked the car outside Stark Industries, Pepper's phone continued to ring. Happy, wait for me for 20 minutes. I'll tidy things up and be right back, she said to Happy before hurriedly entering the Stark Industries building. After completing the necessary preparations, she returned and hopped back into Happy's vehicle, heading towards Tony Stark's private mansion in Malibu. Happy, I'm off to find Tony, Pepper announced as she exited the car, striding confidently into Stark's opulent abode as if it were her own home. Meanwhile, Happy, the driver for Tony Stark, was left waiting outside, dutifully playing the role of chauffeur. However, while Pepper was ostensibly an assistant, her role with Tony Stark was evidently much more significant than that. One could not deny the vast disparity between Happy and Pepper's standings in Tony Stark's world. Upon entering the lavish seaside villa, Pepper glanced around and, noticing that Tony was absent, wasted no time making her way to the basement. Beep, beep, beep. After entering the code and opening the glass door, Pepper indeed found Tony Stark engaged in the modification of a seemingly antiquated classic car. Although Tony Stark was no longer a youth, his temperament appeared to linger in the realm of a carefree playboy, whimsically dabbling in various projects, living life with unabashed abandon. Lately, he had become infatuated with vehicle modifications, often secluding himself in the basement to tinker away, leaving all responsibilities to Pepper Potts. To be frank, if it weren't for Tony Stark's extraordinary intellect, which enabled him to invent numerous cutting-edge weapons sustaining Stark Industries, his lackadaisical attitude would have long since led to his downfall. Stark, why are you still here? You were supposed to be at the board meeting an hour ago. I called you 5 times, yet you didn't answer a single one, Pepper exclaimed, exasperated to see Tony Stark neglecting even board meetings for such trivial matters. However, simultaneously, she felt no surprise, as this was not the first time Tony had behaved in such a manner. Those tedious meetings were nothing but a waste of time. As long as Obadiah was present, everything would suffice. While continuing his tinkering, Tony casually responded, extending his hand to Pepper. Hand me the number 5 wrench. Which one is the number 5? She inquired. It's the second one from the left on the shelf beside you, and the wrench has a size designation. Tony replied nonchalantly. After a moment of searching, Pepper located the number 5 wrench and passed it to Tony Stark. Chapter 15. Tony, have you heard of the devil fruit? Thanks, Tony remarked casually, taking the wrench from Pepper's hand and beginning to twist components that she could hardly comprehend. After waiting for a while, as it became evident that Tony had no intention of pausing, Pepper felt compelled to interrupt him. Stark, could you possibly take a moment to stop? If your dedication to the company could match even half of your current focus on this, she said, unable to resist a bit of sarcasm. Such remarks were not typically uttered by a personal assistant, yet Pepper Potts transcended the mere role of an assistant. Pepper, you are mistaken, Tony corrected her earnestly, rising to his feet and placing the wrench aside. With my intellect, I only need to apply a fraction of my capabilities for the company to be managed seamlessly. Tony Stark was, as always, unabashedly narcissistic. Is that so? Then why don't you do it? Pepper retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. If I were to do that, everyone would be out of a job. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. So, your carefree lifestyle, devoid of worldly concerns, is out of consideration for us? Isn't that the case? Pepper was left speechless, pulling out some documents she had prepared, handing them to Tony Stark. These require your signature. This one is. I don't care about any of that. Just tell me where to sign. Tony interrupted her, having become accustomed to Tony's brash demeanor. Pepper swiftly turned the documents to the signature page, pointed it out, and handed him a pen. Tony took it, signed his name with swift strokes. Additionally, there are a few schedules I need to confirm with you. After signing, Pepper produced another document to seek Tony's input. Rhodey asked me to confirm the deal set for 3. The plane will be waiting promptly at 3 o'clock. You've mentioned this numerous times. I'm already aware. Tony replied dismissively. Vanity Fair wants to interview you again. Who asked the interviewer? Not that unforgettable woman with the luscious golden waves and a figure that seems to defy gravity. Then what joy is there in such an interview? After they had dealt with a few matters, Pepper noticed that Tony's eyes were bloodshot. Tony, have you been up all night again? She asked, her expression filled with concern and exasperation. Again? Tony Stark instinctively began to protest, yet he realized he lacked the conviction to counter her. He had been caught without sleep more than once, and arguing was futile. In fact, I dozed off on the couch for over half an hour. Can't you see how alert I am? Tony shrugged, feigning indifference. At this point, one could not help but mention Tony Stark's extraordinary physical resilience. He was practically more formidable than Captain America after a dose of super serum. After all, even if it is the Avengers, it seems implausible for one to withstand a missile strike, sustaining a gaping wound to the chest, and yet not require any repair. Immediately engaging in intensive labor within a cave, wielding a sledgehammer, and engaging in welding for 3 months straight, right? Come on, my friend. You've just undergone a significant surgical procedure. Truly, this resilience is nothing short of superhuman. Stark, if you continue like this, your body will surely collapse. Pepper Potts initially intended to offer her usual words of comfort to Tony Stark, but as she began to speak, her eyes lit up with inspiration. She then set aside her documents and extended her hand towards Tony, activating her bubble fruit ability, causing an array of bubbles to float towards him. Stark's expression immediately transformed into one of astonishment. How had Pepper accomplished this? Was it magic? A glimmer of admiration crossed Stark's face as he nodded appreciatively, noting that even he could not discern any flaws in her performance. Pepper, I never expected you possessed such talent in this regard. Magic? No. This is far from mere magic. Pepper Potts promptly interjected, shaking her head with earnestness to correct Tony Stark. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her arms for Stark to see, clearly demonstrating that no props were employed in her performance. However, an abundance of bubbles continued to emerge from Pepper's hands and arms, endlessly cascading outward. Pepper, this is quite extraordinary. I find it challenging to comprehend the mechanics behind this phenomenon. Stark's astonishment deepened. Magic typically relies on specific tools, yet Pepper's hands were evidently empty, leaving him to ponder how she was conjuring those bubbles. His brilliant mind raced as he attempted to unravel the mystery. But even his exceptional intellect struggled to find clarity. At that moment, a multitude of bubbles had already settled upon Stark. Ah, Pepper, are you attempting to create a romantic atmosphere? Planning to confess to your boss? Stark teased, glancing around at the bubbles while jesting with Pepper Potts. Tony, do you not feel invigorated, as if your spirits have been lifted? Pepper inquired with a knowing smile, her gaze fixed on Stark. Initially, he had not noticed, but upon her prompting, Stark could not help but marvel at the sudden disappearance of his fatigue, replaced by a newfound vitality. He felt as though he could engage in another all-nighter. Pepper, how did you achieve this? What are these bubbles? Stark exclaimed in sheer wonder. Well, Tony, have you ever heard of the devil fruit? The devil fruit? Stark arched an eyebrow, his face a canvas of confusion. What exactly was this fruit? Even he had never encountered such a term before. It sounded like a Halloween prop launched by the local market, and Halloween was still nearly 10 months away. I see. You are alluding to the unforgettable night we shared last Halloween, right? Stark's mind wandered freely, leading Pepper to feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. The unforgettable night you refer to was when you invited me to dinner, only to forget about it and leave me waiting in the restaurant for 2 hours, becoming the subject of everyone's ridicule, correct? Yet, I still showed up, and you were moved to tears, remember? I was not moved. I was distressed. What kind of woman would feel touched by a man who was 2 hours late? Pepper's incredulity was palpable. She shook her head vigorously, casting aside those chaotic thoughts, and returned to the matter at hand. In any case, let us get back to the point. The devil fruit is not some Halloween prop. You are entirely mistaken. Pepper then succinctly explained to Tony Stark what the devil fruit was and her experience of acquiring it. A fruit that grants superpowers upon consumption? Pepper, I must admit I am quite taken aback that a woman as intelligent as you could fall for such a rudimentary deception. How could such a fruit possibly exist? Stark's reaction mirrored that of Happy's upon hearing the same tale, but the fact that someone managed to deceive him intrigued him. It was no small feat, Tony. The devil fruit is real. Did you not just experience the bubbles firsthand? Pepper stated with a serious demeanor. Stark was momentarily taken aback by Pepper's assertion. Indeed, her bubble-creating ability had left him perplexed. For someone of Stark's scientific prowess, such confusion was rare. He had scrutinized Pepper, noting the absence of any props, as if the bubbles genuinely materialized from her very hands. This was the first point of intrigue. Moreover, the effect of the bubbles was astonishing. As soon as they touched him, they revitalized his fatigued body with an invigorating force. Such an occurrence was well beyond Stark's expectations, as human recovery is a complex and gradual process. How could fatigue vanish so instantaneously? Even the most expensive pharmaceuticals could not achieve such an effect. Stark was genuinely fascinated by the nature of Pepper's bubbles. Well, Pepper, you've succeeded. You felt I was overlooking you and sought to reclaim my attention. And you have succeeded, Stark declared with conviction. Now, please do not reveal the secrets behind the bubbles. Give me some time, no, an hour, and I shall deduce their mechanics. But for now, could you conjure some more bubbles? After a moment of contemplation, Stark suddenly grasped the essence of the situation. He spoke with an assured tone, looking at Pepper Potts. Pepper Potts, Tony, the way you speak makes it sound as if I am merely a woman resorting to trivial tricks to gain your favor. Pepper felt a flicker of annoyance. Was she truly that sort of person? Even in the face of Tony Stark. Please, Tony. While other women might go to great lengths to please you with foolish antics, I certainly do not fall into that category, all right? Her expression became slightly sour, revealing a hint of displeasure. Why the sudden change in demeanor? Did I misjudge? No, you must simply be too shy to admit it. Okay, I apologize. I shouldn't have pressed you. Seeing Stark maintain his self-absorbed demeanor, Pepper could not help but shake her head in disbelief. This egotist was beyond redemption. In any case, Tony, I have informed you about the devil fruit. I actually intended to tell you about another fruit in the shop, one that can create any weapon at will. But it seems you're not particularly interested. Wait, a fruit that can create any weapon? Tony Stark couldn't help but interrupt Pepper Potts. Is this what the person who sold you the devil fruit told you? How utterly absurd. A fruit capable of creating any weapon? This is no longer mere nonsense. It's nonsense taken to an extreme. Yet, it is quite evident that Pepper actually believes it. Stark's curiosity was piqued instantly. It was astounding that someone like Pepper Potts could be so easily deceived, especially by a lie so ludicrous, akin to a fairy tale for children. Pray tell, what adult could possibly believe such a fabrication? Why did Pepper fall for it? At that moment, Tony Stark genuinely wished to meet this extraordinary con artist and discern their true identity. All right, forget I said anything. I have numerous tasks to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After being met with a barrage of skepticism, Pepper's enthusiasm waned. Noticing Tony's disbelief, she refrained from further explanation. After exchanging a brief farewell with Stark, she turned and departed. Observing Pepper's irritated retreat, Stark pondered for a moment before pulling out his phone to summon Happy. Happy, do you have any idea where Pepper has ventured off to? Stark asked, initially with a hint of skepticism. After all, the circles of Happy and Pepper were quite disparate. To his surprise, Happy was immediately animated. Mr. Stark, Pepper must have shared the details with you, right? That incredible devil fruit. I swear, I have never seen anything so extraordinary in my life. Happy then enthusiastically began to expound on the wonders of the devil fruit. Stark was taken aback to discover that even Happy had fallen victim to the charlatanesque deception, leaving him quite astonished. Nevertheless, his resolve solidified. Once he wrapped up his current affairs, he would seek out this trickster. Chapter 17. The birth of the first devil fruit user, a notorious criminal. Hell's Kitchen. Within a construction site, one would expect to find workers bustling about, yet now, the area lay eerily silent, devoid of activity. The cranes, mixers, and various machinery that should have been operational had long since ceased. The entire scene was shrouded in stillness. Scanning the surroundings, only a few figures stood in the open space, surveying the site. Is this truly the location? Soanda inquired of his confidant beside him. This is one of the 3 designated locations we identified. It remains uncertain, yet the possibility is considerable, the subordinate respectfully replied. Let us commence excavation at once. Soanda commanded, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, this site had fallen under the control of the Hand Association. To discover both Madame Gao and Xian secretly lurking in Hell's Kitchen was no mere coincidence. Their ambitions extended far beyond mere profit. They sought the dragon bones. The facade of being mere street vendors and Yakuza was simply a cover. This construction worker was one of the several suspicious locations unearthed by Gao and Xian within Hell's Kitchen. According to Gao's directives, they should have initiated excavation long ago, but no one anticipated such a sudden turn of events. Before the matter of the dragon bones could officially unfold, Gao and her associates had all been eliminated by Kingpin. Thus, Soanda had returned to Hell's Kitchen, intent on reclaiming leadership and locating the dragon bones. Just as he was about to relay further instructions to his subordinates, Soanda's expression abruptly shifted, as if sensing something amiss. He turned sharply, and indeed, from behind a massive concrete mixer, a figure emerged, holding a long sword, blood dripping steadily from its blade. Swish! Meanwhile, another shadow darted in, a figure clad in crimson, leaping from a height and crashing heavily to the ground. Moving in tandem with the first figure, they approached Soanda and his group step by step. The stickman? Soanda recognized the intruder, a cold smirk forming on his lips. This was an old rival of the Hand Association, a foe they could previously contend with. But now, the Pure Heart Association had long been decimated. The stickman had spent years lurking in the shadows like a rat, daring only to engage in petty schemes against them, too fearful to confront them directly. Soanda was taken aback that someone like the stickman, no longer worthy of being called an opponent, had the audacity to confront him. Did he believe the Hand Association was too weakened to retaliate? Nonetheless, the Hand Association was not to be trifled with by the likes of the stickman. Soanda. The stickman's voice was devoid of warmth, as he wiped the blood from his sword with his coat. This place is most suitable for burying scum like you. Only you shall be buried here. Soanda retorted coldly, gesturing carelessly to his men. Several ninjas immediately drew their weapons and charged at the stickman. Yet, Erica was no pushover. She let out a chilling laugh, her fiery attire casting a dazzling shadow as she engaged the Hand Association's ninjas, blocking them entirely. Meanwhile, the stickman advanced unimpeded, closing the distance to Soanda. Then I shall personally send you on your way. Soanda hissed coldly, brandishing his sword, ready to eliminate the stickman. However, at that moment, the stickman suddenly raised his hand, feigning a gesture towards Soanda. Soanda had no time to react. A wave of light shot toward him in an instant. At such close range and so unexpectedly, Soanda had no chance to respond and was struck by the wave of energy. He immediately felt as if he had been ensnared by a paralysis spell. His body no longer obeyed his commands. He gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength, but could only manage the slowest of movements. This is bad. Soanda's complexion paled. Swoosh. At that moment, the stickman lunged forward, sword raised high. A flash of cold steel cut through the air, and crimson blood erupted from Soanda's throat like a fountain. What is this technique? Soanda's eyes widened in shock and disbelief, instinctively wanting to voice his confusion. But alas, his consciousness began to blur, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Alexandria, next, it is your turn, the stickman said without glancing at Soanda's lifeless form, his tone icy and devoid of mercy. In a bar on 6th Street. Another glass of whiskey, please. The exuberant Lucien downed a drink as casually as if it were water, then immediately addressed the bartender. Buddy, no one is competing with you. As long as you're willing to pay, drink as much as you like, but take it easy. The bartender had never encountered someone who consumed alcohol with such abandon. He worried that at this rate, Lucien would soon be incapacitated, and thus offered a word of caution. I will do as I please. Do you intend to interfere with my choices? Lucien replied with a cold smirk. Buddy, I'm merely being considerate. Do you truly believe I require your kindness? The bartender merely shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further, as it was evident that the individual before him had indulged a bit too liberally in libations. It was best to avoid any unnecessary confrontation. Silently, he poured Lucien a glass of whiskey. Lucien seized it and downed it with fervor. How delightful. So this is the sensation of alcohol? What sheer exhilaration. Despite his years, Lucien had never before experienced life in such a splendid manner. To drink alone in solitude? If you don't mind. With the liquor flowing, Lucien began to engage in flirtation with a striking woman nearby. Scram, you country bumpkin. Do you think someone like you could ever bother my woman? No sooner had Lucien uttered those words than a brawny man approached, glaring menacingly at him and shoving him aside. A flash of rage crossed Lucien's visage, and he nearly transformed into a bat to retaliate. However, he possessed enough prudence to recognize that this was not the appropriate venue for a brawl. Thus, he silently turned and exited the bar. Coward. Spineless wretch. Go choke on it. With such a feeble disposition, what business do you have pursuing women? The derisive laughter echoed behind him as the burly man and the woman he had been eyeing began to mock him shamelessly. Little did they realize the nightmare that awaited them. Approximately half an hour later, the burly man and the striking woman, thoroughly intoxicated, stumbled out of the bar, debating where to continue their revelry. Just then, a shadowy figure unexpectedly appeared, blocking the burly man's path. Initially taken aback, the man soon recognized his blocker and burst into laughter. Huh, you? I didn't expect to find you waiting for me. What do you plan to do? Strike me with those puny fists? Come on, let me witness your needle-like punches. However, his bravado faltered midway as he gasped in horror, his face transforming with sheer terror. The man he had so heartily ridiculed had morphed into a half-human, half-bat monstrosity. The next moment, the creature lunged forward, and piercing screams echoed through the night. Chapter 18. Hawkeye Barton comes to purchase the devil fruit. At the House of Devil Fruits. You have a new contact request. While idly scrolling through short videos, Rasha suddenly received a notification from his social media platform. Such occurrences were hardly noteworthy, so Rasha promptly exited the video app and opened the contact request to investigate. Store manager, it's me, the Door Fruit. Upon reading this verification message, Rasha immediately recognized the identity of the requester. Undoubtedly, it was Bruce Banner. Without hesitation, he accepted the request. Store manager, this is Bruce Banner. The other party promptly confirmed his identity. How have you been lately, Dr. Banner? Rasha casually inquired. Considering the circumstances, I'm doing quite well, Bruce Banner replied candidly. Ever since he had inadvertently eliminated his father-in-law, Banner had been free from headaches and backaches, even managing to consume larger portions of rice than before. With General Ross's esteemed position in mind, and considering the unique significance and immense value of the Hulk, the military had found itself embroiled in prolonged deliberations over who could take Ross's place. Consequently, the pursuit of Bruce Banner had considerably eased, allowing him a rare respite. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bruce Banner had been amassing wealth overseas. By the way, store manager, I contacted you mainly to inquire if the Door fruit is available. After their brief pleasantries, Banner shifted to the matter at hand. Yes, Dr. Banner, the Door fruit is indeed in stock. Additionally, the store's payment method has changed. We no longer accept USD, but have transitioned to gold, Rasha promptly responded. Banner, initially thrilled to hear about the availability of the Door fruit, felt a wave of dismay wash over him upon learning about the new payment method. The last time, the store manager had quoted him a price of 80 million USD for the fruit. Converting that into gold would amount to over 1,200 kilograms. Such a substantial quantity of gold would be quite a hassle to procure, especially given Banner's current circumstances. Then, store manager, what is the price of the door-to-door fruit in gold? Although he had already calculated an estimate, Bruce Banner pressed for clarification. 1,300 kilograms of gold. Rasha promptly stated the price. This figure aligned closely with Banner's expectations, and he decisively responded, "Understood, store manager. I will gather the gold as swiftly as possible. By the way, Dr. Banner, if you are truly eager to acquire the door-to-door fruit, I recommend paying a deposit to secure your reservation, thereby preventing someone else from purchasing it before you can," Rasha kindly suggested. "You are correct, store manager. A deposit is indeed necessary. How much would I need to pay to hold the door-to-door fruit until I can come to purchase it? For your situation, a deposit of 3 million USD would allow me to hold it for 6 months. I understand, store manager. I will arrange for the payment shortly." After concluding the business discussion with Rasha, Bruce Banner bid farewell and logged off. Rasha, not dwelling on the matter, resumed scrolling through short videos until the wind chime at the door jingled once more. A shrewd, imposing man, exuding an air of sharpness, strode confidently into the store. Rasha glanced at him and immediately recognized his identity. This man was none other than a prominent figure within the Marvel Universe, albeit slightly overshadowed by the likes of the Avengers Big Three and Black Widow. Nevertheless, he was undeniably one of the original Avengers, Hawkeye. Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Clint Barton, the seasoned agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. After receiving a summons from Coulson, Hawkeye had abruptly halted his current mission and rushed back from Chicago. Initially, he had assumed that his return was due to some urgent matter, only to be utterly flabbergasted upon arrival. He could never have anticipated that the pressing concern was merely the purchase of some fruit that supposedly granted superpowers. At first, Hawkeye was adamantly skeptical about the existence of such absurd and ludicrous items. However, upon witnessing Black Widow demonstrate her powers before him, he was left utterly speechless. He had witnessed her transform into an entirely different person right before his eyes. It was not the result of advanced technology or makeup, but a genuine metamorphosis. It was then that Hawkeye realized the astonishing reality of the devil fruit's existence. Having grasped this revelation, Hawkeye Barton entered the devil fruit store with immense anticipation. "Greetings, manager. I am Barton Clint, a colleague of Natasha Romanoff." The voice of Hawkeye Barton resonated as he politely acknowledged Rasha, simultaneously clarifying his identity. Prior to his arrival, Nick Fury had reiterated to Hawkeye the importance of maintaining a respectful demeanor towards the young, yet enigmatic proprietor of this devil fruit shop. It was made abundantly clear that both Black Widow and Nick Fury were well aware of Rasha, and S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed ample reason to suspect that Rasha was also acquainted with Agent Barton, as well as other S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives. Barton, in turn, understood that anyone capable of selling such extraordinary items as the devil fruits must undoubtedly be a person of considerable stature. Thus he approached the encounter with the utmost seriousness. "Hello, Barton. Welcome to my humble shop," Rasha greeted, clearly pleased with Hawkeye's demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. "Natasha highly recommended your shop's target fruit to me. It sounds quite intriguing. Could you provide me with a detailed introduction to the target fruit?" Hawkeye Barton promptly addressed Rasha directly, eager for information. "The target fruit, you say?" "Certainly." Rasha gestured towards the display case, indicating the target fruit for Barton to examine. "Behold, Barton, this is the target fruit." As Rasha pointed, a pale purple fruit adorned with a target-like pattern caught Hawkeye Barton's eye. However, to him, all the devil fruits in the display appeared unique and captivating, and he could not discern any extraordinary qualities from mere appearance alone. He would require Rasha's elaboration. "I trust Natasha has informed you, Barton, that the target fruit allows the user to mark a target, enabling them to throw any object to track and attack the marked target, correct?" Rasha inquired, glancing at Barton. "Indeed, manager." Barton nodded, affirming that this was precisely what Black Widow had conveyed. Natasha had elaborated that the tracking capability of the target fruit featured dynamic capture and automatic correction, akin to a weapons tracking system. This revelation significantly piqued Hawkeye Barton's interest. Undoubtedly, Barton was an exceptional archer, his skills placing him at the pinnacle of archery in this world. Yet, even with his remarkable abilities, the concept of dynamic capture seemed fantastical. If such a feat were genuinely achievable, Barton's archery skills would ascend to unprecedented heights. "Yes, Barton. Everything Natasha described about the target fruit is indeed accurate," Rasha confirmed with utmost certainty. Then, manager, is there a distance limitation on the objects thrown with the target fruit? Hawkeye Barton posed another critical question. There is no specific limitation. Even if the user is separated from the target by several kilometers, they can still track and shoot at it, Rasha replied. No distance limitation. It can hit from hundreds of kilometers away. That seems utterly extraordinary. Barton's eyes lit up, revealing his excitement and enthusiasm. One can only commend the devil fruits for achieving such an astonishing capability. This surpasses even the range of a sniper rifle. Natasha was right. This fruit is indeed perfectly suited for me, potentially elevating my prowess to new heights. However, Barton, as the proprietor of this devil fruit shop, I must candidly inform you that the target fruit does have certain usage limitations, Rasha interjected as he noted Barton's rising excitement. Barton's expression shifted slightly. Please, do enlighten me, manager. Firstly, the marking of a target. This requires the user to physically touch the target with their hand to establish the mark, Rasha explained. Touching the target to mark it? Hawkeye Barton was taken aback, then confirmed. So, in utilizing the ability of the target fruit, I must first make face-to-face contact with the target and physically touch them to designate them as a target before I can use the ability to track and shoot? Precisely, Rasha affirmed. If that is the case, it seems rather impractical. If I am already in close proximity to the target, why not eliminate them directly instead of going through the extra step of marking and then shooting from a distance? What purpose does my bow and arrow serve in that scenario? Barton mused. It's akin to placing a mosquito repellent sticker inside a mosquito net for it to be effective. Yet, considering the nature of his profession, there were indeed numerous scenarios where direct assassination was unsuitable. In such instances, marking first and then shooting from a distance could prove to be quite convenient. Thus, the fruit could not be dismissed entirely. Barton then inquired further, manager, how long does the mark from the target fruit last? The duration of the mark depends on how long you refrain from washing your hands, Rasha replied cryptically. Excuse me, manager, are you implying that if I wash my hands, the mark from the target fruit will vanish? Barton pondered, soon revealing a look of exasperation. So, if I consume the target fruit, I would essentially be unable to wash my hands ever again? Indeed, Barton, if the user washes their hands, the mark will be washed away as well, meaning they cannot wash their hands after marking a target, Rasha elaborated. Moreover, this mark is a forced designation that does not adhere to the user's will. Any individual the user touches will be marked, regardless of whether the user desires to mark them. Therefore, if the user wishes to touch others without marking them, they must wear gloves. Barton exclaimed, this is becoming increasingly absurd. So, not only would someone who consumes this fruit be unable to wash their hands, but they would also have to wear gloves at all times. How ridiculous. Additionally, since humans possess two hands, the maximum number of targets that can be marked simultaneously is 2. In other words, a user can only mark a maximum of 2 individuals at a time, Rasha added, further expounding on the limitations. This last piece of information was the final straw that shattered Hawkeye Barton's prior expectations regarding the target fruit. It had transformed into an utter disappointment. It appeared that Natasha's information had not been thoroughly comprehensive. Manager, I think I shall explore other fruits instead, Barton declared, shaking his head. The target fruit, while initially appealing, proved riddled with drawbacks upon closer inspection, prompting Hawkeye Barton to decisively forfeit his interest. Of course, Rasha responded without objection, promptly retrieving the catalog of devil fruits and presenting it to Barton. All the fruits available in this shop are listed in this catalog. Should any particular fruit pique your interest, do let me know, and I will provide you with a detailed introduction. Thank you, manager. Barton graciously accepted the catalog from Rasha, beginning to scrutinize it thoroughly. The array of extraordinary fruits captured his attention, evoking a series of astonished expressions from Hawkeye. Undoubtedly, the devil fruits were marvels of wonder. Chapter 140. The zoan-type devil fruit coveted by Hawkeye Barton. This explosive fruit can transform a part of one's body into an explosive, which then detonates. For a brief moment, the devil fruit shop fell silent, only to be broken again by the voice of Hawkeye Barton. He pointed with keen interest at a fruit, inquiring of Rasha if it could allow arrows shot from his bow to explode upon impact. Such an ability could indeed prove useful. However, the definition of a part of oneself remained unclear. Indeed, Barton, that is precisely the capability of the explosive fruit, Rasha affirmed, providing an explanation. This fruit grants the ability to cause any part of the user's body to explode. Even the air exhaled or a single strand of hair can be detonated. The notion of exhaled air and hair exploding. Hawkeye Barton could not help but be taken aback. The explosive fruit sounded somewhat exaggerated. Yet, concurrently, the shopkeeper's introduction seemed to reveal another significant limitation of the explosive fruit. The explosive fruit can only cause explosions within the user's own body and cannot make external objects detonate. For instance, the arrow shot from my bow? Hawkeye Barton raised an eyebrow, looking at Rasha for confirmation. No, that is indeed the limitation of the explosive fruit. It can only cause a part of the user's body to explode and cannot trigger explosions in external objects, Rasha nodded. Hawkeye Barton remarked. This devil fruit is quite a pitfall. What use is it to make my own body explode? I cannot very well sever parts of my body to attack my enemies. Can I? The shopkeeper did not specifically mention it, so the explosive fruit likely did not grant the ability to regenerate severed limbs, meaning any attack would necessitate self-mutilation. Alternatively, one could only use strands of hair or fingers, removing which would not cause injury. But that seemed rather absurd, didn't it? With that thought, Hawkeye shook his head repeatedly. He had initially thought the previous target fruit was troublesome enough, only to discover that this one was even more problematic. Barton, if you wish for your arrows to explode upon release, allow me to recommend another fruit. The detonation fruit. Rasha's voice resonated once more as he earnestly addressed Hawkeye Barton. The detonation fruit? Hawkeye Barton's eyebrows arched in curiosity. Judging solely by its name, this fruit appeared remarkably similar to the explosive fruit. Thus, Hawkeye immediately searched for it in the catalog, and indeed, he found the twin of the explosive fruit, the detonation fruit. It allows one to detonate their own body and any inorganic matter they touch at will. After reviewing the description, Hawkeye Barton nodded to himself. This fruit was precisely what he had envisioned, capable of exploding inorganic materials, including the arrows he shot. There were no issues there. However, one aspect puzzled Hawkeye Barton. Why does this fruit also grant the ability to detonate one's own body? What kind of individual would choose to explode their own body? At this point, Rasha's voice chimed in again. However, the explosions produced by the detonation fruit differ from those of the explosive fruit. He began to explain earnestly to Hawkeye Barton. The explosive fruit's explosions involve transforming any part of the user's body into an explosive, following the principles of explosive materials. In contrast, the explosions from the detonation fruit do not transform the relevant object into an explosive, but rather cause the object to rapidly expand, resulting in an explosion. While there were distinctions, fundamentally, the ultimate principles of both still shared commonality, as explosions are indeed dependent on rapid expansion. Hawkeye Barton nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Ultimately, as long as it could explode, that sufficed. The specifics of how it detonated were of little consequence. For the detonation fruit, he had a temporary understanding. Nevertheless, Hawkeye Barton merely noted the detonation fruit in his mind. That was all. The fruit was indeed useful and aligned with his identity as an archer, yet it did not perfectly match his aspirations, leaving him feeling somewhat unfulfilled. After all, Hawkeye Barton could already create various arrows, including explosive ones. So the capabilities of the detonation fruit seemed somewhat superfluous, not utterly indispensable. Given the opportunity to acquire a superpower, Hawkeye Barton naturally yearned for something that would enable him to transcend his current limits. Shopkeeper, I shall continue to peruse other fruits, he said, exchanging a nod with Rasha and resuming his meticulous examination of the catalog. An array of bizarre and extraordinary abilities unfolded before his eyes, yet, regrettably, despite the allure of the paramecia-type fruits, none captivated him in a way that made his heart race. Up until now, it appeared that only the detonation fruit held the highest compatibility with him. Yet even that did not fully satisfy Hawkeye. After some contemplation, Hawkeye Barton shifted his gaze toward the zoan-type fruits. Since the paramecia-type fruits did not entirely resonate with him, he would have to explore the zoan-type fruits. The catalog described zoan-type fruits as granting the power and abilities of corresponding animals. If he could acquire the abilities of some formidable creatures, it would certainly be worth considering. Ox fruit, horse fruit, mole fruit, dog fruit. Bird fruit, falcon form. Hawkeye Barton's gaze abruptly fixated on this fruit, instantly captivated. Falcon form. This meant it was a fruit that could allow one to transform into a falcon. While a falcon and an eagle are not the same bird, they share remarkable similarities. Falcons belong to the family Falconidae, while eagles belong to Accipitridae. Although they are not identical, they belong to the same order. Many consider them to be akin. For Hawkeye Barton, the falcon form was entirely acceptable. Moreover, upon closer inspection, his code name is Eagle. While this fruit pertains to a falcon, could this be some form of cosmic alignment? Shopkeeper, I would like to know more about the bird fruit, falcon form. Hawkeye Barton promptly raised his head, addressing Rasha with a serious demeanor. Chapter 141. Hawkeye Barton. Please call me Eagleman Barton from now on. Barton, are you particularly fond of this fruit? Indeed, this fruit is quite impressive and powerful. Even among all zoan-type fruits, it holds a prominent place, Rasha nodded, beginning to introduce the bird fruit, falcon form, to Hawkeye Barton. As the catalog describes, the abilities of zoan-type fruits allow one to gain the strength of the corresponding animal and its unique capabilities. This is self-evident. I believe you understand well. The bird fruit, falcon form grants you extraordinary strength that far exceeds that of an average person, while also bestowing upon you various abilities of a falcon, such as flight, exceptional vision, and sharp talon attacks. However, do not worry. Even if you fully transform, your consciousness will remain unaffected. Hawkeye Barton inwardly nodded. This alleviated many of his concerns. Yet, it merely reduced his apprehensions rather than entirely dispelling them, as he still harbored concerns regarding whether using the powers of a falcon would impact his existing skills. For instance, can I retain my original skills in combat and marksmanship while in the falcon form? Hawkeye Barton posed this question, which weighed heavily on his mind. If he were merely able to harness the power and abilities of the falcon while losing all of his inherent skills, then this fruit would not be as perfect as it seemed. However, the subsequent response from Rasha completely alleviated Barton's concerns. You are overthinking it, Barton, Rasha remarked, shaking his head before elucidating. The illustrated guide indicates that zoan-type devil fruits possess 3 forms: human, hybrid, and animal. The human form is simply the ordinary state of a human, which requires no explanation. The hybrid form is a semi-animalized state of the user, allowing the ability to possess characteristics of both human and beast. This means that in this form, you can retain your human skills while also gaining enhancements from the animal traits. Take you, for example. In this form, you can sprout falcon wings to soar while maintaining your combat and shooting skills without any hindrance. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye Barton could not help but exhale a long sigh of relief. If that were the case, then his greatest apprehension had vanished. A glimmer of excitement and anticipation flickered across his face. This fruit was the most promising one he had encountered thus far, surpassing even the explosive fruit in his satisfaction. Dan, may I experience a tasting service? After a moment of contemplation, Hawkeye Barton earnestly made this request to Rasha. Without hesitation, Rasha produced a sample of the fruit and handed it to him. With unwavering composure, Hawkeye Barton consumed a small piece, subsequently placing the remainder back. In the next instant, a look of disbelief washed over his face. He could feel it, the ability to transform his body. He could effortlessly morph into a falcon. Is this what a devil fruit entails? He mused in awe. As his thoughts coalesced, the fruit's power activated, and his body began to undergo the corresponding transformations. Suddenly, a pair of wings erupted from Hawkeye Barton's back, followed by other alterations across his form. Feathers sprouted in abundance, and a sharp beak emerged on his face. Moreover, his hands transitioned into a peculiar blend of claws and hands. Although the appearance was strange, Hawkeye Barton found that his dexterity remained intact. Archery, combat, everything was unaffected. A profound sense of satisfaction spread across his features. Barton, you have just consumed the fruit, so your control over its abilities is not yet refined. As you acclimate to the fruit's powers, your transformation will become increasingly seamless. For instance, you may select to transform only specific parts of your body while leaving others unaffected, Rasha elaborated, noticing Barton's expression of delight. Barton felt an even greater sense of contentment. With a flicker of thought, he swiftly retracted his falcon form, completely reverting to his human state. At that moment, he had made his decision. Dan, I shall take this bird fruit in its falcon form. Hawkeye Barton declared with immense enthusiasm. He was exceedingly pleased with this choice, as it not only endowed him with formidable strength, but also bestowed upon him the genuine ability to fly. This newfound capability would elevate his prowess by several tiers. Without a doubt, within the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. organization, no agent could rival Hawkeye Barton, who had consumed the bird fruit in its falcon form. Indeed, this fruit is exceptionally suited for you, Rasha affirmed with a nod. Subsequently quoting the price, the bird fruit in falcon form is priced at 150 kilograms of gold. Dan, please hold on a moment. Hawkeye Barton signaled to Rasha before turning and exiting. He had prepared the gold in advance and began transporting it in batches to the devil fruit shop, finally halting after moving 150 kilograms of gold. Dan, this is 150 kilograms of gold. Please confirm receipt, Hawkeye Barton said politely to Rasha. Without unnecessary words, Rasha utilized the system to process the transaction, confirming everything was in order, and then, with a swift motion, stored all the gold within the system's space. Hawkeye Barton watched in wonder. Truly, the proprietor of this devil fruit shop was indeed as enigmatic as Natasha had described. Bah, this is your bird fruit in falcon form. After securing the gold, Rasha retrieved the coveted fruit and handed it to Hawkeye Barton. "Thank you, Danjong." Hawkeye Barton carefully accepted the bird fruit in falcon form, his face brimming with anticipation as he took a bite, permanently acquiring the ability to transform into a falcon. His excitement was beyond measure. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries with Rasha, he waved goodbye and departed from the devil fruit shop. Chapter 14. This is the power of the Zoan devil fruit. Commander. Upon leaving the devil fruit shop, the first thing Hawkeye Barton did was contact Nick Fury to provide a brief report. "I've secured the arrangement." "Really? What fruit did you purchase?" Nick Fury inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "The bird fruit in falcon form," Hawkeye Barton replied candidly. "A Zoan-type fruit?" Nick Fury expressed mild surprise, instinctively assuming that Hawkeye Barton would follow the trend like most others and opt for a paramecia-type fruit. "Indeed, Commander, a Zoan fruit. But I believe it is worth every coin," Hawkeye Barton asserted with conviction. "I understand. Hurry back. I need to conduct a test of your capabilities." "Understood, Commander." "To Base Zero." After a brief pause, Nick Fury added, "Base Zero is a secret facility developed by myself and is not officially documented within SHIELD, meaning there is no accessible information on it within the organization." This underscored the extent of Nick Fury's caution. There was no other choice. Ever since discovering that the highly skilled agent, Rumlow, was actually a Hydra infiltrator, Nick Fury had been astounded and had initiated surveillance on Rumlow's rapid response team, as well as all related personnel. The results were staggering. Nearly 70% of those affiliated with Rumlow were Hydra operatives. Nick Fury was profoundly shocked, questioning whether he was mistaken. How could it be possible that 70% of a single line were Hydra infiltrators? This implied that the infiltration within SHIELD had reached a critical level of vulnerability. Moreover, it was undeniable that there were high-ranking agents within SHIELD, and likely more than one, who were Hydra spies. Otherwise, such a high concentration of infiltrators would be inconceivable. How could SHIELD have been compromised to such an extent? The thought was almost unfathomable for Nick Fury. Thus, Nick Fury now felt a heightened sense of vigilance, as if every shadow held a potential threat. Despite the familiar faces surrounding him, he found himself questioning whom he could truly trust. Of course, the trustworthy individuals remained: the honest Coulson, the seasoned agent Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye Barton, and Hill. These were the people Nick Fury had verified through the use of the Dempsey Fruit's abilities, and he regarded them as absolutely reliable. As for the rest, it is difficult to say. Naturally, in the days to come, Nick Fury could continually exploit the powers of the Dung Dung fruit to ascertain who is truly trustworthy. However, this is a long and arduous task. After all, there are an overwhelming number of individuals within SHIELD. Furthermore, such surveillance may not yield immediate results. Nick Fury has a plethora of other pressing matters to attend to and cannot dedicate his evenings solely to unearthing deceit. Thus far, the few individuals Nick Fury genuinely trusts are quite limited. Regarding the infiltration of Hydra within SHIELD, Nick Fury can only address this matter gradually. As for those already confirmed to be affiliated with Hydra, such as Rumlow, Nick Fury has refrained from taking any action, opting instead to feign ignorance and allow events to unfold naturally. Given his cautious nature, it is evident that he would not easily provoke any suspicion. "Sir," Hawkeye Barton responded affirmatively, having just learned that Nick Fury possesses a secret base. However, such revelations do not particularly surprise him. It is quite typical for someone like Fury to hold one or two secrets unknown to others. Without wasting any time, Hawkeye swiftly drove the vehicle, ensuring he was not being followed, and arrived at the secret base. Nick Fury and Black Widow were already waiting for him. "Commander." Hawkeye approached Nick Fury, respectfully greeting him. "Natasha." He also acknowledged Black Widow with a nod. "Barton, let us witness the power of the Zoan-type devil fruit," Nick Fury said, his single eye gleaming with a hint of anticipation. Since Lucien had not yet infiltrated their ranks, his intelligence remained unknown to Black Widow. At this moment, Hawkeye Barton was the first Zoan-type devil fruit user in Nick Fury's presence, and both Fury and Black Widow were keenly interested. "Barton, are you prepared?" Black Widow flexed her hands, exuding eagerness. "Natasha, I must remind you to be exceedingly cautious. Otherwise, you shall find yourself swiftly defeated by me," Hawkeye Barton declared confidently. "Is that so? It would be quite embarrassing to boast and fail," Black Widow retorted, suddenly charging towards Hawkeye. Aware that Nick Fury wished to witness the powers of the devil fruit, and eager to experience it himself, Hawkeye did not hesitate and instantly activated his fruit's abilities. Wings unfurled behind him, and with a powerful sweep, he struck at Black Widow. Bang! Black Widow felt as though she had been struck by an enormous fan. Her body sent hurtling backward as if rebounding from a ping-pong paddle. This was merely the result of Hawkeye holding back his strength. What tremendous power! Black Widow mused internally, yet she remained defiant. Barton, is this all you can muster? That was merely a friendly greeting. With a light flap of his wings, Hawkeye soared into the air, his arms transforming into those of an eagle as he lunged towards Black Widow. Whoosh! Logically, such a massive bird should not possess great speed. However, at that moment, Hawkeye defied all expectations, moving with astonishing swiftness. Black Widow barely had time to evade, managing to awkwardly dodge Hawkeye's grasp. Rolling on the ground, she quickly sprang to her feet and raised her right hand, activating her Widow's Bite. A surge of electrical energy shot forth towards the rapidly approaching half-human falcon. Unfortunately, Hawkeye's speed was too great. Her first electric shot missed entirely. She fired off 3 bolts before finally landing one on Hawkeye, and even then, he deliberately did not evade. Crackle! The electric current surged, yet it failed to affect Hawkeye in the slightest. Chapter 14, The Collision of Powers. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air resonated. Hawkeye, seemingly unaffected by the electric shock, maintained his speed and charged once more at Black Widow. She perceived a blur before her eyes, and suddenly, Hawkeye was right in front of her. Quickly, his speed was simply too incredible. While Black Widow had managed to evade the first wave, now, as she had just risen from the ground, she could not escape. She felt a powerful gust of wind rushing toward her, flooding her mouth, and instinctively her body tensed. Whoosh! A massive shadow loomed in front of Black Widow, revealing Hawkeye in his half-human, half-falcon form, his claws outstretched, poised to seize her neck. Yet, he halted mere millimeters from her throat. In a genuine battle, her neck would have been torn apart. Defeated, the ace agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Black Widow had succumbed. In the past, she and Hawkeye had been evenly matched, but the current disparity was striking. This, however, exemplified the allure of the devil fruit. The investment of 150 kilograms of gold was not in vain. It was truly worthwhile. Natasha, how do you feel? Hawkeye retracted his claws, grinning, though it was more akin to a beak, at Black Widow. Impressive indeed, she generously praised. Nick Fury, observing from the side, nodded approvingly. This was the power one would expect from a devil fruit. He then posed a crucial question. Barton, does this form affect your archery? Well, Hawkeye replied with a subtle smile, declining to elaborate further. In an instant, he soared into the air, deftly drawing his bow and releasing an arrow that zipped through the sky, striking down Black Widow's wrist guard with pinpoint precision. The accuracy remained impeccable, entirely unaffected by his transformation. After showcasing his prowess with an arrow, Hawkeye glided down to a rooftop, resuming his human form. From this vantage point, he looked down at Nick Fury and Black Widow, filled with satisfaction and pride. Indeed, this bird-like form of the devil fruit is exceptionally remarkable. You're just showing off. You know? Black Widow glanced up at Hawkeye atop the rooftop, a hint of reproach in her tone. Yes, indeed, I am showing off, Hawkeye admitted with a smirk. Nick Fury could not help but nod in agreement. Hawkeye's acquisition of the Zoan-type devil fruit was undoubtedly a valuable asset. Fury was exceedingly pleased with the outcome. All right, you two, come inside, Nick Fury beckoned, leading Hawkeye and Black Widow into his office. Listen, you both must keep your abilities as devil fruit users confidential. Do not mention this to anyone. Once seated, Nick Fury cast a serious glance at both of them as he issued his directive. Trust in S.H.I.E.L.D. had eroded, and Hawkeye and Black Widow had become two of Nick Fury's most formidable cards. The secrets surrounding these two trump cards must, of course, remain confidential. However, Chief, my identity as the store manager has already been uncovered by the director, and the members of the Devil Fruit House, those with abilities, are all aware of it as well. Should someone intend to investigate, it would not be difficult for them to uncover the truth. Black Widow incisively pinpointed the crux of the issue. Indeed, this is something beyond our control, yet under such circumstances, I still require your discretion. Nick Fury stated with an impassive countenance. In truth, considering the nature of the fruit that Black Widow has consumed, even if her identity were to be revealed, it would not be of great consequence. After all, when necessary, one could simply assume a different identity. As for Hawkeye, Nick Fury was confident that he had not joined that chat group. Having Black Widow alone in the group sufficed, and there was no need for Nick Fury to specifically instruct him. Hawkeye would undoubtedly comprehend. Thus, Maintaining the confidentiality of Hawkeye's abilities could still be managed. Natasha, there has been a murder on 6th Street in New York. A couple was found dead in the street, and the manner of their deaths appears quite peculiar. Witnesses claim that a monster attacked them. After briefly outlining the situation, Nick Fury solemnly directed Black Widow. A monster? Black Widow raised an eyebrow. In the past, she might not have paid much attention to such rumors. Based on her experience, while some extraordinary powers do exist in this world, incidents involving such powers are relatively rare. Among those who claim to have seen monsters or aliens, it would be fortunate if even 1 in 10 were truthful. However, at this moment, Black Widow felt a heightened sense of vigilance, not only due to Nick Fury's direct inquiry, but also because she was now aware of another form of extraordinary power, the Devil Fruit users. That so-called monster could potentially be another type of extraordinary power or, quite possibly, a user of the Devil Fruit. Just moments ago, Hawkeye had demonstrated his abilities to her. After all, in a sense, while Hawkeye as half-human, half-beast form may appear cool, to the average person, he might just as easily be perceived as a monster. I understand. Various thoughts racing through her mind, Black Widow maintained her composure and merely nodded at Nick Fury. This matter must be handled discreetly. I will provide you with the utmost cover within my authority. If that monster is indeed a genuine creature, like a vampire, Barton, you are to assist Natasha in eliminating it completely. However, if the monster is not a vampire, but rather an animal-type devil fruit user like yourself, I wish to capture it alive. Is there any issue with that? There are no issues, Chief. Hawkeye, Barton, and Black Widow promptly responded, their voices resolute. Very well. Begin your actions as soon as possible. Nick Fury subsequently waved his hand, dismissing both Hawkeye and Black Widow. Chapter 144. The Devil Fruit Store under Hydra's watchful eye. In the Tricrescent building, atop the highest office, Alexander Pierce, adorned with reading glasses, was engrossed in reviewing a document. His demeanor was one of intense focus and gravitas, resembling that of a scholar. Opposite him stood a gentleman equally bespectacled, clad in a suit, appearing impeccably refined, as still as a statue, even moderating his own breathing to avoid disturbing his superior. This individual was named Marco, a high-ranking official within S.H.I.E.L.D., though in truth, he was an operative of Hydra. After approximately 5 minutes, Alexander Pierce finally closed the document in hand. He lifted his gaze, removed his reading glasses, and his entire aura transformed. In that moment, he no longer resembled the somewhat genteel scholar, but rather an imposing figure, radiating authority that compelled instinctive deference. All right, Marco, share your findings, Alexander Pierce commanded with a cursory glance at Marco. Yes, sir. Marco replied obediently, then proceeded to report to Alexander Pierce. Our investigation has confirmed the existence of devil fruits. The individuals Nick Fury previously suspected as mutant illegals have all been verified as devil fruit users. Furthermore, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, has acquired a devil fruit. According to our intelligence, she has obtained a fruit known as the mimic fruit, which grants her the ability to shapeshift, akin to Mystique from the X-Men, allowing her to assume the appearance of any individual. In other words, Black Widow can perfectly disguise herself as anyone without our detection? Alexander Pierce's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, sir, Marco affirmed with a nod. Then, if you were currently disguised as Black Widow, I would be unable to discern the truth. Correct? The sharpness in Alexander Pierce's gaze intensified. Sir, I am not Black Widow. I am Marco. Hail Hydra, Marco immediately declared, saluting Alexander Pierce with the distinctive gesture of Hydra, expressing his loyalty. Alexander Pierce nodded, a flicker of doubt dissipating within him. Even if Black Widow's ability could flawlessly imitate Marco, she could not possibly know Marco's affiliation with Hydra. However, Black Widow's capabilities posed a significant challenge. Her flawless impersonation indeed made her a formidable adversary. It seemed prudent to raise the alertness of Hydra's operatives moving forward. Hail Hydra, Alexander Pierce reciprocated, before continuing. In addition to Black Widow, Nick Fury has also acquired a devil fruit, though we have yet to ascertain the specific nature of the fruit he obtained. Furthermore, Hawkeye Barton, who was urgently recalled from Chicago by Coulson, has also been mobilized by Nick Fury. It is highly likely that Barton has purchased a devil fruit as well. However, we remain in the dark regarding the specifics of the fruit he acquired. Expedite your investigations. Alexander Pierce's expression grew increasingly grave as he instructed Marco. The fact that both Nick Fury and Hawkeye Barton possessed extraordinary abilities, and worse, that they were oblivious to each other's powers, was undoubtedly problematic. While Hawkeye might be manageable, merely a pawn in the grand scheme, Nick Fury was an entirely different matter. Alexander Pierce was well aware of the extent of Fury's capabilities. having been instrumental in his rise. Yes, sir. Marco promptly responded in a low tone. By the way, there is another matter that requires your attention, sir. Marco then produced a prepared dossier, placing it before Alexander Pierce. Upon glancing at it, Alexander Pierce's expression shifted to one of curiosity. A murder case? Since when have such trifling matters warranted the attention of someone at my level? It was evident to Alexander Pierce that this murder case was anything but ordinary. Nick Fury is also monitoring this case. Based on our intelligence, it appears to involve an extraordinary individual, Marco promptly replied. Ah, I see. Understanding dawned on Alexander Pierce, and he grasped the implications of Marco's words. Extraordinary individuals possess abilities that mere agents cannot contend with. Feel free to investigate thoroughly. Should this case indeed involve such extraordinary beings, I require you to bring them in. If necessary, I shall dispatch the Winter Soldier to assist you. Alexander Pierce promptly made his commitment to Marco, which was also the purpose of Marco's report to Pierce. After all, if this case truly involved extraordinary beings requiring apprehension, it was quite probable that the Winter Soldier would need to be deployed. The Winter Soldier, in turn, only heeds Commander Pierce's commands. Is there anything else? Alexander Pierce then cast a glance at Marco, inquiring in a low tone. Nothing further, Commander. May I ask if you have any additional instructions? Marco sought Pierce's guidance. Nick Fury and his team have already begun procuring devil fruits. We cannot afford to lag behind. Although we have yet to uncover the origins of that devil fruit shop, we can no longer delay. I have prepared the gold. You must arrange for someone to go there immediately and procure several devil fruits. Be mindful, that shop is no ordinary establishment. Your visit is merely as a customer to purchase fruits while gathering as much intelligence as possible. Do not entertain any ulterior motives, understood? Understood, Commander. Marco replied without hesitation. Very well, you may go. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Marco respectfully expressed his allegiance to Alexander Pierce before turning to depart. At this moment, Alexander Pierce donned his reading glasses once more and resumed perusing the documents, appearing to be nothing more than a minister of the World Security Council, a mere bureaucrat. Nothing more. Chapter 145. Crossbones comes to buy fruits. Manager, I have splendid news. Rashia beheld the message sent by Deadpool, unable to suppress a flicker of intrigue. Splendid news? What precisely does Deadpool consider good news? Could it be? Since Deadpool commenced selling facial masks, his remarkably flawless skin had catapulted him into success in this realm, frequently sharing photos from event sites and his travels with Vanessa, staying in luxurious hotels. The once formidable mercenary had seemingly vanished without a trace. From recent communications over the past 6 months, it was evident that Deadpool had been engrossed in his mask business. And just days ago, he mentioned that higher-ups had begun discussing advertisement projects with him. Was this the good news he referred to? Manager, you're not following the script. Why haven't you asked me what the good news is? I've been waiting for you to inquire. Seeing Rashia's delayed response, Deadpool could no longer contain himself, eagerly sending a barrage of messages. All right, Manager, you always do this, but I can't help but share it with you every time. It's quite frustrating. I know you desperately want to know what I mean by good news. You're feigning ignorance to coax me into revealing it, aren't you? Fine, I'll tell you. The supervisor has spoken to me, and next month, they will tailor an advertisement for me. Yes, Manager, I'm going to be the star. Even though it's just an advertisement, I believe my charisma will ensure its success. My path to stardom is about to commence. Indeed, Rashia's suspicions were confirmed. Deadpool was poised to embark on an advertising venture. Congratulations, Wade. Rashia replied, stifling a chuckle. It appeared Deadpool was truly set to make a name for himself in the entertainment industry. Who could have imagined that when Deadpool came to the shop to purchase devil fruits, it would lead to such developments? Rashia understood that due to the butterfly effect he had instigated, some individuals might diverge from their original paths. But Deadpool's trajectory had shifted in such an unexpected manner that it was beyond belief. Manager, await my good news. Deadpool exclaimed confidently, brimming with ambition. After exchanging pleasantries with Deadpool, Rashia exited the social platform. After browsing short videos and playing a couple of games, the wind chimes at the door chimed. Rashia looked up to see a man, exuding a hint of wildness, whose physique, though not overly muscular, radiated an abundance of testosterone, entering the shop. Maintaining a composed facade, Rashia felt a knowing smile tug at the corners of his lips. Crossbones. The visitor was none other than Crossbones. Despite his disguised appearance as an ordinary office worker, how could he possibly evade Rashia's keen eyes? It seemed that Hydra had already set its sights on him. Rashia felt no surprise at this development. After all, given the current state of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was more appropriate to refer to it as Snake Shield. Nick Fury, Black Widow, and Hawkeye had all procured devil fruits, and as the overseer, Snake Shield could hardly overlook his presence. It was only logical. "Hello, manager. May I inquire about the nature of these devil fruits? I've never encountered such fruits before," Crossbones inquired with feigned interest, gazing at Rashia. "Warning! Warning! An unauthorized order has been detected. Please address it immediately." Before Rashia could respond, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. He now understood the cause without needing to investigate further. It was a blacklist issue. Hydra operatives had long since been placed on the system's blacklist. Moreover, Rashia suspected that Crossbones' order might also violate the purchasing limits on devil fruits. After all, SHIELD already had Nick Fury, Black Widow, and Hawkeye as purchasers. Considering the complex situation within SHIELD, these three individuals could, in a sense, be viewed as being under Alexander Pierce's influence. Thus, from any perspective, Crossbones was fated to be denied access to the devil fruits. "I'm afraid, sir. I sincerely appreciate your interest in our humble shop, but we only provide services to internal members, so I must decline." Rashia directly employed the same excuse he had previously used to dismiss the handshakers, turning Crossbones away. Crossbones' facade of warm cordiality faltered momentarily, revealing a hint of surprise. "Is this establishment truly membership-based? I mean no offense, but this is rather unexpected." While his expression was feigned, Crossbones' admission of surprise was genuine. Such membership systems typically belong to upscale establishments, yet this devil fruit shop appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary fruit store. However, recalling the extraordinary qualities of the devil fruits, Crossbones quickly dismissed his initial skepticism. He swiftly adjusted his demeanor and fixed his gaze on Rashia once more. "So, these are the devil fruits? They seem quite intriguing. How does one become a member? Our shop has its own mechanisms. If a guest has not received a proactive invitation from us, it indicates they have not met our standards. Therefore, I must apologize," Rashia stated, extending a hand toward Crossbones in a gesture of dismissal. "Come now, manager, why would you send away a customer at your doorstep? Do you think I can't afford to pay? I find myself exceedingly curious about the nature of these devil fruits. I yearn to procure one and savor its essence. Must such a simple endeavor be rendered so convoluted?" Crossbone arrives with a mission, fully aware that further insistence may yield little, given the manager's resolute demeanor. He does not believe that the devil fruit shop would easily alter its regulations, yet he nonetheless makes the utmost effort. "Apologies." Roche extends a hand toward Crossbone. "What nonsense is this? Some worthless fruit, yet it requires a membership? Truly, such reasoning is befuddled. I shall not be at their service." Crossbone realizes his efforts are in vain and deliberately feigns a state of exasperation, departing with a muttered curse. After all, for those unaware of the intricacies involved, the mere existence of a fruit shrouded in such complexities is enough to provoke frustration. Chapter 146, A New Customer, The Punisher. For Roche, Crossbone is but a fleeting interruption. Nothing more. Once Crossbone exits the devil fruit shop, Roche promptly forgets him, paying no further heed. Given his current standing, the Hydra is hardly worth mention. Should the Hydra exhibit a modicum of sense and remain compliant, Roche would not seek trouble with them. However, should the Hydra prove to be blind to the evident, Roche would show no mercy. Madame Gao from the Hand serves as a prime example of what can transpire. What, pray tell, are these devil fruits? Such a peculiar name. Yet, one must admit, the marketing is undeniably effective. I find myself drawn in. This is simply too extravagant. They dare to settle transactions with gold? Truly. Following Crossbone's departure, several other customers arrived at the shop, each with their own reasons for visiting. Some dismissed the devil fruits with disdain, while others expressed a flicker of interest, only to be dissuaded by the pricing and payment methods. A few outright labeled the establishment a scam. In summary, no transactions were completed. Yet Roche remained unfazed. His attitude towards selling devil fruits has become remarkably laid back. Such divine objects, if one chooses not to purchase, only they will bear the loss. "Manager, do you indeed sell devil fruits?" As midday approached, a rather rugged man, exuding a subtle air of intimidation, stepped into Roche's domain and approached him. "My word, it's the Punisher." A faint smile of intrigue curved Roche's lips. Should the Punisher choose to acquire a devil fruit, then those who dwell in the realm of crime shall have cause for concern. After all, the Punisher is relentless. "Greetings, esteemed customer. Are you here to procure a devil fruit? If so, you have come to the right place." Roche greeted the Punisher with a semblance of professional warmth. Though his mind was already assessing the situation, it was clear the Punisher had knowledge of the rumors surrounding the devil fruits, and his presence here was no mere coincidence. He had come specifically for them. Roche's conjecture was indeed accurate. The Punisher had been in Hell's Kitchen for some time, as usual, combating crime. The chaos that once ensued due to Nightcrawler's influence, which had led to various factions vying for dominance, had not materialized. Now, Hell's Kitchen remained firmly under the control of Kingpin. Thus, the Punisher had been silently engaging in a battle against Kingpin's minions. The Punisher's prowess rendered Kingpin's lackeys no match for him, resulting in substantial losses for Kingpin, surpassing even the devastation wrought during Nightcrawler's reign. The consequences of this conflict were palpable, leading to an inevitable confrontation between the Punisher and Kingpin. The Punisher's hands, capable of transforming into weapons, intrigued him immensely. After thorough investigation, the Punisher finally arrived at the subject of devil fruits. Thus, the scene of the Punisher seeking to purchase a devil fruit unfolded. So, manager, what exactly are these devil fruits? I have lived thus far without ever hearing of such a thing. The Punisher's voice echoed as he fixed his gaze upon Roche. Devil fruits are fruits imbued with extraordinary powers. Upon consumption, individuals gain specific superhuman abilities. Surely, you have heard the whispers surrounding these fruits, have you not? Allow me to assure you, those tales are indeed true, Roche replied with unwavering confidence. Consumed to acquire abilities. The Punisher's expression shifted slightly, as visions of his hands transforming into blades flickered in his mind. Although such claims seemed profoundly fantastical, having witnessed the manifestation of powers firsthand, the Punisher found himself inclined to believe, albeit with a measure of skepticism. Manager, you must understand how insane it is to assert that consuming such a fruit grants superhuman abilities. Therefore, the pressing question is, how can I trust that these devil fruits are genuine? The Punisher pondered for a moment, then straightforwardly articulated his concerns to Roche. If your apprehension lies in that regard, Roche responded with a smile, eschewing unnecessary chatter. He promptly retrieved the catalog of devil fruits and presented it to the Punisher. Choose a devil fruit. Our shop offers tasting services, granting you 5 minutes of the acquired ability. Afterward, you shall understand. The Punisher contemplated this, then took the catalog from Roche, scrutinizing it intently. Fruits such as the silence fruit, push-push fruit, spring fruit, and shatter fruit, among others, paraded before his eyes, reminiscent of a child's whimsical storybook. Truly, the imagination knows no bounds. Manager, I shall choose this weapon fruit. The Punisher swiftly scanned the catalog, his gaze settling on the weapon fruit. According to the description, this fruit allows one's body to transform into any weapon, correct? If this fruit indeed possesses such capabilities, it would prove immensely advantageous for the Punisher. After all, his modus operandi relies on an array of weaponry, obliterating foes with unstoppable force. Would you like to sample the weapon fruit? Of course, no questions asked. Since the Punisher had made his selection, Roche had no objections. He promptly presented a sample of the weapon fruit to the Punisher. Without hesitation, the Punisher consumed the sample in 2 or 3 bites, displaying no signs of distaste, as if the flavor were entirely unremarkable. By this alone, it was evident that the Punisher was not an ordinary individual. Having finished the sample, he remarked, I already feel a peculiar sensation. The Punisher's words trailed off as a look of astonishment washed over his face. He could distinctly sense a transformation within his body, as if a weapon module had been installed within him. He could now manipulate his body parts at will, morphing them into weapons. Chapter 147. The Fruit That Transforms the Punisher into a Ghost of Death. The Punisher's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively tapped into the ability to transform his body into a weapon. To his utter astonishment, he discovered that his right hand had indeed morphed into a firearm. This. Even for the Punisher, who typically exuded composure, astonishment overtook him. His eyes widened as he gazed in disbelief at his hand, now resembling a gun. How could this be possible? My hand has truly transformed into a handgun. It felt akin to a dream. The Punisher found himself examining and scrutinizing his newly weaponized hand, utterly captivated by the phenomenon. Ultimately, it was confirmed that he was not merely dreaming. That hand was not an illusion of his own creation, but a genuine, tangible hand. With this realization, the Punisher felt an exhilarating rush, his breath quickening slightly. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings before turning around, his gaze settling upon a tree just outside the entrance of the devil fruit shop. Bang, bang, bang. The Punisher fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 dull thuds echoed as the tree swayed under the impact. He hurried to the tree for confirmation and indeed found 3 smoking bullet holes in the trunk. A sight that was both shocking and undeniable. It was real. A surge of exhilaration flooded through him. In that moment, he could confirm without a doubt that the devil fruit was authentic. The incredibility of the shopkeeper was simply astounding. As he returned, awe still etched on his face. He couldn't help but express his astonishment in front of Rasha. As long as the customer is satisfied, Rasha smiled subtly, maintaining his composure. "So, shopkeeper, what is the price of this weapon fruit?" The Punisher eagerly inquired, his satisfaction with the fruit palpable. With this fruit, he could conjure rocket launchers at will, obliterating criminal gangs one by one. Just the thought invigorated him. Before Rasha could respond, the Punisher glanced at the fruit's entry in the catalog, and his expression momentarily froze. 2,000 kilograms of gold. This price, when roughly converted, amounted to approximately $15 million, far exceeding the Punisher's financial capabilities. Of course, this price could not be calculated so simply. After all, 2,000 kilograms of gold was an astronomical quantity. Even if one possessed $15 million, it would be impossible to acquire such a vast amount of gold. Acquiring that much gold without significant means was utterly unfeasible, even for the Punisher. It was an extraordinarily daunting, if not nearly impossible, task. After all, he was a man of modest means. Naturally, from the moment he contemplated purchasing the devil fruit, he had intended to raid several criminal hideouts to seize the ill-gotten gains, but such a colossal sum was unattainable, even if he dismantled Hell's Kitchen entirely. It was simply beyond his reach. What a pity. A tinge of regret crossed the Punisher's face, and after a moment of contemplation, he opted to temporarily abandon the weapon fruit in favor of seeking out other, more affordable options. Fortunately, the catalog boasted a diverse array of devil fruits, and even those at lower prices were enough to broaden the Punisher's horizons. After a meticulous search, his gaze ultimately fell upon another devil fruit. Invisible fruit grants the user and objects they touch the ability to become invisible. Wow. The ability to render oneself invisible and to make touched objects equally invisible. This fruit was exceptionally appealing. It resonated deeply with the Punisher. Given his abilities, if he could become invisible, his power would ascend to unprecedented heights. Moreover, while some regarded the Punisher as a hero, in the eyes of the authorities, he was unequivocally a mad criminal. Each of his actions was accompanied by intense police pursuit, although he possessed a unique skill set for evading capture. Nevertheless, with so many operations, he had often found himself cornered by the police, only to emerge victorious in a thunderous clash. But what if he had the invisible fruit? All those challenges would dissolve. He could silently eliminate any deserving target and retreat unscathed. Henceforth, he would become a phantom from hell, a specter that reaped the lives of criminals. This state of affairs was highly satisfactory to the Punisher. The crucial aspect was the price of the invisible fruit. Upon checking, he found it to be a mere 50 kilograms of gold, well within his financial reach. "Shopkeeper, how long can the invisibility last?" The Punisher promptly looked up at Rasha, posing this vital question. "There is no time limit. If the user desires, they can live as an invisible person for a lifetime," Rasha explained with a smile. "No time limit." Yes. The Punisher could hardly contain his excitement, for if the invisibility had no constraints, it would be utterly perfect, aligning flawlessly with his desires. "Then, shopkeeper, my second question, aside from being unseen by the naked eye, can light or cameras detect an invisible person?" The Punisher took a moment to steady his emotions before posing this critical inquiry once more. "The invisible fruit cannot be seen by cameras, but will be detected by light and certain thermal or spectral imaging devices," Rasha elaborated. The Punisher felt increasingly satisfied. X-ray and thermal imaging were rare occurrences, and under normal circumstances, there was nothing to worry about. In his view, as long as he avoided the ubiquitous street cameras, the invisible fruit was perfect. Even if he couldn't evade the cameras, he could accept it, as they posed minimal threat to a seasoned operative like him. It would merely require a bit more effort, nothing more. Chapter 148. Tony Stark under attack, the dawn of a new era. "Shopkeeper, I will take this invisible fruit." After gathering sufficient information, the Punisher made his decision without hesitation, addressing Rasha. "However, I will need some time to gather the gold. Can you hold this invisible fruit for me?" After a brief pause, he presented this request to Rasha. "As a guest, you may pay a deposit of $500,000, and I can hold the invisible fruit for 1 month," Rasha promptly explained. $500,000. The Punisher calculated internally, not voicing any objections. Although the deposit for an item priced at 50 kilograms of gold was exorbitantly high, and the retention period was merely 1 month, he still raised no concerns. The extraordinary nature of the devil fruit justified even the most stringent conditions. "Shopkeeper, I will deliver the funds as swiftly as possible." With a serious expression, the Punisher assured Rasha before swiftly turning to leave. Watching him vanish into the throng, a sly smile crept across Rasha's lips. When the Punisher finally consumes the invisible fruit, the criminals of New York will face the greatest nightmare of their lives. Contemplating this prospect, Rasha felt a flicker of anticipation deep within. Afghanistan. Bagram Airfield. Which is better, to be respected or to be feared? May I suggest that we do both? Allow me to introduce the weapon born for this purpose. Dressed impeccably in a tailored suit, adorned with sunglasses that exuded an air of flamboyance, Tony Stark stood before a gathering of Air Force generals, regaling them with his eloquence and undeniable charisma. He was presenting the pinnacle of Stark Industries' Freedom Series, the inaugural missile system, which boasted our proprietary rapid response tactics. Some might argue that the most effective weapon is one that is never employed, yet I find myself in partial disagreement. The finest weapon is one that need only be unleashed once. My father believed this, as does America. These principles remain profoundly relevant today. Find an excuse to deploy such a weapon, and I assure you, nefarious individuals will cower in their hideouts. It must be said, Tony Stark, the self-proclaimed genius, does possess a certain flair for oration. His words flowed seamlessly, elevating the atmosphere to an impressive height. The military officials surrounding him displayed expressions brimming with anticipation. At this juncture, Stark gestured dramatically, mimicking the act of launching a missile. Whoosh! A colossal missile warhead was launched, which swiftly fragmented into a multitude of smaller warheads midair. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, these projectiles rained down upon a distant mountainside. For your reference, the Jericho missile. Accompanied by Stark's declaration, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, sending plumes of smoke billowing skyward, the tremendous roar resonating as if the very earth trembled beneath them. Even at a distance of several dozen kilometers, the shockwave surged forth, nearly toppling those in attendance. The might of the Jericho missile was indeed formidable. Following this successful demonstration, the subsequent negotiations proceeded with an ease akin to lubricated machinery. Stark, ever the gracious host, even presented a case of fine beverages to all present. Once the transaction was finalized, everyone returned to their respective abodes. Stark exchanged a few words with Obadiah before slipping into a jeep. "Hey, Tony," came the voice of Rhodey, Stark's closest friend, who approached, eager to share the ride. "Sorry, but this is the fun jeep. Your boring one is in the back," Stark retorted without a hint of remorse. What could Rhodey do? He was left with no choice but to board the vehicle behind. Thunderous roars echoed as the military convoy set off with undeniable authority. However, it wasn't long before, boom. Several missiles descended, instantly flipping a military jeep. The air was soon filled with the sounds of gunfire and artillery. On the streets of New York, a Ferrari raced heedlessly, utterly disregarding traffic laws, treating the bustling thoroughfare as a racetrack, weaving recklessly through vehicles with abandon. Behind the wheel was a man in sunglasses, one hand resting on the thigh of a striking woman in the passenger seat, while the other nonchalantly gripped the steering wheel. His face bore an expression of manic exhilaration. The woman beside him threw her arms wide, screaming in delight, as if reveling in the triumphs of life, which only heightened his sense of euphoria. This was living. The man couldn't help but exclaim. Such unrestrained freedom, the ability to do as one pleases, with no one to impede him, was the essence of true life. Ahead, the traffic light shifted to red. Vehicles in adjacent lanes braked in unison, but the Ferrari seemed oblivious, not only failing to decelerate, but instead flooring the accelerator. Whoosh! It sped through the intersection. Vehicles crossing its path barely avoided collision, slamming on brakes and swerving in a chaotic frenzy. "Lucian, darling, they're back on our tail," the woman in the passenger seat exclaimed, as she turned to see two police motorcycles emerging from the intersection, with two squad cars in hot pursuit. Lucian glanced in the rearview mirror, a smirk of disdain crossing his face. He paid them no mind. They had been chasing him for several blocks. What did it matter? With his exceptional physical prowess, he could easily outmaneuver the officers, much like the character in a film, effortlessly evading capture. "Lucian, there's a roadblock ahead," the woman exclaimed, her urgency breaking through. Looking ahead, Lucian indeed saw police vehicles stationed across the road, effectively blocking his passage. "Let us play with them, shall we, darling?" Lucian grinned, finally bringing the Ferrari to a halt before the roadblock. "Get out of the car. Now." Two police officers approached, commanding him with authority. "Darling, no need to rush. Just give me a moment," he replied, gently restraining the woman from exiting as he flashed her a charming smile before leaping out of the convertible to face the officers. The woman, amused, settled back in her seat, eagerly watching Lucian handle the situation. This man, whom she had fortuitously encountered at a bar, exuded opulence, luxury watches, high-end cars, a veritable playboy. In the presence of such a character, the police seemed insignificant. If only she knew that everything Lucian possessed was stolen, she might reconsider her admiration. "Officers, in this sweltering heat, why not find a place to unwind with a drink? Why escalate matters unnecessarily?" Lucian suggested with a playful smile directed at the two officers. However, They ignored his charm, instead producing a pair of handcuffs, intent on apprehending him. Lucien had caused multiple accidents along his reckless path and had engaged in a cat-and-mouse game with the police for several blocks, making his actions quite severe. I advise you against that, he warned, his tone darkening as he addressed them with an air of menace upon seeing the handcuffs. Advice? How amusing. It seems you haven't grasped your predicament. The older officer sneered, ordering Lucien to comply. As he reached to cuff Lucien, a swift motion ensued. Lucien seized the officer's wrists, halting him in his tracks. The older officer's expression shifted instantly. Are you attempting to assault an officer? His astonishment was palpable. The audacity of this young man was remarkable. Assault? I expected that would frighten you, Lucien responded, his brow arched in enthusiasm. Despite having experienced such encounters before, they never ceased to amuse him. Nanny? The two officers beside him were momentarily taken aback, as if they had misheard. This individual was exceedingly brazen. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the officers found themselves reeling as Lucien landed two rapid punches upon them. Two seasoned police officers trembled as they were abruptly transformed into mere sandbags, hurtling backward to crash heavily against the police car behind them, causing it to shudder violently. All the officers present were taken aback. This individual had indeed assaulted an officer. What more could be said? A cacophony of clattering sounds erupted as the remaining officers swiftly drew their firearms, aiming them squarely at Lucien. Don't move, or we will open fire. Hands on your head, turn around. The shouts rang out in succession. Lucien slowly raised his hands, yet the smile curling at the corners of his mouth grew increasingly malevolent. At that moment, a sudden thought surged through him, activating his fruit abilities. The officers facing Lucien were overtaken by expressions of sheer terror, for they witnessed with clarity as the muscles of Lucien's face undulated and contorted, transforming him into a monstrous entity, a creature that was half man, half bird. What was this? A monster? Everyone stood frozen, drenched in sweat. In a flash, Lucien, in his half-transformed state, moved with a mere flicker and vanished, leaving behind only an afterimage. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneously, the dull thuds of collisions echoed, interspersed with frantic and chaotic gunfire. In the blink of an eye, Lucien had darted among the officers, who now lay sprawled on the ground, howling in agony. A few of them lay utterly still, having lost all signs of life. Lucien's strike was merciless, clapping his hands together as if he had merely completed a trivial task. Lucien casually made his way back. All done, darling. The trouble has been resolved, he remarked nonchalantly to the sultry passenger in the front seat. Why you? Don't come any closer. The sultry woman was utterly paralyzed with fear, gasping and staring wide-eyed at Lucien, trembling uncontrollably. This man was indeed a monster. What is this? Are you rejecting me? Lucien's expression hardened, and his voice turned more severe. The sultry woman gasped again, nearly on the verge of tears. She dared not speak, curling into a ball and shaking her head repeatedly. Please, don't come closer. Don't come closer? I recall you were the one who approached me, and you seemed quite pleased about it. Lucien's smile turned increasingly icy, reminiscent of a hunter toying with his prey. Hey, a voice suddenly interrupted, belonging to a voluptuous woman with golden waves, who had appeared beside Lucien without him noticing. When a woman says not to come closer, I advise you to heed that warning. The Black Widow spoke with a serious demeanor. Who are you? A police officer? Wow, such beauty wasted on law enforcement. Lucien shot a glance at the Black Widow, instantly captivated, his interest in the sultry passenger waning. He paid no mind to the gun in the Black Widow's hand. Such a triviality held no threat for him now. Would this lovely officer care to join me for a drink? Lucien began to flirt openly with the Black Widow. Sure. The Black Widow smiled, suddenly extending her hand. The widow's sting strapped to her arm shot out a dart of electricity toward Lucien. In an instant, Lucien completed his half-transformation, effortlessly grasping the electric cord in his hand. Crackling. But the next moment, a fierce current surged through the cord. Ugh! Lucien was caught off guard, his body stiffening momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Widow executed a swift kick, knocking Lucien off balance. However, Lucien quickly spread his wings, gently gliding through the air to regain his footing on the ground. Chapter 150, Super Battleground, Zoan vs. Zoan. The physical prowess of Zoan-type users was indeed formidable, just as it had been when facing Hawkeye Barton. At this moment, the Black Widow's electric cord failed to inflict any significant damage on Lucien, merely causing his body to shudder slightly. You're not a police officer. Lucien remained in his half-man, half-bat form, his gaze fixed intently on the Black Widow as he spoke in a low tone. I never claimed to be a police officer. The Black Widow shrugged nonchalantly. FBI? CIA? To me, it's all the same. Lucien scoffed, then charged toward the Black Widow, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake, his speed reaching astonishing levels. Bang, bang, bang. The Black Widow's reflexes were equally impressive. She swiftly drew her handgun the moment Lucien lunged at her, pulling the trigger with precision. The sharp sound of gunfire erupted. The Black Widow's reaction speed and marksmanship were far beyond those of ordinary officers. Mere minutes ago, several officers had fired simultaneously without posing any threat to Lucien, yet now, she alone wielded the weapon with deadly effectiveness. Lucien felt the bullets whizzing past him, narrowly avoiding being struck as he was forced to temporarily evade the Black Widow, darting rapidly across the street. Damn it! The Black Widow cursed under her breath as her barrage of shots failed to make any impact on Lucien, who effortlessly dodged each one. It became evident that Lucien was no vampire but a Zoan-type user, much like Barton. Judging by his half-beast form, he likely possessed the Bat Fruit-esque powers. This was clearly beyond the scope of the Black Widow's capabilities. Barton, I need some backup here. The Black Widow swiftly called out for assistance while continuing to fire. Understood. Barton's voice crackled through the communication channel. Hold on, I'll be there shortly. You'd better hurry. Bang, bang, bang. The Black Widow continued to engage Lucien while maintaining communication with Barton. Meanwhile, the sultry passenger who had been in Lucien's Ferrari had long since fled in terror. Bang, bang, bang. The piercing sounds of gunfire soon faded, as the Black Widow had exhausted her ammunition. In a flash, Lucien zipped past the Black Widow, utilizing a speed that surpassed ordinary human reflexes. All is futile. No one can touch me now. Lucien laughed maniacally, charging once more toward the Black Widow. Taking a deep breath, the Black Widow leaped to the side, rolling on the ground to evade Lucien's attack. Lucien crashed into a car where the Black Widow had once stood, causing it to topple over, leaving her in awe. This creature was indeed beyond her ability to contend with. However, the Black Widow was not easily defeated. While evading, she utilized the Widow's sting on her right hand to launch a tear gas canister at Lucien. Ugh! A thick cloud of white smoke quickly enveloped the scene. Cough, cough, cough. Two distinct coughs echoed from within, but that was all. In the next moment, the Black Widow beheld a shadow darting through the dense white smoke, soaring upward. It was a colossal bat, taking to the skies. How utterly grotesque. The falcon form of Barton was far more impressive. The Black Widow glanced upward at the enormous bat, unable to suppress a disdainful curl of her lip. You have provoked my ire. A voice filled with fury resonated as the bat, with a swift swoosh, dove down from the sky, flapping its wings while extending its claws, aiming to strike the Black Widow with ferocity. The Black Widow, wary of confronting such a formidable creature head-on, swiftly crouched behind a car to evade the attack. Bang! With a resounding crash, the vehicle was sent flying by the massive bat. However, the enormous creature quickly altered its course in midair, charging once more towards the Black Widow. This time, there was nothing nearby for her to hide behind, so she raised her right arm once again, launching an object at the colossal bat. The bat had already learned its lesson from previous encounters and was uncertain about the peculiar devices that might be concealed within what appeared to be a rather modest wrist guard. Thus, it opted for immediate evasion. Given the bat's current speed, a flawless dodge was entirely feasible. It sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the projectile released by the Black Widow. Bang! Yet, she had already chambered her firearm, calmly taking aim at the airborne object she had just launched, striking it squarely. Boom! In the midst of the deafening explosion, a terrifying wave of energy erupted. The massive bat was instantly toppled, crashing heavily to the ground. Nevertheless, it quickly regained its footing, though it appeared quite disheveled. It had sustained no significant injuries. Instead, it was genuinely enraged. Since acquiring its newfound strength, Lucien had been able to act with impunity, with no one capable of thwarting him. Police, FBI, and similar authorities were utterly powerless before him, akin to mere paper. Yet this woman, seemingly an ordinary person, had managed to thwart him repeatedly, even inflicting harm. This was something Lucien could not accept under any circumstances. Damn it, I will tear you apart. Lucien growled in a furious snarl, charging once more at the Black Widow. Whoosh. At that moment, a whoosh pierced the air, and Lucien suddenly sensed a shadow flashing past him. Instinctively turning his head, his pupils constricted in shock. A man had appeared beside him, seemingly out of nowhere. Lucien was taken aback. With his current strength, how could someone approach him without his awareness? Such a thing was inconceivable. Whoosh. The next instant, the man delivered a powerful punch directly at Lucien. At that moment, the man's form underwent a beastly transformation. What is this? Boom. Just as a flicker of doubt crossed Lucien's mind, the man's fist struck him, sending his massive body crashing to the ground. Chapter 151, The Clash of Monsters. The power of the Falcon transformation. Bang! Lucien hit the ground like a cannonball, causing the earth to tremble violently. Ugh! Even with Lucien's formidable physical prowess, he emitted a muffled grunt, feeling as if his bones might shatter from the impact. Dazed and breathless, a tempest surged within him. How is this possible? With my current strength, how could someone land such a blow? And earlier this man clearly transformed as well, a devil fruit user. In an instant, Lucien recognized the identity of the man, Hawkeye Barton. His expression turned gravely serious. Presently, Lucien felt no fear towards any mundane authorities such as police or the FBI. Nor did he regard the military as a threat. His only concern was those who possessed powers akin to his own. You are also a Zoan-type devil fruit user. After rising from the ground, Lucien's gaze bore into Hawkeye Barton's face, filled with apprehension and wariness. Clearly, his opponent was not only a Zoan user, but also possessed greater strength. It seems I arrived just in time. However, Hawkeye Barton ignored Lucien entirely, stepping forward to extend his hand towards the Black Widow. You deliberately chose to appear when I was in disarray, didn't you? The Black Widow quipped, teasing Barton. Before grasping his hand as he effortlessly pulled her up, Lucien's expression darkened further. This newly emerged power user was allied with that insufferable woman. This was certainly not good news for him. What a small world. I never expected to encounter another user of powers. Lucien's voice rang out again, his demeanor now composed. I realize I may have been somewhat ostentatious, causing a bit of a ruckus. If this displeases you, I can simply vanish. No more monsters will appear, and no one will be harmed. I will behave like an ordinary person, quietly and obediently, and you may pretend you have never seen me. What do you think? Do you believe you have a choice? Hawkeye Barton fixed Lucien with a piercing gaze. I genuinely advise you not to push me. Lucien's tone turned icy. You are a power user. You should understand what we are capable of. If you force my hand, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Perhaps I cannot kill you. But what of those innocent people? Hawkeye Barton had never encountered someone so audacious. Fully aware that he was not a match for his opponent and acutely aware of the threat posed by Lucien, yet still maintaining an arrogant demeanor as if he held the reins of the situation. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Lucien's threats were not without merit. Should this individual escape, it would pose a significant threat. He would undoubtedly retaliate against society with even greater ferocity. Therefore, such an eventuality must not occur. This person must be apprehended here. Barton resolved within himself. This will not happen. You cannot escape. Hawkeye Barton declared resolutely, his thoughts coalescing as he began to partially transform. His face sprouted a long, sharp beak, his hands morphed into claw-like appendages, and a pair of wings erupted from his back in an instant. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by. Realizing that the situation was destined for confrontation, Lucien gritted his teeth and took the initiative, transforming into a bat and charging at Hawkeye Barton. His razor-sharp claws, more formidable than daggers, carried a suffocating aura as he swiftly closed the distance. In an instant, Hawkeye Barton completed his partial beast transformation, and with a single grasp of his clawed hands, he halted the massive bat's advance before him. The bat's wings flapped furiously, exerting all its might to lunge at Barton, but it was utterly in vain. With a seemingly effortless grasp, Barton's hand loomed like an insurmountable mountain range, utterly unassailable. What? A tempest of turmoil surged within Lucien's heart. Even if his eyes were blind, he could discern that the fruit held by the keen-eyed Barton was the very bird fruit in its falcon form, a treasure he had once been unable to afford. This singular fruit was worth far more than his bat form, and Lucien understood that its possessor was mightier than himself. The staggering disparity between their strengths left Lucien in a state of disbelief. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as Barton delivered a powerful kick, striking Lucien squarely in the chest. Once again, Lucien was sent flying, crashing to the ground. However, this time, he lacked the courage to confront Barton head-on. He flapped his wings violently and soared away. Alas! In the presence of Barton, Lucien's ability to fly provided him no advantage. Swish! Barton flapped his own wings and, swift as lightning, pursued him, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The Black Widow looked up, witnessing both the bat and the falcon rapidly shrink into mere specks against the sky. Their speed was astonishing, bordering on the unreal. Yet, before the two figures faded from view entirely, the Black Widow saw Barton overtake Lucien, the two shadows colliding with a ferocious impact. In an instant, Barton had caught up to Lucien, extending his claws to seize the massive bat's wings with a vice-like grip. This act was tantamount to grasping Lucien's very lifeblood. Infuriated, Lucien gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength in a desperate attempt to escape Barton's grasp, but to no avail. As a bat, he was simply no match for the Falcon. Whoosh. Thus, Barton continued to hold Lucian aloft, soaring through the air until they reached a secluded spot, where he ruthlessly slammed Lucian down to the ground. Boom. The impact created a sizable crater where Lucian landed. "I'll fight you to the end," Lucian roared, knowing escape was futile as he lunged toward Barton. Yet, he was met with a brutal onslaught, reduced to a mere plaything. Boom. Bang. The cacophony of violence did not last long before silence reigned, for Lucian had been grievously wounded by Barton, lying incapacitated on the ground, reverted to his original form. Chapter 15. Rasha. Tony Stark's fate is of no concern to me. Barton, what is the status? The voice of the Black Widow echoed through the communication channel. Barton cast a glance at the unconscious Lucian crumpled on the ground, retrieving specialized restraints to securely bind his hands and feet. "What do you think, Natasha?" After securing Lucian, Barton casually hoisted him up while replying, "If I can't handle a large bat, doesn't that make me a rather useless Falcon?" Well, that was a rather pointless question. After a brief exchange, they agreed upon a rendezvous point, and without further ado, Barton flapped his wings and soared into the sky. They swiftly traversed the heights, ultimately arriving at an uninhabited intersection where they descended. The Black Widow was already waiting for him, beside a transport vehicle that had been prepared in advance. Without unnecessary words, they loaded Lucian into the vehicle's compartment and started the engine. "Director, we have captured the target. Where shall we send him?" The Black Widow inquired while driving, contacting Nick Fury for instructions. "Take him to the Redhorn safe house. I will send you the coordinates." Nick Fury's voice rang out through the channel. "The Redhorn safe house?" The Black Widow noted, intrigued, as she had never even heard of such a place. Pondering how many secret factions that Egghead had established without SHIELD's knowledge. However, she was not overly concerned. Quite the opposite. As the director of SHIELD, it would be strange if Fury lacked some clandestine resources. She was merely curious as to why. Despite having numerous bases and safe houses, Fury chose to utilize none of them. What could have caused the director to exercise such caution? After all, he was the head of SHIELD. If the Black Widow were aware that Crossbones was currently observing her through binoculars, reporting her movements, she would understand the reason behind Fury's wariness. "Director, the Zoan-type Devil Fruit user has been apprehended by the Black Widow and is currently being transported. Additionally, we have confirmed Barton's abilities. Like Lucian, he too possesses a Zoan-type power. We need to investigate further to ascertain which fruit he has consumed. But his ability allows him to transform into a falcon," Crossbones reported gravely through an encrypted channel. "Transform into a falcon?" On the other end, Marco's expression grew serious. Even if he was unfamiliar with other devil fruits, the capability to metamorphose into a falcon sounded formidable. Moreover, both Barton and the Black Widow were staunch allies of Fury, indicating that the situation might pose some complications. This was precisely why the captured Lucian had become increasingly significant. "Director, what are our next steps?" After finishing his report, Crossbones promptly inquired with a serious demeanor. "No need. Just keep your eyes on them. Remember, do not alert them," Marco instructed Crossbones emphatically. At this point, the entirety of SHIELD was effectively under Hydra's control, rendering the distinction between SHIELD and Hydra's captives negligible. Although Hydra had fallen behind, leaving the target in Fury's hands, it was not a grave concern. Regardless of where Fury imprisoned the target, there were always Hydra's eyes and ears present, or the location was outright under Hydra's control. With Hydra's vast network of infiltration, it would be a simple matter to seize control of Lucian. "Yes, sir," Crossbones affirmed with a firm voice. The House of Devil Fruits. A full week had passed since Tony Stark's assault, with military, FBI, and various agencies involved in the investigation. However, as of now, no department had publicly released any findings. Although no body had been discovered, mainstream media widely assumed that Tony Stark had perished in the attack. Relevant agencies continued to search for Stark, but one had to wonder whether they would yield any results after such an extended period. Next, let us take 5 minutes to briefly revisit the legendary and captivating life of Tony Stark. As he watched the news on the television screen, Rasha couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. The moment had finally arrived. The news of Tony Stark's demise in Afghanistan had taken the world by storm, flooding televisions, the internet, and newspapers alike, as everyone fervently discussed the shocking event. After all, Tony Stark is undoubtedly the most controversial superstar of this century, generating as much discussion as any of the top figures in the entertainment industry. Originally, Luashia felt that both Pepper Potts and Happy, the closest individuals to Tony Stark, had come to purchase a devil fruit. Of course, Happy had yet to gather enough gold to finalize the transaction, but at least he had witnessed the marvelous nature of the devil fruit. Consequently, it was only natural that the devil fruit would come to Tony Stark's attention. Would Tony Stark then visit the store to acquire a devil fruit? Would his original fate be altered as a result? Luoxiao found himself rather eager about this prospect. He was curious about how the future might have unfolded had Tony Stark not endured those grueling 3 months in a cave in Afghanistan. Yet, who would have thought that? Under such circumstances, Tony Stark would still encounter an attack in Afghanistan? By this token, it appeared that Iron Man would indeed be reborn once more. Nevertheless, upon reflection, one must ponder how utterly dull the Marvel Universe would be without Iron Man. As for rescuing Tony Stark, Luoxiao had no such intentions. First and foremost, Tony Stark was not destined to perish. Secondly, Stark's life or death bore little significance to Luoxiao. Despite his immense fame, Stark and Luoxiao were fundamentally unrelated individuals. Thus, why should Luoxiao feel compelled to save someone with whom he had no connection? To Luoxiao, this was merely an enormous piece of gossip. All he needed to do was quietly observe from the sidelines. Chapter 15, Pepper Potts. Only those with abilities can save Stark. Stark Industries. I'm sorry, Rhodey, but do you have any updates? Pepper Potts anxiously paced back and forth in Tony Stark's office while speaking into her phone. Pepper, I regret to inform you that we have yet to uncover any leads, the voice on the other end replied, causing Pepper's expression to darken. Thank you, Rhodey. Please let me know immediately if you hear anything. Absolutely. The call concluded. What is the news? Happy inquired, eagerly leaning in as Pepper hung up, his eyes brimming with hope for some good tidings. Unfortunately, all he received was a shake of Pepper's head, causing his heart to sink slightly. Didn't you receive a multitude of business cards? Keep calling. Happy urged after a moment's hesitation. Without further ado, Pepper resumed her frantic search in her contacts. Agent Hansen, I apologize for bothering you again, but it's been a week. Have you discovered anything? Miss Potts, if we make any progress, you will be contacted by a dedicated representative. Until then, please be patient. All right, thank you. Pepper's countenance grew increasingly grim. Yet, she remained undeterred, relentlessly dialing every relevant contact she could reach, hoping for useful information. Pepper? Happy cautiously inquired. I'm sorry, Happy, Pepper said weakly, shaking her head. Mr. Stark was right. These people are utterly useless. After all this time, they haven't found anything. Happy exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. I can't help but worry about what has become of Stark, Pepper muttered to herself, contemplating Tony Stark's character and the dire consequences should it fall into the hands of terrorists. With her words, the atmosphere grew palpably heavy, rendering both Happy and Pepper's breaths labored. Damn it, is there truly nothing we can do? Are we to wait aimlessly without a clue? Happy slammed his hand on the table in exasperation. No, Happy, I believe we can indeed take action, Pepper replied, suddenly lifting her head, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. What can we do? Happy asked, his gaze fixed on her. We must seek out those who can genuinely assist us, Pepper declared earnestly. Without further ado, she retrieved her phone, logging onto her social media platform and entering the group chat. Everyone, I presume you are all aware of the predicament Tony Stark is facing. I apologize for the abrupt interruption, but I urgently request your assistance. I understand this matter may not directly concern you, but I find myself at a loss and must implore your help in locating Tony Stark. Rest assured, I will not let your efforts go unrewarded. I will express my gratitude regardless of the outcome. Pepper's heartfelt plea invigorated the group chat with lively responses. The first to chime in was none other than Deadpool, the perennial king of the chat. Pepper, while I wish to avoid dampening your spirits, how long has it been? Based on my experience, the chances of Tony Stark being alive are exceedingly slim. That guy has an 80% chance of being dead. No, I believe Tony is not dead. Something must have happened that has led to his disappearance. Pepper retorted. Indeed, I concur. A person of Tony Stark's caliber would not easily succumb to fate. Fear not, Pepper. I shall mobilize all my resources to locate him. Mobius added. Pepper, you needn't worry. Stark will be fine. With his stature, I doubt anyone would dare to harm him. Helen, Zhao reassured her. This was not mere hyperbole. Stark Industries, as a colossal conglomerate, wielded considerable influence, particularly as a weapon manufacturer deeply entwined with military and political realms. Anyone who dared to threaten Tony Stark would face swift repercussions from the authorities. Miss Potts, while I cannot guarantee any significant impact, rest assured I shall do everything in my power to assist in locating Tony Stark, Wilson Fisk offered. In response to Pepper's plea, the group rallied, each member eager to lend their support, whether out of self-interest, humanitarian concern, or personal ties. Thank you all. I am genuinely grateful for your assistance. Pepper expressed her heartfelt appreciation. Yet, beneath her gratitude lay a tinge of disappointment, for the one person she most wished to hear from, the enigmatic shopkeeper, had remained silent. Indeed, while the group contained numerous influential individuals, Pepper's focus remained on that mysterious shopkeeper. Though her knowledge of him was limited, it was evident that anyone capable of selling something as extraordinary as a devil fruit was no ordinary person. Regrettably, throughout the entire ordeal, the shopkeeper had not voiced a word. Though she hesitated to trouble such a figure, the urgency of the situation compelled Pepper to reach out to Luoxia for assistance. Pepper Potts, manager, I understand that I shouldn't trouble you, but may I audaciously request your assistance in locating Stark? At this moment, the previously silent Rorschach finally spoke up. Manager, Pepper, you need not worry. Although Tony Stark has yet to be found, I assure you he is safe and in no mortal danger. Chapter 154. The Formation of the Devil Fruit Power User Special Forces. Rorschach's words brought both shock and relief to Pepper Potts. Despite the numerous official agencies failing to locate Tony Stark, the truth remained shrouded in darkness, revealing no clues. In such circumstances, Rorschach's unwavering assertion that Tony Stark was unharmed seemed rather abrupt. For an ordinary person, such certainty would have been difficult to accept. Yet, Pepper Potts believed him without a shred of doubt. The reason was simple. These words came from the manager, a figure as enigmatic as he was. Discovering Tony Stark's whereabouts before the official channels was hardly surprising. Pepper Potts felt as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. Pepper Potts, Tony is not in danger? That is truly wonderful. Thank you, manager. Your assurance brings me peace of mind. Although the manager ultimately did not agree to take action, the vital information he disclosed was sufficient to elicit Pepper's profound gratitude. Hope Van Dyne, Tony Stark being safe is indeed a silver lining amidst misfortune. Wade Wilson, the manager is remarkably certain that the playboy is unharmed? It seems he possesses far more knowledge than we could have imagined, truly befitting his title. Wade Wilson, so, manager, since you know Tony Stark is safe, you must also know who attacked him and where he is being held, correct? With Deadpool's remarks, the attention of everyone in the group became intensely focused on Rorschach. The two pieces of intelligence he alluded to were of paramount importance. Zhao Helen, manager, I hope you won't mind my boldness, but if you truly possess this information, could you kindly share it with us? Zhao Helen, while you have mentioned Stark is not in danger, does this not also imply that his situation is indeed precarious? It would be prudent to rescue him as soon as possible. Pepper Potts, please, manager, I implore you to share more. If you truly know where Stark is, could you tell me? Pepper Potts began to fervently plead with Rorschach within the group. For Rorschach, Tony Stark was a person of little consequence. He had no intention of intervening to rescue him. However, given the earnest pleas of his customer, it was not unreasonable for him to devote a modicum of effort to ascertain Stark's whereabouts. After all, it was merely a matter of convenience. Moreover, Rorschach suddenly entertained another consideration. Although he had sold numerous devil fruits, their overall notoriety remained insufficient for his auction aspirations. Now, it seemed an opportune moment for a devil fruit user to gain significant attention. After all, Tony Stark's abduction had captured global interest, with countless eyes watching, both civilian and official. If a devil fruit user were to rescue Tony Stark, it would undoubtedly garner a wave of publicity for the fruits. Thus, Rorschach swiftly made a decision. He ceased his idle chatter and immediately unleashed his observation hockey, enveloping the entirety of the earth. In an instant, he located Tony Stark. Manager, Tony Stark is currently confined in a cave within the Afghan desert. Please hold on a moment while I mark the precise coordinates on the map for you. As he spoke, Rorschach found a map online, marked it, and sent a screenshot to the group. Pepper Potts, thank you so much, manager. I am immensely grateful. Wade Wilson, since the manager has provided us with the exact coordinates, the remaining task becomes considerably simpler. We can head straight to that location and rescue Tony Stark. Wade Wilson, this is exhilarating. It has been ages since I engaged in mercenary work, and now I find myself presented with such a lucrative opportunity. Wade Wilson, this is Tony Stark we're talking about. If we rescue him, I shall be the most formidable mercenary. Nay, a legend among mercenaries. Such a monumental endeavor reinvigorated Deadpool, who had long since distanced himself from mercenary life. Wade Wilson, Pepper, just to clarify, this location is not easily accessible. You will need to arrange a private jet for us, correct? That should pose no problem for someone of your stature. Also, I must emphasize, while we may be familiar, financial remuneration cannot be overlooked. Vanessa, Wade, what did you promise me before? You said you would distance yourself from mercenary life. Wade Wilson, Vanessa, I acknowledge my previous commitment, but the situation has changed. Pepper has reached out, and we cannot simply ignore it, can we? Wade Wilson, Besides, I am not alone in this. Others will join as well, right? We can form a super team of devil fruit users. What a splendid idea. Initially, Pepper Potts merely sought assistance in locating Tony Stark, not anticipating such developments. However, now that Stark's whereabouts were known, she was not content to stop there. She further hoped everyone would assist in rescuing him. Of course, she could report this information to Rhodey or the FBI, but one can never have too much insurance. The more individuals involved in rescuing Tony Stark, the better. Furthermore, the members of the group were not ordinary individuals. They were superpowered beings who had consumed devil fruits. With this opportunity at hand, Pepper Potts was determined not to let it slip away. Pepper Potts, rest assured, Wade, as long as we can rescue Stark, money will not be an issue. Arranging a private jet is an even lesser concern. Pepper Potts, everyone, I wish to hire you all to assist in rescuing Stark, just as I would hire Wade. Who else is willing to join? Wade Wilson, Wilson Fisk, shall we join forces? Your iron fruit will be most useful. And everyone, do not miss this incredible opportunity. Not only can we earn a substantial sum, but we can also ensure that someone like Tony Stark owes us a favor. What's not to love? Wilson Fisk, count me in. As Deadpool had articulated, the chance to connect with Tony Stark was an opportunity that could not be overlooked. Hope Van Dyne, I shall join as well, but Pepper, I do not require payment. I am doing this solely because you asked. Chapter 155. The SHIELD agency holds no weight before power users. At first glance, Hope's statement may seem somewhat disingenuous or sentimental, yet it is indeed a reflection of her genuine sentiments. Her decision to join the mission to rescue Tony Stark was not devoid of self-serving motivations, but it was certainly not driven by financial gain. After all, Hope was not lacking in wealth. Setting aside Hank Pym's considerable fortune, Hope herself had held a prominent position at Pym Technologies, making her quite affluent, comparable to Pepper Potts. Hope's primary motivation for joining this endeavor was to thwart any potential resurgence from Darren Cross. Although it was planned for Hope and Hank Pym to join forces and dismantle Darren Cross's foundation, it must be acknowledged that Darren Cross has operated for many years and possesses a certain degree of power. Indeed, while Hank Pym has successfully orchestrated the imprisonment of their adversary, it would not come as a surprise to Hope if Cross were to stage a comeback in the future. Despite possessing abilities that set them apart from the ordinary, Hope and Hank Pym still lack the unwavering confidence needed to confront the realm of capital. From the outset, Hope regarded the group of individuals with devil fruit abilities as her trump card. Should circumstances spiral beyond her control, akin to the predicament currently faced by Pepper Potts, her sole reliance may indeed lie with this group. Thus, it is crucial for her to establish her presence within the group, cultivate good relationships with other members, and nurture amicable connections. As for ensuring that Tony Stark owes her a favor, that consideration pales in comparison to the former. Seeing that 3 individuals with abilities have already agreed to assist Pepper Potts, although not yet meeting her expectations, especially since the most formidable member, the store manager, appears disinterested, and the widely regarded powerful laser user, Li Xuanhuan, as yet to respond, still feels a sense of relief. With her own participation, that makes 4 capable individuals. Indeed, Pepper Potts intends to take matters into her own hands. Although her mastery of her devil fruit abilities is not yet refined, particularly in creating protective shields with bubbles, she is confident in her ability to neutralize her enemy's powers using her bubbles. She firmly believes her powers will prove invaluable. Mobius, I apologize, Pepper, but while I would like to contribute, my hormone fruit abilities are not particularly helpful. Charles Xavier, I regret to inform you, Miss Potts, that I am swamped with responsibilities at the school and cannot leave. In truth, this was merely a pretext from the professor. The genuine reason for Professor X's reluctance to intervene lies in a prior agreement with the authorities that prohibits him from involving himself in the affairs of ordinary individuals. Zhao Hailuan, I am afraid I cannot offer assistance. I can only pray for everyone's success in rescuing Stark. Pepper Potts, it's quite all right, everyone. I truly appreciate your sentiments. Thank you all. Pepper Potts. So, Mr. Wade, Mr. Fisk, and Ms. Hope, without further ado, shall we embark on our journey? Deadpool, Kingpin, and Hope all readily concurred. As the urgency of rescuing a life is akin to extinguishing a fire, naturally, the sooner they set off, the better. They promptly arranged to gather at Stark Tower, where Pepper Potts capitalized on the opportunity to arrange for a plane, and once everyone assembled, they would immediately set forth to Afghanistan to rescue Tony Stark. However, just as they were about to depart, the long-absent Black Widow suddenly chimed in. During the discussions regarding the rescue of Tony Stark, Black Widow had been occupied escorting Lucian and had only now found the opportunity to check in. Upon scanning the chat records, she was struck by a wave of frustration. Pepper Potts had actually enlisted the group's members to aid in the rescue of Tony Stark. What chaos was this? While those intending to assist were indeed formidable individuals, possessing powers conducive to combat, rescuing someone from the hands of terrorists necessitates the expertise of professionals. It requires more than mere strength to charge in recklessly. Natasha Romanoff, the store manager, knows where Tony Stark is imprisoned. It seems I've missed quite a bit. Natasha Romanoff. However, if that's the case, then Pepper, everyone, allow H-I-E-L-D to handle this matter. Natasha Romanoff. I will immediately inform the director and head to Afghanistan at once to rescue Tony Stark. Previously, Black Widow had jested in the group, assuring them that S-H-I-E-L-D would not intervene unless Tony Stark was kidnapped, so they should rest easy. They were not akin to the police. Who could have anticipated that, at this moment, Tony Stark had indeed been abducted? Wade Wilson, agent, you focus on your rescue, and we'll focus on ours. There's no conflict here. You could even join us. S-H-I-E-L-D has plenty of personnel, and one less won't matter. Pepper Potts. Natasha, I'm sorry, but I cannot simply sit in an office waiting for news. That would be excruciating. I've already waited long enough. Pepper Potts. Now that I have the ability to do something for Stark, this is a rare opportunity that I must seize. Black Widow attempted to persuade Pepper Potts further, but found her resolve unwavering and unyielding. Ultimately, Black Widow conceded. After all, she was merely an agent of an intelligence organization, and despite being part of S-H-I-E-L-D, she had no authority over someone of Pepper Potts' stature. The wealthy had the right to employ their own means to rescue Tony Stark, and there was nothing amiss in that. It was beyond her jurisdiction to impede it. Yet, this situation could indeed complicate S-H-I-E-L-D's rescue efforts, presenting a potential risk. Thus, after much contemplation, Black Widow decided to reach out to Nick Fury, entrusting this troublesome issue to his discretion. What did you say? Tony Stark has been located? Nick Fury expressed his astonishment upon hearing the news. The attack on Tony Stark in Afghanistan, where he was neither seen alive nor dead, was a matter of significant gravity that Nick Fury could not possibly be unaware of. In fact, he had already dispatched personnel to investigate, but, like other agencies, S-H-I-E-L-D had yet to uncover any leads. Yet now, Black Widow suddenly reported that Tony Stark had been found. This revelation certainly took Nick Fury by surprise. Natasha, is this information reliable? Where did you acquire it? Nick Fury inquired, his single eye narrowing as he gazed into the distance during the encrypted communication. This information comes from the store manager, Black Widow replied, her tone serious. The manager provided the exact coordinates of Tony Stark's location, though did not disclose how the information was obtained. However, I believe this intelligence is credible. Since it was provided by the manager, we must take action. Nick Fury swiftly concurred with Black Widow's assessment. A figure as enigmatic as the store manager, providing precise coordinates, could not be mistaken. While the entire nation was searching for Tony Stark without success, the store manager knowing his whereabouts was not surprising to Nick Fury. It was entirely normal for someone of such mystery to achieve what others could not. However, we have encountered a slight complication. Black Widow promptly informed Nick Fury about Pepper Potts employing individuals with devil fruit abilities to rescue Tony Stark. Nick Fury felt a twinge of irritation. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he made a decisive resolution. They would not hinder the actions of those with devil fruit abilities. On the contrary, S-H-I-E-L-D would collaborate with them. For Nick Fury, this represented a pivotal opportunity. Upon learning that the Devil Fruit Shop had imposed a purchase limit, allowing only 3 slots for the vast S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury had already set his sights on other individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Now, he recognized this as the perfect moment to engage with those gifted individuals. Furthermore, it presented an invaluable chance to gather intelligence on these powers. This was of paramount importance. As for Black Widow, she was keen on bringing these extraordinary individuals under her wing. However, if that proved unattainable, acquiring information on these ticking time bombs was equally essential. I understand, Director. Without requiring further elaboration from Nick Fury, Black Widow grasped his intentions completely, promptly acknowledging him. After severing communication with Fury, she reached out to Pepper Potts, clearly articulating S-H-I-E-L-D's intention to collaborate with them. Pepper, in turn, did not express much resistance, as long as S-H-I-E-L-D did not obstruct their efforts. All else was secondary. Moreover, it was evident that utilizing S-H-I-E-L-D IELDS resources to reach Afghanistan would be significantly more efficient. Although arranging a private jet was certainly within Pepper Potts' capabilities, it would consume time. Additionally, flying to Afghanistan via a private aircraft necessitated the appropriate permits, which could complicate matters further. In fact, it might even be more convenient to simply purchase tickets for a commercial flight. Of course, there was an even more critical point. Pepper understood that rescuing individuals from terrorists was no trifling matter. Intelligence reconnaissance, tactical planning, swift response actions, orderly evacuations, and emergency protocols for unforeseen circumstances. These were not tasks suited for amateurs. While Pepper contemplated the advantages of enlisting more capable individuals to enhance the likelihood of a successful rescue, she did not completely lose her rationality. She recognized the inherent risks. However, collaboration with SHIELD would eliminate all concerns, allowing them to reach the cave with utmost speed and launch a well-coordinated rescue operation for Tony Stark. Subsequently, Pepper contacted Deadpool, Kingpin, and Hope, informing them of the joint operation with SHIELD. Although they harbored various reservations, after careful consideration, each of them agreed to participate. Thus, a consensus was reached. Afghanistan. Within a cavern amidst the boundless desert, a soft click echoed as Tony Stark activated a small device on the table before him, which immediately began to emit an ethereal blue glow, exuding an indescribable beauty. Though Stark remained outwardly composed, he couldn't suppress a sigh of relief within. This device was the core component for his imminent escape, exceedingly vital, and the limited resources within the cave would only suffice for a single experiment. Failure would mean total ruin. He would be condemned to rot in this lightless cavern for eternity. However, true to his ingenious nature, Tony Stark successfully crafted such a complex device on his first attempt. This was no Jericho missile. A voice interrupted, belonging to Ethan, who was working alongside Stark in the cave, casting a dubious glance at the device. This is a miniature arc reactor. Tony Stark did not conceal the truth from his colleague, with whom he had spent a week collaborating. It was inevitable that the creation of the Iron Man suit would not escape Ethan's notice. So it was better to inform him of the reality beforehand to ensure his cooperation when necessary. In my hometown, we have a larger version powering my factory. It effectively prevents shrapnel from penetrating my heart. What's its output? Stark inquired. If I calculated correctly, it's 100 megajoules per second. That's enough to sustain you for 50 lifetimes. Ethan exclaimed, astonished. The fact that Stark could create such a battery under such rudimentary conditions was indeed remarkable. Yes, but perhaps it only lasts long enough for one hefty fellow for a mere 15 minutes, Stark replied with a hint of significance. At that moment, he already had a plan to fabricate the Iron Man suit for his escape. He had even sketched the blueprints for the initial model. Stark intended to secretly produce the prototype in the coming hours and, armed with this formidable weapon, break free. The outcome hinged on this single endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, while he gazed at the arc reactor with satisfaction, a Quinjet had already taken flight. Chapter 157. The Special Operations Team of Ability Users launches a full assault. Afghanistan. Amidst the vast desert, a supply truck leisurely traversed the only dirt road. The driver and co-driver conversed in a language unintelligible to outsiders, one known only to a small Middle Eastern nation, filled with laughter and idle chatter. Both men had firearms holstered at their sides, and the co-driver even had an assault rifle casually resting by his feet. Inside the truck's cargo area, amidst essential supplies, sat 4 burly men. They were seated in pairs, each clutching a firearm, laughing boisterously, seemingly engaged in lively conversation. However, these individuals remained oblivious to the hidden figures lurking behind a mound of earth and stones nearby. None other than Hawkeye Barton, Black Widow, Kingpin, Deadpool, Hope, and several agents from SHIELD. Notably absent was Pepper Potts. Initially, she had adamantly insisted on participating in the mission, asserting that her bubble fruit abilities could prove crucial, yet she was unanimously dissuaded. What folly! Pepper Potts was merely an ordinary professional woman. Even with the powers bestowed by the devil fruit, her overall capabilities were insufficient for such a military-level operation. Thus, at the strong insistence of Barton and Black Widow, Pepper remained at the command center awaiting updates, rather than joining the field team. In contrast, Hope, who bore a striking resemblance to Pepper, found herself in a different situation. Though she too appeared to be an office worker, she had undergone rigorous training. While her skills may not rival those of Black Widow or Hawkeye, she certainly surpassed many other agents. Indeed, this was the entire ensemble of the Devil Fruit-empowered Special Operations Team assembled for the rescue of Tony Stark. They were the advance force for the mission. Attention, the target has appeared. Hawkeye Barton carefully conducted reconnaissance, alerting his fellow team members. In truth, it was unnecessary for him to state this, as the others had already observed it. Okay, Hope, it's your moment to shine, Black Widow said, glancing at Hope. Nodding in acknowledgement, Hope wasted no time in donning her wasp helmet and pressing the activation button. Whoosh. In an instant, she transformed into a wasp, fluttering her wings as she soared towards the supply truck. Wow, did you see that? She actually shrank. What an intriguing costume. I wonder if she could lend it to me someday. I'd love to experience the sensation of flying while miniaturized. However, it appears that this battle suit is specifically designed for women, and it might feel rather peculiar on me, yet I find such peculiarity delightful. Deadpool gazed at Hope, who vanished in the blink of an eye, and promptly resumed his incessant chatter. Wade, for heaven's sake, could you please be quiet? Black Widow interjected, exasperated. She had observed Deadpool's incessant rambling in the chat group and was astonished to discover that he was equally loquacious in real life. Since their gathering, Deadpool had not ceased his prattling, and while his incessant chatter was somewhat annoying, everyone had politely tolerated it, considering their unfamiliarity. Yet now, with such a crucial mission at hand, Black Widow found his incessant babble intolerable. Okay, I merely find it incredibly amusing, Deadpool shrugged, mimicking the act of zipping his lips. It was only then that Black Widow turned her attention back to the supply truck ahead. However, due to Wasp's diminutive size, the situation remained unclear for the moment. But Hawkeye Barton, standing beside Black Widow, had a clear view. His eyes had been enhanced, granting him extraordinary vision. Hence the moniker Hawkeye. Coupled with the enhancements from consuming the falcon fruit, his sight was further augmented. Under Hawkeye Barton's keen gaze, he witnessed Hope, transformed into Wasp, collide forcefully with the front of the supply truck. At that moment, her fruit ability activated, creating ripples across the truck's metal surface, causing no hindrance to her and allowing her to seamlessly penetrate inside. Bang! A sudden sound of collision echoed as Wasp Hope crashed into the burly man seated in the passenger seat. The impact struck him like a bolt from the blue, sending him reeling out of the vehicle. Bang! The door flung open, crashing onto the pavement. The driver was taken aback, but before he could react, Hope executed a similar maneuver, hurling him out as well. Whoosh! At that moment, Hope reverted to her original form, calmly applying the brakes. Bang! Suddenly, the rear compartment door swung open, and several burly men brandishing submachine guns rushed out. Whoosh! However, before they could respond, an arrow descended swiftly, shooting directly toward them. Yet, it did not strike any of them. Instead, it landed at their feet. Crackling. Immediately afterward, arcs of electricity erupted from the arrow, incapacitating the men. Action! Hawkeye Barton commanded the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who promptly surged forward to subdue the assailants. Several empowered individuals also emerged from their cover. Advancing towards the supply truck, Black Widow approached the driver, gently touching his face before pressing her own, instantly transforming into his likeness. Wow, is this the mimic fruit? It's practically a transformation technique. Agent Natasha, I mean no offense, but after becoming a man, it seems you've flattened out in that area. Wouldn't that be uncomfortable? Deadpool began to exclaim dramatically. God, can someone tape this guy's mouth shut? Black Widow shook her head, exasperated. Her voice had even transformed into a male tone, leaving Glint and Hope in awe. It was evident that the mimic fruit was indeed capable of achieving the most flawless imitation. Naturally, without further ado, apart from Hawkeye Barton, the other empowered individuals and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents all climbed into the truck. Black Widow swiftly started the vehicle, leaving a trail of dust in her wake. Chapter 158, Stark in Bewilderment. Is this superpower? With the perfect disguise afforded by the mimic fruit, Black Widow encountered no obstacles and smoothly passed through several checkpoints. Ultimately, she drove the vehicle into the lair of the Middle Eastern terrorists who had kidnapped Tony Stark. Throughout her driving, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in the back were busy utilizing specialized equipment to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of the base. The number of personnel and weapons inside was entirely transparent. This must be the cave the manager mentioned. While driving, Black Widow communicated with everyone over the comms, instructing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to ascertain Stark's presence. Understood. An agent replied immediately, employing thermal imaging to survey the cave's direction. The thermal imaging revealed a total of 18 individuals scattered throughout the various corners and passages of the cave. Although the thermal imaging did not provide clear facial features to identify Tony Stark, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents accurately pinpointed the suspicious range. Among the 18 individuals, 16 were armed. Clearly, none of these armed individuals could be Tony Stark. The remaining 2, unarmed, were positioned separately from the others. Located at the very heart of the cave. Undoubtedly, one of those 2 must be Tony Stark. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents relayed this intelligence to Black Widow. "Hope, we will need your assistance once more," Black Widow requested over the comms. Understood. Hope transformed into Wasp again, effortlessly flying into the cave to confirm the suspected location described by the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Employing her water fruit abilities, she swiftly reached her destination, where she spotted Tony Stark alongside another bespectacled man, hammering away at a glowing metal piece. Target confirmed. "I found Tony Stark." Hope immediately informed the team over the comms. Yes, everyone felt a surge of excitement. "Since we have located Tony Stark, let us proceed with the plan," Black Widow commanded over the comms. Understood. Acknowledged. They all responded. Hope was the first to fly into the cave's control room in her wasp form. Without uttering a word, she hurled a gas grenade. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst the violent coughing, the terrorists who had been nonchalantly monitoring the surveillance all collapsed to the ground. Hope barely glanced at the fallen men. Elegantly flapping her wings as she departed, and utilizing her water fruit abilities, she swiftly made her way to the chamber where Tony Stark was held captive. Clang, clang, clang. Tony Stark, drenched in sweat, was vigorously swinging a hammer at a scorching metal component. This playboy was likely experiencing such physical labor for the first time in his life. "Quick, Ethan, pour the water." Seeing that the moment was near, Tony Stark called out to his assistant, Ethan. Ethan swiftly grabbed a basin of water prepared on a nearby shelf. Yet, before he could pour it, a figure suddenly appeared before him. "What the hell? Is this a ghost?" Ethan was startled, causing him to spill the entire basin of water over Tony Stark. "Stark, there shouldn't have been anyone here just now, should there?" Ethan adjusted his glasses, staring at Hope with a look of sheer disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. After swallowing hard, he turned to confirm with Tony Stark. Tony Stark, equally wide-eyed, was momentarily taken aback by the inexplicable sudden appearance of this individual. He could assert with absolute certainty that there had been no one present just moments ago, not a soul, not even a specter. This person had materialized out of thin air. What fascinating technology is this? Is it invisibility? Observing Hope's distinct uniform, Tony naturally began to speculate. There was no time to ponder such matters. "Stark, I'm here to get you out," Hope declared, abruptly raising her hand. To his astonishment, a bulletproof vest materialized in her once empty grasp, as if by magic. "So it's not invisibility, but perhaps size manipulation?" Tony furrowed his brow, his mind racing with curiosity about the underlying principles. It must be said, he was indeed a scientific enthusiast. However, Hope had no time to reminisce with Tony Stark. She swiftly donned the bulletproof vest onto him without further ado. Then, without hesitation, she grasped Tony Stark's hand, urging, "Hurry, follow me." "Oh." Tony Stark hastily recoiled, raising his hands high. He had a peculiar aversion to being touched by others unnecessarily. There was no need for that. He could walk on his own. Hope shook her head slightly, exuding an air of exasperation. This playboy truly had a knack for complicating matters, even in such dire circumstances. Consequently, she darted to the cave wall, pressed her hand against it, and in that instant, Tony Stark's eyes widened, astonishment etched across his face. To his utter bewilderment, he observed ripples emanating from the very wall Hope was touching. What on earth was happening? Superpowers? Or was he merely seeing things? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet the reality remained unchanged. Hope stepped forward, half her body disappearing into the wall, nearly causing Tony Stark to pop his eyes out in shock. How could a person vanish into the cave's wall? It defied all logic. Tony Stark rushed towards Hope, meticulously feeling the wall. However, an eerie phenomenon occurred. Though the wall appeared to ripple and Hope had immersed herself within it, Tony Stark found it to be solid and unyielding to the touch. "I can only take you out if I hold your hand, so are you coming or not?" Hope once again extended her hand towards Tony Stark. It was then that he grasped her intention. Although he could not fathom how this woman possessed the ability to walk through walls, it was evident that she needed to hold his hand to facilitate their escape through the wall. Wait. Just as he was about to leave with Hope, Tony Stark suddenly recalled something and glanced at Ethan, saying, "Come on, let us get out of here together." "Who is he?" Hope raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Ethan as she queried Tony Stark. "He is just like me, a hostage. He is also a scientist named Ethan. He is coming with me," Tony Stark asserted emphatically, pausing as if realizing his precarious situation, then softened his tone. "Please." Hope regarded Tony Stark, then glanced at Ethan, shaking her head in resignation. Though it will be a bit more laborious, hold his hand. At her words, Tony Stark's face lit up with excitement. Ethan, we can leave now. Suddenly, several furious voices echoed from the passage outside. Though Tony Stark couldn't decipher their words, his expression shifted in alarm. The terrorists were coming. Quick, he called to Ethan, seizing his hand while grasping Hope's with the other. Without further ado, Hope pulled both Tony Stark and Ethan, swiftly turning to dash into the wall. Bang! At that moment, the cave door burst open, and several armed terrorists stormed inside. They quickly scanned the cave, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. What was happening? That guy, Ethan, had actually vanished into the wall. Had Tony Stark and that shadowy figure secretly excavated an escape route? The terrorists wasted no time, rushing to the spot where Ethan had disappeared, scrutinizing it with fervor. However, after thorough inspection, they discovered only the solid rock wall. There was no sign of an excavated passage. So, did Ethan and Tony Stark truly escape through the wall? The terrorists exchanged bewildered glances, utterly dumbfounded. Tony Stark has escaped. Tony Stark has escaped. Immediately, two terrorists pulled out their walkie-talkies to report back. Escaped? Where could he possibly go? I didn't see anyone come out. At the cave entrance, a bald man with a dark countenance barked into his walkie-talkie. This man was none other than Reza, the leader of the terrorist group. Upon discovering that the control room personnel had all been incapacitated, he could hardly fathom how agents had infiltrated to rescue Tony Stark. Though he could not comprehend how those agents had managed to penetrate their defenses, he quickly ordered the entire cave to be sealed. Personally leading the guards at the only entrance, he ensured that not even a fly could escape. Simultaneously, he dispatched numerous personnel to search the various passages within the cave, operating under the assumption that Tony Stark could not possibly escape. However, his subordinates were now reporting that the man had indeed fled. How could this be? Did it happen before he sealed off the cave? Such a notion was utterly impossible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this critical juncture, a series of piercing sounds suddenly pierced the air, drawing Reza's and the other terrorists' attention. Instinctively, they turned to see a volley of arrows raining down from above. What was happening? Where were these arrows coming from? The crowd quickly looked up, spotting a bird soaring through the vast sky. While the specific actions remained obscured, it was evident that all those arrows were descending from that very bird. Shoot that thing down. Reza's expression darkened to its nadir. Although he couldn't fathom which agency had developed such advanced avian technology, it was clear that the aerial agent was there to rescue Tony Stark. Immediately, several terrorists raised their weapons, aiming at the airborne figure. Yet, given the considerable distance and Hawkeye Barton's remarkable speed, it was highly unlikely they could hit him. Hawkeye Barton circled leisurely in the high skies, methodically unleashing a barrage of arrows upon the enemy below. Remarkably, he refrained from targeting any individuals, instead focusing his aim on the adversary's assault vehicles, defensive fortifications, ammunition depots, and the like. As he deemed the moment ripe, Hawkeye Barton pressed a button. Boom, boom, boom. The air was suddenly filled with a cacophony of explosions as shockwaves erupted from various corners of the base, engulfing the area in flames and smoke, causing the entire structure to tremble precariously. Even the ground beneath the feet of the onlookers seemed to shudder amidst the violent detonations. At that very instant, a squad of fully armed Hydra agents, concealed within the supply truck, received their orders and swiftly charged out, mercilessly pulling the triggers against the terrorists. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Chaos ensued as the terrorists scrambled for their weapons, taking cover behind rocky outcrops to retaliate against the Hydra operatives, resulting in a deafening exchange of gunfire. All right, it's our turn to shine. I can hardly contain my excitement, Deadpool exclaimed as he donned his mask, effortlessly drawing the long sword from his back and charging towards a group of terrorists with unrivaled swagger. Someone's coming. Kill that guy? Amidst the furious shouts, a hail of bullets descended upon him, forming a veritable storm of gunfire. Bullets? They are of no consequence to me. My sword can cleave through them, Deadpool boasted, swinging his twin swords with such finesse that they created a mesmerizing flurry of blade reflections before him. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated intensely. Thus, with sparks flying, Deadpool brazenly carved his way through the enemy's gunfire, advancing defiantly towards the group of terrorists. However, by this time, his attire bore several new bullet holes. Chapter 160. The despair brought by the powered individuals. What manner of monsters are these? Indeed, it was merely his clothing. Having consumed the slip fruit, Deadpool's skin had attained an almost supernatural smoothness, causing the bullets to merely ricochet off him without inflicting harm. The bullets were effortlessly deflected. The slip-slip fruit truly provides bulletproof protection. Perhaps I should consider experimenting with other styles of attire. Deadpool mused excitedly, previously opting for a red uniform to mask any blood from injuries and to appear cooler. However, it did not imply he was particularly fond of the red attire. Now, as a man who no longer bled, he felt liberated from the constraints of a singular color. How about black, fellas? Deadpool eagerly inquired of the terrorists before him, only to find them utterly dumbfounded. Is this person a demon? He is actually blocking our submachine guns with twin swords. And not just one. They quickly realized the bullet holes in his outfit and comprehended that he was clad in a bulletproof vest, leaving them astounded. This is infuriating. The terrorists regained their composure and resumed firing at Deadpool with their submachine guns. Clang, clang. All they sensed were flashes of cold steel as Deadpool's swords mercilessly severed their throats. With a few swift motions, he dispatched the terrorists before him with alarming efficiency, shaking the blood from his blades before charging towards his next target. Boom. At that moment, a loud explosion erupted, and instinctively, Deadpool dodged to the side as a cloud of debris erupted behind him, accompanied by a terrifying plume of smoke. The immense shockwave sent him tumbling several meters away, crashing heavily against a pile of rocks, the impact nearly flattening his head. For an ordinary person, such an ordeal would have spelled certain doom. Yet, in the next moment, Deadpool sprang back to his feet, shaking off the daze as if nothing had happened. He glanced at the source of the blast, spotting a tank's cannon still emitting smoke. A tank? Now that's a bit excessive, Deadpool quipped, quickly regaining his footing and once again charging into the fray. Boom, boom. The tank continued to unleash its artillery, suppressing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who struggled to keep their heads up. Did you see that tank? Black Widow contacted Barton, who was still raining arrows from above. Can you take care of that thing? She inquired with urgency. No need to trouble yourself. Leave it to me. Hawkeye Barton responded just as Goliath's voice crackled through the comms. I happen to be right near that tank. Upon hearing this, Barton relaxed his bowstring, switching to a different arrowhead and redirecting his target towards another enemy. Their mission was not solely to rescue Tony Stark. It also involved gathering intelligence on these devil fruit wielders. With Goliath stepping up, Barton welcomed the opportunity, eager to see what the giant could accomplish. Thus, Hawkeye continued to eliminate enemies while keeping a vigilant eye on Goliath from above. Black Widow did the same, engaging foes while monitoring Goliath's movements. As Goliath took on the daunting task, he concentrated and transformed his body into steel, launching himself directly at the tank. Meanwhile, his hands began to glow a fierce crimson. Bang, bang. During this time, numerous terrorists opened fire on Goliath, bullets striking him repeatedly, yet he remained unscathed. Goliath effortlessly reached the tank's front. Huh. He let out a low growl, and with his hands now glowing a fiery red, he seized the tank's cannon and crushed it with sheer force. Gulp. Witnessing this, Reza could not stifle a gasp, nearly popping his eyes out in disbelief. Crushing a tank's cannon? What kind of joke is this? What sort of monster is that hefty brute? And what about the guy wielding twin swords who can annihilate submachine gun operators with ease? Where on earth did these creatures come from? Boss, we need to retreat. Our brothers can't hold out any longer. One of Reza's trusted subordinates rushed in, suggesting an immediate withdrawal. Reza's face contorted with frustration. There was no way he could swallow his pride and flee like this. Not to mention the catastrophic losses that abandoning this carefully established base would entail. However, Reza instinctively glanced around and realized that his trusted subordinate was indeed correct. Although the battle had only just commenced, how could their ragtag group possibly stand against those well-trained operatives? Not to mention, there were several formidable beings among the adversaries, and relentless arrows were raining down upon them. Reza's men had already suffered substantial casualties. Reluctantly, Reza had to concede that defeat was inevitable and could not be reversed. If they did not retreat now, they might find themselves unable to escape at all. Retreat. Reza made his decision on the spot, but before he could finish his sentence, it was abruptly cut short. This was due to his trusted subordinate suddenly delivering a powerful punch to the back of Reza's head. Reza staggered and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the subordinate approached, pressed a hand against Reza's face, and then pressed a hand against his own face. In an instant, he transformed into Reza's likeness. Undoubtedly, this person was the Black Widow. The surrounding terrorists were rendered speechless by this spectacle, babbling incoherently as they hastily raised their weapons. However, they had no time to act, as the Black Widow swiftly dispatched them with ruthless efficiency. Everyone, cease fire. Once the Black Widow had dealt with those who had witnessed her transformation, She rose dramatically and called out to all the terrorists. Chapter 161. Tony Stark. Is the devil fruit real? With a commanding shout, the Black Widow captured the attention of all the terrorists. She raised her hands high and stepped forward, declaring to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, we surrender. We surrender. Everyone, lay down your weapons. All of you put down your arms. Following the declaration of surrender, the Black Widow turned to the terrorists and ordered them sternly. Faced with the reality that their leader had given in, the terrorists had no further words to say. They followed the Black Widow's lead, dropping their weapons and raising their hands in submission. It goes without saying that the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives swiftly moved in to apprehend all the surrendering terrorists. The entire base was soon under S.H.I.E.L.D. control. As for Tony Stark, he had already been relocated the moment Hope rescued him, and he was no longer at the scene. Temporary command center. At the entrance, Pepper Potts, who had been anxiously awaiting news, paced back and forth like a headless fly, her breath becoming increasingly rapid. There was no helping it. Although she had received Natasha's message confirming that Tony Stark had been successfully rescued and was en route to the temporary command center, she could not relax until she laid eyes on him. Behind Pepper, several other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were present, along with a medical team that had long since been on standby. Everyone was eagerly anticipating Tony Stark's arrival. In this anxious waiting, time seemed to stretch endlessly until finally, a convoy of vehicles appeared in sight, slowly coming to a halt before the gathered crowd. Bang, bang, bang. The car doors opened in quick succession, and from the third vehicle emerged a disheveled, yet spirited Tony Stark, who cautiously stepped out. Tony, Pepper Potts exclaimed with joy, unable to resist rushing forward. Seeing Tony Stark in such a state brought a lump to her throat. What happened to you? Are you all right? I'm fine. I just decided to try a different style. I think it looks rather dashing, don't you? Tony Stark replied, ever the light-hearted spirit, managing to jest with his assistant. Mr. Stark, a voice called out. At the same moment, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline and an unassuming demeanor approached Tony Stark. I am an agent of the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics, but you may call me Coulson. Coulson introduced himself succinctly to Tony Stark. What department? Tony raised an eyebrow, having never heard of such a convoluted and lengthy organization. Clang. The sound of metal clattering echoed as the prepared medical personnel wheeled a stretcher toward Tony Stark. Are you joking? I don't need that. Tony Stark immediately frowned and waved his hands dismissively. Coulson nodded to the medical staff, who then took the stretcher away. Acting as the host, Coulson led Tony Stark into the command center. Although there were numerous questions to ask Tony Stark, it was evident that this was not the appropriate moment. Coulson briefly provided Tony with some food and offered a few words of advice before temporarily excusing himself, leaving Tony Stark alone for a moment. As for Ethan, he too had been settled in the temporary command center. However, Ethan was quite perceptive. Upon seeing Pepper Potts visiting Tony Stark, he chose not to intrude and retreated to another room. Tony, how are you feeling now? Pepper Potts inquired with deep concern while gently wiping the dust from Tony Stark's face. I was quite hungry earlier, but after eating a bit, I feel much better. If only there were a comfortable bed here. I really miss my old bed. Tony Stark expressed with a hint of nostalgia. During this time, he had been sleeping on a hard bedboard without even a mattress, which had taken quite a toll on him. Tony, what did those people do to you? Pepper's heart ached as she continued. You must be exhausted. Wait, right here. Suddenly, a series of bubbles erupted, attaching themselves to Tony Stark's body. Instantly, he felt a wave of refreshment wash over him. The fatigue from hammering and welding in the cave evaporated in an instant, leaving no trace. Even though he had experienced this miraculous bubble phenomenon before, Tony Stark was still astonished, marveling at it. He couldn't help but wonder how Pepper accomplished this. Wait a moment. In a flash, Tony recalled what Pepper had previously told him. She had consumed a devil fruit that granted her the ability to create bubbles. That so-called devil fruit could bestow superpowers upon others. Previously, Tony had dismissed this as nonsense, believing Pepper had been deceived, but now he found himself questioning his skepticism. The incredible scene of Hope guiding him through walls lingered in his mind, leaving him perplexed. Tony, what are you thinking about? Pepper Potts inquired curiously, noticing Tony Stark's momentary daze. Pepper, just like this bubble you created, I witnessed something quite unbelievable today. Do you know how I escaped? Someone actually brought me through walls. Oh right, that woman named Hope. You actually know her? I saw you two greeting each other. Since that's the case, can you call her over? I still haven't figured out how she did that. Tony Stark pondered as he spoke to Pepper Potts. You mean Hope? She is the same as me. She is a devil fruit user. Pepper Potts smiled and explained to Tony Stark she ate the water fruit. It allows her to turn any object she touches into water form. Water fruit. Tony Stark froze for a moment. He never expected such an answer. Could it be that this so-called devil fruit is actually real? Chapter 16. Tony Stark got scared to death, thinking carefully. Tony Stark clearly remembered that when Hope pulled them through the wall, the cave walls had turned into something like water. Ripples spread outward, one ring after another. But the strange, or rather, creepy, thing was that those ripples only appeared visually, nothing else. He clearly saw the walls turn into water, but when he actually reached out to touch them, they were still the same solid, unbreakable stone. However, after Hope grabbed his hand, those ripples turned into real ripples. This situation made Tony Stark completely baffled. The water fruit, a fruit that can turn objects into a water-like form, Tony Stark murmured twice, then suddenly turned his eyes to Pepper Potts. Pepper, about this devil fruit, can you tell me more? Well, Tony. Pepper Potts couldn't help laughing, with a hint of teasing in her tone. The Tony who had just dismissed devil fruits was now slapping himself in the face, wasn't he? Still, she didn't waste time and told Tony everything she knew about devil fruits. There are also several devil fruit users among the people who came to rescue you this time, Tony. I specifically invited them. When they arrive, make sure to say hello. Pepper Potts added seriously. Tony Stark's interest was instantly piqued, his eyes lighting up. Really, Pepper? Who else? Tell me quickly. You've already met Hope, who ate the water fruit. Besides her, there's Wade Wilson, who ate the smooth fruit. Smooth fruit? Yes. After eating the fruit, Wade's skin becomes extremely smooth. If he wants to, he can reduce friction to zero. Even bullets will just slide off his body. Besides Hope and Wade, there's also Wilson Fisk, who ate the iron fruit. Obviously, it lets him turn his body into iron. And lastly, there's Natasha Romanoff, Coulson's colleague. She ate the mimic fruit, which allows her to perfectly imitate anyone. Pepper Potts relayed all the info she had about the ability users participating in the operation. Tony Stark listened in awe. He couldn't wait to meet them. As for Hawkeye Barton, Pepper didn't know he was also an ability user. His identity was classified, and he never displayed his abilities in front of others, staying airborne the entire time. Naturally, Pepper had no idea. After talking with Pepper for a while, they heard movement outside. Tony stood up and walked to the door, only to see a group entering the command center. Black Widow and the other ability users had returned. Pepper immediately went over to greet them. Tony Stark, Deadpool, his suit full of bullet holes, walked over as if he and Tony were lifelong friends. Hell, you really look like a beggar right now. No, more accurately, like a pile of crap. Wait, I can't miss this. As he spoke, Deadpool whipped out his phone and began snapping photos like crazy. Tony Stark's head throbbed. He glanced at Pepper with a suspicious expression. Who is this guy? He was acting like he owned the place. Tony, this is Wade Wilson, the guy I mentioned, who ate the smooth fruit. Pepper forced an awkward smile as she introduced him. You're the smooth fruit user? Tony's eyebrows lifted. The playboy didn't hold back at all. Can I touch your face to see how smooth it actually is? You took so many pictures of me. Returning the favor isn't too much to ask, right? No, absolutely not. Deadpool shook his head like a rattling drum, even shivering. A grown man touching another grown man's face? Buddy, I'm a perfectly straight man. Tony Stark, that exaggerated reaction, that dramatic refusal, he acted like Tony was about to assault him. Pepper, is he always like this? Have you guys ever confirmed that he is mentally normal? Tony, Wade is just like that. You'll get used to it. Wait, Wade, what are you doing? Pepper suddenly screamed, because Deadpool had pulled out a gun. It looked like he wanted to shoot Tony just because Tony annoyed him. Wait, put that thing down. Black Widow was startled and instantly raised her widow's bite at him. If Deadpool moved suspiciously, she would attack without hesitation. Although she rarely spoke in the group, she watched everything silently. She knew Deadpool wasn't mentally stable. You could never predict what he might do. Do what? Why are you all so nervous? Sure, I took out a gun, but did you really think I'd shoot any of you? You guys think I'm that insane? Seeing everyone's wary expressions, Deadpool felt deeply offended. You all misunderstand me so much. I feel deeply hurt. I took out the gun only to show Tony Stark how smooth my face is. He wanted to see it, right? If I shoot myself in the face, he'll see for himself. No need, Wade. No need. I suddenly don't want to see it anymore. Tony Stark panicked and tried to stop him. He didn't want Deadpool blowing a hole in his own head because of one casual comment. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Deadpool casually shot himself in the face. Chapter 16, continued Tony Stark. Visiting the devil fruit shop is a must. Pepper screamed, trembling violently as if her heart almost jumped out of her chest. Even though she was aware that Deadpool was a user of the devil fruit's powers, Pepper Potts found it difficult to withstand his erratic behavior. Her heart was not resilient enough for such madness. Hiss! Tony Stark himself stiffened, feeling a tightening sensation, and he instinctively gasped in shock. Even he was taken aback by Deadpool's audacious actions. Bang! The next moment, a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck Deadpool's face. But due to his ability to alter his skin to achieve zero friction, it merely slid off, creating a hole in a nearby table. The bullet was truly deflected. Tony Stark's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the hole in the table, utterly dazed. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Just moments ago, someone had fired a gun at his face, and yet he emerged unscathed. Such an occurrence was beyond the realm of his imagination. He would never have believed it had he not seen it with his own eyes. In his mind, he searched for a rational explanation for this bizarre phenomenon, but he soon realized that none of the vast knowledge he possessed could provide any reasonable answers. A devil fruit? Could this truly be the essence of a devil fruit? Tony Stark found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Rationally, he still struggled to accept the existence of something as esoteric as a devil fruit. Yet, simultaneously, Pepper Potts' bubbles, Hope's wall phasing, and Deadpool's bulletproof visage left him utterly perplexed. It seemed that visiting that devil fruit shop was an imperative. This decision had been brewing in Tony Stark's mind for some time, although initially, his focus was solely on confronting the fraud who had deceived Pepper and Happy, desperately wanting to expose the charlatan's schemes. However, now, he was no longer certain about the fraud's nature. After a brief period of regrouping at the makeshift base, the group wasted no time. Coulson stayed behind with a few necessary personnel to handle subsequent matters before escorting Tony Stark back. Following nearly a dozen hours of travel, the Quinjet finally landed at H-I-E-L-D base. Here, Hope, Deadpool, and several other superhumans bid farewell to Tony Stark and departed. Tony Stark, in turn, hastened back to Stark Industries. The plaza in front of Stark Industries was already teeming with people. Countless key figures from Stark Industries and media representatives who had received word had turned the area into a veritable sardine can. Tony, you know you can take your time coming back, Pepper Potts remarked as she slowly entered the building. Unable to comprehend why Tony Stark was so insistent on returning to the company immediately after being rescued. This was simply out of character. When had her boss become so dedicated? Usually, he was elusive, leaving all company matters to her. Yet now, faced with such a crisis, he had suddenly changed his demeanor? No, Pepper, I can't wait any longer. Ever since I was trapped in that cave, I have been contemplating this matter. At that moment, I was uncertain if I would survive, but I promised myself that if I did, I would instigate change, Tony Stark stated meaningfully to Pepper Potts. Although she did not fully grasp his words, Pepper ceased her attempts to dissuade him. She understood that her boss had evidently made a decision. So, Tony, what will you do? She inquired earnestly, fixing her gaze upon him. Contact the media. I'm calling a press conference, Tony Stark declared with a serious expression. Now, isn't that a bit hasty? Yes, now. Tony Stark's tone was resolute. The devil fruit shop. I witnessed young soldiers perish beneath the very weapons I designed to protect them. I have come to realize that I am becoming part of this irresponsible world. I am awakened. I understand that beyond creating weapons, I can contribute far more to the world. As he spoke to the camera, clad in a suit yet bandaged, Tony Stark unveiled a monumental announcement. True to his nature, he exemplified what it meant to be audacious. Even though many had already seen the film and anticipated such developments, witnessing it unfold on the news was still jarring for Rorschach. This was weapon manufacturing, and considering the scale of Stark Industries, the implications were immense. For Tony Stark to declare the cessation of operations without a flicker of hesitation was nothing short of audacious. No other affluent heir could rival him in such reckless abandon. However, it must be acknowledged that Tony Stark indeed possessed the means to be so daring. Nevertheless, with his liberation and the closure of the weapons manufacturing division, Iron Man's narrative was thoroughly set into motion, heralding the imminent dawn of the superhero era. One could only speculate how the devil fruit brought by Rorschach would alter this burgeoning epic of heroes. Rorschach was certainly eager to find out. Ding! A text notification suddenly chimed. Rorschach checked his phone to find a transfer alert, a remittance of 500,000 US dollars. The deposit had been secured, and he would expedite the procurement of gold. He requested the shopkeeper to safely store the transparent fruit. Alongside this was another message. Although it came from an unfamiliar number without a signature, it was evidently from the Punisher. Rorschach couldn't help but marvel at the Punisher's efficiency. It hadn't been long since he had managed to gather the funds. Chapter 164. New guests. The Zoan fruits gradually gained favor. Notably, Bruce Banner had already transferred the $3 million deposit required for the Mara fruit through an anonymous overseas account. This indicated that Bruce Banner was faring quite well abroad. At least when it came to fundraising, he had it far easier than the Punisher. It was a testament to the adage that knowledge equates to wealth. With his 8 doctoral degrees and numerous research achievements and patents, making money was a relatively straightforward endeavor for him. Now, both the Punisher's transparent fruit and Bruce Banner's Mara Mara fruit were secured under reservation, and Rorschach was eagerly anticipating their actual arrival to purchase the devil fruits. Should these two become users of such powers, the Marvel Universe would undoubtedly become exceedingly intriguing. Ding dong. As he lost himself in thought, the doorbell chimed. A guest had arrived. Rorschach quickly set aside his musings, steeling himself to welcome the new visitor. He glanced up at the entrance and was taken aback. The newcomer was none other than a celebrity, Tracy. Although Tracy's show is merely a radio program, it enjoys immense popularity locally, boasting a loyal fan base. Even Rasha has heard discussions about the show, despite not having listened to it extensively himself. However, in the case of Tracy, Rasha quickly felt a sense of ease. It was no surprise to him that this woman had come to purchase a fruit. Tracy and Jessica Jones are good friends, and unlike Jessica, who wishes to rid herself of her superpowers, Tracy yearns to possess superhuman abilities and aspire to be a superhero. She desires to emulate the former Jessica Jones by using her extraordinary powers to combat the criminals plaguing the city. Given that Jessica has previously visited to acquire a devil fruit and has witnessed its capabilities, it is only natural for Tracy to seek out the devil fruit store as well. With this in mind, a satisfied smile crept onto Rasha's lips, as he anticipated that this new wave of orders was likely secured, almost a certainty. Welcome to the shop, Rasha thought, as he wasted no time in greeting Tracy with a smile. Thank you, manager. Tracy responded with utmost politeness, all the while subtly observing Rasha. To be candid, Rasha's appearance was somewhat unexpected for Tracy. Rasha had surmised correctly. Tracy had learned from Jessica Jones about the astonishing existence of the devil fruits, which grant superpowers upon consumption. As for the enigmatic store owner, Tracy instinctively held a considerable reverence for him, conjuring an image of a mysterious sage in her mind. However, the individual before her was far more approachable and down-to-earth. Hello, manager. You remember Jessica, right? Jessica Jones, the private investigator in the black jacket and blue jeans. I'm her good friend, Tracy. I also host a show called Tracy's Show. Perhaps you've heard of it. Tracy continued, extending her hand for a courteous introduction. Hello, Miss Tracy. In fact, I recognized you the moment you walked in. I've heard of Tracy's Show. It's a fascinating and relatable program. Your hosting is exceptional, Miss Tracy. Rasha replied with a smile, shaking her hand warmly. Of course, Rasha's claim of having heard of Tracy's show was a mere fabrication. He had never been in the habit of listening to radio programs. Nevertheless, Tracy was visibly delighted to learn that Rasha was familiar with her work, her face breaking into a radiant smile. The fact that someone like Rasha, the store owner, had listened to her program filled her with a sense of honor. Tracy, since you were introduced by a loyal customer, you must have some understanding of the devil fruits, correct? Rasha inquired with a tone of certainty regarding Tracy. Yes, manager. They are extraordinary fruits that grant superpowers upon consumption. It sounds truly unbelievable. Tracy exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Indeed, the devil fruits are indeed miraculous in granting superhuman abilities. Since you are already informed, I want to belabor the point. With that, Rasha produced a catalog of the devil fruits and handed it to Tracy. All the devil fruits in the shop are listed here. Please take a look and see if any of them catch your fancy. Thank you, manager. Tracy replied joyfully as she accepted the catalog from Rasha, taking a deep breath to quell her bubbling excitement before meticulously browsing through the various fruits. The catalog displayed an array of fruits, each possessing incredible abilities, which left Tracy's heart racing with anticipation. Marvelous. This is simply astonishing, she exclaimed, unable to suppress her awe. However, the question remained. What kind of ability should she choose? One that would grant her extraordinary power like Jessica S., enabling her to easily confront criminals while exuding an air of coolness and sophistication, transforming her into a formidable and charismatic superhero. Despite her excitement, as Tracy's gaze swept over the fruits, she had yet to find one that truly dazzled her. Of course, she acknowledged that the fruits were impressive and their powers remarkable, but ultimately, none felt quite right, until her eyes landed on one of the Zoan fruits, which made them light up instantly. Manager, the catalog states that Zoan fruits allow for transformation into human, human beast, and beast forms, which can be freely switched among these forms. Correct? And regardless of which form one takes, the human consciousness remains unaffected, yes? Tracy inquired, a hint of eagerness in her voice as she turned to Rasha for confirmation. Though this should have been a given, Tracy felt compelled to confirm the matter due to its significance. Indeed, Tracy, you can rest assured. The Zoan fruits will not impose any adverse effects. They will merely grant you the abilities and strengths of the animal. All the fruits in the shop are safe and devoid of any side effects. Rasha's response alleviated all of Tracy's concerns. Chapter 165. The marvelous heroine emerges. The cat fruit, jungle cat form. Then, manager, please allow me a moment longer. I wish to thoroughly examine these Zoan fruits. Having received reassurance, Tracy bid farewell to Rasha and began to scrutinize the Zoan fruits with great care. Fruits like the dog fruit or bulbul fruit were promptly dismissed by her. However, soon her attention was captured by one particular fruit. Cat fruit, leopard form. The very mention of the leopard form made Tracy's eyes sparkle with excitement, her face radiating enthusiasm. Manager, if I consume this fruit, will I transform into a leopard? Just like the character Leopard Woman? Leopard Woman, a character from a comic, had the ability to metamorphose into a leopard. Fearing that Rasha might not be familiar with the character, Tracy quickly elaborated. However, Rasha was aware of Leopard Woman, though she wasn't among the more renowned characters of DC. She had made appearances on the big screen. Indeed, Tracy, by consuming this fruit, you would become a version of Leopard Woman, Rasha affirmed with a nod, providing Tracy with an unequivocal answer. Tracy was utterly elated, her entire being trembling with anticipation. The image of Leopard Woman's striking form lingered in her mind, and she could hardly contain her eagerness to transform and unleash her prowess upon the world. Despite being a fictional character, she now had the genuine opportunity to embody Leopard Woman. I can hardly contain my excitement. Manager. Just as she was about to decide to purchase the cat fruit, leopard form, Tracy inadvertently glanced at the price of the fruit and was rendered speechless. 120 kilograms of gold. She gasped, realizing that it amounted to nearly $8 or $9 million. Ugh. Tracy inhaled sharply, as this sum was far beyond her means. Indeed, while she was a celebrity, she was still merely a radio host, despite having some financial standing. Producing $8 to $9 million at once was far beyond her capacity. She swiftly calculated in her mind that the financial resources at her disposal were likely no more than $3 to $4 million at most. Regret. At that moment, Tracy felt an overwhelming wave of remorse. Had she known, she would not have been so extravagant in her previous expenditures. What was the point of purchasing lavish mansions and luxury cars? However, despite her internal lamentations, the thought of selling off her opulent residence and high-end vehicles to amass funds for the fruit was simply unthinkable. She lacked the resolute determination that someone like Happy possessed. After all, while becoming a superhero was indeed Tracy's aspiration, she was equally reluctant to relinquish the comfortable lifestyle she currently enjoyed. Following an internal struggle, Tracy reluctantly diverted her gaze and began searching for another more suitable target. Fortunately, she soon discovered an alternative. Shopkeeper, I noticed that you offer tasting services here. May I sample this cat fruit in its jungle cat form? Tracy inquired with renewed enthusiasm, gazing eagerly at Rasha. Although the jungle cat fruit was undoubtedly inferior to the leopard fruit, both cats and leopards belonged to the same family and shared striking similarities. Moreover, the term jungle cat suggested a hunter's identity. Even if its power paled in comparison to that of the leopard form, it surely could not be vastly inferior. Most importantly, Tracy had noted that the price for the jungle cat fruit was merely 50 kilograms of gold, a sum she could readily afford. Of course, Rasha replied, showing no hesitation upon Tracy's decision. He promptly produced a sample of the jungle cat fruit and handed it to her. Thank you, shopkeeper, Tracy exclaimed, extending her hands as if receiving a precious treasure, carefully accepting the fruit sample. After taking a deep breath, she bit into the fruit with great anticipation. The next moment, Tracy's expression transformed dramatically, her eyes widening in astonishment. Upon consuming the fruit's flesh, she felt a palpable change within her body. The most immediate sensation was a surge of power coursing through her, and even in her untransformed state, merely the initial humanoid form of a Zoan-type user, she experienced an exhilarating rush of strength. Is this the devil fruit? Tracy murmured in sheer excitement, her voice trembling slightly from overwhelming exhilaration. This was the power she had longed for, her deepest dream finally realized. Had Rasha not been present, she might have been unable to contain her excitement and leapt into the air. After a few deep breaths to calm herself, Tracy, brimming with anticipation, attempted to harness this newfound sensation. In an instant, her body began to undergo an animalistic transformation. Fur sprouted on her hands, feet, and face, and her claws extended. Simultaneously, she felt her strength multiply exponentially. Not only that, her senses and cognitive abilities sharpened remarkably. Scanning her surroundings, Tracy, unable to contain her impulse, turned her gaze toward a tree at the entrance of the shop. With a swift motion, she charged toward the tree, moving with remarkable speed, leaving behind an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, she reached the tree, her claws slashing outwards with ferocity. Crack, crack, crack. 3 deep claw marks were etched into the bark. Swiftly using her hands and feet, she ascended the tree, resembling a large wildcat, and in moments, she perched triumphantly atop the tree. Fantastic. Absolutely perfect. Shopkeeper, I've made my decision. I want this jungle cat fruit. Upon returning, Tracy eagerly proclaimed to Rasha, her satisfaction with the jungle cat fruit evident. Of course, but Tracy, if you are truly keen on this fruit, you may secure it with a $1 million deposit. The deposit will be fully refunded upon the final transaction. Ensuring that no one else purchases it beforehand, Rasha suggested, nodding in agreement. Without a moment's hesitation, Tracy transferred $1 million to Rasha. After exchanging courteous farewells, she left the shop, thoroughly content. Chapter 166, Hydra, we must seize Stark Industries. 3/4 wing building. Top floor office. Since Tony Stark announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, the company's stock price had plummeted dramatically. By the time this report was filed, Stark Industries shares had decreased by 7% and continued to decline sharply. The financial sector broadly predicted that the stock price could drop by more than 50%. Alexander Pierce sat on the sofa, watching the news on the large screen, unable to suppress a sardonic smile. That Tony Stark is truly a fool. A self-righteous, foolish fool. What a shame. So much wealth. If Hydra could control such a lucrative asset, many grand plans could be realized. Yet, that Tony Stark, with a swing of his axe, has felled this golden goose. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Alexander Pierce casually picked up the remote and pressed the off button. The screen went dark. Enter. He called out toward the door. The door swung open, and Marco appeared before Alexander Pierce. So, Marco, what good news do you bring me this time? Alexander asked, his expression filled with anticipation. Prior to entering the office, Marco had already briefed Alexander on some intriguing developments concerning Tony Stark's kidnapping, a matter that even someone of Alexander Pierce's stature needed to be informed about. Alexander's curiosity was piqued. After all, Tony Stark's abduction was significant news for any intelligence agency, though it lacked the weight to capture the attention of someone like Alexander Pierce. Not to mention, even Nick Fury might not show much interest. Director, I believe you should take a look at this, Marco said mysteriously, producing a USB drive and placing it before Alexander Pierce. Alexander glanced at Marco and casually picked up the USB drive, connecting it to the computer to access the files stored within. To his surprise, the drive contained a series of video and audio files. He clicked on a few, discovering that they were all recordings made by Riza's terrorists, depicting the kidnapping and torture of Tony Stark. After skimming through a couple of clips without finding anything suspicious, he opened several audio files, revealing a conversation between Riza and another individual. The dialogues revealed with utmost clarity that the reason Riza and his associates had kidnapped Tony Stark was that they had been hired by someone. No, it was not merely a kidnapping. The individual who had contracted Riza had originally intended to assassinate Tony Stark. However, due to this person's initial concealment of the target's true identity and Riza's subsequent increase in demands, they refrained from immediately executing Tony Stark. Instead, they planned to exploit him, imprisoning him in a cave to manufacture weapons for them. As for the identity of the mastermind behind it all, Alexander Pierce found that the voice was strikingly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, astonishment washed over his face. Obadiah Stane? Alexander Pierce could not help but glance up at Marco. Indeed, sir. All the terrorists confessed without any concealment. Their motive for kidnapping Tony Stark was indeed at the behest of Obadiah Stane. His original intent was to eliminate Tony Stark directly, but upon discovering the identity of their target, Riza and his men chose not to act immediately and instead negotiated with Obadiah. The negotiations yielded no agreement. Thus, Tony Stark's life was spared for the time being. Marco nodded and then retrieved a prepared document from his briefcase. This contains the terrorists' testimonies and other relevant evidence, which can be deemed as irrefutable proof. Marco further added to Alexander Pierce, "How intriguing. It is indeed fascinating that Obadiah sought to kill Tony Stark. If this information were to leak, it would surely leave everyone astounded." Alexander Pierce casually lifted his teacup, gently swirling it, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. Then, his motion halted as his gaze settled on Marco. "How do you intend to handle this matter? This presents us with an opportunity to seize control of Stark Industries. Obadiah has handed us a significant leverage, and we have no reason to refuse," Marco asserted confidently. Alexander Pierce did not elaborate further, merely nodding in satisfaction. Marco's plan aligned perfectly with his desires. If they could not leverage Obadiah's glaring misstep to gain control of Stark Industries, then they, as Hydra, would indeed be deemed utterly inept. Given the stature of Stark Industries, it would be extraordinarily valuable even to Hydra. Alexander Pierce had not anticipated that a seemingly ordinary incident involving the abduction of a wealthy heir could unravel such hidden truths and yield such advantages. Clearly, even the upper echelons were embroiled in this Hydra affair. Sir, aside from this matter, there are additional items you should examine. Yet the revelations were far from over. After reporting on Obadiah Stane, Marco produced several design blueprints and laid them before Alexander Pierce. Alexander Pierce casually picked up the blueprints, glanced through them, and then set them back down. What are these? He inquired, his gaze scrutinizing Marco. He had noted that the blueprints appeared to be designs for various components. Yet nothing stood out at first glance. Sir, stack these blueprints together and take another look, Marco suggested meaningfully to Alexander Pierce. With a hint of skepticism, Alexander Pierce complied and observed the stacked blueprints. A look of astonishment crossed his face. Chapter 167. The creation of Iron Man armor by Hydra. Robots. Indeed. While the individual components did not reveal much when viewed separately, Alexander Pierce had not anticipated that their assembly would constitute a complete robotic suit. Although in this era, robots were not entirely novel, with several companies or institutions developing them, this nonetheless represented a frontier of technology. Most of the robots that had been developed were merely conceptual, akin to Stark Industries' Grand Arc Reactor, impressive in appearance yet devoid of practical utility. However, Alexander Pierce understood that if the designs were merely superficial, Marco would not have brought them to his attention. The fact that Marco presented these blueprints indicated they possessed practical value. With this realization, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Alexander Pierce's eyes. Marco, what are these? He asked, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Marco. Riza and his crew did not follow Obadiah's orders to kill Tony Stark. Instead, they imprisoned him in that cave, coercing him to produce Jericho missiles for them. On the surface, Tony Stark appeared to comply, but in reality, he was secretly devising an escape plan, and this. Marco pointed to the blueprints before Alexander Pierce, indicating that they were designed by Tony Stark as part of his escape strategy. I have consulted relevant scientists for validation. Sir, this blueprint is entirely feasible. It could even enter the experimental phase immediately. Alexander Pierce's eyes sparkled with growing excitement. This development was a delightful surprise for him. If the robotic armor depicted in the blueprints could indeed be manufactured, it would be a monumental boon for Hydra. Moreover, it would not merely be a trivial enhancement, but a substantial one. Is Nick Fury aware of these blueprints? Alexander Pierce then pondered another crucial question, fixing his gaze intently on Marco. This operation to rescue Tony Stark was orchestrated by Tony Stark's loyal confidant, Coulson, with Black Widow and Hawkeye serving as vanguards. It was entirely a Nick Fury operation. Of course, it remained uncertain whether the other accompanying agents, aside from Coulson, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, were indeed loyal to Nick Fury. Even if Nick Fury were aware of Hydra's infiltration within SHIELD, he would exercise extreme caution in his personnel choices, making it nearly impossible to completely eliminate Hydra's presence. As of now, only we are aware of these blueprints. Our personnel discovered them and chose not to report them, instead secretly concealing them and handing them to Rumlow, who then passed them to me. No one else is privy to their existence. Fortunately, Marco's response relieved Alexander Pierce, who exhaled deeply. It was fortunate that Nick Fury remained unaware, otherwise, it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Excellent. Alexander Pierce nodded in satisfaction and instructed Marco to promptly establish a research team. I want to see the finished product at the earliest opportunity. Understood. Marco responded earnestly. He too was eagerly anticipating the birth of this robotic armor. Moreover, sir, Marco interjected, producing another document and placing it before Alexander Pierce. This contains intelligence regarding the devil fruit users we encountered during the rescue of Tony Stark. Alexander Pierce nodded, picked up the document, and flipped through it, his expression growing increasingly grave. Such a paramilitary operation astonishingly concluded in a mere half hour. It was executed with remarkable precision and efficiency, capturing all adversaries without a single casualty on our side. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Alexander Pierce could not help but exclaim in awe, given the armed defenses at the Riza base. Even if Hydra were to launch a full-scale assault, it would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Wilson Fisk, the wielder of the Iron Fruit, possesses the ability to render his body as impenetrable as steel, capable of crushing tank barrels with his bare hands. Wade Wilson, the user of the slip fruit, can nullify the friction of his skin, allowing him to deflect bullets at close range without sustaining a scratch. Hope Van Dyne, the wielder of the water fruit, can transform any object she touches into a liquid state. It is likely that she utilized her powers to quietly extract Tony Stark from the heavily fortified cave. Hawkeye Barton soars through the skies, leveraging aerial superiority to deliver powerful strikes against foes with his bow and arrows. The extraordinary displays exhibited by these individuals left Alexander Pierce utterly awestruck. Their performances were simply remarkable, even bordering on the unbelievable. If such a cadre of uniquely gifted individuals were to align with Hydra, the prospect of global domination would become significantly more attainable. It would be impossible for Alexander Pierce to remain unaffected by this notion. However, the pressing issue at hand is the enigmatic purchasing mechanism of the Devil Fruit Shop, which remains shrouded in mystery. Despite ample wealth, acquiring a devil fruit is an elusive endeavor. Marco, the matter of the devil fruits cannot be delayed. I need you to ascertain the membership invitation mechanism of the Devil Fruit Shop with utmost urgency. I care not how you accomplish this, but you must procure a devil fruit. Alexander Pierce instructed Marco in a grave tone. Furthermore, keep a vigilant eye on all devil fruit users. Explore the possibility of converting them to our cause. Alexander Pierce reiterated his orders to Marco. Commander, if, and I emphasize if, we ultimately cannot procure a devil fruit from that shop, my investigation suggests that there is no strict policy of exclusive sales to internal members. Other devil fruit users have reportedly been able to purchase fruits directly. Marco posed this pointed inquiry. Marco, no one shall obstruct Hydra. No one. Chapter 168. Tony Stark. This is utterly exaggerated. Zhao Helen Research Center. Jennifer, I need you to keep your eyes wide open and meticulously monitor the readings. Do not even blink, for this is a crucial step. Do you understand? Zhao Helen, alongside her assistant Jennifer, was earnestly operating and calibrating a specialized instrument. Zhao Helen concentrated intently as she conveyed her instructions. Understood, Jennifer nodded, but she suddenly recalled something and interjected. Dr. Zhao, didn't you have a meeting scheduled with Stark? I am concerned that time may be of the essence. Zhao Helen pondered for a moment. Although she was eager to commence the experiment, she ultimately chose to defer. The meeting with Tony Stark was set for half an hour later, and the completion of the data cycle would also take about half an hour. The timing felt rather tight. If it were any other matter, it would be manageable, but since Stark was coming to her for medical treatment, Zhao Helen deemed it imperative not to delay. Let us record the current data and proceed in 2 hours. Zhao Helen casually instructed Jennifer. Understood, Dr. Zhao. Jennifer promptly acknowledged and began to swiftly wrap up her tasks. As for Zhao Helen, she left the laboratory to change into a suitable outfit and make minor preparations for Stark's arrival. Dr. Zhao, Mr. Stark has arrived. After applying some light makeup and taking a brief moment to compose herself, Jennifer approached Zhao Helen. Zhao Helen's spirits lifted, and she swiftly made her way to the entrance of the research center to greet Tony Stark. Of course, Zhao Helen's earnest demeanor was not merely due to Stark's status, but stemmed from their genuine friendship. Upon reaching the door, a luxurious car had already come to a stop. The door opened, and Tony Stark emerged, accompanied by his personal bodyguard, Happy. Stark, I am relieved to see you back safe and sound. Zhao Helen smiled warmly at Tony Stark, her sincerity evident. Surely, you must have shed a few tears for me during these past few days. Stark retained his characteristic irreverence, stepping forward to Zhao Helen, saying, Come now. If you wish to give me a hug, you may commence at your leisure. Stark, seeing you healthier than I anticipated eases my worries. Zhao Helen, well acquainted with Stark's nature, brushed aside his teasing and simply extended her invitation. But you need to take better care of yourself. Follow me. With that, Zhao Helen personally guided Tony Stark back to the research center. Pepper informed me that the devil fruit you ingested is called the healing fruit, possessing the ability to heal all ailments. To be honest, I am quite eager to witness its effects. Inside a specialized treatment room, Tony Stark gazed at Zhao Helen with keen anticipation. Previously, he had encountered Pepper's bubble fruit, Deadpool's slip fruit, and Hope's water fruit, and he was particularly intrigued by the healing fruit. Indeed, Stark, in just a few minutes, you shall realize how wise your decision to visit me was. Now, please have a seat here. Zhao Helen spoke confidently to Tony Stark. You truly can heal all injuries? Stark glanced around, noticing the absence of any medical apparatus, and his curiosity intensified. Even injuries like mine? At this point, Stark abruptly tore open his shirt, revealing a small, glowing blue arc reactor embedded within his chest. Zhao Helen gasped in shock. Stark had a gaping hole in his chest, with such a substantial foreign object lodged within. What was Stark thinking? I was struck by a missile manufactured by my own company. Fragments became lodged in my body and could not be removed, to prevent them from reaching my heart. I must constantly carry this device. Stark briefly explained to Zhao Helen. So, this is an electromagnet? I must say, as an electromagnet, it is rather ostentatious. Zhao Helen shrugged, playfully teasing Stark. An electromagnet? That is your assessment? Zhao, let me tell you, this is the future. Stark was momentarily displeased, correcting Zhao Helen with utmost seriousness. So, Stark, are you prepared to part with the future? Zhao Helen flashed a smile at Tony Stark and then firmly grasped his hand. What are you doing? Logically, your grasping my hand should signify treatment, but I must admit, this feels rather peculiar. And is this truly the method by which the healing fruit mends the wounded? It diverges somewhat from my initial imaginings. Nevertheless, it aligns perfectly with the quintessential characteristics of the devil fruits as I have come to understand them, and I find myself increasingly intrigued. While Tony Stark rambled on, Zhao Hailuan had already activated her abilities. Seated beside her, Tony Stark's expression transformed into one of astonishment. He could distinctly perceive the changes occurring within his own body. In fact, it was not merely a sensation, he could see it with his own eyes. For just moments after Zhao Hailuan grasped his hand, he witnessed the small arc reactor embedded in his chest being forcibly expelled. The gaping wound on his chest was miraculously regenerating flesh and tissue, healing itself autonomously. In a fleeting instant, the arc reactor completely detached from Tony Stark's body, landing with a thud on the ground. Alongside it fell several minuscule metallic fragments that required keen observation to discern shrapnel from the missile that had been lodged within him. At that moment, Tony Stark's chest was restored to its former state. Not only had the gaping hole vanished, but not a single scar remained. It was as if he had never been wounded at all. This was rather exaggerated, wasn't it? Even Tony Stark could not suppress an exclamation of shock. Chapter 169, Tony Stark's visit to purchase a fruit. Prior to arriving at Zhao Hailuan's location, Pepper Potts had already informed Tony Stark of the specifics of Zhao Hailuan's abilities. Tony Stark had previously conversed with Zhao Hailuan, as they were friends and naturally exchanged greetings before seeking healing. Moreover, having witnessed the extraordinary powers of various devil fruit users on multiple occasions, Tony Stark held immense expectations for this healing process, despite having consulted the foremost doctors in the field, who advised that the fragments within him were perilously close to his heart and posed a monumental challenge for extraction. Tony Stark remained hopeful. After all, this was a devil fruit, capable of manifesting miracles beyond the bounds of reason, or so it was said. However, even so, when Tony Stark witnessed the true effects of the healing fruit, he was genuinely astounded. A gaping hole had been excavated from his chest, and in a mere span of seconds, it had completely healed. Had he not endured 7 or 8 harrowing moments in that cave, he might have doubted the reality of it all. How could he possibly be unscathed? Stark, this is the essence of the devil fruit. A phenomenon even a scientist of your caliber cannot fathom. Zhao Hailuan's voice rang out, observing Tony Stark's astonishment and unable to restrain a laugh. It was a moment that filled her with a sense of accomplishment. After all, this was the arrogant and proud Tony Stark. However, at the same time, Zhao Hailuan found herself slightly breathless, beads of sweat forming upon her brow. Mending such a substantial wound was indeed a laborious endeavor, for it involved the regeneration of flesh, an act of creation from nothingness. The difficulty was considerable. Yet, through this recent experience of regeneration, Zhao Hailuan gained a deeper understanding of her healing abilities. While she remained far from the ultimate state of restoration described by Rasha, she knew she had made progress toward that goal. A miracle, truly, it was nothing short of miraculous. Happy, observing from the sidelines, could not help but express his astonishment. Indeed, from the perspective of modern medicine, this was undeniably a marvel. Tony Stark nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He could hardly contain his eagerness to visit the devil fruit shop. What are we waiting for, Mr. Stark? Let us hasten to prepare the gold. And the barrier fruit. You promised to assist me with that, did you not? If I consume the barrier fruit, such accidents shall never occur again. Happy urged Tony Stark with great fervor. Tony Stark glanced at Happy, dismissing the matter of gold as trivial. For now, take me to that devil fruit shop. Of course. Happy responded eagerly. Zhao, while I am most grateful, my desire to visit the devil fruit shop outweighs my inclination to express my gratitude further, Tony Stark remarked, turning to Zhao Hailuan. Your happiness is all that matters. Zhao Hailuan replied, raising her hands in resignation. She was well acquainted with Tony Stark's nature and had grown accustomed to his antics. Happy, let us depart. After bidding Zhao Hailuan farewell, Tony Stark wasted no time, eagerly leading Happy away. Upon entering the vehicle, Happy wasted no words, promptly driving Tony Stark to a rather unassuming shop that appeared quite ordinary. The storefront bore the words, Home of the Devil Fruits. Happy, is this the place? Tony Stark asked, somewhat surprised as he glanced at Happy. He had not anticipated such a remarkable establishment to present itself so humbly. "Yes, Mr. Stark. This is indeed the place. We have arrived," Happy announced, parking the car and guiding Tony Stark into the shop. A young man's figure came into view, and Tony Stark naturally deduced that this must be the shopkeeper of the Devil Fruit establishment. With only the young man present, it was a reasonable assumption. He instinctively began to scrutinize the shopkeeper, feeling somewhat surprised. The shopkeeper's appearance diverged from the image Tony Stark had conjured in his mind. "Tony Stark, at last, you have come to purchase a fruit." As Tony Stark assessed Rasha, Rasha also took a glance at Tony Stark, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor while feeling a surge of anticipation within. After all, this was the individual who had ushered in the era of superheroes in this world. Would Tony Stark, upon acquiring the Devil Fruit, once again emerge as a trailblazer of his time? Rasha was eager to find out. "Happy it's you." With that thought in mind, Rasha casually greeted Happy. "Is the gold prepared?" "No, shopkeeper, gathering that much gold is no small feat for me. I require more time," Happy replied, shaking his head in explanation. "I have come primarily to bring my boss here to purchase a fruit." "Shopkeeper, this is my boss, Tony Stark. You must know him, correct?" "Tony Stark? Of course, in New York, who does not recognize him?" Rasha remarked, casting a calm glance at Tony Stark. "In that case, I need not introduce myself further." The typically arrogant and self-assured Tony Stark found himself surprisingly subdued in the presence of Rasha. "I heard from Pepper that it was you, the shopkeeper, who discovered the cave where I was imprisoned, which is why I stand here today. Although I seldom express gratitude, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to you, Shopkeeper Rasha. Additionally, I owe you a favor." While Tony Stark often exudes a flamboyant and audacious demeanor in front of others, he is, in fact, quite perceptive. Rasha's investigation into his captivity was the foundation for his rescue, and Tony Stark acknowledges this debt. In Chapter 170, the fruit most suited for Tony Stark is presented. "No need for formality. It was merely a trifling effort on my part," Rasha replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively at Tony Stark's earnest gratitude. This was not false modesty. It was simply the truth. He had merely utilized his observation hockey for a brief inquiry, a task no more burdensome than a casual wave of his hand. "Mr. Stark, since you are grateful to Shopkeeper Rasha, perhaps you should purchase a devil fruit," Happy interjected, attempting to brush aside the personal favor Tony had just offered. "Of course I will buy the devil fruit, but that is a separate matter. My interest in the devil fruit is not a response to the shopkeeper's kindness. As for the favor I owe him, I shall repay that in due time," Tony Stark replied, completely disregarding Happy's intentions, leaving Happy feeling quite disheartened. "Huh, Stark, you need not be so formal," Rasha chuckled, recognizing the unmistakable essence of Tony Stark in his character. However, Rasha was entirely indifferent to the notion of Tony Stark owing him a favor. For most, such a favor from Tony Stark would hold significant weight, yet for Rasha, it was rather inconsequential. "Presumably, you are somewhat familiar with the concept of the devil fruit, correct? Hence, I need not elaborate on its nature," Rasha continued, bypassing trivial pleasantries and getting straight to the point. Indeed, Tony Stark nodded affirmatively. "Shopkeeper, I have heard from Happy and Pepper that you possess a weapon fruit, which is said to have the ability to transform parts of the human body into various weapons. Could you enlighten me about this fruit?" The weapon fruit had been recommended to Tony Stark the moment Pepper Potts returned from purchasing the bubble fruit. Happy had followed suit with a similar introduction. However, at that time, Tony Stark had dismissed the notion of devil fruits entirely, convinced that Rasha was a con artist, adept enough to deceive even someone as astute as Pepper Potts. Yet, after the incidents in Afghanistan, Tony had witnessed the extraordinary capabilities of devil fruit users multiple times and had since shed his skepticism. His perspective had undergone a profound transformation. What he had previously regarded with disdain, the weapon fruit, now filled him with immense anticipation, although he had yet to experience this fruit firsthand. From the descriptions provided by Pepper and Happy, it seemed tailor-made for Tony Stark himself, given his background in weapon manufacturing. Even though Tony Stark had shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, opting to refrain from selling conventional arms to prevent them from falling into the hands of nefarious individuals and causing harm. This was entirely separate from his ability to transform into a weapon himself. In truth, the escape plan he had devised while imprisoned was still fresh in his mind. Although it had been shelved due to his early rescue and the loss of the blueprints, Tony Stark remained determined to create that suit of armor. This represented a new objective for Stark Industries. He aimed to develop a weapon that surpassed anything previously produced by Stark Industries. To rectify the errors of the past and save the innocent lives harmed by the very weapons his company had manufactured, while he had not yet fully embraced the concept of becoming a superhero dedicated to fighting crime. The seed of that idea had already been planted in his heart and was beginning to sprout. The weapon fruit would undoubtedly assist Tony Stark in achieving this goal. Of course, that is entirely possible. Rasha agreed with enthusiasm, retrieving the devil fruit catalog and placing it before Tony Stark, specifically indicating the weapon fruit. This is the weapon fruit. As you are aware, Stark, it allows the user to transform any part of their body into any weapon they desire. Shopkeeper, I wish to understand how the term weapon is defined in relation to the devil fruit. Tony Stark inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Rasha, asking a pivotal question. Isn't a weapon simply a gun, cannon, or tank? Happy interjected with a tone of obviousness. Mr. Stark, if only you had consumed this fruit sooner. Those scoundrels would never have been able to confine you. You could have easily transformed into a tank and reduced that hellish place to rubble. Happy's imagination ran wild at the thought, lamenting Tony Stark's reluctance to heed Pepper and his advice to procure the weapon fruit sooner. However, Tony Stark remained unfazed. For him, conventional firearms and tanks could not possibly satisfy his ambitions. Such weaponry could not contend with those who wielded the formidable arms produced by Stark Industries. It was far from sufficient. Stark, Rasha chuckled, his laughter tinged with profound meaning. The term does not possess a precise and clear definition. In fact, the devil fruit is largely a manifestation of subjective perception. When you ask how the term weapon is defined, my answer is simply, whatever you conceive to be a weapon is indeed a weapon. At that moment, Tony Stark's eyes sparkled with excitement as the realization dawned upon him. Then, shopkeeper, what if it were a suit of steel armor? To me, that represents a powerful weapon. Can the weapon fruit create such a thing? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tony Stark raised an eyebrow at Rasha, his inquiry laden with significance. Steel armor? Happy shot Tony a bewildered glance, utterly perplexed by his words. Isn't that something from the movies? But Rasha understood Tony Stark's intentions with crystal clarity. Without hesitation, he nodded. As I mentioned, what you deem a weapon is a weapon. Therefore, as long as you master the fruit's abilities to a certain extent and your imagination is boundless, it is indeed possible. Tony Stark's demeanor immediately shifted, becoming visibly animated at the prospect. Shopkeeper, I heard from Pepper and Happy that the fruits here can be sampled for a 5-minute trial of their abilities. May I now sample the weapon fruit? Upon receiving a definitive response from Rasha, Tony Stark had no inclination for idle chatter. He immediately fixed his intensely fiery gaze upon Rasha, eagerly exclaiming, of course, there is no issue. Rasha merely smiled, retrieving a sample of the weapon fruit and handing it over to Tony Stark. With immense anticipation, Stark swiftly accepted the sample from Rasha's hand. Mr. Stark, I must remind you, Hap was about to caution him about the rather revolting taste of the devil fruit. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Tony Stark had already shoved the fruit sample into his mouth. Stark's expression tensed momentarily, his eyes widening in disbelief as his actions froze. Akin to a dog pouncing on its prey, he cast an incredulous glance at Hap, as if to question, is this truly the flavor of the devil fruit? Yes, Mr. Stark, indeed it is. I can attest to this sensation. The devil fruit possesses such a flavor, but trust me, once you finish, even this taste will evoke nostalgia. Hap finally had the opportunity to complete his earlier thought. Gulp. Tony Stark blinked, gritted his teeth, and swallowed the horrid fruit flesh with determination. Well, he could not help but remark, this flavor certainly lives up to the name of the devil fruit. Wait. Stark's expression shifted abruptly, mirroring that of any individual who had consumed a devil fruit. Almost instantaneously after the fruit flesh settled in his stomach, he distinctly sensed a transformation coursing through his body. It was a truly wondrous sensation, as if someone had augmented his physique, integrating a weapon manufacturing system within him. This system seamlessly merged with his brain, akin to a computer's CPU, fully receptive to his cerebral commands. Simultaneously, his body transformed into the software that could sustain the operation of this weapon manufacturing system. The feeling was utterly unfathomable. Tony Stark was instantly invigorated and instinctively began to share the changes he was experiencing. So, Mr. Stark, why not attempt to create a weapon right now? Honestly, I have long anticipated this moment. Hap eagerly urged Tony Stark from the sidelines. Stark himself appeared equally eager, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. All right, let us start simple. I'll try to manufacture a gun, he resolved, carefully invoking the weapon-producing capabilities of the weapon fruit. Guided by the sensations within him. Clack, clack, clack. In an instant, Stark observed with clarity that his right hand had indeed transformed into a gun. Mr. Stark, do you see this? Your hand has genuinely become a gun. How extraordinary, how unbelievable. Hap exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Wow, Tony Stark echoed, equally exhilarated and astounded. marveling at the fact that his hand had truly morphed into a firearm. Is this what the weapon fruit entails? Remarkable. Even Stark found himself awestruck by this miraculous spectacle. Shopkeeper, do you have any targets? I find myself rather eager to test this out. Stark inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he turned to Rasha. He could hardly wait to experience the sensation of firing this genuine handgun. It was bound to be exhilarating. Apologies, Stark, but my humble shop does not possess any targets. Rasha replied, shaking his head, which left Tony Stark feeling slightly disheartened. Mr. Stark, it's all right. Hap, however, tugged at Stark's sleeve, gesturing toward the direction of the shop's entrance, where a tree stood. Mr. Stark, isn't that a ready-made target? Shopkeeper, may I test it on this tree? I hope you don't mind. Stark's eyes lit up again as he sought Rasha's approval. Feel free, Rasha shrugged, entirely unconcerned about such matters. Tony Stark then rubbed his hands together, eagerly advancing toward the tree at the entrance. A cursory glance revealed the tree to be riddled with numerous wounds, evidently having endured countless assaults from other abilities users. After all, without a target in the shop, this tree was the only option for those wishing to test their skills. What a pitiful tree. Tony Stark couldn't help but exclaim, feeling a deep sympathy for it. This tree, standing at the entrance of the devil fruit shop, must have committed some grave sin in its previous life. However, scarcely had he finished lamenting when Stark unhesitatingly raised his hand and fired a shot at the tree. Bang! The bullet exited the chamber and struck the tree trunk, creating a smoking bullet hole that instantly appeared before Stark's eyes. Yes, Stark exclaimed, enthusiastically stomping his foot, while Hap beside him giddily clapped his thigh. The weapon fruit indeed performed as he had envisioned. Bang! 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 Overcome with excitement, Tony Stark's hands trembled as he fired 3 more shots into the tree before finally pausing, returning to Rasha's side. Shopkeeper, I must say, this has been the most exhilarating experience of my life. Stark declared with awe. No, this isn't the pinnacle. What I'm about to do next will be the true highlight. Hap, are you ready to witness the most astonishing event in the world? Stark shot a mysterious glance at Hap. Of course, Mr. Stark. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Hap nodded vigorously, as if to emphasize his eagerness. Then, let the performance commence. Tony Stark inhaled deeply, brimming with anticipation as he activated the powers of his weapon fruit. Clack, clack, clack. His body rapidly underwent corresponding transformations. Accompanied by this rhythmic yet forceful sound, metal modules began to materialize around him out of thin air. They began to assemble, interconnect, and envelop him in a dazzling display. After a series of astonishingly captivating actions, a suit of iron armor emerged resplendently before all eyes. What is this? Mr. Stark, what is this? Did you create this with the weapon fruit? Hap stood utterly dumbfounded. His eyes widened with disbelief as he gazed at Tony Stark, his mind racing with a cascade of incredulous questions. In Hap's understanding, weapons were merely guns, grenades, tanks, and rocket launchers, concepts that seemed so fundamentally obvious that they required no additional contemplation. Thus, when Stark had previously questioned Rasha about the definition of a weapon, Hap found it rather peculiar. A weapon is simply a weapon. What further definition could there be? However, Stark's thoughts often transcended conventional boundaries, leading to queries that left others momentarily perplexed, and Hap had not given it much thought. Once again, however, he found himself utterly unable to keep pace with Tony Stark's unconventional thinking. No wonder Mr. Stark, after confirming the definition of a weapon, inquired with the store manager about the possibility of creating an iron suit. Happy thought that Tony Stark was merely asking casually, yet to everyone's astonishment, Tony Stark indeed manufactured a suit of armor in no time. How utterly astonishing. Tony Stark, as expected, is truly remarkable. In Rasha's eyes, an expression of profound admiration involuntarily surfaced. Entrusting the weapon fruit to Tony Stark was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Had it been placed in another's hands, it would merely yield conventional firearms, a gross misallocation of potential. Only Tony Stark possesses the ingenuity to extract its utmost value. Indeed, Stark's capabilities are not to be underestimated. He was able to craft the iron suit on the spot after consuming the fruit, and the potential for future advancements is exceedingly promising. However, to be candid, the suit he has created currently appears rather rudimentary. Of course, it is far more refined than the original Mark suit he fashioned in the cave. Yet it pales in comparison to his iconic Mark III armor, which battled the Ironmonger, and even falls short of the Mark II, which famously froze in midair. The current initial Mark suit is akin to a younger sibling. Nevertheless, given Stark's intellect and creativity, Rosh is confident that he will continue to innovate and develop even more formidable and extraordinary armors. From another perspective, This current suit's portability and immediate availability, devoid of any energy source requirement, renders it an impeccable piece of equipment. At this moment, clad in the armor, Tony Stark began to test its functionality, moving his limbs and inspecting the weaponry, yet he appeared somewhat begrudging in his assessment. The basic framework was sound, but an abundance of details required refinement. It did not meet his envisioned standards. As he assessed the suit, Stark remarked on its rough craftsmanship, attributing it to his inexperience with the fruit's abilities. Yet he dismissed these as minor inconveniences. "Mr. Stark, you truly created an iron suit? This is beyond extraordinary." Happy's voice rang out, his face alight with admiration and surprise, declaring this to be the most formidable weapon in existence. "No, Happy," Stark replied earnestly, shaking his head. "The most powerful weapon is the devil fruit." Happy paused, then nodded emphatically, recognizing the wisdom in his employer's words. "However, the weapon fruit will only unleash its full potential in my hands," Stark added with pride. Happy wholeheartedly concurred with this assertion. As they conversed, the iron suit adorning Stark suddenly vanished. The 5-minute trial period had elapsed. Stark momentarily froze, then quickly registered this fact. His face contorted with a mix of disappointment and urgency. The exhilarating sensation of translating his imagination into reality, conjuring weapons from thin air, was indeed addictive. "Store manager, I've made my decision. I want this weapon fruit," Stark declared solemnly to Rosh. "Is this truly your final choice, Stark? There are still many other fruits in the catalog you have yet to explore," Rosh inquired with a smile. "No, manager, that's unnecessary," Stark resolutely shook his head. "I choose the weapon fruit. My instincts tell me this fruit is destined to be mine." "Very well, Stark. As long as you are satisfied," Rosh replied with a shrug. "So, manager, how much do I need to pay in dollars to reserve the weapon fruit?" Stark asked with utmost seriousness. $3 million. I can hold the weapon fruit for you for a month. I believe that should suffice for you, Stark, Rosh answered confidently. "That will be more than enough." Stark responded without hesitation and promptly transferred $3 million to Rosh. "Oh, by the way, how many kilograms of gold is the weapon fruit?" Only after completing the transaction did Stark remember this crucial detail, glancing at Rosh. "For the weapon fruit, it is 2,000 kilograms of gold." Rosh informed Stark of the fruit's price. 2,000 kilograms of gold. "All right, give me some time," Stark replied, filled with unwavering confidence. "Mr. Stark, there's also my 30 kilograms of gold. I'm still short 30 kilograms, and you promised you'd help me, right?" Happy seized the opportunity to remind Stark. "Did I promise you that, Happy?" "I don't recall such a commitment," Stark replied, feigning confusion as he gazed at Happy. Happy's face fell. Just as he was about to explain, Stark suddenly burst into laughter. "Look at your face, haha. I'm just joking. Of course, I remember." Happy's expression brightened, unable to suppress a glimmer of annoyance directed at Stark. His boss's whimsical nature often left him bewildered with shock from his jokes. "Well, manager, I won't disturb you any longer. In a few days, I'll return with enough gold," Stark concluded, eager for the anticipated arrival. He then exchanged farewells with Rosh and departed the Devil Fruit store with Happy. Chapter 17. Ironmonger. Have you heard of the Devil Fruit? Pepper. The moment they exited the Devil Fruit store, Stark contacted Pepper Potts. "Prepare 2,000 kilograms of gold. As quickly as possible, Mr. Stark." Happy, who was driving, interjected immediately. "Wait, I mean 2,030 kilograms of gold." Stark corrected himself. Happy's face lit up with joy. "That's fantastic, Mr. Stark. Once Pepper gathers the gold, we can purchase the fruit together," Happy said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Stark said little but shared in the excitement. "Mr. Stark, where are we headed next? To the office or home?" Happy inquired, turning to seek his boss's preference. "What's there to do at the office? I can already imagine a myriad of issues awaiting me." "Take me home," Stark replied matter-of-factly. Due to his recent capriciousness, Stark Industries had faced considerable challenges, and the shareholders were practically clamoring to drown him in disdain. He had no desire to confront that negativity. "Understood." Happy nodded, swiftly steering the vehicle. Stark's decision did not surprise him in the least. "Tony." Just after making a turn, Stark's phone rang. It was Obadiah Stane calling. This individual stands as one of the most significant figures in Stark Industries, second only to Tony Stark himself. In fact, in the presence of Tony Stark, he occupies a position akin to that of an uncle, rendering it impossible for Tony to dismiss him as he might with others. Tony Stark promptly connected the call, and Obadiah Stane's voice resonated through the receiver. "Hey, Obi." Tony greeted him casually. "Tony, you haven't shown up at the office. And I've checked, you aren't at home either. Where exactly are you?" Obadiah wasted no time in getting to the point. "You've just been injured. Is it wise for you to be darting about? Why not rest at home and recuperate? It's merely a missile explosion. It's nothing to be overly concerned about. Tony replied dismissively. Listen, Tony, I'm pleased to hear that you sound quite healthy. We need to have a serious discussion. You can't keep this up, after all. The company bears your family name, doesn't it? You're right, Obi. In truth, I should take a few days to recuperate. I'm starting to feel a bit off. Tony admitted rather candidly. No problem. Once you return home, I'll come to check on you. It's settled, Obadiah declared firmly. Tony pondered for a moment, unable to conjure a valid reason to refuse Obadiah's visit. Given their relationship, it seemed only natural for him to come over. Tony was also aware of Obadiah's current predicament. The burdens resulting from Tony's own actions now rested squarely on Obadiah's shoulders. Thus, it was unreasonable to continue avoiding him. However, Tony would never have anticipated that Obadiah's eagerness to see him stemmed not from company affairs, but rather as a pretext to probe whether Tony was aware of the truth behind the kidnapping incident. Recently, Obadiah had grown increasingly anxious, feeling a sense of uncertainty. Through his channels, he learned that the individuals he had employed from the 10 Rings had been entirely wiped out. None remained. Most were killed on the spot, while the others were apprehended by an intelligence organization known as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Previously, Obadiah had never heard of this intelligence agency, but now it had managed to accomplish what even the CIA and FBI could not, capturing his attention completely. What troubled Obadiah even more was that Reza and his associates had also fallen into the hands of this intelligence organization. This placed his hiring of Reza to assassinate Tony Stark at significant risk of exposure. After all, one could never trust the character of terrorists. The prospect of his actions being revealed filled Obadiah with unease. If exposed, he would face utter disgrace, potentially ruining his life. Despite dispatching numerous operatives to gather intelligence and monitor the situation, he had found no signs of disturbance. Remarkably, Reza's capture had not triggered any chain reactions, nor had any organization approached him. Yet, Obadiah remained cautious, for intelligence organizations often operated beyond the bounds of conventional reasoning. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Obadiah lifted his head, gathered his thoughts, sat up straight, and said, "Come in." A sharply dressed young man swiftly approached Obadiah, ready to report. Those individuals are indeed still detained by that Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, but it seems their authority is quite high. I enlisted our friends from the CIA and FBI to investigate, yet they lack the clearance to inquire into this organization's affairs. Other than confirming that the individuals are still held there, we have no further information. Obadiah's expression darkened further. It remained uncertain whether Reza had divulged any information about him. Continue to monitor that organization closely. If there are any developments, notify me immediately. Obadiah rubbed his temples, feeling thoroughly exhausted. The young man nodded and continued, "However, sir, regarding the rescue operation in Afghanistan, I have come across some intriguing information. It turns out that it was not the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense that located Tony Stark, but rather Ms. Pepper Potts." Pepper? Obadiah was taken aback, having never anticipated such an answer. He had orchestrated Tony Stark's kidnapping and had closely followed its progress, expecting everything to unfold as planned, without any organization tracking Tony's whereabouts. Yet, unexpectedly, Tony Stark had been rescued out of the blue, catching Obadiah completely off guard. Initially, he assumed it was the work of S.H.I.E.L.D., only to be informed by his confidant that it was not S.H.I.E.L.D., but rather Tony Stark's assistant who had accomplished this feat. What a ludicrous international joke. How could this be? What was going on? Obadiah could not help but fixate on his confidant, asking in a low voice, "Have you ever heard of the devil fruit?" The young man gazed meaningfully at Obadiah and posed the question, "Devil fruit?" Obadiah's face reflected confusion and bewilderment. What in the world was this? How could there be a fruit with such a name? And they were discussing the serious matter of Tony Stark's rescue. So how could something like fruit even be relevant? It seemed utterly nonsensical. "Sir, according to my investigation, the true hero behind Tony Stark's successful rescue was not that lengthy named intelligence organization, but rather the individuals possessing the powers of the devil fruit. Pepper Potts hired a group of devil fruit users who effortlessly captured Reza and his associates. The Department of Homeland Strategic Defense merely reaped the benefits. Is that so?" Obadiah raised an eyebrow, feeling increasingly astonished. If what his confidant said was true, then those so-called devil fruit users were indeed formidable. However, the crucial question now arose. Who were these devil fruit users? What precisely was the devil fruit? Therefore, what exactly was the devil fruit? Obadiah fixed his gaze intensely on his confidant and inquired solemnly. "It is said to be a fruit that grants superpowers upon consumption." The young man replied gravely. "Pepper Potts made a payment of over 700,000 recently, which aligns with the timeline. I believe it was for the acquisition of the devil fruit. Obadiah couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Tell me, William, do you genuinely believe in this so-called devil fruit? That one can consume it to gain superpowers? This is utterly ridiculous. Had William not been accompanied by his loyal confidant for many years, Obadiah Stane would have undoubtedly delivered a resounding slap by now. How could such a miraculous phenomenon exist in this world? It was as if boasting was done without even a preliminary draft. However, the fact that Pepper Potts was able to ascertain the exact location of Tony Stark's captivity was something that Obadiah found utterly incomprehensible. Are you certain it was Pepper Potts who discovered where Tony Stark was held? Obadiah fixed his gaze intently upon William as he inquired. Yes, sir. I am certain of this, William affirmed, nodding resolutely. According to the investigation, it was indeed Pepper Potts who uncovered the whereabouts of Tony Stark's confinement, subsequently hiring a group of so-called individuals with abilities, along with operatives from an intelligence organization, to conduct a rescue. Pepper Potts herself even participated in the operation in Afghanistan. Pepper, what role did you play in all of this? Obadiah mused aloud, his thoughts drifting. Pepper Potts, a person he had never regarded highly, had now become the linchpin of everything. This was a notion Obadiah had never anticipated. It seemed imperative to have a serious discussion with Pepper Potts. Moreover, it would be prudent to indirectly probe her to discern whether Tony Stark was aware of the true circumstances. After all, Tony Stark held an immense trust in his assistant. It was conceivable that he might divulge some secrets to her. I understand, you may leave now. Having made up his mind, Obadiah waved William away. Without further ado, he promptly dialed Pepper Potts' number. Pepper, do you have a moment? I believe I need to discuss matters concerning Tony with you. Given Obadiah's status, Pepper Potts felt compelled to respond promptly. She swiftly organized her current tasks to free up some time and arrived at Obadiah's office at the earliest opportunity. Pepper, how fortunate Stark is to have your assistance. Without you, I question whether he would have survived. Obadiah welcomed Pepper Potts to a seat and engaged in some light conversation. I merely performed the duties expected of an assistant. You flatter me, Mr. Stane, Pepper Potts replied courteously. Do not be modest. See what a mess Tony has left. Only you could manage it with such finesse. Obadiah gestured, spreading his hands. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Obadiah delved straight into the matter at hand. Pepper, I called you here to inquire about what transpired in that cave. Why did Tony return a changed man and abruptly shut down our pillar industry? I understand you were involved in the rescue operation in Afghanistan, so what exactly did I miss? Can you recount the entire affair to me? Obadiah gazed earnestly at Pepper Potts as he posed his questions. Given Obadiah's stature and his relationship with Tony Stark, it was entirely reasonable for him to seek such information. There was nothing unusual in his inquiries. Pepper Potts, not sensing anything amiss, proceeded to relate the truth to Obadiah. Mr. Stane, I am not fully aware of what transpired with Stark in the cave. He refused to disclose any details. I suspect it was an exceedingly traumatic experience, one he is reluctant to speak of, she replied soberly. Is that so? Obadiah raised an eyebrow, continuing to scrutinize her. But why were you in Afghanistan before the FBI and CIA located Tony Stark? I've heard that his rescue was entirely due to you assembling a group of mercenaries. Pepper, what is the truth behind all this? Honestly, your actions astonish me. They exceed the capabilities expected of an assistant. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of the situation, Pepper Potts recounted the events to Obadiah without reservation. In her description, an essential term caught Obadiah's attention once again: devil fruit. What she spoke of aligned perfectly with William's intelligence. She had indeed enlisted a group of those with the abilities of devil fruits to rescue Tony Stark. Moreover, even Pepper Potts herself was revealed to be an individual with powers, a fruit that grants superhuman abilities upon consumption. Pepper, you must realize how ludicrous that sounds, correct? Obadiah's voice resonated, his eyes piercing as they bore into Pepper Potts. I am aware. I understand, Mr. Stane. But please, allow me a moment. Pepper paused, contemplating her next move, and then, with a flicker of inspiration, utilized her bubble fruit abilities to create a multitude of bubbles. She deftly guided the bubbles toward Obadiah, where they landed upon him. A look of astonishment spread across Obadiah's face. Pepper Potts conjured a plethora of bubbles with a mere wave of her hand. What is this? Magic? Did she anticipate my inquiries about the Afghanistan operation and prepare this spectacle in advance? It defies all logic. Yet, if that were not the case, could it be that the concept of devil fruits holds any truth? Such thoughts raced through his mind. So, this is the capability of the bubble fruit? To conjure these bubbles at will? Obadiah raised an eyebrow. Indeed, that is the essence of the bubble fruit's power, Mr. Stane. Do you sense that your mental state and physical condition have returned to a state of completeness? As if you have just awakened? Pepper nodded, continuing her explanation. That is because I utilized the bubbles to wash away your fatigue and weariness. As she spoke, Obadiah realized that he indeed felt revitalized. Recently, he had been overwhelmed by issues related to Reza, losing sleep and feeling utterly drained. But now, he was brimming with energy. Not only was his mental state restored, but his body also felt invigorated. This sensation left Obadiah marveling at the phenomenon. What were these bubbles that had so swiftly rejuvenated him? Yet, despite his newfound energy, he remained skeptical of the notion of devil fruits. A person's inherent beliefs are exceedingly difficult to alter. Devil fruits? Did she think me a fool? After Pepper departed, Obadiah couldn't help but let out a scoff. Nonetheless, he began to take heed of the store that supposedly sold devil fruits, as it appeared to play a crucial role in the operation to rescue Tony Stark. According to Pepper, it was not her who found Tony Stark, but rather the owner of the devil fruit shop. How had that owner managed such a feat? Furthermore, given that the store manager has outpaced all intelligence agencies in discovering the location where Tony Stark is being held, might he have uncovered other information as well? A cascade of questions and doubts flashed through Obadiah Stane's mind. Moreover, considering that at this critical juncture, Pepper Potts has gone to great lengths to fabricate such an absurd story, as if she intended to thrust this devil's fruit shop directly in front of him. Obadiah found himself increasingly eager to uncover the true nature of this devil's fruit shop. Sir, Mr. Willis has arrived. While deep in thought, his assistant knocked on Obadiah's office door to report. Willis is here. Please, show him in promptly. Obadiah aroused himself and instructed his assistant. Willis was one of his major clients, and despite Obadiah's current preoccupations, it was imperative that he attend to him. Before long, under the guidance of his assistant, a sharply dressed middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s or 50s, entered Obadiah's office. Obadiah, let us not rush. Just as Obadiah and Willis exchanged pleasantries and began discussing business, Willis raised a hand to interrupt him. I have not come here regarding arms deals, Willis said, his tone laden with significance. Oh, then what is it that brings you here, Willis? Obadiah's brow furrowed slightly. For some reason, at that moment, a sense of foreboding washed over Obadiah. A rather intriguing matter. Willis replied with a knowing smile, producing a voice recorder and pressing the play button. Why haven't you made a move? You didn't inform me that the target was Tony Stark. A corresponding conversation played out. Obadiah's countenance darkened dramatically, as if he had just received a series of harsh slaps to the face. Shocked and furious, his lips quivered with suppressed anger. The recording was unmistakably his dialogue with Reza. With a snap, Willis appeared unfazed by Obadiah's grim expression, retrieving additional documents from his briefcase and placing them before Obadiah. As Obadiah flipped through the papers, his expression grew even more ominous. The documents were irrefutable evidence of his conspiracy with Reza to assassinate Tony Stark. This dossier could condemn Obadiah to a lifetime behind bars. Willis, you're a spy for the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics? Quite impressive. Obadiah couldn't help but scoff, forming a logical deduction. The agency that apprehended Reza and his associates was undoubtedly the Department of Homeland Security, the most likely entity to be privy to such secrets. No wonder this agency had been so quiet lately. They had been orchestrating this plan all along. However, Obadiah quickly regained his composure. The fact that they chose not to arrest him through official channels, but rather to threaten him privately indicated that they had a use for him. Obadiah, you are a prudent man, so I need not elaborate further, correct? Willis shot Obadiah a meaningful glance. Speak, what is it you desire? It is quite straightforward. At certain pivotal moments, you may accommodate some of our requests, that is all. Willis grinned. I believe we have reached a consensus, haven't we? What more could Obadiah possibly say to that? Chapter 176. We are the ultimate superhero partners. Devil's Fruit Shop. Jessica, could you please assist me in bringing the gold inside? Tracy turned to Jessica Jones, who had followed her to the shop. Jessica Jones was accompanying Tracy this time primarily as a laborer, as there was no way Tracy could manage the 50 kilograms of gold on her own. However, for someone with Jessica's extraordinary abilities, 50 kilograms was merely a trifle. With ease, Jessica lifted the heavy box with one hand, demonstrating no strain whatsoever. Okay, Jessica, without any unnecessary chatter, effortlessly retrieved a pre-prepared box from Tracy's vehicle. Her demeanor suggested she was merely handling an empty box. After all, she was capable of lifting an entire car. 50 kilograms of gold was truly a trivial matter. Where shall I place the gold, manager? Jessica approached Rosh with an air of confidence, the scent of alcohol wafting from her, causing Rosh to furrow his brow slightly. It seemed Jessica was still living her usual hedonistic lifestyle. It was indeed a pity to see someone with such potential squandered. especially since Jessica was not an ordinary person but a superhuman. Frankly, it was a waste of her abilities to merely drift through life as a private investigator. Yet, Rosh thought little of it and merely harbored silent disdain without voicing his thoughts. Just set it down here. Rosh quickly dismissed those errant thoughts and instructed Jessica Jones. Upon hearing this, Jessica casually placed the large box in front of Rosh and opened it with a flourish. Manager, here lies 50 kilograms of gold. Would you like to count it? Tracy's voice chimed in, her expression earnest as she addressed Rosh. In truth, Rosh had already utilized his system to verify the contents when Jessica set the box before him. Nonetheless, he feigned a generous demeanor and waved his hand dismissively. No need for that, Tracy, it's unnecessary. With a swift motion, Rosh gestured, and the previously overflowing box instantly became empty. The entire box of gold vanished in the blink of an eye. Wow, manager, is this your superpower? Tracy exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. I knew you must be a superhuman. So, did you consume a devil's fruit? Jessica Jones, with a hint of laziness, glanced at Rosh, intrigued for a rare moment. What kind of fruit did you eat? The space fruit? No, I consumed the glint fruit. Making me the shining man. Rosh shrugged nonchalantly, and with a thought, his eyes radiated an intense golden glow. The display was nothing short of imposing. Cool, that is absolutely amazing. Manager, you're like a superhero. Jessica, did you see that? The manager just made his eyes glow. Tracy exclaimed excitedly, practically bursting with enthusiasm. Even Jessica Jones seemed momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly resumed her indifferent demeanor, casually brushing off Tracy's excitement with a nonchalant response. It's all right. To be candid, Rosh's display of power was indeed impressive, but what relevance did it hold for Jessica Jones? Tracy, here is your cat fruit in its jungle cat form. Please take care of it. Rosh smiled, refraining from lingering, and handed over the devil's fruit Tracy had purchased. Absolutely beautiful. Tracy inhaled deeply, her excitement palpable as she accepted the devil's fruit from Rosh, marveling at it as if it were a precious gem. Is this for real? Jessica Jones could not help but curl her lips in disdain. That thing was utterly hideous. Not to mention its wretched odor that could drive one to the brink of insanity. There was no way she would ever consume such a thing in her lifetime, even if it promised to bestow her with superpowers. However, Tracy paid no heed to Jessica's remarks and eagerly sank her teeth into the fruit she held. Even its revolting taste, akin to something foul, felt uniquely nostalgic to Tracy, revealing the extent of her yearning for superhuman abilities. Just like the last time she ingested a sample, the moment the flesh of the fruit entered her system, Tracy instantly felt a transformation within her. She was overcome with exhilaration. Yes, this was the sensation. It has returned. Before she could finish her thought, Tracy focused her mind, and her right hand morphed into a furry cat paw, startling Jessica Jones in the process. What on earth was happening? Her perfectly normal hand sprouted fur and claws. Tracy, what on earth did you consume? What have you done? Jessica Jones fixed her gaze on her friend, her voice low and serious. Earlier, when Tracy excitedly recounted her purchase of the fruit, Jessica had naturally inquired about its nature. However, Tracy had kept the details a mystery, promising a surprise for Jessica. Well, surprise? More like a fright. Jessica, why are you looking at me like that? Let me tell you, I have become Catwoman. Yes, the very Catwoman from the comics. I am a superhero now, just like you. No, I am cooler and stronger than you. Tracy exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as she flaunted her newfound powers. Catwoman? Jessica Jones breathed a sigh of relief. She was familiar with Catwoman. Although her appearance was somewhat peculiar, it was not entirely unacceptable. It was certainly preferable to many other bizarre entities. And frankly, Catwoman from the comics was undeniably quite cool, despite being a villain. Congratulations, Tracy. You have finally realized your dreams, Jessica Jones said sincerely. Although she had little interest in becoming a superhero herself and was somewhat indifferent to Tracy's fervor. It was indeed a moment worthy of celebration that her friend's aspirations had come to fruition. Thank you, Jessica. I envision us fighting crime together in the future. We will be an incredible superhero duo. Just thinking about it excites me. Tracy's excitement escalated, and she began to dream boundlessly. To this, Jessica Jones could only respond with a chuckle. She had not the slightest interest in combating crime. Chapter 177. Another superheroess arrives to acquire fruits. By the way, manager, don't you have a group of devil fruit users here? I wish to join. Can you add me as well? Tracy suddenly recalled something and eagerly addressed Rasha. Joining the headquarters of superheroes and meeting more of them was an opportunity too precious for someone like Tracy, who longed to be a superhero, to miss. Of course, such matters were hardly subject to refusal, and Rasha promptly agreed, swiftly adding Tracy to the devil fruit group he had established and notifying everyone. Manager, everyone. Congratulations to Tracy for joining our family and becoming a member of our Devil Fruit household. Let us all welcome her. Tracy. Hello everyone, I am Tracy, the user of the cat fruit, jungle cat form, and I am thrilled to join this family. I look forward to your guidance. The first to respond was the perennial chatterbox of the group, Deadpool. Wade Wilson, cat fruit, that's a Zoan-type fruit. Finally, we have a Zoan user in the group. I have yet to meet a living Zoan user. Wade Wilson, however. I have one question. Why aren't you a catgirl user? What a pity. I would love to see what a catgirl user is like. Vanessa, Tracy. Wade is just joking with you. Don't take it to heart. I'm Vanessa, a suit fruit user. Welcome aboard. Hope Van Dyne. Wait a moment, Tracy? Everyone must have heard of the show The Tracy Show, right? The radio star is named Tracy. Pepper Potts. Miss Tracy, you wouldn't happen to be that Tracy, would you? Tracy. Hello everyone. If there isn't a second show called The Tracy Show, then I suppose I am the Tracy you are all referring to. Mobius, a big star, has joined the group. This is getting more interesting. I can boast to others that I have a celebrity friend now. The others online in the group also greeted Tracy warmly, causing her excitement to swell uncontrollably. As a star, Tracy was accustomed to being pursued by fans. And while the group was indeed enthusiastic, their greetings were merely polite formalities. However, how could one compare this group of extraordinary individuals, all superheroes? Having just become a superhero herself and being embraced by so many others of the same caliber, Tracy's feelings were beyond words. Yet, despite her desire to bond with everyone, the setting of the Devil Fruit shop was not conducive to such exchanges, so Tracy politely bid her farewells and exited the group. Manager, I won't intrude any longer. I'll come visit again. After exchanging a few casual words with Rasha, Tracy said her goodbyes and departed from the Devil Fruit shop. Jessica, now that I am a superhero, do you think I should adopt a cooler alias? Do you have any good suggestions? I am quite pleased with Catwoman, but I don't want to use someone else's name, especially since Catwoman is a villain, and I am a superhero. What do you think of Hellcat? It could instill a sense of despair akin to hell in those criminals. Doesn't that sound impressive? Even after they had left the Devil Fruit shop, Rasha could still hear their enthusiastic conversation. It seemed Tracy was indeed fervently passionate about being a superhero. Once their figures faded from view, Rasha withdrew his gaze. A smile creeping onto his face, yet another transaction completed. Although Tracy had previously paid a deposit to acquire the fruit, the transaction was not considered complete until it was finalized. Rasha's sales targets remained stagnant until that day was concluded. Moreover, prior to Tracy's visit, Punisher had also delivered the necessary gold the day before, completing his transaction. As for the fruits reserved by Happy and Tony Stark, Rasha believed it wouldn't be long before they transformed into actual orders. After all, that was Tony Stark. In the vast Marvel universe, he was a man at the pinnacle of wealth. For someone like him, gold was utterly trivial, inconsequential. These two orders were practically guaranteed. The new phase of sales targets was drawing ever closer, and Rasha's spirits were notably buoyant. His subsequent ranked matches were equally fortuitous, leading him to a remarkable 5 consecutive victories, propelling him into diamond rank, a rare moment of glory in Rasha's ranking career. Dingling. Just as he intended to capitalize on his winning streak to break through to diamond rank, the wind chimes at the entrance suddenly chimed. Reluctantly, Rasha set aside his phone and looked up towards the door, as she stepped into the store with an air of grace and an unmistakably Asian visage. A striking young woman caught the eye. Roche's brow arched in recognition. The newcomer was none other than a female hero from the Marvel Universe. Although not as renowned as some of her counterparts, it must be noted that the Marvel Universe has scarcely developed female heroes, aside from the famed Black Widow, with the others merely serving as background characters or existing within series. Given this context, the female hero before him had evidently undergone a considerable amount of character development. Indeed, she was none other than Colleen Wing, the protagonist from the series Iron Fist. At this juncture in the timeline, one could only wonder if Colleen had already discerned the true nature of the hand and subsequently defected from their ranks. Hello, shopkeeper. What kind of devil fruit do you have? Colleen's voice rang out, curiosity glinting in her eyes as she approached Roche. In all her years, she had never heard of such strange fruits. Before Roche could respond, her gaze was drawn to the vibrant array of colorful devil fruits displayed in the showcase. Are these the ones, shopkeeper? They look quite peculiar, Colleen exclaimed in astonishment. Greetings, esteemed guest. As you can see, these are indeed the devil fruits, Roche began, a smile gracing his lips as he introduced the unique fruits to Colleen. I wonder how much these fruits are priced? Colleen inquired, her interest piqued, contemplating a purchase to taste their unusual flavors. Chapter 178, Colleen Wing. Am I encountering a superhuman? The fruits in this quaint shop differed from ordinary ones, as each fruit bore a distinct price. Roche's voice resonated once more as he spoke earnestly to Colleen. "So, shopkeeper, do you sell these fruits individually?" Colleen responded, unable to suppress her bemusement. This was her first encounter with fruits sold by the piece. It was quite an oddity. Moreover, the fruits clearly varied in size, leaving her to ponder how pricing could be determined if not by weight, but by individual pieces. Would it all depend on the shopkeeper's whim? Nevertheless, despite her incredulity, Colleen did not dwell on her skepticism and continued. "Then, shopkeeper, how much does a devil fruit cost?" A thought struck her. Selling by the piece could indeed be a reasonable option. After all, with such peculiar items, what if they turned out to be unpalatable? Sampling one first seemed quite prudent. "Perhaps you might take a look at the catalog?" Roche suggested thoughtfully, retrieving the devil fruit catalog to present to Colleen. "Shopkeeper, isn't this a bit exaggerated?" Colleen could not help but chuckle. "It's just selling fruits. Must you make such a grand display?" However, she accepted the catalog from Roche, glancing through it only to have her smile gradually fade. "Excuse me, shopkeeper, is this some form of jest?" Colleen's expression turned serious, her brow furrowing slightly. She wondered whether this young shopkeeper was of sound mind, as she merely wished to purchase a fruit, yet he seemed to be presenting a farcical show. Seeing Colleen's reaction, Roche recognized that she regarded him as nonsensical. Evidently, she was a customer unfamiliar with devil fruits. Roche had long prepared a strategy for such patrons. With a gentle smile, he focused his thoughts, activating the powers of the devil fruit, causing his eyes to shimmer with a radiant golden light. Colleen was taken aback. What is happening to this person's eyes? They are glowing. Yet that was only the beginning. With a sudden burst, two searing golden energy beams shot forth from Roche's luminous eyes. With a resounding crash, they struck a tree at the entrance of the devil fruit shop. Instinctively, Colleen turned to look, discovering two smoldering craters on the tree trunk, unmistakably created by the golden rays emitted from Roche's gaze. In awe, Colleen spun back around, her eyes widening as she gazed at Roche with incredulity. Could it be a superhuman? She struggled to comprehend the extraordinary scene that had just unfolded. "Do you still consider this a jest, dear customer?" Roche inquired with a playful smile, his expression unfaltering under Colleen's astonished gaze. She found herself momentarily speechless. How could such an unbelievable spectacle be a mere joke? How could anyone perform such astonishing feats? "Shopkeeper, what was that just now? How did you manage to do that?" After a few seconds of stunned silence, Colleen finally managed to voice her bewilderment. "As described in my catalog, devil fruits bestow superhuman abilities upon those who consume them. The power I just demonstrated was that of the glint fruit," Roche explained cheerfully. "Devil fruit?" Colleen's brow furrowed in skepticism. Though she instinctively found it hard to believe such absurdity, she could not dismiss the reality of Roche's radiant gaze. Regardless, her previous dismissive attitude towards the devil fruits began to waver, as the undeniable truth lay before her. Colleen was not an ordinary individual. She had encountered people with peculiar abilities before, such as Danny from the Rand Corporation, who could illuminate his fists with a form of energy. In a sense, that too was a superpower. Could it be true that such fruits existed, capable of bestowing superhuman capabilities? As the thought swirled in her mind, she could not help but murmur, "Is there really such a thing as fruit that grants superpowers?" Roche stood by, arms crossed, observing her contemplation with a knowing smile, refraining from further comment. The seed of doubt had been planted, and once sown, such seeds are difficult to eradicate. "Shopkeeper, how can I be certain that what you say is true? How can I know that your fruits genuinely confer superhuman abilities?" After a moment of deep reflection, Colleen suddenly raised her head, fixing Roche with a serious gaze. If the devil fruits truly bestowed superhuman powers, it would be a fortuitous boon for Colleen, particularly since she had recently uncovered that her beloved mentor, the one she had revered, had deceived her. The Hand was not a righteous organization, but a profoundly malevolent one. Indeed, Colleen had betrayed the Hand. To atone for her prior transgressions, she had resolved to confront the Hand with unwavering resolve. However, the Hand's formidable strength left her with a profound sense of helplessness, as it was far beyond what she and Danny could contend with. If the devil fruits were indeed capable of opposing the Hand, she would not wish to miss such an opportunity. Unbeknownst to Colleen, the very Hand she sought to oppose was currently embroiled in significant turmoil, with all but one of its 5 members, Alexandra, who was stricken with a terminal illness, eliminated. Yet, as Colleen rightly feared, how could she easily trust such an implausible claim, even when witnessing the shopkeeper fire lasers before her eyes? "I completely comprehend the guest's concerns, yet I must assert that they are indeed unwarranted." Roxa shrugged his shoulders, suggesting to Corinne that the quaint establishment offers a tasting service, allowing patrons to sample before making their purchases. Is that so, manager? You even provide a tasting service here? Corinne's eyebrows raised, her eyes gleaming with interest. If a tasting service is available, then all concerns dissipate. Of course, guests can first peruse the illustrated guide. If they find a fruit that piques their interest, they can inform me. Roxa extended his hand towards Corinne, speaking earnestly. Chapter 179. Consume it, and you shall become the female Flash. Then, manager, please grant me a moment. Corinne promptly greeted Roxa before picking up the illustrated guide and scrutinizing it intently. The array of dazzling abilities left her utterly entranced, as if a door to a new world had swung open, reshaping her understanding of reality. If what the manager had previously stated holds true, and these fruits truly confer the extraordinary powers described within the guide, Corinne felt as though her years had been spent in vain, akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Now, the veracity of the devil fruits became the matter Corinne sought to clarify. With this thought lingering, Corinne's gaze remained fixed upon the guide, diligently reading and filtering through the information. Manager, this teleportation fruit, does it enable instantaneous movement? After approximately 5 minutes, her focus settled on a particular fruit, and she inquired of Roxa in a serious tone. Indeed, esteemed guest, the teleportation fruit, as its name suggests, allows for instantaneous movement. Roxa nodded, smiling as he elucidated. Is it akin to the speed of the Flash? Corinne raised an eyebrow. In principle, the teleportation fruit achieves its movement via super speed, similar to the mechanics behind the Flash's abilities. However, whether one can reach the Flash's level depends on the user's mastery of the fruit. Roxa nodded once more. Corinne keenly grasped the crux of Roxa's statement. Does this imply that the capabilities granted by the teleportation fruit are without limit? Precisely, or rather, the only limitation of the teleportation fruit lies in the extent of the user's development. If one cultivates their abilities well, they may very well become the next Flash. I surmise that such development must be quite challenging, Corinne replied coolly. This is not a fixed process. The cultivation of abilities relies not only on effort, but also on imagination and intuition. For some, extensive training is required, while for others, consuming the fruit provides a relatively advantageous starting point. I understand. Corinne nodded affirmatively. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the teleportation fruit not only enhances one's speed of movement, but also accelerates other actions. For instance, I know of a sniper who consumed the teleportation fruit. He can not only dash before his opponents in an instant, but also draw and fire his weapon with such swiftness that others cannot react in time. Roxa continued his explanation. Corinne's eyes widened with excitement. This was precisely the teleportation fruit she envisioned, capable of enhancing both her speed and her actions. Thus, her swordsmanship would see a significant enhancement. Then, manager, I shall give this teleportation fruit a try, Corinne decisively declared, addressing Roxa. As you wish. Without unnecessary delay, Roxa retrieved the teleportation fruit and handed it to Corinne. Thank you, manager. Corinne accepted the fruit with both hands, expressing her gratitude before pausing contemplatively and then biting into the sample. Immediately, Corinne's brow furrowed, a look of puzzlement crossing her face. What is this taste? Could the fruit have gone bad? I understand what you are pondering, but this is simply the taste of a devil fruit. To attain formidable power, it cannot be an effortless endeavor, can it? Roxa observed Corinne's bewildered expression and smiled as he reassured her. Corinne reflected on this and found it to be true. From this perspective, her trust in the devil fruit deepened. After all, if the manager intended to deceive, he would not have crafted the fruit's taste to be so unpalatable. Subsequently, Corinne chose not to dwell on her discomfort and swallowed the unappetizing pulp without hesitation. So, manager, is this it? Have I acquired superpowers? Corinne lifted her gaze. Skepticism etched on her features. Yet, before Roxa could reply, she herself exhibited astonishment, for she immediately sensed a transformation within her body. It felt as though an acceleration motor had been installed within her, and she could distinctly feel the newfound ability to hasten herself. This sensation, Corinne murmured, eager to test her newfound powers. Whoosh. In an instant, she swayed on the spot, appearing a meter away in the blink of an eye. The speed was a staggering threefold increase. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Corinne's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to contain her astonishment. She had never dared to dream that her speed could attain such heights, faster even than her mentor. Bodu, it's real. The devil fruit truly exists. In that moment, Corinne harbored no doubts about the reality of the devil fruit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Brimming with exhilaration, Corinne threw a few rapid punches to experiment and found, just as Roxa had stated, that her striking speed had also nearly tripled. Is this the devil fruit? I cannot believe such an astonishing fruit exists in this world. Corinne soon ceased her attempts, overwhelmed with shock and elation, and sincerely expressed her admiration to Roxa. "So, esteemed guest, do you intend to purchase one?" Roxa shrugged nonchalantly. Corinne initially intended to respond affirmatively, but a glance at the guide in her hands caused her to freeze. Teleportation fruit, 500 kilograms of gold. Hiss. How could she ever afford such a thing? Although she operated a martial arts training center, the purpose was to recruit for her dojo, and it had never been particularly lucrative. She was, in truth, rather impoverished. Not to mention 500 kilograms of gold. Even $5 million or 500,000 was far beyond her means. However, a thought struck her. While she could not afford it, Dannyland undoubtedly could. After all, he was now the largest shareholder of the Rand Group. In an instant, Corinne made her decision. Chapter 180. Acquiring the weapon fruit. Unveiling the dazzling new generation battle armor. I apologize, manager. I previously overlooked the price, but I fear I cannot bear the cost of such miraculous devil fruits. You must have noticed that I am not a wealthy individual, Corinne expressed with a hint of regret. No worries at all, Roxa replied with indifference. It's not as if every visitor must purchase a devil fruit outright. One need not feel compelled to buy after sampling. However, manager, I have a friend who is exceedingly wealthy. I shall certainly recommend the devil fruit to him. Colin promptly shifted her tone and addressed Rasha. Her words were far from perfunctory. She genuinely harbored such thoughts. Although Colin had witnessed the prowess of Iron Fist, there remained a certain limitation to his abilities that rendered them somewhat lackluster. The most critical drawback was the finite amount of energy within Iron Fist, which could not be summoned at will. Once he invoked this energy, he was compelled to conclude the battle swiftly. Otherwise, he would inevitably succumb to weakness when the energy was depleted. In Colin's perspective, such a capacity was woefully insufficient for a hand-to-hand combat competition. However, if Iron Fist were to procure a devil fruit, thereby significantly augmenting his strength, it would be an entirely different matter. Then it would be incumbent upon you, dear guest, to introduce me, Rasha responded with a smile, fully aware that Colin was referring to the historically feeble Iron Fist, Daniel Rand. Frankly speaking, Rasha believed that someone like Iron Fist indeed required the assistance of a devil fruit, especially considering he was unable to best even the 5 fingers of a hand-to-hand combat match. I shall, Colin affirmed with a decisive nod, bidding farewell to Rasha. Well then, I shan't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Goodbye. Colin promptly exited the devil fruit shop, and Rasha paid her departure little mind, soon forgetting about her altogether. He retrieved his phone and resumed the ranked match that had been interrupted earlier. Following Colin's visit, several more patrons arrived at the shop. However, the exorbitant prices of the devil fruits rendered them unaffordable for the average individual. By the time Rasha closed the shop and departed, no transactions had been completed. The subsequent hours unfolded similarly. While there were indeed several curious visitors, none of them finalized a purchase for various reasons. It wasn't until after 5 that Tony Stark and Happy reappeared at the devil fruit shop, bearing the gold necessary for transactions. Only then did Rasha receive 2 orders. Notably, among the patrons was an agent dispatched by Obadiah Stane to probe into matters, though Rasha remained blissfully unaware of this. In the opulent villa of Marbury, within the basement, the peculiar sound of clattering echoed. With a swift motion, a multitude of components began to swirl around Tony Stark, creating a dazzling display. It resembled a transformation akin to that of a transformer. After an elaborate and flamboyant metamorphosis, a striking suit of Iron Man armor materialized seemingly out of thin air. Had Rasha been present, he would have noted that this suit bore an uncanny resemblance to the Mark II armor. During the time Pepper Potts was procuring gold for Tony Stark, he had not been idle. He had been tirelessly conceptualizing and enhancing his Iron Man suit. With Stark's intellect and ingenuity, he had remarkably completed the design work in such a short span. What remained were merely the experimentation and manufacturing phases. However, with the acquisition of the devil fruit, those subsequent steps became unnecessary. Or rather, it was now time for Tony Stark to conduct his experiments. Indeed, quite remarkable, Tony Stark exclaimed, savoring the sensations of the armor enveloping him. He moved his body, gazing into a mirror, and a satisfied smile crept across his face. This is precisely the vision I had for my armor. The devil fruit is truly wondrous. It was precisely this realization that left Tony Stark increasingly awestruck. The design of the Iron Man armor adhered strictly to the principles of science, yet the devil fruit was an enigma that defied scientific explanation. At this juncture, Tony Stark, a seasoned scientist, had no choice but to accept this fact. Now, let us proceed with further testing, he declared, brimming with anticipation. With a mere thought, torrents of searing flames erupted from the hands and feet of the Iron Man suit, lifting him into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He spun gracefully around the expansive basement. Oh ho ho! Tony Stark could hardly contain his exuberance. Notably, this experiment unfolded with far more success and perfection than those depicted in films. It was a seamless endeavor, unlike the cinematic trials that required numerous attempts before achieving flight. After all, the devil fruit was a metaphysical entity, not a scientific one. Tony Stark's scientific design served merely as a foundation and framework. However, certain intricate details and functionalities could be directly realized by the devil fruit based on his imagination and expectations, without the need to adhere strictly to scientific data. For instance, in the case of flight, when Tony Stark desired the armor to soar, it did just that. Yet if Jarvis were to meticulously analyze the suit's current parameters, it would reveal that it lacked the necessary specifications for such flight. Now let us test the weapon systems. After relishing several aerial loops, Tony Stark descended and extended his right hand. With a mere thought, a powerful energy cannon erupted from his palm. Bang! With another mental command, a Gatling gun barrel magically emerged from the shoulder of the Iron Man suit, spinning menacingly and evoking an overwhelming sense of dread. Clack, clack, clack. Tony Stark then gestured again, and the palm of the Iron Man suit transformed into a rocket launcher. Soon after, he conjured flamethrowers, submachine guns, and even Jericho missile launchers. Every conceivable weapon that Tony Stark could envision manifested in rapid succession upon the Mark armor. To put it bluntly, Tony Stark single-handedly outfitted himself with the entirety of Stark Industries' arsenal. While the exterior of this armor bore similarities to the Mark II, in reality, it far surpassed its predecessor. Chapter 181. Tony Stark's Determination, the Birth of Iron Man. In the ensuing days, Tony Stark sequestered himself entirely within the basement, fully immersed in the exploration and development of the devil fruit, neglecting food and sleep for 2 consecutive nights. There was no escaping it. The devil fruit, with its ability to transform imagination into reality, held an irresistible allure for a fervent scientist like Tony Stark. After all, any outlandish idea he conceived could be immediately validated without the prolonged analysis and deliberation typically required. For Tony Stark, this was an extraordinarily exhilarating sensation. Following several days of refinement, the suit he crafted using the devil fruit had become increasingly perfect, and his proficiency in utilizing the devil fruit had markedly improved. Initially, it took Tony Stark nearly 5 seconds to fabricate the Iron Man suit, yet now he could accomplish this feat in a mere second. This represented a significant advancement. Stark was confident that as he continued to hone his mastery of the fruit's capabilities, instantaneously creating the armor would soon become a reality. Tonight, the Disney Music Hall was adorned with a vibrant red carpet, hosting the highly anticipated annual gala for Los Angeles elite. Exhausted, Tony Stark prepared himself a cup of coffee, when a news segment playing on the large screen captured his attention. At this soiree, the organizers had previously implored Tony Stark to attend each year, yet this time, a curious silence enveloped the event. "Jarvis, have I received an invitation?" Tony Stark immediately inquired of his devoted artificial intelligence butler. "No invitation records have been received," Jarvis replied candidly. The expression on Tony Stark's face swiftly morphed into one of incredulity. Has Benny truly fallen to such depths? Even gatherings he once dismissed with disdain no longer include him? Speculation arose that his recent inflammatory statements at a press conference indicated he was grappling with psychological turmoil, having remained bedridden for weeks. Nevertheless, regardless of the truth, no one anticipated his presence tonight. Upon hearing this, Tony Stark resolutely made a decision. If everyone believed Benny would not attend, then he would defiantly show up. A surprising yet characteristic whim of Tony Stark. "Jarvis, my understated silver Audi hasn't seen the road in a while, has it? Please replace the air freshener with a new one," he promptly commanded Jarvis. "Sir, are you indeed planning to attend this gathering?" Everyone will be utterly astonished. Jarvis astutely inferred Stark's intentions. "Well, I relish creating surprises," Tony Stark shrugged nonchalantly. He then disregarded Jarvis's further inquiries, opting instead to enjoy a meal, take a shower, and don a new outfit. After a simple yet thorough grooming, observing the time, Tony Stark donned his designer suit and set off in his exceptionally discreet silver Audi towards the Disney Music Hall. Stark, it's Tony Stark, just as anticipated. When Tony Stark stepped out of the vehicle, a chorus of gasps and shrieks erupted around him. Instantly, he became the most dazzling figure in the crowd. Amidst the cheers, Tony Stark strode confidently into the venue, effortlessly mingling with the social elite. A casual greeting with Obadiah Stane and a playful tease directed at his assistant barely merited mention. Until, unexpectedly, a striking blonde reporter appeared before him. This blonde journalist was no stranger to Tony Stark. They had engaged in extensive discussions in the past. However, her demeanor now suggested she had no desire to rekindle any old flames. "Have you heard of a town called Marag?" she asked, placing a stack of photographs into Tony Stark's hands. As he perused them, his brow furrowed in concern. The images unmistakably depicted terrorists transporting Stark Industries weaponry. Someone within Stark Industries was selling arms to these terrorists. Tony Stark's expression darkened ominously. Such a betrayal crossed every boundary he held sacred and was utterly intolerable. Who could be behind such treachery within his company? Tony Stark could surmise with certainty that it must be Obadiah Stane. "Have you seen these photographs? What is happening in Marag?" he demanded, his anger surging as he stormed off to confront Obadiah Stane. "I was so naive, believing that business should adhere to principles. We can't engage in bilateral trade, can we?" Tony Stark's piercing gaze fixed on Obadiah, challenging him with these profound inquiries. Under the weight of Stark's scrutiny, Stane's expression darkened in response. The fact that Stark had uncovered this conspiracy was alarming. "Tony, do you really think the board ousted you without my orders? It was I who signed the decree." Obadiah Stane cast aside his pretense, laying his cards on the table. Tony Stark was momentarily stunned. Although he had long suspected Stane's involvement, the confirmation struck him like a blow. After all, Stane was akin to an uncle to him, a partner of his father, Howard Stark, and now a collaborator of his own. Tony had held a certain affection for him. Who could have foreseen such treachery, a dagger thrust into his back, covertly expelling him from the board? Stark felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal and profound rage. Yet, what ignited his fury more than anything was the realization that Obadiah was engaging in bilateral trade, supplying weapons to terrorists. "I must put a stop to this," Tony Stark vowed silently to himself. In the past, he may have lacked the power to effect change, but now he was determined to take action for those innocent lives harmed by Stark Industries' weapons. Starting with this town called Marag, the resolve in Tony Stark's gaze began to solidify. Chapter 18. The Fruit of Arms. A dazzling debut that astounds all. In the town of Marag, a group of terrorists brandishing submachine guns ruthlessly hunted down and intimidated the residents. Under the ominous glare of those black muzzles, fear gripped the hearts of all. Men were frantic, women and children wept uncontrollably, and some were even executed on the spot. The chaos was palpable, though the terrorist leader Reza had been apprehended by SHIELD. He was merely a minor figure within the Ten Rings organization, and his absence would soon be filled. The fate of Marag remained unchanged. One terrorist pressed the barrel of his submachine gun against the head of a man lying on the ground, barking orders at him. Nearby, the man's wife and son cried out in despair, pleading for mercy, yet their cries fell on deaf ears. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the air, reminiscent of a plane soaring overhead. Instinctively, the crowd looked up, witnessing a shadow grow larger as it plummeted to the ground with tremendous force. It was a robot. Both the residents of Marag and the terrorists were momentarily stunned, completely taken aback. A robot? This was beyond belief. Undoubtedly, the arrival was none other than Tony Stark. Gunfire erupted as a terrorist aimed and shot at Stark. However, the bullets were effortlessly deflected by his armor, leaving him unscathed. With a swift motion, Tony Stark raised his hand, unleashing a repulsor blast that sent the terrorist flying. Chaos ensued as the remaining terrorists, shocked and enraged, opened fire on Stark. But their efforts were laughably ineffective. Tony Stark dispatched them with ease. A few remaining terrorists, now terrified, aimed their weapons at the heads of some townsfolk in a desperate attempt to threaten him. Yet, they gravely underestimated the capabilities of the armored figure before them. With a swift and decisive action, Stark's suit fired 6 rounds, eliminating the terrorists with precision and efficiency, leaving no room for hesitation. A terrorist, trembling in fear, sought refuge behind a wall as he made a phone call, convinced he remained undetected. Little did he know, Tony Stark had already utilized his X-ray scanning technology to observe him with utmost clarity. Bang! Tony Stark lifted his hand, and a round of armor-piercing ammunition surged forth. The thick wall was instantly penetrated, and the terrorist was nearly bisected, meeting a death most final. Excellent. This marked the inaugural combat deployment of the weapon fruit, flawlessly aligning with Tony Stark's expectations, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. After scanning the scene and confirming that all terrorists had been neutralized, Tony Stark refrained from any further banter, leaving behind a trail of blazing flames as he soared away with swagger. En route, he obliterated a nearby terrorist stronghold, reducing it to rubble. Oh, soaring through the skies. Tony Stark let out an exuberant whoop of delight. However, unbeknownst to him, while reveling in his aerial exploits, His unidentified flying object was promptly detected by the American Air Force. What could it be? Who authorized such flight in this vicinity? The Defense Department would surely unravel this mystery. Has the CIA been contacted? They might be curious if it was us. It certainly wasn't the Marines. Within an Air Force command center, a cadre of technicians scrutinized satellite imagery, conducting research and analysis. They had never encountered such an unidentified flying object and had reached out to various relevant departments, only to ascertain that none were responsible. In an instant, confusion reigned among them, caught off guard by the enigmatic craft. Summoned Rhodes from the Weapons Development Division. Ultimately, the Air Force commander made a decisive call. Rhodes arrived at the scene with alacrity. The commander meticulously described the unidentified flying object to him, leaving Rhodes equally baffled, for he had never heard of anything that matched the commander's description. Could it be Stark? A natural conjecture sprang to Rhodes' mind. Just prior, at the very location where Stark had encountered trouble, a terrorist base had been destroyed, closely followed by the emergence of this unidentified flying object. Was it mere coincidence? It was highly plausible that this enigmatic craft was indeed a new weapon invented by Tony Stark. Without hesitation, Rhodes dialed Tony Stark's number. "Hey, Tony, who's calling me?" The roar of wind during high-speed flight rendered Tony momentarily unable to discern Rhodes' voice. "It's me, Rhodes." After a few more shouts, Tony finally comprehended. "Hey, Rhodes." Tony greeted his good friend. "Why is it so noisy on your end?" Rhodes astutely observed, probing. "I'm in a convertible. What's up, Rhodes? I need your assistance." As Rhodes conveyed this, Tony quickly surmised the purpose of his call. "I know what you're getting at, Rhodes. You must have discovered something, right?" After a moment of contemplation, Tony resolved to disclose the truth to Rhodes. The Devil Fruit Shop was a legitimate business, not a clandestine operation. Tony had no need for concealment. Moreover, since those devil fruit users had saved him in Afghanistan, the fruits were bound to attract attention from all quarters. Even if Tony chose silence, the outcome would be the same. "I knew it. Stark, that unidentified flying object is your doing. Buddy, this isn't a game. You can't deploy civilian technology onto my battlefield," Rhodes exclaimed, exasperated and incredulous. "Rhodes, this is not civilian technology. It's a rather extraordinary fruit that I purchased." Tony reassured him. "A fruit?" Rhodes was left speechless. "Isn't it an unidentified flying object? What on earth is a fruit?"